In the bustling city with bright lights and bustling traffic, a ray of sunlight passes through the bustling streets, through the noisy markets, through the streets and alleys, and shines through the window into a simple rental house. Lin Lung, Lin Lung. A gentle and familiar call sounded in Lin Lung's ears. Lin Lung opened his eyes drowsily and saw a very simple room. Looking at this familiar, yet unfamiliar room, his eyes were filled with confusion. Where is this? Isn't he dead? Is this paradise? It's quite similar to his previous home. Looking at everything familiar around him, Lin Lung lowered his head in despair and sighed. If he hadn't been careful enough, how could he have been attacked by a king-level ghost? The human race collectively refers to unknown species invaded by external forces as ghosts. In addition to the loss, Lin Lung felt more regretful and guilty towards his wife, Su Liuxue. In that era of the rise of the awakened, Su Liuxue awakened the legendary talent of swordsmanship. Su Liuxue's talent was very high, and she became the empress of the demon city in one leap, becoming a being respected by thousands of people and aloof. In addition to her super strength, Su Liuxue's appearance and figure are also very outstanding. She was once the dream lover of many men, but it happened that she was such a goddess-level existence in everyone's eyes, but she just chose mediocrity and ordinary people. Lin Lung is a silly boy with mediocre qualifications. Lin Lung regretted that he could not give Su Liuxue a marriage certificate or a family before his death. Su Liuxue had always been protecting him. However, even so, he still ended up with a dead end. Lin Lung sighed. Maybe if he died, Su Liuxue would be more relaxed. At least he would not be a drag on the other party anymore. If there is a next life, let me protect you. Just when Lin Lung sighed, a moving voice like a silver bell rang in his ears. It was so familiar. Lin Lung, what's wrong with you? Are you having a nightmare? What are you mumbling about there? At the same time, a beautiful face appeared in Lin Lung's sight. Seeing this face, Lin Lung was in a daze. This face was very familiar to him. That was his wife, Su Liuxue. Su Liuxue has long black hair that falls like a waterfall from her shoulders. She has a very delicate face with oval seeds, curved willow eyebrows, and watery eyes that seem to attract people's hearts. She has a tall nose and a cherry nose. Ban's red lips and delicate facial features are as beautiful as blooming flowers. The two have known each other since they were children and can be considered childhood sweethearts. When they grew up, they naturally fell in love. Lin Lung is an orphan, and Su Liuxue's parents also passed away early, so the two have been living together. That period was Lin Lung's happiest time. Su Liuxue was the school beauty. Although Lin Lung was just an ordinary person, Su Liuxue never disliked Lin Lung. The two lived a very happy time together all day long. It was a pity that the invasion of foreign tribes broke their original happiness, and until his death, Lin Lung failed to give Su Liuxue a marriage certificate. Now, that familiar pretty face appeared in front of him, making Lin Lung have to wonder if he was dreaming. At this moment, Su Liuxue's beautiful eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, showing a hint of worry on her delicate face. Lin Lung, talk, are you kidding me? Say something, say something. Don't scare me, okay? The familiar voice reached Lin Lung's ears, making Lin Lung's body tense up. The voice was so familiar and touching. Lin Lung. Su Liuxue wanted to say something more, but Lin Lung suddenly hugged her tightly in her arms. Upon noticing this change, Su Liuxue was a little panicked at first, but after realizing it, she stopped resisting and let Lin Lung hold her in his arms with a blushing face. After a while, Lin Lung let go of Su Liuxue, but looked at Su Liuxue with guilt in her eyes. Her eyes were red, and there were faint tears in the corners of her eyes. After being let go by Lin Lung, Su Liuxue was a little at a loss. Looking at Lin Lung's performance, she was a little confused. She always felt as if Lin Lung had changed. Lin Lung was not aware of Su Liuxue's worries at all. He was very lucky that he could still dream about all this, allowing him to see Su Liuxue again, but this dream was a bit too real. Seeing Lin Lung's strange appearance, Su Liuxue stretched out her white and slender hand and put it on Lin Lung's forehead. She then put her other hand on her forehead and muttered, "It's strange, I don't have a fever either. Why is it so strange today?" Hearing Su Liuxue's muttering, Lin Lung began to wonder, wasn't this dream of riding a horse too real? Didn't you dream? Can. Lin Lung clearly remembered that he was dead, wasn't he? He still clearly remembered that the monster's claws penetrated his abdomen. Hiss, that's sour and refreshing. But Lin Lung looked at Su Liuxue in front of him, reached out and pinched Su Liuxue's fair and delicate face. Isn't this feeling too real? It's soft, very elastic and warm. Lin Lung still couldn't believe it. He stretched out his hand and slapped his chiseled face. Snapped. Hiss. Lin Lung took a breath of air. It was too painful to step on the horse. Immediately afterwards, Lin Lung noticed the shoes beside the bed. There was a pair of socks in the shoes. Lin Lung picked it up and smelled it. Vomit. Still a familiar smell. Now Lin Lung started to feel confused. Is this dream so real? Or is this all not a dream at all? And he has been reborn? What exactly is going on? Seeing Lin Lung's series of operations, Su Liuxue became more convinced. Lin Lung must be sick. That's right. Lin Lung must be sick. Su Liuxue concluded that Lin Lung must be sick, but she couldn't find it out without checking it. After all, she was not a doctor. So Su Liuxue quickly took Lin Lung's hand, looked at Lin Lung seriously, and said, "Lin Lung, let's go to the hospital. No matter what happens, I will carry it with you." Lin Lung, on the other hand, had questions in his head. Why should he go to the hospital? What to carry? Still carrying it together? Are you taking charge in the jungle? After a series of confusing operations, Lin Lung's brain was running rapidly, and he finally came to a conclusion. That's right. He was reborn. Lin Lung was surprised and happy. He never expected that something like this that only existed in novels would actually happen to him. Looking at Su Liuxue's performance, Lin Lung wanted to laugh a little. Su Liuxue was still the same as before, unchanged at all, silly and still so cute. After a short period of thinking, Lin Lung decided to conceal his rebirth. Since God gave him the opportunity to be reborn, he would naturally seize the opportunity to change his destiny. You worked so hard in the last life, so I will protect you this time. Bar. So Lin Lung lied. Ahem. Wife, I was just joking with you. As soon as Lin Lung called out his wife, Su Liuxue was stunned on the spot. After being stunned for a few seconds, Su Liuxue lowered her head, blushed, and ran out of her room shyly. Lin Lung was a little confused, but after a while, he suddenly realized. At this time, he and Su Liuxue were only 18 years old, and their relationship was not as close as before. It was no wonder that his wife made Su Liuxue blush. Hey, Lin Lung scratched his head, got up from the bed and put on his clothes, then opened the door and walked out. When we came to the living room, everything remained unchanged. The familiar living room, the familiar kitchen, the familiar sofa, and the familiar sound of square dance music. Lin Lung came to the table. There were 2 bowls of porridge and a small plate of fried eggs on the table. Lin Lung was a little touched. They were vegetable porridge that Su Liuxue often made for him. Lin Lung picked up the porridge in front of him, picked up his chopsticks, picked up an omelet and put it into his mouth, and took another sip of the vegetable porridge. Still the same familiar taste, still the same familiar formula. Just when Lin Lung was reminiscing, Su Liuxue came out of her room. At this time, the blush on Su Liuxue's cheeks had disappeared. Seeing Lin Lung sitting at the table drinking porridge, Su Liuxue naturally sat across from Lin Lung and started eating breakfast. In fact, when Lin Lung and Su Liuxue were together at first, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue slept separately. At that time, Lin Lung actually thought that this was reasonable, normal, and right. Now it seems like bullshit. He insisted on sleeping in separate rooms despite the beautiful beauty. What was even more outrageous was that at that time, Lin Lung had not even kissed Su Liuxue. It was such a waste. Recalling all the stupid things he had done, Lin Lung expressed regret. If he hadn't been naive at the time, he and Su Liuxue would have gotten married long ago, and maybe their children would be spoiled. And just when Lin Lung was in a daze, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Lung's mind. The energy reserve is ready. and the luxury store system is officially activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the novice qualification. The mall purchase points are 5, which can be used to purchase the materials needed by the host. Note: mall purchase points can be obtained by completing random system tasks. Lin Lung. Lin Lung was stunned for a moment and secretly glanced at Su Liuxue's expression. At this time, Su Liuxue was still sipping the vegetable porridge. It seems that Su Liuxue didn't hear it. After a brief period of confusion, Lin Lung was relieved. Even nonsense like rebirth could happen, and the emergence of a system would not be so outrageous. However, Lin Lung was still a little surprised. Luxury store system? Did you actually get the system? System, the standard equipment for the protagonist of every novel. Lin Lung, actually has it too. Lin Lung was a little happy and couldn't wait to open the system panel. Host: Lin Lung. Current awakening abilities: none. Artifact: none. Talent: 0. Lin Lung jumped over a whole row of zeros and came to the lower right corner. Store purchase points: 5. Lin Lung looked at it and opened the system store without hesitation. This time, Lin Lung was stunned. I saw a series of dazzling products neatly displayed in the system store, such as wind superpowers, cultivation improvement cards, incarnation cards, etc. There are some that should be there, some that shouldn't be there, even a small umbrella. How? Lin Lung was shocked from ear to ear, not because of the small umbrella in the store, but because the store actually had all kinds of legendary artifacts and even mythical superpowers. Is this a luxury store system? This arrogance is so inhumane. Looking at the glittering treasures all over the screen, Lin Lung suddenly felt troubled. I have a full 5 purchase points. According to the above pricing, I can definitely buy an artifact or xiaoyu. No, a good superpower. Ahem. Lin Lung is a serious person. After much hesitation, Lin Lung finally decided to use his few shopping mall purchase points to purchase space-based abilities. Regardless of anything else, Lin Lung must have the best one. Ding! The transaction is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining mythical power and space power. As the sound of the transaction being completed rang out, a mysterious energy poured into Lin Lung's body, making Lin Lung feel an unprecedented sense of comfort. Lin Lung checked his body. He didn't seem to have changed much. Has he become stronger? Haven't you become stronger? After a while, Lin Lung finally came to the conclusion. He had become stronger, but not completely. It was good that he had obtained the space system power, but at this time, Earthstar's spiritual energy had just recovered, and the power had not yet awakened. There was no spiritual energy reserve in his body, and he could not activate his skills at all. Therefore, Lin Lung has become stronger, but not completely stronger. However, Lin Lung is already very content. Compared with his previous useless power, it is much more useful. After breakfast, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue put on their familiar school uniforms and went out to school. Under the sunlight, Su Liuxue looked even more attractive. The loose school uniform cannot hide Su Liuxue's proud and perfect figure. Although she is only 18 years old, Su Liuxue's figure is enough to put countless female stars to shame. Coupled with Su Liuxue's beautiful face, it is simply a beauty in the world. This is why Su Liuxue is called the school beauty. I think back then, Su Liuxue was the school belle of number 1 middle school, the dream lover of all the male students in the school, and the envy of all the female classmates. However, such a person who is admired by men and jealous by women has chosen Lin Lung, an ordinary person who can't be found in the crowd at a glance. To describe it in one sentence, a flower stuck in cow dung, or maybe a pile of cow dung pressed on the flowers. The two of them came to the school together, and at this time, the school gate was surrounded by people, chattering without knowing what they were talking about. Lin Lung and Su Liuxue looked at each other and decided to join in the fun. The spacious school gate was already crowded with people, and there was a huge machine standing in front of the school gate. I don't know what it was for. A cordon had been set up around the machine, and there were people in police uniforms holding guns around it. Stay aside. What's going on? Su Liuxue asked curiously. Lin Lung could tell at a glance that the machine in front of him was a machine that could detect the talent level of the human body's awakened supernatural powers, and he had been humiliated before because he could not activate the machine. Seeing Su Liuxue asking, Lin Lung told her, "Wow, there is such a thing. It sounds so interesting." While the two were talking, a middle-aged man in a suit walked up to the machine with a loudspeaker, picked up the loudspeaker, and started shouting, "Hello, dear classmates. I am Xie Chunfeng, the leader of the Special Operations Team of the National Ability Administration. The machine in front of me is... Now all students can come and try and test your abilities. Those with powerful abilities, or those who are interested, can enter the National Ability Bureau and work for the country." After some brainwashing by Xie Chunfeng, many students came on stage and began to test their abilities, and everyone was eager to try it. Regarding all this, Lin Lung rolled his eyes disdainfully. It sounds nice to say that doing things for the country, to put it bluntly, is not just being the first to rush in and die when the country is in danger. At the beginning, Lin Lung was not qualified to enter the National Superpower Bureau. However, the enemy was too strong and lacked manpower. Coupled with Su Liuxue's own super qualifications, Lin Lung was reluctantly recruited. After entering the National Superpower Bureau, Lin Leng was not reused. Instead, he was responsible for doing some chores, sending information, etc. Not only that, Lin Lung also suffered from the cold eyes of others because of his own weakness, and finally died accidentally from the claws of a ghost during a mission. That's frustrating. At the school gate, after Xie Chunfeng's brainwashing, people began to come forward for testing. Bronze level ability. Bronze level is the lowest level. After hearing this result, the student walked down the stage with some disappointment, while Xie Chunfei encouraged him not to give up. Then the next student walked onto the stage. Gold level superpower. One after another, students stepped forward for testing, but all returned disappointed. Xie Chunfei, who was watching from the sidelines, also shook his head in disappointment. Is it true that this school can't find a king-level person? Note, power levels are divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, king, epic, legend, and myth. This rating is limited to this novel, and all interpretation rights belong to the author. Just when Xie Chunfeng was feeling discouraged, a group of people walked out of the crowd and instantly attracted the attention of a large group of female students. This person was none other than the eldest son of number 1 middle school, Chu Moyun, a very wealthy second generation. Except for Su Liuxue, all the female students looked at this person with nymphomaniacal admiration. If Su Liuxue is the dream lover of all boys, then Chu Moyun is definitely the dream lover of all female students. Chu Moyun has long been accustomed to the admiring looks from others. To him, those are just vulgar fans. In his eyes, only Su Liuxue is worthy of him. It's a pity that that girl Su Liuxue was blind and fell in love with that silly boy Lin Lung. Under the eyes of everyone, Chu Moyun slowly walked to the machine and put his hand on it. King-level superpower, wind superpower. As the machine's announcement sounded, shocked sighs came from the crowd. Even Xie Chunfeng on the side was a little surprised, and his eyes changed when he looked at Chu Moyun. Yes, there are many types of superpowers. Xie Chunfeng himself is a Class B superpower with epic superpowers, but Chu Moyun has awakened wind superpowers that are completely comparable to epic superpowers. This is a wind attribute that far exceeds the 5 elements attributes of diamonds. Xie Chunfeng was a little excited. He didn't expect that a small number 1 middle school could have such a genius. So Xie Chunfeng hurriedly stepped forward and started to greet Chu Moyun. At this moment, a tall male student followed Xie Chunfeng and came to the machine, stretching out his very thick arm. He was the school bully, Liu Yugong. King-level superpowers, king-level superpowers. Another machine announcement sounded, and the crowd became restless again. Another king level. Now Xie Chunfei was so excited that he was a little overwhelmed, and his hands were trembling. Unexpectedly, a school actually allowed him to find 2 king-type ability awakeners. After watching all this, Lin Lung just yawned quietly, turned around, and was about to leave. King-level superpower? Haha, they are all younger brothers in front of him. Seeing Lin Lung was about to leave, Su Liuxue pulled Lin Lung and asked curiously, "Yi Lung, don't you go and try?" According to Su Liuxue's understanding of Lin Lung should go up and give it a try. Unexpectedly, he turned around and left without even thinking. In fact, according to Lin Leng's character, he would really like to be the first to rush forward for the test, but his previous life experience has taught Lin Leng a lesson. So he has no intention of joining the National Superpower Bureau, and he also has no intention of letting Su Liuxue enter the National Superpower Bureau. So Lin Lung said casually, "It's boring, forget it." After saying that, he pulled Su Liuxue and left. However, Su Liuxue looked at Lin Lung longingly, looking pitiful. "But I want to give it a try. Can you go with me?" Su Liuxue acted coquettishly, and Lin Lung was quickly defeated. He actually forgot that Su Liuxue's curiosity was no less than his own. "Okay." Lin Lung nodded and said. Lin Lung had no choice but to give in. The test shouldn't have anything to do with it, as long as he didn't join, right? Seeing Lin Lung nodding, Su Liuxue happily hugged Lin Lung and said happily, I knew you were the best." Then he let go of Lin Lung and jumped towards the machine. No one can imagine what the lovely Su Liuxue must have gone through before she was dubbed the Heartless Empress. In fact, Su Liuxue was just ruthless to others and ruthless to enemies. In front of Lin Lung, she would always look like a little girl. After a while, the machine made a sound, "Legendary power, sword power." For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was stunned. Chu Moyun and Lu Yugong were a little surprised, and even Xie Qinfei was shocked from ear to ear. He is actually a one-of-a-kind legendary power awakener. Now Xie Qinfeng couldn't sit still. He was actually a rare person with awakened legendary powers in the world. Seeing this scene, Xie Qinfeng hurried forward and greeted warmly. However, to Xie Qinfeng's words, Su Liuxue just responded hastily, and then a pair of tender and beautiful eyes passed through the crowd and looked directly at Lin Lung. And everyone followed her gaze and looked at Lin Lung. What's going on? He wants to go up too? No, it's just him? If he can reach the silver level, he will be worthy of the sky. There are kings in front of him. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for him to go up there? That's right. I'm really sorry for Su Liuxue. Why did she find such a loser? Faced with everyone's cynicism, Lin Lung didn't take it to heart. Instead, he came to the machine calmly, stretched out his hand, and showed a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. Because he knows that these people will not be able to laugh after a while. In the disdainful and mocking eyes of everyone, Lin Lung slowly walked to the machine and stretched out his hand. The machine scanned Lin Lung's hand, and soon it made a sound. Dee beep, alarm, alarm, the system is overloaded, a mythical awakener has been detected. Seeing this scene, Xie Qinfeng was a little surprised. Logically speaking, the machine shouldn't be broken. After Lin Lung was stunned for a short time, without saying a word, he took Su Liuxue's hand and ran away. Seeing this scene, everyone began to laugh at Lin Lung for being timid. Even Su Liuxue looked confused, wondering what Lin Lung's purpose was. Xie Qinfeng came to the machine. At this time, the machine had begun to shake its body, and the sound it made was very unclear. Alarm, alarm, machine overload alarm, mythical power awakener detected. The sound of the machine was very unclear. The sound of the announcement was mixed with the roar of the machine, making it impossible for Xie Qinfeng to hear the test results clearly. Dee, alert, alert! Amidst the siren sound, the machine shook its body and finally exploded directly at the school gate with a loud bang. Boom! The explosion of the machine stirred up layers of heat waves, and many machine parts also exploded and flew out, attacking the crowd. Screams instantly erupted from the crowd. Boom! At this moment, a light shield protected the crowd and blocked all harm. It's Xie Qinfeng. What Xie Qinfeng awakened was an epic light power. He could not only launch light to attack enemies, but also cast a light shield to protect his teammates. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, while Lin Lung shrugged in disappointment. Yes, he had anticipated that his mythical power might cause the machine to explode, so he pulled Su Liuxue away to avoid being affected. Originally, He wanted to see a good show, but he didn't expect that Xie Qinfeng would awaken the light power, which was a mistake. After it was safe, Xie Qinfeng gradually took back his abilities. After some explanations, everyone left the school gate and began to slowly enter the school. However, Xie Qinfeng left behind Chu Moyun, Liu Yugong, Lin Lung, and Su Liuxue. Xie Qinfeng set his sights on Lin Lung and glanced up and down. Even though he had many doubts in his heart, he didn't say anything. He just told the four people about some matters about the National Superpower Bureau and asked them if they wanted to not willing to join. Chu Moyun and Liu Yugong nodded one after another. Lin Lung was about to refuse, but Su Liuxue was one step ahead of him and readily agreed. Lin Lung and I are very willing to join. Yi Lung. I haven't said anything yet, but Su Liuxue showed a very charming smile to Lin Lung. Besides, it doesn't count as officially joining the National Superpower Bureau. I have no choice but to do so. Lin Lung stopped saying anything. Just like that, the four of them entered the school gate. After entering the school gate, Lin Lung was still a little worried about Su Liuxue's promise to join the National Superpower Bureau. In this rebirth, he must change his and Su Liuxue's fate. Lin Lung and Su Liuxue were at the same table. As soon as they sat down in the class, they heard an explosive news. Due to the revival of the Earth Star's spiritual energy, the country established the National Superpower Bureau and set up branches throughout the country, which were divided into various groups. Not only that, starting from today, the school will change the physical education class to a superpower class every day and send professionals to teach everyone to awaken their superpowers. Lin Lung was dismissive of everything. He had known all this for a long time, and now that he had experienced it again, his heart was completely unmoved, and he even wanted to laugh a little. Soon, the school bell rang. The English teacher came in with textbooks, and everyone returned to their seats and started listening to the class seriously. Of course, some people listen to the lectures seriously, while others do not, such as Lin Lung. Lin Lung had no interest in listening to these boring contents, because he knew that in a year's time, foreign lands would invade the Earth in a large scale, and when the foreign enemies invaded, the country would cancel all courses and start to train talents with special abilities. Lin Lung held his chin, looked out the window boredly, and then turned his gaze to Su Liuxue. At this time, Su Liuxue didn't notice Lin Lung looking at him. Su Liuxue was sitting and listening to the class seriously, and was taking notes in the book very carefully. Seeing Su Liuxue's cute and serious expression, Lin Lung smiled with satisfaction. Su Liuxue's facial features were very delicate. Even after getting along with her for so many years, Lin Lung was still heartbroken when looking at this beautiful face in front of her. Su Liuxue's appearance can only be described in 4 words. She is as beautiful as a fish and a wild goose. She is shy of flowers when the moon is closed. She is a natural beauty, beautiful and fragrant. She is naturally beautiful. All in all, I never get tired of watching it. Lin Lung looked at the other party and then at himself now, secretly cursing himself for his stupidity in letting such a beautiful woman go to waste. Look at my right hand, it's almost calloused. Suddenly, an idea came to Lin Lung's mind. He failed to get the certificate with Su Liuxue in the last life. Why not get it earlier in this life? Maybe she could have a baby. After this idea was born in Lin Lung's mind, she got out of hand. Just do it. Lin Lung raised his head and glanced at the English teacher. At this time, the English teacher was still immersed in his own world. Only a few students in the front row were holding on in the entire classroom. The students in the back row were sleeping, putting on makeup, playing with their mobile phones, and a few young couples secretly communicated. With a small note, Lin Lung glanced at Su Liuxue, stretched out his sinful little hand, and pinched Su Liuxue's face. Su Liuxue turned her head and looked at Lin Lung. What's wrong? Lin Lung looked at Su Liuxue with a smile and said, Honey, how about we go get the certificate? Upon hearing this, Su Liuxue's face turned red. Her expression became panicked. Her eyes were blurred, and she was at a loss. Lin Lung, you are shameless? I'm only 18 years old. I don't want to be your wife. I'm still young. I'm still a child. Lin Leng said disapprovingly. What's the matter? 18 is not too young. We have lived together for many years anyway. It is only a matter of time to get the certificate. Anyway, you will be my wife sooner or later. I might as well marry you sooner. No, I'm still young. But Lin Lung had already acted like a dead pig and said shamelessly, "You're not young anymore. Didn't my mother marry my father when she was only 18 years old? And then she gave birth to me? Shit, your parents died when you were young. How did you know? Why did I just—" Lin Lung still wanted to say something, but the English teacher suddenly called Lin Lung's name, and at the same time, a piece of chalk hit Lin Lung's head accurately. I don't know if you feel this way, but it seems that all school teachers have a very common characteristic. They are particularly hypnotic in class and can throw chalk more accurately than a sniper. Lin Lung, stand up. Lin Lung was confused, stood up from his position, scratched his head. What's wrong? Teacher. Lin Lung, you said you don't listen in class, and you often skip classes. Forget it. If you don't listen in class, you can sleep. The teacher doesn't blame you. It's okay if you don't want to study, but please don't affect the classmate Su Liuxue next to you, okay? The English teacher was an old teacher who was about to retire, and she was considered conscientious in teaching. Lin Lung still admired her, but the content of the class was too boring, and 9 out of 10 people fell asleep. The English teacher met a tragic end. When foreign enemies invaded, she was disemboweled by a soldier-level ghost with its sharp claws. Now seeing the face of the English teacher again, Lin Lung had mixed feelings in his heart. Lin Lung, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Teacher, it's great that you are still alive, Lin Lung said with emotion. Upon hearing this, the English teacher became even more angry. Lin Lung, I can't live long with a student like you. Get out of here. No. Teacher, Lin Lung still wanted to explain, but the English teacher couldn't listen at all and kicked Lin Lung out of the classroom. Su Liuxue couldn't say anything about all this. After all, it was not the first time that Lin Lung was kicked out of the classroom by the teacher. Twice. Lin Lung came to the door of the classroom and glanced at Su Liuxue through the window. Su Liuxue smiled sweetly at Lin Lung through the window, and Lin Lung's worries suddenly disappeared. Outside the classroom, the sound of books was audible. In some classrooms, teachers were leading students to endorse, while others were furious in the classroom, scolding students for their failure. Lin Lung looked at this familiar school with mixed feelings. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Lung looked at the time and saw that there was still a long time before get out of class ended. At this time, Lin Lung calmed down and began to try to awaken the powers in his body. He has not forgotten the method of awakening his powers, and now he can take advantage of this opportunity to awaken his powers. Just do it. Lin Lung immediately closed his eyes and began to communicate with the power in his body. Soon, Lin Lung successfully awakened his superpower. This is quite simple. Lin Lung smiled softly. Things that were once difficult for him have now become a piece of cake. Then the next step is to absorb spiritual energy. Lin Lung took a look inside his body. At this moment, the chi field in his body had just been developed, but it was still empty. So, Lin Lung closed his eyes, relaxed his body and mind, and began to absorb the spiritual energy wholeheartedly. And not long after Lin Lung started to absorb spiritual energy, the bell rang. Jingle bell! Jingle bell! The sound of get out of class sounded, and the morning's classes were finally over. Su Liuxue also stood up from her seat and went to the cafeteria to eat, while Lin Lung followed Su Liuxue and came to her side. Lin Lung followed Su Liuxue to the cafeteria, and the two bought food together. Su Liuxue randomly found an empty seat and sat down, while Lin Lung sat down opposite Su Liuxue in a familiar manner. Seeing Su Liuxue taking small bites of the food on the plate, Lin Lung was a little intoxicated. She even looked so beautiful while eating. At this moment, Liu Yugong came to the two of them. To be precise, Su Liuxue. Liuxue, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Su Liuxue didn't look at Liu Yugong from beginning to end, and just continued to eat the food on the plate. Hey Liuxue, don't ignore me. I'm different from other men. Others are after you. Besides, what can you do by following a silly boy like Lin Lung? Me and Lin Lung being together is my business and has nothing to do with you. Su Liuxue replied calmly. No, Liuxue. Seeing that the other party was still pestering Su Liuxue, Lin Lung couldn't bear it anymore. Who are you? My Liuxue said that I'm not familiar with you. Don't you understand? Seeing that Lin Lung dared to answer, Lu Yugong became angry instantly. You still have the nerve to say it? If you hadn't used some evil method to bewitch Liuxue, how could Liuxue have fallen in love with you? You loser. Look at Liuxue, you are really blind. Boom! Lin Lung angrily punched the table, stood up, and glared at Lu Yugong. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? I'm talking about you, Lin Lung. You loser, are you worthy of being with Liuxue? Lin Lung couldn't help it anymore, and spoke of Liuxue in one mouthful. That's Lin Lung's wife, and she sounded so affectionate. She's not familiar with you at all? Okay. Although he knew that Liuxue ignored him at all, Lin Lung still couldn't bear it. After finally being reborn, how could I endure this injustice? The answer is no. The two looked at each other face to face, fiercely, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense, but at this time, Liuxue, as the main leader, stood up. That's enough, Lin Lung, let's go. After saying that, he took the plate and left. Seeing Su Liuxue leaving with the plate, the fight between the two subsided. Lin Lung immediately finished the food on the plate and followed Su Liuxue. Lu Yugong watched Lin Lung leave angrily, and the anger in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time. He could guarantee that if Su Liuxue was not present, he would definitely beat Lin Lung to the ground. What's more, in his heart, Su Liuxue should belong to him. Lin Lung, wait. On the way back, Lin Lung wanted to explain, Liuxue, actually you don't have to worry. Although I'm not a person who advocates violence, I'm not afraid of that stupid guy either. Lin Lung was about to continue talking, but Su Liuxue interrupted him. Lin Lung, I know you are angry for me, and I am very touched, but I don't want you to fight with others because of me. I want if I like someone else. I only have you in my heart. Lin Lung was stunned, not because Su Liuxue scolded him, but because even though Su Liuxue was angry, her words showed concern for him. So Lin Lung nodded. Okay, Liuxue, I promise you, but if that big guy dares to be presumptuous again, then I won't tolerate him. Okay. Su Liuxue nodded. In this way, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue returned to the classroom, and Su Liuxue returned to her seat. There was an hour-and-a-half lunch break after lunch, so Su Liuxue returned to her seat and started to rest. Lin Lung stopped talking and just sat next to Su Liuxue, looking at Su Liuxue quietly and admiring Su Liuxue's appearance. Some people in the classroom were resting quietly, some were immersed in studying, and some were secretly playing with their mobile phones and reading. But there was another person who was different. That person was the idiot, Lin Lung. Sensing Lin Lung's crazy eyes, Su Liuxue blushed and turned her head shyly, burying her face in the pile of books. Later, she felt it was not enough, so she put on her hat again. Su Liuxue was very embarrassed and didn't know what was wrong with Lin Lung. Lin Lung was not like this before. Why did she feel that Lin Lung's face suddenly became thicker? Unable to appreciate Su Liuxue's beauty, Lin Lung was disappointed. Lin Lung lay on the table boredly, spending the best time sleeping. For him, that may not be possible. Sleeping was definitely impossible, so Lin Lung had to focus on his newly awakened superpower. Then why not use this time to absorb some spiritual energy? Lin Lung took a look inside his body. At this moment, the chi field in his body had just been developed, but it was still empty. So, Lin Lung closed his eyes, relaxed his body and mind, and began to absorb the spiritual energy wholeheartedly. As time passed little by little, Lin Lung's body contained more and more spiritual energy. Jingle bell! The lunch break passed quickly, and Lin Lung opened his eyes helplessly. After only one lunch break, his energy field was already full. Only this amount of spiritual energy was stored in his body. For him, who had awakened the mythical space system, this amount of spiritual energy was far from enough. If you want to become stronger, there is only one way: breakthrough. After the breakthrough, the size of the spiritual field will also increase, turning into a spiritual pool or even a spiritual sea. That's right, awakened people are also divided into strong and weak ones. In addition to awakened powers, the strength of awakened people is also divided into several levels A, B, C, D. Above a level, there are S-level, SS-level awakened people, and the legendary SSS-level awakened people. As of now, Lin Lung is only an E-level awakener. If he wants to become stronger, there is no other way besides absorbing spiritual energy and strengthening his cultivation. Wrong. Lin Lung suddenly thought of another thing. He has a system. What he has is a luxurious store system that no one else has. There is nothing in the store that you can't think of, and there is nothing you can't buy. So Lin Lung hurriedly opened the system store page, and sure enough, there happened to be Ling Hai for sale in the store. It's just that the luxury store is too luxurious. It seems that only high-end things like Ling Hai are sold in the store, and low-level things like Ling Shi are not sold at all. And even for something as rare as the Ling Hai, it only requires one mall purchase point. It's worth it. Lin Lung, who was penniless, opened the system task panel. If he wanted to obtain shopping mall purchase points, he could only obtain purchase points by completing tasks. As soon as I clicked on it, a system random task popped up. Lin Lung took a look, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his lips. This task is really... Soon, the first class in the afternoon began. Originally, the first class was a physical education class, but now, unlike in the past, the physical education class was changed to a class on the awakening of superpowers, and the person who taught them the class on superpowers was actually Xie Feng. A school has produced 2 kings and 1 legend. Both his superiors and Xie Feng attach great importance to them, and there is another reason why he comes to class in person. After Xie Feng returned to the branch of the National Superpower Bureau in City H, he reported all the matters to the branch director. After hearing about these matters, the branch director also paid great attention to them. Especially when the branch director heard about Lin Lung's machine explosion, he was even more curious about Yi Lung's talent. However, he seemed to see Lin Lung's rejection of the National Superpower Bureau, so he asked Xie Feng to investigate secretly. If it's below the king level, it's okay. If it reaches the king level, their country's Supernatural Powers Bureau must win over talents of this level. So Xie Feng's target this time was always the 4 of them. After a series of instructions from Xie Feng, all the students stood in line and began to follow Xie Feng's instructions to realize their own abilities. Take a deep breath, relax, open your mind, close your eyes, and try to look inside your body to communicate with the power deep in your heart. Lin Lung dismissed this. These are all old tricks, and he has become very familiar with them. Lin Lung had already awakened a long time ago. While other students were still awakening, Lin Lung had already begun to absorb spiritual energy and practice with ease. Awakened people like them will be considered E-level awakened people after awakening, and their strength will gradually increase with fighting and training in the future. The simplest way to improve your strength is to absorb spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual power in the body. The space power that Lin Lung awakened is different from others. Once used, this kind of power requires a huge amount of spiritual power. According to Lin Lung's estimation, all the spiritual power in his body was just enough for him to use a space jump skill. When Lin Lung began to absorb spiritual energy, other students were still trying to awaken the powers in their bodies. After most of the class, Su Liuxue's talent was indeed outstanding, and she was the first to awaken her powers, followed closely by Chu Moyun and Lu Yugong. After that, more and more students began to awaken their powers. Everyone was surprised by the new power in their bodies and danced excitedly. Everyone was excited about awakening their powers, and even when they started to show off their abilities, Lin Leng closed his eyes and remained motionless. At this time, everyone thought that Lin Lung was too stupid and had not yet awakened the supernatural powers in his body. Little did they know that Lin Lung had already begun to absorb spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, Lu Gongyu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he came straight to Lin Lung's side and taunted, "Hey, isn't this Lin Lung? What? Haven't you awakened your powers yet? You are too stupid. Do you want me to teach you?" Seeing Lu Gongyu insulting her, Su Liuxue was the first to be unhappy. "Lu Gongyu, don't disturb Lin Lung. But no matter what Su Liuxue said, Lu Yugong still kept disturbing Lin Lung from the sidelines, unaware that Lin Lung had already awakened. A playful smile appeared on Lin Lung's lips. He didn't go to find Lu Yugong, but he didn't expect him to come to his door. That's right, the random task assigned to Lin Lung by the system was to beat up Lu Yugong and reward him with 1 shopping mall purchase point. As the saying goes, there is a way to heaven if you don't take it, but there is no door to hell if you break in. Looking at Lu Yugong in front of him, Lin Lung's eyes lit up. This was the reward delivered to his door. When Lin Lung heard this, instead of being angry, he looked at Lu Yugong with disdain. Hey, are you trying to hit me? Come on, I don't have to take a little b asterisk asterisk ch like you seriously. I'm not bragging about a guy like you. I can hit 10 with 1 hand. You! Lu Yugong was a little angry. Lin Lung looked at Lu Gongyu in front of him indifferently. What? Don't you want to be beaten? Come on! Lin Lung spoke loudly, and many people heard it and were attracted. Even Xie Qinfei's eyes were attracted. He quickly saw the situation clearly, but did not stop him. He also wanted to use this opportunity a chance to see Lin Lung's strength. Seeing Lin Lung attracting many classmates, Chu Moyin was also holding his chest in the crowd and looking at him with disdain, while Su Liuxue looked over with worry. Of all the people, she knew Lin Lung's strength very well. Although Lin Lung was 1.84 meters tall, he was not tall enough in front of Lu Yugong. She was worried that Lin Lung would be injured by Lu Yugong just to succeed, but she couldn't. He took action to stop him and stood aside very worried. Driven by his pride, not to mention that his goddess was also present, Lu Yugong couldn't bear it anymore, rushed in front of Lin Lung and punched Lin Lung. What Lu Gongyu awakened was the power of the King of Power. Even if he had just awakened, his power was far beyond that of ordinary people. The fist hit Lin Lung, and the force was so great that it set off a gust of wind, whizzing past Lin Lung's ears. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung was not afraid at all, but shook his head disdainfully. Too weak. Although he will not be strong in the future, he is different now. He does not pay attention to Lu Yugong's low-level moves at all. Lin Lung just turned sideways slightly to avoid Lu Yugong's seemingly fatal punch, then grabbed Lu Yugong's arm, threw Lu Yugong into the air with a sudden force, and then kicked Lu Yugong on the butt. Kicked Lu Yugong away. Boom! Lu Yugong's huge body fell to the ground, making a big hole in the ground. At this moment, everyone was stunned, but Xie Qinfeng was the most shocked. Although he didn't know Lin Lung's awakened superpower, he was still very clear about Lu Yugong's abilities. What Lu Yugong awakened was a king-level superpower with power far beyond that of ordinary people. What's more, Lu Yugong has awakened the supernatural power in his body and has completely become an E-level awakener, and his strength cannot be underestimated. But just such a person was easily defeated by Lin Lung. At this time, Xie Qinfeng's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Lung. His eyes looked at Lin Lung with a hint of approval. He almost believed that Lin Lung had definitely awakened, and he might also be a king-level awakener, or even its epic. After a while, Lu Yugong got up from the ground in embarrassment. Although Lu Yugong had just awakened the power of the King of Power, he had never practiced and had no martial arts skills. Suddenly, he did a handstand backflip and landed on his face. You can imagine what happened. Immediately, Yilin looked at Lu Yugong playfully and said, "Just step on the horse, you little brat. Call me Lu Yugong." As soon as Lin Lung said these words, everyone in the playground fell silent. Even Xie Qinfeng was shocked and speechless. Is this kid too crazy? The most shocking of all was Su Liuxue. She looked at Lin Lung blankly. Is this still the Lin Lung she knew who allowed others to bully her? At this moment, Su Liuxue felt that Lin Lung had become very strange. Lu Yugong stood up from the ground tremblingly, his head still a little dazed. What just happened? How did he fly out? Do you see clearly? Anyway, he didn't see it clearly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and obtaining 1 shopping mall purchase point. At this time, the system's voice rang in Lin Lung's mind. Lin Lung completed the system's random tasks with satisfaction, and then purchased a Chi Hai without any hesitation. The next second, The chi field in his body instantly shattered and was replaced by a very huge chi sea, hovering in Lin Lung's mud palace cave. Ah! At this moment, Lin Lung felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. And this sound was also heard by everyone on the playground, and they were stunned for a while. This guy is so cool, many people said with disdain. Lu Yu just got up from the ground and suddenly heard Lin Lung's groan. He subconsciously thought that the other party was insulting him and angrily rushed towards Lin Lung, cursing in his mouth. Chow Nima, you what a crazy little brat. Lin Lung was a little surprised to see Lu Yugong rushing towards him. How dare he come? As expected, Lu Yugong was once again thrown over the shoulder by Lin Lung. However, after being kicked away by Lin Lung, Lu Yugong stood up from the ground again, rushed towards Lin Lung, and was kicked away again. Just like this, after several repetitions, Lu Yugong finally stopped, and Lin Lung was panting from exhaustion. Kicking people is a laborious job. Lu Yugong looked at Lin Lung's expression with some confusion. Lin Lung seemed to be no longer the cowardly, stupid boy who allowed others to bully him. When did this boy become so awesome? Just when Lu Yu was about to move forward, Xie Chenfeng stopped him. Xie Chenfeng had a spring-like smile on his face and looked at Lin Lung lightly. Can I ask, what kind of superpower did you awaken? Lin Lung smiled back. Forget it. I'm afraid I'll scare you into fainting if I tell you. Hearing Lin Lung's words, Xie Chenfeng couldn't help but laugh, and the others also laughed out loud, really taking themselves seriously. Don't worry, I won't be frightened. Just tell me. However, Lin Lung still waved his hand. Forget it. Lin Lung, I order you in the name of your boss. Tell me, what kind of power have you awakened? You are not my boss, and I am not your subordinate. We are just colleagues. After saying that, Lin Lung was about to leave, but at this time, Lin Lung suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from behind. Lin Lung's eyes narrowed, and he dodged with a beautiful backflip, and a big hole was blown out of where Lin Lung was just now. And it was Xie Chenfeng who made the move. Lin Lung turned around and looked at Xie Chenfeng coldly. Xie Chenfeng, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill me? Xie Chenfeng showed a harmless smile. No, I'm just testing you. Besides, you're my team member, and I am your team leader. How can you call your team leader by his first name? Teach, Lin Lung said disdainfully. Xie Chenfeng looked at Lin Lung and said, how about we practice? Just practice. No one is afraid of whom. Let me tell you, Lin Lung really didn't know the heights of the world, and he actually dared to attack a B-level epic awakener like Xie Chenfeng. Fortunately, Xie Chenfeng didn't really want to attack Lin Lung. He just wanted to explore Lin Lung's background. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lung rushed towards Xie Chenfeng with lightning speed and hit Xie Chenfeng with a heavy punch. Seeing this scene, Xie Chenfeng, like Lin Lung just now, sighed and shook his head. Young man, you are still too young. Being too impatient is not a good thing. Immediately afterwards, Xie Chenfeng's eyes narrowed. He imitated Lin Lung's movements, grabbed Lin Lung's arm, and threw Lin Lung out. Not good. Lin Lung said something was wrong. He was so anxious just now that he almost forgot that Xie Chenfeng was not an ordinary awakened person. Fortunately, Lin Lung was not a vegetarian. He cleverly adjusted his body in the air and landed perfectly, but his eyes looked at Xie Chenfeng full of fear. Although Xie Chenfeng looks harmless to humans and animals, I didn't expect him to be so strong. With his strength, he is completely comparable to a general-level ghost. The levels of ghosts are divided into emperors, kings, generals, and soldiers. The so-called human-level ghosts, as the name suggests, the strength of this level of ghosts is slightly greater than that of ordinary people and can be considered comparable to E-level awakened people. Lin Lung looked at Xie Chenfeng in front of him with fear. This guy was really too strong. Seeing that Lin Lung didn't take action, Xie Chenfeng smiled and said, "What? Are you tired?" Then his voice changed. "If you are tired, it will be my turn to take action." The next second, Xie Chenfeng's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Lin Lung, many times faster than Lin Lung. "Quick shadow, phantom light!" Xie Chenfeng shouted loudly, and dozens of lightsabers suddenly appeared out of thin air around him. Following Xie Qinfeng's order, all the lightsabers stabbed Lin Lung. Damn it, you don't have martial ethics. Lin Lung cursed angrily. There were so many lightsabers that it was impossible to dodge. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely turn into a hedgehog. Xie Qinfeng, an old dog, is really ruthless. Boom! With a loud noise, Lin Lung's location exploded. But after the dust dispersed, Lin Lung's figure did not appear. Just when everyone was confused, Lin Lung's curse came from behind Xie Qinfeng. You old dog, you really want to kill me? At this moment, Lin Lung's curse came from behind Xie Qinfeng. You old dog, you really want to kill me? I'm a member of your team. That's right, at the critical moment just now, Lin Lung used space to jump, shuttled through space at once, and jumped behind Xie Qinfeng. Otherwise Lin Lung would have been a hedgehog. Seeing this scene, everyone became even more confused. Even Lu Yugong was very puzzled, but Su Liuxue's eyes narrowed, as if she had thought of something. Xie Qinfeng turned around and smiled softly. Didn't you say that you are not my team member, and I am not your team leader? We are just colleagues. Hearing this, Lin Lung became even more angry. 10,000 Chao Nima rushed through his heart, and he cursed angrily. If ed your grandma, so you can't kill her. Unexpectedly, Xie Qinfeng shrugged. How can I test your strength without using a deadly attack? In this regard, Lin Lung just wanted to say, whether you want to be a dog, you still have to look at Xie Qinfeng. A dog is not as pure as you. However, Xie Qinfeng showed a very confused expression and asked, honestly, how did you get behind me just now? Why didn't I see it? Did you awaken the speed system? That's right, Xie Qinfeng did not notice Lin Lung's movements just now, and he didn't even know how Lin Lung avoided it. In Xie Qinfeng's eyes, only the speed of a speed awakener like Lin Lung, an E-level awakener, could make him unable to aware. After listening to Xie Qinfeng's words, Lin Lung curled his lips disdainfully. Haha, speed system? The speed system is only at the epic level, but what he awakened is the mythical level. The two are not on the same level at all, right? Seeing that the other party didn't answer, Xie Qinfeng became more sure of Lin Lung's awakened speed system, and his attitude changed instantly. Ahem, Brother Lin, I didn't mean it just now. Don't be angry with me, the old team leader. Impossible. That's not possible. Brother Lin, tell me what you want me to do so that you won't be angry. Just say it. If I thank Qinfeng and say no, I will take your surname. Lin Lung smiled playfully. Okay, then you kneel down and sing Conquer to me. So, this afternoon, a very funny scene occurred in number 1 middle school of H City. The dignified leader of the Special Operations Team of the H City Supernatural Powers Bureau actually knelt down in front of an 18-year-old boy and sang Conquer. I was conquered by you like this, cut off all escape routes. I have to say that although Xie Qinfeng looks good, he is really terrible when he sings. Xie Qinfeng's duck voice instantly made everyone present cover their ears. Xie Qinfeng's singing voice is really unbearable. But Xie Qinfeng still sang with a face full of intoxication. He looked like he was enjoying himself. Good guy. A punishment was suddenly turned into a reward for him. In the end, Lin Lung couldn't stand it anymore and had to stop Xie Qinfeng, but Xie Qinfeng still looked confused and said, Brother Lin, are you calming down? If not, I will continue singing. Just like this. Seeing that the other party was about to show off his singing voice again, Lin Lung immediately stopped him and said, Stop, stop, stop. I'm calming down. Why not calm down? I'm afraid of you. Hey, let me just say, our little brother Lin is not that kind of narrow-minded person. Seeing Xie Qinfeng's flattering look on his face, Lin Lung felt so sick that he almost vomited out his lunch. Is this the face of the leader of the Special Operations Team of the National Abilities Bureau? After some interludes, the Superpower class finally ended. Xie Qinfeng took leave directly for Lin Lung and Su Liuxue and personally drove several people to the National Superpower Bureau branch in H City. Standing at the door of the National Superpower Bureau, Lin Lung had only one word to describe it in his heart. Style. The National Superpower Bureau occupies a very large area, about the size of a stadium in the Magic City, and the decoration inside is also very grand. It is surrounded by huge pillars painted with silver paint. In addition, There are rockeries, swimming pools, training grounds, arenas, etc. in the Bureau. Lin Lung has not yet entered the National Superpower Bureau, and his eyes are looking around from time to time, as are Liu Yugong and Chu Moyin. Chu Moyin was a little better. After all, he came from a wealthy family and had seen the world, but the magnificence of the National Superpower Bureau still exceeded his imagination. Su Liuxue had no expression on her face from beginning to end, just like a robot, silently following Lin Lung. Then, the four of them, led by Xie Chenfeng, went to the office of the director of the H-City Superpower Bureau and met Zhao Tianyin, the director of the H-City Superpower Bureau. Zhao Tianyin's character is just like his name. He is vigorous and resolute in his actions and has a hot temper. When several people entered, Director Zhao was still on the phone and scolding the other end. He stopped when several people came in and hung up on the other party. Xie Chenfeng introduced the four of them. This is Director Zhao. Then he saluted Zhao Tianyin and said, Director, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue have been brought here. Zhao Tianyin nodded and told Xie Chenfeng, Okay, Xiao Xie, please go out first. I'll just talk to them next. Yes. Xie Chenfeng turned around and left the director's office. Before leaving, he winked at the four people, telling them to speak with caution. After Xie Chenfeng left, Zhao Tianyin immediately warmly invited several people to sit down and greeted warmly. How was it? Did Xiao Xie tell you about the Supernatural Bureau? How is the illusion here? Are you satisfied? Well, it's all okay. The four of them nodded. Well, in this case, there are some things that I have to tell you in advance. Under Zhao Tianyin's narration, everyone understood one thing, and Lin Lung also learned something that he knew but didn't understand clearly. It turns out that there is an elder in the general office of the National Superpower Bureau in the Demon City. That elder is a legendary awakener, and what he has awakened is the calculation technique that can predict the future. The elder predicted that the revival of the Earth star's spiritual energy would not be a good thing, but would instead bring huge disasters to the planet. The elder predicted that 1 year from now, there will be a large number of foreign terrorist forces invading. At that time, the Earth will be plunged into war, and there will no longer be a place where no human beings can survive. After hearing the news, the country urgently established the National Superpower Bureau and set up branches in various cities to recruit talented people from the private sector. This is not just about cultivating talents. In the future, they will be the first to be invaded by foreign enemies. Fight on the battlefield and resist foreign enemies. And Lin Lung and the others were not the first batch. Before Lin Lung, they had already secretly cultivated several batches of awakened people. After explaining everything, Zhao Tianyin calmly sat down in his seat, looked at the people and said, I've finished talking. You decide whether to go or stay. If you don't want to, I won't force you to stay. If you want, I will. I'm happy to, but the ugly thing is ahead. If you join the National Superpower Bureau, your life will no longer be your own. After Zhao Tianyin finished speaking, he stopped talking, and the four of them fell silent. They really didn't know about this level. Lin Leng knew a little bit about it, but Liu Yugong and the other three were completely unaware, and they suddenly began to hesitate. Lin Lung was also hesitant. In his previous life, he did not join the National Superpower Bureau. In this life, he was given a chance, but he was a little hesitant. Do you think Lin Lung is willing? He definitely doesn't want to. His original intention is to strengthen himself and protect his family. In other words, who is willing to abandon his loved ones and go out to work hard, who is not afraid of death. But having said that, when foreign lands invade, who can protect themselves in troubled times. While several people were hesitant, Su Liuxue stood up first and wrote her name on the agreement. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianyin was a little surprised, and soon he looked at Su Liuxue with admiration in his eyes. Lin Lung and others were also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Su Liuxue agreed without even thinking. Is she really not afraid of anything? Although Lin Lung knew that Su Liuxue would definitely join. After all, she had joined the Superpower Bureau in her previous life, and this time would be no exception. However, Lin Lung was a little surprised that Su Liuxue agreed without even thinking. Looking at Su Liuxue, who was still expressionless and cold at this moment, Lin Lung suddenly felt that he didn't understand Su Liuxue at all. What happened to Su Liuxue? After thinking hard to no avail, Lin Lung no longer hesitated and stood up for the second time to sign. After Lin Lung signed, Lu Yugong refused to admit defeat and signed the third one. Then, Chu Moyin hesitated for a moment and signed anyway. A group of 4 people all joined the National Superpower Bureau. From then on, the 4 people officially became members of the National Superpower Bureau. Okay. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Zhao Tianyin said 3 good words in a row. It can be seen how happy Zhao Tianyin is. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Lung and others left the director's office. As soon as they left the director's office, Lin Lung and others saw Xie Qinfeng waiting outside the door. Seeing a few people coming out, Xie Qinfeng asked, "How's it going? Have you joined?" "Ah, as you wish. All 4 of us have joined." Lin Lung replied, Okay. You'll be my team members from now on. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly," Xie Qinfeng said happily. After a while, a group of 4 people left the National Superpower Bureau. They will make another trip tomorrow. They will go back to communicate with their families today and officially report tomorrow. So, the 4 of them went their separate ways. Watching the people leaving, Lin Lung felt a little helpless. There were all weirdos in his group, such as Xie Qinfeng, the charlatan team leader, Su Liuxue, the heartless empress, Lu Yugong, the irritable man, and Chu Moyun, the spoiled and spoiled one. It's so difficult. Lin Lung stroked his forehead, and then he and Su Liuxue walked home together. On the way, Lin Lung asked, "Honey, are you hiding something from me?" I thought Su Liuxue would be shy, but Su Liuxue showed no expression and just replied lightly, "Aren't you hiding it from me too?" Seeing Su Liuxue's frown, Lin Lung knew that Su Liuxue had something on her mind. So Lin Lung said, "Honey, I have hidden some things from you, but I will tell you these things in the future. If I can, I would like to tell you now, but the time has not come. Can you believe me?" Seeing Lin Lung's serious expression, Su Liuxue nodded. "Okay, I believe you." Seeing Su Liuxue's answer, Lin Lung continued, "Then tell me, what is on your mind, and why do you want to join the National Superpower Bureau?" "Why?" After sighing, Su Liuxue told everything, and Lin Lung also learned something that he didn't know in his previous life. It turns out that Su Liuxue's father was a member of the National Ability Bureau and an epic awakener, and so was her mother. But at that time, the spiritual energy had just recovered, and her father hid his identity and lost contact with her mother while conducting a secret mission. That's why Su Liuxue joined the National Superpower Bureau without hesitation. She wanted to find out the truth of the matter and find the traces of her parents. She believed that her parents were definitely not dead. After hearing everything, Lin Lung suddenly realized that Su Liuxue had such a past that he had never known about before. Under the setting sun, Lin Lung held Su Liuxue's delicate body in his arms and comforted her softly. "Okay, wife, no matter what you want to do, I will stay with you." After the 2 cuddled for a while, they continued walking home. Lin Lung and Su Liuxue entered an alley, and at this moment, 3 gangsters holding cigarettes suddenly appeared in front of them, and the middle one was holding a bag in his hand. Lin Lung knew from a distance that the other party was evil. At this time, a system task suddenly popped up on the system panel. "Congratulations to the host for unlocking the system's random mission, defeating the gangster, and being rewarded with 1 shopping mall purchase point." Trench. Lin Lung's eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing in the world? Even if there is no system reward, he will take action. Now that the system has taken action, he has to take action even more. Su Liuxue lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking, but she walked very close to the side. After several gangsters winked at each other, the gangster in the middle who was holding the bag deliberately bumped Su Liuxue with his hand and squeezed. Then the bag in his hand fell to the ground. At this time, the other 2 gangsters pretended to be panicked, and the gangster in the middle shouted loudly, "Hey, why don't you look at the road when you are walking? You knocked my computer off. It must be broken now. I don't care. I want you to compensate." The other 2 gangsters also echoed, "That's right, lose money, lose money." Seeing this scene, Su Liuxue did not show any fear in her eyes, but said indifferently, "I do not have money." "No money? If you don't have money, you can't just forget about it today, said the leading gangster. At this time, the other two gangsters also took advantage of the situation and said, "That's right, you can't let it go just because you say you have no money. This computer costs several thousand yuan. Can you afford to pay for it? Then what do you want?" Su Liuxue said coldly. "How about it? Since you have no money, then you can use other things to compensate. As long as you compensate our brother for sleeping 3 nights and 1 night, we don't have to compensate you," one of the gangsters said. After saying that, they looked at each other and smiled, looking at Su Liuxue's proud figure with a lewd expression. "You're breaking the law. Aren't you afraid that I will call the police?" Su Liuxue threatened. "Call the police? Ha ha, call the police. Do you know who my eldest brother is?" A gangster pointed at the leading gangster. "Humph, my eldest brother is the son of the director of our city's public security bureau. You argue with him about the law and you still call the police? Let me tell you, if you obey us honestly today, we can still let you go, otherwise—" Before the little gangster finished speaking, Lin Lung interrupted him. K, your mother is the son of the director of the public security bureau. Very cool. Do you dare to make any comparisons with me? However, before Lin Lung finished speaking, Su Liuxue pulled Lin Lung and ran desperately out of the alley. Although Su Liuxue has awakened an extremely rare legendary swordsmanship talent, she does not have a sword in her hand, and she cannot use the hand blade with her current strength. Su Liuxue's current strength is not worth mentioning at all. "Liuxue, we don't have to run. I can—" "Okay, stop talking now, let's run." "No, I don't have to be afraid of them. You forgot that I defeated Lu Yugong," Lin Lung said confidently. "Okay, stop talking. I know you are powerful, but there are 3 people on the other side, and I can't help you, so we'd better run." "Yi Lung, can't you just trust him for once?" This is all because he was too weak before. Finally, the 2 of them ran to the entrance of an alley. There was no road in front of them, and the 3 gangsters followed closely. Seeing this scene, a look of despair appeared on Su Liuxue's pretty face, while Lin Lung gasped, K, I finally don't have to run anymore, my legs are almost broken. The 3 gangsters caught up with Lin Lung and the 2 of them, still out of breath as they spoke. "Damn it, you 2 should keep running. You are mine, little girl. You can't run away." Then, the leading gangster pointed at Lin Lung and cursed. "You little brat dared to ruin my brother's good deeds. Brothers, K him." After saying that, the other 2 gangsters rushed towards Lin Lung. Seeing this scene, Su Liuxue shouted anxiously, "Lin Lung, please leave me alone and leave quickly." "Walk." Lin Lung was a little surprised. How could he leave her and run away? But fortunately Su Liuxue was still worried about him at this time. Lin Lung was still very touched. Lin Lung turned around and gave Su Liuxue a reassuring expression and said, "Liuxue, don't worry, I will definitely protect you." Su Liuxue was slightly stunned. At this moment, she actually felt that Lin Lung's image was a bit tall. It seemed that he was no longer the cowardly Lin Lung, who only hid behind her. The 2 gangsters rushed in front of Lin Lung, surrounded him from left to right, and swung their fists at Lin Lung. Lin Lung smiled disdainfully. Compared with Lu Yugong, they were still far behind. Space jump! The next second, Lin Lung disappeared strangely and appeared behind one of them. But the 2 of them did not react. They could not take back the fist they threw out, and they both hit each other in the face. Boom! Each of the 2 received a punch from the other, and one of them even had a front tooth knocked out. It seemed that the 2 of them had practiced. Before the 2 of them could react, Lin Lung kicked one of them hard on the butt. The man didn't react and jumped directly on the other gangster, and they both fell to the ground. "Hey, who is this? Why are you lying on the ground? Are you trying to get into trouble? Didn't you say you want to teach me a lesson?" "TSK, tut. Lin mocked coldly. K. "Wait for me, you little b***. D. After saying that, the 2 of them stood up and started to kill Lin Lung, but Lin Lung used the space to jump and violently beat them. Su Liuxue looked at Lin Lung from the side. Lin Lung was confronting the 2 gangsters and taunting each other from time to time, which made the other person's face turn red with anger. For a moment, Su Liuxue realized that Lin Lung was pretty good like this. Although he was mean, he was also a bit cute. Yes, so cute. After a while, both of them were knocked to the ground by Lin Lung. The two of them were beaten by Lin Lung until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. They were peeing and begging for mercy. No fight, no fight. Young hero, spare your life. Young hero, spare your life. Hey, why don't you fight? Didn't you just arrogantly say that you want to teach me a lesson? Lin Lung mocked. I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore. At this moment, a figure slowly came up behind Lin Lung, picked up a stick and threw it at Lin Lung. Su Liuxue hurriedly shouted, Lin Lung, be careful. Hearing Su Liuxue's cry, Lin Lung realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. By the time he reacted, the stick had already hit Lin Lung's head firmly. Hold! Lin Lung cursed angrily, turned around, grabbed the stick from the leading gangster, and kicked him away. However, after receiving the stick, he felt dizzy and his body began to shake. Seeing this, the other two gangsters quickly kicked Lin Lung down and punched and kicked Lin Lung's body. Lin Lung! Lin Lung! Su Liuxue exclaimed, while the three gangsters punched and kicked Lin Lung, cursing while beating. Chow Nima, aren't you a crazy little brat? F***K. You two idiots, stop fighting. At this time, Lin Lung screamed and kept yelling at the two of them, but the two didn't bite at all and continued to punch and kick Lin Lung, venting their anger. Lin Lung! Su Liuxue felt very distressed when she saw this scene. Just as she was about to step forward, an arm suddenly rested on her shoulder. Su Liuxue was so frightened that she turned around suddenly, only to be surprised to find Lin Lung standing behind her, covering her bleeding head. Lin Lung? What's wrong? Lin Lung replied casually. He really made a mistake this time. Unexpectedly, he was unexpectedly attacked by the leading gangster and received a sap blow in vain. This is really careless and loses Jingzhou. But Lin Lung was not at a loss. If he hadn't used space transformation to switch places between him and the leading gangster during the crisis, he would have been the one lying on the ground. Only then did Lin Lung understand why the space system was called the mythical level. It turned out to be so awesome when used well. Those two gangsters haven't noticed it yet, so it's the other party's fault. If you want to blame him, just blame him for finding a bunch of pig teammates. After listening to Lin Lung's story, Su Liuxue suddenly realized it and said with a sweet smile, Ah, you are so bad. Lin Lung replied with a smile, Men are not bad, but women don't love them. Hey, where did you learn this? I am not talented. I am self-taught. Haha. After some teasing, the two of them left secretly, but the two gangsters didn't notice at all, either because they were annoyed by Lin Lung or something. One position change almost drained Lin Lung's spiritual energy from his body. It seemed that although Ling Hai was good, he still couldn't do it without improving his own strength. Lin Lung decided that after returning this time, he must practice hard and strengthen himself. The last word is fists. On the way back, Su Liuxue asked, Lin Lung, why do I feel like you suddenly changed into a different person? You were not like this before. After hearing this, Lin Lung smiled and asked, Then what should I be like? Su Liuxue thought for a while and then replied, Well, you used to hide behind me anyway, and I helped you solve everything you encountered. Oh, really? Lin asked with a cold smile. Yeah. Su Liuxue nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and then continued, But I think you are much better now. You always made me angry before. Lin Lung couldn't help but smile. Then, Su Liuxue seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly looked at Lin Lung and asked, Lin Lung, what kind of power have you awakened? Space powers. Space power? What level is that? Mythical level. Lin Lung replied casually. Wow, so awesome. Xie Qinfeng thought you had speed powers. Why didn't you tell him? Don't tell him. Ah, how bad are you? Su Liuxue then asked worriedly. I heard from those two people that the leader is the son of the director of the Public Security Bureau. Will we? TCH. What are you afraid of? He thinks his father is Li Gang. Lin Lung said disdainfully. The two gangsters knelt in front of the leading gangster. At this time, the leading gangster had been beaten until his face was bruised and swollen. Boss, we really didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, we clearly saw it was that kid, why? The two men trembled and knelt in front of the leading gangster, eager to explain. They knew full well what terrible consequences would be if they angered the person in front of them. The leading gangster is named Li Chong. His father, Li Gang, is the director of the H-City Public Security Bureau. Relying on his father's connections, Li Chong does all kinds of evil, but no one dares to offend him. This novel is purely funny. Please do not take it seriously. Many people have been bullied by Li Chong to some extent, but they broke their teeth and swallowed it in their stomachs. No one could do anything to him, who told his father to be Li Gang. However, this time Li Chong was in trouble when he met Lin Lung, who had just been reborn and was fearless. Li Chong covered his swollen face and said with a sinister expression, "I have never suffered such a big loss since I was a child. Lin Lung, just wait for me." At this time, Lin Lung didn't know that he was about to be in disaster. He chatted and laughed with Su Liuxue all the way back home. As soon as he got home, Lin Lung did a standard "Gu lie" on the sofa. "Oh, so cool." Su Liuxue looked at Lin Lung with slight disgust and said disdainfully, "Lin Lung, can you please stop making such a sound?" Lin Lung shrugged and pretended to be innocent. "What's wrong? What sound did I make?" Seeing Lin Lung's expression, Su Liuxue felt helpless. Although Lin Lung became more responsible than before, he was also thicker-skinned. "Okay, you go wash the dishes in the refrigerator and I'll cook." After saying that, he put on a plain apron and turned around and entered the kitchen. "Okay," Lin Lung responded. Lin Lung opened the refrigerator. There were only a few things neatly placed in the huge refrigerator, including a few eggs, a few cucumbers, and some vegetables. Lin Lung's nose felt a little sore, and memories of his past life came to Lin Lung's mind again. Lin Lung's parents and Su Liuxue's parents were old acquaintances. The two families lived very close to each other and had a very good relationship. Lin Lung and Su Liuxue also grew up together and were considered childhood sweethearts. But later, something happened to Lin Lung's family. Lin Lung's parents died for no reason. Lin Lung could not remember the specific incident. "I only remember that Su Liuxue's parents ran into the house anxiously. Su Liuxue's father had a serious face, while Su Liuxue's mother had tears in her face. At that time, Lin Lung, who was only 2 years old, was told by Su Liuxue's father that his parents had passed away. Lin Lung was only 2 years old and didn't know the concept of life and death. But he also knew that from now on he would never see the parents who loved him and doted on him again. Lin Lung cried loudly and hysterically, and finally fell into a deep sleep. Because of Lin Lung's parents, Su Liuxue's parents adopted Lin Lung, took care of Lin Lung and Su Liuxue together, and raised Lin Lung as their biological son. It turned out that over time, the pain caused by the death of his parents was buried forever in Lin Lung's heart. Lin Lung had already regarded Su Liuxue's home as his own home. However, God seemed to torture him on purpose. One day, a few years later, Su Liuxue's parents passed away for no reason, bringing a fatal disaster to this already not very beautiful family. Since then, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue have been dependent on each other, and over time, the two have legitimately become lovers. Relying on the money left by Su Liuxue's parents, the two of them could barely survive, but life was still very difficult. Fortunately, Su Liuxue was very sensible and never spent money arbitrarily. Not only did she not blame Lin Lung, but she also treated Lin Lung. "He takes great care of me." Now that he recalled that time again, Lin Lung's nose couldn't help but feel sore, and for a while, Lin Lung's eyes became moist without realizing it. Just when Lin Lung was stunned, Su Liuxue's voice came from the kitchen. "Lin Lung, I asked you to wash the dishes. Why does it take so long?" Su Liuxue's voice instantly brought Lin Lung back to reality. Lin Lung hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, calmed down, quickly took out the vegetables from the refrigerator, and replied, "Here it comes." Lin Lung came to the kitchen with the dishes. Su Liuxue did not look back. She continued what she was doing and said, "Just wash the dishes and put them there. Then go out and wait." Looking at Su Liuxue's busy back, Lin Lung was a little touched. How could he, Lin Leng, be worthy of Su Liuxue? After carefully washing the dishes, Lin Lung carefully put the dishes behind him and then hugged Su Liuxue from behind. Sensing Lin Lung's movements, Su Liuxue's movements suddenly stopped, and her pretty face instantly turned red, with the blush spreading directly from her cheeks to her ears. "What are you doing, wife? Having you is the greatest luck in my life, Lin Lung. You guy." The next day, Lin Lung woke up from bed with a big red and swollen nose. Opening the door, Su Liuxue had already prepared breakfast, which was still vegetable porridge. "Woke up? Is your nose feeling better?" "Better." Lin Lung sat across from Su Liuxue angrily. When he talked about his swollen nose, Lin Lung was not afraid of the reader's jokes. Originally, Lin Lung planned to sleep in the same room as Su Liuxue. Anyway, they would live together in the future, and it would be almost the same in the morning and in the evening. However, when Lin Lung told Su Liuxue about his idea, Su Liuxue sternly rejected it because she was still young. Of course, Lin Lung refused to comply. Why is 18 so young? As the saying goes, a woman is like a flower when she is 18 years old, but a man is like a housewife when he is 18 years old. Now that he, Lin Lung, is in charge, why is Su Liuxue so small when he coughs? Looking around, don't many young people now have children at a young age and become parents? However, no matter what Lin Lung said, Su Liuxue just refused to listen. Lin Lung argued hard, but Su Liuxue remained unmoved. In the end, out of shame and anger, she accidentally punched Lin Lung in the nose. This is what we saw. Lin Lung touched his red and swollen nose and said resentfully, "It's too harsh." Su Liuxue disagreed, raised her chin at Lin Lung, and waved her fist. "If you dare to have such bad thoughts again, see how I punish you." To this, Lin Lung's answer was, "I was wrong, I'll do it again next time." Suddenly, an evil idea came into Lin Lung's mind. Lin Lung opened a system store. In the novel, there are many elixirs from the Hahuan sect that can maximize human happiness. I wonder if the system store has them. After searching row after row, Lin Lung actually found it in the system store. And there are many types, including ones for humans, animals, and girls and boys. Cough, 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 cough. It's simply unsightly. No, it's simply a dazzling array of items. After reading it, Lin Lung called the system store awesome. It's true that only you can't think of it and you can't buy it. You can really buy everything in this system store. Look at the price again. It's actually worth 6 mall purchase points. It's a bit more expensive than mythical powers. Lin Lung was a little puzzled and went to the system angrily, asking the system to give him a reasonable explanation. In this regard, the explanation given by the system is that this object is related to the maximization of human happiness, and even more related to the happiness of Lin Lung's lower body. The value determines the price, so the protest is invalid. Lin Lung? The system did not give an explanation, and Lin Lung was helpless. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was indeed the case. After breakfast, the two went to the branch of the National Bureau of Abilities in the city center together. When the two arrived at the National Superpower Bureau, they found that others had already arrived. Lin Lung was also helpless. Others walked on 4 legs, but compared with his short legs, he couldn't compare with them. However, Lin Lung secretly vowed to buy a luxury car in the future and then drive Su Liuxue out for a ride every day. The scene of a luxury car paired with a beautiful woman is exciting to think about. Of course, if you think about it, Lin Lung is still in a state of poverty. Seeing that the 4 people had arrived, Xie Qinfeng took the 4 people into the National Superpower Bureau and went through the formal entry procedures for the 4 people. From then on, several people officially became members of the National Superpower Bureau. Xie Qinfeng handed the completed documents to several people, stood in front of the 4 of them, and said with a serious face, "From now on, you are members of the National Superpower Bureau, and this is your home. Yes, starting from today, you must carry out the tasks assigned to you by the National Superpower Bureau. This is an order. Yes." Although you are members of the National Superpower Bureau, you cannot use your status or your abilities to do anything harmful to society or the country. Otherwise, don't blame me, Xie Fei, for ignoring our friendship. Yes. Also, if someone dares to bully you or threaten you, you don't have to worry. The entire National Superpower Bureau is standing behind you. If they want to harm you, ask me, Xie Fei, about my fist first. After explaining, Xie Fei announced, "Now I announce that the H-City Special Operations Team, Team 6, has been officially established. I am your team leader, and you are my team members. Do you understand?" Clear. Later, Xie Fei introduced some specific arrangements to several people. In addition to attending classes at school every day, they also had to undergo special training at the National Superpower Bureau after school. The National Ability Bureau arranges special training one-on-one according to the abilities of several people, so as to cultivate the abilities of several people to the maximum extent and test several people every week. After learning everything, the other three nodded, except Lin Lung, who looked at Xie Feng with an embarrassed look. Sensing Lin Lung's eyes, Xie Feng asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" "Lin Lung, do you have any other questions?" Well, there's one thing I forgot to mention. I'm not a speed guy." "Not a speed type?" Xie Feng couldn't help shouting. He obviously didn't think of this. If Lin Lung is not a speed type, then what type is he? It would be fine if it was king level or above, but if there was no king level, wouldn't it be? "Then what are you?" Xie Feng asked anxiously. "Space Department. Space System." As soon as these words came out, several people were stunned. Lin Lung thought that the other party was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. He never thought that the other party had never heard of the space system at all. "Space system? What level is that?" Xie Feng asked curiously. Xie Feng has been working in the industry for almost 10 years, and he has never seen any weird powers, but Lin Lung's space system is really a waterless garden. The only one. Mythical level? Mythical level. At this time, Xie Feng couldn't sit still. Although he had never heard of the space system, he had heard of the mythical level. That is a superpower that only the awakened ones with extraordinary qualifications and unique abilities can possess. What Lin Lung awakened was actually a mythical power. You know, even the director of the National Superpower Bureau only awakened to the legendary level, but Lin Lung awakened to the mythical level. Xie Feng couldn't sit still now and asked Lin Lung seriously if he was joking, but Lin Lung shook his head. "Chao Nima, I'm going to become famous." "Huh?" Xie Feng said this excitedly, turned around and ran towards the director's office, leaving a few people scratching their heads in confusion. After a while, Director Zhao Tianyin walked out of the director's office, followed by Xie Feng. The two of them rushed towards Lin Lung in a hurry, with the same expression on their faces. Zhao Tianyin's old face was full of excitement, and there were even tears in his eyes, whether it was excitement or something else. Zhao Tianyin took Lin Lung's hand and asked softly, "Comrade Lin, is what Xiao Xie told me just now true?" "Really, what's wrong?" Lin Lung asked puzzledly. Lin Lung was also a little puzzled. Even if he was excited, he didn't need to be so excited, right? In fact, what Lin Lung didn't know was that in addition to predicting a catastrophe for mankind in 1 year, the Elder from the National Superpower Administration also predicted another thing. The Elder once predicted that in the catastrophe of mankind 1 year later, a mythical awakened person would emerge from the sky to save the human race from disaster. However, in order to prevent the savior from having an accident, only some important personnel from the National Superpower Bureau knew about this matter. The reason why Xie Feng knew about it was naturally because his grandfather was a veteran of the National Superpower Bureau. It's okay. I wonder how Comrade Lin is going to prove your own powers. In this case, you can bring over the machine that can detect the level of superpowers, and I will demonstrate it to you on the spot." Lin Lung suggested. "Okay, Xiao Xie, go find a few people to move the machine over," Zhao Tianyin ordered. Soon, the machine was moved in front of several people. That machine was the one that exploded a few days ago and had just been repaired by the staff. Whether it was because of Xie Feng's performance that he was still excited, or because of Zhao Tianyin, most of the staff of the Superpower Bureau followed and looked at Lin Lung curiously. Lin Lung walked forward calmly, stretched out his hand, and after scanning the machine, he pulled Su Liuxue and ran away without hesitation. Lu Yugong, Chu Moyun, and others also learned the lesson and ran away behind Lin Lung. Even Xie Qinfeng ran away, but forgot to say hello to Zhao Tianyin. Just when Zhao Tianyin was confused. Machine. Ringed. Dee. Alarm. Alarm. System overload. Mythical awakener detected. System failure. Immediately afterwards, bong! There was a loud noise. Unfortunately, the machine that had just been repaired broke down again within a few days. The originally intact machine instantly became fragments on the ground. A group of staff, the machine was just repaired, and now they have to repair it again. The machine explosion stirred up huge clouds of dust, causing everyone to cough. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, Zhao Tianyin emerged from the dust with a disgraced face, turning into a big black face, becoming the real-life version of Bao Qingtian. Only then did Xie Qinfeng realize that he had run too fast and completely forgot that he was a B-level awakened person. The key is that I forgot to remind Director Zhao just now. Director Zhao is a vengeful person, so there will be no good things to gain now. Lin Lung was also a little worried. He had damaged 2 of the opponent's machines at once, and such machines were very rare at first glance. He wondered if Zhao Tianyin would do something bad in a fit of anger. Lu Yugong and Chu Moyun were also shocked by this scene. The first time they thought it was a machine problem, but now that they saw it with their own eyes for the second time, they had to be a little envious. They didn't expect Lin Lung's superpowers to be so terrifying. However, envy was envy, and the 2 of them still gloated a little. Lin Lung broke the machine all of a sudden. Zhao Tianyin would definitely be furious, and then Lin Lung would suffer. And this was what Su Liuxue was worried about. A pair of small hands tightly hugged Lin Lung's arm. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and her pretty face was lined with worry. Sensing Su Liuxue's uneasiness, Lin Lung patted her little hand and told her not to worry. Zhao Tianyin appeared in everyone's sight with a dark face, his old eyes staring closely at Lin Lung. Just when everyone thought Zhao Tianyin would get furious, Zhao Tianyin's expression changed, and a smile appeared on his face, but there was a hint of reluctance in the smile. "Hey, Comrade Lin, you really didn't disappoint me. From now on, our H-City branch will all rely on you." Zhao Tianyin's attitude was already very strange, and now that he said such words again, Lin Lung was even more confused. I wonder if it's Lin Lung's misunderstanding, but why does he always feel that Zhao Tianyin's behavior is so weird? And Xie Qinfeng, why do these 2 guys seem to have suddenly changed? Although he was confused after thinking about it, he was a mythical awakener, but 1 level higher than the legendary. It was normal for the other party to behave like this, and Lin Lung was relieved. "Then is there anything else?" Lin Lung asked. It's okay. You can go back to class," Zhao Tianyin said with a squinted smile. He was about to leave after saying this, but suddenly he said again, "Well, Xiao Xie, come to my office later and tell you something." Hearing these words, Xie Qinfeng was all excited and showed an expression as if he had eaten shit. Okay, Bureau Zhao." This scene was witnessed by all the staff members, who all showed expressions of gloating, but were driven away by Xie Qinfeng, and everyone returned to their posts. "Xie Qinfeng, are you?" Go, kids, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about." Before Lin Lung could finish speaking, Xie Qinfeng interrupted him impatiently. "Go back to school. And don't think that you are a mythical awakener. You will drift away. I am your team leader. From now on, you have to call me Team Leader Xie. Do you understand?" "Okay, Xie Qinfeng. Call me Team Leader Xie." "Okay. Thank you, Qinfeng. I understand. Thank you, Qinfeng." H-City number 1 Middle School, at the school gate. "Well, that's it. I'll pick you up after school." After explaining, Xie Qinfeng drove away in a dusty car, but his expression still looked like he had eaten shit. The courses in the 3rd year of high school were very heavy. Every day, the teacher handed out a lot of test papers and homework. Faced with this mountain of homework, Lin Lung simply collapsed. Lin Lung has already experienced this kind of pain, and now it would be a nightmare for him to experience it again. Damn it, this little school assigns so many homework every day. Who can finish them? As he wrote, the number of assignments increased instead of decreasing. Lin Lung's last psychological defense finally collapsed. He scratched his hair frantically, and then lay on the table with a look of despair. But at this time, Su Liuxue's little hand reached out and caressed Lin Lung's face, and said to Lin Lung with a smile, "Don't want to write again?" Okay. Then you take a rest, and I'll help you write it later." Just when Lin Lung was about to agree, the system spoke. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the random task. After completing the homework, you can get 1 point of shopping mall purchase point. Lin Lung. Does writing homework count as a task? There was a new task, but Lin Lung had no choice but to feel motivated to complete the task. He sat up and rejected Su Liuxue righteously. "Liuxue, I can't rely too much on you. You work too hard. I'll do my homework myself." After saying that, Lin Lung immersed himself in the crazy homework mode and solved the test paper in a few minutes. The efficiency was almost as fast as printing the test paper. Seeing this scene, Su Liuxue was very moved. Lin Lung finally started to make progress, so she stopped going to see Lin Lung and started to write test papers, but much slower than Lin Lung. At this time, Lin Lung's mind was filled with dense problem-solving techniques. Multiple choice question. Choose the shortest among 3 long and 1 short. Choose the longest among 3 short and 1 long. True or false question. Either write everything right or write everything wrong. Half the probability is right. Complete copy of the essay for reading comprehension. In this way, with his excellent problem-solving skills, Lin Lung solved the mountain of test papers in 3 strokes, 5 by 5, and divided by 2. Lin Lung took a deep breath and looked at the test paper that was filled with his own writing. He felt quite proud. It seemed that homework was not that difficult after all. Lin Lung shook his head. This kind of test paper is not difficult at all. After solving the test paper, Lin Lung was not polite and asked the system for a reward. "Host, it's unkind of you to do this." "Why am I not being kind? I have completed all the test papers seriously. You can't lie. You wrote it randomly, but don't think this system is easy to deceive. Then I don't care. Anyway, you only asked me to complete the homework, but you didn't ask me to guarantee the accuracy. Come on, give me my reward," Lin Lung said without caring. Finally, under Lin Lung's entanglement, the system finally compromised and rewarded Lin Lung. Looking at the extra shopping mall purchase points he had, Lin Lung nodded with satisfaction. "You even lied to the system, host. I will draw a circle and curse you." "Curse me?" Lin Lung doesn't care. "You like to curse, but you don't feel any pain anyway." Ignoring the system, Lin Lung took a hot purchase point and started browsing the system mall. Whenever he looks at the system mall, Lin Lung is always shocked by the things in the mall. There really is everything. After shopping around, Lin Lung still hadn't decided what to buy. The 1-point shopping mall purchase point was still too few, and he couldn't buy what Lin Lung wanted. Helpless, Lin Lung had no choice but to keep that purchase point for now and wait until he could save up before buying. Suddenly, after finishing all the homework, Lin Lung felt free. With nothing to do, Lin Lung turned his attention to Su Liuxue. Looking at Su Liuxue's delicate face and slim figure, Lin Lung had an evil idea and gave a give smile. Sensing Lin Lung's movements, Su Liuxue turned her head with a blushing face and shouted at Lin Lung with shame and anger. "Lin Lung, where are you touching? Lin Lung, where are you touching? Hey, I don't have one?" Lin Lung pretended to be innocent. Su Liuxue knew that Lin Lung was deliberately teasing her, so she put away Lin Lung's hand in shame and anger, turned around and deliberately ignored Lin Lung, and continued to concentrate on her homework. "Tisk!" Lin Lung exclaimed that he was bored and had no choice but to close his eyes and start absorbing the spiritual energy. Soon, the day's class was over. Xie Chenfeng waited for a few people at the school gate at the agreed time, but his face seemed a little bloated. After the few people came out, they got into Xie Chenfeng's car and went all the way to the Superpower Bureau. Xie Chunfeng took several people to their respective rooms, which were set up for each person's superpowers and were specially used to train superpowers. Liu Yu just awakened the power of the King of Power, so his room was filled with weapons made of special materials and several special giant robots. Those weapons look ordinary, but actually weigh hundreds or thousands of kilograms. Liu Yugong needs to use the weapons inside to fight the giant robot. Chu Moyun awakened the power of the wind system. The wind system naturally refers to the ability to use wind. The room Chu Moyun was in was also very special. There were actually several powerful fans placed in it. Chu Moyun needs to fight against these powerful fans, control the wind, and master it under strong wind. What Su Liuxue awakened was the sword power. There were countless fine swords inside, as well as a holding robot made of special materials. That robot is not ordinary either. Its program contains all the kendo moves of the past and present. It is not as bulky as other robots, but is very flexible. It was built by a veteran of the Superpower Bureau. Su Liuxue's daily training was to fight with the robot in front of her. Seeing this scene, the three of them walked into the room excitedly and started the first day of training. Lin Lung looked at Xie Chunfeng expectantly and asked, "What about me?" Well, there is no introduction to the space system in the Superpower Bureau, so Xie Chunfeng said awkwardly. "Lin Lung, so no room for me?" "Yes." Xie Chunfeng nodded awkwardly and then comforted, "But it doesn't matter. Bureau Zhao has already reported this matter to the headquarters. It is estimated that professionals will come over soon." "Okay." Lin Lung nodded helplessly. At this time, Xie Chunfeng left beforehand, leaving Lin Lung alone. Everyone else was training, but Lin Lung was the only one wandering around aimlessly in the Superpower Bureau. It seemed that mythical superpowers were not all good. After walking around for a while, Lin Lung finally couldn't sit still any longer. Since no one helps him train, he trains himself. After making up his mind, Lin Lung closed his eyes and began to use his powers. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Lung was already at the door of the Supernatural Power Bureau. Lin Lung was an E-level awakener. With his current ability, the distance he could jump in space was 100 meters, and the number of people he could apparate was limited to one person. In order to train himself, Lin Lung kept using space jumps, and Lin Lung's figure kept changing in each city. Boom! In the end, Lin Lung's spiritual power was exhausted, and he fell to the ground. Lin Lung climbed up from the ground in embarrassment, patted the dust on his body, and looked around. Fortunately, this was just an alley, and no one saw him. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed and embarrassed. However, Lin Lung is quite satisfied with today's results. He has a very large spiritual sea. As long as the spiritual sea is filled up, it will basically be enough for him to use dozens of space jumps. From now on, you can use apparition to take Su Liuxue to school. Well, not bad. The spiritual power has been exhausted. Calculating the time, Su Liuxue should be almost finished training. Lin Lung was about to go back to pick up Su Liuxue, but a man in black with his face covered walked past Lin Lung. The man in black was dressed in black with a black scarf covering his face, so his face could not be seen clearly. The only exposed eyes revealed his ferocity and uneasiness. The man in black had his arms folded across his chest, as if he was holding something very important. The two of them just looked at each other hastily, and the man in black walked past Lin Lung. Originally, Lin Lung didn't care, but then a voice sounded in Lin Lung's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the random mission, tracking the man in black, and winning the treasure. You can get 2 shopping mall purchase points. 2 points of purchase." Lin Lung instantly became excited and bought 2 points in the mall, which was not a small amount of money. Looking at the man in black's retreating figure, Lin Lung turned around and followed him without hesitation. The man in black seemed to be hiding from someone. After taking a few steps, he looked back behind him, but Lin Lung cleverly avoided him. Along the way, the man in black seemed to be deliberately taking detours, leading Lin Lung through alleys. Lin Lung was so distracted that he felt dizzy, but the system task was here, so Lin Lung had no choice but to follow. At this time, the man in black seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly turned around. Fortunately, Lin Lung cleverly avoided it, but the man in black was still staring behind him. After watching for a long time, the man in black finally didn't notice anything and turned around and entered another alley. Phew, I was almost discovered. Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief, poked his head out, and saw that the man in black had gone away, and quickly followed him lightly. But just as Lin Lung passed the corner, a pair of hands suddenly reached out, grabbed Lin Lung's collar, and pulled Lin Lung over, pressed him heavily against the wall, and then pulled out a short blade that shone with cold light and placed it on the wall. Lin Lung's neck. The other party's movements were smooth and smooth. It seemed that he had already noticed Lin Lung, and the person who made the move was the man in black. Realizing that he had been discovered, Lin Lung suddenly felt bad. The man in black in front of him was obviously not a kind person. If he had murderous intentions towards him, wouldn't he? Gudong! Lin Lung swallowed hard, and his heart began to beat faster and faster. His brain was working rapidly, thinking about escape strategies. Now that he has no spiritual power, he is basically no different from ordinary people. If he wants to escape from the opponent, there is basically no possibility of survival. So, he has to pretend to be calm. The man in black stared at Lin Lung and asked, "Who are you? Who sent you here?" Although the voice was sharp, it was clear and sweet. It was a woman's. Lin Lung was a little surprised. After thinking for a short time, he replied, Do you believe me when I said I was just passing by?" The other party didn't answer, but the strength of his hand increased. The sharp, short blade instantly cut through Lin Lung's skin. If it went deeper, the artery in Lin Lung's neck would be cut, and Lin Lung would probably burp. At this critical moment, Lin Lung said wisely, Don't, I've done it. I've done it all, sister. I'll answer whatever you ask. Don't kill me. Seeing that Lin Lung relaxed, the man in black reduced the strength of his hand and asked sternly, "Say, who are you? Who sent you here?" Lin Lung pretended to be aggrieved and replied tremblingly, "My name is Lu Yugong. No one sent me here. I just saw something in your arms and thought it was a treasure, so..." Hearing Lin Lung's answer, the man in black was very disdainful, and the strength of his hand increased again. This time, Lin Lung's skin was scratched deeper, and blood immediately flowed out. At this time, Lin Leng shouted, No, sister. You are my biological sister. Believe me, I really didn't lie to you." I have to say that Lin Lung's acting talent is indeed very high. He cried while talking and burst into tears with runny noses and tears. It made those who heard it sad, and those who saw it shed tears. Seeing this scene, the man in black really believed it and put away the knife in his hand, but did not let go of Lin Lung. "No, sister. What are your orders?" "Don't call me sister. Although I do have a younger brother, he won't be like you." Yes, it's whatever you say it is." "What are your orders, sister?" "I told you I'm not your sister. Come with me. Stop talking nonsense." Hearing this, Lin Lung suddenly showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "No, I've explained it to you. Why are you still?" However, the other party ignored Lin Lung and dragged Lin Lung away by force. Lin Lung was about to cry, but had no tears. The man in black was obviously not a good person. He would probably die if he fell into his hands. Now he could only hope that Xie Qinfeng and others could come to save him. But they are not gods, and they don't know what Lin Lung's situation is. Lin Lung regretted it all in his gut. He risked his life just to buy 2 points. This time he really suffered a big loss. "No, sister. Please listen to my explanation. I really am not. Don't give me any nonsense. Get in." During the conversation, Lin Lung was violently pushed into a room by the woman in black. The layout of the room is very simple, with only one bed, and the kitchen layout is also very simple. The whole room can only be said to be very simple, but also very comfortable. It seems to be the other party's temporary residence. The man in black searched Lin Lung's body and soul, searched Lin Lung's mobile phone and other items, and tied Lin Lung's hands before walking away peacefully. "Lin Lung, I am a star. You are a star." The man in black walked aside, put Lin Lung's things on the table, then sat on the sofa and lifted the veil. Under the veil was a very delicate face. Her appearance was not inferior to that of Su Liuxue, but there was a certain temperament between her eyebrows that always gave Lin Lung a strange feeling. Looking at that face, Lin Lung felt a little dazed and had a strange feeling, but he couldn't put it into words. Sensing Lin Lung's gaze, the man in black angrily yelled, "If you look again, I'll dig out your eyes." The man in black's angry rebuke brought Lin Lung back to reality, and he immediately looked away, no longer looking at the man in black. At this time, the man in black stopped looking at Lin Lung and focused on the box in his hand. The box contains a very important object, and it contains something very important to Tianji Pavilion. The name of the man in black was Lin Yu. Ever since she had memories, she had only painful memories. She has no father or mother, and is lonely and helpless since she was a child. While other children are still enjoying countless favors in their parents' arms, Lin Yu is wandering alone on the street. One cold winter, when Lin Yu was only 3 years old, she was wearing clothes picked up from the garbage dump, but they were very thin. In that cold winter, Lin Yu's whole body was red from the cold, and she shivered in a corner. Just when she was about to freeze to death, an old man discovered her and picked her up, leaving her alive. Tianji Pavilion is a secluded superpower. There are many awakened people with strong abilities in it, and the old man is the only ordinary person in it, cooking, sweeping, and cleaning for them. In this way, Lin Yu was brought into Tianji Pavilion by the old man and was brought up by the old man. Under the influence of Tianji Pavilion, at the age of 15, Lin Yu awakened epic powers, naturally entered Tianji Pavilion, and began to work for Tianji Pavilion. Work. At the age of 18, Lin Yu was appreciated by the master of Tianji Pavilion and was appointed as the elder of Tianji Pavilion and began to work for the master of Tianji Pavilion. A month ago, Lin Yu received news from the master of Tianji Pavilion. The other party told her that she was not alone and that the other party had found her brother. Lin Yu had always thought that she was alone, but now she suddenly learned the news. Lin Yu was very happy and hurriedly asked, but the pavilion master made a request to Lin Lung, that is, to bring back the items in the box, and explained that the item was very important and could not be lost. If anything goes wrong, she will never see her brother again. Lin Yu did not hesitate, and she lived up to expectations and got what the pavilion master needed. But she was targeted by many people. After going around in a big circle, Lin Yu finally got rid of the other party, but was targeted by Lin Lung again. Lin Yu took a look at the object in the box with joy. Although she didn't know what was special about it, Lin Yu didn't think much about it. She doesn't care. She will know who her brother is soon, as long as she takes the things back and gives them to the pavilion master. At that time, the sister and brother recognized each other, so she took her brother to live with her, and then loved him well. After thinking about it, a very gentle smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, which was touching. While Lin Yu was lost in thought, Lin Lung was not idle either. Lin Lung's brain was racing rapidly. If he didn't run away at this moment, he would probably be slaughtered as a pig soon. However, his hands and feet were tied, unable to move, and all his belongings were taken away. Dead end. And it's a dead end within a dead end. Helpless, Lin Lung had no choice but to close his eyes and start absorbing the spiritual energy, hoping to regain some spiritual power. Maybe he could use space to jump and escape. There is no other way. Let's fight. After a while, the spiritual power in Lin Lung's body gradually recovered, and at this moment, an unknown fragrance drifted into Lin Lung's nose. It smells so good. Lin Lung opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu had already prepared the meal and was sitting at the table eating the meal with relish. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung shouted to Lin Yu, "Hey, what are you eating? I'm almost starving. Give me something to eat." Hearing Lin Lung's words, Lin Yu actually brought a bowl in front of Lin Lung, which was egg fried rice. Although it is just ordinary egg fried rice, it smells extremely fragrant. The egg fried rice was brought in front of him. The aroma was so fragrant that Lin Lung drooled unconsciously. Just as he was about to take it, he suddenly found that his hands were tied. "Well, can you let me go first? Wait until I finish eating and then tie me up? What do you think?" Lin Yu said calmly. "Then I Stop talking nonsense and open your mouth. Immediately afterwards, a spoonful of egg fried rice was brought to Lin Lung's mouth. Looking at the beautiful but very fierce woman in front of him, Lin Lung hesitated for a second, but finally opened his mouth. Slowly, the egg fried rice was eaten up by Lin Lung, who also burped with satisfaction. I am full. Yes. Lin Lung nodded with satisfaction. But gradually, Lin Lung discovered something was wrong. Why did it seem that the spiritual power in his body was gradually losing? Hold! Lin Lung swore directly. Looking at Lin Yu's successful expression, Lin Lung suddenly felt bad. He had fallen into a trap. Humph, my food is not free. Want to escape? I advise you to give up. No, sister. What do you want from me? Please, let me go. Lin Lung said with a sad face. I told you I'm not your sister anymore. Shut your mouth. Lin Yu said impatiently, and then blocked Lin Lung's mouth. Lin Lung, who was gagged, felt panicked. If he had known that he was not greedy, the other party must have put medicine in the egg fried rice that can dissolve spiritual power. K. Lin Lung regretted it too much. Now he was completely trapped. His whole body was tied up, and now even his mouth was blocked. He couldn't call for help at all. Lin Lingxing leaned on the sofa helplessly, silently praying in his heart that Xie Qinfeng and Su Liuxue wouldn't notice that he was missing. However, when night fell, the expected figure did not appear, and Lin Lung felt a little desperate. Fortunately, Lin Yu didn't seem to intend to kill him. Apart from not letting him go, she didn't do anything too extreme to him. After night fell, Lin Yu practiced until very late and went to bed. It seemed that she was very eager for power, because she already knew what it would be like to have no power in the future. So she had to work hard to become stronger, feeling that only in that way could she protect her brother, whom she had never met. By the time she finished practicing, Lin Lung had already fallen asleep on the sofa, snoring slightly. Seeing Lin Lung sleeping, Lin Yu smiled and unconsciously began to imagine in her mind, was her brother about the same age as Lin Lung? Do you also snore while sleeping? Perhaps thinking that Lin Lung was about the same age as her brother, Lin Yu thoughtfully covered Lin Lung with a blanket, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep slowly. Early the next morning, Lin Lung was awakened by a siren. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Yuezheng lying next to the window with her body crouching and looking warily out of the house. At this time, the house was surrounded by a group of heavily armed police officers. There was a special mark on the police uniforms, indicating that they were from the Superpower Bureau. Just when Lin Lung was confused, someone outside the house picked up a loudspeaker and started shouting, Lin Lung, are you in there? I'm Xie Qinfeng. Lin Lung was very excited when he heard Xie Qinfeng's voice. Su Liuxue must have found out that he was missing and went to the Superpower Bureau for help. For the first time in so long, he felt that Xie Qinfeng's voice was so kind. Lin Lung wanted to respond to the other party, but was helpless. His mouth was blocked and his whole body was tied like a rice dumpling. He could only struggle and make whining sounds. Xie Qinfeng outside the house obviously couldn't hear this sound, but Lin Yu caught it. Lin Yu turned around suddenly, quickly came to Lin Lung, pulled out the knife and put it on Lin Lung's neck, and said sternly, If you dare to yell again, I will kill you. In the face of life and death, Lin Lung had no choice but to compromise and nodded. Seeing that the enemy was outside the house, Lin Yu did not hesitate anymore. If she stayed here any longer, she might have to give an account. So Lin Yu put on the veil, carefully packed the box, and carried it on her chest. After completing this series of actions, Lin Yu only looked back at Lin Lung before turning around and opening the window. When Xie Qinfeng outside the house saw no one responded for a long time, he gestured to everyone and prepared to attack. Just when Lin Yu was about to jump out of the window and escape, Xie Qinfeng suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yu. It turned out that Lin Lung used his only purchasing point to buy an antidote at the mall last night, which relieved the medicine on his body. After a night of recovery, Lin Lung's spiritual power had almost recovered, so when the time came, Lin Lung used his space skills to teleport Xie Qinfeng over. Neither of them reacted to this sudden scene. Lin Yu looked at Xie Qinfeng, who suddenly appeared in front of him with a puzzled face. holding a large speaker in his hand. Xie Qinfeng himself was also confused. Wasn't he outside the house, just now? Why did you come in suddenly? The two looked at each other. Suddenly, Xie Qinfeng glanced at Lin Lung, who was gagged and tied up in the corner. Lin Lung? Woo 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 woo. Under the crazy hint from Lin Lung's eyes, Xie Qinfeng finally understood the situation. It was obvious that he was teleported in by Lin Lung, so he immediately stopped Lin Yu. I'm sorry, the National Ability Bureau is working. Please cooperate with our investigation. Snort. Lin Yu snorted coldly, ignored Xie Qinfeng at all, and immediately prepared to break out of the encirclement. Hold! Seeing why the other party didn't take him seriously, Xie Qinfeng was a little annoyed. After all, he was also the leader of the National Superpower Bureau. There was no surprise, and the two of them immediately started fighting. Lin Yu and Xie Qinfei were both B-level awakeners, and they were fighting neck to neck for a while. After a while, a group of police officers broke in, opened the door, and a familiar voice came into Lin Lung's ears, and then Lin Lung was hugged into a sweet and soft embrace. Lin Lung! It's Su Liuxue. Su Liuxue hugged Lin Lung tightly, her delicate body still trembling slightly. It was obvious that she was very worried about Lin Lung. Lin Lung wanted to comfort the other party, but his mouth was blocked. Lin Lung? At this time, Su Liuxue finally discovered that Lin Lung's mouth was blocked and immediately freed Lin Lung's mouth. Huh! Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief, flexed his upper and lower jaw muscles, and then asked, Liuxue, how did you find this place? You also said that I found out you were not here yesterday, so I want to find Team Leader Xie. Team Leader Xie used resources to find this place through mobile phone positioning. I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here? This is a long story. While the two were talking, the battle between Xie Qinfeng and Lin Yu also entered a fierce stage. On one side was Xie Qinfeng, who often performed special tasks, and on the other was Lin Yu, who had also been rigorously trained by Tianji Pavilion. Although it was difficult to tell the difference between the two, in terms of momentum, Lin Yu steadily dominated Xie Qinfeng. Lin Yu was an awakened assassin of the assassination system. She was closing in on Xie Qinfeng's vital points step by step. He was attacking with ruthless and deadly moves, but Xie Qinfeng could only barely resist. A group of ordinary police officers had no way of starting the battle between the awakened ones. They could only stand aside anxiously, wanting to shoot, but they were afraid of accidentally injuring Xie Qinfeng. Lin Lung, who was freed from the restraints, also saw the clues to the matter, and knew in his heart that if this continued, Xie Qinfeng would definitely lose. This also made Lin Lung even more surprised at Lin Yu's strength, and even more curious about Lin Yu's identity and who she was, so powerful. After a long battle, Xie Qinfeng also felt very weak. He could only try to block the opponent's moves bit by bit, but this was obviously not a long-term solution. Lin Yu's style of play seemed to be full of flaws, but the actual situation of the battle was already known by heart. Seeing Xie Qinfeng's momentum slowly weakening, his attacks became more and more ruthless. Seeing that Xie Qinfeng was about to lose his ability, Lin Lung took action at this critical moment. Space jump! In the blink of an eye, Lin Lung came behind Lin Yu and punched Lin Yu without saying a word. Lin Lung used all his strength with this punch and vowed to knock Lin Yu down with one punch. However, Lin Yu has received rigorous training since she was a child, and she is also an awakened person with assassination abilities, so she is very sensitive to her surroundings. Just by turning slightly to the side, he avoided Lin Lung's seemingly fatal punch. Wipe it? Is this okay? Lin Lung was a little surprised. Haha, looking for death. Lin Yu snorted coldly, turned around and killed Lin Lung, as fast as lightning. Worry! In the blink of an eye, Lin Lung returned to Su Liuxue and stayed away from the battle circle. Another space jump. Seeing Lin Lung running away in an instant, a very charming smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. Interesting. Lin Lung was also very proud, standing in the distance and constantly provoking Lin Yu. Come here, you ugly monster. This sentence directly angered Lin Yu, and Lin Lung knew very well that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she cares about her appearance. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Lung's words, he immediately charged towards Lin Lung angrily. Seeing Lin Yu kill in front of him like a murderer, Lin Lung shouted loudly, "Worry, I'm going to die." At this critical moment, Xie Chenfeng blocked Lin Yu again. "If you want to touch my team members, you have to ask me first," Xie Chenfeng said breathlessly. The two of them fought again in an instant, but the suppression of supernatural powers prevented Xie Chenfeng from taking any advantage at all, and he had to be defeated. "Xie Chenfeng, grab the box from her chest," Lin Lung shouted. After hearing these words, Xie Chenfeng noticed that there was a box wrapped in cloth hanging on Lin Yu's chest. Xie Chenfeng did not hesitate and reached out directly to Lin Yu's chest. Upon noticing this, Lin Yu immediately resisted. "Really?" Seeing that this trick was effective, Xie Chenfeng instantly turned from passive to active and began to use the weakness of the box to continuously push Lin Yu back. Lin Yu also gave up the attack completely and began to resist desperately. Just when the two were concentrating on fighting, Lin Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Not good. Lin Yue Gang was about to turn around and avoid it, but it was too late. Boom! Lin Lung's blow was neither light nor heavy. Lin Yu was knocked unconscious with a sap blow, and Xie Chenfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. I finally subdued him. I want to see who he is." After saying that, Xie Chenfeng reached out and lifted Lin Yu's veil. The moment the veil was lifted, Xie Chenfeng was attracted by Lin Yu's delicate and charming face. There was such a beautiful woman in the world, just like a fairy in a painting, etc. Xie Chenfeng suddenly understood. Doesn't that mean that he was fighting a woman just now? You can't actually beat a woman? Lin Yu was put on special handcuffs and taken to the National Ability Bureau for interrogation. But Lin Yu was very strict and would not say anything to her. How is it? Lin Lung and others outside the interrogation room asked anxiously when they saw Xie Chenfeng coming out. Xie Chenfeng shook his head helplessly. He had tried his best, but the other party was too strict. No matter what methods he tried, neither soft nor hard ones worked, but the other party didn't say a word. Just when everyone had no clue, Zhao Tianyin came over in person. "Are you okay?" Zhao Tianyin asked. Lin Lung shook his head. "That's good." After saying that, Zhao Tianyin turned around and entered the interrogation room, while everyone stood waiting outside the interrogation room. Zhao Tianyin went in for a long time and came out an hour later, but his face was not very good and his brows were furrowed into the character Sichuan. Seeing that something was very wrong with Zhao Tianyin, Lin Lung hurriedly asked, "What happened to Director Zhao?" "Hey." Zhao Tianyin sighed and then said, "You're in big trouble this time. The other party is from Tianji Pavilion." "So what about the Tianji Pavilion?" "No matter what the pavilion is, if you dare to mess with our supernatural bureau, this is the end," Xie Chenfeng said disapprovingly, and Lin Lung and others nodded in agreement. "Hey, you are really newborn calves not afraid of tigers." Under Zhao Tianyin's narration, Lin Lung and others gradually understood the horror of Tianji Pavilion. It turns out that Tianji Pavilion is a mysterious organization that suddenly appeared more than 10 years ago. No one knows who is in it, but their strength is unknown. Their behavior is very strange. No one knows what they are doing and what their purpose is. The strength and talent of those who can enter Tianji Pavilion are very terrifying. Under the training of Tianji Pavilion, these people quickly become the top ones among the awakened ones. The strength of Tianji Pavilion has also been improved as a result, and they gradually become more and more closely related to the Superpower Bureau. Flush. According to the General Administration of Supernatural Powers, although the master of the Tianji Pavilion is wearing a mask, his true identity should be a man. He is extremely powerful and is conservatively estimated to be an S-class awakener. The most important thing is that this person is extremely protective of his shortcomings and does things regardless of the consequences. If Lin Lung and the others catch their protector, the consequences can be imagined. After listening to Zhao Tianyin's story, everyone finally understood how terrifying Tianji Pavilion was. Then what should we do? The person has been arrested. It is impossible for the other party to come here in person, right? Xie Chenfeng said. This should be impossible. After all, there is more than one elder of Tianji Pavilion. He probably sent an elder here. Zhao Tianyin replied. That's good. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a disembodied voice came in. Zhao Tianyin, let my people go. The voice was very ethereal, sounding as if it came from the boundless sky, and there was no emotion in the tone. When Zhao Tianyin heard this voice, he immediately frowned, turned around, and walked out of the lounge, followed closely by Lin Lung and others. Several people hurriedly came outside. Zhao Tianyin frowned and looked into the void, his expression very solemn, as if facing a formidable enemy, sweat dripping from his forehead. Following Zhao Tianyin's line of sight, Lin Lung and others also looked up. I saw a man floating in the sky, floating in the air, without any external force. The man was dressed in black, and his whole body was covered by a black robe. His face could not be seen clearly, but the faint aura of terror exuding from his body told everyone that. He is not easy to mess with. Among so many people, Zhao Tianyin probably knew his identity very well. Zhao Tianyin knew very well in his heart that floating in the air probably did not mean that he was an awakened flying person. That's right. Not only those who are awakened by the flight system can fly. Among the awakened ones, as long as they are proficient in controlling spiritual power and are strong, they can use spiritual power to achieve the effect of flying in the sky. However, those who can do this are at least S-level awakeners, which is why Zhao Tianyin is worried. The man in black in front of him is at least an S-level awakener. Zhao Tianyin does not think that the elders of Tianji Pavilion can reach S-level. In this case, there is only one possibility. The man in black in front of me is the master of Tianji Pavilion. The master of Tianji Pavilion actually came in person. Zhao Tianyin was very puzzled. There was no news about them leaking out. How did the other party get the news, and how did they find this place? But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the other party has already come knocking on the door. It's going to be difficult to deal with now. Although Zhao Tianyin is an A-level awakener, it is obviously impossible to fight against an S-level awakener. Seeing several people coming out, the man in black ignored them, but his eyes unexpectedly stayed on Lin Lung for a second. But he only looked away for a second. Zhao Tianyin, let my people go, and I won't pursue them any further. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your supernatural power. The man in black spoke coldly, but with a non-committal tone, as if Zhao Tianyin would kill everyone if Zhao Tianyin said no. It was also the first time for Lin Lung to see such a scene. In his previous life, he was not so lucky to be able to face people of this level, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. That's an S-class awakener. Killing him is as easy as squeezing an ant to death. Zhao Tianyin's mood was similar to Lin Lung's. Although he was an A-level awakener, he might not be able to survive 3 moves against the master of the Tianji Pavilion. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Tianyin had no choice but to bow his head and compromise. The person is inside, I will take her out right now. After saying that, Zhao Tianyin turned around and entered the interrogation room. Lin Yu walked out after a while, and the shackles on his hands had been removed. Lin Lung and others also understood Zhao Tianyin very well. After all, he was the leader of the bureau. He could not cause everyone to lose their lives just because of impulse. He also needed to be responsible for his subordinates. Lin Yu walked out of the interrogation room expressionlessly, her expression unchanged from beginning to end, as if she had already expected this result. Where are my things? Lin Yu said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyin hurriedly asked Xie Chunfeng to pick it up. Soon, Xie Chunfeng handed the box to Lin Yu. Let's go. The master of Tianji Pavilion said lightly, then descended in front of Lin Yu and led Lin Yu to fly away from the Supernatural Bureau. When leaving, Lin Yu looked back at Lin Lung. Lu Yugong, I remember you. After saying that, he walked away. Lu Yugong. Seeing the 2 people leaving, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and Xie Chunfeng even sat down. Having been in the Superpower Bureau for almost 10 years, this was the first time he faced such a terrifying enemy, which frightened his little heart. After the 2 left, Several people looked at Lu Yugong, who looked confused. As for the reason, it was naturally because of the words Lin Yu left before leaving. Lu Yugong. No. Why are you looking at me like that? It's really none of my business. Xie Chenfeng. Be honest. Leniency if you confess, severity if you resist. Lu Yugong. No, team leader, you have to believe me. Just when Xie Chenfeng was about to continue questioning, Lin Lung suddenly interrupted the two of them and awkwardly explained everything. Oh, that's it, Lin Lung. As expected of you. Xie Chenfeng suddenly realized and gave Lin Lung a thumbs up. Lu Yugong on the side was furious after hearing this. He waved his fist and rushed towards Lin Lung, cursing and saying, Lin Lung, I'm going to bully your whole family. You're cheating on me? Tianji Pavilion. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for the rescue. Lin Yu knelt in front of the Tianji Pavilion Master and said gratefully, and then presented the box with both hands. This is what the Pavilion Master wants. Lin Yu is lucky to live up to his command. The Master of Tianji Pavilion took the thing from Lin Yu's hand, but did not open it. Pavilion Master, then what you promised me, Lin Yu said cautiously. Since I promise you, I won't lie to you. Your brother's name is Lin Lung. After saying that, the Master of Tianji Pavilion walked out of the main hall of Tianji Pavilion. Thank you, Pavilion Master, Lin Yu said happily. Lin Lung, it turns out that my younger brother is named Lin Lung. I will have a younger brother soon, Lin Yu murmured happily. In the back mountain of Tianji Pavilion, in a hidden corner with no one around, a figure walked on the path in the back mountain, passed through the woods, and walked into a cave. Passing through the cave, a simple hut came into view. The man opened the door of the hut, skillfully came to the table and sat down, picked up the teapot in front of him, poured himself some water, and drank it in one gulp. At this time, the door of the hut was opened again, and a middle-aged woman walked into the house. The woman was wearing a slightly simple plain white dress, with her black hair draped over her shoulders. Although she was middle-aged, there was a special temperament between her eyebrows. Come back, the woman asked. Yes. The man took off his hat, revealing the face hidden under the black robe. Yes, he was the master of Tianji Pavilion. Obviously, this is his home. Who would have thought that the dignified master of Tianji Pavilion would actually live in such a simple hut? How did things go? The person has been brought back, and he has grown up, and he has not disappointed me, but many things have still happened unexpectedly. It seems that those people have also started to take action, and many things should be brought forward, the master of Tianji Pavilion said calmly. Then, the master of Tianji Pavilion threw an empty box in front of the woman. Hey, is it really right for us to do this? The woman sighed. The master of Tianji Pavilion walked over, hugged the woman into his arms, and comforted. Wan Jun, believe me, we have given up so much just for that day. Believe me, he will not let us down. Why? After Lin Yu left, Zhao Tianyin returned to the office and began to contact the general administration and report everything that happened to the general administration, while Xie Chenfeng continued to deal with the matters at hand. Several people also left the Superpower Bureau, one after another. Chunwei got into a luxury car and was taken home by his family's driver, while Lu Yugong also left on his bicycle. Lin Leng and Su Liuxue walked home together. Along the way, Su Liuxue asked Lin Lung many things about Lin Yu, and Lin Lung answered them all. Recalling that fierce woman who was always ready to take action, Lin Lung had a special feeling. Lin Lung always had a mysterious feeling about Lin Yu, but he couldn't tell. Maybe it was his illusion. Soon, the two returned home. Su Liuxue entered the kitchen, while Lin Lung sat in the living room and took something out of his pocket. That's right, when Lin Yu left, Lin Lung used his ability to transfer the contents of the box to his own hands. This also explains why the box in the hands of the master of Tianji Pavilion is empty. It seems that the other party has already thought of all this. However, Lin Leng was completely unaware of all this. Lin Lung took the thing in his hand and looked at it carefully. In the box was a small rusty clock. It is said to be a bell, but its size is not much different from a bell. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been distributed to the account. Please pay attention to check it. Lin Lung didn't pay attention. He stared at the small golden clock in his hand for a long time. Lin Lung didn't even think about what it was used for. So Lin Lung began to ask the system for help. System, what does this thing do? Please pay 1 point of purchase when asking for information. Lin Lung, asking a question will charge him 1 purchase point. Why don't you go and grab it? No, this is already a steal. Count the ball. Lin Lung curled his lips and gave up the idea of asking the system for help. He had no choice but to rely on himself. Just as Lin Lung was studying the small clock, Su Liuxue had already prepared the meal and came out of the kitchen. Lin Lung, it's time to eat it. Lin Lung, what do you have in your hand? Oh, I don't know what it is. Do you recognize this? After saying that, Lin Lung handed the small bell to Su Liuxue. Su Liuxue took the small clock, looked at it for a while, and finally shook her head. Helpless, Lin Lung had to eat first and then continue his research after eating. After the meal, Lin Lung took the initiative to show his courtesy and helped Su Liuxue wash the dishes, and Su Liuxue seemed to have read Lin Lung's thoughts. Lin Lung, you are suddenly so nice. Tell me, what do you want to do? Liuxue. How can you say that? Am I that kind of person? Come on, tell me. That is, can I sleep with you tonight? No. Su Liuxue immediately refused. But Lin Lung still wanted to fight for it, but was interrupted by Su Liuxue. If you say no, you can't. I'm not ready yet. Wait until I'm ready. After saying that, Su Liuxue turned around and entered the room, closing the door. Entering the room, Su Liuxue's little face was already red. Bah, you pervert. Lin Lung, who had been rejected, was helpless and had no choice but to turn off the lights in the living room and go into his room. Sitting on the bed, Lin Lung picked up the small golden clock and began to study it. Suddenly, Lin Lung had a sudden thought. Would it be useful if he instilled spiritual power into it? As soon as he had this idea, Lin Lung started to slowly input spiritual power into the small clock through his fingers. At first, Xiaozhong didn't react at all, but Lin Lung didn't give up and kept pouring spiritual power into it. Slowly, the spiritual power in Lin Lung's body was gradually emptied, and the spiritual power of a spiritual sea was almost exhausted. Just when Lin Lung was about to give up, the golden bell suddenly reacted. After absorbing enough spiritual power, the golden bell suddenly escaped Lin Lung's control, suspended in the air, and erupted with a burst of powerful golden light, making Lin Lung unable to open his eyes. In a hazy moment, Lin Lung seemed to see that the small golden bell was magnified hundreds of thousands of times, turning into a huge bell and tripod with 3 large golden characters vaguely on it. However, the golden light was too dazzling and Lin Lung could not see clearly. After a while, the golden light gradually dissipated, and Lin Lung opened his eyes at this time. Just as Lin Lung was about to pick up the little golden clock suddenly flew towards Lin Lung. A thin golden chain formed around the clock and hung around Lin Lung's neck like a necklace. What the hell? Lin Lung was a little surprised and reached out to untie it, but unexpectedly found that the bell seemed to have grown on his body and could not be removed no matter what. What the hell? Lin Lung was puzzled and scratched his head in confusion. After an hour of struggle, Lin Lung finally gave up the idea of taking down the little bell. Lin Lung didn't know what the golden bell was, why it hung on his body so strangely, what Tianji Pavilion wanted it to do, and what the secret behind it was. Everything made Lin Lung feel confused. Unknowingly, he found that he seemed to be trapped in a huge mystery. However, what surprised Lin Lung was yet to come. Early the next morning, Lin Lung was still immersed in sleep when he was grabbed by Su Liuxue. What's wrong? Don't sleep. Xie Qingfeng comes to us if there is something urgent. Get up quickly, Su Liuxue said anxiously. Seeing Su Liuxue's anxious expression, Lin Lung first comforted Su Liuxue and told her not to worry, then quickly got up from the bed and quickly put on her clothes. After the two had a quick breakfast, they hurried to the National Superpower Bureau. Xie Qingfeng, Lu Yugong, and others had already arrived. After seeing Lin Lung and others arrived, Xie Qingfeng took Lin Lung and others into the conference room. Xie Feng, do you have something important to come to us in such a hurry? Lin Lung asked. Xie Feng nodded and said with a serious face, yes, I came to you this time for something very important. Yesterday, news came from above that Tianji Pavilion will hold an auction at Tianqing Auction House in City Z. One of the auction items is part of the Tianji Pu, part of the secret spectrum. That's right. Xie Feng nodded and continued. The above message is to let us get the remaining score no matter what method we use. Just for a broken book? Lu Yugong said disapprovingly. Ah, a broken book? Tianjipu is an ancient book that has been unearthed in recent years. It is rumored that it was written by a big shot in ancient times. It contains many ancient things. The auction site this time is about the remains of the Phoenix Spectrum. As soon as Xie Feng said these words, everyone was shocked. What? Phoenix? You're not kidding us, are you? Do you think I am joking with you? I am telling you seriously that the Phoenix does not exist, Xie Feng said with a serious face. This time, everyone was not calm. Phoenix, the legendary mythical beast, the king of birds, is an existence that is also called a mythical beast along with the dragon, and has the supreme status. However, in Lin Lung's view, the Phoenix only existed in legends and was fabricated by man. But now, Xie Feng told them that the Phoenix was real. In this regard, Lin Lung still held a dubious attitude, believing what he heard and seeing what he saw. At any rate, he had to see it with his own eyes before he believed it. After all, things like the Phoenix were too illusory. Lu Yugong and Chu Moyin also had expressions of disbelief on their faces, while Xie Feng seemed to be used to it and waited calmly aside. After a while, Xie Feng continued to speak. This time, Director Zhao means to let us secretly photograph the things back, no matter what the cost. The budget of the Bureau this time is 300 million. But I estimate that there is a high probability that it will not be enough. Then you're talking nonsense, Lin Lung said, speechlessly. Then it's up to you, Lin Lung. Xie Feng smiled. What do you want to do? Lin Lung asked warily. For some reason, when he saw Xie Feng showing this smile, he always felt that nothing good was happening. Hey, aren't you a space awakener? If you don't have enough money then, I will have to work hard for you. No. Lin Lung refused without hesitation. No, Lin Lung, listen to me. No, don't do anything. I won't use my ability to do such sneaky things. Lin Leng refused righteously. Hey, how can you say that? How can this be stealing? We are just porters of other people's property. No. Just when Lin Lung was about to refuse, Xie Feng continued. At the end of this mission, each person will receive 100,000 bonus. Hey, I originally wanted you to help, but in this case, I can only find someone else. Xie Feng, he said with pretense of regret. 100,000. Of course, Chu Moyin would not take this amount of money seriously, but Lin Lung and others were different. Unlike Chu Moyin, they were not rich people from the 8th generation and had no worries about food and drink. So money is very important to them, especially to Lin Lung. They have no parents and can only rely on themselves for food and drink. As students, they have no income. He couldn't always rely on the money left by Su Liuxue's parents, not to mention that he also knew that Su Liuxue's parents should have spent almost all their money, so he also needed this money very much. Lin Lung, don't be too stubborn, promised to thank the team leader. Lu Yugong persuaded. In the end, after some psychological struggle, Lin Lung finally gave in to the evil money. Well, we are just movers of other people's property. It's not considered stealing anyway, right? Yeah. Lu Yugong and others nodded hurriedly. Seeing Lin Lung's promise, Xie Feng announced that he would leave for Z City immediately, and the auction could not be delayed. Xie Feng made a quick decision and decided to leave immediately. He called the school and asked for leave for Lin Lung and others. Then he turned around and led the way out of the conference room, followed closely by Lu Yugong and others. Just when Lin Lung was about to follow the large army, he suddenly discovered that Su Liuxue was sitting silently in a daze. Liuxue, Lin Lung shouted several times, but Su Liuxue did not respond. Her eyes were empty, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Liuxue, Lin Lung patted Su Liuxue on the shoulder, and then brought Su Liuxue back to reality. What's wrong? What's wrong? I wanted to ask you what's wrong. Why are you sitting here alone in a daze? Let's go. Oh no, it's nothing, let's go. Su Liuxue responded hastily, then stood up and fled out of the conference room. Strangeness. Lin Lung looked at Su Liuxue's hurried-away figure. Somehow he always felt that Su Liuxue was weird. He decided that he must ask the matter clearly after this mission was over. He believed that Su Liuxue must be hiding something from him, but now that the task was current, he had to put it aside for the time being and ask her another time next time. The four of them followed Xie Chunfeng to the outside of the Supernatural Bureau. Xie Chunfeng drove a car out. The four of them got into the car, and Xie Chunfeng stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Along the way, several people seemed very excited. Speaking of which, this was the first time they had performed a mission since joining the Superpower Bureau. Xie Chunfeng was driving, Su Liuxue was sitting in the passenger seat, and Lin Lung and 3 boys were crowded in the back seat. Liu Yugong was very strong, which squeezed Lin Lung and Chu Moyin quite hard. Lin Lung rolled down the car window and enjoyed the scenery along the way. The scenery outside the window was very good, but Lin Lung could not be happy. Somehow, he always had an uneasy feeling in his heart. He always felt that this mission might not be that simple, but he didn't know where this uneasiness came from. After rebirth, Lin Lung's destiny did change, but along with it came problems and troubles that Lin Lung didn't understand before. When you change your destiny, many things also change. The journey is long. A few people were talking and laughing at first, and seemed very excited, but gradually everyone's interest finally subsided and they began to take a nap. After a while, Lin Lung and others fell asleep in the back seat of the car, while Su Liuxue leaned against the car window and wondered what was going on in her little head. I do not know how long it has been. When Lin Lung woke up again, it was already very late. After a day of traveling, several people finally arrived at the border of City Z. Xie Chunfeng showed the relevant documents to the border officers and then drove into City Z. After traveling for about 2 hours again, Xie Chunfeng drove to a hotel near Tianqing Auction House, parked the car in the parking lot, and then several people got out of the car. The auction won't start until tomorrow. We'll stay here today, Xie Chunfeng explained, then turned around and led the way into the hotel. The hotel is large in size, the lobby is spacious, and there is a lot of traffic. Xie Chunfeng led a few people straight to the front desk of the hotel. Hello, would you like to stay overnight or have an hourly room? Overnight. How many rooms do you want? At this time, Xie Chunfeng turned his head and glanced at Lin Lung, then at Su Liuxue. Liu Yugong and Chu Moyin also looked over. Lin Lung glanced at Su Liuxue awkwardly. Let's get a double room, Su Liuxue suggested. Lin Lung was a little surprised. He thought Su Liuxue would ask for 2 rooms, but he actually asked for 1 room? Although it is not a bed, the progress is much faster compared to the previous life. If we all sleep in 1 room, is it still far behind if we sleep in the same bed? Hey. After hearing what Su Liuxue said, Xie Chunfeng opened the room skillfully without asking any more questions, and then led several people to their respective rooms. Pack your things and meet in the lobby downstairs at 7 o'clock. Yes. Xie Chunfeng gave a few more instructions before handing the room cards to several people. Then everyone separated and returned to their rooms. After returning to the room, Lin Lung took off his coat, grabbed a change of clothes, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. After a long day of traveling, he was exhausted, so he just took a hot shower to relieve his fatigue. Do you want to take a bath? Su Liuxue asked. Why don't you go to the bathroom to drink water? Lin Lung asked. No, I'll wash it first. You can wash it later. How about we wash it together? Lin Lung said with a smirk. No, I'll wash it first. Then, without waiting for Lin Lung to say anything else, Su Liuxue took a change of clothes and rushed into the bathroom with a blushing face. After a while, the sound of water rushing across the skin could be heard in the bathroom. Lin Lung had no choice but to wait aside, listening to the sound of the shower coming from the bathroom nearby, and looking at the looming, graceful body through the coated glass. Lin Lung couldn't help but swallow. At this time, Lin Lung suddenly had a bold idea. If he did this, his relationship with Su Liuxue would most likely go further. When Lin Lung thought of that scene, his heart beat faster and his face turned red. But in the end, reason finally defeated impulse, and Lin Lung finally gave up the idea. If he did this, the relationship between the two would probably become tense. Anyway, Su Liuxue would be his sooner or later, so he was not in a hurry. After a while, the sound of the shower stopped, and after a while, Su Liuxue came out of the bathroom. Lin Lung raised his head and glanced casually, but after one look, he could no longer look away. Wet long hair was draped on Su Liuxue's fragrant shoulders. Su Liuxue wore a pair of loose aqua blue pajamas, but this still could not hide Su Liuxue's graceful and proud, perfect figure. And when Lin Lung took a closer look, he was surprised to find that Su Liuxue was not wearing that. As for how Lin Lung found out, there is no explanation. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung couldn't bear it any longer. His energy and blood surged up in an instant. After finally calming down, he suddenly became red-faced and had a strange feeling in his nose. No! If Su Liuxue saw his miserable appearance, she would definitely think that he was an old pervert. He could not ruin the tall image he had finally built up in Su Liuxue's mind. Lin Lung would never allow this to happen. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly picked up his clothes and rushed into the bathroom. After rushing into the bathroom, Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, as soon as I rushed into the bathroom, my nosebleeds started to flow. After Lin Lung dealt with it briefly, he started to take a bath. Lin Lung, why are you so worthless? She is your wife. You have so many times. How can you still? Ugh, Lin Lung said to himself. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Lung opened the bathroom door and changed into clean and simple clothes. When Lin Lung came out of the bathroom, Su Liuxue had already dried her hair and put on plain white sportswear. Seeing Lin Lung coming out, Su Liuxue said, "It's almost time. We should go down and gather." The time came to 7 o'clock. The 5 people gathered in the hotel lobby on time. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xie Chenfeng led the 4 of them straight out of the hotel. "Where are we going?" Lin Lung asked. "Find a restaurant to eat first, and ask for news along the way." Soon, the 5 of them found a restaurant with a lot of traffic and randomly found a corner seat to sit down. After the 5 people sat down, the waiter came up with menus. "If you want something to eat, you can order." With that said, the waiter handed the menu to Xie Chenfeng. I have to say that this guy was very smart in his work. He could tell at a glance that Xie Chenfeng was the leader among the group. So he handed the menu to Xie Chenfeng. Xie Chenfeng took the menu and ordered a few dishes at random, and the waiter went down to prepare them. After ordering, Xie Chenfeng looked around carefully, and then whispered to a few people, "I suspect that many people have received news about the auction of the remaining Phoenix records. Tianji Pavilion should have deliberately released the news about the Phoenix." "How is that possible?" Lu Yugong said. However, Lu Yugong was slapped in the face next. Not long after Lu Yu finished speaking, several rough-looking men came next to them, all muscular and muscular. After a few people sat down, they also ordered a few dishes casually like Xie Chenfei and started chatting. "Brother, do you think this news is true or false? Are there really phoenixes in the world? I really came here for Phoenix." Upon hearing that the other party also came for Phoenix, Xie Chenfei and others quickly pricked up their ears. "Brother, are you telling the truth? Are we being deceived?" asked a bearded man. "I don't know, but I think this is 80% true. After all, it is Tianji Pavilion. I believe Tianji Pavilion will not release false news. But isn't that Phoenix thing too mysterious? Maybe we're not filming anyway, we'll just do it halfway. Hey." The voices of several big men were very loud. Although they deliberately suppressed their voices, they were still heard by Xie Chenfeng and others on the side. "It's really the news released by Tianji Pavilion," several people said in unison. At first glance, these big men have well-developed limbs and simple minds. They actually think that they can grab the legendary secret book with brute force. I'm afraid they're not too naive. Those who have the strength to take pictures of the Tianji remnants are probably not ordinary people. Even if they are not super powerful awakeners, they are at least followed by many bodyguards. How could they not be at all defensive when they come to a place like this? However, this is completely confirmed. The news about Phoenix was indeed spread by Tianji Pavilion. However, what is the purpose of Tianji Pavilion in doing this? Several people studied this issue for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so they simply stopped thinking about it, and we'll find out tomorrow. After dinner, several people went back to their rooms. Originally, Lin Lung planned to tease Su Liuxue again, but Su Liuxue seemed to have something on her mind, so she went back to the room and changed into pajamas and went to bed. Helpless, Lin Lung had no choice but to sit on the bed and start practicing alone. The night gradually deepened, and Su Liuxue gradually fell asleep. In the dream, Su Liuxue came to a very dreamy place where the green mountains, green waters, blue sky, and white clouds were very pleasant scenery, and there was a very full aura lingering around, just like a fairyland. Where is this? Why am I here? Su Liuxue looked at this strange place in confusion. For some reason, it gave her a very strange and familiar feeling. Just when Su Liuxue was confused, a big red bird suddenly flew out of the sky in front of her. The body of the big red bird is so huge that when it spreads its wings, half of the sky is covered. There are colorful, auspicious clouds behind it, and wherever the big bird passes, there is also a peaceful atmosphere. The big bird guards this land like a patron saint, hovering in this world. But at this time, an accident happened suddenly. A black arrow suddenly pierced the sky and shot into the big bird's body, giving the big bird a fatal blow. The big bird immediately let out a painful cry, circled violently in the sky, and fell from the sky after a while. Boom! The big bird fell heavily to the ground, making a big hole in the ground. It let out waves of weak screams. Finally, after struggling for a while, it finally made no sound. The blood of the big bird gradually seeped out, and the red blood dyed the earth red. Gradually, the entire world was dyed red, and the world was immersed in desolation and sadness. Seeing this scene, Su Liuxue's heart ached. The arrow clearly hit the big bird, but it seemed like it hit her. At this time, a figure holding a bow slowly appeared on a mountaintop. The mysterious man was holding a black long bow, and his whole body was shrouded in darkness. The big bird was killed by it. Somehow, the mysterious man suddenly looked in the direction of Su Liuxue. His eyes were very cold and terrifying. Just by looking at each other, Su Liuxue felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, a cave of ice, and was stunned. No, 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 no. Lin Lung, who was practicing in meditation, was suddenly awakened by a burst of murmuring in his sleep. Lin Lung opened his eyes and turned to look at Su Liuxue's side. He saw that Su Liuxue had her eyes closed tightly. Her expression was very painful, and she kept saying something. Liuxue, Liuxue, what's wrong with you? Lin Lung hurriedly came to Su Liuxue's bedside and leaned over to check on Su Liuxue's condition. Su Liuxue seemed to be experiencing a lot of pain, as if she had dreamed of something extremely bad that she couldn't accept, and there was even cold sweat on her forehead. No, do not want. Liuxue, Liuxue, Liuxue. Lin Lung shouted several times, but Su Liuxue didn't wake up for some reason, which made Lin Lung even more anxious. He had felt something was wrong with Su Liuxue earlier, but now he saw that Su Liuxue was indeed hiding something from him. If his guess was correct, it should be related to her dream. In the past, Lin Lung might not care about all this, but now he must protect Su Liuxue. He cannot let Su Liuxue bear it alone, so he must ask clearly. Liuxue, wake up. I'm Lin Lung. Liuxue. Lin Lung picked up Su Liuxue's body and shook it, trying to wake Su Liuxue up. Facts have proved that this method is still very useful. Soon, Su Liuxue stopped talking in her sleep, her eyebrows flashed, and she gradually woke up. Lin Lung, seeing that Su Liuxue finally woke up, Lin Lung was overjoyed. It's me. Liuxue, what's wrong with you? Something was wrong with you just now. What were you dreaming about? Lin Lung, Lin Lung. Seeing that it was Lin Lung, Su Liuxue hugged Lin Lung excitedly. Her tears couldn't stop flowing down at this moment, and she lay on Lin Lung's shoulder and cried. Lin Lung gently hugged Su Liuxue's delicate body, patted Su Liuxue's back considerately, and comforted her softly. After a while, Su Liuxue finally calmed down and stopped crying, but her charming big eyes were still a little red. Seeing that Su Liuxue had calmed down, Lin Lung asked, "Liuxue, what on earth were you dreaming about? Are you hiding something from me?" Seeing that Su Liuxue was hesitant and refused to speak, Lin Lung then persuaded her, "Liuxue, we have lived together for so many years. Please don't hide some things from me. I will be worried. Please don't make me look like are you as good as a fool?" However, no matter how Lin Lung tried to persuade her, Su Liuxue refused to tell the truth. "Lin Lung, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. I'm going to sleep." After saying that, Su Liuxue came up to Lin Lung and tapped Lin Lung's lips. "It feels cool and soft." Su Liuxue looked at Lin Lung with a guilty look on her face. "Lin Lung, I don't want to hide it from you, but I don't understand this matter clearly yet, so I can't tell you yet." "I'm sorry." Seeing that the other party refused to say anything, Lin Lung was very helpless and could only sigh. Okay then. Lin Lung had no choice but to get up and prepare to return to his bed. But at this moment Su Liuxue suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Lung. Then, "Well, can you sleep with me?" Su Liuxue whispered with a blushing face. Su Liuxue suddenly said this, which really surprised Lin Lung, but Lin Lung did not refuse. Good. In the quiet night, everyone was sleeping soundly, including Lin Lung. This was the first time he slept with his wife since his rebirth. Lin Lung actually felt a little nervous. A little heart kept beating. Su Liuxue was also very nervous, her delicate body tense. But Su Liuxue seemed to be frightened by the dream just now. Hugging Lin Lung tightly, Lin Lung could still vaguely feel Su Liuxue's delicate body trembling. This also made Lin Lung very confused. What was Su Liuxue hiding from him? And what could make Su Liuxue so scared? Lin Lung is still more like Su Liuxue. She can become the ruthless empress naturally because she has a relatively strong character. Lin Lung simply can't figure out what could scare her into being like this. Lin Lung was a little confused. None of these past lives happened. Could it be because he was reborn and changed? Su Liuxue hugged her tightly, and Lin Lung also put Su Liuxue's delicate body into his arms very considerately, letting the other person's little head rest on his arm. Su Liuxue's body smelled very good, and Lin Lung fell asleep just smelling the fragrance of Su Liuxue's body. The next day, Lin Lung was the first to wake up. It wasn't because Lin Lung had the habit of getting up early, but because the arm Su Liuxue was resting on was completely numb, and he couldn't feel the presence of that hand at all. Looking at Su Liuxue's delicate face while sleeping, Lin Lung gently raised Su Liuxue's little head, carefully pulled out his hand, and then gently put Su Liuxue down. Lin Lung was very careful in his movements, for fear of waking up Su Liuxue, but fortunately Su Liuxue did not wake up. After completing this series of actions, Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief. However, as soon as Su Liuxue put down her head, Su Liuxue's eyes suddenly opened. "Lin Lung, Liuxue, are you awake?" Lin Lung said awkwardly. Su Liuxue woke up and slowly sat up from the bed. I don't know whether it was because of her sleeping position or some other reason, but Su Liuxue's pajamas became loose and the neckline slid very low. From Lin Lung's perspective, he could see the beautiful scenery on Su Liuxue's chest at a glance, but Su Liuxue was completely unaware of all this. Just as Lin Lung was enjoying the beautiful scenery, his nose suddenly became sore, and then a warm red liquid spurted out of his nose uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung was a little surprised. Oops! Lin Lung prepared to remedy the situation, but it was already too late. A drop of nosebleed accidentally dripped onto the quilt. The blood-red nosebleed was extremely eye-catching on the white quilt. Su Liuxue naturally noticed it immediately. Su Liuxue let out a light sigh. Then Su Liuxue raised her head, and the beautiful scenery on her chest disappeared instantly. Lin Lung, why did you suddenly have a nosebleed? Su Liuxue asked curiously. Maybe I got angry because of the hot weather, yes. That's it. Lin Lung explained awkwardly. Really? Su Liuxue asked suspiciously. Looking at Lin Lung's nervous expression, her inner instinct told her that there must be something fishy involved. But when she looked at somewhere on Lin Lung's body, her little face turned red. Lin Lung, you gangster. No, Liuxue, please listen to my explanation. This is just a normal physiological reaction, not what you think. Roll! At 7 o'clock, the 5 people gathered in the hotel lobby. Lin Lung, why do your eyes seem different from before? Why do you seem sexier? Xie Chenfeng looked at Lin Lung's slightly swollen eyes and asked curiously. Ahem, I accidentally bumped into him yesterday. It was just a minor injury, nothing serious. Lin Lung prevaricated. Fortunately, although Xie Chenfeng was curious, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, the auction was the most important thing at the moment, so he took a few people to have breakfast. Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't say that he was beaten by Su Liuxue, right? Besides, we can't blame him entirely for this. Su Liuxue has such a good figure. How could he, an ordinary person who is not Tang Sung or Long Yang, be able to bear it? Besides, this is not something he can control, right? This is obviously a normal physiological reaction, right? The auction house didn't open until 8 o'clock, and it was only 7 o'clock now. So Xie Chenfeng decided to take the 4 of them to have breakfast first and discuss specific matters. At 7 o'clock in the morning, a lot of people came near Tianqing auction house, and there was a lot of traffic, including some luxury cars. Some cars had little golden figures on their heads, and some had several rings hanging on them. There were countless luxury cars coming and going. Lin Lung didn't even recognize the brand. Anyway, it looked like they were expensive. Don't talk nonsense when the auction starts. The master behind Tianqing Auction House should be Tianji Pavilion. If you break the rules, even the Superpower Bureau may not be able to protect you. Xie Chenfeng warned. Several people nodded to express their understanding. In addition, we have only one purpose here, and that is to get it no matter what. We must get it no matter what. Once we get the Tianji fragment, we will retreat immediately. The Tianji fragment is very important and will definitely cause many parties to compete. Xie Chenfeng seemed to be like a mother who was worried about her son traveling far away and kept talking nonstop. Finally, the time was almost up, and Xie Chenfeng stopped talking and took the 4 of them to Tianqing Auction House. At this time, many people had gathered outside the Tianqing Auction House. All of them were rich and powerful people. They were all wearing gold, silver, and jade robes, and had large gold chains around their necks that were thicker than Lin Lung's arms. He has the face of a nouveau riche, and is accompanied by a large group of bodyguards. One of them, Lin Lung, knew him well. He was shown on TV. He seemed to be the richest man in a certain city. He didn't expect that he would appear here. He was also interested in Phoenix. Soon, the time came to 8 o'clock. Tianqing Auction House officially opened, and people began to line up to enter the auction venue. At 8 o'clock, Tianqing Auction House officially opens. Crowds of people began to line up to enter the auction house, and Lin Lung and others also began to line up. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lin Lung and others arrived at the door of the auction house. When it was Lin Lung's turn, the group of rich people had already entered. Several people came to the door and saw Xie Chenfeng handing a black card to the guard guarding the door. Xie Chenfeng reported the number of people to the guard and whispered a few words. The guard nodded, then took the card from Xie Chenfeng's hand, swiped the card on a machine, and then returned it to Xie Chenfeng. Lin Lung took a look and saw that the numbers on the machine were tens of millions. It actually costs $500,000. The admission fee for 5 people is 500,000, and the admission fee for 1 person is 100,000. Lin Lung's mouth twitched. Isn't this too dark? The admission fee for 1 person is 100,000, so if dozens or hundreds of people come in casually, wouldn't it cost hundreds or even millions? Is the money coming in too quickly? Well, after such a comparison, Lin Lung suddenly felt that the 100,000 yuan he received from this mission did not seem to be a lot. After paying the admission fee, the guard at the door gave each person a number plate. The number plate corresponded to the seat. Since the 5 people were together, their seats happened to be together. Lin Lung and others slowly entered the auction house, only to realize that the Tianqing auction house was very grand in scale, almost as big as a palace. The entire Tianqing auction house is a large space divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the ordinary seats where Lin Lung and the others sit. The second floor is supposed to be exclusive private rooms for some rich and prestigious people. As for the third floor, Lin Lung didn't know the layer. It should belong to some people with special status. The entire venue is circular, with all the seats built around a round platform in the middle. It should be so that everyone in the room can see the auction clearly, which is quite user-friendly. Lin Lung and others searched along the rows, and after a while they found a place to sit down. Sitting down from his seat, Lin Lung realized that the entire venue was very bright. From his position, he could clearly see the situation on the round stage. The rows of seats were somewhat similar to those in a movie theater. Lin Lung glanced around and saw that many people were already arriving at the venue, but there were still many empty seats on the first floor. It seemed that this kind of place was not accessible to ordinary people. At this time, Lin Lung also discovered that the 5 big men from yesterday had also arrived, sitting opposite them, all grinning at something. They actually paid $500,000? Do people really have no money nowadays? Su Liuxue attracted the attention of many people as soon as she came in. Whether they were ordinary people or rich people, Su Liuxue was beautiful and had a good figure. What's more, she had an innate temperament that stayed with her wherever she went. Focus. Su Liuxue looked indifferent and didn't care about other people's eyes. However, even so, some ignorant people still came to harass her. After a while, a waiter came up and said to Su Liuxue politely, "The guests in room number 3 upstairs would like to invite the lady to sit up and have tea." "I wonder if the lady has time." "No," Su Liuxue replied calmly. "Okay." After saying that, the waiter withdrew very wisely. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief, but he also felt a little unhappy. Why are there people always thinking about his wife? As the old saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, just be afraid of thieves missing you. Lin Lung has decided that if the other party still doesn't give up, he must teach the other party a lesson, so that the other party will give up completely. Gradually, there were more and more people at the venue, and the crowds began to arrive one after another, and the scene gradually began to become noisy. Xie Qinfeng looked at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. Some things had begun to be placed on the round table below. It seemed that the auction should start soon. Looking at the strange things on the stage, Lin Lung was like a curious baby. It was his first time to participate in the auction. If he acted like he did before, he would definitely not be qualified to enter here. Except for Lin Lung, Lu Yugong also looked like a curious baby, while the other 3 looked indifferent. Xie Qinfeng often participated in special events and was probably immune to these. Chu Mayan was from a rich family and should have seen many such scenes. Su Liuxue had a cold face and didn't know what she was thinking. As time passed slowly, the noise in the entire venue slowly stopped, and the entire venue gradually became quiet. Then, a very intellectual and beautiful woman slowly walked out of the round stage below. She should be the host of this auction. As soon as the woman came up, the entire venue was in a state of excitement. There were all compliments to the woman, praising her beauty and so on, and there were also some harsh words among them. At this time, Lin Leng accidentally discovered that something was wrong with the expressions of Xie Qinfeng and others. When Lin Lung looked at the woman on the round platform, he was stunned for an instant. The beautiful woman on the stage wore an elegant and expensive dress, which perfectly accentuated her figure. Her delicate face and makeup looked even more charming under the light. However, this was not the most important thing. When he saw this woman's face, Lin Lung was stunned because she was none other than Lin Yu. Why is she here? Lin Lung's mind went blank. Isn't she the elder of Tianji Pavilion? How would it appear here? The mission failed, and you switched to auction? Lin Lung was a little shocked, and the expressions of Xie Qinfeng and others were also the same. It was obvious that they did not expect Lin Yu to appear here. Lin Yu attracted the fiery eyes of many people as soon as she came on stage. Lin Yu was a little disgusted, but she had to endure it and said with a forced smile, "There shouldn't be any need to introduce who I am. This auction will be hosted by a young woman. I won't say much else. Time is precious. Then everyone can start auctioning the things you like." It must be said that Lin Yu also has amazing talent in hosting. After some polite remarks, the atmosphere of the venue was instantly lifted. However, after being polite, Lin Yu suddenly looked startled. It turned out that she saw Lin Lung and others in their seats. Realizing that he had been discovered, Lin Lung felt a little guilty. After all, he had used his ability to steal something from the other party last time, and that thing was still hanging around his neck. Lin Lung estimated that Lin Yu must have been scolded after returning, and maybe even severely punished. Maybe it was because of him that Lin Yu appeared here. Obviously, Lin Lung guessed wrong. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Now that she saw Lu Yugong again, Lin Yu subconsciously wanted to go forward and settle accounts with a few people. She had not forgotten what happened before, but because of the auction, she endured it and did not attack. The auction continues. Soon, the first auction item came up. A tall woman wearing a cheongsam came up from behind Lin Yu carrying a covered box and placed it on the booth next to Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu also slowly opened the lid under the curious eyes of everyone, and it turned out to be a small white pill. Lin Lung was a little curious. The small white pill looked like an elixir. It looked crystal clear on the outside. If you look closely, there was a faint white gas surrounding it. Lin Yu began to introduce it to everyone, saying that the pill was called Qi Nourishing Pill. It was made from some very rare and precious medicinal materials such as spiritual roots, lotus root, and so on. It had the function of nourishing the skin and strengthening the body. After Lin Yu introduced it, Lin Lung roughly understood that he probably ate something that could nourish his skin, but he actually used so many precious medicinal materials that were not available in the market. What makes Lin Lung funny is that Tianji Pavilion even has people who are awakened by refining medicine. Lin Lung guessed that the medicine refining department is probably no more than diamond level. Soon, the first auction began. To Lin Lung's disbelief, the starting price for such an inconspicuous little white pill was actually 500,000. It was an eye-opener for Lin Lung. The people who came here were all rich people. The purpose of Xie Qinfeng's visit was to learn about the phoenix fragments, so he just watched quietly. Lin Lung regarded it as watching a show to open his eyes. Soon, the first auction item, a beauty pill, was sold for 700,000 yuan. The person who bought it was a very rich lady with a hot body. When Lin Lung looked over, the other party looked at him. He gave Lin Lung a wink, which made Lin Lung tremble. The first auction item created a lively atmosphere. Before the second auction item came up, everyone was already looking forward to it, but most of them were still in a wait-and-see attitude. Lin Lung knew that they probably all came here for the Phoenix Remnant Spectrum. Soon, the second auction item came up. A sexy woman wearing a cheongsam came up with a plate. When Lin Yu opened the lid, everyone was stunned. There was a strange yellow object on the plate, which looked like a lump of ollie. Everyone was very confused and didn't know what it was. Seemingly sensing everyone's doubts, Lin Yu introduced it with a smile, saying that the object was called Earth 1,000 Years Old, and that it was accidentally discovered by an elder of their Tianji Pavilion during a mission. Chitos, you may be unfamiliar with this name, Chitos, but in fact it has another name, elixir. Yes, I believe everyone has heard that it was the elixir that King Qin was pursuing. In pursuit of immortality, the king of Qin sent Su Fu eastward to search for the elixir of immortality. Su Fu, in ancient Chinese books, is a clever, bold, and careful liar. Because he was an alchemist, he was probably an early chemist. After Qin Shi Huang completed his great cause of unifying the world and building the Great Wall, he began to dream of the legend of immortality. So Su Fu came to the court of the king of Qin and claimed that the three fairy islands of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou recorded in the Shanhai Jing were in the Eastern Sea, and he was willing to go there to get the elixir of immortality for the king of Qin. Su Fu did not bring back the elixir of immortality during his first trip eastward. He told the first emperor that there was indeed a magical elixir in the east, but the gods wanted 3,000 boys and girls and various human gifts. At the same time, there were whales blocking the way while sailing on the sea, and he wanted a strong bow. The powerful crossbow drives back the big fish. Qin Shi Huang fully agreed to the terms and helped him cross eastward again. As a result, Su Fu left forever and established himself as king in the land of plains and vast marshes in the east, never to return. No one knows where Su Fu went, let alone the whereabouts of the elixir. Of course, this is just a folk legend. No one knows whether the legend is true. After all, the elixir is as magical as the phoenix. Like Lin Lung, many people also shook their heads and expressed disbelief. There was an elixir in Tianji Pavilion. Why did they put it up for auction when they didn't use it? Seeing everyone's disbelieving expressions, Lin Yu smiled and explained, "Of course, this is not a real elixir, but it is indeed a real earth 1,000 years old. Although it cannot make you immortal, it can extend your life by 5 years. Only 5 years to live?" Lin Lung expressed disdain, but there were still many rich people vying to bid. Tianqing Auction House had a good reputation. If they said it could extend the lifespan by 5 years, then it would definitely be extended. What do rich people lack most? It's time and lifespan, so when they heard that chateaus can extend their lifespan by 5 years, they all started to rush to auction it. The starting price of Dakitos was 1.5 million, and many wealthy people present began to increase their bids. From the initial 1.5 million to the final price, you buy it now, and I buy it now, and the price was soon raised to an astonishing 5 million. Lin Lung finally understood that no one who could come to this place was short of money. They were all rich, except for a few of them. This evil money. If possible, Lin Lung hopes that he alone will bear all the sins. He is not like a certain rich man who has no interest in money. He is very interested in money. It's a pity that money doesn't interest him. After all, Lin Lung paid it by mistake. 5 million, 5.5 million, 6 million. While everyone was rushing to auction, someone in the private room actually spoke up. 10 million. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. As expected of a big shot from a local tycoon, he asked for 10 million as soon as he opened his mouth. If it was a tycoon from Tian Dynasty, wouldn't it cost 100 million? When the guest in the private room with a local name said this, the scene suddenly became quiet, and no one continued to bid. After all, they knew that if the guests from the local name were interested, they basically had no chance. Bidding with people of their status was tantamount to humiliating oneself. So everyone was very sensible and did not continue to increase the price. Soon, Lin Yu's hammer fell. This Dakitos was taken by a guest in a private room with a local name. Soon, Dakitos was covered again and sent to a private room with a special name. After the second auction item was auctioned, Lin Yu began to introduce the next auction item with a smile. When she opened the lid, almost everyone in the audience let out a whoop. The auction item turned out to be the T******************************** S of an unknown ferocious beast. Lin Lung didn't know what animals T*********** S it was, but it was so big. Lu Yugong and Xie Qinfei on the side started talking without hesitation, guessing which animal it belonged to. Some people guessed it was an elephant, and some people thought it was a giraffe. Su Liuxue on the side, surprisingly, didn't react at all. Lin Lung was a little surprised. It seemed that Su Liuxue was very worried. Lin Lung decided that this mission was over, and no matter what, he would ask Su Liuxue for clarification. Then, Lin Yu announced the answer, saying that it was a lion that had absorbed spiritual energy and then awakened. Its function was self-evident. Lin Lung was a little amused when he heard this. It seemed that this thing was for those old guys who were not very strong. What surprised Lin Lung was, what do you think the starting price of this thing is? It actually cost 300,000. Soon, the auction price was raised to an astonishing 800,000 yuan, which was considered a very high price. Lin Lung had gained experience. This thing could be sold for 800,000 yuan. He seemed to have found the password to wealth. After the final price was raised to 800,000 yuan, no one raised the price again. Lin Yu hammered it down, and it was considered a deal. Finally, the thing was delivered to the hands of a middle-aged man with a wretched look. After that, several auction items came up one after another, but Lin Lung was not interested in looking at them. He couldn't afford them anyway, and they were of no use to him, so he simply stopped paying attention to them. After several auction items in a row, the next auction item suddenly attracted Lin Lung's attention. I saw a very thin little black dog with scars all over the audience. The little black dog seemed to be very afraid of the noisy scene. His body was still trembling, and he whimpered from time to time. Lin Lung was startled when he saw that the auction item was a small black dog. Although the previous items were not rare, they were still very precious. Why was an ordinary-looking little black dog suddenly put up for auction? Not only was Lin Lung a little surprised, but everyone present was also very confused. Many auctioneers present began to whisper and discuss whether this was a special breed of dog. However, no matter how you look at it, this is just an ordinary little black dog. Could it be photographed and eaten as dog meat hot pot? Looking at the very pitiful little black dog, Lin Lung's heart was touched for some reason. Looking at the dog, he unconsciously felt a trace of pity in his heart. Lin Lung didn't think he was some kind of holy mother, but at this moment, looking at this little black dog that looked like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, Lin Lung actually felt that his heart became very heavy. Just when Lin Lung was hesitating, a cold electronic sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for activating the random mission, rescuing the little black dog, and gaining 1 shopping mall purchase point. System tasks? Lin Lung, who was still hesitating at first, suddenly understood. Now that the system has spoken, he must take a picture of the little black dog. Just when Lin Lung was about to bid, Lin Yu directly said that the bidding price was 100,000 yuan. Lin Lung was immediately shocked when she heard this. Isn't the starting price too high? Originally, Lin Lung planned to use the bonus from this mission to take the photo. Looking at it this way, the price should be raised to more than 500,000 yuan, right? Lin Lung had finally given up. His small fortune was probably nothing in their eyes. Fortunately, after Lin Yu opened her mouth, there were no offers. Some seemed to look down on the little black dog at all, while others were just waiting and watching. After Lin Yu spoke, the scene suddenly became quiet. No one quoted a price, which immediately made the atmosphere very awkward, and Lin Yu was also a little embarrassed. At this moment, a hearty voice suddenly sounded. 100,000! Everyone turned away after hearing the news, and Lin Yu also looked away, only to see a handsome young man holding his hands high and looking at the audience with a determined expression. Lu Yugong and Xie Qinfei also turned around and stared at Lin Lung in surprise. That's right, the person who made the bid just now was Lin Lung. Everyone was very confused, thinking that Lin Lung was crazy because he was actually willing to spend 100,000 to buy a little black native dog. But Lin Lung didn't care about other people's opinions at all. He believed that this little native dog must be useful. The system had spoken, which meant that there must be some kind of origin. Maybe it looks like an ordinary little black dog now, but that may not be the case in the future. So Lin Lung must take a picture. 100,000. Lin Lung repeated it again. Seeing Lin Lung's bid of 100,000, everyone in the field shook their heads and sighed that Lin Lung was a fool, while Lin Yu cast a slightly appreciative look at Lin Lung. Just when Lin Lung was about to take a picture of the little black dog, another voice suddenly sounded on the field. 200,000. Everyone followed the sound, and Lin Lung squinted his eyes and looked over, only to see a greasy man with a wretched face looking at everyone with a grin. Seeing everyone's curious glances, the big man explained, "Don't look at me. I just like this bite. This kind of little local dog is delicious, especially the heart. TSK, 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 the taste." Hearing this, everyone cast disdainful glances, but didn't say anything. He had money. He filmed it. What he did to the dog was his business. Lin Yu obviously didn't like this greasy man, with a look of disgust on his delicate face. But because that was the rule, Lin Yu didn't say anything and had no choice but to turn her attention to Lin Lung. Although Lin Lung wanted to bid, he was very helpless. His entire net worth was just this much, which was not enough. Just when Lin Lung was in trouble, Su Liuxue, who had been silent on the side, suddenly said, "I can give you my 100,000. Hearing this, Lin Lung was a little grateful. Su Liuxue was so kind to him that she supported him without even asking him why he wanted to take a picture of the little black dog. But even if Su Liuxue's 100,000 is added, it's still only 200,000. If you want to buy the little black dog, your bid must be higher than that of the big man, which means it must be greater than 200,000. Hey, Lin Lung, although I don't like it, since Liuxue supports you, I can only support you. I still have 100,000. You can take it first." Lu Yugong suddenly said. "Lu Yugong, you?" Before Lin Lung finished speaking, Chu Moyan also said calmly, "You have already said it, so I can only support it. 100,000 is not much to me anyway, so you can just take it. You?" Lin Lung was a little moved and felt warm in his heart, but several people unanimously cast disgusted looks. "Quickly shoot, otherwise your dog will be eaten by others." "Good." Lin Lung turned around and looked at the audience with confidence. This time he must capture the little black dog. Seeing that Lin Lung didn't raise the price for a long time, Lin Yu sighed. Just as she was about to smash the hammer, Lin Lung's voice rang again. 250,000, 300,000, 350,000. After some competition between the two, the greasy man directly raised the price to an astonishing 700,000. Now, even if everyone's money is added, it is not enough. Xie Chunfeng's money was reserved for the Phoenix fragments. Lin Lung was too embarrassed to ask Chu Moyun to borrow it again, so he gave up and stopped quoting. Seeing that Lin Lung stopped quoting, the greasy man licked his thick lips and showed a successful smile. It seemed that this little black dog still couldn't escape the fate of being slaughtered. However, just when everyone thought that the greasy man was the final winner, a voice suddenly sounded from upstairs. 1 million. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Not because the other party bid 1 million, but because the bidder was actually a guest in a private room on the 3rd floor. This also proves that the Tianziho private room is not empty, but occupied. And now, he takes action. Everyone was shocked and confused at the same time. No one could figure out why a person in a high-end private room was photographing a little black dog. Could it be that he also likes to eat dog meat like the greasy man? In the end, the little black dog was patted away by the guests in the Tianziho private room and sent to the private room by the waiter. Lin Lung sighed. He had tried his best. Even Tianziho had taken action. He had no chance at all. After the brief interlude, the auction continues. Soon, the next auction item came up. It was an emerald green long sword with a length of 2 feet and 1 inch. The sword was made of an unknown material, and the whole body of the sword exuded colorful fairy light. Lin Yu introduced that they found this from an unknown ancient tomb. They did not know the name of the sword. They tried many methods, but could not get the sword out of the sheath. It should be a spiritual treasure. As soon as these words came out, everyone started talking. It was true that this was a treasure, but according to Lin Yu's statement, if the sword could not be pulled out, it would be of no use at all. It could only be used as a decoration at home. And the starting price is also terrifyingly high, actually 10 million. As soon as they heard this number, many people gave up the idea of quoting. No one was willing to gamble with 10 million, not to mention that the people in Tianji Pavilion could not draw their swords, so the possibility of their success was not high. No one is willing to spend 10 million to buy a useless decoration. But even so, there are still many people who are willing to take pictures. After all, there are still many people present who are not short of money. 10 million, 11 million. After some price increases, the price was quickly raised to 30 million for a guest in a local private room. At this time, a voice sounded from a private room in Tianziho. 50 million. Lin Lung was stunned. The voice this time was that of a woman. She sounded quite young, and her voice was quite pleasant. When they first came up, they quoted 50 million yuan. Lin Lung was really enlightened. These people really don't regard money as money. Simply inhumane. I bet the money is just like waste paper in their eyes, and the quotation is like a joke. This opening in Tianzihuo's private room naturally made many auctioneers look sideways. They all sighed and gave up after muttering a few words. However, there were still some confident people who continued to quote, and soon the price was raised to more than 70 million. Lin Lung finally understood. These people really don't regard money as money. Don't give me any F*** G points. It was so infuriating that people were so different from each other. Lin Lung wanted to slap himself in the face. They were both people, so how could the gap be so big? The price of Tianzihuo private room exploded again. This time the price was directly raised to 100 million. 100 million! After she shouted this, many people snorted coldly and gave up. Those present could offer tens of millions, which was a lot, but they couldn't bear the other party's asking price. They didn't come here for this sword. All the focus was on the back. After the Tianzihuo private room was bid at 100 million, the whole place became quiet, and no one continued to increase the price. Soon Lin Yu hammered down, and the sword was finally bought by that customer. After another round of bidding, we finally came to the last auction item. Generally speaking, the last auction item is the finale, and this time is no exception. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, the last auction item was brought up. Lin Yu immediately opened it with a smile, and there was a broken ancient book lying firmly inside. As soon as the ancient book came out, everyone looked at it with fervent eyes. This was the ultimate goal of their trip, the Phoenix Fragments. I guess you don't need to introduce me to what this is? Okay, stop talking nonsense. The starting price is 50 million, and each increase will be no less than 1 million. Let's start the auction. Lin Lung was stunned. It was indeed a Phoenix remnant. The starting price was 50 million, which was more than the other auction items combined. But what surprised Lin Lung was still behind. As soon as Lin Yu opened her mouth, everyone began to compete for quotations. 60 million, 70 million. What's the point of 10 million plus 10 million? I'll pay 100 million. Lin Lung was stunned. These people were really money savvy. After their quotations, the price never stopped. The price soared from 50 million to the terrifying 300 million. However, even so, there are endless offers. Lin Lung glanced at Xie Chunfeng, who was standing aside. Xie Chunfeng was still watching, obviously considering whether the budget was enough. Lin Lung shook his head in his heart. If he keeps going like this, he probably won't be able to take 1 billion pictures, right? It is estimated to be more than that, maybe higher. I have to say that Lin Leng's layout is still too small. After some price increases, the price quickly reached 1 billion, and soon it exceeded 1 billion, directly reaching 2 billion. 2 billion. It is enough to extend many lives for many people, but here, it is just like a string of numbers. In the eyes of these people, it is nothing at all. Lin Lung leaned over and asked in a low voice, "What is our approximate budget this time?" Xie Chunfeng looked solemn and replied softly, "About 10 billion. Although Lin Lung was surprised, he still shook his head. Looking at the long-running trend on the field, this money was probably a bit on the line. It has to be said that the Superpower Bureau is really rich, and they actually spent 10 billion to make a Phoenix remnant. Lin Lung was a little envious. The master of the Tianji Pavilion was really rich. He could tear out a page of any Tianji Pavilion and sell it for a sky-high price of 10 billion. It would be great if such a rich man were his father. Then wouldn't he just stop working hard? Unfortunately, his parents passed away long ago. Without any surprise, the price jumped over 10 billion, directly to 15 billion. It was a famous customer who made the bid. Xie Chunfeng's forehead was beaded with sweat. The other party actually offered 1.5 billion, which was completely insufficient. The budget this time is only 10 billion, which is still 5 billion short. The superiors have told us that we must bring the Phoenix remnants back this time. This time it will be really troublesome. As soon as the quotation of 1.5 billion came out, many people gave up and stopped following the quotation, but there were still some people who gritted their teeth and followed the quotation. 15.1 billion. 15.5 billion. Looking at this posture, Xie Chunfeng has completely given up. This 10 billion is far from enough. It seems that he has to let Lin Lung use his ability. Xie Chunfeng turned to look at Lin Lung, who nodded to express his understanding. In the end, the Phoenix remnant was photographed by a customer from Tianzhou. Lin Lung was quite familiar with it, as he was the one who had photographed the little black dog before. The Phoenix remnant was carried by the waiter to the Tianzhou room. Xie Qinfeng glanced at Lin Lung, who instantly understood and started to activate his powers. However, something unexpected happened this time. There seemed to be a mysterious force blocking Lin Lung. No matter what, Lin Lung could not break through that barrier. After a while, hot sweat broke out on Lin Lung's forehead. Finally, he opened his eyes, looked at Xie Qinfeng, and shook his head. What happened? I don't know. My ability can't penetrate that lid. There must be some special restrictions on it. My powers are useless against it. Lin Lung shook his head. How could this happen? Xie Qinfeng was a little surprised. In the end, several people could only watch helplessly as the Phoenix remnants were sent to the Tianzhou private room, and their faces became dejected. Unexpectedly, the first mission failed. Xie Qinfeng obviously did not expect that the other party would actually set a ban on the lid. It seems that this mission can only end in failure. With the completion of the auction of the last auction item, the auction came to a successful end. Lin Yu smiled and announced the end before retreating, and everyone began to disperse. The 5 strong men also left, and Lin Lung was a little confused. Aren't they trying to steal the remaining Phoenix music? Give up? The auction ended successfully. No matter how unwilling Lin Lung and others were, they could only stand up and prepare to leave. But at this time, a waiter suddenly stopped them. "Excuse me, sir, lady. The guests from Tianzhou upstairs want to see you. I wonder if you two have time?" Lin Lung was a little surprised. The Tianzhou guest upstairs actually wanted to see them? The guests from Tianzhou upstairs actually wanted to see them by name? Lin Lung was a little confused. He didn't think he knew any famous people. He could count the people he knew on one finger. What's more, the other party is a high-profile guest, and his status is higher than those of the super rich. How could Lin Lung know someone of their level? After some analysis, Lin Lung finally determined that there was no person of this level in his memory, unless Uncle Zhang in the security room downstairs was a reclusive sweeping monk. But is this possible? Impossible. Since Lin Lung didn't know him, Su Liuxue most likely didn't know him either. She and Su Liuxue knew almost the same people, and it could be seen from Su Liuxue's slight frown that she definitely didn't know such a person either. Human. So here comes a question. Since neither Lin Lung nor Su Liuxue knew each other, why did the other party want to find them by name? The reason is thought-provoking. After thinking hard for a long time, he couldn't think of a reason. Lin Lung had no choice but to explain to Xie Qinfeng and others, letting them go first. Finally, with everyone's doubtful eyes, he led Su Liuxue up the stairs and walked towards Tianzhou room. Go! Soon, under the guidance of the waiter, the two came to the door of room 3 of Tianzijian. Along the way, after Lin Lung's careful observation, he discovered that the door frames of the private rooms on the 3rd floor were engraved with a golden word, and these words should represent the status and level of these people. It should be roughly divided into 3 levels in total, namely the most common human level, then the earth level, and finally the highest heaven level. Logically speaking, the dizzy room should be owned by some super rich people and some people with status, who can buy it if they have money and power, while the herringbone room is the rows of seats where Lin Lung and others sit. But the Tianzi rooms should be customized because Lin Lung discovered that the door of each Tianzi private room was marked with a number, such as Tianzi number 1, Tianzi number 2, etc. According to Lin Lung's guess, these private rooms should be privately customized and have exclusive owners behind them. But what makes Lin Lung curious is what kind of talent can Tianji Pavilion recognize and create special private rooms for them? When we arrived at the door of Tianzi Room 3, the waiter knocked on the door politely and told the other party that the person had been brought there before going down. "Come in." A long voice came from the half-open door of the private room. The two looked at each other and finally pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as the two entered, they were startled by a barking. "Woof, woof, woof." Lin Lung took a closer look and saw that it was the little black dog that was photographed just now. It seems that the little black dog is in much better condition than when it was auctioned just now. The wounds on its body have disappeared in an instant. Its hair has become much brighter, and its energy level is much better. It is hard to imagine that the other party has eaten it. What? He recovered so quickly. The little black dog obviously regarded Lin Lung as an enemy and kept barking at Lin Lung. It seemed like this. To Lin Lung's surprise, the person in the Tianzi number 3 private room was actually an old man who looked very amiable and approachable. The old man was dressed in simple cloth with a stooped back. His hair and beard were gray, but his eyes were piercing, and he looked like an immortal with an air of immortality. The old man waved to the little black dog gently, and the little black dog ran to the old man's feet very obediently. Lin Lung was a little surprised. What did the old man do? The little black dog recovered so quickly, and it seemed that he and the dog were already very familiar with each other. You shouldn't yell at them. They are not your enemies. He is your master. From now on, you have to follow him and fight with him. Do you understand? The old man said softly, holding the little black dog's head. Surprisingly, the little black dog seemed to understand, nodded aggrievedly, and actually looked at Lin Lung, blinking his big eyes, full of curiosity. Lin Lung was stunned. Isn't this dog too smart? Could it be that one of the brothers was reincarnated? Didn't it mean that after the founding of the People's Republic of China, one cannot become a spirit? After comforting the little black dog for a while, the old man stood up slowly and set his eyes on Lin Lung. This exchange of looks was incredible. Lin Lung felt that the old man's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. As long as he was in front of him, there was nowhere to hide, and he couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. Well, yes, you are still you. The old man nodded to himself, but the old man suddenly changed his mind and said, No, you are not the same person now. You are still worse. Seeing the old man in front of him chattering and talking to himself, Lin Lung was somewhat speechless. To ordinary people, this look was no different from a lunatic. Maybe he ran away from the mental hospital next door? However, Lin Lung also understood in his heart that the old man was not crazy. It was just that what he said was too profound, and he could not understand it with his current qualifications. Otherwise, he would not be qualified for Room 3 of Tianziho. After saying that, the old man turned his attention to Su Liuxue again. At this sight, the old man suddenly frowned and murmured solemnly, No, you two bumped into each other after all. It's still a step too late. Hey, it seems like this is God's will, but I won't allow it. Lin Lung and Su Liuxue were confused when they heard this. Why is it too late? What providence? After reciting, the old man suddenly noticed the small golden bell hanging around Lin Lung's neck. The old man stared at it for a long time. The old man's eyes were full of complex emotions, including nostalgia, heaviness, and sadness, as if he had known this thing a long time ago. Sure enough, this thing has come back to you. Lin Lung finally couldn't help it anymore and asked, Grandpa, what on earth are you talking about? Do you know us? Do you know this on my neck? What is it? Hearing Lin Lung's question, the old man did not answer, but smiled and shook his head. I don't know you. I just think you look a lot like some people I met before. Second, little brother, can you tell me how you got this clock? Lin Lung had no choice but to explain the matter. The old man listened quietly and nodded, and kept saying, God's will, it's all God's will. Grandpa, what do you know? Lin Lung asked doubtfully. The secret must not be leaked. Let's not talk about it for now. I have come to you this time to give you something. The old man turned over his hands and took out a torn and yellowed book from his pocket and handed it to Lin Lung. When Lin Lung took a look next, he saw that it was the broken score of the Phoenix. Grandpa, what are you doing? Lin Lung was a little confused. The old man waved his hand. I originally bought this thing for you. It will be useful if you hold it. I have read this book a long time ago. What? Lin Lung's eyes widened, thinking that the other party must be bragging. This secret book is so precious. He actually said that he had read it a long time ago. Does he know the master of Tianji Pavilion? After handing the Phoenix fragments to Lin Lung, the old man waved to the little black dog. The little black dog also ran to the old man's feet very obediently, but it still seemed a little afraid of Lin Lung and hid behind the old man's feet. You don't have to be afraid. He is your master. He will not hurt you. You will still fight side by side in the future. You will fall him back in a while. Do you understand? Woof, woof, woof. Grandpa, what are you doing? The old man shook his head and said again, the secret must not be leaked. You should go out first. I have something to say to her alone. The old man looked at Su Liuxue behind Lin Lung and said, This? Lin Lung hesitated, turned around and glanced at Su Liuxue. But seeing Su Liuxue nodding affirmatively, he had no choice but to turn around and leave the private room. You also go out, the old man said to the little black dog. Woof woof. Soon, one person and one dog left room 3 of Tianziho, leaving Su Liuxue and the old man behind. Grandpa, do you have anything to tell me when you leave me alone? Su Liuxue asked curiously. Unexpectedly, a smile appeared on the old man's face. He looked at Su Liuxue kindly and said, Jia, don't you recognize me? Jia, don't you recognize me? Grandpa, are you calling me? Su Liuxue asked doubtfully. The old man nodded and then asked, Jia, do you really not remember me? Su Liuxue looked at the old man with a puzzled face. The expression the old man looked at her told her that the other person really seemed to know her. His eyes seemed as if they were acquaintances who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Seeing the confusion on Su Liuxue's face, the old man shook his head in disappointment. That's right. After so long, I'm afraid you have forgotten what happened before, and the memories of the past are probably gone. Grandpa, do you know me? The old man nodded. Yes, I know you, but that should be considered your previous life, the old man said lightly. The old man's words were shocking. Su Liuxue looked shocked. Grandpa, how old are you? After hearing this, the old man seemed to fall into memories. How old, how old? It's been so long that I don't even remember. It's probably a few thousand years old. What? Su Liuxue was shocked. He actually lived for thousands of years. Before Su Liuxue could say anything, the old man asked first, Have you always dreamed of a phoenix recently? Phoenix? The old man nodded. Yes, it's Phoenix. Su Liuxue thought for a while. Could it be the big red bird in the dream? Su Liuxue described her dream. The old man nodded after listening, then wrote a few words on a piece of paper, put it in the bag, and gave it to Su Liuxue. When you go back and take it apart, you will understand after reading it. Su Liuxue took the kit, looked at the old man in front of her, and suddenly asked, Grandpa, can you tell me the story of Jiaos? Lin Lung was squatting at the door boredly. He didn't expect Su Liuxue to chat with the old man for so long and not see him for so long. The key is that the sound insulation effect of this sky-high private room is very good, and the sound inside cannot be heard at all from the outside. Helpless, Lin Lung had no choice but to play with the little black dog in front of him. At first, one person and one dog were unskilled, but under Lin Lung's superb dog-raising techniques, the little black dog still gave in, and one person and one dog quickly became one. Lin Lung, who was petting the dog, had a sudden thought. Well, since Grandpa gave you to me, shall I give you a name? Woof woof. But what's a good name? Woof woof. How about calling it Wankai? Woof. No, this name is too vulgar. I need to give you a more domineering name. How about Simba? Woof. Aren't you satisfied with this? Lin Lung held his chin. His literary talent was not good. He didn't expect it to be so difficult to name a dog. What's a good name? How about calling me Xiaohei? Host, why not call it Zongzi? Zongzi? Isn't that food? Lin Lung was speechless. It seemed that the system's naming ability was not much better than his. System. Woof woof woof. Unexpectedly, after hearing this name, the little black dog barked happily and jumped up and down. Do you like this name? Lin Lung was a little surprised. Woof woof woof. Seeing the happy look of the little black dog, Lin Lung nodded helplessly. Okay. Looking at the thin and small appearance of the little black dog, it looks like a rice dumpling, so let's call it a rice dumpling. Zongzi. Woof woof. After some rough and tumble, Lin Lung and Zongzi became completely familiar with each other. Zongzi was jumping up and down, as if he liked his new name very much. After a while, Lin Lung squatted on the ground and started browsing the system store, while Zongzi was playing by himself. Looking at the treasures filling the screen, Lin Lung hesitated. He had 2 shopping mall purchase points last time, and the task just now was completed. In total, he had 3 purchase points. There are a lot of things you can buy at the 3 purchase points, but Lin Lung is not in a hurry to use them. Although Lin Lung had awakened the mythical space power, the early combat effectiveness of this power was too low and was basically useless in combat. So Lin Lung planned to go to the mall to buy another mythical power. However, myth-level abilities require 5 purchase points, and legendary-level abilities require 4 purchase points. As of now, Lin Lung needs to complete at least 1 more mission. Tisk. Helpless, Lin Lung closed the system mall page. He was not strong enough now. After browsing for so long, Lin Lung finally fell in love with a legendary power, the God of War power. According to the description of the system, the combat effectiveness of the martial god in the early stage is not that strong, but if Lin Lung purchases some more powerful martial god levels, the combat effectiveness will be unpredictable. When the God of War's superpower reaches S level, it is easy to fly to the sky, escape from the earth, move mountains and fill the sea, and even destroy enemies with one hand. To be honest, Lin Lung was a little tempted and wished he could buy it right away, but due to his lack of money, he had to shelve the matter for the time being. In such a comparison, legendary powers seem to be much better than mythical powers. The combat effectiveness of mythical powers is really not that strong. Time powers, space powers, these don't seem to have much combat effectiveness. Lin Lung regretted it. If he had known he would have changed to the God of War, he would have lost blood. But at this moment, the door of room 3 suddenly opened, and Su Liuxue walked out of the private room. Liuxue. Lin Lung stood up in surprise, but soon discovered that something was wrong with Su Liuxue's expression, and she seemed to be more worried than before. Grandpa, what did you say to her? Why did she become like this? Lin Lung asked worriedly. The secret must not be revealed. It's not you. Lin Lung was about to argue, but was stopped by Su Liuxue. Okay, Lin Lung, let's go back. Liuxue? Are you okay? I'm fine, let's go back. But, it's okay, let's go back. Helpless, Lin Lung had no choice but to say goodbye to the old man, walked down the stairs, and left Tianqing auction house. Looking at the 2 people leaving, the old man narrowed his eyes slightly, frowned slightly, and said lightly, Jiao, second master, I hope you can get through this difficult time. I can only help you so much. Seeing Lin Lung and Su Liuxue coming out of the auction house, Xie Chenfeng asked hurriedly, How is it? Did you see someone? What is he looking for you for? Su Liuxue lowered her head and did not answer, but Lin Lung replied, I don't know him. What? You don't know him? Xie Chenfeng was a little surprised. Lin Lung nodded, I really don't know him. He was an old man with a white beard. After he said some incomprehensible words to me, he gave me the rice dumplings and the remaining phoenix score. With that said, Lin Lung took out the phoenix fragments and handed them to Xie Chenfeng. What? Phoenix remnants? Xie Chenfeng and others were a little surprised. Their eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. No wonder they were so surprised. What is the remaining score of Phoenix? Those are the remaining pages of the Tianji genealogy recording the Phoenix. The other party paid a huge price to take the photo, and you actually said he gave it to you? No one will believe it, okay? However, sometimes things are just so evil, and that is the reality. Wait, what are Zongzi? Xie Chenfeng asked doubtfully. Woof woof. Before Lin Lung could answer, Zongzi answered first. It is Zongzi. The old man gave it to me. Zongzi is the name I gave it. Okay, now that we have obtained the Phoenix fragments, let's go back and recover as soon as possible. It's all thanks to you this time. To be honest, Lin Lung was a little ashamed. He didn't do anything. The old man gave it to him, and he didn't contribute much. What made Lin Lung even more puzzled was that the old man was blabbering and looked crazy. What was his identity and background? And he was actually qualified to have room number 3 of Tianzhou. In addition, what kind of people are Tianzhou number 2 and number 1? After getting into the car, Xie Qinfeng stepped on the accelerator, and the group of people sped out of Z City. Lin Lung's thoughts continued on the road. After his rebirth, many things seemed to have changed. This Tianqing auction house and his team made Lin Lung very confused. There is something wrong with Su Liuxue, the weird old man, Tianji Pavilion. Lin Yu, what is the reason behind all of this? While Lin Lung was thinking about it, he suddenly noticed a large off-road vehicle following their car in the rearview mirror, and the people in the car were actually the muscular men before. Aren't those the muscular men from before? How would they catch up? Do they know that they have the remaining Phoenix score? This was Lin Lung's first thought, but it was quickly rejected by Lin Lung. The Phoenix fragments were given to him by the weird old man after they took them away. Only a few of them knew about this, and it was impossible for them to know, but looking at the big man following them all the way, Lin Lung really couldn't figure out the reason why he was following them. Could it be that a few of them just happened to be on the way? Lin Lung told Xie Qinfeng about the situation behind the car, and Xie Qinfeng and others also spotted the muscular men from yesterday in the rearview mirror. Why are they following you? TCH, what are you afraid of? I am an E-level midterm power king awakener. If they dare to come, I will punch them one by one and call them mom. Lu Yugong said disdainfully. No, they dare to do such a thing, which means they must have their support. Don't act rashly, Xie Qinfeng admonished. Then what should we do? Lu Yugong asked. Well, don't worry, let's take a look first. We don't have to worry about it. I'll keep driving. Do what you were supposed to do. Don't let them know that we have discovered them. Do you understand? Okay, several people said in unison. In the next period of time, Lin Lung and others began to deliberately talk and even played poker in the car. But in fact, their attention was entirely on the car behind them. Soon, Xie Qinfeng drove the car out of Z City and onto a sparsely populated road, which was the transitional section between the two cities. The road is long and there is no gas station nearby, so the crime rate on this road is high, which is why there are not many vehicles on the road. The reason why he chose to take this path was precisely because Xie Qinfeng wanted to see what the other party was planning. If their target was really the Phoenix Broken Spectrum, then they should probably take action. Sure enough, when they saw Xie Qinfeng and others driving into this road, several big men were so happy that they opened their mouths from ear to ear. They immediately stepped on the accelerator and accelerated to catch up with Xie Qinfeng and others. They're going to take action. Be careful. After hearing Xie Qinfeng's words, several people immediately put down the playing cards in their hands, lay down by the window, and looked behind them warily. Lu Yugong was gearing up to show off his skills. Although Chu Moyun and Su Liuxue didn't do anything, the expressions on their faces said everything. Be careful. The other party is catching up. Seeing the car behind him suddenly speeding up to catch up, Xie Qinfeng stepped on the accelerator and sped forward. But the other party was obviously prepared. He quickly took out a series of tools and hit the tires of several people's cars. Not good. Xie Qinfeng shouted that if the tires were hit by them, the car would definitely not be able to drive. So he made a sharp turn to avoid the fatal blow, but the car still hit the pole on the roadside because he could not control it. Boom! Cough, 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 cough. Soon, several people got out of the car in embarrassment, and at this time, the other party also chased them in a car, stopped aside, and 5 people got out of the car one after another. There are 5 people on the other side. We will deal with each of them in a while, Xie Qinfeng explained in a low voice. He also protected several people behind him and stood in the front. Several muscular men stepped out of the car, each of them smiling, as if they had succeeded in their conspiracy. The leading man grinned very arrogantly and said, "Hand over the Phoenix remnant and the good things, otherwise." He also showed his yellow teeth as he spoke. He hadn't brushed his teeth in an unknown amount of time, which was very disgusting. We don't have the Phoenix remnants, Xie Qinfeng objected directly. After hearing Xie Qinfeng's words, several people laughed wildly in unison. The sound was so loud that it made several people's eardrums hurt. Ha ha! Are you kidding me? I said you have it. You have it. I'm afraid you haven't heard of our brothers, right? With that said, the second child came out and said, "Boss, don't talk nonsense to them. The leader has told us." We quickly took the things back, and there will be rewards for them. Okay, then we won't do ink. The strong man in the lead nodded. then looked at Xie Chenfeng and threatened coldly. "Stop pretending, hand over the phoenix remnants, the treasure, and the woman on the other side, and we can spare your lives otherwise." As he said that, the strong man pointed to Su Liu on the side. Shui also waved his fist, quite a warning. "Don't even think about it." Saying that, Xie Chenfeng took one step ahead, and with lightning speed, he dashed in front of the leading strong man and punched the opponent in the face, catching him off guard. Boom! This powerful punch hit the strong man's face firmly. Xie Chenfeng was a B-level light awakener. He was hit by this punch and was basically not dead but also crippled. However, the strong man on the opposite side only took a few steps back, shook his head, and rushed towards Xie Chenfeng as if nothing happened. "No, they are the awakened." Xie Chenfeng realized at this time and exclaimed, "Do you know now? It's too late. I'll give you a punch." The strong man rushed forward menacingly. His weight did not limit his speed. His speed was not inferior to Xie Chenfeng at all, or even faster than Xie Chenfeng. The strong man at the head was in front of Xie Chenfeng in the blink of an eye and punched Xie Chenfeng. The strength of the strong man was unexpected. He created a terrifying fist with just one punch and even formed a huge shadow of his fist. The power of this punch made Xie Chenfeng feel as if a mountain had hit him. Xie Chenfeng did not expect that the other party would be an awakened one, nor did he expect that the other party's strength would be so terrifying. This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, it was too late to hide, so Xie Chenfeng had no choice but to gather his spiritual power into his hands and raise his hands to resist this terrifying punch. Boom! With one punch, the huge fist shadow instantly shattered Xie Chenfeng's condensed light shield into pieces. In an instant, Xie Chenfeng was like a kite with its string broken, and his whole body was blown away. Xie Chenfeng, Team Leader Xie. Seeing this scene, several people hurriedly came to Xie Chenfeng's side to check on Xie Chenfeng's condition. The leading strong man waved his fist in disdain and twisted his neck, as if the punch just now was just a warm-up. "Xie Chenfeng, how are you?" Several people hurriedly came to Xie Chenfeng's side and helped Xie Chenfeng up. At this time, Xie Chenfeng looked very embarrassed, with a gray face and blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The situation was not optimistic. "What's going on? How could this happen? Aren't you a B-level awakener? How could it be?" Lin Lung asked in confusion. "We were fooled. They should be carrying treasures that can cover their aura and strength. They are not ordinary people. They are A-level awakeners," Xie Chenfeng said weakly. "What? The other party is actually an A-level awakener." Several people looked at the big man on the opposite side in horror. Now only the leading man took action. It seemed that they all came from the same force. What kind of terrorist force actually cultivated 5 awakened people with such terrifying strength at the same time? TCH, you don't overestimate your capabilities. I have to do it myself. Second brother, you go and get the things, the leading strong man said to the side. "Yes, boss." With that said, the second brother walked towards Lin Lung and the others with a very disdainful expression, not taking them seriously at all, with a lewd smile on his lips. "Damn it, I'll fight you." Liu just yelled angrily and rushed forward. It was too late for Lin Lung and others to try to dissuade him. Boom! Not surprisingly, Liu Yugong was also beaten away, and the situation was even more serious. Xie Chenfeng was a B-level awakened person, and the one he was fighting was an A-level awakened person. Although there was a gap between the two, it was not too big. In addition, Xie Chenfeng's physical fitness was excellent, so the injury was not so serious. On Liu Yugong's side, although the opponent was not an A-level awakener, he should at least be a B-level. Liu had just awakened and was only an E-level. Not to mention the huge difference in strength between the two. Liu Yugong's fighting experience and fighting skills were no match for the other. This punch directly knocked Liu Yugong to the point of dying, and he vomited blood until he passed out. "Liu Yugong!" Several people exclaimed. Although Lin Lung didn't like Liu Yugong very much, after getting along with each other for a period of time, they gradually became familiar with each other. Somehow, the grudges in the past had long been settled, and they had already regarded each other as friends. Now seeing Liu Yugong being beaten to death by the other party, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, and the other party also trying to insult Su Liuxue, Lin Lung felt a ball of anger rising in his heart. Chao Nima! At this time, Chu Moyin cursed angrily and rushed forward. It is hard to imagine that such a sentence would actually come out of Chu Moyin's mouth. As a rich man, Chu Moyin has a weird temper, but he is quite polite. Now that he is forced to say these words, it shows how much he has. Angry. The wind is coming. With the release of spiritual power, Chu Moyin stood up in the air, floated in mid-air, and began to fight against the enemy with the wind. However, faced with this level of strong wind, several people didn't take it seriously at all. They stood still in the strong wind, and even started to make fun of them. "Tch, you dare to blow the wind at this level?" Seeing that the other party was mocking him, Chu Moyin was a little angry. He released his spiritual power crazily and kept attacking with wind, trying to shake the other party. However, his strength was too weak, and he could not shake the other party at all. Soon, in less than 3 seconds, Chu Moyin was knocked down by a punch from a strong man and passed out. Chu Moyin, seeing his companions being killed one by one, Lin Leng's eyes were red and his canthus was cracked, and he wanted to tear each other into pieces. You guys are next? The strong man set his sights on Su Liuxue. Looking at Su Liuxue's plump figure and proud appearance, all of them had lustful eyes. Color. Umph. Su Liuxue snorted coldly, pulled out the sword given by the Supernatural Power Bureau, and rushed forward. The result was no surprise, but after holding on for a while, the fate of the former was exactly the same. Liuxue, damn it, I'll fight with you. Seeing Su Liuxue fall in front of him, Lin Lung couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward. Even though he knew that he was no match for the other party, he still resolutely fight forward. Boom! There is no doubt that Lin Lung was also beaten away by the strong man. As a space awakener, Lin Lung's early combat effectiveness was not strong at all, let alone facing an A-level awakener. In the end, Lin Lung also fell heavily. At this point, all 5 members of Xie Qinfeng's team were wiped out. Just when Lin Lung was about to pass out, an old man wearing commoner clothes and with a stooped back walked vaguely from the distance. That is, before Lin Lung had time to recognize the person, he passed out and completely lost consciousness. As for what happened next, he didn't know clearly. He only remembered that he vaguely heard the sound of fighting. After Xie Qinfeng's group of 5 fell down, a man walked up not far away. He had a stooped back and gray hair and beard. He looked kind and approachable. He was the old man with Tianzi number 3 from before. Seeing the old man approaching, one of the strong men threatened fiercely, "Old man, don't you watch the road when you're walking? Get out of here while you guys are in a good mood." After scolding the old man, they stopped looking at him and turned to focus on Xie Qinfeng and the other 5. The division of labor among the 5 people was very clear. Each person searched for one. The phoenix fragments were the main ones, and other treasures were naturally not spared. After searching for the phoenix fragments, the 5 of them focused on the small golden bell around Lin Lung's neck. Just when several people were about to reach out to get it, an arm suddenly rested on the shoulder of the strong man in the lead. "Damn, old man, you can't understand people when you're riding a horse, right?" However, before the strong man could finish speaking, the old man picked up the strong man and threw him out like garbage. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. At that moment, the strong man's world was suddenly turned upside down, and then he was thrown out again. The world in front of him was spinning, and finally he fell heavily to the ground, and he was completely shaken. Seeing this scene, the other 4 strong men were stunned on the spot. Their eyes almost popped out, and their mouths were opened wider than the mouth of a bull. This scene was really shocking to them. Did they see it correctly? Their eldest brother, an A-level awakener, was easily thrown away by an old man? Apart from anything else, the strong man himself weighed a full 200 kilograms. How did the old man in front of him, who looked helpless, do it? Actually threw him out like a chicken? The old man didn't notice the expressions of several people. He just clapped his hands and muttered, "Today's young people really don't know how to respect the old and care for the young." Taking advantage of the opportunity, the leading strong man had already gotten up from the ground. He shook his head vigorously to keep himself awake. After getting up from the ground, he spit out the dust in his mouth and cursed. F***ku, old man. How dare you step on your horse to sneak up on me? Just wait for me on your horse? Obviously, the leading man did not realize the horror of the seemingly harmless old man in front of him, and actually attacked the old man menacingly. Punch me! The strong man swung his fist fiercely, rushed to the old man, and hit the old man with an overwhelming punch, but the old man remained calm and just raised one hand gently. Seeing this scene, the other four people couldn't help laughing. They originally thought that the old man had something, but it turned out that he was just a weird old man who overestimated his abilities. In the minds of the four of them, their boss is an A-level power awakener. Although he is not as good as the king of power, his power is also very terrifying. With this punch, anyone below A level will be disabled even if he is not dead. How dare this old man take it with one hand? Seeking death. The strong man in the lead also showed a cold smile after seeing it, with disdain in his smile, as if he was laughing at the old man for asking for trouble. However, the slap in the face came quickly. The old man just raised it slightly and received the seemingly fatal punch from the leading strong man with one hand. What? This time, several people were even more shocked. Not to mention how wonderful each of their expressions were. But the most shocked one was the strong man fighting against the old man. He knew very well how powerful his punch was. He used all his strength. Even a diamond-level, A-level awakener couldn't do this. However, such a terrifying punch that he was so proud of was so easily struck by the old man in front of him. Could it be that he is an S-class awakener? This scene was extremely shocking to him. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and his eyes were as wide as bells. Young people today are so angry, so let me calm down the anger for you. Arrogant. The leading strong man was gnashing his teeth in anger. He had never seen anyone with such a crazy tone before, but he was actually crazier than him. Brothers, come on. The leading strong man gave the order, and the other strong men started to move at the same time. He really didn't believe it. 5 of them together can't beat you. An old man? Even if you are S-class, you have to die here. As a result, before the 5 people could rush in front of the old man, they were blown away by the huge air wave caused by the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from the old man. The 5 of them fell into the mud together. Boom! At this time, the 5 people were finally subdued. They looked at the old man in front of them in horror, who was no different from ordinary old men. The man in front of them was really terrifying, and it fully proved a sentence. There is heaven outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. Seeing the 5 people getting up from the ground, the old man asked calmly, "What? Do you still want to fight?" While he was saying this, a strong wind suddenly arose around him, blowing up the old man's robe and making a sound. The old man's hair and beard also started to dance with the wind. What frightened the 5 people was that a golden giant phantom appeared vaguely behind the old man. The giant phantom was about dozens of feet tall, looking down at the 5 people like a god. At this time, the 5 people were completely subdued and knelt down in front of the old man, begging him to let them live. "Old senior, we are convinced." The old man was also very generous, smiled and forgave them, and asked, "Tell me, who sent you here?" Hearing what the old man said, the 5 people looked at each other and began to hesitate in unison. The old man just hummed softly, and then the wind started to rise around him, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on the shoulders of several people like a mountain, making them unable to breathe. I said, old-timer, I said. Under the absolute suppression of strength, a few people had no choice but to entertain the matter honestly. It turns out that the 5 of them are famous local treasure hunters. As the name suggests, they actually do some robbing and stealing other people's treasures. But what's different from others is that they joined the dark holy cult on their own ability a few days ago. No, they were just sent to do this task. Seeing that the mission was about to be completed, the old man came out halfway and beat them to the ground. Well, very good. The old man seemed to be very satisfied with their answers and said coldly, "Go back and tell your master if you dare to take Lin Lung's idea again. The little old man won't mind crushing his dark holy cult himself. Get out! Hey, hey, hey!" After hearing the old man's words, several people got up and fled the place as if they were granted amnesty, even forgetting to drive the car. "Hey!" The old man sighed, turned around and looked at Lin Lung and the others. He fed each of them a mysterious pill. After waiting there for a while, he saw that several people were starting to wake up, and then he turned and left. Not long after, Lin Lung and the others woke up slowly. When they woke up, they were surprised to find that not only were their things missing, but all the injuries on their bodies were actually healed. Several people were a little surprised. After careful inspection, they were finally convinced that all the injuries on their bodies were really healed. All their organs were restored to their original state, and even the meridians were automatically repaired. How so? Several people were very confused and tried to recall what happened just now, but they only felt that their minds were very confused and their memories were a little blurry. Strange, didn't I remember that we were beaten to the ground by those big men? Didn't they kill us? Lu Yugong asked, rubbing his head. Yes, what on earth is going on? Chu Moyin asked with the same puzzlement. This? Xie Qinfeng held his chin in thought, unable to think of a reason. It stands to reason that he was clearly defeated just now, but the other party did not take the opportunity to loot all his things, but he actually left like this, and he didn't even drive away? While everyone was puzzled, Lin Leng looked thoughtfully at the direction the old man left alone. Just before he passed out, he clearly remembered that he vaguely saw a figure walking towards him. It's just that they were too far away at the time and passed out without seeing the other party's face clearly. It seemed that the other party saved them. But who was the other party? Why save them? Lin Lung scratched his head, which was still a little dazed, and inadvertently glanced in the direction of Su Liuxue, only to find that Su Liuxue was also looking in the same direction as him, but with a strange expression. This made Lin Lung even more weird. What did the old man say to Su Liuxue? Su Liuxue must be hiding something from him, and the old man seemed to be able to see through Su Liuxue's thoughts. Lin Lung decided that when he returned, he would ask Su Liuxue for clarification. Since he couldn't come up with any results after thinking hard, Xie Qinfeng simply decided not to think about it anymore. Their car broke down, so they had to move all their things out, get into the car driven by the strong man before, and speed towards City H. There are too many variables in this mission. Xie Qinfeng has many things to go back and report to his superiors. When the news about Phoenix spreads, it will inevitably cause a fight among interested people. On the way back, none of the 5 people looked very good-looking. This trip also made the 5-person group deeply aware of their own shortcomings. The first time they went on a mission, several people were greatly frustrated. They all looked ugly and didn't know what they were thinking in their minds. Lin Lung's mind was filled with thoughts. He didn't know what happened to Su Liuxue, but the old man's words kept echoing in his mind. I know you, but that was you before, me in the past. After traveling for a period of time, several people finally returned to H City. Xie Qinfeng drove a few people home first, and then turned around and returned to the National Superpower Bureau. It was already very late when Lin Lung got home. Since he had already eaten dinner on the way and was tired from the journey, Lin Lung decided to go back to his room to rest for the night and ask Su Liuxue tomorrow to find out more about the matter. So, after Lin Lung arranged the rice dumplings in the living room, he and Su Liuxue returned to their respective rooms. Lin Lung, exhausted physically and mentally, lay on the bed, looking at the white ceiling, recalling what had happened in the past few days in his mind. However, not long after he lay down, there was a knock on the door of the room. When he opened the door, he saw Su Liuxue standing outside the room. What's wrong? Liuxue. Looking at Su Liuxue outside the door, Lin Lung was a little confused. It's so late. Doesn't Su Liuxue want to rest? Lin Lung, can I go in first and talk about it later? Okay. Lin Lung nodded, turned aside to let Su Liuxue in, and then closed the door to the room. After entering the room, Su Liuxue looked very nervous. She lowered her head and blushed, daring not to look at Lin Lung. She had nowhere to put her hands and tightly grasped the corners of her clothes. "What's wrong?" Lin Lung asked. But Su Liuxue still stood there without speaking. Her little face was flushed. Her teeth were biting her lower lip. Her expression was a bit complicated, as if she was having some kind of psychological struggle. Suddenly, Su Liuxue hugged Lin Lung suddenly, and a gust of fragrant wind blew into her nostrils. Under Lin Lung's stunned look, Su Liuxue put her hands around Lin Lung, hugged Lin Lung tightly, buried her red and hot face into Lin Lung's chest, and whispered into Lin Lung's ear. "Lin Lung, please take me." Lin Lung. Lin Lung was stunned when he heard this. For such a long time, he had been looking forward to this moment all the time, thinking about it when eating, drinking, and even dreaming. However, when this moment actually arrived, Lin Leng seemed a little overwhelmed. In his previous life, he and Su Liuxue had the kind of feeling that everything came naturally. After a long time, it would naturally, you understand. However, now Su Liuxue suddenly brought up this matter. Although Lin Lung was looking forward to it, he was not an animal that only used his lower body to think. Lin Lung knew that there must be some hidden secret that he didn't know about when Su Liuxue suddenly did this. So Lin Lung forced himself to calm down, untied Su Liuxue's hands from holding him, held Su Liuxue's soft, boneless little hands tightly in his hands, and looked at Su Liuxue seriously. "Liuxue, tell me, what have you been hiding from me these days? What did that old man tell you? Don't lie to me again." Su Liuxue felt guilty and hesitantly did not answer, her eyes evasive. Seeing Su Liuxue's appearance, Lin Lung knew that Su Liuxue was not going to tell him. As expected, Su Liuxue did not answer Lin Lung, but continued, "Lin Lung, haven't you always wanted me? Now I take the initiative to find you. Why are you unwilling?" Lin Lung turned around and leaned against the door. He didn't know how to answer Su Liuxue's question. Yes, he wanted to, but Lin Lung's mind was confused. How could he attack Su Liuxue at this time? So he turned around to persuade Su Liuxue, but when he turned around, he saw a very erotic scene. I saw that Su Liuxue had taken off her clothes at some point, blushed with embarrassment, and stood naked in front of her. "Liuxue?" Su Liuxue had a very good figure. Now that such a perfect body was presented in front of her, Lin Lung couldn't help but react. Seeing such a fragrant scene, Lin Lung felt his blood boiling all over his body, his blood vessels gushing, and he turned around hurriedly. "Liuxue? What are you doing?" "Lin Lung, why? Why don't you touch me?" "Liuxue, Lin Lung tried his best to explain that he wanted Su Liuxue, but not in this way. This was not what he wanted. However, at this time, he seemed to have lost consciousness, uncontrollable and hesitating. Not a single word came out for a long time. "Why?" Lin Lung sighed heavily, ran out of the room in a panic, closed the door, and left Su Liuxue alone in the room. Watching Lin Lung leave, Su Liuxue's eyes became dull. She put on her clothes and walked to Lin Lung's bed. She stroked Lin Lung's pillow and quilt with her hands, and finally took the clothes with her. He fell into a deep sleep on the bed with Lin Lung's breath. Lin Lung ran out of the room as if fleeing, ran out of the house alone, and ran wildly on the deserted streets late at night, roaring hysterically. After running and sweating all the way, Lin Lung sat alone by the street lamp, looking up at the starry sky, feeling mixed emotions in his heart. I thought that after his rebirth, he would be like the protagonist in the novel, living a cheating life, reaching the pinnacle of life, and finally giving Su Liuxue a happy ending. However, life is always unsatisfactory. After being reborn for so long, his life was still full of twists and turns. He originally thought that he could become the strongest awakened person and could serve as Su Liuxue's protective umbrella, blocking her path. But everything has changed. His life has not developed as he thought. His life has changed, Su Liuxue has changed, everything has changed. Su Liuxue was not like this before, and life was not like this before. Although Su Liuxue was as cold as ice and snow in the past, and was not easy to get close to, she was sincerely kind to Lin Lung, and would always stand in front of Lin Lung if anything happened. And now, although Su Liuxue loved him and was good to him as always, she seemed to have changed. She became preoccupied and wouldn't tell him anything. Lin Lung was a little distressed. He wished he could read minds so that he could understand Su Liuxue's thoughts. Hey! That night, Lin Lung did not go home. Instead, he sat alone on the deserted street and smoked a cigarette for the first time. He smoked like this until dawn, smoking a whole pack of cigarettes by himself. People often say that a cigarette afterward is better than a living God. Smoking can make people forget all their worries and sorrows. So Lin Lung wanted to use cigarettes to numb his nerves. That night, Lin Lung was worried and sat on the street thinking for a long time. That night, Su Liuxue lay on Lin Lung's bed with her eyes closed, crying alone for a long time. That night, both of them did not fall asleep. The two people who clearly loved each other and were connected from heart to heart became strangers at this moment. Su Liuxue lay on Lin Lung's bed, smelling Lin Lung's unique smell, and burst into tears. This was not the result she wanted. If she could, she wished that she was just an ordinary person, and Lin Lung was also an ordinary person. The two of them grew up together like this, and finally fell in love, got married and had children, and everything fell into place. She regretted it very much. She hated herself now. She wanted to throw herself into Lin Lung's arms, tell Lin Lung everything about her, and then cry hard. But she couldn't do it if she wanted to have the dream she had these days, and what the old man said to her. The old man said that she and Lin Lung were destined not to be in the same world, and one day, she would even kill Lin Lung with her own hands. Su Liuxue couldn't believe it, holding her head crazily, unwilling to believe it all, but she also understood that the old man did not lie to her. As early as when Su Liuxue and Lin Lung returned to their rooms, Su Liuxue opened a bag of tips given to her by the mysterious old man. There was only a small note in it with one word written on it: tribulation. The long night ended like this. Lin Lung stood up from the ground dejectedly and returned home in a daze. Opening the door, Lin Lung walked in and wandered around the living room for a long time. Finally, he stopped at the door of his room. He still hesitated. He raised his hand to knock on the door and asked how Su Liuxue was doing. He was worried about Su Liuxue, but his raised hand just hung in the air. Lin Lung opened his mouth, but no words came out. The words buried in his heart seemed to be stuck in his throat, and he could not speak for a long time. Finally, the hand that was hanging in the air was put down. Lin Lung came to the living room alone and sat down on the sofa dejectedly. Only then did Lin Lung realize that there was a note on the coffee table. The note was densely filled with words. Lin Lung picked it up and took a look and recognized Su Liuxue's handwriting at a glance. The paper wrote, "Lin Lung, I waited for you all night, but you didn't come back. This night, I thought a lot, and I didn't dare to say many things to you in front of you, so I decided to write these things down. Tell you, I admit that I hid it from you. Please forgive me. I had to hide that matter from you. In fact, I didn't find the answer to the matter clearly. Until I met that old man, I began to gradually understand that maybe this was my destiny. In fact, I don't want to care about this matter, but this matter is related to you. I have to pay attention to it. I have decided I want to figure everything out. I want to find the truth of the matter and find the truth of fate. The rest of the time is up to you. You can't go hungry without me cooking for you in the morning. No matter how busy you are, you have to eat something, otherwise it will hurt your stomach. I'm leaving Liuxue, who loves you." After seeing this, Lin Lung's tears couldn't stop pouring out of her eyes. Big tears rolled down Lin Lung's cheeks and hit the paper in Lin Lung's hand. At this moment, Lin Lung collapsed. He roared hysterically, cried in pain, roared, and even kept hitting himself with his hands, but he couldn't feel the pain, and what hurt more was his heart. Why? Why does everything turn out like this? Obviously none of this has happened before. Why? Why has everything changed? Lin Lung did not hesitate, and used the spiritual power in his body like crazy, and began to use space to jump to any corner, any place Su Liuxue might go. Lin Lung didn't miss every alley or corner, jumping through the city like a small point of light until his spiritual power was exhausted. Lin Lung, who had exhausted his spiritual power, did not give up. Instead, he ran wildly on the street and bumped into the crowd. He didn't care about anything now. He just wanted to see her figure in the crowd. In the end, Lin Lung was exhausted and fell heavily to the ground. He no longer had any strength at all, and he didn't even have the strength to get up from the ground. He fell on the roadside like a dead dog. Su Liuxue, where are you? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded next to Lin Lung. Oh, it's really a narrow road for enemies. Brothers, look who this is. Hearing these words, Lin Lung was stunned. This voice was a bit familiar to him. Wasn't it the little gangster Li Chong, who he beat up before? Oh, it's really this kid, but why is this guy lying here like a dead dog? He can't be cheating, right? Several gangsters stood next to Lin Lung, looking at Lin Lung, who was lying motionless on the ground. For a moment, they did not dare to take action. Last time, they were bullied by Lin Lung so badly that they lay in the hospital for half a month. Moon, what are you afraid of? I don't believe this kid can beat us. Get him, Li Chong said disdainfully. Several gangsters looked at each other and didn't dare to do anything for a while. What are you afraid of? Kick me hard. Kick me to death. Kick me to death. Seeing what Li Chong said, several gangsters no longer hesitated and stepped forward to punch and kick Lin Lung, while all the passers-by around him avoided him, as if they were seeing the god of plague. Li Chong is not a small person. Although the people around him hate him very much, they have to swallow their anger because of his identity. Who told his father to be Li Gang? Li Gang is the director of the H-City Public Security Bureau. He holds a high position. He no longer loves his youngest son, Li Chong, but dotes on him. No matter what mistakes Li Chong made or what outrageous things he did, Li Gang could always make things right for his son, who was worse than a pig or a dog. Last time, Li Chong fell in love with a very beautiful female college student and started teasing her in public. As a result, her boyfriend got angry and started fighting with her. As expected, Li Chong relied on the strength of the crowd and the support of his father, and brought a group of younger brothers, punching and kicking them. In the end, the young man was unable to defeat the four-handed man with just 2 fists and was directly beaten into a disability. Afterwards, Li Gang paid the other party some medical expenses on the grounds of accidental injury. From then on, no one dared to mess with Li Chong anymore and avoided him like the god of plague. Seeing Lin Lung being punched and kicked by a group of people, although everyone couldn't bear it, no one dared to stop him for fear of affecting themselves. Lin Lung, because his energy was exhausted, had long lost the ability to resist and could only let the opponent punch and kick him. Inadvertently, someone hit Lin Lung's head with a kick. Lin Lung's ears suddenly buzzed, stars appeared in his eyes, and he fainted. After Lin Lung passed out, a awakener's voice suddenly sounded. You guys stop! Among the crowd, a beautiful figure suddenly walked out. The woman was wearing a simple and elegant green dress. She had exquisite facial features, a tall figure, and an extraordinary temperament, just like a fairy in a painting. Seeing this, Li Chong and the others couldn't help but be fascinated. Their mouths drooled, and a lustful light flashed in their eyes. You guys go and get that girl over here. I have never seen such a beautiful woman. Seeing the boss speaking, several people stopped, turned around, and rushed towards the woman. Seeing a group of gangsters rushing toward her, the woman did not panic at all, but instead smiled with disdain. Seeing the gangster approaching, the woman's mouth curved in a very charming way, and she kicked the gangster in the front in the crotch. At that moment, the people around seemed to hear the sound of eggs being broken, and many male compatriots felt cold in their crotches. The young gangster who rushed at the front was kicked in the middle. The pain can be imagined, and he directly covered himself. His crotch fell to the ground and rolled around, his expression very painful. The young gangster who followed was stunned when he saw that the woman in front of him was so ruthless. This be asterisk H is so ruthless. Seeing that the other gangsters didn't dare to come forward, the woman asked provocatively, What? You don't dare to come? Are there so many of you afraid of me, a weak woman? I'll do it. Upon hearing the woman's provocative words, several gangsters were immediately angered and rushed towards the woman like crazy. And the woman has the confidence to remain unchanged despite the collapse of the mountain. Faced with the siege of everyone, she did not choose to fight with the opponent. Instead, he relied on his light body to dodge the opponent's attacks with flexible movements and then kicked each other in the crotch. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. This be ************ doesn't look like a good person. It's a killing move. What man can resist it? In this way, the woman easily solved the battle with one kick. She clapped her hands and stepped over the young gangster, who fell to the ground and screamed in pain and came to Li Chong. You? Looking at the woman in front of him, Li Chong was speechless and his body was trembling. Roll! Without saying anything, the woman cursed and kicked Li Chong in the crotch. Li Chong has been pampered since he was a child. Although he often fights with gangsters, he often doesn't take action and his physical fitness is not as good as the others. This kick even knocked him to his knees. The woman ignored the others and squatted in front of Lin Lung. She gently held Lin Lung's cheek with her hand and murmured, "It turns out your name is Lin Lung, you liar. You actually lied to me. It turns out you're my brother." After falling in a coma, Lin Lung had a dream. In his dream, he dreamed of a very beautiful and gentle woman. The woman was very gentle, gently caressing his cheek with her hand, and sometimes placing her hand on his forehead. This was a long-lost warmth, and for a moment, Lin Lung felt that Su Liuxue was back. It's just that the woman's face is very blurry. No matter how Lin Lung opens his eyes, he can't see the other person's face clearly. In a daze, Lin Lung grabbed the warm little hand, but the owner of that hand seemed a little embarrassed at first, and the little hand trembled slightly. Lin Lung? Lin Lung didn't hear the other party's words and just kept shouting Su Liuxue's name. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Lung finally woke up in a daze. Lin Lung's eyelids moved slightly on the bed, and after a while he finally struggled to open his eyes. Lin Lung was not used to the dazzling light, so he subconsciously closed his eyes again and then slowly tried to open them. Then, Lin Lung finally opened his eyes. His half-asleep eyes were very confused. He looked at the dazzling incandescent lamp, weakly raised his hand, and rubbed his eyes, and finally woke up this time. Lin Lung weakly pushed himself up from the bed. The pungent smell of disinfectant hit his nostrils. This was a very clean and tidy ward, a single room. There was a plate on the cabinet in front of the hospital bed, which contained a lot of washed fruits. Outside the huge ward, there were messy footsteps and deliberately soft conversations. Lin Lung rubbed his dizzy head, forced himself to wake up, and tried hard to recall what happened after he fell in a coma, but he couldn't remember anything. The weather is very good today. The bright sunshine shines through the window and shines in front of Lin Lung's bed, making the whole room bright and bright. While Lin Lung was in a daze, the door to the ward suddenly opened, and a person walked in. Lin Lung thought it would be a doctor or a nurse, but he never expected that the person who came in was Lin Yu. That's right, it was Lin Yu who Lin Lung and Xie Qinfeng worked together to arrest last time. Why is she here? Seeing Lin Yu come in, Lin Lung was startled, huddled together subconsciously, entered a defensive posture, and stared at Lin Yu warily. After Lin Yu entered the ward, she saw that Lin Lung had regained consciousness. Unexpectedly, she did not attack Lin Lung, but showed a sweet smile. "Are you awake? What are you doing here?" Lin Lung asked warily. "What are you doing here? I sent you here. What do you think I'm doing here?" Lin Lung was stunned when he heard this. "Did you send me here?" "Yes, you were bullied by those gangsters. I saved you and sent you here. I've been taking care of you these days. Are you taking care of me?" Lin Lung was a little surprised. He did feel that a woman was taking care of him these days. He thought it was Su Liuxue or another nurse, but he never thought that it was Lin Yu. "Wait, wasn't the hand I grabbed before? Why did you save me?" After hesitating for a long time, Lin Lung finally spat out these words. Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Lin Lung, you are my brother and I am your sister. Isn't it right for me to save you?" "How do you know my name is Lin Lung?" Lin Lung asked subconsciously, realizing that it was too late for him to spill the beans. "Oh, you still know that your name is Lin Lung? If I hadn't checked it out, I would have thought your name was Lu Yugong," Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Lung was about to speak, but suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed a very important point, and exclaimed, "What did you say? You said you were my sister?" "Yes." Lin Yu nodded with a smile and sat in front of Lin Lung's bed. Lin Yu was wearing a blue and elegant dress. She was very good-looking and had a sweet smile. She really felt a bit like the big sister next door. "How is that possible? Although our surname is Lin, we are not siblings." Lin Lung shook his head. He had lost his parents since he was a child. He didn't even know who his parents were. How could he have a sister? Seeing that Lin Lung didn't believe it, Lin Yu didn't say anything. Instead, she handed an appraisal report to Lin Lung with a smile and motioned for Lin Lung to read it himself. Lin Lung took the appraisal report from Lin Yu's hand suspiciously and read it in his hand. Lin Lung couldn't understand the long string of characters in front of it, so Lin Lung jumped directly to the last sentence. It clearly says Lin Lung, born in X month of X year. Lin Yu, born in X month of X year. After identification, the relationship between Lin Lung and Lin Yu is true. When he saw that he and Lin Yu were indeed siblings, Lin Lung's mind suddenly went blank. When he looked at Lin Yu, he was stunned. He has had no relatives since he was a child. Although Lin Lung did not show it on the surface, the pain of not having relatives has always been buried deep in his heart. He originally thought that he would have no relatives in his life, and he could live well alone. However, at this moment, God actually told him that he had a sister. Lin Lung looked blankly at Lin Yu in front of him. Lin Yu's eyes were already filled with tears, and the tears were rolling in her eyes. Lin Lung was a little stunned. After an unknown amount of time, he finally spat out a sentence from his mouth, "Sister." At this moment, Lin Yu finally couldn't hold it any longer. Tears burst out of her eyes. She hugged Lin Lung on the hospital bed and held Lin Lung tightly in her arms. Lin Yu has never forgotten the memory of her childhood. At that time, she was still young, alone, and homeless, wandering on the streets. Later, she was picked up by the elders of Tianji Pavilion, and she walked step by step to where she is now. But even after taking the position of elder of Tianji Pavilion, Lin Yu's life was still unsatisfactory. She had no relatives, no parents, she was just alone. Now she finally found her long-lost brother, and now the brother and sister finally recognized each other. As a woman, Lin Yu couldn't help crying. Lin Lung, who was hugged tightly by Lin Yu, was also a little moved. He had never thought that he actually had a sister. At this moment, they finally recognized each other, but in this way, on such an occasion. Recognize each other. But none of this is important anymore. What is important is that Lin Lung finally found his sister. He is not alone. He has relatives and a sister. So, Lin Lung also reached out and hugged Lin Yuadu tightly in his arms, tears gently sliding down Lin Lung's cheeks. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them finally calmed down. Lin Yu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and Lin Lung took a few deep breaths to calm down. The siblings looked at each other and started chatting. "The last time you called me sister, I told you not to call me, but I didn't expect you were really my brother." Lin Yu joked. "Yes, you treated me badly at that time. Fortunately, I was rescued later. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened." Lin Lung also recalled with emotion. "You still said, if you hadn't knocked me out with a sap at that time, would you have been able to catch me?" Lin Yu pretended to be angry. At this moment, the atmosphere in the ward became warm. While the two were chatting, Lin Yu grabbed a piece of fruit, peeled it, and handed it to Lin Lung. Lin Lung was not polite, grabbed it in his hand, and started eating it. For some reason, the fruit turned out to be extremely sweet and delicious. Looking at the kind and lovely Lin Yu in front of him, Lin Lung felt a little emotional. The last time they met, they were enemies. Unexpectedly, the next second, they would become siblings. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly asked, "Brother, you kept calling Su Liuxue's name when you were unconscious. Who is she? Is she important to you?" Liuxue. When Su Liuxue's name was mentioned, Lin Lung fell into silence and memories again. Su Liuxue was the most important person in his life, and he was unwilling to lose her. When Lin Yu asked, Lin Lung told Lin Yu some things about himself and Su Liuxue. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully after listening. So, Her sudden departure is related to the remaining Phoenix music score I auctioned last time? Lin Lung nodded. Although he was not sure, he had an intuition that Su Liuxue's departure was inextricably linked to the Phoenix Broken Spectrum. Then will you go find her? Lin Yu asked. Yes, Lin Lung said without hesitation, nodding his head. Lin Lung will definitely go to Su Liuxue. Su Liuxue is the most important person in his life. No matter what happens, he will never abandon Su Liuxue, so he must get Su Liuxue back. In this case, when you are discharged from the hospital in a few days, I will accompany you to find your younger siblings. Lin Yu suggested. Okay, but I will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. Lin Lung returned. What? Now? Not now. Your body is not recovered yet. I won't allow you to leave the hospital. I will be worried. Lin Yu shook her head and refused. I do not care. However, Lin Lung had a tough attitude, and since she had just met her younger brother and she didn't want to ruin Lin Lung's first impression of her, Lin Yu had no choice but to agree and patted Lin Lung's head lovingly. So the two of them left the hospital together. And it was only then that Lin Lung discovered that Lin Yu had his own car. Lin Yu drove a pink sports car. Lin Lung didn't know the make of the car, but it definitely looked expensive. At the same time, Lin Lung was also surprised. Who could have imagined that a professional female assassin would drive such a girly car? Lin Yu skillfully drove the car to Lin Lung's side, reached out and patted the passenger seat, and sneered at Lin Lung very casually. Come, sit next to sister. Hearing this, Lin Lung smiled slightly, opened the car door gently, and got into the passenger seat. Seeing Lin Lung sit up, Lin Yu very considerately came over to help Lin Lung fasten her seatbelt. No, I will. Lin Lung, who originally wanted to refuse, saw Lin Yu's happy look and held back for a moment, and did not say the words of refusal. Lin Yu's changes made it difficult for Lin Lung to adapt to it for a while. Although he was convinced that Lin Yu was his sister, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Maybe it still takes time. Lin Yu's driving skills were very good, and the car was going very fast along the way. Lin Yu smiled happily, while Lin Lung held on to the door handle tightly. I have to say that Lin Yu drove too fast. Are you flying a plane? Well done, don't do it next time. Lin Lung's hand was tightly grasping the door handle, and his heart was in his throat. His eyes were fixed on the road, paying attention to the situation on the road. As soon as he found something wrong, he would pull Lin Yu without saying a word. Jump out of the car and escape. Lin Yu didn't notice anything strange about Lin Lung at all. The speed of the car kept soaring along the way. Lin Yu seemed to enjoy the thrill of racing, shouting happily, and sometimes even letting go of one hand, which shocked Lin Lung. Terrified, is this the legendary one-handed Ferrari? Lin Yu, does it feel good, brother? Lin Lung, drive slower, sister. Car. Pay attention to the car. It can be said that Lin Lung was scared to death along the way. He claimed to be fearless, but he didn't expect that he almost scared him to death after riding in Lin Yu's car once. After a long ordeal, the car finally drove downstairs to the house where Lin Lung lived. During this period, Lin Yu made a handsome gesture and finally stepped on the brakes and parked the car aside. Ugh! Lin Lung, who had just gotten out of the car, felt his stomach churn, and he lay on the ground helplessly and vomited wildly. Brother, what's wrong with you? Lin Yu asked curiously when she saw Lin Lung's appearance. No, it's okay, vomit. After vomiting for a while, Lin Lung stood up from the ground with a pale face, greeted Lin Yu, and walked upstairs. Lin Lung took Lin Yu to the house where he and Su Liuxue had been living. He warmly greeted Lin Yu to sit down, poured a glass of water for Lin Yu, then turned around and went into the house to pack things. Lin Yu sat on the sofa and looked at this simple but cozy house, feeling a little lonely in her heart. Although her house was large, it was very deserted and did not feel like home. Although she felt a little lonely in her heart, Lin Yu was not sad. Now that she had found her biological brother, she would also have a family and relatives in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's beautiful face showed a smile, and at this time Lin Lung also packed up his things and came out of the room. Okay, sister, let's go. Brother, are you really planning to leave here and live with me? Lin Yu looked at Lin Lung and asked. After hesitating for a while, Lin Lung nodded. Well, Su Liuxue has left. Without her, living here means nothing to me. I will lock this place up until I get her back. Okay, don't be discouraged. I will accompany you to find it. The two of them left the room together. Lin Lung turned back and took one last look at the house filled with many memories of himself and Su Liuxue. Many memories came to his mind at once. Although this small house is simple, it is very warm under the care of Su Liuxue. They do not have a range hood, so when Su Liuxue cooks, the whole room will smell of oil smoke. Over time, Lin Lung had already become accustomed to the smell of oil smoke in the days when Su Liuxue was around. Younger brother? While Lin Lung was dazed, Lin Yu's voice came over. Lin Lung suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly responded before taking a deep look at the house and finally reluctantly locked the door. Lin Lung put his things in the back seat and got into Lin Yu's car again. This time, after Lin Lung greeted him, Lin Yu slowed down the car very considerately and kept the speed steadily at 220 yards. Sister, it's too fast. Drive slower. What? Too slow? Ouch. No, drive slower. What? Still slow? I'm already driving as fast as I can. Hey, no, don't look at me. Look at the road and the car. I think after this time, Lin Lung will probably never take Lin Yu's car again, right? Finally, Lin Lung's torturous time was over. Lin Yu owned a very luxurious private villa. Lin Yu drove the sports car into her underground parking garage and parked the car in the garage. Only then did Lin Lung realize that the underground garage was full of cars, and every one of them was a top-notch luxury car. Sister, these cars. Seeing Lin Lung ask, Lin Yu returned indifferently. Oh, these cars are all mine. I haven't even had a chance to drive them after I bought them. They have been kept here. If you like anyone, you can come with me. Say, oh, sister will give you one. No, no need. I don't have a driver's license yet. Lin Lung was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Oh my God, a whole garage of luxury cars. I didn't expect that my sister was actually a super wealthy person. If only I had known Lin Yu earlier in my previous life, I would not have lived such a miserable life and died so aggrieved in the end. Lin Yu took Lin Lung all the way out of the underground garage, followed the path in the yard, and entered Lin Yu's villa. In this situation, Lin Lung had only one word in his heart. Big. That's right. Lin Yu's villa can only be described in one big word, and it's so big that it's hard to describe. This is a noble private villa, and you can tell at a glance that it is the residence of a wealthy family. The high fence is surrounded by coquettish rose thorns. Expensive sofa seats are placed in the yard. The sun slants down, and the mottled light and shadow reflect the luxury of the yard. Opening the door decorated with hollow reliefs, you will see a more luxurious hall. The splendid design and glittering decorations further highlight the wealth of the owner of this villa. Climb up the white, ornate staircase and look down at the entire hall from a height, feeling as if you are in a royal palace, resplendent and luxurious. Wow! Seeing all this, Lin Lung's eyes shone, and he couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yu is too rich. He has only seen this kind of villa in TV series. Is this the world of rich people? Lin Yu took Lin Lung up to the second floor and came to her room. She took out the key and opened the door. She said to Lin Lung, "You can live here from now on. I'll give you the key." After saying that, Lin Yu threw a key to Lin Lung. There were several keys on it: a yard key, a door key, a house door key, and a garage. After receiving the heavy key, Lin Lung also felt the heavy care from his sister. After explaining a few words, Lin Yu stopped talking, turned around, opened the room opposite, and walked in. Only then did Lin Lung realize that her room was opposite Lin Yu. Sister Yu? Hey, you live across from me, so I can rest assured. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. Okay. Lin Lung didn't say anything, walked into this room that was many times more luxurious than his previous room, and started to tidy up. The wardrobe was very large. As soon as Lin Lung was about to hang his clothes in it, he realized that it was already filled with all kinds of clothes that fit very well. The styles were very trendy and they were all famous brands. Not only the clothes, but also the pants and shoes are all famous brands. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung suddenly felt that the clothes he had picked out that he was proud of no longer smelled good, but he did not throw them away. Instead, he hung up the clothes he brought one by one. These clothes were bought for him by Su Liuxue. Although they were not famous brands or very trendy, they looked very old-fashioned, but Lin Lung didn't want to throw them away. He will continue to wear it. Su Liuxue bought it for him, and there are patches Su Liuxue put on it. It is Su Liuxue's love for him, and it is also his sustenance for Su Liuxue. After sorting everything out, Lin Lung breathed a deep sigh of relief, picked up his phone, and took a look, only to find that his phone had been turned off. Lin Lung hurriedly took out the charger to charge his phone, only to realize that his phone had hundreds of missed calls and countless text messages. Lin Lung opened it and found that most of them were calls from Xie Chunfeng and the others, as well as text messages sent to him by Xie Chunfeng and the others. The general content was to ask Lin Lung and Su Liuxue where they were and why they didn't go to training. Lin Lung opened the address book and dialed Xie Chunfeng's number. It was obvious that Xie Chunfeng and the others were very worried about Lin Lung and Su Liuxue and called Lin Lung many times. Now Lin Lung also decided to tell Xie Chunfeng the specific situation, at least to reassure the other party. The call was quickly connected, and before Lin Lung had time to speak, Xie Chunfeng on the other end of the phone came up and scolded Lin Lung. "Damn it, you little brat. You still know how to call me. What's going on with you and Su Liuxue? Both of you can't get through on the phone. Xie Chunfeng, the matter is very complicated. I can't explain it clearly on the phone right now. How about I go find you tomorrow?" "No need. I'm fine now anyway. Where are you?" "I'll go find you." "Okay." So Lin Lung reported the address to Xie Chunfeng, and Xie Chunfeng also hung up the phone and probably drove off. After thinking about it, Lin Lung decided to tell Lin Yu about the matter. After all, this was Lin Yu's house. If Xie Chunfeng was coming, he still had to say hello to Lin Yu. Just as he opened the door, Lin Yu's door happened to open at this time. The two of them exclaimed in unison. "What's wrong?" Lin Yu asked first. Seeing the other party asking questions, Lin Lung explained the matter to Lin Yu in general. I thought Lin Yu would have objections. After all, Lin Yu and Xie Chunfeng had conflicts before. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu agreed without even thinking. After a while, the doorbell of the courtyard door rang. Lin Lung hurriedly ran to open the door. It was Xie Chunfeng standing outside the door, but Xie Chunfeng's expression was a little strange. "Lin Lung, let me tell you. Why are you here? Are you here repairing people's yards?" Lin Lung, "No, this is..." "Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Where is Su Liuxue? Why didn't I see her? I told you that you didn't come to training for no reason. This is against discipline." Xie Chunfeng vented his dissatisfaction as soon as he came up. He kept hurling words at Lin Lung and scolding Lin Lung, making stars fly from his mouth. Xie Chunfeng was very focused on scolding, and Lin Lung also knew that he was wrong. So he rarely retorted, but Lin Lung could bear it, which did not mean that Lin Yu could bear it. Lin Yu naturally felt very unhappy when she saw her brother, whom she had finally recovered, being scolded by others. Even if her brother made a huge mistake, she would be the only one to scold him, and she would never allow others to do so. So, seeing this scene, Lin Yu's delicate face instantly darkened, while Xie Chunfeng was completely intoxicated in his own world, completely unaware of Lin Yu beside him. Click, click, click. Lin Yu clenched her fists angrily, and finally couldn't bear it any longer. After a run-up, she leaped into the air, jumped up, and kicked Xie Chunfeng, knocking her 36 feet fiercely. On Xie Chunfeng's face. Boom! Before Xie Chunfeng could finish speaking, a foot suddenly appeared in his sight. Lin Yu was so fast that Xie Chunfeng had no time to hide, so he took the kick firmly. "What the hell?" Xie Chunfeng climbed up from the ground in embarrassment, patted the dirt on his body, and looked towards Lin Lung with a confused expression. This was an incredible sight. At some point, a tall and beautiful woman with a peerless appearance stood beside Lin Lung. Xie Chunfeng's eyes widened. It was actually Lin Yu. F***K. Lin Lung, Come here quickly. Why is Lin Yu here? I'm warning you, don't mess around. Xie Qinfeng suddenly shouted with a vigilant look on his face. Oh! Lin Yu smiled playfully, looked at Xie Qinfeng indifferently and asked, I just messed up. What can you do to me? As she spoke, Lin Yu deliberately put her hand on Lin Lung's neck, pretending to be holding a hostage. F***K. Xie Qinfeng obviously didn't recognize the sibling relationship between the two. When he saw Lin Lung being held hostage by Lin Yu, he subconsciously swore. What? What are you going to do now? Are you going to run away or save him? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Seeing this scene, Xie Qinfeng felt helpless and scolded Lin Lung 100 times in his heart. He didn't understand why Lin Yu appeared here, and Lin Lung didn't resist just now. However, seeing Lin Lung being held hostage, Xie Qinfeng had no choice but to compromise and said, Okay, how can you let him go? Seeing Xie Qinfeng compromising easily, Lin Yu was a little surprised. She leaned into Lin Lung's ear and whispered, I didn't expect him to care about you. Hearing this, Lin Lung's eyes changed when he looked at Xie Qinfeng, and he felt something in his heart. Although Xie Qinfeng was usually a dog-like person, he was still good at critical moments. At least he was quite upright. Seeing Xie Qinfeng compromise, Lin Yu rolled her eyes, and suddenly a wonderful idea came to her mind. So Lin Yu looked at Xie Qinfeng and said with a suppressed smile, Then you kneel down and sing Conquer for me. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Lung's eyes widened, and he immediately prepared to stop Lin Yu, but it was too late to stop him. Xie Qinfeng didn't hesitate at all when he heard Lin Yu's request. He knelt down without saying a word, then cleared his throat, and then, I am conquered by you like this. Drink the poison you've hidden. Lin Yu was still smiling and ready to watch the show, but she never thought that the moment Xie Qinfeng opened her mouth, Lin Yu's face stiffened instantly and turned ugly the next second. Looking at Lin Lung, it seemed that he was well prepared. Lin Lung had covered his ears in advance, thus saving his eardrums. I have to say that the two siblings really have a tacit understanding. I remember that Lin Lung asked Xie Qinfeng to kneel down and sing Conquer before, but he didn't expect Lin Yu to do the same. Xie Qinfeng didn't know how destructive his voice was, and he was kneeling on his knees singing Conquer intoxicatedly. Xie Qinfeng looks the same, but his voice is really unbearable. Finally, Lin Yu couldn't stand it anymore and shouted loudly, asking Xie Qinfeng to stop. Xie Qinfeng reluctantly stopped and asked with a puzzled look, What's wrong? Lin Yu ignored Xie Qinfeng. She originally wanted Xie Qinfeng to make a fool of herself, but she didn't expect that she would be the one to suffer. She turned around and returned to the villa angrily. The demonic singing finally disappeared, and Lin Lung released his hands, covering his ears with relief. Lin Lung? Seeing Xie Qinfeng's confused look, Lin Lung finally explained the matter to him. When Xie Qinfeng heard that Lin Yu was Lin Lung's sister, his expression was extremely shocked, and his eyes were as wide as light bulbs. Still big. After explaining the matter clearly, Xie Qinfeng nodded and understood. Lin Lung also brought Xie Qinfeng into Lin Yu's villa. Entering the villa, even Xie Qinfeng was shocked by the luxury of Lin Yu's villa. If he worked hard for a year, he might not even be able to afford Lin Yu's chandelier. Lin Lung and Xie Qinfeng sat at the table, and Lin Lung also slowly explained the situation between himself and Su Liuxue. Listening to Lin Lung's story, Xie Qinfeng held his chin in deep thought and suddenly thought of something, and suddenly realized, I'm afraid this matter has something to do with the Phoenix fragment. Lin Lung nodded in agreement. He also had a feeling in his heart that Su Liuxue's departure might be related to the Phoenix broken spectrum. What makes Lin Lung confused is, what is the relationship between Su Liuxue and Phoenix? Just when the two of them had no clue, Lin Yu walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Even an apron looked like it was not something ordinary people could afford. Lin Yu placed the egg fried rice she made in front of Lin Lung and said with a gentle smile, Let's eat first. You can't think of anything when you're hungry. It's better to think after you're full. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung felt warm in his heart and nodded. Looking at the fragrant bowl of egg fried rice in front of him, he picked it up and took a big bite. Seeing Lin Lung devouring the food, Lin Yu smiled and asked Lin Lung to eat slowly. However, as soon as Lin Lung took a bite, his face darkened instantly. "What's wrong? Isn't it delicious?" Lin Yu asked with concern. Lin Lung was a little surprised. The egg-fried rice looked golden, and it whetted one's appetite. He never thought that everything should be judged by its appearance. It looked very delicious on the surface, but when it came to the actual taste, the taste was hard to describe. But looking at Lin Yu's expectant eyes, Lin Lung's heart softened. Lin Yu also did it for his own good. Lin Lung didn't want to let Lin Yu down, so he had to bite the bullet and swallow this big mouthful of rice. "Go down?" "That's right. I took a big mouthful of rice and swallowed it without even chewing. Gudong." After forcibly swallowing the egg-fried rice, Lin Lung's whole body felt as if he had drunk poison, but he still forced a smile and pointed his thumbs up and said, "It's delicious. The egg-fried rice made by my sister must taste great." Lin Yu was obviously very surprised when Lin Lung praised her cooking skills. This was her first time cooking. Although it was just simple egg-fried rice, it was still very difficult for her. Originally, she was worried that Lin Lung would dislike the taste, but she didn't expect that Lin Lung actually loved it so much. Lin Yu felt a little elated. It seemed that she still had a talent for cooking. She decided that from today on, she would cook for him every day. Lin Lung eats. If it's delicious, eat more. I made it specially for you." Lin Yu looked at Lin Lung with satisfaction and said, "This." After hearing this, Lin Lung hesitated a little while looking at most of the egg-fried rice in the bowl. He didn't want to disappoint Lin Yu, but if the cost was that he would be salted to death, then he would definitely not be willing to do so. Just when Lin Lung hesitated and didn't know what to do, he accidentally saw Xie Chunfeng watching the show, and a clever plan was born in an instant. Lin Lung coughed a few times and said seriously, "Well, team leader Xie, you haven't eaten yet. Why don't I give it to you?" Xie Chunfeng was stunned. When he heard Lin Lung's words of thanks to the team leader, he felt something was wrong. Sure enough, he originally planned to watch a good show, but he didn't expect that Lin Lung actually tried to divert trouble to him. The blame was turned to him. He was so smart that he couldn't see it just now. Just by looking at Lin Lung's expression, he knew how unpalatable the bowl of egg-fried rice was, but Lin Yu didn't know. Xie Chunfeng. Seeing the egg-fried rice being pushed in front of him by Lin Lung, Xie Chunfeng's heart was filled with 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past. At this time, Lin Yu's eyes followed the egg-fried rice. "Thank you, team leader. This is the egg-fried rice made by my sister. You are so kind to me, so just eat it. You must eat it all." Lin Lung showed a successful smile and said with a despicable smile, "Xie Chunfeng, I am a star and you are a star." Looking at the golden and delicious bowl of egg-fried rice in front of him, Xie Chunfeng swallowed hard. After taking a look at the golden and delicious egg-fried rice, Xie Chunfeng couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. It looked pretty good. It shouldn't be hard to eat, right? Maybe it's because Lin Lung's taste is relatively strong or something else. So with the mentality of giving it a try, Xie Chunfeng gently picked up the bowl, took a small mouthful of rice into his mouth, and then began to chew carefully. This small bite is amazing. When the egg-fried rice enters your mouth, it can be said that it melts in your mouth. The taste is instantly spread to Xie Chunfeng's brain along the tip of his tongue. That smell! After just one sip, Xie Chunfeng's face darkened. His expression was as if he had eaten shit. It was even worse than eating shit. This could no longer be described as unpalatable. It was simply poison. This is not egg-fried rice. This is clearly salt-fried rice. Xie Chunfeng really wanted to spit this mouthful of rice directly on Lin Yu's face. But when he saw Lin Yu's cold eyes, Xie Chunfeng had no choice but to give up and forcefully swallow the rice. Gudong! After one mouthful of rice, Xie Chunfeng resisted the urge to vomit, gave a thumbs up with a fake smile, and praised, "Yet delicious. The color is golden, the taste is delicious, and it melts in your mouth." Hearing Xie Chunfeng's words, Lin Lung showed a look of disdain. Unexpectedly, Xie Chunfeng was even more shameless than him and could tell such nonsense. Unexpectedly, Xie Chunfeng suddenly changed the topic, curled his lips, looked at Lin Lung and said, Lin Lung, it tastes so delicious. It's a pity that I ate it. It's better for you to eat it. After all, your sister made it for you personally. As he said that, Xie Qinfeng deliberately added an accent to the word personally. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded and looked at Lin Lung and said, "Yes, brother, I almost forgot. This is made for you. How can you give it to others?" Although these words sounded strange, Xie Qinfeng still agreed. "It's Lin Lung. You are so ignorant. You must finish it today. Don't waste it. This is your sister's wish." "Lin Lung, I ride a horse." In the end, after some pushing and pushing, the two of them worked together to solve the problem of egg fried rice. Originally, Lin Yu planned to make another one, but they declined because they had important matters. "Well, I'm going to take Lin Lung to the bureau to do something, so I'll leave first." "Well, sister, Xie Qinfeng and I will go back as soon as we go." Lin Lung nodded. "Want to go out? Do you want me to drive you?" Lin Yu asked with concern. No. Xie Qinfeng has a car, so I'll leave with him first and come back later." Lin Lung was so frightened that he explained and dragged Xie Qinfeng away. Seeing Lin Lung's hurried look, Lin Yu did not stop him, but frowned slightly with worry. After finally finding a relative, Lin Yu was very worried about Lin Lung. After going out, Lin Lung got into Xie Qinfeng's car, stepped on the accelerator, and the two of them quickly arrived at the Superpower Bureau. One thing to say is that Xie Qinfeng's car drove relatively steadily, fast and steadily. In contrast, riding in Lin Yu's car made Lin Lung feel like he was riding a roller coaster. Xie Qinfeng brought Lin Lung to the director's office, and the two met Zhao Tianyan together. As soon as Lin Lung entered the office, a voice sounded in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for unlocking the random mission. Beat Li Chong to complete the mission, and you will be rewarded with 1 mall purchase point." Lin Lung was stunned. Didn't this mission come too suddenly? However, Lin Lung is still very satisfied. As long as he beats Li Chong violently, he can get a shopping mall purchase point. He can vent his anger and complete the task. It's so cool. Thinking of this, Lin Lingqing couldn't help laughing, but suddenly found that Xie Qinfeng and Zhao Tianyan looked at him like an idiot, with very confused expressions. "Ahem, I just remembered something happy," Lin Lung had to explain. Fortunately, Zhao Tianyan did not pursue the case. This time he came to Lin Lung for 2 reasons. The first was to ask about Su Liuxue's whereabouts. When Zhao Tianyan asked about it, Lin Lung told Zhao Tianyan the general story of the whole incident. This time Lin Lung went into more detail, and also talked about the mysterious old man who held the Tianzi name at the last auction. After listening to Lin Lung's story, Zhao Tianyan frowned tightly and sat silently, while Xie Qinfeng held his chin in deep thought. "It's all related to Phoenix," Zhao Tianyan murmured softly. After thinking for a while, Zhao Tianyan finally looked at Lin Lung and asked seriously, "Lin Lung, since Su Liuxue's disappearance is also related to Phoenix, it seems to be God's will." Lin Lung was confused when he heard this. "God's will? What God's will?" Zhao Tianyan paused and then said, I came to you this time for 2 things. The first thing is about Su Liuxue, and the second thing also has something to do with Phoenix." Lin Lung was shocked and jumped up from his seat. He was actually related to Phoenix again. Zhao Tianyan waved his hand to signal Lin Lung to calm down first. After Lin Lung sat down, he continued slowly. "That's right, a big shot came to our Superpower Bureau a few days ago and asked you to help him find the Phoenix ancient tomb by name. But you weren't around at that time, so we had to put it on hold." "Phoenix tomb?" This time, Lin Lung and Xie Qinfeng jumped up from their seats at the same time. Their expressions were similar. Both of them looked surprised, and their mouths were open wide enough to fit an egg in. Zhao Tianyan was a little angry at the two people's startled looks and shouted, "That's enough. What do they look like? Sit down." "Ahem." Realizing his gaffe, Lin Lung apologized apologetically, then adjusted his mood and sat down. The same was true for Xie Qinfeng. Seeing that the two of them had calmed down, Zhao Tianyan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since both matters are related to the Phoenix, then this task will be left to you. The other party asked you to go by name." Lin Lung was a little confused. "Why does the other party insist on me going?" Zhao Tianyan shrugged. Apparently, he didn't know why the other party spared so many stronger awakeners and insisted on finding the newly awakened Lin Lung. Then, Zhao Tianyin took out the key, stood up, walked to the back, and opened the safe layer by layer. It seemed that there were very important things inside. After opening the last lock, Zhao Tianyin searched for a while, then took out a box and slowly locked the safe. Zhao Tianyin put the box on his desk. When he opened it, there lay quietly a yellowed and broken ancient book in the box, which was the Phoenix Fragment book. "Have you seen it?" Zhao Tianyin asked. The two of them shook their heads almost at the same time. Of course, they had never seen such a confidential thing. Although they got it back, their attention was not on it at all at the time. "Okay, let's take a look." Lin Lung didn't show any pretense after hearing this. He stood up and took out the Phoenix Fragments. He sat back and started reading. Xie Feng also curiously put his head over it. This was incredible to see. The Phoenix Fragments recorded many ancient legends and detailed deeds about the Phoenix. Lin Lung was so shocked that he wanted to keep them. But there is another problem. I don't know when the words in this book were written. Lin Lung and the others can't understand a single word. Fortunately, Lin Lung had a system. When Lin Lung was in trouble, the system stepped forward in time and acted as a translator. With systematic translation, Lin Lung gradually understood the Phoenix Fragments and learned some ancient secrets about the Phoenix. Seeing Lin Lung frowning and nodding, Xie Feng was a little stunned. "Do you understand?" With the interpretation of the remaining genealogy of the Phoenix, an ancient secret about the Phoenix is slowly revealed. Phoenix, also known as Phoenix Emperor, the king of birds in ancient legends. There are also certain records about the appearance of the Phoenix in books. It is said that the Phoenix consists of a red head, a lin hip, a snake neck, a fish tail, a dragon pattern, a turtle body, a swallow's chin, and a chicken's mouth. Its body is like a mandarin duck, and its wings are like a rock. With legs like cranes, is a sacred object made up of a variety of birds. The record of the Phoenix's appearance in the book is very vague. It roughly looks like a chicken, but it is covered in colorful feathers and exudes colorful fairy light. It is a real mythical beast in ancient times. In the ancient times, the spiritual energy of the Earth Star was very full. At that time, gods rose and mythical beasts were rampant. It was an era full of mythology. Lin Lung only took a dubious attitude towards this. The book says that in ancient times, countless mythical beasts such as phoenixes, unicorns, white tigers, and even divine dragons existed. At that time, humans and mythical beasts were still in a state of balance. But gradually, with the awakening of the human race, the strength of the human race gradually surpassed that of the mythical beasts. I don't know when the human race discovered that these mythical beasts were full of treasures, and their flesh, and even muscles and bones were of great benefit to humans. So, for a while, the human race began to massacre the divine beasts. Although the divine beasts were strong, the human race was not short of strong ones. In addition, the human race was good at using external forces and traps, so the divine beasts began to be hunted and killed in large numbers. The number of mythical beasts is limited, but the greed of people is unlimited. After tasting the benefits of the mythical beasts, the human race became more unscrupulous and began to hunt and kill the mythical beasts crazily. In the end, under the endless hunting of the human race, countless divine beasts gradually disappeared. The Dragon Clan and the Unicorn Clan all disappeared on the Earth Star, and the last Phoenix, the leader of the Phoenix Clan, was also shot dead at the last Phoenix Mountain. Seeing this, Lin Lung's expression was a little moved. After reading the content on the page, Lin Lung was a little touched. It is really hateful that the human race actually killed the mythical beasts just for their own selfish desires. While angry, Lin Lung was also a little confused. Wasn't it possible that no one from the leader of the human race stood up to stop this? Thinking of this, Lin Lung was a little helpless. After all, he was not a person of that era, and what he had read was only one-sided words in the book. He had not experienced the specific things and had no way of knowing. Seeing Lin Lung's rich expression changes, Xie Feng was a little surprised, widened his eyes, and asked, "Lin Lung, do you understand?" Lin Lung nodded and made an excuse, saying that he had done some research on writing in this area before, and he could lie smoothly without blushing or a beating heart. Fortunately, Xie Qinfeng didn't think too much. He just curiously asked Lin Lung what was written on the remaining Phoenix score. Lin Lung secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then slowly told what he saw. After listening to Lin Lung's story, Xie Qinfeng's face was full of astonishment, and his expression was dumbfounded. You mean, the Phoenix really existed? And the dragon? Lin Lung nodded. Judging from what was written in the book, that should be the case. F***K. Xie Qinfeng seemed to have heard some explosive news. His body trembled with excitement, and his expression seemed to be drugged. Unlike Xie Qinfeng, Zhao Tianyin just sat quietly in his seat, showing a very intriguing smile. Okay, Xiaolong, you've already read the Phoenix Remit score. It just so happens that the big shot is coming soon, so I'll take you to meet him soon, Zhao Tianyin said with a kind smile. Ding, ding, ding. After a while, the office phone rang. Zhao Tianyin picked up the answer, and after a few polite words with the other party, he told the other party to come over. His tone was very polite and humble. Lin Lung was a little surprised. Which big shot could make Zhao Tianyin, a director, be so polite to him? Soon, the door of the office was opened. Zhao Tianyin immediately stood up from his seat and went to greet the visitor. Lin Lung and Xie Qinfeng also stood up and looked at the door with curious faces. Tianyin, long time no see. A very deep and powerful voice came. Lin Lung heard the sound and went out, only to see an old man in luxurious clothes and holding a golden dragon head crutch at the door of the office, talking and shaking hands with Zhao Tian. The old man was dressed in a luxurious Tang suit with simple embroidery. His eyes were calm and intimidating, and occasionally flashed a glint of light. He had a childish face and strong energy. There was a vague aura about him that made people frightened. It's really an honor for Mr. Zhao to come here in person, Mr. Wang. In front of the old man in Tang's suit, Zhao Tianyin lost all his previous majesty. When talking to the old man, he bowed slightly, lowered his head, and looked very humble. After some polite remarks, the old man in Tang suit might have noticed Lin Lung, and his eyes suddenly glanced at Lin Lung. At the moment of eye contact, Lin Lung saw two rays of light emanating from under the already yellowed eyelids. The old man's gaze seemed to have the power to penetrate the soul. In front of the old man, Lin Lung felt as if he was being looked at. Seeing the old man looking at Lin Lung, Zhao Tianyin introduced, Mr. Wang, this is... Unexpectedly, before Zhao Tianyin finished speaking, the old man in Tang's suit took the lead and interrupted. If my guess is correct, you are Lin Lung, right? That's right, I was just about to introduce him to you. He is the one you're looking for. Lin Lung. Xiaolong, why don't you meet Mr. Wang soon? Zhao Tianyin urged. Oh, I've met Mr. Wang. Lin Lung bowed slightly. Mr. Wang saw an imperceptible look flash in Lin Lung's eyes, but he quickly hid it and revealed a kind smile. Ah, you're welcome. I have something else to ask of you this time. Lin Lung nodded slightly to show his understanding, but his heart was full of doubts. What kind of identity did the old man have that even Zhao Tianyin was so humble in front of him? What could such a big shot do to him? Seemingly sensing Lin Lung's doubts, Wang Laogang was about to explain, but Zhao Tianyin politely pulled him to his exclusive seat, while he stood respectfully aside. After sitting down, Mr. Wang slowly revealed the purpose of his trip. After listening to Mr. Wang's story, everyone from Lin Lung to Zhao Tianyin looked in disbelief. It's not their fault. This news is really shocking. It turns out that this old man in Tang's suit, also known as Mr. Wang, is actually the richest man in the world, Wang Wanwan, who participated in the auction at Tianqing Auction House before. Mr. Wang's wealth can be said to be as rich as any country. Later, Zhao Tianyin told him that Mr. Wang himself was an awakened person and had served as an elder in the general administration of supernatural powers. He was very powerful. Later, during a mission, Mr. Wang was seriously injured in an accident, leaving indelible scars. He could no longer fight, so he had to retire from the army and start a business, and later gradually became the richest man. No matter from which aspect, Mr. Wang is indeed a big man, worthy of respect. No wonder Zhao Tianyan was so humble in front of Mr. Wang. He was his senior. From Mr. Wang's narration, everyone learned that he had originally planned to auction off the Phoenix Remnant score, but he did not have enough funds with him at the time and regrettably lost this opportunity. Later, he accidentally obtained a map of the Phoenix Ancient Tomb. As for how to obtain it, Mr. Wang did not elaborate on it, but just mentioned it in a very vague way. Mr. Wang learned that it turned out that phoenixes really existed at that time, but they were hunted by humans in large numbers and eventually became extinct. The last Phoenix King was saved by a powerful man and buried in an ancient tomb. The map in Mr. Wang's hand can guide them to the ancient tomb, with detailed introductions and markings on the route address. Under the introduction of a mysterious man, the other party told him that if he wanted to find the Phoenix Ancient Tomb, he had to go to the H-City Superpower Bureau to find someone. Mr. Wang was very curious and asked who that person was, and the other person calmly answered with 2 words, Lin Lung. What? Lin Lung was a little surprised. That person actually knew his name? And you also deliberately introduced yourself to the other party? Mr. Wang continued. He also said that the remaining Phoenix score is in your hands, and only you can understand it. Is that true? Mr. Wang spoke in a very calm tone, but Lin Lung's heart was filled with turmoil. Who is the other party? How does the other party know that he can understand it? Suddenly, Lin Lung thought of a possibility. Could it be that the other party knew about the existence of the system? Ding host, please rest assured, no one in this plane is aware of the existence of this system. Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief at the system's answer, but at the same time more doubts came to his mind. Since the other party didn't know the existence of the system, how could he conclude that he could understand the remaining Phoenix score? Who is he? Lin Lung curiously asked about the identity of the other party, but Mr. Wang did not give an answer. He only said that the other party was covered in a black robe at that time. His face could not be seen clearly, and his height was medium to short. As soon as these words came out, Lin Lung's eyes dimmed instantly. It was impossible to guess who it was from such a description. She was of medium to short stature. All the lowly beauties in the street were like this, right? After chatting for a few words, Mr. Wang directly brought the topic to the point and stated the purpose of his trip concisely and clearly. It turns out that Mr. Wang came here this time to let Lin Lung take the Phoenix fragments and the map in Mr. Wang's hand to help Mr. Wang enter the Phoenix Ancient Tomb and find the Phoenix Ancient Coffin. Phoenix Ancient Coffin? Lin Lung's expression changed slightly. Phoenix Ancient Tomb and Phoenix Ancient Coffin sounded similar to each other. There couldn't really be a phoenix buried in the Phoenix Ancient Coffin, right? At this time, Xie Chunfeng asked curiously, Senior Wang, why are you looking for Phoenix? I suffered some injuries when I was young. Tian Yin should have told you. I heard that Phoenix's blood can heal injuries and prolong life, so I want to give it a try. Oh, Xie Chunfeng nodded. Considering that the mission of this trip was very dangerous, Lin Lung also asked some specific matters about the operation, etc. After Mr. Wang patiently answered them one by one, he felt relieved. After a series of events, Lin Lung almost understood it clearly. When he was considering whether to agree, the system made another decision for him. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the side mission. Go to the Phoenix Ancient Tomb and open the Phoenix Ancient Coffin. You can complete the mission and get 2 shopping mall purchase points. Damn it. Lin Lung's eyes lit up. It was actually worth 2 purchase points. Ahem. Lin Lung was still a little hesitant at first. In this moment, Lin Lung's direction became clear. After Lin Lung agreed, Mr. Wang was very happy. After a few people chatted again for a while, Mr. Wang got up and prepared to go home. The matter of the Phoenix Tomb was very important, and he needed to go back to prepare. At this moment, there was a knock on Zhao Tianyan's office door. Everyone looked at the door in unison, wondering in their hearts, who could it be at this time? Lin Lung opened the door, and outside was a greasy middle-aged man wearing a police uniform, with a beer belly, fat head and big ears, and a slick-back hairdo. Lin Lung was stunned. Who is this fat middle-aged man? Police? Looking at the small bar on his shoulder, he seems to be of a high level. After Lin Lung opened the door, The middle-aged man smiled politely at Lin Lung, and then said respectfully, "Excuse me, Zhao Tianyin, is Director Zhao here?" Seeing someone looking for him, Zhao Tianyin looked out the door and replied, "That's me. What do you want from me?" The middle-aged man looked at the people around him and said, "With so many people here, I'm afraid it's not inconvenient." "It's nothing inconvenient. If you need anything, just ask." Seeing that the other party had said this, the middle-aged man did not hesitate and directly stated the purpose of his trip. "Well, I'm the director of the H-City Public Security Bureau. A few days ago, my son Li Chong was beaten up by two awakened people for no reason. The injury is still not healed. Moreover, those two villains often bully civilians, so I would like to ask the director for a favor." Hearing this, Lin Lung was startled, glanced at the oily middle-aged man again, and thought to himself, "So you're the father of that thief Li Chong, and his father's name is actually Li Gang." Lin Lung curled his lips in disdain. "It's ridiculous that you obviously raised AB D son yourself, and you didn't discipline him well, but you actually complained first to the evil one. It's ridiculous that you and Lin you actually became the evil people in each other's mouth." Based on these few words, Lin Lung could already conclude that Li Gang was not a good bird. Seeing that someone was looking for Zhao Tianyin, Mr. Wang did not stay long and turned around to leave after saying goodbye to a few people. After Mr. Wang left, Zhao Tianyin returned to his usual serious look and was no longer Mr. Wang's little fanboy. "You mean, there are awakened people who use their own abilities to bully the market?" Zhao Tianyin asked curiously. "That's right. The other party often bullies men and dominates women because of his ability. He does all kinds of evil in the city. My son couldn't stand it anymore and went to argue. Unexpectedly, he was beaten by the other party. His injuries are not healed yet. You are the director of the Superpower Bureau. You have to take care of them. You have to make the decision for us." I have to say that it was a pity that Li Gang didn't become an actor. What he said was full of indignation and emotion. If Lin Lung hadn't been the person involved, he would have almost believed it. After listening to Li Gang's story, Xie Qinfeng and Zhao Tianyin were very surprised. Their bureau specializes in managing awakened people, but they have never heard of anyone being so hateful. Furthermore, although Li Gang said it very sincerely, Xie Qinfeng and Zhao Tianyin always had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Why did they feel so untrustworthy? But suspicion is suspicion. Zhao Tianyin did not show it, but asked seriously, "What does the other party look like? Where is he from? Do you know his name?" "Oh, I know this," Li Gang said excitedly. "I remember. It seemed to be called Lin." "What is Lin? Lin Lung?" Xie Qinfeng asked suspiciously. Yes, it's Lin Lung," Li Gang replied with excitement, clapping his hands. Hearing this, Xie Qinfeng and Zhao Tianyin looked at Lin Lung in unison. Their little eyes seemed to say, "Since when did you bully men and dominate women?" Seeing Zhao Tianyin and Xie Qinfeng looking at Lin Lung, Li Gang was a little confused, blinked his eyes, and asked with confusion, "This little brother?" Sensing Li Gang's gaze, Lin Lung did not hide anything. He raised his head, showed his big white teeth, and said with a smile, "Uncle, I am the bully you were looking for, Lin Lung." At that moment, the air seemed to freeze at this moment, and the four people in the office did not speak in sync. However, the atmosphere was soon broken. Li Gang waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Brother, are you kidding me? Although your name is Lin Lung, I am handsome and handsome. How can I be the one my son calls me? Where's the bully? Haha, you will know if you call your son here." Lin Lung replied indifferently. Li Gang was a little surprised and looked at the handsome young man in front of him with a look of astonishment. "Why are you not happy to say that you're not a bully? If it weren't for the fact that you are a member of the Supernatural Bureau, I would have killed you long ago." Okay, but I still believe that I am definitely not a bully who bullies men and women," Li Gang said with a ha-ha. Li Gang made a call, and soon Li Chong rushed to the director's office. At this time, Li Chong was different from before. He seemed very well behaved in front of his father Li Gang, and he nodded politely when he came in. Looking at Li Chong who came in, Lin Lung's eyes flashed with a cold look. This ***ch had done all kinds of bad things before, and he almost beat himself to death last time. If Lin Yu hadn't appeared in time to save him, he might have died. Dead body. Originally, everything was fine. Li Chong's behavior was very normal. But when Li Chong met Lin Lung's murderous eyes, Li Chong was instantly frightened and jumped several meters high. Seeing Lin Lung, Li Chong seemed to have seen the god of plague. He hurriedly hid behind Li Gang, pointed at Lin Lung timidly, and said loudly, "That's right. It was him. He was the one who injured me." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyin and Xie Chenfeng both exclaimed, "What? It's really you? What? Is it really you?" Zhao Tianyin and Xie Chenfeng looked at Lin Lung in shock, and Zhao Tianyin's face showed a hint of anger. It seemed that if Lin Lung didn't give him a satisfactory answer, he would really bring Lin Lung to justice. Xie Chenfeng was also a little shocked. He personally did not want to believe that Lin Lung was the kind of person who would bully men and dominate women based on his ability. After all, Lin Lung seemed to be a very honest person. Another point was that he knew about the relationship between Lin Lung and Su Liuxue. With Su Liuxue's figure and appearance, he didn't believe that Lin Lung would do such a thing. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Lung, but Lin Lung didn't take it to heart at all. He just looked directly at Li Chong in front of him, with an indifferent expression. At this time, Li Chong was hiding behind Li Gang with a frightened look on his face. His look really made me feel pity for him. Unexpectedly, he was almost deceived by Li Chong. However, others might be deceived by Li Chong's appearance, but not Lin Lung. He clearly knew what the real Li Chong looked like. He knew very well that Li Gang should have explained all this, and the purpose was to blame everything on him to deceive others. Lin Lung could even imagine that Li Chong and Li Gang must have been happy in their hearts. Flower. Looking at the guy in front of him who looked like a villain, Lin Lung suddenly felt an indescribable nausea in his heart, as if he was seeing a bunch of rice fields. "Dad, that's him. He's Lin Lung, the bully who dominates the market. He does whatever he wants just because he has some ability." Li Chong shouted angrily. Li Gang also cooperated, pretending to be surprised, looking at Lin Lung shaking his head and sighing, as if he had seen the wrong person and sighed. "I didn't expect it was really you. I didn't expect that this little brother looks pretty and elegant, but I didn't expect that behind his back he was such a bully who does all kinds of evil." Later, Li Gang seemed to be worried that Lin Lung would use his powers to attack them, so he hurriedly shouted to Zhao Tianyin, "Director Zhao, you have to make the decision for us. We exposed his true face today, and you have to be responsible for protecting us, personal safety." Zhao Tianyin didn't say anything after hearing this. He just nodded lightly and kept his eyes on Lin Lung. He wanted to hear Lin Lung's explanation. Seeing the wonderful performance of the two father and son, Lin Lung was not angry, but just chuckled coldly. "The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked." Hearing Lin Lung's words, the father and son namely seemed to have their tails stepped on, and they said angrily, "What? What did you say? Do you know who I am?" "That's right. Do you know who my dad is?" Lin Lung didn't bother to pay attention to the two clowns in front of him. "Is your fatherly gang very good? Is the police chief awesome? Xiao Lung, please explain." Zhao Tianyin asked calmly. From the bottom of his heart, Zhao Tianyin definitely didn't want to believe that Lin Lung would be that kind of person. After all, he was the chosen savior personally said by the great elder, so he very much hoped that Lin Lung could give him an explanation. Hearing this, before Lin Lung had time to speak, Li Gang said first, "What else are you trying to explain? There are both witnesses and material evidence, so what else is there to explain? Just arrest him. Don't you still want to favor him?" "Enough!" Li Gang wanted to say something more, but Zhao Tianyin interrupted him with an angry roar. At this time, Zhao Tianyin was obviously very unhappy with Li Gang's performance, but due to some reasons, he did not say anything more. Instead, he said angrily, "Director Li, this is the Superpower Bureau. Please pay attention to your words and your attitude. Xiaolong, if what you said is true, I will not care about personal relationships. Also, I am not a police officer in the Superpower Bureau, a place where the bureau chief can run wild." As soon as these words came out, Li Gang couldn't say anything else and could only hum. Seeing that the other party stopped making any sound, Zhao Tianyin turned to look at Lin Lung and said softly, "Okay, Xiao Lung, you can tell me what happened." I want you to tell me the real situation. If you are really like what they said, you will know the result yourself. But if you are slandered by them, then I will not let go of those who slandered you." Hearing this, Lin Lung felt warm in his heart, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Thank you, director, for trusting me so much. You will naturally not believe the wrong person." And the real situation that day was like this. Under Lin Lung's narration, the true situation of that day was restored. After Su Liuxue left that day, Lin Lung rushed to the street, was bumped into and beaten by Li Chong, and was later rescued by Lin Yu. After hearing everything told, Zhao Tianyin nodded. The two people's answers could be said to be completely different, but Lin Lung's version clearly convinced him more. I don't know whether it was because of a guilty conscience or something else, but Li Gang actually interrupted and said, You, these are just your personal words and have no credibility." "Oh." Lin Lung raised his lips disdainfully and said, "Then, Director Li, what evidence do you have? Aren't you just one-sided? Who doesn't know what you did? Everyone in our police station can testify. We have witnesses. Do you have one?" Li Gang said confidently. "Ha, the police station is yours, so they can naturally testify for you. Then if I say that Director Zhao and Team Leader Xie are my witnesses, doesn't that also prove that my words are true?" Lin Lung sneered. Then you only have witness and no physical evidence." Li Gang said harshly. "Haha, I want to see the physical evidence. The surveillance video from that day is clearly visible. Do you dare to go and take a look with me?" Lin stared at Li Gang coldly and said, "Don't think I don't know. I want to see the surveillance video of that day." All the surveillance cameras were destroyed. I guess someone was afraid of being exposed, so he used his ability. "Oh, really? I'm afraid you want to hide evidence for someone, right?" Lin Lung pressed every word. What did you say? How could I, the police chief, do such a thing?" The verbal duel between the two was very fierce. Although there was no fighting, the words were very lethal and full of gunpowder. Lin Lung's offensive was very strong. Even Li Gang couldn't resist it. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lin Lung's aura was too strong. However, after all, Li Gang had been the police chief for several years and did not show all this. Instead, he kept asking Lin Lung for evidence. Is that the evidence?" Lin Lung sneered, then turned around and asked Zhao Tianyin if he could make a call. Although Zhao Tianyin didn't know what medicine Lin Lung was selling in his gourd, he nodded. In full view of everyone, Lin Lung took out his cell phone, found the number he had just added in his address book, and dialed it. Not long after the call was dialed, the other party was connected, and a voice as sweet as a silver bell came from the other end of the phone. "Hello? Lin Lung, what's wrong?" "Sister." After a while, Lin Lung hung up the phone, stood quietly, and said softly, "My sister will be here soon." "Your sister?" Zhao Tianyin was a little surprised. Why didn't he know that Lin Lung had a sister? After all, Lin Lung's household registration book only had his name on it. Hearing that Lin Yu was coming, Xie Qinfeng twitched his lips. If that crazy girl Lin Yu came, based on the characteristics of her crazy brother protector, Li Gang and Li Chong, the father and son, would probably have a hard time. Lin Lung was also very ambitious and stood there waiting, looking like he had nothing to do. He just called and briefly explained the situation here, and asked Lin Yu to go to the hospital to get the hospitalization certificate for that day, and then come here to find it. I guess it's quite a long distance from Lin Yu's big villa to the hospital, and then from the hospital to here. It should take a while, right? However, Lin Lung still underestimated Lin Yu's driving skills. Less than half an hour had passed, and Lin Yu had already appeared at the door dusty. Lin Lung was startled. "Did you fly here on a horse?" What's more, Lin Yu still looks the same, beautiful and intellectual, and even her hairstyle has not changed. Although Lin Lung had known that Lin Yu was driving very fast, Lin Yu's speed still surprised Lin Lung. The speed was boundless. Seeing Lin Yu's arrival, Li Chong was a little scared and instinctively protected his crotch. The scene that day is still vivid in his mind, and Li Chong couldn't help but feel a chill in his crotch when he recalled it. Sensing Li Chong's uneasy mood, Li Gang also subconsciously glanced at Lin Yu, who was coming over, and his eyes flashed. This Lin Yu was much prettier than his mistresses and the yellow-faced woman at home. Li Gang's gaze was a little lewd, but it quickly disappeared. Li Gang patted Li Chong's hand, signaling that Li Chong would rest assured. He has not been the chief of police for so many years for nothing. If he can't even control such a small scene, it would be a joke. As expected, Li Gang's action had an effect. Li Chong instantly felt more at ease, and the fear in his heart was reduced a lot. However, there was still a cold feeling in his crotch, as if he was not wearing underwear and his balls were cold. Seeing Lin Yu appear at the door, Lin Lung immediately turned around and went out to welcome Lin Yu in. Lin Yu bowed to Zhao Tianyin politely. Compared with the cold expression on her face last time, Lin Yu behaved more feminine this time. The whole person was less cold-blooded and more gentle. Of course, that kind of tenderness would only be shown when Lin Lung was around. Zhao Tianyin seemed a little shocked by Lin Yu's performance. The last time Lin Yu came, he was not like this, not to mention that the master of Tianji Pavilion almost dismantled his supernatural power bureau on the spot. Seeing Lin Yu's earth-shaking changes, Zhao Tianyin knew that these were all due to Lin Lung. I'm afraid that Lin Yu would not be like this when Lin Lung was not around. After saying hello, Lin Yu turned her attention to the father and son in front of her. Her eyes were full of provocation. She curled her lips playfully and said, "What? Didn't you remember the last time? Otherwise, if I say that the siblings are a bit similar, they will sneer." Hearing this sound, Li Chong took a step behind Li Gang with some fear, and subconsciously closed his legs to protect his big baby tightly. Li Gang was originally worried that he would be difficult to deal with. When he heard Lin Yu's words, he immediately had an idea. He caught Lin Yu's words and started shouting, "Director Zhao, listen. Do you think these are human words? You beat my son, and you are still so confident." Li Gang was very good at borrowing topics and quickly described himself as very pitiful. In his words, Lin Yu and Lin Lung, the two siblings, became a pair of heinous demons who committed all kinds of evil. After speaking, he pretended to say, "Director Zhao, you have to make the decision for me." Although he knew clearly that Li Gang was pretending, Zhao Tianyin still couldn't expose him directly, so he had to ask Lin Lung to provide evidence. Otherwise, Lin Lung would be charged with the crime. "Oh, it's okay, Director, I have evidence." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyin's expression softened a lot. Now is a society ruled by law, and Zhao Tianyin can't be partial, but if there is evidence, it will be different. Lin Lung turned around and stretched out his hand to Lin Yu, but Lin Yu's face was full of confusion. "What for?" "Sister, give me the evidence." "What evidence?" "Huh? Didn't I ask you to go to the hospital and get the hospitalization certificate for that day?" Lin Lung asked, confused. "Oh, after I went there, the hospital said it couldn't open and refused to admit that you had been hospitalized there." Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. "What?" Lin Lung said with wide eyes. "Damn it." Lin Lung gritted his teeth angrily and stamped his feet fiercely, but at this moment Li Gang said, "Director Zhao, you have to protect me. If one of your men suddenly goes crazy and hurts me, it is said that I'm afraid to go out." As soon as these words came out, even Zhao Tianyin frowned. These words clearly revealed a naked threat to the Superpower Bureau and a threat to him, Zhao Tianyin. Lin Lung glanced at Li Gang's triumphant expression. He knew without even thinking that all this was probably Li Gang's fault. He had probably taken care of all this a long time ago. He might have even destroyed the surveillance video. Otherwise, how could he be like this? Looks confident. Now it's better, since the evidence can't be produced, he will have to bear the blame if he doesn't want to. Zhao Tianyin seemed to have thought of Lin Lung's situation and couldn't help but sigh, while Li Gang said proudly, "Look, the evidence is conclusive. You two are clearly villains. Director Zhao, why don't you arrest them quickly?" "You!" At this time, even Xie Chinfeng couldn't help it anymore. He still had to suppress this guy's arrogance today. "If I don't beat you until your mother doesn't recognize you, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Xie Chinfeng, pay attention to your identity." Zhao Tianyin roared in a deep voice. "Director!" Zhao Tianyin had a calm face and waved his hand to signal Xie Chinfeng to calm down. However, Xie Chinfeng had no choice but to glare angrily at Li Gang and his son. sat aside bitterly, turned his head, and ignored the others, not knowing who he was talking about. Gas! Why? Zhao Tianyin sighed softly and looked at Lin Lung with a complicated expression. Xiao Lung. At this time, Zhao Tianyin felt very dissatisfied. Now he actually wanted to personally take the savior, whom he was optimistic about, and the newcomer he was optimistic about, and put him in jail. Just when Zhao Tianyin was in trouble, Lin Yu stood up and stopped Zhao Tianyin, then looked at Li Gang and his son, and walked towards them with a smile. Lin Yu had a spring-like smile on her delicate face. She twisted her neck and clicked her knuckles as she walked. Gudong! Seeing this scene, the father and son's hearts immediately lifted. Although Lin Yu's smile was very bright and beautiful, for some reason, in their eyes, it turned into a sneer of death. Seeing Lin Yu approaching him, Li Gang began to slowly back away and shouted loudly, "Director Zhao, don't you care about her?" Unexpectedly, Zhao Tianyin shrugged and said helplessly, "I also want to help you, Director Li, but she is not from my Superpower Bureau, but belongs to Tianji Pavilion. In order to avoid disputes, I have to remain neutral." You! At this time, Li Gang was silenced and had no choice but to threaten Lin Yuedao. "Little girl, you can't mess around, I'm—" However, before he finished speaking, Li Gang felt a sharp pain between his thighs. The pain was very irritating and went straight to his forehead. That's right, Lin Yu made another killing move. Ah! Soon, a heart-rending scream like a pig being killed spread throughout the entire Supernatural Bureau. Many people were attracted by the scream and stuck their heads out to watch the show. But as soon as they stuck their heads out, they quickly put their heads back. The voice came from the director's office, and no one dared to meddle in other people's business. Li Gang's painful forehead veins popped out. He covered his crotch with both hands and fell to the ground, rolling on the ground and wailing to relieve the pain. Seeing his own father lying in front of him, Li Chong shrank in fear and his body was trembling. It seems that Lin Yu left a deep impression on Li Chong that day, and Li Chong is still afraid of Lin Yu to this day. In other words, Lin Yu's signature severing move left a deep impression on him. You don't come here," Li Chong said tremblingly. Lin Yu squinted her eyes, responded with a very charming smile, then suddenly opened her eyes and raised her feet. Ah! The director's office was very lively at this time. Li Gang and Li Chong's father and son fell to the ground, both holding their crotches and rolling on the ground. Lin Yu shook her long legs very casually. Lin Lung and Xie Chenfeng were even more stunned. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the occasion, the two of them would have applauded on the spot. Do you know who I am?" Li Gang was still arrogant, but Lin Yu was not used to it at all, and punched and kicked Li Gang in the crotch. Sure enough, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. What about the police chief? Does Lin Yu need to worry? Does she need to worry about legal sanctions? The person standing behind her is Tianji Pavilion, with Tianji Pavilion protecting her. Even if she killed Li Gang on the spot, she probably wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Seeing Lin Yu playing so happily alone, Lin Lung was a little ready to make a move, biting his lips, his face full of hesitation. But when he thought that there was a skill point for completing the mission, he couldn't help it. After completing the mission and adding the previous ones, he had exactly 4 skill points, and he could by the God of War's powers. Lin Lung sighed faintly. No matter what, it was all to complete the task. So Lin Lung took a deep breath, walked up to Li Gang and his son, Li Chong to be precise, and raised his size 43 feet so high. "I'm sorry, I've seen you unhappy for a long time." After a while, Lin Lung was so tired that his chest was pressed against his back, and he stood there breathing heavily. Sure enough, after beating Li Chong, Lin Lung's unhappiness disappeared instantly, and he felt much better instantly. At this time, an electronic sound also sounded in Lin Lung's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the system reward. The reward has been automatically distributed to your account. Please pay attention to check it. Lin Lung couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This is the real system task. You can vent your anger and get rewards at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In one word, cool. Lin Lung took a look at his account balance. After adding the previous 3 points, he now has 4 shopping mall purchase points in his balance, which can just be used to buy a small umbrella. Oh no, he has the legendary martial god's power. Lin Lung pulled down the system panel and quickly found the legendary martial god ability that he had previously photographed. The martial god ability required 4 mall purchase points. After purchasing it, he became poor again, but in order to become stronger. So, Lin Lung gritted his teeth and bought the legendary martial god's power. The transaction has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary martial god power. The system has automatically issued it, and 4 mall points will be automatically deducted. The next moment, a strange force traveled through Lin Lung's body and finally merged into Lin Lung's blood and completely integrated into Lin Lung's body. This change also brought Lin Lung an unprecedented sense of comfort, and he couldn't help but let out a groan of relief. Ah, cool. Hearing this sound, Lin Yu stopped and looked at Lin Lung with a slight frown on her eyebrows, confusion written all over her face. The same was true for Zhao Tianyin and others. Well, an unexpected accident. Having said that, Lin Lung still couldn't bear the excitement in his heart and began to check the great changes in his body. At this time, Lin Lung seemed to have been transformed again. The bones in his body were more than 100 times stronger than before, and his biceps had also become more developed. Suddenly, Lin Lung felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. So Lin Lung opened his clothes and found that his original belly was gone, replaced by 8 complete abdominal muscles. F***K. Awesome. Lin Lung could no longer suppress his inner excitement and jumped up excitedly. This martial god's superpower is so awesome. Now that his martial arts power has just been awakened, it has brought him such terrifying benefits. If it happens in the future, just thinking about it makes me feel excited. Not to mention that Lin Lung has another mythical power, space. As long as the dog is good in the early stage, stabilize the development, and don't let go, and kill randomly in the later stage, a legendary god of war and a mythical space. As long as these 2 abilities are upgraded to S level, wouldn't he be invincible? If he hadn't considered the current situation, Lin Lung would have wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. Isn't this so satisfying? Everyone in this world can only awaken one kind of superpower. And what is Lin Lung? According to the system, as long as he has shopping mall purchase points, he can buy abilities. What does it mean? As long as Lin Lung has enough shopping mall purchase points, and all of these purchase points are used to purchase abilities, he can stack them infinitely. That's right, infinite stacking. However, this is not what Lin Lung wants. Powers are not about having many powers, but about being refined. Therefore, after purchasing the legendary martial god's powers this time, he will not buy any more powers in a short time. 1 body and 2 cultivations. This is already one of a kind. No, there is no one in the world. Lin Lung took a look at his account balance and bought the legendary martial god's power. Now Lin Lung's pockets were empty again, and he was completely broke. It was like going back to before liberation overnight. But it doesn't matter. As long as you do the task seriously, why worry about not having a shopping mall to buy it? When she came back to her senses, Lin Yu had stopped and was standing aside leisurely. Li Gang, Li Chong, and his son also stopped screaming, lying on the ground and letting out a few muffled groans from time to time. At this time, Zhao Tianyin suddenly patted Lin Lung's shoulder. Lin Lung turned around and saw Zhao Tianyin frowning and saying seriously, "Xiao Lung, you are in big trouble now. What's wrong? I just beat him up. At worst, I will be detained for a few days." Lin Lung said nonchalantly, "Hey, you really underestimated Li Gang. As a national civil servant, you beat civilians and also beat Li Gang, who is also a national civil servant. Do you think this matter is that simple?" After that, Zhao Tianyin continued, "What's more, you don't know Li Gang's character. He is not the kind of person who would just give up. Now that you have been caught, he will not punish you to death." This, Lin Lung didn't think about it yet, but he didn't take it to heart. He could just come over, but he would be beaten anyway. At worst, he would use his tactics as soon as he saw them. There is always a solution to a problem. What Zhao Tianyin said was indeed correct. The first thing Li Gang said when he got up from the ground was, "You guys are waiting, and you are beating up state officials without permission. I will never let you go." After saying that, Li Gang gave everyone a vicious look, then dragged Li Chong out of the office and slammed the door. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianyin sighed and sat back feebly, frowning and lowering his head in silence, probably thinking of a solution for Lin Lung. Even though Zhao Tianyin is the director of the National Bureau of Supernatural Powers, he has no sophistication in front of the country's laws. Zhao Tianyin could almost imagine that Li Gang would definitely report this matter to his superiors after he returned. Although it would be a bit embellished, it was indeed true that Lin Lung had beaten someone. Why? Xie Chenfeng also sighed, sat up from his seat, came to Lin Lung's side, patted Lin Lung's shoulder with a complicated expression, and then walked out of the office. Maybe Xie Chenfeng felt very uncomfortable. After working hard for the country for so many years, he had fought dozens of times, suffered many serious injuries, and even almost lost his life. But he is such a tough-minded warrior who is fearless of life and death. Now that his team members are in trouble, he can do nothing. He will even personally arrest Lin Lung in the future. This makes him feel an unprecedented feeling in his heart. Feeling of powerlessness. At this time, a warm hand suddenly held Lin Lung. It was Lin Yu. Lin Yu gave Lin Lung a reassuring smile, squeezed it gently with her little hands, and told Lin Lung not to worry. She would solve these things. But Lin Lung knew that she was probably helpless in this matter. She was affiliated with Tianji Pavilion, which would only protect her, but would not care about his life or death. Soon Lin Lung said goodbye to Zhao Tianyin. Xie Chenfeng at the door was smoking a cigarette in silence, looking into the distance. He knew that Lin Lung was coming out, but he did not have the courage to face him. Why? Just like that, Lin Lung got into Lin Yu's car with a heavy heart. Along the way, Lin Yu drove very fast, seemingly venting her inner annoyance. For some reason, Lin Lung didn't feel scared this time. He also began to enjoy this feeling. It seemed that during the racing process, he forgot his boredom and began to enjoy the chase. After a while, the two returned to Lin Yu's big villa. Woof, woof, woof. Ah! Lin Lung let out a light sigh and looked to the side of the yard. In the spacious yard, a little black dog was tied to one side by a dog leash. It was watching Lin Lung barking and wagging its tail. Zongzi? Only then did Lin Lung suddenly remember that he had accidentally forgotten the rice dumpling at home. But how did it appear here? Lin Lung hurriedly ran to Zongzi and untied the chain around Zongzi's neck. Zongzi was very happy to see his owner and kept circling around Lin Lung, rubbing his little head against Lin Lung's body. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Lung reached out and stroked Zongzi's head. Zongzi, why are you here? Woof, woof. At this time, Lin Yu also came over. Is it your dog? Yes, Lin Lung nodded. Isn't it bought by a famous customer? How could it be? When Lin Yu asked, Lin Lung did not hide anything and told everything that happened between the old man, himself, and Su Liuxue that day. After Lin Lung finished speaking, Lin Yu was also very curious about the mysterious old man. Their customers' files were kept secret, and even with her identity, she was not qualified to know. But Lin Lung didn't think much about it, as things would eventually come to light one day. Now the rice dumpling is back, and it seems that the rice dumpling is very familiar or very spiritual and has already regarded Lin Lung as its owner. Lin Lung gently stroked Zongzi's body and looked into the distance. After his rebirth, countless puzzles and troubles followed one after another, but he believed that one day the facts would surface one by one. At this time, looking from the direction of Lin Lung across the continent, in an unknown place, a beautiful figure was walking carefully on a mountain path. Somehow, she suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction. For a long time, it seemed that the two of them could see each other even though they were thousands of miles apart. After a long time, she retracted her eyes and continued on her way. Lin Lung seemed to have noticed something and suddenly felt empty in her heart. After a while, Lin Lung withdrew his gaze and took Zongzi and Lin Yu into the house. However, as soon as he entered the house, Zongzi got into trouble. After entering Lin Yu's villa, Zongzi jumped up and down in Lin Yu's house as if he had discovered a new world, groping around and exploring territory. Lin Lung didn't take it to heart at first, thinking that Zhongzi wouldn't do anything. However, after a while, Zhongzi came to a pillar with his head held high, walked around in circles around the pillar, and sniffed. Sniffed, then lift one foot. Zhongzi! By the time Lin Lung found out, it was already too late. The paint on the rice dumplings had melted a lot when the rice dumplings were soaked in urine. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung was startled and cursed angrily. "Oh my God! Stop here, you damn B******. Lin Lung rushed to Zhongzi's side. At this time, Zhongzi didn't understand the seriousness of the matter. He sat on the ground and waggled his tail to act cute to Lin Lung. Little did he know that Lin Lung was ready to kill him. Lin Lung looked at the cute, silly dog in front of him coldly, feeling speechless for a while. He was really angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. At this moment, Lin Yu also came out of the kitchen with egg fried rice, but suddenly found a strange smell in the house. "What does it smell like?" Lin Yu asked after sniffing it. As if he was afraid that others would take away his credit, Zhongzi hurriedly barked twice, "Woof woof." While shouting back, he stuck out his tongue and swept his tail back and forth on the ground. It seems to be saying, "Look, everything is my fault. Am I great?" Lin Lung could only roll his eyes at Zhongzi speechlessly. Just now, he thought you were quite smart and could find Lin Yu's house by yourself, but he didn't expect you to be a stupid dog. Lin Yu didn't know what to say at this embarrassing scene. She really wanted to kill that stupid dog, but it was her brother's dog. If she killed it, Lin Lung would not be angry. "Sister, this..." So, Lin Yu showed a sweet smile and said with a smile, "It's okay. I'll just clean it up later. Let's eat first." "Okay, let's eat." Lin responded with a sneer. Suddenly, Lin Lung seemed to have thought of something. "Wait, let's eat? What did you eat?" Lin Lung walked to the table and saw that it was indeed egg fried rice. "Such a big pot. Wait, that red thing on top isn't chili pepper, is it?" Lin Lung looked at Lin Yu with a puzzled look, and Lin Yu explained with a chuckle, "It's okay. Just a little pepper. This is my new recipe. New formula?" Lin Lung swallowed in fear and stared at the red bowl of egg fried rice in front of him. "If you didn't say it was chili, I would have thought you dyed your hair for the egg fried rice. It's really 100 million points of chili pepper. If you eat all this, your bowl will hurt for several days." Seeing that Lin Lung was reluctant to move his chopsticks, Lin Yu had no choice but to pick up the chopsticks first and wanted to eat first. At this time, Lin Lung suddenly stopped Lin Yu. "Wait, sister, what's wrong?" Lin Yu asked curiously. This..." Lin Lung scratched his head, a little at a loss. When Lin Lung was in trouble, a dog bark gave Lin Lung an idea. "Woof woof." I saw Zhongzi squatting at Lin Lung's feet, barking and wagging his tail, as if begging for food. "Got it?" "Ahem. Sister, Zhongzi is also hungry. Why don't you let Zhongzi eat first?" Okay." Lin Lung was already making excuses. As a sister, Lin Yu naturally had nothing to refuse. She just thought that Lin Lung really loved her dog and was glad that she didn't lose her temper just now. However, this was not the case. Lin Lung presented a bowl full of red egg fried rice and placed it in front of Zhongzi, indicating that Zhongzi was ready to start. "Woof woof." The rice dumplings were still too simple, so I gave Lin Lung 2 grateful barks, then buried my head and started eating like crazy. At first, Zhongzi didn't react at all, and he enjoyed eating it. However, when the spiciness hit, Zhongzi realized that he had been fooled. "Woof woof woof." After the spicy taste came up, Zhongzi began to realize that something was wrong and began to run wildly in the villa. Finally, he rushed out of the villa and went to the fountain in the yard to drink water. Gyudong gyudong. After drinking the water, the spicy taste had not disappeared, so Zhongzi had to lie down by the fountain and stick out his long tongue to soak in the water. With the rice dumplings to test the poison, Lin Lung decisively gave up the idea of eating, and Lin Yu was obviously aware of all this. How about we go out to eat?" Lin Yu said proactively. "Okay." This was what Lin Lung was waiting for. Lin Yu took the initiative to bring it up, so naturally he wanted it. "Are you just waiting for me to say that?" "No way." Lin Lung, who was caught out, scratched his head in embarrassment and said harshly, "The fried rice with eggs before was also very unpalatable, right?" Lin Yu asked resentfully. It's okay, I can barely eat it, the salt is fried well. Lin Lung replied awkwardly. The two looked at each other and smiled. Just like that, Lin Lung got into Lin Yu's car again and went out for a big meal, leaving the rice dumplings and a dog pitifully in the yard. If the rice dumplings could talk, they would have given them to Lin Lung. Sure enough, Zhongzi is still not as good as Lin Lung when it comes to being a dog. Lin Yu drove Lin Lung to a very high-end luxury hotel for dinner. Lin Yu seemed to be a VIP guest in that restaurant. As soon as they entered, the waiter politely invited the two of them to the VIP private room upstairs. "Hello, this is the menu. You two can order now." The waiter handed the menu to the two of them very politely. This was the first time Lin Lung had been treated like this, but he also knew that he had benefited from Lin Yu. Looking at the colorful menu, Lin Lung couldn't understand the English on it. Don't all high-end hotels now have Chinese? If I had known earlier, I would have learned more English. At the critical moment, it was Lin Yu who came to Lin Lung's rescue. Lin Yu spoke a lot of English that Lin Lung couldn't understand. The waiter nodded and went down to prepare. Lin Lung was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Yu to speak fluent English. Do assassins need to learn English these days? Seemingly aware of Lin Lung's doubts, Lin Yu explained that because some tasks were not only carried out at home, but also abroad, she learned English by the way and got a certificate. Lin Lung, by the way, this horse riding can also be convenient. Soon the dishes were served. After about an hour or so, the two of them had had enough food and wine, and Lin Yu stood up and was about to pay. At this time, Lin Liang stopped Lin Yu and wanted to pay by himself. Although he and Lin Yu are biological siblings, biological brothers still have to settle accounts, right? So Lin Lung plans to pay for the meal this time. Although it may be expensive, he still has a reward of 100,000 yuan. It should be enough to pay. However, Lin Yu refused and just smiled and said that next time she asked Lin Lung to pay, this time she would pay first. After a dispute, Lin Lung finally compromised. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two came to the cashier to pay. Lin Yu handed over a card. The other party took the card from Lin Yu's hand and gave it back to Lin Yu with a swipe. Lin Lung looked at the amount, but he was shocked. It was more than 50,000. They ate 5 dishes, and it actually cost more than 50,000 yuan. An average dish costs 10,000. The money from riding horses is so lucrative. A meal would cost almost half of Lin Lung's bounty. And judging from Lin Yu's expression, it seemed that a meal of 50,000 yuan was not painful at all to her. Sure enough, he didn't understand the world of rich people. The two were sent to the parking lot by the waiter, and then watched them leave before the waiter returned to the hotel. Soon, the two returned home. By the time the two of them got home, it was already 9:30 in the evening, and Zhongzi had already fallen asleep on the ground. The two quietly returned to the villa and went upstairs. After saying good night to each other, they each returned to their rooms. Lying on the bed, Lin Lung began to practice nonstop, breathing in spiritual energy, absorbing spiritual energy, converting it into spiritual energy, and storing it in his own spiritual sea. Now Li Gang has his eyes on him, and the superiors may send someone to arrest him tomorrow. Although he will only be detained in prison for a few days, he knows that Li Gang will definitely find a way to kill him in prison, so he must do it very well prepared. Now that Lin Lung has the legendary martial god power, his combat power has skyrocketed, so he has temporarily put aside the space power and majored in the martial god power, so that he can achieve the maximum benefit in the early stage. However, as he continued to practice, Lin Lung suddenly discovered a fatal problem. He did not have any secrets on the techniques at all, and the martial arts powers were just a decoration. So Lin Lung opened the system all, walked around, and found the exercise cheats page. The shelves were full of various exercise cheats. Especially the book Tian Song Fist moved Lin Lung's heart. Legend has it that Tian Song Fist is a top-notch skill left behind by the god emperor of another foreign world. According to the above introduction, Tian Song Fist can be a skill that uses force to fight force and exchange injuries for injuries. It can achieve unexpected effects by concentrating the whole body's spiritual power into one punch. At the end of the day, it's just like fighting against an opponent. If you punch me, I'll punch you back. But what makes Lin Lung embarrassed is its price, which actually requires 3 shopping malls to purchase. Doesn't it mean that I have to complete at least 2 missions before I can buy it? When will I have to wait? Hosts don't have to worry. There are activities going on recently. Hosts can turn on the Iron Rooster borrowing function, advance the purchase point, and pay it off within a certain period. What? Lin Lung's eyes lit up. There was such a good thing. Lin Lung almost jumped for joy. The system still loved him. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Lin Lung borrowed 3 purchase points in one breath, and then directly clicked on the purchase. The next moment, a transaction record also appeared in front of his eyes. The deal is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Tian Song Fist. Please check it carefully. The next second, a golden book of martial arts suddenly appeared in his mind, floating there, with 3 large golden characters on the page. Tian Song Fist. Before Lin Lung was happy for a long time, the system popped up a message again. This loan has a total of 3 purchase points. Please pay off the loan within a week. Otherwise, 1 purchase point will be added every week. Lin Lung. Damn it. I knew I wasn't so kind. It turns out that the backhand is here. It's too late to regret now. We can only see if we can complete more tasks within a week to pay off the debt. Lin Lung should have guessed this a long time ago. Who would call himself an Iron Rooster when borrowing money? Now that I saw it, it turned out to be an Iron Rooster. Hey, I borrowed it anyway, and Lin Lung didn't want to worry about it anymore. Let's learn Tiansong Fist well first, and learn a skill first. So, Lin Lung sat up cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to practice according to the exercises. Lin Lung's cultivation talent is quite good, not to mention that he has awakened the legendary martial arts technique, and with the experience accumulated in his previous life, he is very good at practicing it. The system didn't know whether it was because of guilt or something else, but it had been explaining the secrets of the technique and the essence of each part to Lin Lung. Soon, in the second half of the night, Lin Lung had already reached the threshold of the first glimpse of the door. The levels of comprehension of Kung Fu are divided into first glimpse of the door, comprehensive understanding, proficiency, entrance into the hall, reaching the peak, and transcendence. After practicing for half a night, he is considered a genius among geniuses. Although there is a small amount of cheating, at least the results are somewhat effective. After practicing until midnight, Lin Lung felt a little tired, so he took off his clothes and lay on the bed and fell asleep. I slept right through until noon the next day. At noon the next day, Lin Lung woke up from bed in a daze. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, only to find Lin Yu sitting by his bed and staring at him curiously. Lin Lung was so frightened that he screamed and pulled the quilt to cover his whole body. "Sister, when did you come in?" "Just now," Lin Yu said with a smile, showing a row of neat white teeth, and then thought about it and said, "Hey brother, you look quite cute when you sleep, and you are still drooling." "Lin Lung, you go out first? I want to get dressed." Lin Lung said, "Change? Why should I go out? I'm a boy. Why don't you go out while I change my clothes? What are you afraid of? I'm your sister. Besides, you won't suffer any loss," Lin Yu said with a smile. In the end, after a dispute, Lin Yu was driven out by Lin Lung in frustration, and the door was closed reluctantly. After seeing Lin Yu go out, Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two were biological siblings, they couldn't mess around like this. Lin Lung got up from the bed, naked to the waist and wearing a pair of flowery pants, and went to the cabinet, took out his clothes and put them on, then turned around. I saw that the door of the room had been opened a small crack at some point, and a little head was poking out of the crack, blinking and looking at it curiously. "Sister." Seeing that she was discovered, Lin Yu stood there with her head lowered like a child who had been caught doing something bad. She looked carefully, with a slight blush on her face. "Hey, brother, you have a pretty good figure," Lin Yu said awkwardly. Hearing this, Lin Lung didn't know what to say for a moment. He waved his hand to indicate that he forgives Lin Yu. The two of them came downstairs and were about to go out for dinner when the doorbell outside the courtyard door rang suddenly. Who else could come at this time? Lin Yu instantly became alert. She didn't care who the other person was. She would never let anyone take her biological brother away, even if she died. In contrast, Lin Lung seemed much calmer. According to the law, he could be sentenced to a few days at most and a week in jail, so he would have to be released. So Lin Lung patted Lin Yu's hand and signaled the other party not to worry, and the two of them arrived in front of the courtyard gate together. However, Lin Yu was obviously still worried. She glanced through the crack in the door first and muttered, "Why is he here?" Then he opened the door reluctantly. However, the person standing outside the door was not the guard who came to arrest Lin Lung, but Xie Chunfeng, who brought Lin Lung into the Supernatural Bureau. "Thank you, Chunfeng." Lin Lung was shocked. Xie Chunfeng's face outside the door was full of sadness. In just one night, Xie Chunfeng seemed to have changed a lot. He looked a little decadent and tired. Seeing Lin Lung opening the door, Xie Chunfeng hurriedly said, "Lin Lung, run as fast as you can, or go to Tianji Pavilion with your sister." "Isn't your sister from Tianji Pavilion?" "You go to Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion, I will definitely protect you." "What happened?" Lin Lung asked. "Hey, the superiors have issued a notice today. Li Gang has already reported this matter to the superiors, and the superiors have issued an approval document. You will be imprisoned in Su Liuxue prison for a week." Su Liuxue prison? Lin Lung was a little surprised. He seemed to have never heard the name of this prison. Hey, that prison used to hold some death row prisoners, but now it is used to hold some special criminals with supernatural powers. Each of these people are monsters, with high strength, and Li Gang has already taken care of them. If you go in, not to mention a week, even a day, you won't survive, Xie Chunfeng said anxiously. After listening to Xie Chunfeng's story, Lin Lung held his chin and pondered. According to Xie Chunfeng, if he was sent to Su Liuxue prison, he would basically die. When Lin Yu heard that her brother was going to be imprisoned in Su Liuxue prison, she even said that she would not let the other party capture Lin Lung and would take Lin Lung to Tianji Pavilion. Xie Chunfeng obviously meant the same thing, looking at Lin Lung anxiously. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung was very moved in his heart. The fact that Xie Chunfeng could take the risk of informing him and tell him these things already showed that Xie Chunfeng was a trustworthy, affectionate, and righteous person. Just when Lin Lung was thinking about whether to escape, a system message suddenly appeared in front of him. "Congratulations to the host for activating the random mission. Go to Su Liuxue prison to check in, and you will get the mission reward and one shopping mall purchase point." Lin Lung was a little surprised. Why did a random mission suddenly pop up at this time? And he still went to Su Liuxue prison to check in. Lin Lung had begun to wonder whether the system was deliberately trying to kill him. "System, tell the truth, do you want to change hosts?" Lin Lung said scornfully. "Ahem, no way, this host is an upright person. How could he do such a thing? Real? Why is Lin Lung so unbelievable?" But when he thought that he would have to pay back the 3 purchase points immediately, and the system seemed to have never harmed him before, and he had already mastered the Tiansong fist, he was not too scared. Lin Lung gritted his teeth and decided to take on the task. So, under the expectant gazes of Xie Chunfeng and Lin Yu, Lin Lung shook his head and signaled his decision to go to Su Liuxue prison. As for why, Lin Lung did not explain. Seeing that Lin Lung actually wanted to go to Su Liuxue prison, Xie Chunfeng said anxiously, "Lin Lung, you can't do anything in your anger at this time. I'm not kidding you. You will definitely die if you go to Su Liuxue prison." "That's right. Brother, you can't be impulsive. Listen to your sister and follow me to Tianji Pavilion. My sister will protect you, and I will ensure that you are fine." Lin Yu patted her chest and said. But Lin Liang still shook his head. "No, I understand your kindness, but nothing may happen if I go. Don't worry. I know you are doing it for my own good, but I don't want to embarrass you." "No, Lin Lung." Xie Chunfeng wanted to say something else, but waves of sirens came. The next second, 3 police cars stopped in front of the 3 people. Many heavily armed police officers got out of the cars. There was a sign on the police badge that they were from the Supernatural Bureau. Judging from their rank, they should have been sent by the superiors. Along with them, there was also a leader in Li Gang. At this time, Li Gang could be said to be a villain, and his expression was very proud. "Sir, that's him." Li Gang pointed at Lin Lung and said. The leader came to the 3 of them, pushed up his glasses, took out a piece of paper, and began to read. According to the resolution of the higher-ups of the National Superpower Bureau, Lin Lung committed a crime. Therefore, Lin Lung was sentenced to 1 week in Su Liuxue prison, which will be executed immediately. Is there any objection? No, Lin Lung said softly. After saying that, the leader nodded with satisfaction, then waved, and 2 police officers stepped forward to put special handcuffs on Lin Lung and grabbed Lin Lung's left and right hands respectively. Take away! Wait! At this time, Lin Leng suddenly shouted. In the doubtful eyes of everyone, Lin Lung came to Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu's eyes were filled with tears, and her eyes were full of reluctance. In full view of everyone, Lin Lung hugged Lin Yu, put her head against Lin Yu's ear, whispered thank you, so that Lin Yu didn't have to worry, and let Lin Yu go. Then, Lin Lung came to Xie Qinfeng, hugged Xie Qinfeng, and said in Xie Qinfeng's ear, if I don't come back, help me find Liuxue and say sorry to her for me. After saying that, Lin Lung turned around and was taken into the car by the police, and then they drove away. Watching Lin Lung being taken away, Lin Yu shed tears for the first time. She finally had a brother, but now he was taken away in front of her. She hated it. She hated that she had no ability and no protection. Good brother. Xie Qinfeng also slumped to his knees on the ground, lost in thought. What Lin Lung said to him was more like his last words. He really couldn't understand why Lin Lung had to die. After getting in the car, Lin Lung looked out the window, his eyes full of determination. He knew that his decision might put him in a situation of near death or even catastrophe, but he had to go for it. He didn't want to live under the protection of others. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to grow. So, this time, no matter what is waiting for him ahead, he will face the difficulties. This is his decision, and later facts have proved that his decision was not wrong. Otherwise, he would not know him because of it. Master. Soon, the police car drove out of the city and took Lin Lung all the way out of H City. It seemed that the legendary Su Liuxue prison was not in H City. After leaving City H, the driver drove all the way onto the highway. After driving for an unknown amount of time, he finally got off the highway and finally turned left and right onto a relatively remote road. 4 police cars were lined up along the way, one after another. Lin Lung's vehicle was in the middle, surrounded from the front and back, probably because they were afraid that Lin Lung would escape midway. Lin Lung said bluntly, "No need." After an unknown amount of time, Lin Lung finally arrived at the so-called Su Liuxue prison. Through the car window, Lin Lung could see the horror of this legendary prison from a distance. Su Liuxue prison is located in a valley, surrounded by mountains, with almost no sunlight coming in. Only a few rays of the setting sun shine there, but it is swallowed up by boundless darkness. There was no ripple on the dilapidated mud wall. It looked like a coffin sitting in a remote corner. It was short and full of depression. With just one glance, Lin Lung got goosebumps all over his body. It didn't look like a prison, but more like a region. The rocks around the building are white, and the tree trunks are also white. The enemy was afraid that the imprisoned people would escape from the prison. The rocks and trees were painted white, so there was nowhere to hide, even in the dark night. The walls around the building are also so high and tighter than the Jiazi cave. On the wall, you can vaguely see the supports of the power grid. Another secret concentration camp. Maybe this is the most terrifying devil's cave in the legend, the White Mansion. The ground of Su Liuxue prison is much lower than the land outside, even lower than the city, so it is very humid. There were only 1 or 2 small windows that let in light, and the windows were so high that the prisoners couldn't reach them even with their hands raised. The bit of skylight that filtered through the window was very weak, even at noon, and it was still there. When night fell, it had already turned pitch black in other parts of the castle before it got dark. Soon, the vehicle drove in and officially entered this legendary hell. When passing through the square, through the high barbed wire fence, Lin Lung vaguely saw many prisoners fighting, while the prison guards on the side looked like I didn't see anything. It seems that the life of the prisoner here is not valuable at all. Soon, the vehicle stopped. The person in charge of Su Liuxue prison had been waiting here for a long time, preparing to complete the handover task. The prisoners who were originally fighting also stopped, and came to the barbed wire to look curiously. Soon, Lin Lung was taken down, still held by 2 guards with his hands on his hands. At this time, the leader and Li Gang also got out of another police car. The person in charge of Su Liuxue prison is very thin, like a bamboo pole, with sinister eyebrows and narrow eyebrows. At first glance, he is not a good person. When the leader came down, the person in charge came forward to greet him enthusiastically, started to say hello to the leader, and welcomed the leader and others in. However, the leader was a little disgusted and refused the other party's handshake, and walked forward on his own. Lin Lung was taken to a cell. The corridors of the prison are very narrow and dark. It is dark and damp, and it is as depressing as hell. Although the surroundings were silent, Lin Leng could vaguely hear the wails from hell, and the originally warm moonlight turned into a pale and cold light here. Everyone who comes in must tighten their collars to resist the gloomy atmosphere here. Lin Lung's cell was different from other cells. It was all made of fine iron and was completely different from the wooden prison outside in terms of strength. These iron bars as thick as a thumb are enough for a lion at this moment. Not only that, the cell where Lin Lung was imprisoned was also set up with some powerful restrictions, which were full of forbidden spells drawn by powerful awakeners. Along the way, the prisoners in each cage had different expressions. Most of them were death row prisoners. Even if some were not, they couldn't escape from here. Some of these people looked at Lu Ming with fierce and sinister eyes, and some looked at Lu Ming. He seemed to have suffered a mental breakdown and kept walking and singing in the cell with a strange look on his face. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung couldn't help but feel a sad feeling in his heart. He regretted his decision. He didn't know if he would become like this in the future or be tortured like this. Soon, Lin Lung was sent to his cell. With sharp eyes, he discovered that there were 3 cells similar to his own around him. This meant that the other person was an awakened person like him, and it seemed that the other person was an awakened person. The level should be higher and stronger, because their cage restrictions are stronger and more. Not only that, there is a very special cage at the end of the cell. The cage is not made of iron bars, but directly replaced by a door made of very rare materials. The entire cage was airtight, with only a small crack the size of an eye opening in the iron door. This level of precaution was enough to show how unusual and dangerous the people in the cage were. Lin Lung was a little confused. Could it be that some old monster with 3 heads and 6 arms was locked inside? Finally, Lin Lung was imprisoned in his own cage, and the 2 guards who sent him also gave him a military salute, which seemed to be in awe and to see him off. Their eyes revealed pity for Lin Lung, as if they were sending him off. Lin Lung's ending was already anticipated. After saluting, the 2 guards left, leaving Lin Lung alone in this cold cage. Since all the prisoners were now in the square, Lin Lung was currently the only one in the entire prison, and there was another unknown person. The old monster is here and there. After the guards left, Lin Lung's first reaction was to try to see if he could use his own abilities to escape from the cage. The result was obviously that he could not. There were restrictions on the cage that suppressed spiritual power. Lin Lung could not use spiritual power at all, nor could he use his own powers. Why? After some tossing, Lin Lung gave up completely and sat down on the ground slumped. However, he was not dejected. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to practice Tiansong Fist. If Lin Lung's guess was correct, Li Gang would definitely use his position to bribe the person in charge of Su Liuxue prison, probably to say something that would prevent Lin Lung from getting out alive. Lin Lung could think of it with his toes. Based on the character of the person in charge, he must have agreed without hesitation. Anyway, in their eyes, the prisoner's life is not life at all. At worst, they can just write a document saying that he died accidentally due to a fight. Here, the essence of society is vividly highlighted. Here, if you don't have money, then you will be beaten. If it doesn't matter, then you can only wait to die. Therefore, Lin Lung needs to speed up his cultivation. He is not afraid of ordinary people, but he is afraid of awakened people, especially the 3 awakened people around him. If they attack him, Lin Lung will definitely not be his opponent. The time for practicing always passed quickly. Not long after Lin Lung practiced, the prison guard came to inform him to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Soon, Lin Lung was taken to the so-called canteen to eat. It was said to be a canteen, but in fact it was not much different from a cell. The canteen was not bright and was very low. There were only a few windows around it. Many prisoners crowded together to eat. There were also guards with batons keeping watch. Some people say that the food in the prison is pretty good, consisting of some extremely thin porridge, 2 pieces of fermented bean curd, and 2 steamed buns. Although the food was light, Lin Lung was not a picky eater. He took his own plate and prepared to find a place to sit down. However, the other prisoners seemed not to be friendly to the newcomer and did not make room for him. Instead, he deliberately moved his place. Taken. Lin Lung was not surprised by this situation, so he ignored it. After looking around, Lin Lung finally locked a table. There were only 3 people sitting on that table, and there was still a lot of space, but I don't know why no one sat there, but Lin Lung couldn't think of so much and just walked over with the plate in hand. Ahem, is there anyone sitting here? Can I sit here? Lin Lung asked with a smile. Seeing Lin Lung coming over, the 3 of them were also very surprised. 2 of them even raised their heads and glanced at Lin Lung in astonishment, and finally focused on the young man in the middle. It seemed that the one in the middle was their boss. In fact, the 3 of them looked about the same, and they were not much older than Lin Lung. They were probably about the same age as Xie Chenfeng. At this time, the leading man also slowly raised his head. When Lin Lung saw the other person's appearance clearly, he was shocked. He saw that there was a very scary scar next to the other person's eye, and the other person's eyes were very cold, which makes it even more terrifying. It seemed that one of the leading young men's eyes was invisible. The leading young man glanced at Lin Lung with one eye, and nodded slightly when Lin Lung was confused. Seeing the other party nodding, Lin Lung smiled, said thank you, sat down and started eating. Lin Lung still didn't know that the reason why no one was sitting here was because these 3 people were everyone's nightmare. The 3rd child's nickname is Barbarian Bear. As the name suggests, he is as tall and strong as a bear, with muscles all over his body. Like Liu Yugong, he is a Strength King level awakener who has killed 3 powerful beasts with his bare hands. The 2nd poisonous snake was a medicine refining ancestor, so what he awakened also had medicine powers, which could save people or kill people. The poison he made was very poisonous, colorless, and odorless, killing people invisible. The boss, One Eye, is even more terrifying. Like Lin Yu, he is an awakened assassin. The difference is that he is very vicious. He once stabbed a chopstick into the throat of a prisoner alive due to provocation. The 3 of them were not to be messed with. After the 3 of them came together, they became like gods of plague. No one dared to mess with them, so no one dared to sit over them. However, Lin Lung didn't expect so much. After eating, he said goodbye to the 3 of them politely, and then left with a clean plate. But he didn't know that the other prisoners had already looked at him like a dead person. After dinner, Lin Lung walked to the square and began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. There were mountains all around, and the prison was surrounded by high barbed wire fences. It was impossible to fly out. Lin Lung walked in the square while observing the surrounding environment. Finally, when he was tired, he found a stone and sat down, staring at the night sky in a daze. Just when Lin Lung was in a daze, the trio of plague gods came over and sat next to Lin Lung. Lin Lung was a little surprised when he saw 3 people sitting next to him. "Boy, what's your name? How did you get in?" Viper asked. Lin Lung didn't dare to look directly into Viper's eyes. His eyes were really like Viper's eyes, very scary. When the other party asked, Lin Lung thought about it and didn't hide it. He directly told the other party that his name was Lin Lung and that he was imprisoned because he provoked some powerful people. Lin Lung told a few people about the matter as if he was vomiting bitterness. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them suddenly laughed, making Lin Lung confused. Is it so funny? Moreover, the 3 of them seemed to be suffering from epilepsy. The more they laughed, the more outrageous they became. The one who laughed became overturned. The Viper lay on the ground and laughed, and even hammered the ground with his hand, while the wild bear put a hand on Lin Lung's shoulder. Laugh wildly. Lin Lung felt that his character had been insulted, So he left the bear alone and left angrily. Along the way, Lin Lung was still wondering, are these three people mentally ill? No wonder the prisoners didn't want to sit at the same table with them. After Lin Lung left, seeing Lin Lung walking away, the three of them suddenly stopped, got together, and their laughter stopped abruptly. "Boss, what do you think?" Viper asked as he approached One Eye. "This guy is not bad. He's a bit silly. I like him, but he seems to have offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Let's see if he can survive tonight." One Eye muttered. All the while One Eye flashed sharply in the dark night. Light! Lin Lung returned to the cell on his own. The cell smelled weird, the humidity after the rain, plus the smell of dried blood. The whole space was very dark, with only a few lights on both sides, shining faintly. There is no sunshine here all year round, and even the air is turbid. A normal person wouldn't be able to stand it for a while. People locked up here may never get out for the rest of their lives. Moreover, there is not only the smell of dampness and blood, but also the smell of death. This was also the reason why Lin Lung was unwilling to stay in the cell. If Lin Lung had to choose between the cell and the pigsty, he would rather sleep in the pigsty. But it was obvious that Lin Lung had no choice. There were bloodstains everywhere on the floor of the cell, and there was only an iron bed made of cold iron plates in the cell, with only a thin quilt on it, and countless stains and bloodstains on it. Helpless, Lin Lung had no choice but to fold the bedding and put it aside, find a relatively clean place on the iron bed, sit down cross-legged, close his eyes, let go, and start practicing. Soon, time passed slowly. It was bedtime, the bell rang, and all the prisoners were driven back to their respective cages by the guards. To Lin Lung's surprise, the three people in the three cages next to him were actually the three people with one eye. Sensing Lin Lung's gaze, the three of them actually showed a smile in unison, as if they were watching a good show. However, Lin Lung ignored it and continued to practice with his eyes closed. Under the guidance of the system, Lin Lung's Tiansong fist had already reached the threshold of the first glimpse, but since he had never actually fought in it, Lin Lung didn't know how good he was. A few pounds. The training time passed very quickly, and it was late at night. At night, there were faint roars from the cell at the end, as if a very terrifying beast was locked inside. Lin Lung broke away from the state of cultivation and stretched. His eyelids were a little heavy, and he felt a little tired. He casually lay down on the iron bed, pulled the dirty quilt over him, and fell asleep. I don't know if it was because he was too tired. Not long after he lay down, a feeling of sleep came over him. After a while, Lin Lung fell into a deep sleep and even snored slightly. In his sleep, Lin Lung vaguely heard a hint of conversation. "Boss, do you think this kid is really stupid or has a big heart? How dare you sleep here? Aren't you afraid of death? It's just that if he provokes someone, he will be killed sooner or later. He is so stupid. You still have a nerve to say that. Wasn't it the same when you first came here? I didn't know that at that time. Shoo, don't say anything. Let's wait and see what happens." I don't know how long it took, but Lin Lung was woken up by a rustling sound. Lin Lung stood up and saw that someone had come to the door of his cell. There were two very strong prison guards standing at the door of his cell. They seemed to have been selected. At this time, one of them was getting the key to open the cell where Lin Lung was held. This was how the sound Lin Lung heard came from. Soon, the cell was opened and two strong prison guards squeezed in. A small cell was quickly occupied by three people. Seeing two people coming in, Lin Lung subconsciously became wary and asked with a vigilant look, "Why do you two come to see me?" Seeing Lin Lung's question, one of the prison guards showed disdain on his face and sneered, "Our warden is looking for you to drink tea." "Ah!" Lin Lung also sneered back. It seemed that the person in charge of this prison had already received Li Gang's money, and he was so impatient that he was planning to attack him tonight. "I'm not going," Lin Lung replied calmly, then turned around and prepared to go back to sleep. Seeing that the other party did not take them seriously, the two prison guards seemed very angry. One of the guards even picked up his baton and hit Lin Lung. Although Lin Lung's back was turned to the two of them, Lin Lung had awakened his martial god power and became more sensitive to the outside world. Sensing danger, he turned sideways and hid. F***K.
F asterisk asterisk, K him to death, a prison guard yelled angrily. For a moment, the two prison guards took action together, 2-on-1, against Lin Lung. Due to the restrictions in the cell, Lin Lung cannot use his spiritual power. At this moment, he can be said to be no different from ordinary people. The only difference is that with the passive blessing of the god of war, Lin Lung's physical fitness and fighting skills are higher than ordinary people. The two prison guards immediately broke up with each other and ended up with Lin Lung in the cage. However, with the passive blessing of the god of war, Lin Lung was able to deal with the two of them with ease. Once again, dodging the opponent's sap, Lin Lung saw the right moment and hit a prison guard in the abdomen with a sky fist. Although it is impossible to use spiritual power, Tiansong Fist is not an ordinary skill after all. Under this punch, ordinary people are still a little bit overwhelmed. Therefore, with this punch, the prison guard was immediately knocked out and hit the cage hard with a deafening impact. He fell to the ground and passed out. The other prison guard didn't bother with Lin Lung when he saw this. He left the other prison guard and ran away in embarrassment. The door was not even locked, but Lin Lung also knew that it was basically impossible to run away now. The prison guard came back shortly after leaving and brought back a large group of prison guards. Each prison guard had a baton in his hand, and some even had guns. Not only that, even the warden came in person. Judging from his high energy, it was obvious that he had not slept. It seemed that he was waiting for this time. Lin Lung is so bold that he openly attacks state officials. "Come on, take him out," the warden said righteously. The opponent had a large number of people and guns, and Lin Lung had no special powers, so he could only raise his hands to surrender and temporarily avoid the edge. After Lin Lung was taken away, the warden showed a successful smile and left. The knocked, unconscious prison guard was also dragged down like a dog by two prison guards. It seems that here, people without ability are not taken seriously. After Lin Lung was taken away, silence returned to the cell again. All the prisoners were afraid to make a sound and closed their eyes to sleep. Those who couldn't sleep did not dare to open their eyes. It seemed that this scene was already very normal for them. After the cell became silent again, everyone pretended to be asleep and did not dare to make a sound, while the Plague God trio sat up from the bed one after another. "Boss, it looks like that kid won't survive tonight," Viper said. "Hey, I quite like that boy's character. He's quite similar to me. He's quite ruthless in his attacks." He punched the prison guard until he fainted. Monxiong said. In the pitch-black prison, One Eye sat on the iron bed, dragging his chin, and his one eye kept shining with a strange light. He didn't know what he was thinking about, but he just said lightly, "Sleep." Seeing One Eye speaking, the two of them couldn't say anything else and fell asleep one after another. However, both of them sighed with regret, especially Barbarian Bear. Judging from the way he sighed, he probably liked Lin Lung quite a lot, maybe because he saw the shadow of himself in Lin Lung. Lin Lung was held up by several prison guards, dragged all the way to the square, and then thrown to the ground. As soon as Lin Lung was about to stand up, he was held down by several prison guards, and one even pointed a gun at his head. At this time, the warden walked up very arrogantly, stepped on Lin Lung's head, and stepped on Lin Lung's head hard. "Lin Lung, don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame me, blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have provoked," the warden said in a very arrogant tone. Lin Lung was already used to it that the other party would say such words. He did not reply, but raised his head firmly. No matter how hard the warden tried, he could not step down his head. Lin Lung wanted to give himself a reason. Since the other party had already broken up with him, he would fight the other party to the end and would rather die than bow down. Lin Lung's resistance made the warden very displeased. He pulled his foot back and then told his subordinates a few words. Countless prison guards rushed towards Lin Lung with batons in hand. Of course, Lin Lung would not stand and wait for death. As soon as he regained his freedom, Lin Lung reacted quickly and used his flexible body skills to dodge the attacks of the prison guards. Lin Lung's body skills are relatively flexible. The prison guards are all ordinary people. Although they have batons in their hands, Lin Lung can still cope with them, relying on his own body skills. Facing countless batons coming at him,
Lin Lung, who could dodge, naturally chose to dodge, while those who couldn't dodge chose to block with his elbows and protect his head. Tian Song Fist. In an instant, Lin Lung caught a prison guard's flaw, gathered all his strength into his right fist, and punched the opponent in the abdomen, knocking him away. Like the previous prison guard, this prison guard was also knocked unconscious by Lin Lung's punch. One prison guard fell, and the next one stepped forward. Using the same old routine, Lin Lung dodged the opponent's attacks while finding the right opportunity to defeat them one by one. Tian Song Fist. Tian Song Fist. Tian Song Fist. Damn it. Prison guards, huh? It seems like something strange has been mixed in. Maybe Lin Lung had hit him a little too hard. There were too many opponents, and he couldn't hit them with one punch after another. His fists were sore, so he had to use his hands and feet together. Lin Lung had never learned any kicking skills. He saw Tianzhenku when he was visiting the system mall. However, he was short of money, so he had to put it aside for the time being and just kick one person at random. Anyway, with the blessing of the god of war, he just kicked it. Lin Lung, who had the passive blessing of the martial god, was indeed fierce enough. Using his hands and feet together, he actually defeated 10 or even dozens of guards. I'm going to hit 10. Lin Lung seemed to have hit him a little too hard, and he roared domineeringly towards the sky. And at this time, boom! A gunshot rang out suddenly, and the prison guards stopped instantly, and Lin Lung did not dare to act rashly anymore, because at this time the warden's gun was pointed at his head. Lin Lung, you have a chance. Come on, try whether your punch is faster or my gun is faster, the warden said sternly. At this time, Lin Lung didn't dare to move. Although the god of war was passive, he didn't even have the iron cloth shirt with the golden bell cover. After this shot, he couldn't do anything. Besides, beyond 7 steps, the gun is fast, but within 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate, and you can't fight no matter how hard you try. He also wanted to be like someone and say in a very pretentious manner, I bet there are no bullets in your gun. But the result is obvious. The warden's gun must be loaded with bullets because he just fired another shot into the air. Seeing that Lin Lung did not dare to act rashly, the warden ordered his men to cuff Lin Lung's hands and feet. Oh shit! Lin Lung cursed, and his hands and feet were cuffed. Wouldn't he be a lamb to be slaughtered? Let others slaughter you? But instead of facing the black muzzle of the gun, Lin Lung suddenly felt that the baton in the prison guard's hand was much more friendly. With a look from the warden, all of his subordinates immediately understood. They came up to knock Lin Lung down, then treated Lin Lung with a stick, and then gave Lin Lung a full-body massage with their feet. Well, even though the beating was painful, Lin Lung gritted his teeth and did not shout a single word. He just stared at the wardens leaving back with bloodshot eyes. F***K. Just wait for me. One day, I will cut off your balls and play them as ping-pong balls. After the warden left, a prison guard asked in confusion, Warden, why don't we just shoot him to death? If I could kill him with one shot, I would have shot him to death long ago. If I weren't afraid of that old stubborn eye. Humph! The warden just replied impatiently and then snorted and stopped talking. No matter how many batons and kicks he received, Lin Lung finally passed out in a daze. The next day, Lin Lung was woken up by the plague trio. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of snake eyes. Oh shit, the two said in unison. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Lin Lung rubbed his dizzy head. The blood on his body had dried up, the broken muscles and bones had been repaired by the system, and there were no internal injuries on his body, only some skin injuries. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung said silently in his heart, the system is awesome. Hey, you kid, you were beaten badly yesterday, right? You can still wake up alive. Viper asked curiously. I want you to take care of it. Lin Lung replied coldly. At this time, a huge and heavy paw suddenly rested on Lin Lung's shoulder, pressing him so hard that Lin Lung almost lost his balance. When he looked carefully, he saw that it was the arm of a wild bear. Hey, you were so hot, but you were so cold? Who made you smile so happily yesterday? Didn't I ignore you? Hey, little brother, my name is Barbarian Bear. Lin Lung did not pay attention to the bear, but simply and roughly shook off the other party's arm. and then walked to an uninhabited corner of the square to sit and rest. "How's it going? Did you find anything?" One Eye asked in a deep voice. "Boss, this kid is absolutely extraordinary. According to our analysis, he was very lucky to survive yesterday. But I just checked and found that he only had a trace of skin trauma on his body." "What?" One Eye was a little surprised. He turned to look at Lin Lung, then looked at Viper and asked, "Second brother, are you sure? You're not mistaken?" "That's right, second brother. You must have made a mistake," Man Xiong said disapprovingly. The poisonous snake ignored the bear and just gave the bear a roll of his eyes to let the other party understand. "Brother, I definitely read it right." Seeing Viper's sworn look, One Eye nodded. "Well, it seems that this kid is indeed a bit special, but we still need to confirm it and wait until tonight." Soon it was noon, and all the prisoners were called to the cafeteria to eat. This time, all the prison guards were a little afraid of Lin Lung. They had seen Lin Lung's strength last night. Without a gun, they still didn't dare to confront Lin Lung head-on. The prison guards are like this, and so are the other ordinary prisoners. They also saw Lin Lung's strength last night. They are also afraid that Lin Lung will be unhappy and punch them. It will be uncomfortable, so everyone avoided Lin Lung one by one like the god of plague. Lin Lung didn't care at all. He wished others were afraid of him. After preparing the meal, Lin Lung found a table and sat down at random and began to eat hungrily. There are still 6 days left before the week of imprisonment. As long as he survives these 6 days, he can leave this prison and leave this hell on earth. But Lin Lung also knew that these 6 days were not easy. Although he didn't know why the warden didn't just shoot him, he knew that every day after that, the other party would torture him more and more until he died. Therefore, the most important thing now is to preserve strength and physical strength. Only when you are full can you have the strength to fight. However, such a small amount of food was not enough to eat. Lin Lung had already finished it in 3 or 2 mouthfuls. It was impossible to add more food, so Lin Lung had to focus on the other prisoners. A prisoner had just finished his meal and sat down when a hand was put on his shoulder. Looking back, Lin Lung was staring at him coldly. "Give me your food," Lin Lung said calmly. The prisoner was a little stunned and a little frustrated. Although he didn't know whether the other party really wanted to eat his food, it was obvious that he had become the unlucky one. But there are no good people who can be locked up here. After being provoked by Lin Lung, the prisoner was naturally very dissatisfied and wanted to fight with Lin Lung when he got up. However, it couldn't be easier for Lin Lung to deal with an unarmed ordinary person. With 3 or 2 punches, the prisoner was knocked to the ground by Lin Lung. Just like that, Lin Lung carried the dinner plate he was facing, walked to the side and sat down, eating the food expressionlessly, while the prison guards on the side also turned a blind eye. Seeing this scene, the Plague God trio couldn't help but start talking. "Brother, how come this man has changed so much? He is so ruthless and domineering." "That's right, I like his character. If Big Brother hadn't allowed it, I would have snatched up all their food." Barbarian Bear agreed, while One Eye just ate alone without saying anything. Although this is excessive and even cruel, Lin Lung understands in his heart that this is the way the world is. The weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. What's more, in such a prison, no one knows what tomorrow will be like. He wants to survive here. You must be cruel. Seeing his food being eaten by others, this prisoner can be considered pitiful. But in this prison, there are few people who are truly worthy of pity. After eating one more meal, Lin Lung was finally full. He stood up from his seat and glanced at everyone. Just one look scared everyone so much that they didn't dare to look up and look at him. Although many of these people are murderers, and even ogres, after all, they're still mortals, and they still have no chance of winning against a person with superpowers like Lin Lung. Lin Lung ignored everyone and just left the canteen with his dinner plate. After lunch, Lin Lung came to the square, where all the prisoners had a period of rest after eating, staying in the square, basking in the sun, and so on. The rest of the prisoners were either in pairs or in groups, and some even formed a gang. Lin Lung was the only one who walked alone. Lin Lung found a seat and sat down alone, staring at the blue sky in a daze. He was thinking about Lin Yu, Xie Qinfeng, and Su Liuxue. Now Su Liuxue's whereabouts are unknown, and she is still trapped in this hellish prison, not knowing whether she can get out alive. For some reason, Lin Lung suddenly thought about what happened after his death. Will Su Liuxue fall in love with someone else again? Will Lin Yu burst into tears? Will anyone feed the rice dumplings? Just when Lin Lung was lost in thought, a sense of crisis suddenly came from behind him. So Lin Lung instinctively turned his head and rolled to avoid the opponent's fatal blow. But despite this, Lin Lung's right hand still received a solid blow from the opponent. The opponent used the stick with enough force that Lin Lung's right hand was almost useless after the blow. Even if the system can automatically repair, the repair will take time. In a short period of time, Lin Lung's right hand was considered useless. Lin Lung was so painful that he broke into a cold sweat and took a breath of air. Hey, aren't you a D***K? Keep going. Lin Lung looked around and saw a muscular man with scars standing in front of him very arrogantly, followed by a large group of prisoners holding a stick in his hand. Damn it, you dare to touch my little brother. You really don't take me seriously. Let me K him, the leading brother ordered. As soon as the other party gave the order, countless prisoners swarmed up instantly. Although Lin Lung had the passive blessing of the god of war, his right hand was disabled, and his combat effectiveness was directly reduced by half. In addition, he was unable to use his spiritual power, so Lin Lung could basically only be passively beaten. The opponent had an absolute advantage in numbers, and Lin Lung was soon outnumbered. At first, he could deal with it roughly with his left hand, and he could still respond with a weak kick, but he was soon defeated and knocked to the ground. K. Let you show off. Let you go crazy. I want to eat his eyes. His eyes are so beautiful. I really want to eat them. They must be delicious. Listening to the comments of the prisoners around him, Lin Lung felt a little sad. He had taken all precautions, but he was accidentally attacked by the other party. Just when Lin Lung felt that he had fallen, several prisoners around him fainted inexplicably. When everyone was confused, a sound similar to a beast's roar broke out from the crowd. Get out of here! Hearing this voice, Lin Lung was in a daze. It was actually the voice of a wild bear. I saw a strong man who was much taller than ordinary people suddenly walking out of the crowd. He picked up the prisoner with one hand like a chicken, then slammed him, and then threw it away as if he were throwing garbage. The moment he saw the wild bear, the leading strong man realized that something was wrong. The trio of plague gods usually acted as a group, and the appearance of the wild bear already explained the problem. The savage bear punches a snarling monster, and the poisonous snake kills people invisible. In this place, they will not let you live because they are afraid of the law. This is also what the leading strong man is afraid of. What's more, the three of them are ruthless in doing things, and they do anything to achieve their goals, regardless of the consequences. This is why they are called the Plague God Trio. But after looking at it, Scarface, the leader, noticed something was wrong. Only 3 of the Plague Trio appeared, and 1 person did not appear. Suddenly, the leading strong man seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and was about to run away, but found that the one-eyed man was already standing in front of him with chopsticks in his hands. The one-eyed man stared at him coldly, with that sharp gaze, like an eagle staring at its prey. Gudong! As if he knew he couldn't run away, the strong man didn't care anymore. He shouted and rushed forward with a stick, hoping to use his stick to fight the opponent. However, the strong man didn't know whether he overestimated himself or underestimated the opponent. Even though the opponent couldn't use his spiritual power, it was still very easy to defeat him. Seeing the strong man rushing towards him, a sneer appeared on One Eye's lips, and he dodged and rushed forward, many times faster than the strong man. Go to hell, the strong man roared, and hit One Eye with a stick. However, the stick that the strong man regarded as a sure-kill move was easily dodged by One Eye. Then he bowed and ducked under the strong man, then took out his chopsticks and stabbed him upwards. Seeing that his stick was easily dodged by the opponent, the strong man panicked and felt very aggrieved. He used a big move but was dodged by the opponent by moving around. He didn't even spend any mana. Almost autistic. When the younger brother saw him, He called the elder brother too stupid. The next moment, the chopsticks seemed to be like a sharp sword, which was easily stabbed into the throat by one eye. Finally, his eyes widened and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Maybe the strong man didn't understand until his death when he provoked the plague trio. It was obvious that he just wanted to stand up for his boy and establish authority in front of the newcomers. In the end, a large group of prisoners escaped and died. However, the prison guards here seem to have not seen what happened here. They just cleaned up the bodies indifferently, not even bothering to wash away the bloodstains. Are you okay? Do you want me to pull you up? Lin Lung shook his head, gritted his teeth, and got up from the ground. These people were so cruel that his body seemed to fall apart. Why do you want to help me? Lin Lung asked with some confusion. Facing Lin Lung's questions, the three of them did not answer directly. Instead, they pulled Lin Lung to a slightly remote corner. After making sure that no one was around, they said mysteriously, "We want to invite you. Join us." Join you? Lin Lung asked suspiciously. Yeah, that's right. Little brother, just join us. We will never let you help us. The bear was so careless that he opened his mouth and was exposed. If the poisonous snake hadn't covered his mouth in time, he would probably be the boss. Everyone told Lin Lung. However, Lin Lung liked the character of the wild bear. Just when Lin Lung was thinking about whether to join, the system came to assist again. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the random mission, joining the Plague God Trio, and obtaining the mission reward and a shopping mall purchase point. Just one? Lin Lung was a little hesitant. He didn't know the true purpose of the Plague God Trio, so he joined rashly. If he was used by the other party, he would probably end badly. Join or not, you still owe me money if you step on the horse. Lin Lung, why is this so coercive? Aren't you allowed to accept system tasks if you want to, and you don't have to accept them if you don't want to? Faced with the system's arrogant attitude and the appearance of a nouveau riche, Lin Lung had no choice but to nod his head and agreed to join the Plague God Trio. When the three of them saw Lin Lung's agreement, they were all very excited, and Barbarian Bear hugged Lin Lung even more happily, hugging Lin Lung's entire body. Even though he couldn't use his spiritual power, the physical strength of the wild bear was still very terrifying. Being hugged by this guy, Lin Lung almost died. Fortunately, he had the passive protection of the God of War. While several people were happy, the system's voice also sounded in Lin Lung's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining a shopping mall purchase point. Lin Lung looked at his balance. Now he had only saved 2 purchase points in total. He owed 3 purchase points. There were only 5 days left before repayment. Lin Lung was really worried now. Go to hell with your Iron Rooster borrowing. It's such a scam. As soon as the camera turned, Lin Lung joined the Plague God Trio. From then on, the era of the Plague God Trio officially ended, and the Plague God 4 was officially born. Among the 4, since Lin Lung is the youngest, he is the 4th child, while the Barbarian Bear is the 3rd child, the Viper is the 2nd child, and One Eye is the eldest child. Seeing Lin Lung joining in, One Eye was unambiguous and directly stated his purpose. It turned out that the 3 of them were also wrongfully imprisoned, but their enemies were far more powerful than Li Gang. Their enemies were some senior executives of the Superpower Bureau. Although they had some strength, they still couldn't fight against these powerful people, so they were caught here under some high-sounding names. Although they couldn't die, they couldn't escape either. After a period of time, the 3 gradually became familiar with each other, and finally came together by chance and formed the Plague God Trio. After staying in Su Liuxue prison for a period of time, the 3 of them discovered that the possibility of escaping from this prison was almost zero, but One Eye was not willing to give in, and instead set his sights on the last prison. Judging from the cages, the person in the cage at the end is definitely not an ordinary person, and his strength must be higher than a few people. If you borrow the other party's strength, you might be able to escape. But at this time, Lin Leng raised a very fatal question. There are restrictions here. Even if he comes out, he will be no different than ordinary people. The Plague Trio. The Plague Trio? Although the question Lin Lung asked was very embarrassing, several people still explained it to Lin Lung very patiently. The thing is, after these few years, I have developed an antidote that can restrain the prison restrictions. After taking it, you can restore your spiritual power, Viper said proudly. Really? Lin Lung asked suspiciously. Yeah. Viper nodded proudly, then scratched it and said, it's just a small flaw, and the effect is only 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Lin Lung held his chin and began to think. 10 minutes can be very long or very short. In 10 minutes, you can do a lot of things, but you may not be able to do anything in 10 minutes. Obviously, 10 minutes is still a bit too short for them now. If they want to succeed, they must plan everything before they can act. After all, this operation is not a child's play. They are not fighting and killing. What they want to do is to escape from prison. Here, no one will care about you whether you fight or kill, but once you escape from prison, the nature is completely different. If you are caught, you will definitely die. In the end, after several people unanimously decided to explore the reality of the cage at the end first, this matter was naturally handed over to the newly joined Lin Lung, while the other three were responsible for attracting everyone's attention. Several people looked at each other in understanding and nodded. The originally quiet square was suddenly broken by a loud roar. Damn it, you're a bunch of little brats. If you have the guts, come and fight with your grandpa. The bear took the lead and roared, charging towards the crowd like a giant shit-stirring stick. The poisonous snake was also very excited. He sprinkled a handful of potion in the air that made people angry. After inhaling it, all the prisoners became furious instantly, and everyone fought together for a while. Damn it, why am I so unhappy with you all of a sudden? It's your grandma. Do you think I'm picking on you? I've been unhappy with you for a long time, and you don't even look at your smug look. For a moment, with the cooperation of the wild bear and the poisonous snake, the crowd was in chaos. The police officer who was watching the show became furious after taking it and started fighting with the prisoners. In the other corner of the square where the crowd was rioting, two figures stood on one side. Go ahead, let's try to buy you some time. One eye patted Lin Lung's shoulder very carefully, then turned around and rushed towards the crowd. One Eye's skills are very good. Although he is limited, his combat power cannot be underestimated. He can fly with just one kick and punch cleanly. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up! One Eye shouted. As a result, Lin Lung turned around, ran out of the square, and ran towards the prisoner's cage. At this time, there was no one in the cage, and the whole cell was empty and very quiet, with only the slightest sound of a slight collision from the moist water droplets dripping from time to time. Lin Lung did not hesitate. Now that everyone was attracted to the square, he had to act immediately. Lin Lung opened his legs and ran all the way, passing through countless cages, and finally stood in front of the cell at the end. Now in front of Lin Lung was a cold iron-blue iron door. Lin Lung didn't know who was being held in the cell, whether it was a human, a ghost, or... I don't know if it was because Lin Lung was nervous, but Lin Lung's heart beat inexplicably fast, and the surrounding environment suddenly became very quiet. The iron door in front of him suddenly turned into a door leading to hell, and the faint roar coming from behind the door made Lin Lung's hair stand up in fear. Helpless, Lin Lung swallowed hard, suppressed the fear in his heart, knocked lightly on the iron door and said, "Is there anyone there? I want to discuss something with you." However, there was no reaction from behind the door, let alone any sound. So, Lin Lung knocked on the iron door again. This time, Lin Lung put more force and shouted in a deep voice, "Is anyone there? I don't mean any harm. I just want to discuss something with you, and I don't want to offend you." There was still no response from behind the door. Ha! Seeing no response from behind the door, Lin Lung was a little confused. Could it be that no one was being held behind the door? After all, Lin Lung never saw anyone come out or go in. Doesn't he need to eat? At this moment, Lin Lung began to doubt whether there was anyone in the cell in front of him. Looking at the small crack on the iron door, Lin Lung took a deep breath, tentatively put his head over, and put his eyes into the small crack, trying to see what was going on. Lin Lung looked through the slit and saw the cell behind the iron door. It was a very old and dilapidated room. There was no bed, only some straw in the corner, and no food residue. There was only a small slit in the cell that let in a ray of sunlight. The entire cell exuded an aura of silent death. After repeated inspections, Lin Lung finally determined that there should be no one in this cell. Just when Lin Lung was a little disappointed and was about to look away, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in front of him and met his eyes. Ah! Lin Lung was so startled that he couldn't help but scream. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground in embarrassment, his little heart beating fast. Lin Lung clutched his chest tightly and looked at the tiny crack on the iron door with a horrified look on his face. What kind of eyes were there? What a pair of eyes those are! The eyes behind the door were scarlet and full of bloodshot eyes. Those eyes were very turbid, faintly revealing the darkness and evil charm. Just one glance made Lin Lung unforgettable for the rest of his life. Seeing Lin Lung's appearance, the other party narrowed his eyes and said, "You." Judging from the voice, the other party should be an old man. Seeing the other party speaking, Lin Lung stood up from the ground and quickly replied, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I just wanted to ask you for a favor." "No, with you let's discuss something." Hearing Lin Lung's words, the other party was stunned for a moment, and then squinted his eyes again, as if he was a little surprised by Lin Lung's reaction, and then he didn't know what he was thinking. "You don't recognize me anymore? What do you know?" Lin Lung was confused when asked. He had just been caught here. How could he possibly know him? So Lin Lung shook his head and said, "I don't know him." Hearing Lin Lung's answer, the other party laughed coldly. He. The laughter was also very terrifying. It made Lin Lung's hair stand on end, but he didn't dare to show it. Time passed bit by bit, and the other party never made any sound except a sneer, just a sneer. Lin Lung didn't know what the other party was laughing at. He only knew that the prison guards would be here soon. So, Lin Lung had no choice but to interrupt and urge, "Senior, I don't mean any harm. I just want to escape, so I want to ask me for help? Cooperate with you?" Before Lin Lung could finish speaking, the other party revealed Lin Lung's purpose in one sentence. Seeing that he was seen through, Lin Lung simply nodded without any ink. The other party seemed to be moved by Lin Lung's sincere attitude, or because of other reasons, he began to hesitate. Seeing that the other party was a little shaken, Lin Lung was ready to add fuel to the fire. However, by chance, the prison guards came at this time and forcibly took Lin Lung away. When Lin Lung was dragged away, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "Tonight, I will come to you." The voice was cold, faint, and very ethereal, as if it came from heaven or hell. What surprised Lin Lung was that he seemed to be the only one who could hear it, because the prison guard on the side had no reaction at all, as if he didn't hear it. Sound transmission through the air. Lin Lung was a little stunned. Isn't this a unique magical skill that can only be seen in TV series? In this place where spiritual power is limited, the other party actually still has this kind of strength. Now, Lin Lung was even more convinced that the other party was definitely a peerless expert. By the time Lin Lung was dragged out, all the prisoners had recovered, but everyone was slightly injured. This is the case for everyone, of course, except for the trio of plague gods, the huge savage bear, the agile one-eye, and the poisonous snake who is good at using potions. Although these three people cannot drive spiritual power, they still have no injuries on their bodies. Lin Lung was escorted in front of the warden, and the prison guard stepped forward and whispered a few words into the warden's ear. Originally, Lin Lung thought that the warden would take this opportunity to kill him again, but this time, the other party surprisingly did not deal with him. He just snorted coldly, looked at him indifferently, and turned around to leave. This operation by the warden made Lin Lung flattered. After the warden and others left, the four plague gods gathered together again. "How is it?" One Eye asked. After Lin Lung finished telling the story, the three of them felt a little unbelievable. They couldn't help but feel that Lin Lung's description of the other party was a bit too scary, but Lin Lung swore that he absolutely did not lie. This matter was not the main point, so they did not pay attention to it, but began to think about tonight's meeting. Soon, night fell in Su Liuxue prison. That night, Lin Lung did not continue to practice, but chose to lie quietly on the bed, waiting for the old man's response. However, as time passed by, there was still no news from the other party, which made Lin Lung a little confused. Could the other party be playing tricks on him? Deliberately let him go? Even so, Lin Lung still endured and continued to wait. As time turned to midnight, the other party finally sent news, but there was only a short sentence. When you carry it over, I'll look for you outside. Lin Lung was confused when he heard this. Just as he was wondering, the door of the cell was opened. Lin Lung stood up and took a look. Good guy, it was the prison guards from yesterday again. This time, the opponent was smart and came directly with the AK-47. Seeing the opponent's formation, Lin Lung said that there was no need. There is no doubt that Lin Lung was dragged out again and beaten to death again. Your mother. Lin Lung was a little angry. He beat himself to death every time and left. Can you give him a good time? What does this mean? Humiliate him? What kind of trouble is this? Just when Lin Lung fell to the ground and doubted his life, a pair of feet suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Lung looked up along the feet and was startled again. It was the pair of terrifying eyes he saw during the day. You? Lin Lung was a little unbelievable. The person standing in front of him was actually the owner of the terrifying eyes he saw during the day. To Lin Lung's surprise, the other person was not ugly or scary. Instead, he was a somewhat kind little old man, but there was a bit of majesty between his features. To say it was scary, the only thing that was scary was the eyes. How are you? Can you still get up? The old man asked with a slight smile. Seeing the other party's question, Lin Lung forced himself to sit up. Although the system hadn't had time to be repaired, there should be no problem sitting up. Seeing Lin Lung sitting up, the old man nodded. Senior, I know, you want to use me to escape from here, right? I can promise you, but you have to promise me one thing. Seeing the old man agreeing so readily, Lin Lung was a little surprised, and then asked, what are the conditions? I want you to be my disciple of Wu Qingquan. What? Lin Lung was a little surprised. Why did the other party accept him as a disciple as soon as he came up? Do you have any plans for yourself? Seeing that Lin Lung didn't answer, the old man seemed to have figured out what Lin Lung was thinking. He glanced at Lin Lung and said calmly, Don't worry, I don't have any plot against you. I just want to make someone angry. As for the rest, you don't need to ask. You only need to tell me whether you agree or not. I can tell you first, without me, you will definitely die here. There was no need for the other party to say this. Lin Lung knew in his heart that on his own, he would definitely not be able to walk out alive now. Just at this time, another random mission popped up in the system. Lin Lung just followed the trend, agreed to Wu Qingquan, became his disciple, and completed the system's mission. Nima, pay me back. As soon as the 3 purchase points were gathered, Lin Lung immediately clicked on Iron Rooster Borrow and immediately paid back the owed purchase points. After paying off the loan, Lin Lung suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Sure enough, he was debt-free and lighthearted. The camera turned, and after agreeing to Wu Qingquan seemed to be dissatisfied with this method and insisted on Lin Lung's apprenticeship ceremony. Damn, it's quite ritualistic. Helpless, Lin Lung had no choice but to show off, kneel in front of Wu Qingquan, say something about what the master was doing, and then kowtow. The apprenticeship ceremony was over. Wu Qingquan seemed very happy and hurriedly helped Lin Lung up and said, good disciple, please get up quickly. That night, the two sat together and talked until dawn. When it got darker, Wu Qingquan left and returned to his cell. Of course, Lin Lung didn't know how Wu Qingquan got out of the cell, and he didn't have the nerve to ask. That night, Wu Qingquan and Lin Lung told many stories from ancient times. The other party seemed to regard him as an old friend and told Lin Lung the stories he knew. Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing is that Wu Qingquan also gave Lin Lung a unique skill created by Wu Qingquan, Tianji Slash. When he first got it, Lin Lung's eyes lit up because after systematic appraisal, the power of Tianji Slash was only higher than that of Tiansong Fist. However, considering that using this technique requires weapons, Lin Lung temporarily put it in the system backpack and did not choose to start practicing immediately. After Wu Qingquan left, the sky lit up soon after. After Lin Lung went to One Eye to meet with the others, he told the other party all this. After some discussion, they decided to recharge their batteries in the past few days and wait until the last day to take action. So, in the next 3 days, the Plague God 4 began to become very low-key, no longer causing trouble, no longer fighting, and behaved very normally. Finally, time flashed to the penultimate day before he was released from prison. As long as he survived this day, Lin Lung could be released after serving his sentence, and that day was also when Lin Lung and others took action. Just when Lin Lung made his vow and felt that everything was under control, something unexpected happened. That night, Lin Lung was dragged out again. She originally thought that after a severe beating, the other party would leave, but Lin Lung was still waiting for Wu Qingquan to come out, but everything suddenly became different. This time, the other party became very crazy. All the prison guards kicked Lin Lung nonstop for a whole night, but Wu Qingquan did not show up. Early the next morning, today was the day Lin Lung was released after serving his sentence. As soon as noon passed, Lin Lung could officially leave the prison and become an ordinary person. The one-eyed trio came to the square excitedly, only to find Lin Lung covered in blood, bruised, and nailed to the gallows. Soon, an alarm bell rang, and everyone was summoned to the square. Under the gaze of everyone, the warden calmly walked out of the crowd and stepped onto the execution platform. He looked at Lin Lung with disdain and a sneer on his lips. At this time, Lin Lung was beaten so hard that he only had half a breath left. If there was no system to protect him, he would have gone to see the Buddha long ago. Lin Lung, do you think you can get out alive? Ha! What a joke! No one has ever been able to get out alive from my prison. Don't worry. What your family will see will definitely be your body. Ha! As he spoke, the warden laughed crazily, his laughter full of sarcasm and disdain, even a bit crazy. On the gallows, Lin Lung raised his head feebly, glanced at the warden coldly, and did not reply. Umph. Do you think that crazy old man will come to save you? Let me tell you, he may not be able to save himself now. What? Hearing this, Lin Lung was instantly heartbroken. Yes, his biggest support was Wu Qingquan. If he couldn't protect himself, then he might really be on the verge of death. In the audience, listening to the words of the warden, the trio of plague gods could not help but clench their fists. Brother, what should we do? Are we just going to watch our fourth brother being killed in front of us? Viper asked. This time, the bear was surprisingly silent. He just clenched his fists tightly and suppressed his anger without taking any action. Ha! Lin Lung, let me tell you, if I hadn't been afraid of the old man telling me to wait until today to take action, I would have killed you long ago. And today is the day you die. The warden laughed more and more crazily, smiling with a smile. He took out his gun and put it against Lin Lung's forehead, preparing to pull the trigger. This time Lin Lung was the closest to death. He closed his eyes in despair. There was no fear of death in his heart, but only guilt and regret. Go to hell! With that said, the warden was ready to pull the trigger. Do it! At this critical moment, One Eye roared, took the lead in the air, jumped, aimed at the pistol in the warden's hand, and instantly threw a chopstick. Boom! When the gunfire rang out, One Eye was the first to jump onto the high platform, snatch the gun from the warden's hand, instantly subdue the warden, put the gun to his head, and hold him hostage. At the same time, a deafening roar rang out from the crowd. The bear violently dispersed the crowd, knocked the prison guard away, and brought the poisonous snake to One Eye's side. After rushing onto the stage, Barbarian Bear immediately put Lin Lung down to investigate Lin Lung's situation. Fortunately, One Eye's blow with the chopsticks deflected the muzzle of the gun and hit Lin Lung in the abdomen. However, even so, Lin Lung's condition was not optimistic and he needed to seek medical attention immediately. Seeing this, Viper took out his homemade pills and put them into Lin Lung's mouth. Although it could not save his life, it could temporarily suspend Lin Lung's life. The four gangs of plague gods stood together, with One Eye holding the warden hostage. A group of prison guards also pointed guns at several people, and a group of prisoners had already escaped. Umph. I knew you were in the same group. Do you think I didn't know?
You are all going to die here today. The warden laughed crazily. Shut up. If you want to survive, let them get out of the way. One Eye threatened. Huh? Let you leave? Do you think it's possible? Do you dare to shoot me? Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave. Huh? Just shoot, just shoot. Just shoot. For a moment, One Eye really wanted to shoot the beast in front of him, but he held back. If he beat him to death, they wouldn't be able to get out alive. But the other party just took advantage of their weakness and fought with them forcefully. But the situation in front of him could not tolerate any delay. Lin Lung was seriously injured, and he had to go to the hospital for treatment immediately. Otherwise, even if Hua Tuo came, he would not be able to save his life. And this was precisely the purpose of the warden. He used this to drag Lin Lung to death. And in the end, the One Eyes and the others could not escape. In this way, he wanted to consolidate his dominance in Su Liuxue prison. At this moment, Du Yin, who had always been the leader of the team, was a little panicked for the first time. Sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked at Lin Lung, then at Viper and others, and was in a desperate situation for a while. Could it be that they really couldn't escape this time? Desperate situation. For a moment, One Eye was caught in a dilemma. Either way, he was going to die anyway. But One Eye took a sudden turn and killed the warden with one shot. Boom! A gunshot rang out, and the warden fell in front of the four people. As soon as the warden died, the prison guard no longer hesitated, and he took out his gun and was ready to shoot. Nima! At this moment, One Eye couldn't help but curse, then grabbed the hands of Viper and others, closed his eyes, and they decided to die calmly. We will be brothers again in the next life. Just as the prison guard was about to shoot, the surrounding wind suddenly picked up and the whole sky suddenly became dark. The next second, two figures flew down from the sky. The former was wearing rags, and the latter was wearing cloth clothes, chasing after them. The former has a pair of very terrifying eyes, and is actually Wu Qingquan, who has not appeared all night. Wu Qingquan fell to Lin Lung's side and glanced at Lin Lung with some worry, as if he found that Lin Lung's situation was a bit dangerous. Then he looked at the old man in cloth in front of him and said, "Old guy, you've been chasing me all night. Aren't you tired? Umph. Don't run away if you can. Haha, if I didn't want to attack you, do you really think you can beat me?" Wu Qingquan said with disdain. "Umph. I think we can give it a try," the old man in commoner clothes said without giving in. As he said that, the commoner old man suddenly saw the warden lying on the ground and said with some sadness, "Good grandson, good grandson." Then the commoner old man raised his head, glared at several people, gritted his teeth and said, "You killed my good grandson. TCH, maybe he committed suicide. What evidence do you have?" Wu Qingquan said disapprovingly. "Humph, old man, I won't quarrel with you. Just suffer death." At this time, the old man in common clothes was overwhelmed with anger. The death of his good grandson brought him great excitement. At this moment, he just wanted to let the few people in front of him die in front of him and be buried with his good grandson. However, he overestimated his own strength or underestimated Wu Qingquan's strength after all. He rushed forward menacingly, but was repulsed by Wu Qingquan's light palm. What? The face of the commoner old man was full of disbelief. He was an S-class awakened person. How could he be defeated so easily by Wu Qingquan? Do you think it's incredible? I told you that you can't beat me. If I hadn't let you capture me on purpose, do you think you could have captured me? Hearing this, the commoner old man expressed his dissatisfaction and was about to try again. He must have just imagined it. But at this time, a voice rang out. "Stop!" In an instant, luxury cars drove into Su Liuxue prison, neatly lined up in rows, with a national flag hanging on each car. Soon, the car stopped, the door opened, and a familiar face came into view. If Lin Lung was still awake, he would definitely recognize the person, because he was Xie Qinfeng. After Xie Qinfeng got out of the car, he did not rush away immediately. Instead, he stood outside the car and stretched out his hand to help the people in the car out. Xie Qinfeng helped a very thin old man in white come down. The old man had a very energetic hairstyle, and although his brows were kind, he also revealed a shrewdness. When the old man in white clothes saw the other party, he was stunned for a moment,
then hurriedly ran to him respectfully and knelt directly in front of the old man in white clothes. This scene looked at everyone directly, and everyone began to be shocked by the identity and status of the old man in white. The old man in white didn't pay attention to the other party, but turned to look at Xie Chenfeng. Xiao Feng, who is Lin Leng you were talking about? Grandpa, that's him, Xie Chenfeng said and pointed at Lin Lung in Barbarian Bear's arms. Yes. The old man in white glanced at Lin Lung, as if he saw something. He was startled, but he did not show it, but nodded gently. Then, the old man in white turned around and said to the old man in commoner clothes, Old Zhao, are you okay with me taking him away? After listening to the words of the old man in white, Zhao Tian lowered his head silently. That's right, the old man in white is Xie Chenfeng's reinforcements. After Lin Lung was captured, Xie Chenfeng rushed to the Magic City overnight and asked his grandfather Xie Fengyi for help, asking him to help save Lin Lung. Although Xie Fengyi has retired, many things are still in his charge, and he is still the nominal elder of the General Administration of National Superpowers. Xie Fengyi cherished his grandson very much. When he heard that his grandson wanted something from him, he naturally agreed immediately, so he was brought here by Xie Chenfeng. Now, Xie Fengyi, the big boss, has spoken. No matter how reluctant Zhao Tian is, he doesn't dare to say no. After all, the rank of official is overwhelming. Okay, since you have already spoken, I will naturally do as you say. Xiao Feng, why are you still standing there? Why don't you go quickly? Why? Hearing Xie Fengyi's words, Xie Chenfeng was ecstatic and hurried to the side of the bear, reaching out and preparing to take Lin Lung away. But at this moment, another voice sounded. Stop! This time the sound did not come from outside the prison, but from the void. Hearing the sound, everyone looked up and saw two figures slowly falling from the sky and landing in the crowd. To be precise, they were beside Lin Lung. The two fell from the void, and only then did everyone see each other's appearance clearly. On the left is a tall figure, covered in black robes and with a mask on her face, so her appearance cannot be seen clearly, while on the right is a tall woman with delicate appearance. As soon as the two of them came down, the woman screamed for her brother, then hurriedly ran to the side of the bear and stroked Lin Lung's cheek very distressfully. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tian was dumbfounded. Lin Lung was saved by too many people, right? I'm afraid it's not the protagonist's aura. Pavilion Master, he is my brother? Lin Yu said to the man in black robe. Pavilion Master? As soon as these words came out, both Zhao Tian and Xie Fengyi looked at the black-robed man in front of them in astonishment. Hearing the woman call him the Pavilion Master, combined with the other party's clothes, the identity of the man in black robe was quickly revealed. He was the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion. Old man, I want to take someone away, but that's not too much, right? The Master of Tianji Pavilion said calmly to Zhao Tian. Hearing this, Zhao Tian twitched his lips. You took people away from my prison. Did you say it was not too much? That's right, Lin Yu also went back to move reinforcements, and the only one she could move reinforcements to was Tianji Pavilion. Originally, she just reported her situation to Tianji Pavilion, hoping to get some reinforcements. Unexpectedly, the master of Tianji Pavilion actually took action himself. But Lin Yu couldn't think about that now. She just wanted to save her brother. Seeing Lin Yu's arrival, Xie Chenfeng was very sensible and stopped interfering in the affairs between the two. After all, Lin Yu was Lin Lung's biological sister and would definitely not harm him. So Xie Chenfeng returned to Xie Fengyi's side. Lin Yu took Lin Lung from Barbarian Bear's arms, held Lin Lung in her arms very gently, politely said thank you to Barbarian Bear, and stood next to the master of Tianji Pavilion. Then, since you have no objection, I will take that person away. The master of Tianji Pavilion said calmly. Hey, what did you take away? He is my apprentice. What did you take away? At this time, Wu Qinkuan interrupted with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Apprentice? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. Xie Chenfeng even called him a good guy. He can be a master even if he is in prison, and his strength is not low at all. What kind of G luck is this? Oh, are you his master? The master of Tianji Pavilion turned around and asked with interest. Stop yelling at me and return my disciple. I want to take him away, Wu Qingquan said impatiently. Xie Chunfeng. Good guy, Lin Lung is really popular. The master of Tianji Pavilion smiled faintly and said softly, what if I don't give it to you? If you don't give it to me, I'll snatch it from you. Wu Qingquan was indeed a bad-tempered person, and he would get angry at the slightest disagreement. When he saw the opponent charging towards him, the master of Tianji Pavilion immediately protected Lin Yu behind him, and then faced the opponent with a palm. Boom! There were waves of air under the palms of each other, stirring up a gust of wind, but the two of them remained motionless, and the air was filled with the aura of spiritual violence. Good guy, as expected, the spiritual power restrictions are underground compared to their strength. For these big guys, they are not affected at all. After a stalemate, the two finally took a step back. Haha, I have long heard that the senior's strength is very terrifying, and it is indeed extraordinary. The master of Tianji Pavilion said with a smile. Ah, do you know me? Wu Qingquan smiled disdainfully. Seeing that the other party didn't believe it, the master of Tianji Pavilion whispered a few words into Wu Qingquan's ear, while Wu Qingquan looked stunned. Are you serious? Wu Qingquan asked. I take it seriously. If you don't believe me, senior, you can come to Tianji Pavilion to find me. The master of Tianji Pavilion said with a smile. Ah, okay. Wu Qingquan nodded, glanced at Lin Lung, and then said, Then I will leave my disciple to you. After saying that, he flew away in the air. After Wu Qingquan left, the master of Tianji Pavilion did not hesitate to leave. He took Lin Yu and Lin Lung with his two siblings and was about to leave. However, he suddenly thought of something and suddenly turned around and asked, I suddenly changed my mind. Now I want to take them away too. I think you have no objection, right? He pointed at the one-eyed trio. At this time, Zhao Tian was already devastated and ignored the master of Tianji Pavilion, kneeling on the ground blankly. Brother, this is great. We are finally leaving this hellish place. The trio of plague gods hugged each other ecstatically, very excited. Your Excellency, if you have the opportunity, I hope you can come to my house to talk, Xie Fengyi said, and then threw the business card to the master of Tianji Pavilion. If I had the chance, I would. The master of Tianji Pavilion left a faint sentence, then turned around and took a few people to fly into the void and disappeared into the horizon. After seeing a few people leave, Xie Fengyi and others were also about to get in the car and leave. Before leaving, Xie Fengyi said coldly to Zhao Tian, What you did is that the higher-ups are very disappointed. From now on, you are no longer from the National Superpower Bureau. One person, the higher-ups will send someone to take your place tomorrow. After saying that, Xie Fengyi and the others drove away, leaving Zhao Tian kneeling on the ground with a face ashen as death. Where is this? At noon the next day, Lin Lung woke up from a familiar scene. After a burst of dazzling white light, Lin Lung finally woke up slowly. After waking up, Lin Lung was stunned. Isn't this the hospital where Lin Yu sent him last time? Why did you come back here again? No. He clearly remembered that he was shot by the warden. Did he die? And then he was reborn? But soon, Lin Lung realized that he was not reborn, let alone dead, because Lin Yu was lying beside his bed, with her hair disheveled, looking very tired. Lin Lung smiled stupidly. It seemed that it was his sister who saved him again. He really owed Lin Yu a lot. At this moment, the door to the ward was suddenly opened, and someone walked in, looking directly at Lin Lung. Xie Qinfeng? Lin Lung, are you awake? Seeing Lin Lung wake up, Xie Qinfeng let out a light sigh. With that said, Xie Qinfeng came to Lin Lung's bed and sat down. He was about to speak, but when Lin Lung thought of Xie Qinfeng's loud voice, he subconsciously made a shushing gesture, and then pointed at Lin Yu. Oh! Xie Qinfeng reacted subconsciously and immediately lowered his voice. What, you woke up so soon? How is your health? Didn't the doctor say that you would be in a coma for at least 3 days? Why did you wake up in just 1 day? Xie Qinfeng asked in surprise. Well, I've almost recovered, but what happened that day? Lin Lung asked doubtfully. According to the situation at that time, I should have been dead. Xie Qinfeng originally planned to tell Lin Lung about the matter. Since the other party asked, he naturally did not hide it and told Lin Lung everything about that day. Under Xie Qinfeng's explanation, the situation that day was as follows. Xie Qinfeng's perspective: it was a dark and windy month. Ahem, it was a dark day anyway. Since Lin Lung was taken away, Xie Qinfeng has been in great pain and suffering. He thinks that since he is the team leader, then he be responsible for Lin Lung. The first time Lin Lung was taken away, Xie Qinfeng comforted Lin Yu a little, but Lin Yu didn't seem to appreciate it and left him alone. Xie Qinfeng didn't know what he was doing. After Lin Yu left, Xie Qinfeng thought about it, but was still unwilling to give in. So he went to the H-City Superpower Bureau to find Zhao Tianyan for help. After all, Lin Lung was a mythical awakener, and he was the chosen savior predicted by the Great Elder. However, even Zhao Tianyan was unable to do anything. Li Gang seemed to have certain connections above, and those people suppressed the news. The news could not be transmitted to the general administration, and even Zhao Tianyan was helpless. Hearing the news, Xie Qinfeng was like a thunderbolt, but he did not give up. Instead, he decided to go directly to the Magic City to find his grandfather, Xie Fengyi, for help. Xie Fengyi was the second elder of the National Superpower Bureau in the early years. Although he is retired, he is obviously in charge of many things, so he still has this power. Later, Xie Qinfeng rushed to the Magic City and asked Xie Fengyi for help. Several people rushed to City A overnight and drove to Su Liuxue prison. They rescued Lin Lung in time, just as Lin Lung was at the point of life and death. After listening to Xie Qinfeng's story, Lin Lung was slightly moved. Although Xie Qinfeng's description was somewhat exaggerated, the original purpose was to save him, so Lin Lung felt warm in his heart. While the two were talking, Lin Yu slowly woke up and rubbed her sore eyes. When she saw that Lin Lung had woken up, her eyes were instantly filled with joy. "Brother, are you awake?" "Yes, sister, you slept for a long time," Lin Lung teased. "No way," Lin Yu said angrily, hugging Lin Lung tightly into her arms. "You heartless thing, I'm so good to you. What's wrong with sleeping for a while?" "Hey yo, I was wrong, sister. You are my biological sister. It hurts, my injury is not healed yet." Lin Lung begged for mercy. When Lin Lung shouted that it hurt, Lin Yu let go of her hand and asked with some concern, "Does it hurt? Do you want to call a doctor? T-sick it hurts? Look at that look. I think his injury has been healed a long time ago," Xie Qinfeng said disapprovingly. "Bah! How is my brother? I don't allow you to say that about him," Lin Yu said angrily. Xie Qinfeng was stunned, curled his lips, and said nothing more. Lin Lung scratched his face and replied with a smile, "It's okay, sister. I don't feel any pain anymore." The fact is, as Xie Qinfeng said, with systematic repair, Lin Lung's recovery ability is different from ordinary people. As long as he doesn't die, the system can recover him, but of course it still takes time. While the three of them were joking, the door of the ward was opened again. The three of them heard the sound and looked around. Lin Lung was surprised to find that the person who came was actually the one-eyed trio from Su Liuxue prison. "You?" Lin Lung was a little surprised. "Hey, Brother Lin, are you awake?" Monxiong grinned, looking honest. "Yeah." Lin Lung nodded happily, and then asked, "You guys are out too?" "Yeah, it was the master of Tianji Pavilion who saved us." One Eye replied calmly, and put the fruit basket next to the bed. "Master Tianji Pavilion?" Lin Lung was shocked. "That's right, it's the master of the Tianji Pavilion." Viper nodded, and then told what happened between Lin Yu and the master of the Tianji Pavilion that day. "Oh." Lin Lung nodded, looking like he suddenly understood. "That's right, so our gang of four will be freed in the future. We don't have to stay in that ghost prison anymore. Hee, and your sister and we are still together. And we have also joined the Tianji Pavilion." Barbarian Bear grinned, mouth and said with a smile, "Really?" Lin Lung turned to look at Lin Yu with some surprise. "Yeah." Lin Yu nodded lightly. "Very good." Lin Lung was a little surprised. He escaped from death, and his three good brothers also escaped and joined the Tianji Pavilion. They will be somewhat taken care of in the future. This is the best ending. "Hey, Brother Lin, would you like to add WeChat?" At this time, Manxiong took out a mobile phone and handed it to Lin Lung with a smile and asked. Lin Lung looked at it and was stunned. It turned out to be the most popular Yali 13, but it was obviously a large-screen phone, but it still looked a bit small in the hands of the bear. "Hey, third brother, whatever you said, of course it's okay." Lin Lung also smiled, and then he was about to touch his phone, but found that his phone was not there. "Oh, by the way, Xiechin phone, my mobile phone was taken away at that time. Did they return it to me? Please give it to me." Lin Lung said, "Your original mobile phone was too old. I threw it away for you. I bought you a new one. Let's take a look." Lin Yu said lightly, and then handed a brand new mobile phone to Lin Lung. Damn it, what kind of mobile phone is so flashy? Several people were instantly blinded by the fact that it was an upgraded version of the legendary Yali 13 Max. Legend has it that a 2-minute charge can last for 2 hours of talk time. What a machine! In the envious eyes of everyone, Lin Lung took it from Lin Yu's hand, unlocked it skillfully, logged into WeChat, and then added Barbarian Bear, One Eye, and others by the way. Ding! At this moment, the mobile phones of Man Xiong and Lin Yu rang at the same time. Several people picked up their mobile phones and took a look, and they all frowned in sync. "What's wrong?" Lin Lung asked, confused. "We got a mission, Lin Lung, let's talk next time." One Eye didn't say much. He said coldly, patted Lin Lung on the shoulder, said goodbye to a few people, and went out first. "Lin Lung, see you next time." The Viper said the same, then turned around and caught up. "What? Lin Lung, let's chat next time. Contact us via WeChat." Man Xiong also chased after him. "Sister." Lin Lung looked at Lin Yu. It seemed that Lin Yu had also received the mission. Sensing Lin Lung's eyes, Lin Yu replied, "It's okay. My mission should be different from theirs." "What is your mission?" Lin Lung asked curiously. As he spoke, he poked his head over to see what was going on, but was pushed away by Lin Yu. "It's nothing interesting. It's just a boring mission." "Really?" Lin Lung asked suspiciously. Really? You don't even believe your sister?" Lin Yu responded. Of course I believe it." Lin Lung grinned. Afterwards, a few people chatted for a while, and Lin Yu excused herself to go to the toilet. She entered the toilet, picked up her phone, and frowned slightly as she looked at a string of words on the screen. Why? Lin Yu felt a little tangled as to why she had to carry out this mission. She didn't want to carry it out. After all, this matter was related to Lin Lung, or Lin Lung's little girlfriend. "Brother, if my sister does something wrong, will you forgive her?" In the toilet, Lin Yu sat alone on the toilet and muttered with a very troubled expression. Early the next morning, Lin Lung arrived at the door of the H-City Superpower Bureau, and naturally Lin Yu was with him. After getting to know Lin Lung, it can be said that Lin Yu and Lin Lung are almost inseparable. Lin Lung came here for 2 purposes today. The first thing was to report to Zhao Tianyan, and the second thing was naturally about the Phoenix Ancient Tomb. According to Xie Chunfeng, half of the credit for Lin Lung being rescued this time was actually due to Wang Wanwan. Lin Lung thought about it, and it was right. After all, Wang Wanwan was the 3rd elder of the National Superpower Bureau, and he could be considered the 3rd in command of the National Superpower Bureau. Soon, Wang Wanwan arrived. This time he put on a tang suit that was relatively simple and suitable for action. He looked very energetic and capable. "Mr. Wang." Lin Lung and others greeted him very politely. "This is this." Wang Baiwan looked at Lin Yu on the side and looked at Lin Lung questioningly. "Lin Lung is my younger brother. Wherever he goes, I will go. I want to protect him," Lin Yu said calmly. Hearing Lin Yu's reply, Wang Wanwan was not annoyed, but smiled very kindly, and then exchanged greetings with Zhao Tianyan and others before getting ready to leave. "Be careful on the road. I can't accompany you this time." Xie Chunfeng confessed, turned around, and went back. He was also responsible for training Lu Yugong and others. Woof woof. Hearing the familiar dog barking, everyone may understand that yes, Lin Lung also brought the rice dumplings with him. Lin Lung didn't know how long he would be there for this operation. After he and Lin Yu left, no one would feed the rice dumplings. In order to avoid troubling others, Lin Lung simply brought the rice dumplings with him. "Oh, is this your pet?" Wang Baiwan looked at the rice dumpling and said. Lin Lung nodded. "Can you sell it to me? I like it quite a lot." Wang Wanwan said. No, the rice dumplings are not for sale." Lin Lung declined politely. Wang Wanwan simply didn't insist.
Seeing Lin Lung's refusal, he didn't say anything more. He just looked at the rice dumplings and shook his head with regret. The two people and the dog got into Wang Wanwan's car, and then the driver stepped on the accelerator, and they arrived at Wang Wanwan's home. When he got here, Lin Lung realized how small his situation was. Wang Wanwan's home is a manor-style house. The entire mansion occupies an area about the size of a football field. It has its own swimming pool, practice venue, and various entertainment facilities. After comparing it like this, Lin Lung discovered that Lin Yu's house was not that big. Compared with Wang Wanwan's, it was simply dwarfed. In comparison, the rental house I lived in before was even worse than a dog house. Woof woof. The two of them and the dog had a lunch in Wang Wanwan's super luxurious villa. Even the rice dumplings were eaten together. What they ate was not dog food, but high-grade beef. Damn it, for a moment, Lin Lung felt that his life was worse than even a dog in Wang Baiwan's family. After eating, Wang Wanwan took the two of them to meet another group of people. That group of people was said to be very professional local masters in the industry, that is, tomb robbers. Lin Lung was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the legendary Tafuzi existed now. He thought that such people only existed on TV. After a brief introduction to each other, several people finally understood. The leader's shrewd, eagle-eyed brother is named Li Hai, and the other three are named Zhong Shidan, Song Qitian, and Tang Si. Someone actually called Tang Si? Lin Lung was a little funny. Do you have a brother named Tang San? The four people are Colonel Ma Jin, Taoist Banshan, Shiling Lisher, and General Fake Yu. They each perform their own duties. They act together every time and are indispensable. In fact, in the early days, the tomb-robbing sect was originally one, but it was only after they split that they formed four major sects: Mojinman, Bianshaman, Xilingman, and Fakeyman. It is said that there are seals on Hare Hills, talismans on touching gold, skills on moving mountains, and armor on unloading mountains. Among them, Majin is the sect with the highest technical content and the most rules. People light candles, ghosts blow out lanterns, is the legendary secret of the gold-touching sect. It means that when entering an ancient tomb, you must first light a candle in the southeast corner before opening the coffin. If the candle goes out, you must exit quickly, which is not advisable. One thing, according to legend, this is a contract between the living and the dead made by the ancestor, which has been passed down for thousands of years without exception. Although the four of them are not awakened ones, they all have unique skills. In some aspects, the four of them still cannot be viewed from ordinary people's perspective. Several people introduced each other, and after getting to know each other, they hit the road. As usual, Lin Lung, and Wang Wanwan sat in the same car. Lin Yu sat in the back seat, Wang Wanwan sat in the passenger seat, plus a driver, and Li Hai and the four of them were in the same car. Lin Lung still admires this aspect. As expected, money can make all the difference. As long as you have money, you can even find the legendary four-man team of captains. Wang Wanwan handed the map of Phoenix Tomb to Lin Lung. Lin Lung opened it and looked at it and found that the route on it was not complete. It seemed that it was only half. Then Lin Lung seemed to have thought of something. He took out the Phoenix fragments, turned to the last page, and looked at the two together. He was surprised to find that the two were perfectly connected together. It turns out that the last page of the Phoenix fragments is the missing half of the map. Lin Lung was a little dumbfounded, but the situation at this time did not allow him to think so much. After analysis by several people, they finally determined that the Phoenix ancient tomb should be located in F City, which is relatively far away from here. City F was a bit far from City H, so a few people chose to fly there, and Lin Lung learned some news from Wang Wanwan that made him feel very inferior. Wang Wanwan actually has his own private airport. Could it be more exaggerated? In this way, a few people got on Wang Wanwan's private plane and flew to City F. Since it was a private plane, there was no need to check in the rice dumplings. However, it was obvious that this guy was a little afraid of heights and huddled in the corner alone. Seeing Zhongzi's useless look, Lin Lung didn't say anything. Although the speed of the plane was fast, it would still take some time to reach City F, so the few of them decided to rest first and recharge their batteries before taking action. Phew.
In the end, several people successfully arrived in City F, and the plane landed directly at an airport in the city's central district. A few people brought their belongings and immediately decided to set off to search for traces of the Phoenix tomb. Soon, Wang took a few people to a local town. Those who were unfamiliar with the place had to find a local aborigine to be a tour guide. Lin Lung also agreed with this point. They were all foreigners. It was inevitable that they would encounter places they didn't understand. Find a tour guide. After all, the tour guide was born and raised and would know a lot about these aspects. Soon, Wang found a dark-skinned, middle-aged man, grinning and showing yellow teeth. Looking at his pleased look, one could see that the price Wang Baiwan offered him was not low. "Hey, what are the orders from the bosses?" the middle-aged man asked, rubbing his hands. "Let me ask you, do you know where this location is?" With that, Wang took out the map. Looking at this ancient map, the middle-aged man was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to a large mountain in the distance and said, "According to my many years of experience, it should be there." "A mountain? Oh!" Several people looked over after hearing the sound and saw a towering mountain in the distance. It looked green from a distance, with a layer of white mist surrounding it, giving it a somewhat mysterious aura. "What's the name of that mountain?" Lin Lung asked curiously. "We all call it Xinyao Mountain," the middle-aged man replied without thinking. "Divine Bird?" After hearing this news, several people were more sure that they were in the right place. "What is the sacred bird?" "The divine bird is the phoenix. This implies that the phoenix is here." Then, Wang asked the middle-aged man to lead the way and promised to give him a large reward after he was done. After hearing this, the other party was even more happy and nodded repeatedly. On the way, several people learned that the middle-aged man's name was Li Yi. Li Yi was very enthusiastic and even talkative. He wondered if he had made too much money at once. He kept chattering along the way. However, several people also learned a very ancient legend from Li Yi. According to Li Yi, this story was told to him by his grandfather, who passed it down from his grandfather's grandfather. Legend has it that a long time ago, this was just a very old and barren mountain village. At that time, everyone did not have enough to eat. When they were hungry, they could only chew tree bark or even eat dead human flesh. In that very dark era, a burst of colorful divine light suddenly erupted from Xinyao Mountain. Some villagers claimed that they saw a huge bird at that time. From that moment on, the mountain was named Xinyao Mountain, and the town where they lived was also called Xinyao Town. From that day on, their lives gradually improved. The villagers all believed that the sacred bird was protecting them, so they worshipped the sacred bird as a god, and it became everyone's belief. Soon, under the leadership of Li Yi, several people came to the foot of the sacred bird mountain nonstop. After Wang handed a card to Li Yi. Li Yi told them not to desecrate the sacred bird and became happy. He took the money and left, probably to withdraw money from the bank. After Li Yi left, several people looked at this towering, sacred mountain and felt a sense of awe in their hearts for a while. Regardless of whether the legend is true or not, the phoenix, as a mythical beast, does deserve respect from some people. It's a pity that this time, they didn't come to pay homage to the bird mountain, let alone respect their gods. Instead, they wanted to dig someone's grave. The few people went up the mountain without saying a word, with Li Hai at the front, Zhong Shigan, and 3 others behind, followed by Wang, Lin Lung, and finally Lin Yu. Lin Lung and others followed Li Hai. Li Hai seemed to know some feng shui skills and led the way in a familiar manner. They did not communicate with each other in words along the way. Only Lin Yu would care and greet Lin Lung from time to time. During this period, Li Hai actually glanced at Lin Lung coldly from time to time, feeling as if he was treating Lin Lung and others as scumbags, which made Lin Lung somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Lung came to a cliff and stopped when walking along the stone road. He was a little dazed. For some reason, this place gave him an inexplicable feeling. "What's wrong?" Lin Yu asked. "Nothing." Lin Lung shook his head. Next, several people walked until night. Lin Lung, 7 people and 1 dog had to stop and rest for the night, and each began to prepare tents and other things. Lehigh and the others seemed unwilling to get close to strangers. The four of them sat together at a distance without speaking. They quietly set up the tent and cooked something to eat. Wang Wanwan said he had no appetite and entered the tent alone, while Lin Lung and Lin Yu sat together. The two cooked some noodles and ate high-end biscuits. Originally, Lin Lung planned to feed Zongzi dog food, but it seemed that Zongzi was not willing to eat it. It seemed that he had eaten a meal of Wang Wanwan's high-end steak and no longer liked this kind of dog food. Lin Lung didn't get used to it either. He liked to eat, but was not satisfied with it. Unexpectedly, Zongzi turned his head, stuck out his butt, and plunged into the woods. After a while, Zongzi came back with a hair in his mouth. He threw the dead hair in front of Lin Lung, glanced at Lin Lung, and then started eating with a big mouthful. The look was somewhat show-off. The few people ate very quickly and finished their meal quickly. After having enough wine and food, the three of them returned to the tent to sleep, leaving Lehigh alone to watch the night. There was still no word or even eye contact throughout the whole process. Although several people had the same purpose, all for the so-called ancient phoenix coffin, they decided to stay alone and watch the night so that they could feel more at ease. The four people over there left Lehigh behind, but Lin Lung definitely couldn't let Wang Wanwan watch the night. Lin Yu originally proposed that she come to watch the night, but how could Lin Lung be willing? In the end, the two decided that Lin Lung would stay for the rest of the night, and Lin Yu would stay for the rest of the night. Lin Yu couldn't resist Lin Lung, so she had to go into the tent first and rest until Lin Lung went into rest in the middle of the night. Lin Lung sat alone by the fire and kept vigil. Woof woof. Of course, there are also rice dumplings. Zongzi seemed to have endless energy. After arriving here, it seemed to become extremely excited, jumping left and right, as if it had endless energy to vent. Soon, as time passed slowly and the night gradually deepened, Zongzi, perhaps feeling tired, ran to Lin Lung's side with his head shaking, lay down next to Lin Lung, and fell asleep. Lin Lung was sitting cross-legged next to the fire, while Lehigh was leaning against a big tree, smoking cigarettes one after another. How should I put it? Lehigh still gave Lin Lung a feeling of being a stranger. He was cold, lacked vitality, and had a sense of mystery. This may be related to his career as a gold captain. Lin Lung ignored the other party and instead sat cross-legged on the ground, breathing in and absorbing spiritual energy. In this mysterious sacred bird mountain, the surrounding spiritual energy is much more abundant than in other places, and breathing in and out is much smoother than at other times. Gradually, Lin Lung seemed to have found a feeling, and gradually entered a state of selflessness. Gradually, Lin Lung felt that the surrounding spiritual power began to form a cycle, entering his body, then being exhaled, and then inhaled. Perceiving all this, Lin Lung was a little surprised that it was so magical. As time went by, the spiritual power in Lin Lung's body accumulated more and more, and soon reached Lin Lung's maximum. But to Lin Lung's surprise, it seemed that it was not ready to stop. In addition, Lin Lung actually felt a hint of space power. You know, what he awakened is a mythical level of space power. If he wants to advance, he must understand the power of space. If he wants to advance to the level of the god of war, he must understand the power of the god of war. This surprised Lin Lung very much. You must know that his space ability has been stuck at level E for a long time, and he has never been able to sense the power of space. Now he can sense the power of space right here. This made Lin Lung feel that he was right to come here. Lin Lung suppressed the excitement in his heart, took a deep breath to force himself to calm down, and then began to seriously guide the small ray of space power he felt into his body. Lin Lung was very careful. Sweat even broke out on his forehead. He didn't dare to be too hasty. Even if it was just such a small wisp of space power, it would be enough for him to break through the E level and step into the D level realm. Yes, just like that, slowly, bring it to you. Finally, under Lin Lung's inducement, the power of space smoothly entered Lin Lung's body and merged into Lin Lung's blood. At that moment, Lin Lung felt an indescribable sense of comfort coming from his body. Lin Lung couldn't help but open his eyes and subconsciously looked in front of him,
but unexpectedly found Lin Yu staring at him with her chin in her hands. This startled Lin Lung, and her heart almost frightened. "Oh my God!" Lin Lung exclaimed, subconsciously falling back, and was caught by Lin Yu. "Sister, if you don't go and rest, why are you staring at me in the middle of the night?" Lin Lung muttered. "No way. Look, what time is it? I agreed that I would take your place, but you are like a stone, sitting here motionless. How can it be?" Lin Lung didn't quite believe it. It felt like only a short moment had passed, less than an hour. Seeing that Lin Lung didn't believe it, Lin Yu handed the phone to Lin Lung angrily. Lin Lung looked at it and thought, damn it, it's already 3 o'clock in the morning. How can this be? He obviously felt that it had only been a while. Seeing Lin Lung's expression, Lin Yu looked at Lin Lung with a smile and said, "Brother, you have a good chance. Have you broken through to D level? You can even see this?" Lin Lung was shocked. "Umph. Are you trying to hide this from your sister and me? As soon as I came out, I found you motionless. Just now, your aura suddenly doubled. What do you mean you didn't have a breakthrough?" Lin Yu analyzed. "Worry. Sister is awesome." After listening to Lin Yu's analysis, Lin Lung gave a thumbs up unconsciously, and Lin Yu became even more proud. The two chatted for a while, and then Lin Lung realized that the one keeping watch at night had been replaced by Zhong Shidan. Lin Yu also suggested, "Brother, why don't you go and rest, and I'll keep watch?" This. Lin Lung was a little hesitant. Although he knew that Lin Yu was very strong and ordinary people could not do anything to her, he didn't know whether it was because Lin Yu was a girl or for some other reason. Lin Lung always felt uneasy. Seeing Lin Lung's hesitation, Lin Yu pretended to be angry and said, "What? You don't listen to your sister, right? Okay, then I'm going to rest. If you need anything, call me." Lin Lung instructed. "Okay, don't worry, sister. I'm very powerful. Don't worry." Lin Yu smiled. In this case, Lin Lung didn't want to say anything more, so he turned around and entered the tent and fell asleep. Early the next morning, everyone got up and continued on their way. Before setting off, Lin Lung found that Lin Yu had disappeared. She didn't reply to her WeChat messages or answer her phone calls. This made Lin Lung frown and vaguely felt that something was wrong. A feeling of uneasiness arose in my heart. Originally, Lin Lung was going to propose to find Lin Yu. Although he knew that Lin Yu's strength would not prevent him from being attacked by a sneak attack, and he would not even have the ability to resist. As long as he resisted, he would definitely make a sound, and Lin Lung would definitely notice it. Arrive. Of course, if the visitor is an A-level or S-level expert, then Lin Yu will naturally not be able to resist, but this possibility is almost zero. Then there was only one possibility. That is, Lin Yu did not resist, or in other words, Lin Yu left on her own, so she did not make any sound. But what puzzled Lin Lung was, why did Lin Yu have such an important matter that she left without even saying hello? And now I can't contact anyone. Lin Lung was very worried and immediately proposed to go find Lin Yu, but was immediately rejected by Li Hai and others. The reason was very simple. They didn't have much time. If Lin Yu was delayed, then of course it would be not worth it. At this time, Wang Wanwan also stood up and patted Lin Lung's shoulder, comforting him. "It's okay, Lin Lung, your sister is extraordinary in strength, and she is also from Tianji Pavilion, so nothing will happen to her." "It may be Tianji Pavilion. I came to see her for something urgent, and I was pressed for time. So she left without a chance to say hello." Wang Wanwan's words were reasonable, but Lin Lung was still a little worried. However, since he was here to help Wang Wanwan, he had no choice but to nod his head and choose to look for the Phoenix ancient tomb first. Along the way, Lin Lung frowned, worried about Lin Yu, but there was nothing he could do. Now Lin Lung could only hope that nothing happened to Lin Yu. Xinyao Mountain is not a very high mountain, but the road is very difficult to walk. There are many trees, shrubs, and thorns, and the place is very big. If you are not careful, you can easily lose your way. Fortunately, several of them had compasses on them, and their sense of direction was not too bad, so they would not lose their way. Li Hai was looking for the direction of the ancient tomb while leading the way. Li Hai seemed to know some feng shui skills and could find the tombs and dig holes. He would look back at me from time to time. Even though his face was expressionless, Lin Lung pretended to be so. Sakura didn't see it and ignored it. Lin Lung was also very upset now. He was worried about whether there was any trace of Su Liuxue in the Phoenix ancient tomb, and why Lin Yu left without saying goodbye. In this way, several people walked until noon, when Li Hai in front stopped. Li Hai took out a feng shui compass and began to walk around with it. From time to time, his expression would change subtly and his brows would frown. Lin Lung was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Li Hai, as a gold-touching captain, could actually know feng shui. In this way, Li Hai held the feng shui compass, stood in the distance, walked to the left, moved to the right, and sometimes stood in the same place for a long time without moving. What a weirdo! Finally, Li Hai seemed to have determined the location, squatted down and drew a circle on the ground with his slender fingers, then walked over and said expressionlessly, "The tomb has been found." To be honest, Li Hai's facial features are sharp and angular, his figure is considered tall, and he looks very handsome. Even if he can't be a gold captain, he can still be a model no matter what. Li Hai was obviously very young and handsome, but he always gave Lin Lung a very strange feeling. He always felt that this person was a little weird and lifeless. When he heard that he had found the tomb, Wang Wanwan seemed very happy. I don't know if it was a flashback or something, but Wang Wanwan actually looked high-spirited and looked much younger. So, Wang Wanwan urged, "Get up and go to the tomb immediately." The next few people came to Li Hai and found a position. This time, Song Qitian took action. He was a shielding warrior who was good at machine formations and tomb feng shui, so it was up to him to determine where to start. Otherwise, in such a large place, without correct points, it would be impossible to enter the tomb. Although the four people did not communicate with each other verbally, they cooperated very well. While Song Qitian was looking for the entrance, Li Hai, Zhong Shirgan and others began to prepare the tools for the tomb, ready to excavate at any time. After a while, Song Qitian said loudly, "The entrance has been found." After hearing this, everyone gathered around. After Song Qitian said a lot of professional terms about how deep and big the tomb was, Li Hai and others started to set off. The grave diggers were Li Hai and 3 others. They moved very quickly. In just a moment, they dug out a large hole about 3 or 4 feet long. Lin Lung couldn't help but be a little surprised at the efficiency of these people and their ridiculous speed. Originally, Lin Lung planned to help, but Li Hai seemed to be afraid that Lin Lung would accidentally touch the mechanism in the tomb, so he refused. Lin Lung and the others just watched from above. Time passed very quickly. After a while, it became dark, but Li Hai and the others finally dug much worse. When Lin Lung was bored, he heard Tang Si shouting from below, "Drop the explosive pack." Upon hearing this, Song Qitian, who was above him, took out 2 explosive packets from his bag and threw them down. Lin Lung and others immediately hid far away. The power of explosives was no joke. Lin Lung was only a D-class space awakener, and he was not yet at the point where he was not afraid of explosives. After a while, there was a loud bang, and a burst of black smoke arose all around. When the black smoke dissipated, Lin Lung and others looked for it with bright flashlights. At this moment, there was a dark hole in the pit. It was very dark inside, and even the bright flashlights could not shine to the bottom. It seemed like a bottomless abyss. Not only that, there was also a very unpleasant smell coming from the entrance of the cave. The smell was beyond words. Lin Lung couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose. However, Li Hai and others didn't seem to react, as if they were used to this smell. Next, Li Hai and others climbed up and said, "The tomb has been dusty for too long and needs to be ventilated first," and began to prepare the things needed to enter the tomb. There is truth to this. The tomb has been covered in dust for too long, and there is indeed an unpleasant smell of decay in the air. After Li Hai and others prepared the things for the tomb, they sat together, smoked cigarettes, and ate. Lin Lung also sat down and ate. The ancient tomb was too mysterious. This was the first time Lin Lung had set foot in such a place, so he had to be careful. Lin Lung couldn't help but think of those horror movies he had watched. Wouldn't some big rice dumpling suddenly pop out of the ancient tomb? Woof woof. Of course, this rice dumpling is not that rice dumpling. The rice dumpling Lin Lung was thinking of was actually a dead zombie.
When he thought of the scene of zombies biting and eating people on TV, Lin Lung felt very scary. Although they only exist on TV, now that the spiritual energy has revived, Lin Lung doesn't know if there are really dead zombies in the world. Therefore, before going to the tomb, Lin Lung must make complete preparations. And now Lin Lung must replenish his physical strength and improve his condition to the best. After about 10 or 20 minutes, several people had replenished their energy. The air circulation in the tomb was about the same, and the smell was no longer so bad. They began to prepare to go down to the tomb. Originally, according to Li Hai's opinion, Wang Wanwan was a bit old and still injured, so he wanted Wang Wanwan to stay on the shore. They retrieved the phoenix blood for Wang Wanwan, but Wang Wanwan gave him he refused, saying that he wanted to see the true face of Phoenix in person. In this case, Li Hai and others said nothing more and went to the tomb one by one. Lin Yu was not here this time, so Lin Lung took the lead. It was too dark in the tomb, which made Lin Lung feel a little uneasy. Li Hai and others used strong flashlights to shine around, and found that the surroundings were surrounded by very huge stones, each of which looked like several stones. Hundreds and thousands of caddies. Not only that, the boulder was also very special. It seemed to be a very special kind of ore. Lin Lung was a little surprised. This boulder was so big. How did people move it in at that time? Looking at it, the entire mausoleum was made of such huge stones, which made Lin Lung couldn't help but wonder, how did people do it when they didn't have machines like cranes and jacks? Were there really awakened ones at that time? Lin Lung couldn't figure it out. After all, it was so long ago that it was impossible to find out. Unless he asked someone from that era, how could a person from that era still be alive today? Li Hai and the other four walked in front, and after walking about 500 meters, a huge stone door appeared in front of everyone, similar to the Nantian Gate in the novel, more than 10 meters high and 3 to 4 meters wide. There is also a slightly small stone tablet standing in front of the stone gate. The words on the stone tablet are also very ancient and very old. Li Hai and the four others were considered professionals. They stepped forward and looked at it carefully, but they all shook their heads. It was obvious that even they could not understand the writing of that era. At this time, Lin Lung also gathered around curiously, leaned his head, and started to read. He had a system to help him. Even if he was asked to read Martian literature, it would not be a problem. Soon, the system started to translate. Lin Lung didn't show anything at first, but as the system translated, Lin Lung gradually began to feel uncomfortable. His whole body began to break out in cold sweat for no reason. His heart beat rapidly, and his breathing became uncomfortable. Urgently, it became a little difficult. Don't stop talking. In the end, Lin Lung couldn't bear it anymore, rolled his eyes, fainted, and fell to the ground. Lin Lung. Wang Wanwan was a little anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to check Lin Lung's condition. Lin Lung was the key to this operation. Although his strength was not high, Wang Wanwan didn't want anything to happen to him before he found Phoenix blood. Fortunately, everything happened without incident. After a while, Lin Lung woke up leisurely, but his eyes were still full of complexity. Seeing that Lin Lung was fine, Wang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Fakia Tingguan, Tang Si, who was good at cracking mechanisms, also successfully opened the stone door. Several people entered it one after another, and Lin Lung followed, but his mood was a little heavy. Lin Lung rubbed his head strangely. Why did his head hurt so much when the system translated the inscription just now? And there is also a faint feeling of worry in my heart. That feeling seems to be that the deceased was a very important person to him. What's most important? From the system, Lin Lung learned that the deceased's name was very nice, named Jiaoluo. But for some reason, Lin Lung felt very confused when he heard the name Jiaoluo. It was obviously a very strange name, but it gave Lin Lung a very familiar feeling and even made his heart feel a little stinging. Lin Lung was a little puzzled, but he didn't care so much. As long as he opened the ancient phoenix coffin and saw Jiao Luo's appearance with his own eyes, everything would be clear. Jiaoluo, who are you? After a while, several people gradually entered the tomb. To their surprise, there were no traps or traps along the way. The smooth journey along the way made Li Hai and others start to become suspicious. The four of them were considered to be the leading tomb robbers. They had never entered any dangerous tombs, but they were confused by the Phoenix Ancient Tomb. Logically speaking, for a mausoleum of the level of the Phoenix Ancient Tomb, not to mention whether it is a real phoenix or not, a mausoleum of such scale should at least be designed with a mechanism, right? It's a good thing that you don't play your cards according to the routine and you don't set a single trap. It's okay if you don't set any traps. Why do you set so many trap buttons? What about playing? You must know that there were so many buttons along the way, which shocked Tang Si, who was the heavenly official of Fakeu, but found that there was only one button. Finally, the group of people arrived at the main tomb chamber smoothly. Rubble? Woof woof! As the door of the main tomb was opened, Zhongzi made a sound, jumped up and down, and kept wagging his tail. He seemed very excited, as if he smelled a familiar smell. Woof woof! After the door of the main tomb was opened, several people entered the main tomb, but everyone was speechless. Their eyes widened, and they were shocked by the layout of the tomb. No one thought that the main tomb chamber was not what everyone thought. In the eyes of captains like Lin Lung and even Li Hai, who are experts in gold hunting, the most dangerous thing is the main tomb. Because the main tomb is the most important, it has the most traps. In the impression of several people, the main tomb chamber has always been eerie and terrifying, but the tomb chamber in front of them is very different from the previous tomb chamber, or it does not look like a tomb chamber at all. The decorative style in the main tomb is completely different from the outside. It is more like a room than a tomb. Yes, a room, a woman's boudoir. The entire tomb was decorated in a very girlish style, with tables, chairs, dressing tables, and a bed in the center neatly placed around it. There was a coffin placed on the bed. Several people looked at each other and quickly gathered around it. Is this the ancient phoenix coffin? Wang Baiwan was a little excited when he looked at the coffin in front of him, with tears welling up in his old eyes. There was bitterness and suffering in his eyes, as well as a hint of fanaticism. Yes, he had been waiting for this day for too long. Li Hai and others also seemed a little excited. Although they have special skills, they are still just mortals in the final analysis. Now the legendary phoenix is right in front of them. If they say they are not excited, it is a lie. Lin Lung was also a little excited and even vaguely expected. Now, as long as he opened the coffin, he could see the true face of Jiao Luo. Woof woof! In the excitement, several people no longer hesitated and began to work together to open the coffin lid. This time, everyone took action. Even Wang Wanwan helped push open the coffin lid. Boom! The coffin lid hit the ground heavily. Just as a few people were about to poke their heads over to see the true face of Phoenix, Jiao Luo, a huge flame suddenly shot out from the coffin and shot into the sky. The fire was so hot that it illuminated the entire ancient tomb chamber very brightly in an instant, making several people feel unbearably hot and extremely hungry and thirsty. Boom! The fireball exploded with a loud bang, erupting into a terrifying heat wave, knocking several people over. Only Wang Wanwan persisted and just stepped back a few steps to stabilize his figure, looking at the fireball, his old eyes shining. Sonorous! Suddenly, a phoenix sounded. The flames suddenly turned into a golden fire phoenix, radiating fire light all over its body, hovering in the main tomb chamber, and emitted bursts of phoenix cries from its mouth, which was deafening. Woof woof woof! Zhongzi was not afraid of the phoenix. Instead, he twisted and twisted happily and barked happily towards the phoenix. Lin Lung and the others got up from the ground and were stunned by the scene in front of them. At this moment, the scientific worldview rooted in Lin Lung's mind collapsed. You know, all this is not special effects, nor is it filming a movie, nor is it writing a novel. This is the real deal. Seeing a vivid phoenix flying in front of him, the scene was so shocking that even Li Hai and others, who had seen a lot of the world, were shocked and speechless. There are actually phoenixes in the world. While several people were stunned, Phoenix actually spoke. Who allows you to disturb my sleep? Get out! This time, everyone was even more shocked. Phoenix actually spoke human words. I put a lot of effort into finding you, and now it seems that God has treated me well." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wanwan's figure disappeared from the spot and shot towards the phoenix, so fast that sparks flew out of the air. "Umph! Greedy humans!" Phoenix snorted coldly and dived directly towards Wang Wanwan. Seeing the battle of the century in front of them, several people were stunned on the spot, dumbfounded and at a loss. Lin Lung, what should we do?" Li Hai hesitated for a while and asked. To be honest, Lin Lung didn't know. After thinking for a while, he could only reply, "Let's take a look first." This time, Li Hai surprisingly didn't say anything. He just hummed and stood aside quietly. This is true for all four of them. That's right, the four of them specialize in tomb robbing and fighting. Now, when they encounter this kind of situation, they are more than willing to do anything, and there is nothing they can do to help. Even an awakened person like Lin Lung couldn't get involved at all. At this moment, Wang Wanwan didn't look like an old man at all, but more like an energetic young man, moving freely and punching powerfully. But Lin Lung could see that Wang Wanwan seemed to be holding on. Wang Wanwan was seriously injured, but Wang Wanwan seemed to be ready to give it a try and attack with all his strength, not giving up at all. Although Wang Wanwan is brave, Phoenix is not a vegetarian, not to mention that the other party is the last Phoenix king, the emperor among Phoenix. The two went back and forth, and the fight was considered back and forth. There was no clear distinction for a long time, and Wang Wanwan seemed a little defensive. He returned to the ground and began to breathe tiredly. Snort. Seeing this scene, Phoenix snorted coldly, roared loudly, and swooped down towards Wang Wanwan. His eyes were very sharp, as if he was ready to take Wang Wanwan's life. "Not good!" Lin Lung exclaimed, and was about to use space teleportation to rescue Wang Wanwan. But as soon as he said it, Wang Wanwan actually took action one step ahead of him. Just as Phoenix was charging towards him, Wang Wanwan suddenly raised his head and dodged the fatal blow with an arrow. Then a cold dagger suddenly appeared from his sleeve and stabbed towards Phoenix's vital part. For some reason, Lin Lung's heart suddenly tightened when he saw this scene. He seemed to be in a trance when looking at the scene in front of him. It seemed that many years ago, he had also watched the other party die in front of him. In the end, Lin Lung couldn't control his heart and jumped in front of Phoenix. Wang Wanwan was startled and his eyes widened. He never expected that Lin Lung would suddenly appear. It was too late to withdraw at this time, and Lin Lung also closed his eyes in despair. However, at this critical moment, an exquisite figure suddenly jumped out from a corner of the tomb and rescued Lin Lung. Boom! The two of them bumped into the corner together. Lin Lung was hit so hard that his eyes were filled with stars, and he was in a daze. Lin Lung rubbed his dizzy head and looked into his arms, wanting to see who could save him regardless of his own danger at this moment. "Sister?" Lin Lung was a little stunned. It was Lin Yu who saved him? "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Lin Lung was a little confused. Wasn't Lin Yu gone? How could he appear here and save himself in such a timely manner? Brother, I came in time, right?" Lin Yu said with a smile. "Lin Lung, what's the matter with you?" Wang Baiwan said angrily, with a hint of reproach in his tone. "Mr. Wang, can you wait? I have a strange feeling." Lin Lung tried to stop him. Lin Lung, I have spent half my life looking for Phoenix. Do you think I will give up? Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Wang Wanwan said coldly, while slowly approaching. Just when Lin Lung was hesitating, the Phoenix behind him suddenly reacted. A burst of fire erupted from his body again, and the flames instantly enveloped Phoenix's body. The flames were so dazzling that everyone's vision became blurred. When the flames receded again, the Phoenix disappeared, replaced by a girl with an exquisite figure and peerless appearance. "Liuxue!" Lin Lung exclaimed. "That's right, the beautiful girl lying in front of you now is Su Liuxue, who she left without saying goodbye before." Meeting again after a long absence gave Lin Lung a very strange feeling, but Lin Lung never expected that they would meet under such circumstances. The situation just now is very obvious. Everything shows one thing.
The phoenix is Su Liuxue, or in other words, Su Liuxue is the phoenix, Jia. At this moment, Lin Lung seemed to understand a lot. No wonder Su Liuxue was desperate to find this place. No wonder Lin Lung was in a trance when he heard the name Jiaoluo. It turns out that Su Liuxue is Jiaoluo. At this moment, Lin Lung was shocked and confused, but he did not waste too much time and quickly adjusted. Originally, Lin Lung was still hesitating whether he should save Phoenix, but at this moment, he made up his mind completely. Since Su Liuxue is the Phoenix, Jiaoluo, then he will protect her. Mr. Wang, she is my girlfriend. I hope you can be merciful and spare her life. Lin Lung pleaded. Ah, Lin Lung, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Wang Wanwan said coldly. With sharp eyes, he did not stop, but gradually approached. Lin Lung also understood that it was almost impossible for him to persuade Wang Wanwan to retreat with words alone. Since words couldn't work, he could only use force. Although Lin Lung understood that there was a huge gap between himself and Wang Wanwan. Even if Wang Wanwan was seriously injured, Lin Lung could not be a single opponent of the opponent. After all, a god who comes down the mountain is far stronger than a man who goes up the mountain. But for Su Liuxue, Lin Lung still stood in front of Su Liuxue resolutely, even though he knew that he would not end well. Seeing Lin Lung standing in front of him, Wang Wanwan showed a disdainful smile. I won't let you hurt my brother. If you dare to hurt my brother even a little bit, I will cut you into pieces. Lin Yu roared fiercely, and her petite body stood in front of Lin Lung. Sister, Lin Lung was a little bitter. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of dragging down the person he cared about most. Brother, stop talking. As a sister, you must protect your brother. Lin Yu turned around and smiled, with a determined look in her eyes. Haha, since you were looking for death, then go die. Wang Wanwan said a word coldly, and in an instant he flew out from the place, killing the siblings as fast as lightning. Get away! Lin Yu exclaimed and turned sideways to avoid the fatal blow. Lin Lung also reacted very quickly, and both of them avoided the fatal blow. Although he dodged the blow, it still took some spiritual power. Wang Wanwan was too fast. The two of them were no match for each other. They were not at the same level and could not fight against each other. Snort! There was only a cold snort, and Wang Wanwan disappeared from the spot again. In an instant, he flashed behind Lin Yu and punched Lin Yu. Space jump. At the time of crisis, Lin Lung used his own space jump to teleport Lin Yu behind him. Looking at Lin Yu, who suddenly disappeared and then appeared next to Lin Lung, Wang Wanwan showed a playful smile on his face. Interesting. The next second, Wang Wanwan's figure disappeared again. Hold! Space jump! Call! At this time, the two figures appeared in the distance again, successfully escaping the fatal blow, but it consumed a lot of Lin Lung's spiritual energy. I want to see how long you can hide. In an instant, Wang Wanwan disappeared again. In less than half a second, he appeared in front of Lin Lung and punched Lin Lung. Space cutting. The next second, Wang Wanwan's fist that was originally aimed at Lin Lung suddenly appeared in front of Wang Wanwan. Wang Wanwan didn't react in time and took a solid punch and flew backwards. Boom! As Wang Wanwan flew backwards, Lin Lung collapsed on the ground tiredly. Yes, this was his trump card, a new skill after advancing to D level. Just now, Lin Lung used space cutting to return Wang Wanwan's punch to the opponent. It seemed that the effect of space cutting was good, but it also exhausted the spiritual power in Lin Lung's body. After entering the mausoleum, Lin Lung had not replenished his spiritual power. Now he only used a few space jumps and a space cutting to almost have depleted the spiritual energy in his body. Just when Lin Lung collapsed on the ground from exhaustion and wanted to rest, Wang Wanwan got up from the ground again. At this moment, Wang Wanwan no longer looked as bright and amiable as before. His body was covered with blood and dust, and he looked very embarrassed. Wang Wanwan stood up tremblingly from the ground, vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and then set his eyes on Lin Lung. This time, Wang Wanwan's gaze changed, becoming cruel and bloodthirsty, his eyes scarlet, and a little more vigilant.
Obviously, Lin Lung's move just now caught him by surprise. It was precisely because of his underestimation of the enemy that he suffered a big loss. This time Wang Wanwan was obviously much more vigilant than before. He stood still and did not move, just watching with vigilance, as if he was observing. This makes Lin Lung very worried. Now that his spiritual power is exhausted, if the other party sees it, Lin Yu alone will definitely not be able to survive. So, Lin Lung reluctantly stood up from the ground, forced himself to stop shaking, and pretended to be calm. Just like that, the two of them were in a stalemate for an instant, and the air became extremely quiet. "Boss, what should we do?" Song Qitian asked curiously. Forehead. Li Hai did not give a clear answer. It was obviously just for a while, but why did it start fighting the next second? In the battle between the awakened ones, they could not help much. "It's better to take a look first before talking," Li Hai said calmly. As time passed, cold sweat broke out on Lin Lung's forehead, and his face became more and more ugly. He knew that he could not hold on much longer. Wang Wanwan was a mature man, and he could see the clues at a glance. He guessed that Lin Leng had exhausted his spiritual power and was in a stalemate with him. Snort! Wang Wanwan sneered disdainfully, jumped up and kicked towards Lin Lung. "Chow Nima's old dog." Lin Lung cursed angrily. It was impossible to dodge. "Get out of the way!" Lin Yu reacted very quickly, pushed Lin Lung away, stopped Wang Wanwan, and fought with him alone. Lin Yu's performance made Wang Wanwan even more sure of his inner guess. Now the facts are indeed what he thought. As long as Lin Lung loses his fighting power, Lin Yu, a Class B awakener, can't do anything to him. Court death! Wang Wanwan opened fire and hit Lin Yu's abdomen with a flying kick, and then kicked Lin Yu away. "Sister, if I were young, I would kill you all with just a few clicks," Wang Wanwan said disdainfully, then turned around and walked towards Su Liuxue. Looking at the curvaceous and peerless Su Liuxue in front of him, Wang Wanwan's eyes became intense. As long as he took Phoenix's heart blood and drank it, he would definitely be able to return to his peak. Wang Wanwan couldn't wait for a moment, so he turned his hand to take out the cold blade and wanted to take the blood from his heart. At this time, an astonishing coercion suddenly descended on the tomb. Boom! Who? Wang Wanwan's eyes narrowed, and he raised his eyes to look forward. I saw a golden shadow suddenly appeared in the open space in front of me. It looked like a middle-aged man, but his face was unclear and a little blurry. "Who are you?" Wang Baiwan asked, but the other party did not answer. "You want to stop me from taking Phoenix blood?" Wang Wanwan asked again, but the other party still didn't answer. At this moment, Wang Wanwan finally lost his patience, broke through the coercion and restraint, and rushed towards the opponent. The other party was probably a shadow clone left by the person who built the tomb in ancient times. Wang Wanwan was also an S-level awakener, so he was not afraid of the shadow. But obviously, Wang Wanwan still underestimated the opponent's strength after all. Just a shadow can make Wang Wanwan breathless. Wang Wanwan, who was shot back to the ground again, was a little confused. Who is he? He has such terrifying strength with just a clone. You must know that he is an S-class awakened person. Fortunately, Shuiying doesn't seem to take the initiative. As long as Wang Wanwan doesn't take the initiative to attack or do anything to hurt Su Liuxue, the other party won't take action. Taking advantage of the gap between the two people's confrontation, Lin Lung quickly sat up cross-legged, frantically absorbing spiritual energy and replenishing the spiritual power in his body. Wang Wanwan. At this moment, a disembodied voice came. I saw a figure suddenly appearing in front of several people at some point, covered in black robes and wearing a mask on its face. He is actually the master of Tianji Pavilion. Wang Wanwan was a little surprised to see the other party appear, while Lin Lung was very surprised. You must know that Lin Yu is from Tianji Pavilion. If the other party appears, Lin Yu is sure that there is no danger. Someone like you actually comes to a place like this? Are you also doing it for the Phoenix blood? Wang Wanwan asked calmly. I'm here for you. Come for me? Wang Wanwan was a little stunned. The master of Tianji Pavilion actually came for him. What do you want from me? Wang Baiwan asked again.
Revenge. The master of Tianji Pavilion spat out 2 words calmly, but his murderous intent was endless. The aura and pressure on his body was released instantly, without any reservation, and made everyone breathless. Revenge. Wang Wanwan was even more confused now. He didn't know the other party at all, so how could he talk about revenge? Do you remember Qing Fan? Qing Fan. The words of the master of Tianji Pavilion made Wang Wanwan froze on the spot. The memories of that year gradually came to his mind. Wang Wanwan's expression changed, and he looked at the other party with a complicated expression. Are you that kid back then? Are you the kid back then? The master of Tianji Pavilion did not answer the other party's question, but he acquiesced to the other party, which was regarded as an admission. This also gave Wang Wanwan a complicated look on his face. Is there any problem now? The master of Tianji Pavilion said coldly, murderous intent already appearing during the conversation. In just a moment, the master of Tianji Pavilion took out a sharp sword and leaned towards Wang Wanwan. Wang Wanwan recognized the sword in his hand at a glance, with a look of surprise on his face. Wang Wanwan was not the kind of person who was easily bullied, so how could he willingly let others take advantage of him? In an instant, the two started a battle. Although Lin Lung on the side didn't know what kind of hatred there was between the two, nor did he know what happened between them back then. But at this moment, he didn't care about that. Seeing Wang Wanwan being held by the master of Tianji Pavilion, Lin Lung picked up Su Liuxue and left without saying a word. Then he called Li Hai and others to help carry Lin Yu. Originally, Li Hai and others were in great distress watching from the sidelines, and had been planning how to get out. When Lin Lung greeted him, they ran over to help enthusiastically. With the help of Li Hai and others, several people successfully escaped under Wang Wanwan's nose. Seeing the cooked duck flying in front of his eyes, Wang Wanwan was naturally unwilling. He wanted to step forward to stop it, but was held back by the master of Tianji Pavilion. Helpless, in the end he could only watch Lin Lung carry Su Liuxue away. Several people successfully escaped from the main tomb chamber. As per the old rules, Li Hai and others led the way, followed closely by Lin Lung. Although Li Hai and others are not awakened, they are indeed experts in tomb robbing. Even in a dark tomb, they can quickly find their way. Under the leadership of Li Hai and others, Lin Lung quickly found the hole where he had come down before and climbed out smoothly. After hurriedly running down the mountain, Lin Lung placed Lin Yu and Su Liuxue on the seats of the car and then breathlessly thanked several people. Brother Lin Lung, what happened just now? Li Hai hesitated and glanced at Su Liuxue from time to time. The meaning was very obvious. It's nothing. Don't talk nonsense about what happened in the tomb. If it spreads, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary fights. I hope all brothers will keep it secret, Lin Lung said. After listening to Lin Lung's words, Li Hai and others looked at each other and finally nodded solemnly, and Lin Lung also gave each other a relieved smile. Although Lin Lung was not familiar with the other party and felt that the other party's personality was weird, Lin Lung knew that people in their field were more trustworthy. They live in the world, are moral, and will not betray others easily. After a few polite words, they parted ways. After exchanging contact information, they got into their own cars. But after getting in the car, Lin Liang was in trouble. There was a driver on the way here, but he didn't know where he was at this moment. Besides, since Wang Wanwan hadn't come back, the driver naturally didn't know how to drive. There is only one way now, and that is for Lin Lung to drive back by himself. Can. Looking at the steering wheel in front of him, Lin Lung hesitated. He hadn't taken the driver's license test yet. After hesitation, Lin Lung decided to call Xie Chenfeng first. Beep beep. A few seconds after the call was made, the call was connected, and a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Lin Lung, aren't you on a mission? What? Is it over? Xie Chenfeng, listen to me. Within a few minutes, Lin Lung told Xie Chenfeng everything. Of course, he hid the fact that Su Liuxue was Phoenix. This matter involved too much, and now he couldn't believe anyone, so he chose to hide it. This. On the other end of the phone, Xie Chenfeng visibly pondered for a few seconds, and then asked Lin Lung to find a way to drive to the city, take a taxi to the airport, and then come back. Xie Chenfeng met them at the airport. All right. Lin Lung hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and looked forward. This place is relatively remote, and it is impossible to get a taxi. Now Lin Lung can only rely on Lin Lung to drive the car to the city and then take a taxi. Taking a deep breath, Lin Lung didn't hesitate anymore, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped forward. Holy shit! Lin Lung tried his best to control the intensity of the accelerator while holding the steering wheel tightly. Under Lin Lung's control, the car was like a wild horse running wild on the road. Fortunately, there were no vehicles nearby, so tragedy was avoided. Finally, looking at the town in front of him, Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief, leaned on the steering wheel tiredly, and took a short rest. Then, Lin Lung successfully stopped the car on the road. Under the driver's suspicious eyes, Lin Lung moved the two women into the car. On the way, the driver started to shake the sky. "Young man, you are in good health. You can't bear to pick two of them at once. It's broad daylight. Please pay attention to your health." Lin Lung didn't know what to say when he heard this. The driver obviously regarded him as a body picker. In this society with rapid economic development and fast pace of life, many young girls go to some entertainment venues to relax, drink, and dance. But that kind of place is not accessible to ordinary people. Most of them are dragged to bed by some thoughtful people. After the incident, they wake up without remembering anything and lose their innocence. Here, the author would like to remind all the ladies to protect themselves when going out, and the same goes for little brothers. Thinking that he had been misunderstood, Lin Lung did not explain. He just scratched his head and smiled and did not reply. Seeing that the other party ignored him, the driver felt that he had guessed correctly, but he didn't say anything more, just a little confused in his heart. "What are you doing at the airport? Looking for excitement?" After thinking about it, the driver shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he was getting old and couldn't keep up with the trend. The driver glanced at Su Liuxue and Lin Yu in the back seat with his peripheral vision and was instantly conquered by their looks. "Oh my God, are all girls so beautiful nowadays?" The driver silently made up his mind to pick one up next time. There was no words all the way. The driver quickly drove the few people to the airport. After Lin Lung paid the money, he carried Su Liuxue on his back. Fortunately, Lin Yu had woken up, otherwise he would not have known how to take the two of them. Go back. After Lin Yu woke up, she was also confused. After briefly understanding the situation, Lin Yu was very decisive and took Lin Lung directly to the airport. After entering the airport, Lin Yu was not polite and directly booked a private plane to H City with a wave of her hand. Lin Lung was dumbfounded on the spot. Sure enough, rich people are different. But now is not the time to think about this. Lin Yu got on the plane first, and then Lin Lung also carried Su Liuxue on his back. Although it is a private plane, it still takes some time to reach City H. Lin Lung asked the system to check Su Liuxue's condition. After the examination was clear, he felt relieved and slumped in his seat. "Brother, do you want to eat something first?" Lin Yu asked with concern. A long time had passed since entering the mausoleum, and another battle had occurred. Lin Lung was already hungry, his chest pressed against his back, and Lin Lung nodded naturally. So, Lin Yu got up and went out, and soon brought some food over. But it was obvious that what Lin Yu was getting was food only for rich people, such as foie gras, steak, abalone, etc. Lin Lung had never seen them before. Seeing Lin Lung's appearance, Lin Yu also found it very funny, but she still taught Lin Lung how to use a knife and fork very lovingly. "Where is this?" In a daze, Su Liuxue slowly woke up and slowly opened her eyes. She never expected to see Lin Lung making such an intimate move with another very beautiful girl. Seeing this scene, Su Liuxue was very angry. "Okay, the affair was stolen in front of me. Lin Lung." At this moment, Su Liuxue couldn't help but roar loudly. Her eyes seemed to be able to spit out flames. She was so angry. For herself and Lin Lung. She ran to the tomb alone just to change her fate, but she never expected to see Lin Lung making love with another woman when she opened her eyes. She really has had enough. If looks could kill, Su Liuxue had already cut Lin Lung into pieces. And suddenly hearing Su Liuxue's shout,
Lin Lung was frightened so much that his body trembled, and then he turned his head. When Lin Lung discovered that Su Liuxue had regained consciousness, his expression changed instantly, and an unconcealable joy appeared on Lin Lung's face. "Liuxue, you're awake!" Lin Lung shouted in surprise. In excitement, Lin Lung suddenly turned around and hugged Su Liuxue tightly, completely unaware that Su Liuxue had already clenched her teeth tightly, wishing to skin him and cramp him. "Liuxue, I miss you so much, we should never be separated in the future." Holding Su Liuxue in his arms, Lin Lung couldn't help but burst into tears. Telling, "Okay, of course I won't leave," Su Liuxue responded, but her tone was surprisingly cold, even full of murderous intent. But Lin Lung didn't notice it until Su Liuxue unknowingly put her jade hand on his waist, and then squeezed it hard. "Ah!" In an instant, a scream spread throughout the entire cabin. "Ah!" Lin Lung let out a cry of pain, let go of Su Liuxue like an electric shock, and quickly rubbed his waist with his hands. If you look closely, the area where Su Liuxue was pinched has begun to turn blue, which is enough to show how angry Su Liuxue is. "Liuxue, you hurt me?" Lin Lung rubbed the wound to relieve the pain while looking at Su Liuxue with a very resentful look. "Oof, I just want to hurt you. Tell me, who is this woman? If you don't explain it to me clearly, I will never end it with you." Su Liuxue roared angrily. While Su Liuxue roared angrily, she stared at Lin Lung closely with her eyes that seemed to be spitting out flames, and glanced at Lin Yu by the way. At this moment, Su Liuxue still doesn't know the relationship between the two. Lin Yu did have some good looks, Su Liuxue admitted, but she was so good to Lin Lung that she even entered the Phoenix ancient tomb alone for Lin Lung. But who can tell her why she paid so much for Lin Lung? But Lin Lung was deceived by the woman in front of her in the blink of an eye. Just because she looks good? When it comes to good looks, Su Liuxue doesn't admit defeat. So she is somewhat pretty. Is she still not worthy of Lin Lung? If you have to say there is one thing that is not as good as Lin Yu, it would be that her breasts are just a little bit smaller, right? Just a little bit. Su Liuxue was puzzled. Does every man care so much about that thing? Seeing Su Liuxue's angry look, looking at her appearance, if she was not given an explanation today, Su Liuxue, I might have to fight Lin Yu on the spot. Seeing Su Liuxue's angry look, Lin Lung couldn't help but feel a little happy. It turned out that his wife was jealous like this, and it was quite cute. "Liuxue, listen to me. She is my sister, Lin Yu. You have misunderstood us. It is not what you thought." After Lin Lung tried his best to explain, Su Liuxue finally understood the cause and effect. "So, she's your sister." Su Liuxue pointed at Lin Yuedao doubtfully. "Yes. Hello, brother and sister. I am Lin Lung's sister, Lin Yu." Lin Yu was not dissatisfied with Su Liuxue's behavior, but instead greeted Su Liuxue with a smile. "A sister. Hello, sister." Su Liuxue awkwardly shook hands with Lin Yu, but felt extremely ashamed in her heart. She actually misunderstood. She doesn't know either. Who knew that this young and beautiful beauty was actually Lin Lung's sister? Isn't Lin Lung an orphan? What's the key is that the other party actually calls her sister-in-law. Although she and Lin Lung do like each other, they are not married yet. In comparison, Lin Lung's sister seemed to be much more educated and reasonable than her, which made Su Liuxue embarrassed. "Liuxue, look, you may have misunderstood," Lin Lung teased. "You still said that?" Su Liuxue snorted and buried her face deeply into Lin Lung's chest. Lin Lung did not refuse and gently held Su Liuxue in her arms. Anyway, this is a private plane, there are no bad guys, and Lin Lung doesn't care. After this period of separation, the relationship between the two has not become estranged, but has narrowed the distance between them, and their relationship has become much better. After not seeing each other for a while, Su Liuxue missed Lin Lung very much. She buried herself deeply in Lin Lung's chest, greedily smelling Lin Lung's scent. That was Lin Lung's unique smell. Smelling this smell, Su Liuxue would feel particularly at ease and relaxed. It was Lin Lung, the Lin Lung who only belonged to her. Lin Lung also enjoyed this feeling very much. After not seeing each other for such a long time, Lin Lung also missed Su Liuxue very much. Lin Lung hugged Su Liuxue very lovingly. From Lin Lung's perspective, she could only see a little bit of Su Liuxue's fair cheeks exposed, but her cheeks were a little red. Su Liuxue is indeed good-looking, and from Lin Lung's perspective, she has a unique flavor, showing a hint of girlish shyness and cuteness. The more Lin Lung looked at it, the more he fell in love with it. The more he looked at it, the more he wanted to kiss her. Finally, he couldn't restrain himself and gently lifted Su Liuxue's chin with his hand. Su Liuxue's little head was held in Lin Lung's hand, her big eyes blinking, looking really cute. Lin Lung, what are you doing? Su Liuxue's cute look instantly melted Lin Lung's heart. Instead of replying, she couldn't help but put her lips directly against Su Liuxue's lips. At that moment, the two of them spoke together. Sensing Lin Lung's movements, Su Liuxue did not resist, but closed her eyes silently, a blush appearing on her pretty face at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two people kissed like no one else, deeply hurting Lin Yu, who was watching the show. Good guy. Are today's young people so open-minded? Lin Yu was so angry. However, Lin Yu didn't want to interrupt the two of them. Lin Yu knew that the two of them probably missed each other very much, so she sensibly left the seats alone without disturbing them. This time, Lin Lung was very proactive. Logically speaking, this should be considered his first kiss in the true sense, but he was extremely skillful. Ahem, after all, he had a lot of practice with Su Liuxue in his last life. Lin Lung was very proactive and turned into an insatiable beast that kept asking for Su Liuxue. Unknowingly, my hands climbed up to the majestic peak. After squeezing it hard, Su Liuxue's delicate body trembled violently. However, even though Lin Lung's actions were a bit rude, Su Liuxue unexpectedly didn't care and let Lin Lung do what he did. At this moment, the two seemed to be in another world where there were only the two of them. That world was so small that there were only the two of them. In this way, the two kissed for about 10 minutes, and then Lin Lung reluctantly let go of Su Liuxue. Finally, he touched Su Liuxue's nose. When Lin Lung let go of Su Liuxue was already limp and weak, and she fell softly into Lin Lung's arms with a red face. At this moment, Su Liuxue was satisfied. It turns out that kissing a boy is so comfortable. It turns out that kissing a boy feels like this. Su Liuxue felt that Lin Lung's tongue was like magic, making her whole body soft and weak, unable to resist at all. Liuxue, I miss you. I miss you as well. I don't know how long it took, but when Lin Yu came back, the two of them had already fallen asleep leaning on each other. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu showed a helpless smile and carefully sat aside without making a sound, for fear of disturbing the two of them. Lin Yu also understood in her heart that the two of them were too tired for each other, and at this moment, the two of them could finally rest peacefully, and she naturally did not want to disturb them. A few hours later, Lin Lung woke up in a daze. When I woke up, it was already dark outside. Calculating the time, it should be almost time to reach H City. At this moment, Lin Lung suddenly felt a strange feeling in his chest. Looking down, it turned out that Su Liuxue was sleeping so soundly that she drooled, and the drool was dripping on the clothes on his chest. Puffed. Seeing such a cute side of Su Liuxue, Lin Lung couldn't help but smile fondly and stroke Su Liuxue's little head very gently. After about 10 minutes, the plane finally successfully arrived in City H and landed at the airport, where Xie Qinfeng was waiting as promised. Seeing Lin Lung and others coming down, Xie Qinfeng did not ask directly, but left the airport with a few people. Seeing Xie Qinfeng's cautious look, Lin Lung vaguely guessed something, but did not say anything. Several people also understood that this was not the place to talk, so they followed Xie Qinfeng out of the airport. After unanimous discussion, several people finally decided to go to Lin Yu's home. After all, Lin Yu's home is relatively safe at present. Speeding all the way, several people soon gathered in the living room of Lin Yu's house. As soon as he sat down, Xie Qinfeng didn't hesitate and asked Lin Lung directly what happened in this business, and asked Lin Lung to tell him every detail.
Helpless, Lin Lung had to repeat everything again. Of course, he still concealed Su Liuxue's identity. After listening to Lin Lung's narration, Xie Qinfeng's brows twisted into the Chinese character Sichuan, and his face became a little ugly. Seeing Xie Qinfeng's expression was wrong, Lin Lung asked, "What happened?" Lin Lung asked, and Xie Qinfeng naturally did not hide anything, but said solemnly, "Wang Baiwan is dead." What? Although Lin Lung and others had already been prepared, they were still very surprised when they heard Xie Qinfeng say it in person, especially Lin Lung. After all, Wang Wanwan's strength is at the level of an S-level awakener. Even though Wang Wanwan was seriously injured, his strength cannot be underestimated. Who killed that? Lin Lung asked tentatively. Master of Tianji Pavilion. Xie Qinfeng replied calmly. It's indeed him. According to Xie Qinfeng, not long after Lin Lung finished the phone call with him, their headquarters received a message. The news said that Wang Wanwan, the third elder of the National Superpower Bureau, was killed by him, and his name was attached below, Tianji Pavilion. As soon as this incident came out, it caused great fluctuations in an instant. The chief elder of the general administration immediately sent someone to contact Wang Wanwan, but found that Wang Wanwan had already lost contact. In the end, the awakeners from the local branch took action, and Wang Wanwan's body was discovered in a mountain. Lin Lung was very shocked after hearing the general idea. What is the background of this Tianji Pavilion master? He is actually able to kill Wang Wanwan, the third elder of the General Bureau, and dares to spread the news to the General Bureau? Does he really think he is invincible? Is he really not afraid of anything? Now the position of the general administration is very clear. I estimate that it won't be long before the general administration will mobilize manpower to destroy Tianji Pavilion. Xie Qinfeng said cautiously, glancing towards Lin Yu intentionally or unintentionally as he spoke. After hearing this news, the air instantly became quiet, and the atmosphere became quite awkward. For a moment, everyone remained silent in a tacit understanding. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Lung reached out and squeezed Lin Yu's hand gently, showed a reassuring smile, and said, "Don't worry, sister. I am definitely on your side. I will touch anyone who dares to touch you." Hearing this, Lin Yu's expression softened significantly. At this time, Su Liuxue also expressed her position. "Anyway, I'm on Lin Lung's side. Lin Lung's sister is my sister, and I'm on your side too." After Su Liuxue finished speaking, the three of them looked at Xie Qinfeng in unison. Xie Qinfeng. Seeing everyone looking at him, Xie Qinfeng threw up his hands helplessly and said, "Why are you looking at me? If I didn't side with you, would I still be here?" Then, after thinking for a while, he said, "I wonder if Grandpa will be mad at me if he finds out." Poof! As soon as Xie Qinfeng said these words, the atmosphere instantly relaxed a lot, and Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into tears and showed a smile. Lin Lung also patted Xie Qinfeng's shoulder and comforted him. "Okay, team leader, I believe in you. You are a good person. Your grandfather's spirit in heaven will definitely forgive you. You are so big, my grandfather is not dead yet." Xie Qinfeng cursed angrily. Hey, team leader." It was late at night soon. Considering that it was late, Xie Qinfeng said goodbye first and then went back first. After Xie Qinfeng returned, the three of them also prepared to go back to their rooms to rest. At this moment, Lin Lung suddenly remembered that there were only 2 people living there before, but now there was one more Su Liuxue, so he asked, "Sister, do you have more rooms?" "What's wrong?" Lin Yu asked puzzledly. Lin Lung pointed to Su Liuxue beside him. "Where is Liuxue sleeping?" Lin Yu. Hearing this, Lin Yu glanced at Su Liuxue in disbelief and rolled her eyes. "A room? Sorry, sister, there are only 2 rooms here." "But aren't those all rooms?" Lin Lung pointed to the remaining rooms on the 2nd floor. "Ah, that's the toilet." Lin Yu lied. "So many toilets?" "TSK. Sister, I like it." "What's wrong? If you say you don't have a room, you don't have a room. I will lie to you, sister," Lin Yu said angrily. "Oh, then Liuxue can only sleep with you." Lin Yu looked at Lin Lung with a look of hatred, but Lin Lung didn't notice at all. "I don't care. It's just this room.
whether you want to sleep or not. After saying that, Lin Yu returned to the room without looking back and locked the door specially. Lin Yu, my sister can only help you so far. Lin Yu's series of operations also stunned Lin Lung. How could he not have thought of Lin Yu's purpose of doing this? But Lin Lung wanted to marry Su Liuxue first, and then, after all, he didn't even give the other party a wedding in his previous life, let alone make any promises to the other party. In this life, he hopes to make the relationship between the two of them have a sense of ceremony. Lin Lung, do you dislike me very much? Su Liuxue said resentfully. No. Okay, then let's sleep together. After saying that, Su Liuxue walked into the room first. Since Su Liuxue was such a proactive girl, it was hard for Lin Lung to say anything, so why didn't he want to? After thinking about it, Lin Lung bit the bullet and followed into the room. After entering the room, the two of them silently agreed not to speak. They just took off their clothes and went to bed, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. There was no communication throughout the process. Time passed by, and Lin Lung didn't know if Su Liuxue was asleep. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to ask. At this moment, his heart was very confused. My mind is also very messed up. He originally thought that when he relived his life, everything would be as beautiful as he planned, but he found that his life was even more useless. What do you want? Host, you wouldn't really leave a beautiful woman by your side and do nothing, would you? Just when Lin Lung was upset, the system asked humbly, what's going on in your head? I'm not as dirty as you think. Hey host, please stop pretending. I know exactly what is going on in your heart and mind. You are obviously greedy for other people's bodies. Seeing that he was exposed, Lin Lung did not refute. Hey, I have nothing to say, but what makes me curious is that you clearly think that the opportunity is in front of you. Why don't you take advantage of it? A robot like you wouldn't understand. Hey, come on, host. What are you two doing? How about giving you 3 purchase points as a reward? The system tempted. Okay, don't bother me anymore. As soon as the time turned to midnight, Lin Lung was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering what he was thinking. He is very annoyed and confused. He originally thought that he would live a cool and invincible life in this life, but found that his life was not as good as before. Not only did he not raise his head, but he was dragging Su Liuxue down. He didn't know what Su Liuxue had gone through, but he knew that Su Liuxue must have suffered a lot. He felt guilty and angry. I hate my own incompetence, even though I have resurrected my whole life. I have a golden finger in the system and extraordinary talents, but I am still mediocre. He knows very well how dangerous the future life will be. When the spiritual energy is completely revived, alien worlds will invade, and the earth and stars at that time will be plunged into darkness and endless war. He didn't know if he could still stand in that era and protect himself and the people around him in that era. He had experienced it once, and he knew how dark it was at that time. Aliens invaded, ghosts invaded. Countless humans were brutally killed and devoured by ghosts, and the entire planet was filled with the sounds of people fleeing and wailing. But he could only watch all this, could only watch the tragedy happen. He wanted to stop it, but did not have the ability. In the end, even he himself ended up in the same fate. Lin Lung was afraid. Indeed, that era was so terrible that he didn't want to experience it again. However, the fact is that no matter how much he escapes, he is destined to experience another nightmare. Hey, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Lin Lung sighed. With his little strength, what could he promise to Su Liuxue? What can you do to protect those around you? This is also the reason why Lin Lung has not dared to touch Su Liuxue. He is no longer the same Lin Lung as before. He has experienced life and death, and he now considers more than just satisfying his own desires. Just when Lin Lung was feeling depressed, a warm body suddenly pressed against his body. It's Su Liuxue. It turned out that she didn't sleep either. Aren't you going to sleep yet? It's so late. Aren't you asleep too? Su Liuxue only wore a pair of close-fitting thin silk pajamas, which stuck to Lin Lung's body. Lin Lung could clearly feel the temperature of Su Liuxue's body.
Su Liuxue's plump and exquisite body rubbed against Lin Lung's body, which made Lin Lung feel distraught. Lin Lung, do you dislike me? Su Liuxue blinked and asked, with a hint of resentment in her tone. Lin Lung didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't say it was because he was reborn, right? He couldn't tell her about the invasion from another world in the future. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to give her the promise. It is estimated that in that case, Su Liuxue would definitely regard him as a madman. No, that's not the case. Lin Lung shook his head. What's the reason? Su Liuxue asked. Liuxue, it's not that I don't want it, it's just that I can't give you anything if you are with me. That's right. Lin Lung couldn't give her anything in his previous life. Su Liuxue is the aloof and ruthless empress who is at the forefront of S-class awakeners, but he has become the opponent's dragnet. Hearing this answer, Su Liuxue did not mean to blame the other party, but smiled sweetly, rested her head on Lin Lung's chest, and said softly, I don't need you to give me anything, let alone any promises from you. All I need is you. As long as you are here, it is enough. Hearing this, Lin Lung was stunned. Yes, he has been shrinking all this time. On the surface, he said he was thinking about Su Liuxue, but in fact, it was because of his own cowardice. Because I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to give Su Liuxue anything. But in fact, Su Liuxue never asked him for anything. The previous life and this life are all the same. From beginning to end, all Su Liuxue wanted was to be with him. Even if he was an incompetent waste in his previous life. Even if he became a superior and ruthless empress, Su Liuxue never abandoned him. That love, that affection, this is Su Liuxue, this is his Liuxue. Lin Lung seemed to suddenly understand. Since everything about tomorrow's future is unknown, why not focus on the present and think about the distant future? As long as there are no regrets for each other now, it will be fine. After thinking about it, Lin Lung was no longer restrained and directly put his arms around Su Liuxue's shoulders and pulled Su Liuxue into his arms. Su Liuxue did not resist. In the dark night, the two of them kissed like this. Slowly, Lin Lung began to take the initiative, gently taking off Su Liuxue's clothes. The two hot, delicate bodies touched each other and melted into each other. Both of them blushed and reached a state of selflessness. Slowly, the two figures fell down, lingering in the dark night. The next day, Lin Lung woke up from bed in a daze, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked to the side. It is a very beautiful experience to wake up and see the beauty you admire. Su Liuxue slept deeply, as if she was a little tired last night. Her eyelashes were lightly covered, her cherry-like mouth was red, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She slept very soundly. Seeing Su Liuxue's sweet and lovely appearance while sleeping, Lin Lung showed a doting smile. Su Liuxue looks very cute when she sleeps, but her sleeping posture is a bit hard to describe. I saw Su Liuxue holding Lin Lung's neck with one hand and a long white jade-like leg hanging on Lin Lung's body. Like a sloth, he hugged Lin Lung tightly, as if he was afraid that Lin Lung would run away and get lost. Although Su Liuxue's sleeping posture was a little hard to describe, Lin Lung didn't dislike it either. No matter how good his wife is, he will not dislike her. Thinking of what happened last night, Lin Lung still had some aftertaste. It has to be said that Su Liuxue's figure and appearance are excellent, which also gives Lin Lung a feeling of ultimate enjoyment. The two lingered until late at night, but Lin Lung did not take the most crucial step. Although he would no longer resist Su Liuxue's love or hide his love, he still wanted to save everything until the two of them received the certificate. The two grew up together, and Su Liuxue was still a few months older than him. According to the country's marriage law, the two of them could only obtain the marriage certificate after they reached the age of 18. Old rule: all rights of interpretation belong to the author. Calculating the time, Su Liuxue should have reached adulthood, but it will still take some time before Lin Lung becomes an adult. Lin Lung calculated and waited until the day he turned 18. It turned out to be the day when spiritual energy was completely revived and the alien world invaded. Lin Lung was a little stunned. He happened to be 18 years old,
And on that day, the spiritual energy of the Earth Star completely revived, and aliens invaded the Earth Star. Is all this just a coincidence? Or behind the scenes? Lin Lung didn't dare to think about it any further, assuming that everything was just a coincidence. After all, he was not the only one who had a birthday on that day. Even though everything was suspicious, Lin Lung didn't think much about it. Just when Lin Lung was in a daze, Su Liuxue slowly woke up at this moment. Lin Lung? Su Liuxue's eyelashes flickered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing her clear and attractive eyes. Liuxue? Are you awake? Lin Lung asked with a smile. Yeah. Su Liuxue nodded her head. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Lin Lung asked, rubbing Su Liuxue's little head lovingly. Well, I won't sleep anymore. I won't be like a pig anymore. Su Liuxue shook her head and mumbled. Hey, the sound is disgusting. Lin Lung pretended to be disgusted. Hearing this, Su Liuxue put her arms around Lin Lung's neck, came close to Lin Lung's ear, and deliberately blew a gentle breath, which made Lin Lung's heart itch. Husband, don't you like it? If Lin Lung took a breath of air. Who could withstand this? Oh my God, this is so good. Seeing Lin Lung's appearance, Su Liuxue seemed very proud, giggling, and her smile was as beautiful as a flower blooming. After a while, the two finally got dressed, washed up, and went downstairs. Downstairs, Lin Yu had been waiting for a long time, and even Xie Qinfeng was already sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting. Seeing the two of them getting up, Lin Yu joked, Hey, you got up so late? It looks like you were very tired last night. There was a deep meaning in her tone. The two of them were no longer children. How could they not understand what Lin Yu meant? They were both embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Su Liuxue even blushed and hid shyly behind Lin Lung, not looking like a ruthless empress. That look was clearly that of a shy and cute little girl, completely different from the aloof, cold, and unapproachable heartless empress. If Lin Lung hadn't known what happened next, he wouldn't have been able to connect the two. The two of them went straight downstairs, and the four of them sat around the table again. This time, Xie Qinfeng brought back another piece of bombshell news. Now, according to the official intention, Tianji Pavilion must be eradicated, but the Great Elder considered that the spiritual energy was about to completely explode and the end might be coming, so he did not take action. According to internal information, the headquarters should now start setting up a school specifically for awakened people in the Magic City and various cities to train and rank awakened people. It seems that in the near future, the general administration will build a relatively complete mechanism. As expected of someone with a background, Xie Qinfeng's information was well informed. After all, his grandfather was the second elder of the General Administration of National Superpowers. After listening to Xie Qinfeng's words, several people breathed a deep sigh of relief. At least in the short term, there should be no civil war. If there is a civil war, I'm afraid we have to wait until the crisis is over. Lin Lung was not worried. Whether he could survive that time was still a question. If he did, it would be none of his business. You can fight if you like, since he is just taking Su Liuxue, Lin Yu, and the others to have some leisure time. It would be good if everything was fine. Just as a few people were talking, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Lin Yu opened the door and found 3 people and a dog standing outside. Woof woof. Zongzi? The moment he saw the rice dumplings, Lin Lung suddenly exclaimed. He seemed to be bringing the rice dumplings with him. I was so anxious when I was running away that I forgot about the rice dumplings. Woof woof. Zongzi barked and looked at Lin Lung with a look of dissatisfaction. Ahem. Lin Lung coughed, looked at One Eye and asked, Brother, why are the Zongzi at your place? Logically speaking, Zongzi should be in the ancient tomb. Why did he end up here with One Eye? When Lin Lung asked, Duyan didn't hide anything and told the truth. It turned out that as soon as they left the hospital that day, the 3 of them received a mission to ambush near Wang Wanwan's home. As soon as Wang Wanwan left, several people followed the instructions and ransacked Wang Wanwan's home. As soon as the matter was resolved, I received news from the master of Tianji Pavilion that he was going to the Phoenix ancient tomb to clean up the mess. It was also the time to clean up the mess. It was Du Yin who discovered the dying Zongzi, and it was Duai who recognized the Zongzi at a glance as the one next to Lin Lung, and then brought the Zongzi back. Oh, that's it, Lin Lung suddenly realized. However, what the Tianji Pavilion master did was really damaging. Wang Wanwan had just left 1 second, and then had his house ransacked the next. He was really unbecoming of a human being. But okay, the rice dumplings are back. But looking at the appearance of the Zongzi, why does Lin Lung always feel that the Zongzi is too big? It seems like getting fat? Brother, did you give Zongzi something to eat? Lin Lung asked curiously. No, I just gave it some ordinary food. One Eye replied. This. Looking at the rice dumpling in front of him, Lin Lung became more and more sure that the rice dumpling was definitely fatter. It must have gotten stronger. It had become so big. The hair is brighter, the teeth are sharper, the aura has obviously become stronger, and he looks more ferocious. Lin Lung was a little stunned. Could it be that the master of Tianji Pavilion gave it something to eat? Otherwise, how could Zongzi undergo such a big change in such a short period of time? But what did the master of Tianji Pavilion give Zongzi? What is his purpose in doing this? What is the purpose of the master of Tianji Pavilion? At this time, Lin Yu and others also noticed the changes in the rice dumplings and said in surprise, Why do I feel like the Zongzi has become bigger and more ferocious? Really? A few people started talking and looked around the rice dumplings. Xie Qinfeng and others started to take action directly. Well, it seems to be a lot stronger than before. It's strange your food is so good. Zongzi gained so much weight all of a sudden. Woof woof. A few people discussed it, but they didn't delve into it. After all, there seemed to be no other changes in the rice dumpling except that it was a little fatter. Then, Lin Lung thought about it and decided to tell what he knew, because at this time, the system's voice rang. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the random mission, informing several people about the spiritual energy recovery and alien invasion, but it cannot be spread outside. The reward is 2 mall purchase points. Lin Lung was naturally very happy to have 2 purchasing points. Since his awakening, he has never had a weapon to hand. In addition, he has 4 purchase points from the Phoenix Tomb, which is enough for him to buy a weapon, and there are even more. Ahem. Lin Lung cleared his throat, then looked at a few people seriously and said, I have something to tell you, but you have to promise me that only a few of us can know about this matter, and no one else can say it. Seeing Lin Lung's mysterious look, everyone did not hesitate. They nodded and urged Lin Lung to speak quickly. Listen, in a few months, the spiritual energy of the earth and stars will be completely revived. By then, the other world. About half an hour later, Lin Lung finally outlined everything, and of course concealed his rebirth. Brother Lin, it's not that I doubt you, but how did you know that the alien world would invade in a few months? Barbarian Bear asked in confusion. After Man Xiong asked this question, the rest of the people also looked at Lin Lung. It was obvious that they also had the same question. This? Anyway, as long as I know, you can leave the rest alone, Lin Lung mumbled. Fortunately, a few people did not pursue the matter. They also trusted Lin Lung very much and did not pursue the matter to the end. But what Lin Lung said was too important after all. According to Lin Lung's words, it won't be long before the spiritual energy is completely revived and when the alien world invades. Judging from the current strength, it is simply not enough to resist. No wonder the Great Elder wanted to form the Skynet project. Xie Qinfeng suddenly realized. Project Skynet? Under Xie Qinfeng's explanation, everyone learned that the so-called Skynet, as the name suggests, is a complete set of plans formulated by the General Administration to resist foreign enemies in the future. Xie Qinfeng didn't know either. He just heard everything from his grandfather. I heard that the Great Elder's awakened power was a divination power that had been lost to his ancestors for a long time. Although his combat power was not strong, he could predict the future. And it was precisely because the Great Elder foresaw the major events that were going to happen in the future that he began to formulate the Skynet plan. The core of the Skynet plan is a high-tech defense system established in Magic City. I see, it seems like it's true. After listening to Xie Qinfeng's words, several people frowned. They knew that a powerful enemy would invade in the next few months. How could they not panic? After chatting for a while, the three people with one eye left first. Brother, are you telling the truth? Lin Yu asked with a frown. Well, sister, everything I said is true. Lin Lung nodded and affirmed. Okay, let's forget about this for now. Since you are back, you two should follow me back to the bureau to report. Sister, let's go first. Okay, be careful along the way. If you have anything to say, tell me. I know, sister. The three of them left Lin Yu's house directly. Lin Yu is the only one in the living room now. Seeing that everyone had left, Lin Yu picked up her phone, opened her task, looked at the text on it, and fell into deep thought. There are only 4 words on it. Kill the Phoenix. Lin Yu was very hesitant and confused. Why did she want to kill Phoenix? Why is Phoenix chosen to be Su Liuxue, his younger brother and sister? Why did this task fall on her head? This made Lin Yu very confused. If she killed Su Liuxue, Lin Lung would probably have a complete break with her. For a moment, Lin Yu, who had always struck hard and decisively, couldn't make a move and didn't know what to do. In the hall, Lin Yu's back looked very lonely. As soon as the camera turned, Lin Lung and the others had arrived at the Superpower Bureau to report. Come back, Zhao Tianyin asked. Yeah, Lin Lung replied calmly. It's good to be back. Everything has been arranged for you. You will still be the same in the future. If you have a mission, go out on a mission. If there is no mission, just practice in the bureau. After explaining the matter, Zhao Tianyin waved his hand, and the three of them left the office. Well, Lin Lung, I have to tell you something. At this time, Xie Qinfeng suddenly said, because your powers are too special, so... Having said this, Xie Qinfeng stopped talking. No need to thank Qinfeng. Lin Lung also understood what the other party meant, smiled and nodded. Hey, I thought it was no big deal. It's okay. I can cultivate on my own. Don't worry. Really? Xie Qinfeng said doubtfully. Then, Lin Lung sent Su Liuxue to the opponent's exclusive training room, and sent Su Liuxue in under Su Liuxue's reluctant eyes. Well, now Lin Lung is the only one left again. Lin Lung turned around and walked towards the outside of the Supernatural Bureau. During this period, he also looked at Lu Yugong and the others. Several people have made great progress compared to before. Lu Yugong, who has awakened the power of the King of Strength, can now hit 1,000 kilograms of power with one punch, and is on the verge of becoming a D-level awakened person. The same is true for Chu Moyun, but he doesn't know how strong Su Liuxue's ancient tomb group is. However, Lin Lung was not worried. After all, Su Liuxue was a ruthless empress, so her talent and strength were unquestionable. Lin Lung smiled freely, then turned and walked towards the outside of the Supernatural Bureau. Before he had taken 2 steps, a white light flashed past him and then stopped steadily beside him. Lin Lung looked up and said, "It's you." It turned out to be that weird old man from last time, Wu Qinkuan. At this time, Wu Qinkuan was completely different from the sloppy and weird appearance before. He had put on a clean white robe and looked a bit like an outsider. The only drawback is that Wu Qinkuan's eyes are still so terrifying. Whenever Lin Lung looks at them, he will feel a chill. What? You can't come to see your disciple as a master? Wu Qinkuan glanced at Lin Lung and said calmly, Okay. Then why are you looking for me? Of course I will teach you. I am your master. I can't teach you nothing. Wu Qinkuan rolled his eyes. Then what do you want to teach me? Lin Lung asked curiously. You can wait until you catch up with me, Wu Qinkuan said softly, and then rushed forward with a roar. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung didn't hesitate and quickly used space jump to catch up with Wu Qinkuan. That's interesting. Wu Qinkuan glanced at Lin Lung behind him, and his speed increased instantly. Holy shit, I'm so old. Lin Lung cursed angrily and hurriedly used space jump to catch up crazily, but the space jump consumed a lot of Lin Lung's spiritual power. Even though Lin Lung had a full spiritual C in his body, it was not enough for him to be so troubled. Soon the spiritual power was almost exhausted. Silly boy, stop chasing him. If you keep chasing him, you'll be in trouble, Wu Qinkuan said lightly. But whether it was the stubbornness in Lin Lung's body that came up or something else, Lin Lung gritted his teeth and followed Wu Qingquan hard. Good boy, I like it. After chasing for a long time, the spiritual energy in Lin Lung's body was finally exhausted, and he could no longer pursue him, so he collapsed on the ground exhausted. Seeing this scene, Wu Qingquan stopped running, turned back, and threw a small white pill to Lin Lung. Come on, let's eat. Lin Lung didn't hesitate to take the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Boy, aren't you afraid that I will harm you? If this is poison, you will be dead, Wu Qingquan teased. Just die. If it's really poison, it's because I, Lin Lung, was blind and mistaken for the master. Lin Lung responded breathlessly. I really like your personality. You are straightforward and neat. You don't hide anything. I've seen it. You're a good bud. With a little guidance, you can reach a level that ordinary people can't reach. This is why I accept you. The first reason. What about the second reason? Lin Lung asked curiously. Of course I can't tell you about this second one. Wu Qingquan looked around. At this moment, the two of them had left the urban area of H City and arrived at an empty land in the wilderness outside H City. How are you studying the Tianji / I threw to you last time? It's not that good, I didn't watch it. Lin Lung curled his lips and said, Wu Qingquan, then you practice it now, and I'll take a look. Oh. Lin Lung said oh and stood up. As if by magic, Lin Lung flicked his hand, and a gleaming halberd appeared in his hand. This object is called the heaven-slaying Demon King halberd. It is completely black, and the blades on the left and right sides are relatively thin and curved in the shape of a crescent. The main blade in the center is 2 feet long and half a foot wide. It is extremely wide and feels like a sword. Yes, this was what Lin Lung had just exchanged for the 4 shopping mall purchase points he had saved, and it belonged to the highest level of the creation divine weapon. Lin Lung was also a little puzzled. This creation weapon only had 4 purchase points. Is it too cheap? However, Lin Lung did not hesitate. Such a good opportunity could not be missed, and he also felt that this weapon was quite pleasing to the eye. Thinking it wasn't expensive anyway, I bought it. As soon as the Demon King halberd came out, Lin Lung's aura changed instantly, and his whole person added a touch of demonic color, but it didn't have that bloodthirsty feeling. It just gave people a terrifying sense of coercion. As soon as he saw the Demon King's halberd, Wu Qingquan's eyes changed instantly, his pupils shrank, and he knelt down on the ground. What kind of weapon is this? Wu Qingquan asked blankly. The Demon King's halberd. The sky-slaying Demon King halberd. A good name, a good weapon, Wu Qingquan murmured. Perhaps realizing that he was a little out of control, he pretended to cough as if nothing had happened, and stood up from the ground. Then, now practice it again in front of me, Wu Qingquan said. Hearing this, Lin Lung started to play with the heaven-slaying Demon King halberd without any ink, with the blessing of the martial gods passive and system. Even if this was just the first time Lin Lung contacted Tianji / he still acted in a decent manner, which seemed quite like this. Wu Qingquan on the side looked at it and saw the clues. It was clear that Lin Lung had awakened not only space powers but also martial arts powers. 2 practices in one. This time, Wu Qingquan was even more surprised. A pair of old eyes looked up and down Lin Lung's body, as if he had found a treasure that made him very curious. Moreover, looking at Lin Lung's appearance, it is clear that he has practiced Tianji / to the point where he has just begun to see the ropes. He is clearly a born martial arts prodigy. Throughout ancient and modern history, even if Lin Lung had the passive blessing of the god of war, no one could do what Lin Lung did. This speed of comprehension is enough to illustrate this child's talent. With just a few clicks, Wu Qingquan could conclude that this boy must be the most unique one in the world. Wu Qingquan was a little happy. Lin Lung was indeed a malleable talent. After a while, Lin Lung struck Tianji completely. Hey, my good disciple, come and show me to master. As soon as Lin Lung stopped, Wu Qingquan came up to him with a smile, as flattering as possible. That fiery gaze was like a man who had been single for 40 years looking at an 18-year-old girl who was as beautiful as a flower. Although Lin Lung also disliked it very much and even got goosebumps from being disgusted, but since the other party was his master, he could only endure it with courage.
After about a long while, Wu Qingquan put away his flattering smile and said with a serious face, "My good disciple, I have calculated that something big will happen in the near future. I am worried that I may not be able to protect you by your side in the future. Therefore, from today on, I will teach you the supreme martial arts every day and try my best till your martial god's superpower will be raised to level A, or even if it doesn't work, it will be raised to level B. Just blow it," Lin Lung said disdainfully. "Promoted to level A in such a short time? Unless you are a living martial god. How is this possible?" Lin Lung knew very well that Zhao Tianyin was decades ahead of him, and he had only reached the level of an A-level awakener. If you want to be promoted to level A in such a short time, you have to cheat. "Hey, you stinky boy, you still don't believe it." Wu Qingquan was so angry that Lin Lung's words made him glare. No one has ever dared to doubt his strength since ancient times. After all the fighting, Wu Qingquan carefully explained to Lin Lung some of the things to pay attention to in martial arts, as well as some simple fighting techniques. Although Wu Qingquan looked unreliable, he was quite decent when he was serious. When teaching Lin Lung, Wu Qingquan was particularly serious. Will patiently explain every detail that needs attention to Lin Lung. Wu Qingquan's words were not profound, but rather simple and easy to understand. They were easy for Lin Lung to understand, and they successfully introduced Lin Lung into the world of warriors. Then, after practicing for a while, Wu Qingquan waved his hand, started to chase people away, and told Lin Lung that he would come here to find him every day from now on. At this time, it was getting dark, and Lin Lung had no intention of staying. He said goodbye to Wu Qingquan and rushed to the Superpower Bureau. When Lin Lung returned to the Supernatural Power Bureau, Su Liuxue had just finished training and was happily holding the iron sword given out in the bureau. "What's wrong? What good thing makes you so happy?" Lin Lung asked curiously. "Lin Lung." Seeing Lin Lung, Su Liuxue's eyes seemed to light up. She rushed in front of Lin Lung, jumped onto Lin Lung's body, and hung on Lin Lung's body like a kitten. Cold body. Bo. As soon as the two of them came up, they made a love bobo, which was the brush kind, causing ripples in the air that made people imagine. For a long time, the lips parted. Lin Lung then asked lovingly, "Now you can tell me what makes you so happy, right?" Let me tell you, my sword power has just been tested and has been upgraded to C level. It's awesome," Su Liuxue said with her chin raised, quite a bit of showing off. "Wow, so awesome." Lin Lung was very cooperative, but his acting skills were a bit exaggerated. The way the two were flirting made Xie Chenfeng on the side yell at them and urge them to leave quickly. Originally, Lin Lung planned to let Su Liuxue get off him and walk away by himself. But Su Liuxue seemed to be clinging to him, hugging his neck tightly and holding him tightly with her legs. Not coming down. Lin Lung found it a little funny. When will the ruthless empress turn into a clingy person? Helpless, who made her his wife. I have to be pampered even when I have tears in my eyes. In this way, Lin Lung carried Su Liuxue all the way back home. Fortunately, Su Liuxue has a slim figure. She is 165 centimeters tall and only weighs 90 kilograms. It is not too heavy or strenuous to hold. On the way, Lin Lung also asked about what happened in the Phoenix Ancient Tomb, but Su Liuxue seemed a little hesitant, as if he was unwilling to talk about it. It wasn't until Lin Lung repeatedly promised that he wouldn't be angry that Su Liuxue told the story intermittently. It turned out that the old man gave her a note after they said goodbye to each other in Tianzi No. 3 room that day. There's only one word on it: robbery. Combining what the old man said with her dream, Su Liuxue felt that she was Lin Lung's doom, and her fate was probably inseparable from Phoenix. If you want to understand everything, you can only enter the Phoenix Ancient Tomb, find out your life experience, and find a way to change your fate. However, the Phoenix Ancient Tomb was full of crises, and Su Liuxue did not dare to take risks, so the embarrassing scene happened. Originally, Su Liuxue wanted to leave Lin Lung later, at least without leaving any regrets for herself. But Lin Leng seemed to be very resistant, which made Su Liuxue think that it was fate, that God wanted to break them up, and that fate was playing tricks on them.
How could Su Liuxue, who loved Lin Lung so deeply, be willing, let alone sit still and wait for death? So she gritted her teeth and left a farewell letter and embarked on the journey alone. It's strange to say that everything is very strange, but it's like there is a voice guiding Su Liuxue, leading her into the Phoenix ancient tomb. And when Su Liuxue opened the ancient Phoenix coffin excitedly, she found that the ancient Phoenix coffin was empty, with nothing in it. Just when Su Liuxue was surprised, her head suddenly became heavy, and she finally fainted. After falling into coma, Su Liuxue smelled a very fragrant smell and had a very illusory dream. In her dream, she dreamed of the big red bird again, but this time it spoke, and it actually spoke human words. It was also at that solved the knot that Su Liuxue had always felt. Man can conquer heaven. This was the answer the other party gave her. Although it was only 4 words, it solved the knot that Su Liuxue had always felt. The meaning of man can conquer nature is very clear. The meaning of this sentence is that man can change nature through his own power. That is, everyone can change their own destiny through their own power. At that moment, Su Liuxue understood that she was just afraid and chose to escape because of fear. There is no word of destiny in the world. It is just the cowardly rhetoric of human beings. From then on, Su Liuxue completely understood that she no longer wanted to avoid her feelings for Lin Lung. Instead of just escaping, she might as well live the life in front of her. After all, who knows what will happen tomorrow? Who can guarantee that no accident will happen tomorrow? Lin Lung probably knew what happened next. When Su Liuxue woke up again, she saw Lin Lung. Oh, in other words, the reason why you are so clinging to me and love me so much is because of what that bird said? Lin Lung teased. No way. I obviously love you very much, Su Liuxue said in a coquettish voice. In this way, the two of them returned home all the way and had dinner with Lin Yu. The next day, the two lingered for another night. Of course, the most important step was still not done. Lin Lung was ready to leave everything until he became an adult. Before that, Su Liuxue could only be wronged. After a few days, Su Liuxue's lips were slightly swollen, which made Lin Lung feel a little distressed. The days that followed were a bit uneventful. During the day, Su Liuxue trained at the Superpower Bureau, while Lin Lung was taught by Wu Qingquan. At night, the two of them did some unspeakable things. The days passed happily. I originally thought that life would go on like this, but a month later, a group of people received a task. One day, 1 month later, a group of several people suddenly received a temporary emergency mission and were urgently summoned to the bureau. When several people arrived, Xie Qinfeng and Zhao Tianyan had been waiting for a long time. Judging from Xie Qinfeng's face, this mission should be quite difficult. It turns out that a few days ago, a bunch of awakened ones appeared inexplicably in a small village in City A overnight. The entire village became awakened ones above the king level. Originally, this should be good news for the general administration. But not long after the happiness, bad things happened one after another. Soon, the general administration discovered that their abilities were somewhat different. It was more of a mutation than an awakening, because experts found that all the DNA of their cells and tissues had changed. What's even more terrifying is that this black virus seems to have autonomous consciousness and quickly takes over their brains and begins to control their bodies. For a time, the entire village turned into zombies. Specifically, it is not stated clearly above. In short, the mission of these people this time is to go to City A, assist the local Superpower Bureau in resolving the crisis, and find out the source of the incident. And the system coincidentally sent a task at this time, which happened to be to go to City A to check in. In this case, several people did not write ink. After going home and preparing for it, they went to City A the next day. When a few people arrived at their destination, a cordon had been set up around them, surrounded by police officers with heavy weapons and local awakened people. Seeing that several people had arrived, the other party led them in. Under the leadership of the other party, several people came to a hillside. At the bottom of the hillside should be the village and the mission. From a distance, there seemed to be nothing. Take a closer look. Lin Lung was surprised to find that there were actually a large number of people gathered there in the village. The reason for the double quotation marks was because those people no longer looked like people. They were more like a walking zombie, similar to the zombies seen on TV. The zombies are somewhat similar. After confidently observing, Lin Lung suddenly came to a very terrifying conclusion. These people are clearly very similar to the ghosts and monsters that invaded from another world. That's right, it's a ghost. Lin Lung was shocked by his conclusion. Not only that, some humans even developed sharp claws like those of ghosts, and their facial features began to become distorted, becoming neither human nor ghosts, and became very scary. Lin Lung frowned, his brows filled with worry. Although it is not yet known why humans turn into ghosts, it is obvious that this means that the day when spiritual energy is completely revived and aliens invade is not far away. This also shows that there is not much time left for him. A month has passed, and I have to say that under Wu Qinquan's teachings, he has indeed made a qualitative leap. The martial god's superpower suddenly flew from E level to C level, and Tianji/ also improved from the first glimpse to the mastery. The strength has risen by more than one level, and this speed is much faster than Su Liuxue and the others. After roughly understanding the situation, the person who escorted them took a few people to the station to rest first and wait until night before taking action. It turned out that after their observation, these monsters seemed to be just like humans. They were not as energetic at night as they were during the day. Their combat effectiveness will be reduced a lot at night, and that's the best time to take action. As for the awakened ones in their own city, due to negligence and the sudden outbreak of the virus, they died of illness directly and became the food of those monsters. It's really pitiful. After waiting for a long time, the sky finally fell. After a few people had dinner and replenished their strength, they started to go down to the village under the leadership of the leader. According to information, the leading young man is named Li Muyang, who is the leader of the local special operations team. Like Xie Chenfeng, he is a B-level awakener of the speed system. It was he who took the initiative to lead the team to investigate, but he never thought that all the team members would lose their lives due to negligence. It was precisely because of this obsession in his heart that Li Muyang stayed here, wanting to investigate everything clearly and see off the team members, which also fulfilled his obsession. In the dead of night, the monster disappeared. Lin Lung and others took advantage of the darkness to quietly set foot on the road and sneak into the village. This time, a few people planned to capture a few monsters alive and send them to the Bureau for experts to study. When a few people entered the village, they searched the entire village and discovered that all the monsters had suddenly disappeared. Seeing this incredible scene, several people were filled with doubts. Where can so many monsters hide? Li Muyang also said that it was the same several times before. During the day, the fighting power of these monsters was so amazing that they did not dare to act rashly. However, every time night comes, all the monsters seem to disappear overnight, leaving no trace behind. After listening to Li Muyang's words, Lin Lung began to think with his chin in his hands. Monster disappears out of thin air? This may be impossible. The only possibility is that the monster must be hiding somewhere where they can't find it. But where can I hide it? Several people racked their brains but couldn't come up with a reason, and finally decided to continue searching separately. They were roughly divided into 3 groups: Lin Lung and Su Liuxue, Lu Yugong and Xie Chenfeng, and Chu Moyun and Li Muyang. The 3 groups acted separately in this way, and agreed not to act in a hurry after finding it, but to send a message to other groups first and wait until everyone was gathered before acting. After searching for a while, Lin Lung heard the sound of fighting coming from the other side. It sounded like Chu Moyun and Li Muyang's group. Did they discover something? Then, Lin Lung hurriedly led Su Liuxue in the direction of the sound. On the way, Lin Lung also met Xie Chenfeng and others who came with him. After a brief eye contact, the 4 of them rushed to the destination together. However, when several people arrived, they found that Chu Moyun and Li Muyang had already been subdued by the other party and pushed to the ground. And those who attacked them were not monsters, but humans. These key people, whom Lin Lung still knew, were actually the Plague God trio, as well as his sister, Lin Yu. Sister? Brother?
You? Liu here had just rolled up his sleeves and was about to have a big fight. Lin Lung's words about sister made him freeze in place. What the hell? Aren't you an orphan when you step on a horse? Where did your sister come from? Xie Chinfeng was also speechless. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? When the four people heard the sound and looked around, their expressions were as exciting as they were. After Lin Lung explained, everyone finally understood. It turns out it was all a misunderstanding. It turns out that Lin Yu and the others also received a mission from Tianji Pavilion and came here to perform the mission. Coincidentally, several people happened to encounter Li Muyang and the others while performing their mission, but they were mistaken by Li Muyang for being the mastermind behind the scenes. A conflict broke out between the two parties when they disagreed, and a fight broke out in an instant. However, how could Li Muyang, a B-level fighting awakener, and Chu Moyun, a D-level wind awakener, be the opponent of One Eye and the others? As a result, the two of them were quickly knocked down to the ground by the one-eyed trio without any effort. After spending a lot of effort to explain everything, everyone finally understood the situation. Fortunately, Chu Moyun and Li Muyang are not the kind of petty people who care about everything. It's like letting go of grudges with a smile. If you don't fight, you won't get to know each other. Only then did Lin Lung ask, "Sister, brother, why are you guys here too?" "Oh, that's right. We received a mission from Tianji Pavilion, so we came here to investigate the situation." One Eye replied, "Aren't you here to catch monsters too?" Lin Lung said in surprise. But this time, the one-eyed people were confused. What kind of monster? After Lin Lung explained it, One Eye and the others finally understood. In the end, everyone decided to act together. Maybe One Eye and the others could find the monster's lair? To Lin Lung's surprise, the destination of Duyin and the others was not the village, but a dry well in the courtyard of the village ancestral hall. The dry well seemed to have been gathering dust in the yard for a long time. Looking down from the dark opening, one could not see to the bottom. It's more like a mouth of an abyss than a well. What is surprising is that the one-eye group is actually preparing to go down the well, seeing the one-eyed three people going down one by one. And even Lin Yu quickly followed them down the well. Although Lin Lung was a little scared, he didn't give up and mustered up the courage to follow them. Just like that, Lin Lung and others followed Duyin and the others down the dry well. Under the dry well is a very long tunnel. One Eye and the others have a map and are leading the way, while Lin Lung and the others are following behind. The entrance to the dry well was very low, and they had no choice but to bend over. After traveling for about a quarter of an hour, the tunnel began to become wider, and a large dividing line appeared in front of it. Without hesitation, I walked in directly. The space inside is very large. If you shine it with a flashlight, you can clearly see the runes carved on the wall. The whole space is enveloped in a strange atmosphere. In the middle stood a large stone platform with an open box on it. The entire space is like an altar, used for some mysterious sacrificial ceremony or other rituals. Just as Lin Lung was curiously about to step forward to check, he was stopped by One Eye, who pointed upward with his finger. But when Lin Lung looked in the direction pointed by the One Eye, he was startled by the sight in front of him and was instantly horrified. I saw rows of monsters above them. They were all hanging upside down, staring at them with their heads lowered, making Lin Lung's hair grow cold. It turns out that those monsters are hiding here. Lin Lung was horrified by the scene in front of him. But those monsters did not take action immediately. They just lowered their heads and stared at them with a pair of dead fish eyes. At this moment, the villagers have completely turned into monsters, completely losing their human form. Their facial features have become so distorted that they cannot distinguish their original appearance. Claws sprouted from its hands, and fangs sprouted from its mouth. How so? Fortunately, everyone was familiar with the world and did not make too much noise for fear of alarming these monsters. Everyone moved cautiously step by step towards the stone platform, and the monster's head also turned along with it. This scene is very strange. The heads of these monsters seem to be forcibly pieced together. Each head appears to be very stiff when rotating, and some even make the sound of bones rubbing together.
Click, click, click. This sound gave everyone goosebumps. When several people came to the stone platform and saw the scene in the box, except for Lin Yu, the others showed expressions that were difficult to predict. I saw that the box on the stone platform was empty, and there was a small groove in the middle of the box. It looks like a bell. Bell? Everyone was a little confused. Could it be that the original box contained bells? Others don't know, but Lin Yu knows it clearly in her heart. Because in the beginning, the master of Tianji Pavilion sent her here to pick up something. That is, something in the box. But before, the people in this village were not monsters, but simple and honest villagers. Lin Yu began to wonder if all this was related to her taking away that thing. After all, the layout here is like an altar, used to seal something terrible. Just when Lin Yu was hesitant to tell others about this, Lin Lung also had a reaction. From the beginning, Lin Lung felt that this shape was very familiar, but he did not think of it for a while. It was not until the system prompted him that he finally thought of it. Perhaps the groove is not filled with a bell at all, but a small bell that looks like a bell. And that small golden bell was stolen by Lin Lung from Lin Yu, and at this moment, it was hanging around his neck. Without much hesitation, Lin Lung directly reached into his collar and took out the small golden bell. When the small golden clock appeared in everyone's sight, everyone was instantly attracted. The whole body of the clock was dark golden, with incomprehensible runes densely engraved on it, and it even faintly exuded terrifying power. All of this is enough to prove it's extraordinary. Everyone was wondering when Lin Lung had such a magical thing hanging around his neck, and why hadn't they discovered it before? In fact, it's not that they didn't pay attention, let alone that they were blind. It is the hidden attribute of this small clock. After recognizing the owner, only its owner can see it and others cannot. Only when the owner automatically displays it can it be visible to others. The moment Jin Zhong appeared, Lin Yu also froze on the spot. Didn't she bring this thing back to Tianji Pavilion? Shouldn't it be in the hands of the master of Tianji Pavilion now? Why are you here? Just when Lin Yu was about to leave and ask, the monster on top suddenly moved. All the monsters let out low roars, similar to beast roars. Several people realized something was wrong as soon as they heard it. Although they didn't know why these monsters suddenly changed like this, they immediately made defensive preparations. Lin Lung turned over and took out the heaven-slaying Demon King halberd. Su Liuxue took out the iron sword, and everyone else also took out their own weapons. Soon, with a roar, countless monsters rushed towards a few people. The next second, the flashlight was thrown to the ground. The light of the flashlight shines on the wall, making the entire space more peaceful. Roar! Several people were not ambiguous and started fighting the ghosts back to back. This can not only avoid accidentally injuring your own people, but also prevent your own rear from receiving sneak attacks. Xie Chenfeng has no weapons because he uses light attacks. Of course, unlike Superman, he can release them infinitely. Of course, the premise is that the spiritual power is not exhausted. But looking at his appearance, he probably won't be able to finish it in a short time. Su Liuxue is a sea-level kendo awakener and can already sense the power of the sword. Just an ordinary small iron sword is like a peerless sword in her hand. A low-level monster can be killed with one sword. Lin Lung is similar. He is also a sea-level legendary awakener. He has the passive blessing of the legendary martial god, and his fighting power is very fierce. Tianji Slash was also used very skillfully by Lin Lung, and he could kill large areas every time he waved the Demon King's halberd. Lu Yugong awakened the power of the King of Strength. The Bureau specially equipped him with a pair of specially customized gloves. The data displayed on them should be the power that Lu Yugong exerted. Lu Yu just roared angrily and punched the monster in the face. Immediately afterwards, the data on the glove also changed, rising slowly. It actually weighed 1,000 pounds. Chu Muyin's wind-type awakened person may not be able to perform well here, and his combat power is not that amazing. With his unique boxing skills, he can even knock one away with one punch. Lin Yu is a proper B-level assassin awakener. She has carried out dangerous missions many times. While her combat prowess is off the charts, she also does not forget to take care of her hair. She is noble, yet elegant. Needless to say, the combat effectiveness of the Plague God trio is natural. The three of them are not easy to mess with. Among the three of them, Barbarian Bear was extremely sudden. He roared loudly and turned into a screaming monster with one punch. After a while, all the monsters were wiped out. But the price is, the spiritual energy of several people was also exhausted. Just when everyone was thankful to have escaped death, a figure slowly stood up in the crowd. It's Lin Lung. Just when Lin Lung was wondering that Lin Lung still had physical strength, Lin Lung let out bursts of evil laughter. Ha 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 ha. Just a few of you want to stop us? Ha! Lin Lung's behavior was very strange, which once made Lin Lung wonder if the other party was possessed by evil spirits. But after thinking about it, this is a fantasy novel, not a supernatural novel, so I won't say much more. Xie Qinfeng and others on the side saw the clues and revealed the mystery with one word. Aren't you Lin Lung? Me? Don't compare that idiot to me. How can that idiot deserve to be compared to me? It's you. If my guess is correct, you should have seen my identity by now, right? Haha, I was just suspicious before, but now I should be sure that you are the initiator of this matter, right? You are not Lin Lung, but the mastermind behind all this. Xie Qinfeng's eyes were condensed, and there seemed to be something between his eyebrows. A flash of light flashed. Oh, you are interested. Then tell me, who am I? Lin Lung asked with interest. If my guess is correct, you must be Qiu Qimian, the 7th-ranked S-Class Ghost King, right? Xie Qinfeng said calmly. What? 7th on the S-Class Combat Power list. Thousand-faced Ghost Lord. Everyone was shocked by Xie Qinfeng's words. He actually said the person in front of them is the 1,000-faced Ghost Lord Qiu Qimian. That's right, some time ago, the General Administration of Supernatural Powers released a list. The above clearly shows everyone's data and ranks, and the opponent turned out to be ranked 7th on the S list. Such a big shot would actually be dormant here? What is his purpose? After hearing what Xie Qinfeng said, Qiu Qimian seemed to find it funny, holding his chin and looking at Xie Qinfeng with interest. You little guy is quite interesting. I decided to save you until the end to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold snort came. The barbaric bear suddenly hugged Qiu Qimian tightly from behind with a bear hug, and then a sound like black lightning quickly reached Qiu Qimian, and without saying a word, he stabbed a dagger in each other's heart. The whole process went smoothly, and the whole process only took a few seconds. Qiu Qimian, a ghost hero of a generation, was eliminated by a few people in a few strokes, and then Lin Lung and others stood up from the ground. It turned out that several people had begun to suspect Lin Lung early on. Why is it that only Lin Lung survived among so many people? This in itself is very suspicious, not to mention that the other party actually asked to stay. Is it really just for the obsession in his heart? Are you willing to risk your life for your obsession? What's more, it's been so long since the incident. How could Lin Lung not have any clues at all? And he didn't even investigate where the monster was hiding. All of this was really too suspicious, and there were so many doubts that a few people had to be careful. Facts also proved that several people's guesses were correct. Just when they were happy to have killed Qiu Qimian, who was 7th on the S-Class Combat Power list, a faint voice came into their ears. It's really a good trick. If I hadn't been careful in advance, I would have almost fallen into your trap. Hearing this, everyone was shocked because the voice was turning around. Lin Lung was shocked to find that Qiu Qimian, who had died before, was standing in front of them with a contemptuous smile on his face. And the body on the ground just now has long since disappeared. How so? Looking at the living Qiu Qimian in front of them, the faces of several people were full of disbelief and horror. And the most astonishing thing is the one-eyed one. He personally stabbed the dagger into the opponent's heart, even if the opponent was an S-Class awakened person. In this case, death should be inevitable. Just a few little bugs. How dare you try to shake the dragon, you ignorant young man? Let me show you what absolute crushing means. Qiu Qimian spat out these words lightly. Although his voice was soft, the murderous intent in his words was very terrifying. Under the shocked eyes of several people, they watched Qiu Qimian change from 1 to 2, and then from 2 to 4. When a few people came to their senses, a group of Qiu Qimian was already surrounding them. It was only then that everyone understood, and Lin Lung's heart thumped hard. What the other party awakened was actually a legendary clone ability. Little bugs, feel the despair. As soon as he finished speaking, countless enemies attacked several people respectively. The clone ability is very special. As long as you are strong enough, you can have unlimited clones, but the strength will be one level lower than the original body. But even so, the strength of each clone has reached the terrifying a level. Besides, there are so many clones. The highest among them is probably B level. No wonder Qiu Qimian dared to speak so wildly. This was simply a crushing blow. Seeing so many enemies coming forward, even though they knew they were outmatched, they did not sit still and wait for death. They all gritted their teeth and faced them bravely. The opponent's strength was several levels higher than his own, so none of them held anything back and all used their special skills. Lu Yugong roared and rushed forward, punching the clone in the abdomen. His strength value directly reached 9999, which was just a hair away from breaking through 10,000 and reaching sea level. This punch is already the highest power that a D-class Awakened Power King can deliver. But this punch did not cause any harm to the opponent. You must know that these are clones, and even more so puppets, and they can't feel pain. After receiving the punch forcefully, the clone's face did not show any expression of pain, but looked indifferent, and then punched Lu Yugong in the abdomen. Phew. A D-level awakened person was punched by an A-level awakened person, and the result was predictable. Lu Yugong was directly blown away by the punch and fell into a pool of blood, unconscious. Lu Yugong is like this, and so is Chu Moyun, who is at the same level as him. The double suppression of level and talent made Chu Moyun unable to fight back. In the end, just like Lu Yugong, he was beaten away. Looking at Lin Lung and Su Liuxue, Su Liuxue himself is a legendary swordsman awakener. Although his level is only C level, but against the A-level clone who is also a legendary level. Although it is impossible to defeat the opponent, it will not be defeated in a short time. In addition, Lin Lung had been using space cutting to protect Su Liuxue, and the two of them cooperated very well. He was able to fight back and forth with the opponent in a short period of time. Looking at Lin Yu's side, they are all B-level awakeners. They have been awakened for many years, and their strength is higher than lower. Although their realm has not changed, their strength is definitely more than B-level. One Eye, in particular, was the most skilled. Against an A-level incarnation that was one level above him, he not only did not fall at a disadvantage, but actually killed one of them. However, an incarnation is an incarnation after all, and when faced with Qiu Qimian's true form, there is still no chance for them to survive. Just when several people were fighting back and forth with the avatar, Qiu Qimian finally lost his patience and decided to take action himself. Qiu Qimian disappeared from the place like a ghost, and the next second he suddenly appeared behind Lin Lung. Although with the passive blessing of the god of war, Lin Lung could subconsciously sense the danger, but it was too late to avoid it. After all, he was too slow and was kicked away by the opponent. Lin Lung, seeing her beloved being kicked away, Su Liuxue was furious. Her eyes were red, and she rushed towards Qiu Qimian with a long sword in hand. In response, Qiu Qimian sneered with disdain, then easily dodged Su Liuxue's sword and slapped Su Liuxue away with a backhand palm. This is an absolute crushing of levels. No matter how talented Su Liuxue is, it is all in vain in the face of absolute strength. If Su Liuxue were A-level at this time, she might still be able to fight with him and have the strength to fight, but with such a level difference, it was still far from enough. After Lin Lung and Su Liuxue fell, Qiu Qimian immediately turned his attention to the remaining people. Not surprisingly, all of them were easily defeated by Qiu Qimian. After everyone was defeated, Qiu Qimian did not rush to take their lives, but slowly came to Lin Lung. What are you going to do? However, Qiu Qimian did not bother to answer Lin Lung. Instead, he squatted down and stretched out his hand. Give me the artifact if you want to live. What artifact? The golden bell on your chest is a magical weapon. Don't you know? When he heard this, Lin Lung was a little surprised. Xiao Zhong looked extraordinary, but Lin Lung had no way of thinking that it was actually an artifact. Seeing that Lin Lung didn't respond, Qiu Qinyan seemed to have lost his patience. Now that the Dongwang bell has recognized its owner, there is no other way but to let the owner hand it over voluntarily. So, Qiu Qinyan came straight to Su Liuxue, grabbed Su Liuxue's hair, and pulled her in front of Lin Lung. I say it one last time, hand over the Dongwang bell. Otherwise you will watch with your own eyes as I are *****, and then kill your lover. Lin Lung is Su Liuxue's weakness, and Su Liuxue is also Lin Lung's weakness. Between the artifact and Su Liuxue, Lin Lung chose the latter without hesitation. So, Lin Lung slowly reached into his collar and took off the Dongwang bell from his neck, and the Dongwang bell was completely exposed to everyone's view. In this dark place, Dongwang Zhong's whole body was faintly shining with golden light. As soon as he saw the Dongwang bell, Qiu Qinyan's eyes instantly lit up, full of greed, and he quickly threatened, "Hurry! Give me the Dongwang bell!" At this moment, even though he was unwilling at all, Lin Lung still lowered his head and handed over the Dongwang bell. Just when the Dongwang bell was about to fall into Qiu Qinyan's hands, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out, and the dazzling golden light instantly made everyone unable to open their eyes. When the golden light dissipated, the Dongwang bell disappeared, replaced by a woman. And she is actually the person of Dongwang Zhong, Xiaorou. With long flowing hair and a pink dress, her pure and flawless temperament and gentle and graceful appearance make people think that she is powerless, but in fact she contains quite strong spiritual power and is born with a gentle, quiet and intelligent personality. Strong. When several people regained their sight, they were all stunned by the scene in front of them. You are? Before Lin Lung finished speaking, Xiaorou squatted in front of Lin Lung and pressed her lips to Lin Lung's lips without saying a word. Everyone, is it so exciting to kiss right from the start? When Su Liuxue saw this scene, she was even more angry. I was caught here. You came up and kissed my man, and you did it in front of me. What do you mean? As a cold and soft touch touched Lin Lung's lips, streams of pure spiritual power slowly entered Lin Lung's body through his lips. After a while, the lips parted. Master, next time, don't just hand me over without asking for my opinion. Seriously? Xiaorou complained softly, then stood up and looked directly at Qiu Qinyan in front of her. Qiu Qinyan was not a fool. He soon realized that the Xiaorou in front of him was the Dongwang bell, but the artifact could actually help adults. This is really a big girl getting into the sedan chair. Are you Dongwang Zhong? What? You want me? The Dongwang bell is the first of the top 10 ancient artifacts. Who wouldn't want to get it? The conversation between the two clearly shows murderous intent, but they always make people think about it in another way. The words didn't make sense, and the two of them didn't chat for a few words before they started a big battle. Xiaorou is worthy of being the incarnation of the Dongwang bell, and she can actually fight Qiu Qinyan, who is 7th on the S-Class combat power list, back and forth, and even vaguely overwhelm the opponent. Xiaorou has a hot temper and is very decisive in her attacks. Every move is a killing move. Her spiritual power seems to be inexhaustible, and she keeps attacking Qiu Qinyan. Faced with this level of offensive, Qiu Qinyan could only let go in embarrassment. At this moment, Xiaorou vaguely turned into a lion-hunting prey, while Qiu Qinyan became the prey. Inadvertently, Xiaorou seized the opportunity and began to attack Qiu Qinyan's lower body. Seeing this scene, Qiu Qinyan's pupils shrank sharply. He would never have imagined that a woman on the other side would be so vicious. If I get hit by her, will I have to cut off my descendants? If you want to hide at this time, you don't have any reaction time at all. In the midst of lightning and flint, Qiu Qinyan reacted quickly and used a ghostly move to summon countless clones. He also spent more than half of his spiritual power to switch places between his body and his clone, and then he escaped the blow. The clone's fate was not so good, and it was directly kicked in half by Xiaorou in the crotch. The men present all gasped when they saw this scene and admired Xia Rou's methods. This way of severing children and grandchildren is a perfect way to conquer men. After luckily escaping, Qiu Qimian was targeted by Xia Rou again. With just one look into each other's eyes, Qiu Qimian was at a disadvantage. This crazy woman, no, crazy artifact. His strength is not low. His attacks are vicious. Helpless, Qiu Qimian had no choice but to give up, ordered all the clones to attack Xia Rou, then turned around and started to escape. And these clones are only A-level in strength. No matter how they are Xia Rou's opponent, Xia Rou can easily solve them in 3 strikes, 5 divisions in 2. By the time Xia Rou finished dealing with the clones, Qiu Qimian had already escaped and disappeared. This was exactly Qiu Qimian's purpose. Of course he knew that these clones were no match for that old B****** CH Xiao Rou, but he just wanted to buy him some time to escape. After driving Qiu Qimian away, Xiao Rou smiled softly, clapped her hands simply, and then turned around and walked towards Lin Lung's position. During the time when Xiao Rou and Qiu Qimian were fighting, Lin Lung and others had already recovered. Although their combat power had not returned to its peak, it was almost normal. In particular, Lin Lung was given a large amount of pure spiritual power by Xia Rou. Not only was his physical strength fully restored, but the spiritual sea in his body was also filled up. To Lin Lung's surprise, the spiritual power transferred by Xia Rou seemed to contain a trace of pure space power, which gave him faint signs of a breakthrough in his space powers. "How's it going? Am I good?" Xia Rou walked up to Lin Lung, quite intent on asking for credit. "Awesome, awesome. You are the best. Umph. Do you know how powerful I am now? Let's see if you dare to give me to someone else next time." Xia Rou snorted coldly. Seeing the two of them chatting in such an ambiguous manner, Su Liuxue gave up and quickly stood between the two of them, staring at Xia Rou with her beautiful eyes. "What do you want to do?" "He is my boyfriend." "Oh, I know." Xia Rou responded disapprovingly. "No, I know you still. I'm not doing anything. Why don't I just spend some spiritual energies?" It's okay not to say it, but after hearing Xia Rou's words, Su Liuxue became even more angry. "What did you say? Say it again." Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, Lin Lung, as the person involved, quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Okay. Honey, why are you angry with an artifact? She's not a real person." Lin Lung comforted her. Here Lin Lung comforted Su Liuxue, while the others pulled Xia Rou to ask questions. "Are you the Dongwang Bell, one of the top 10 ancient artifacts?" "Gee, I'm the first of the top 10 ancient artifacts," Xia Rou said proudly. "Where are the other 9 artifacts? Do you know? Are you a real person? Is your bear real? Can you let me touch it?" After a while, Xia Rou was tired of being asked. Except for the first few, the rest were all anti-human questions. On Lin Lung's side, Su Liuxue's mood improved a lot after Lin Lung's comfort. "Has she kissed you before?" "No. This really doesn't exist. I swear, this is the first time I've seen it turn into a human shape." Lin Lung swore. "Umph. I barely believe you once." Su Liuxue curled her lips, but she had already forgiven Lin Lung in her heart. And here, Xiao Ruxu was tired of being asked and yawned out of boredom, looking a little tired. I can't do it anymore. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep." With that said, Xiao Rou stretched out her snow-white arms and leaned towards Lin Lung. But Su Liuxue stopped her immediately. "What are you doing? He is my man." "I know, but I'm very sleepy. I want to go to bed." Saying that, Xiao Rou yawned again, pulled Lin Lung with both hands, and held Lin Lung's neck with both hands. A magical scene happened. Xiao Rou's hands gradually turned into golden chains. Her body turned into a white light, and finally turned back into a small golden bell and hung it back on Lin Lung's neck. Not to mention how illusory this scene is, it's like magic. Seeing Xiao Rou transform back into the East Emperor Bell, Su Liuxue didn't care anymore. But the thought of a young woman hanging on Lin Lung's chest made Su Liuxue feel uncomfortable inexplicably. "I always feel like something is weird. Now that the matter has been dealt with, it's time for several people to go back." Xie Chunfeng wanted to report the situation here to Zhao Tianyin,
and then went back first. As for Lin Lung, he found a small restaurant to eat with Lin Yu and the others. At the dinner table, Lin Yu asked doubtfully, "Brother, why did the Dongwang bell appear here?" When mentioning this, Lin Lung seemed a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Ahem, this. Then when you're not paying attention, just... At this time, Lin Lung looked like a child who had done something wrong, with his head lowered and somewhat at a loss. Seeing Lin Lung's appearance, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Lin Lung's appearance was really cute. "That's not what I meant. You are my brother, and what's mine is yours. I'm just curious." Then Lin Yu expressed her doubts. The East Emperor Bell was ordered by the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion to retrieve it, and she was surrounded and killed by many forces at that time. Originally, she thought that the East Emperor Bell was at the Master of the Tianji Pavilion, but now it seemed that if the Dongwang Bell was at Lin Lung's place, then why did the Master of the Tianji Pavilion make no move at all? Logically speaking, he would at least let Lin Yu find the Dongwang Bell, right? Now, there are only two explanations for everything. First, the Master of Tianji Pavilion has not checked the box at all, but this possibility is almost zero. Then there is only the second explanation. The other party knows about this and has no intention of taking the Dongwang Bell back. In other words, the Master of Tianji Pavilion deliberately let the East Emperor Bell fall into Lin Lung's hands. But why would he do this? What is his purpose? After analyzing everything, Lin Yu also shook her head. Although she had been in Tianji Pavilion for the longest time and was deeply trusted by the Pavilion Master, she still didn't understand many things. The Master of Tianji Pavilion is really too mysterious. He has only taken action a few times so far. Even the general administration cannot collect any information about him. This also aroused Lin Lung's curiosity. Master Tianji Pavilion, what kind of person is he? After thinking hard to no avail, several people did not intend to go into details. Since the Master of Tianji Pavilion did this, he must have his purpose. If you don't know now, you will always know later. What's more, the Dongwang Bell is a magical weapon, and Xia Rou's combat power is unparalleled. It can be regarded as an extra protective umbrella and a trump card. While the food was being served, Lin Yu found records about the top 10 artifacts in Tianji Pavilion's information. Rumor? In ancient times, the 10 major artifacts were leftovers from the gods in ancient times. They are Dongwang Bell, Xianyuan Sword, Pangu Axe, Demon Refining Pot, Haotian Tower, Fushi Qin, Shinong Cauldron, Kontong Seal, and Kunlun Mirror and Yuhua Stone each have amazing and unique unworldly power. Dongwang Bell, Gate to Heaven. It is rumored that it is the gate to heaven, but according to the ancient wall inscriptions left in the Tianshan grottos from the Age of Gods, the Dongwang Bell is the first of the 10 most powerful artifacts, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth and swallowing the heavens. Xianyuan Sword, the strongest power. The golden 1,000-year-old sword is said to be the unparalleled sword given by the gods of heaven to Emperor Xianyuan to defeat Qiyu. It contains infinite power and is a sword that can kill demons and eliminate demons. Pangu Axe, traveling through Taishu. Legend has it that at the beginning of the chaos of heaven and earth, Pangu woke up from his sleep and saw that the heaven and earth were dim. So he took a huge axe and split the sky and the earth. From then on, our world and universe existed. This axe has the power to separate the heavens and the earth, travel through the great void, and is as powerful as the Xianyuan sword. Demon Refining Pot, refining all things. It was called Jili Pot in ancient times and is one of the rare treasures from ancient times. Possessing incredible power, it is said that it can create all things, and it also has astonishing power of destruction. There is a strange space inside, which is so big that it seems like it can contain the heaven and earth. Haotian Tower, absorbing stars and exchanging moons. It was originally a treasure in the heavens and had immense power. It was said that it could subdue all demons and evil spirits, and even immortals when necessary. However, it disappeared due to unknown reasons, and no one knew its whereabouts. Fuxican, manipulating the mind. Fushi's instrument made of jade and tinsel emits a gentle white light. Its sound can make people feel peaceful and peaceful,
It is said to have the mysterious power to control the hearts of all things. Shinnong Cauldron, refining the immortal medicine. In ancient times, it was called the world-creating cauldron. In ancient times, Shinnong tasted all kinds of herbs for the common people and laid the medical foundation for future generations. The ancient cauldron that Shinnong used to refine hundreds of medicines has accumulated the energy of countless elixirs for thousands of years. It is said that it can refine unparalleled magical elixirs that even the gods in heaven cannot easily obtain, and it can also hide other mysterious powers. Kongtong Seal, the source of youth. It is the guardian artifact of the immortal dragon clan in Kongtong Sea. It is engraved with the images of the 5 heavenly emperors and is surrounded by a jade dragon. Since ancient times, it has been said that those who get it can control the world. Some people also say that it can make people immortal. Since ancient times, many alchemists have gone to sea to search for this seal, but in the end they only embarked on a road of no return. Kunlun Mirror, time travel. In the Kunlun Heavenly Palace in the Kunlun Mountains, the hometown of the immortals, it is said that there is a magical mirror that has the power to travel freely through time and space. However, during a grand gathering of immortals, the mirror was stolen and its whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Niwa Stone, resurrection and rebirth. Niwa, the mother of mankind, made humans out of clay, made stones to mend the sky, and helped the human race subdue many demons. She has been admired by the people of China since ancient times. According to legend, in order to save her beloved daughter who died of illness, Niwa concentrated her 10,000 years of cultivation on a colorful jade stone that was left over from the past to mend the sky. Since then, the spiritual stone has had special powers. After reading this information, Lin Lung felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. Artifact? God? Are there really gods in this world? Lin Lung didn't believe it. If there really were gods in the world, where were they hiding? What are they doing when aliens invade and the world is on the verge of destruction? Why not come out and stop this? Soon, the food was served. After the meal, One Eye and the others were about to go back. One Eye didn't like to talk, so he nodded his head to say goodbye. One Eye also simply said goodbye, but it was Man Xiong. It was obvious that the bear really liked Lin Lung. A pair of strong, muscular hands hugged Lin Lung tightly. In front of such a big man, Lin Lung seemed a little small. Ah, Brother Lin, I can't bear to leave you. I understand. Brother Xiong, I can't bear to leave you either. Let's see you next time. Lin Lung responded and tried hard to break away. But in front of the king of Power Bear, that little strength was simply not enough. Fortunately, the bear didn't hug him for too long. Otherwise, Lin Lung would really be strangled to death by this guy. At the end of the day, Barbarian Bear reluctantly turned around, glanced at Lin Lung, and then reluctantly turned around and left. Lin Lung, good guy, he's just a good guy. If he hadn't known Barbarian Bear well, Lin Lung would have really suspected that Barbarian Bear had some strange hobbies. Regarding appearance, Lin Lung admitted that he was a bit outstanding. Okay, he admits that he is a bit handsome. Just when Lin Lung was enjoying himself, Su Liuxue interrupted him ruthlessly. Okay, you narcissist, I know you're handsome, so we should go back. Lin Lung finally came to his senses, held Su Liuxue's hand, and followed him. And when he learned that he would take Lin Yu's car when he returned, Lin Lung was immediately unhappy and shook his head so much that he almost fell off. What's wrong? Are you so unwilling to ride in your sister's car? Unwilling? Ha, that's 100,000 dissatisfactions. No, sister, you can just drive back by yourself. Liuxue, and I can just take a taxi. Don't. I'm afraid it will be dark when you go back. Listen to my sister and go back with her. Lin Yu advised. However, no matter what Lin Yu said, Lin Lung refused to get in the car. Just kidding, in his opinion, there is no difference between getting in the car and dying. After trying to persuade her to no avail, Lin Yu had no choice but to focus on Su Liuxue. I can't help you, so let your little girlfriend speak for you, okay? With just one look, Su Liuxue instantly understood what the other party meant. Is this the tacit understanding between girls? I saw Su Liuxue straightening her clothes, spreading her beautiful legs, squatting down. Lin Lung, let's go, it's okay to take sister's car. Su Liuxue said, coquettishly. No, Liuxue, listen to me. Lin Lung shook his head. Hey, let's go, Lin Lung, baby. If originally, Lin Lung still maintained a firm stance, but after hearing Su Liuxue's cooing voice, Lin Lung instantly lost all resistance. All right, we. Seeing Lin Lung's submission, Su Liuxue showed a sweet smile, took Lin Lung's arm, and got into the car. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu could only shake her head. Sure enough, it's the male college who doesn't want to stay. After getting in the car, Lin Lung looked very cautious. He held the handle of the car tightly with one hand and even mobilized his spiritual power. As long as the situation is not right, you can use space jump to escape at any time. Okay, baby, it's okay. Su Liuxue thought Lin Lung was motion sick and comforted her softly. It wasn't until Lin Yu asked the two of them to sit down and stepped on the accelerator that Su Liuxue realized how scary Lin Yu was. As the car's engine sounded, Lin Lung's heart suddenly rose to his throat. He covered the handle with both hands and mobilized all his spiritual power. He looked like he was ready for battle. At this time, Su Liuxue didn't realize the seriousness of the matter until Lin Yu stepped on the accelerator. The sports car turned into a racing car at that moment. With a whoosh, it was ejected from the spot, and its speed seemed to be almost 300 yards. Lin Yu was driving a convertible sports car. At this speed, the two of them could clearly hear the wind blowing in their ears. If I had known this, why would I do it in the first place? Now Su Liuxue felt extremely regretful. She should have listened to Lin Lung if she had known earlier. After sparks and lightning all the way, they finally made it home. The first thing the two of them did when they got out of the car was to vomit all the dinner in their stomachs next to the car. Ugh. The next day, after the two had breakfast, they went to the Superpower Bureau together. Today, everyone was summoned to the director's office. It turned out that the last incident had attracted great attention from the Bureau. According to the prophecy of the Great Elder, the time for invasion from another world is coming soon. The biggest clue to the invasion of another world is the top 10 ancient artifacts. According to the powerful investigation of the General Administration, the invasion of other worlds is not impossible to stop, and the most critical thing to stop it all is the 10 ancient artifacts. The General Administration currently speculates that the 10 ancient artifacts may be sealing something, and when all the artifacts are taken out, the seal will be lifted. That day was the time of invasion from another world. Therefore, the General Administration has currently sent countless strong men to find the locations of the remaining 9 artifacts and protect them. Naturally, they are no exception. Although they do not play a major role, they still need to go and help. After explaining everything, they dispersed. The specific details are still unclear, and we still need to wait for instructions from the General Administration. After they dispersed, Su Liuxue and others still went to the training room to train, while Lin Lung went to find Wu Qingquan in a familiar way. Is it so late today? Wu Qingquan asked curiously. When the other party asked about it, Lin Lung thought that Wu Qingquan must know more than him if he was so powerful, so he simply told him about the top 10 artifacts. After hearing this, Wu Qingquan also frowned and murmured, "Who wants to revive the gods after so many years? Could it be that they want to rebuild the era of the gods' revival?" Lin Lung was a little confused when he heard it. What gods? Ahem, good disciple, you don't have to worry about this. If the sky falls, there will naturally be someone taller to hold it up. Your first priority right now is to improve your own strength. Do you understand? Clear. The day's training is finally over. On the way home, Lin Lung met an acquaintance again, the mysterious old man in Tianzi No. 3 room. The other party still looked mysterious. Without saying a word, he walked quietly to Lin Lung, handed Lin Lung a sword, and left. Looking at the sword in his hand, Lin Lung was a little stunned. This sword is golden in color, with the sun, moon, and stars engraved on one side of the sword and mountains, rivers and vegetation on the other side. On one side of the sword's hilt is written the art of farming and raising livestock, and on the other side is written the strategy of unifying the four seas. At first glance, it is not an ordinary sword. Judging from the hidden power emanating from the sword body, it is probably a peerless sword. Just when Lin Lung was holding the sword and examining it, Wu Qingquan found him again. Wu Qingquan saw the sword in Lin Lung's hand at a glance, and recognized the sword in just 2 or 3 glances. Emperor's sword Xin Yuan. What? Lin Lung was shocked. This sword was actually the Xin Yuan sword, one of the top 10 ancient artifacts. Xin Yuan's sword is a legendary magic weapon. Xin Yuan's sword, also known as Xin Yuan Xiaoyu sword, is a sword of the Holy Way. The copper collected from the first mountain by the gods was cast by the Yellow Emperor and later passed down to Xiaoyu. It contains infinite power and is a divine sword that can kill demons. Zhao Tianyin just talked about the top 10 artifacts, but he didn't expect that the Xin Yuan sword, the second of the top 10 artifacts, would also be given to him by the mysterious old man. How did he get it? Why would he give such a divine sword to himself? Who gave you this sword? Wu Qingquan asked in a deep voice. Lin Lung described the mysterious old man's appearance and behavior, and Wu Qingquan's expression became darker and darker as he listened. This old guy is actually still alive. It turns out it's him. No wonder, no wonder. After muttering a few words, Wu Qingquan chased after the mysterious old man in the direction he left, as fast as a shooting star. Seeing Wu Qingquan leaving, Lin Lung didn't stay long. He put the Xin Yuan sword back into the system backpack and turned back to the Superpower Bureau. After Lin Lung returned to the Superpower Bureau, Su Liuxue and others just finished their training. Thank you, Qinfeng. Liuxue, come here. I have something to tell you. Seeing Lin Lung's mysterious appearance, several people were also confused. After making sure that no one was around, Lin Lung took out the Xin Yuan sword from the system backpack. As soon as the Xin Yuan sword came out, the two of them were stunned for an instant. Yes, this is the Xin Yuan sword, one of the top 10 ancient artifacts, the Emperor's sword Xin Yuan. What? Xie Qinfeng was completely shocked. We are not happy with this joke. You mean this is Xin Yuan's sword? Why is it in your hand? So, Lin Lung told the two of them about the mysterious old man. After hearing this, the two of them also looked stunned. I stole an artifact, didn't use it myself, and gave it to you? There must be some ulterior motive for this. Now 2 of the 10 artifacts have appeared, but there is no news about the other 8. But Lin Lung estimates that the seals on the other 8 artifacts will probably be released soon. Because, counting the time, I'm afraid that day is not far away. Xie Qinfeng frowned tightly, his brows twisted into knots. After listening to Lin Lung's analysis, he felt that the matter was not simple. Su Liuxue also said that the mysterious old man might have a complicated background. However, at present, Lin Yu is probably the only one who can know the identity of the other party. The other party has appeared in the auction house under the name of Tianji Pavilion. There should be information about him in Tianji Pavilion. It seems that everything will only be known when we go back to find Lin Yu. When the two of them returned home, Lin Lung found Lin Yu without stopping, just as Lin Yu was about to go out. The two of them immediately met each other. What's wrong? Sister, you want to go out? Lin Lung was stunned. Well, there's something going on at Tianji Pavilion, so I need to go to Tianji Pavilion right away. What's wrong? Something's wrong. Lin Yu blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion. It's okay, sister, you go ahead and talk about it when you come back. After saying that, Lin Yu smiled and waved to the two of them, then hurriedly went to the garage and drove away. It seemed that there was something urgent. Hey! Seeing Lin Yu leave, Lin Lung sighed and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Su Liuxue also sat next to Lin Lung. Lin Lung frowned slightly, his eyes full of unhideable worry. Now 2 of the top 10 artifacts have been unsealed. As long as the other 8 artifacts are unsealed, the end will come. If that is the Earth Star, it will turn into a fire of war. After experiencing that feeling personally once, Lin Lung never wanted to experience it again. So this time, he had to stop it no matter what. Lin Lung placed the Xin Yuan sword on the table, thinking about it with a worried look on his face, while Su Liuxue curiously took the Xin Yuan sword in her hand and started playing with it. As an awakened swordsman, Su Liuxue's biggest hobby, besides Lin Lung, is probably swords. And a sword has even more extraordinary meaning to her. You must know that when she usually trains or goes out on missions, her weapon is just an iron sword, which is used for training by the Superpower Bureau. As an awakened swordsman, she also longs for a good sword in her heart. It's just that the price of a sword is very expensive. Even if their lives have improved, Lin Yu is still very rich. But Su Liuxue still wisely kept this matter in her heart. Now seeing a sword, no, a divine sword, placed in front of her, how could Su Liuxue not be happy? There is no concealment of the love in her beautiful eyes. Woof woof. At this time, Zongzi also ran to Lin Lung's side like he was joining in the fun. Today's rice dumplings are very different from before. The hair of the rice dumplings is shiny now, and the whole person and the whole dog look very energetic. Not only that, the size of the Zongzi is also much larger than before. I don't know what the master of Tianji Pavilion gave it. It was like taking a growth enhancer. It was just a little black dog before, but now it has grown to be almost the same size as an adult dog, and even a little bigger. A little. Seeing Zongzi coming to his side, Lin Lung caressed Zongzi's head very gently and ignored him. With so many things going on, Lin Lung had no intention of playing with Zongzi. At this time, the Dongwang bell on Lin Lung's chest once again glowed with golden light, and Xiao Rou appeared again. As soon as she appeared, Xiao Rou let out a light sigh. Ah! Lin Lung and Su Liuxue were both very surprised by Xiao Rou's appearance. Su Liuxue came to Lin Lung very vigilantly and protected Lin Lung behind her. He puffed out his chest proudly, intending to demonstrate his sovereignty. Seeing this scene, Xiao Rou ignored it and just rolled her eyes in a very humane manner before returning her gaze to Zongzi. Fudo, why are you here? Woof woof. Oh, you mean that you have found your destination and recognized the Lord? Woof. Well, I have to say, you have good taste, as good as mine. Haha. In the confused eyes of the two people, one person and one dog, no, one clock and one dog, actually started chatting like no one else. What puzzled Lin Lung the most was that Xiao Rou seemed to understand what Zongzi said. Xiao Rou, can you understand what it says? At this time, Lin Lung finally raised his doubts. Of course. I heard it. It's called Fudo. Lin Lung pointed at the rice dumpling in confusion. Well, that's right, don't you know? I am. Lin Lung touched his head awkwardly. Then, Xiao Rou told Lin Lung the origin of the rice dumplings. It is rumored that Fudo is a mythical beast from ancient times and is as famous as the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times. Although Fudo looks like a dog, it is actually a monster. Although it is not as good-looking as the Kirin Phoenix and other mythical beasts, its strength is not bad. Fudo's strength is very terrifying and has no upper limit. He can swallow and spit out flames, and has the ability to control flames, standing shoulder to shoulder with the god of fire. After listening to Xiao Rou's story, Lin Lung froze on the spot. Good guy, he thought it was just an ordinary dog, but he didn't expect that this dog was bigger than him. It turned out to be the legendary monster, Fudo. But looking at Zongzi's innocent appearance, it doesn't look like a mythical beast. Could it be a combination of Fudo and Erha? One night, a drunk doe met a female Era who had just lost her love. So they... Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Rou stroked Zongzi's head very gently, and Zongzi enjoyed it very much. He even narrowed his eyes and purred. He clearly looked like a little local dog. Let's get down to business. Xiao Rou said again, Fudo cannot speak now. It seems that his previous strength has been sealed. As long as it slowly finds itself, it can speak and its strength will gradually increase. It could be of great help to you. Real? That's still false. Xiao Rou nodded. After hearing what Xiao Rou said, Lin Lung was so happy that he ran to Zongzi and squatted down, showing a very hypocritical smile, and touched Zongzi's head. Zongzi, can you understand me? Woof woof. Zongzi didn't treat Lin Lung like he did to Xiao Rou. Instead, he gave Lin Lung a very humane roll of the eyes and tilted the dog's head, looking very arrogant. That look seemed to be saying, nonsense, of course I can talk. Seeing the appearance of the rice dumpling, Lin Lung was not annoyed, but even more happy. He picked up the whole rice dumpling and touched it happily. At this time, Xiaorou also noticed the Xianyuan sword on the table. Just as she was in a hurry, Su Liuxue put down the Xianyuan sword and stood in front of Lin Lung. Xiaorou moved her beautiful legs, gently came to the table, reached out and grabbed the Xianyuan sword. Xiaorou closed her eyes and gently pressed her forehead against the Xianyuan sword. This strange behavior instantly attracted Lin Lung. Xiaorou. However, Lin Lung called several times in succession, but Xiaorou did not respond. After a long time, Xiaorou slowly opened her eyes, frowning slightly, as if she knew something bad had happened. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Lin Lung asked doubtfully. "It's nothing," Xiaorou said softly, wandered over to Su Liuxue, and sat down, looking listless. "What happened?" Lin Lung asked. How could Xiaorou be fine with this look? Xianyuan told me that there are people plotting all this behind the scenes, and there are people who want to collect all the 10 artifacts. What? Xiaorou's words startled Lin Lung, who stood up immediately. "Who is it?" Lin Lung asked. "I don't know." Xiaorou shook her head. Xianyuan only said that it saw an acquaintance, but did not recognize who the other person was. The consciousness of the artifact accompanies its master. Xianyuan recognized the other person just after unsealing it, which means that the other person, like our master, comes from ancient times. In ancient times, Lin Lung was stunned and murmured. Ancient times? Ancient times? What is the concept of ancient times? It was at least tens of thousands of years away from now. Can a person really live for such a long time? Lin Lung immediately raised his doubts. But to this, Xiaorou's answer is yes. You don't understand that era at all. In that era when the gods were rising, you so-called awakened ones were just the weakest beings among them. Lin Lung, shall I go? But after thinking about it, Lin Lung didn't say anything. He really couldn't refute it. The people of that era were all gods. They are all gods. How could he, an ordinary mortal, be compared with a god? In Xiaorou's description, Lin Lung initially understood the ancient times. In that mythical era, humans established an era belonging to the gods. I don't know when an awakened man accidentally discovered that human faith can be transformed into power. With the blessing of this mysterious power, the awakened ones could actually become extremely powerful, even far beyond the level of the awakened ones. They hailed this energy as divine power, and thus started the era of the rise of the gods. In that era when human safety was endangered by ancient ferocious beasts, the gods stood up and used people's power to strengthen themselves, and in this way protected human safety. Unfortunately, later, Ragnarok came, and the gods disappeared without a trace, along with the owner of the Donghuang Bell, Donghuang Tai, and the owner of the Xianyuan sword, Emperor Xianyuan. When they become conscious, they become artifacts guarding the seal. Even they themselves don't know what they are guarding. Then, why are you following Lin Lung? At this time, Su Liuxue, who had been silent all this time, raised the question that she had always had in her mind. Hearing this, Xiaorou shook her head. I don't know, maybe it's because he is the son of destiny and destiny. In his body and in his blood, I can faintly feel a familiar aura, and there is even destiny guiding me. The son of fate? Lin Lung was stunned. Is it because he carries the system with him? Speaking of the system, Lin Lung then remembered that the system seemed to have been silent for a long time, so he opened the system panel and checked it. Lin Lung was relieved when he found that everything was fine with the system. It seemed that the system was not. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the random mission, looking for Haotian Tower, and being rewarded with 2 mall purchase points. Lin Lung? Talk about system, and the system will arrive. Just now I was saying that the system had been silent, and now a task suddenly popped up. Haotian Tower? Lin Lung held his chin and began to think. According to the urinary properties of the system, it seems that the next artifact to appear is the Haotian Tower. In this moment, Xiaorou said that she was a little sleepy, and then she hugged Lin Lung's neck and transformed into the Donghuang Bell. Once again, only Lin Lung and Su Liuxue were left in the room. Woof woof! Oh, and there are rice dumplings. Woof! The two discussed it for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. It was getting late, and the two of them saw that Lin Yu hadn't come back yet. It seemed that there was something important in Tianji Pavilion. Simply, the two of them turned off the lights and went to bed. The next day, Lin Lung turned on his phone and saw a message from Lin Yu. Brother, my sister has a mission recently. Please come back later. If you have anything to do, please send me a message. Not only Lin Yu, but the three people with one I also sent messages. The content of the messages was roughly the same. It seemed that their mission should be together. There should be no problem if the four of them moved together. Lin Lung thought for a while and was not worried. He simply replied to the message and turned off his phone. Although City H has not changed much in the past few days, some cities centered on the Magic City have changed quite a lot. These days, the Skynet plan has officially begun to be implemented. Defense walls have been built at the borders of cities along the route. The official website says it seems to be some kind of quantum technology defense system. In short, it should be able to resist the harm caused by the invasion of other worlds. Lin Lung also knows this. When aliens invaded, the Skynet system did play a big role. Although it couldn't stop the powerful ghosts, ordinary or low-level ghosts could still be stopped. Not only that, several cities along the line have begun to build academies dedicated to awaken people, and have begun to cultivate awaken elites. Lin Lung didn't think much about it. He just checked the news and didn't comment on it. He just scrolled through it. Su Liuxue, on the other hand, was very curious about all this and pulled Lin Lung to curiously express her views. After a while, the two came to the Superpower Bureau. This time, their mission was to go to a location. According to local villagers, there was a strange light in the river last night. The general administration suspected that this incident was related to the artifact. So the superiors sent an order to ask a few people to investigate, of course to assist in the investigation. In this regard, Lin Lung said that it was the same old routine. It is said that it is to assist in the investigation, but to be honest, it is actually to help those powerful people and do odd jobs. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is logistics. But Lin Lung didn't say anything. After all, the difference in strength was here. After receiving the mission, several people rushed to the destination without stopping. By the time a few people arrived, the entire riverbank had been cordoned off. Outside the cordon stood rows of uniformed police officers with guns in full preparedness. In addition to the police officers, there were also several people in strange clothes. These people all wore badges on their shoulders. They looked similar to Lin Lung and the others, but their level was much higher than them. It seems that they should be strong men sent by the general administration. The leader among them was a red-haired young man who was also wearing a red battlesuit. When he saw them coming, he didn't pay attention to them at all. Instead, he showed a disdainful sneer. Seeing Lin Lung and others arriving, the red-haired man and others ignored them. However, due to face and Xie Qinfeng's status, the red-haired man and others still got to know each other politely. The leader's red-haired man is named Jiang Yan. He's a fire awakener and has the highest combat power in the team. He is ranked 79th on the S list. The remaining two people, one named Yi Xiaoyu and the other named Fan Zishi, are also ranked 88th and 97th on the S-class combat power list respectively. After a brief exchange, the three of them ignored them. Lin Lung's mission is to assist Jiang Yin and others in investigating matters related to Haotian Tower. But based on the current situation, Lin Lung and the others seemed unable to intervene at all. Helpless, Xie Qinfeng had no choice but to lead a few people to find a nearby villager. It was said that he was an eyewitness to everything that happened at that time. After learning the identities of Xie Qinfeng and others, the villagers did not hide anything and told everything in detail. It turned out that last night, he suddenly had an urge to urinate and woke up. As soon as he walked out of the house, he saw a burst of purple light reaching into the sky. Curious for a moment, he looked for it and witnessed the magical scene with his own eyes. Purple light? Lin Lung was a little shocked. According to legend, purple is a color that symbolizes auspiciousness. If it can emit such a level of purple light, even if it is not a divine weapon, it is certainly not a vulgar object. After asking questions and getting a general understanding, Xie Qinfeng and the others did not linger. They came to the shore again and wanted to go down to get some clues. Originally, Xie Qinfeng and others did not have this authority and were stopped by the guards on the side. However, Jiang Yin waved his hand, and the guards let them go. It seems that the guards also know that Jiang Yin and the others are the most powerful people here. The world is so cold. Lin Lung sighed, didn't say anything more, and went straight down with the large group. After a few people went down, the three of them also started talking. Fan Zishi stuck his head next to Jiang Yin and asked for no reason. Do you think they can help? I think it's doubtful that even a few of us can investigate. So it's just them? Yi Xiaoyu shrugged. Haha, if they want to do it, let them try it. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Yin's mouth. Several people came to the shore and began to search aimlessly. The villagers who witnessed it could not tell the specific location. They only said that it was in the river, but the water in the river was so turbid that it was impossible to see the bottom of the lake. According to Lin Lung's guess, if it is an artifact, there should be a place similar to an altar underneath. After all, the top 10 artifacts are all used to seal the same thing. It's a pity that Xiao Rou seems to have been exhausted a little and will not be able to wake up during this period. Otherwise, Lin Lung can still use Xiao Rou to search for her. Correct. Lin Lung suddenly remembered. Since Xiao Rou can talk to Zhongzi, and Zhongzi is a mythical beast from ancient times, can Zhongzi also sense the existence of the artifact? Lin Lung happily shared this idea with everyone. Xie Qinfeng also nodded after hearing this, although he did not particularly believe that Zhongzi was a disaster. After all, Hudou is a mythical beast that only exists in legends, and Zhongzi is clearly a little native dog. How could it be a mythical beast like Fudou? But there is no other way at the moment. It's not a bad idea to give it a try. What if it works? Seeing Xie Qinfeng nod, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue said hello, and then used their space powers to suddenly disappear and reappear several kilometers away. Lin Lung's space ability has now been promoted to D, and the space range has been expanded from the original 100 meters to 1,000 meters. It is a qualitative leap. Seeing a large living person disappear from his eyes, Yi Xiaoyu stared blankly, with a look of astonishment on his face. Where's that kid? The two of them looked confused, but the leader, Jiang Yin, was relatively calm, but there was a hint of surprise and a hint of approval in his eyes. But it was only for a moment, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Interesting, an elusive smile appeared on Jiang Yin's lips. From his knowledge, Lin Lung might have awakened a rare speed expert. That's why it disappeared from their eyes. From this perspective, it does make sense because the speed system can indeed be like Lin Lung. It's just that the essence of the two is different. The speed system moves continuously, while Lin Lung moves instantaneously. Although Jiang Yin and others are strong, the space system is extremely rare, so how can people like them have access to it? After the space breakthrough reached D level, Lin Lung's strength improved a lot, and he became more and more proficient in the space field. It only took a moment for Lin Lung to return home. Woof woof. Under Zhongzi's confused gaze, Lin Lung picked up Zhongzi without saying a word, shuttled through the space, and started running back. After a while, Lin Lung returned to the crowd again, but this time there was a big black dog at Lin Lung's feet. Zhongzi hasn't figured out the situation yet, shaking his head and not knowing where to go. Good guy, I experienced a wave of space travel for no reason, which really made the mythical beast clan proud. Lin Lung? Seeing Lin Lung's appearance, Xie Qinfeng and others looked surprised. How long had it passed? Lin Lung? Why are you so fast? Chu Moyun said in surprise. Hearing this, Su Liuxue didn't know what she thought of and subconsciously responded, he's not happy. I'm most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Su Liuxue's words not only made Chu Moyun and others shut up in shock, but even Lin Lung was choked and speechless. After all, what Su Liuxue said, the amount of information is a bit large. Fortunately, Lin Lung changed the topic in time and turned his attention to the artifact. Ahem, cough, what's that? I brought the rice dumplings. Why don't you give them a try? Lin Lung said tentatively. Hearing Lin Lung's words, several people woke up from their daze, coughed a few times, nodded and said, "Okay, let's try it. The artifact is the most important thing right now." Lin Lung leaned down, stroked Zhongzi's head, and said softly, "Zhongzi, everything depends on you now. Can you help me find the artifact?" Woof woof. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Zhongzi ignored Lin Lung at all, turned around, turned his head proudly, and faced Lin Lung with his dog's butt. Lin Lung. This does not give the master Lin Lung any face at all. Lin Lung had all the nice things to say, but Zhongzi refused to give him any face. Lin Lung gritted his teeth. He was so angry in his heart, but he still suppressed his anger and persuaded. "Zhongzi, as long as you help me find the artifact, I will find a partner for you. All the beautiful be asterisk, 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 asterisk in the world will be found for you. How about that?" Woof! As soon as he heard this, Zhongzi's ears suddenly perked up, and he quickly turned around and looked at Lin Lung expectantly. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How can I, a master, be inferior to a b asterisk asterisk ch? Besides, you are a legendary beast, Fudo. How can you fall in love with a b asterisk asterisk ch?" Lin Lung didn't care, as long as Zhongzi agreed. It would be easy. Originally worried that Zhongzi would not be able to find the location of the artifact, Lin Lung took off the Dongwang bell, put it in front of Zhongzi's nose, and signaled Zhongzi to smell it. After all, dogs find things by smell. However, this time, Zhongzi once again gave Lin Lung a very human eye roll, then gave a very disdainful bark, turned around, and went to look for himself. Zhongzi began to stroll along the riverbank, lying very low and arching his nose, as if he was smelling the smell. However, what Zhongzi smells is not its smell, but its spiritual power. After all, it is an ancient divine beast. Hudo is very sensitive to spiritual power, not to mention that the fluctuation of spiritual power around the artifact is very special. While Zhongzi was looking for the artifact, several people followed Zhongzi without a clue. After all, we can only rely on rice dumplings now. If Zhongzi couldn't find the artifact, the few of them would have no choice but to call it a day. While a few people were chatting, something suddenly happened over Zhongzi. I saw Zhongzi standing on the shore, barking at the river, and shaking his head at Lin Lung, indicating that he had found the location of the artifact. He also winked slightly at Lin Lung, as if he was taking credit, as if to say, "I found the artifact for you. Don't forget what you promised me." Although he knew that Zhongzi was a mythical beast and not an ordinary dog, Lin Lung was still a little confused when he saw such a humane scene. Didn't it say that after the founding of the People's Republic of China, people were not allowed to become spirits? But now is obviously not the time to talk about this. Now that the artifact has been found, although I am not sure whether it is correct or not, there are some clues. Several people came to the river bank happily, but another question stumped them. This artifact is either in the river or at the bottom of the river. How to take it out? Xie Qinfeng had an idea and planned to borrow a water pump from other villagers' homes. As long as the water was drained, he could naturally go to the bottom of the river to find the artifact. Unexpectedly, Xie Qinfeng ran into Jiang Yan's arms as soon as he turned around. This time, his nose hurt from being hit. Xie Qinfeng rubbed his nose and looked at the sudden appearance of Jiang Yan and the others with puzzled expressions. At this time, Lin Lung and others also turned around. "You? How's it going? What clues can you find?" Jiang Yin asked with interest. Considering that everyone was colleagues and that they were all working for the country, Xie Qinfeng did not hide anything, but told the truth. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the other two people suddenly burst into laughter. "Ah, did I hear you right? You actually asked to let a dog find the artifact? Ha ha ha. No, I'm laughing so hard. You actually think dogs can find artifacts? Ha. What do you rely on? Do you rely on your nose to smell it?" The behavior of the two people made several people a little angry. Even Xie Qinfeng secretly clenched his fists. Their behavior was indeed a bit excessive. Zhongzi seemed to hear that the two were laughing at him, and he let out a faint growl to warn them. After hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu didn't take Zhongzi seriously at all. He was a strong person on the S-level rankings. How could he be afraid of an ordinary little local dog? Not to mention that Zhongzi is just a little bigger than an ordinary dog. Even if a lion is in front of him, he doesn't need to be afraid at all. Yi Xiaoyu squatted in front of Zhongzi provocatively, showing a disdainful smile. What? Puppy, you want to bite me? Come on, try it and see if it's your teeth or my fist that's stronger. Zhongzi understood what the other party meant, and his growl became louder and louder. At the same time, his fangs were exposed, very sharp. However, Yi Xiaoyu still didn't take it seriously and stretched out his hand provocatively. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yin and others did not say anything, let alone stop them. Instead, they stood aside as if they were watching a show. Lin Lung's face looked a little ugly. As the saying goes, when it comes to beating a dog, it depends on the owner. What the other party does is nothing more than insulting them. What Yi Xiaoyu awakened was the indestructible power of King Kong. His physical body was so hard that even Jiang Yin could not easily hurt him. Even Jiang Yin's full blow would be difficult to easily break through Yi Xiaoyu's defense. This is why Jiang Yin is not worried at all. Unfortunately, they obviously made the wrong calculation. Zhongzi is no ordinary dog. It is an ancient mythical beast. In Zhongzi's eyes, a small flame appeared and grew faintly. That is the origin of Zhongzi's power and the source of its power. It was given to it by its parents. When the mythical beast clan was exterminated, it is this power that protects it from survival. And as Zhongzi grows up, this energy will slowly awaken until it fully grows and becomes the ultimate body. Zhongzi showed his sharp fangs, and Yi Xiaoyu was not afraid at all. Just when Zhongzi was about to bite it, Lin Leng suddenly stopped Zhongzi. That's enough. Just go and see if the artifact is there, Lin Lung said angrily. Oh, do you want us to believe your dog? Or do you want us to believe you? Yi Xiaoyu stood up and asked with interest. If you don't believe it, then don't bother us looking for the artifact. Lin Lung didn't give in at all. Okay, do you want to bet? What bet? Of course it's a bet on whether your dog finds the artifact. Lin Lung paused, nodded. Okay, I'll bet with you. Yi Xiaoyu waved his hand and said, Don't worry, if you lose, then your dog will be eaten by us. If you lose, I will apologize to you. Upon hearing this, Lin said coldly, Haha, this bet seems a bit unfair. Then how do you want to bet? If you want my dog's life, then I'll want one of your hands. Lin shouted coldly. This momentum startled Yi Xiaoyu, but he was not too frightened. He paused and responded. How could a little country dog win? After a while, he killed Lin Lung's dog and made it into braised dog meat, steamed dog legs, dog meat hot pot, and a whole dog feast. The bet has been made, and all present are notaries. Everyone came to the riverbank to witness this historic moment. Xie Chenfeng originally wanted to borrow a water pump, but Jiang Yin stopped him with a hand. Jiang Yin didn't say anything, but looked at Fan Zishi aside. Fan Zishi also had no ink marks and walked forward in a few steps with a faint smile on his face. I saw Fan Zishi gently waving his hand, and a line was separated in the middle of the river, revealing the dry river bottom. The soil at the bottom of the river was actually dry, without a drop of water. Several people were so shocked by this scene that they were speechless. It seems that what Fan Zishi has awakened is the water power, which allows him to control water. The water of the river was divided, revealing the bottom of the river. The bottom of the river was empty, except for some garbage and fish bones. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaoyu said arrogantly, How about it? If you are willing to admit defeat, I will accept your dog. In fact, the three of them had already searched the riverbank at the beginning. Fan Zishi also used his abilities, and the three of them searched the entire river. That's why they are so confident. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung's brows frowned tightly and twisted into the character Sichuan. How so? Did he really make the wrong bet? Could it be that the Zhongzi was really found in the wrong place? Or is it that Zhongzi is just an ordinary little native dog, not a mythical beast at all, but Xiaorou just saw it wrong? Lin Lung was a little confused and looked at Su Liuxue. Su Liuxue's face didn't look much better at this time. She also believed in Zongzi, and she believed in Lin Lung's judgment even more. But the current result is obviously wrong. But if the result is really like this, then if Lin Lung is willing to admit defeat, even if Lin Lung doesn't want to, then the rice dumplings will probably become a delicacy in their mouths today. Just when Lin Lung was in trouble, a burning sensation suddenly came from his chest. Lin Lung took a look, and it turned out that the Dongwang bell on his neck was glowing faintly, and it was a little hot. Is it Xiaoro? Lin Lung was a little stunned. Could it be that Xiaoro was reminding him of something? After thinking for a moment, Lin Lung decided to go and see for himself. In full view of everyone, Lin Lung walked down the riverbank. He wanted to go to the bottom of the lake to see if there was any mystery underneath. After Lin Lung went down, Su Liuxue followed closely behind. The two of them launched a blanket search at the bottom of the lake, and Zongzi was not to be outdone and joined their team. 2 people and 1 dog began to search the bottom of the lake. Jiang Yin crossed his arms and looked at Lin Lung with interest. I wanted to see what Lin Lung could do. About 10 minutes later, Zongzi quickly locked his position, stood there, and started shouting. The sound of Zongzi also attracted Lin Lung, and the two rushed to Zongzi's side after hearing the sound. Woof woof! What's wrong? Woof woof! What do you mean? Seeing that Lin Lung didn't understand what he meant, Zongzi became a little anxious and spun around on the spot. However, Lin Lung was in a hurry to find the artifact and had no time to analyze Zongzi's meaning. Just as he was about to turn around, Zongzi suddenly spoke human words, almost shouting this sentence. Chao Nima. I said the artifact is at my feet. Lin Lung. Damn it. What's the situation? The dog spoke? Su Liuxue was also shocked and speechless by this scene, covering her mouth with a look of surprise on her face. After shouting this sentence, Zongzi was also a little confused. Why could he suddenly be able to speak? After Lin Lung and Zongzi exchanged a few words, they quickly stopped talking. According to Zongzi, the artifact should be sealed underground. If you want to take out the artifact, you have to sneak into the ground. Lin Lung rubbed his hands, shook his shoulders, and prepared for a big fight. From this point of view, my own space powers can work. With just one teleport, Lin Lung reached the ground. As expected, there is a huge altar underground. There is also an identical stone platform standing in the middle of the altar, and in the middle of the stone platform is a pagoda. With just one glance, Lin Lung was sure. This object should be one of the top 10 artifacts, Haotian Tower. Lin Lung was a little happy. As long as he took Haotian Tower out, we would see what Yi Xiaoyu and his gang would say. Snort! Yi Xiaoyu's hand is determined. Lin Lung was just about to step forward, but was suddenly suppressed by a powerful restraint. He had no choice but to break free. After struggling for a moment, Lin Lung finally gave up, teleported again, and finally broke free. Seeing Lin Lung coming out looking a little embarrassed, Su Liuxue hurried forward to help Lin Lung up, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she asked worriedly, What's wrong? The artifact is indeed down there, but there are very powerful restrictions that I can't break through alone. Lin Lung gasped. Then let me help you, Su Liuxue said quickly. Lin Leng stopped her, looked up at Yi Xiaoyu and the others, and said lightly, No need, there are ready-made coolies. Su Liuxue immediately understood what Lin Lung meant. Lin Lung came to Yi Xiaoyu, and Yi Xiaoyu thought he had given up. What? Gave up? The artifact is at the bottom of the lake. It's just underground, but it has a very powerful restriction. I can't break it by myself. I need your help. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu was a little unbelievable. Did you actually find the artifact? As soon as they heard the news about the artifact, several people immediately became energetic, and Jiang Yin also became serious. Is this true? Of course I take it seriously. It's just that someone has to keep his promise and prepare his hand for me. Lin Lung looked at Yi Xiaoyu and said coldly. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu snorted coldly, walked forward alone without saying a word. He didn't believe that a dog could really find the artifact. If dogs can find artifacts, then sows can also climb trees. Yi Xiaoyu walked forward gently and came to the position mentioned by Lin Lung. Without saying a word, He rolled up his sleeves and punched down hard. Boom! Yi Xiaoyu's punch was extremely powerful. The rock-hard punch hit the ground, causing the ground nearby to tremble. Even if Lin Lung and others were a little far away, they could feel the ground shaking slightly, which made Lin Lung a little stunned. Obviously, he is not the awakened king of power, but his power is so strong. This power is completely higher than that of Lu Yugong, the king of power. But Lin Lung also knew the gap in talent can be made up by level. If Lu Yugong is also S level, then Yi Xiaoyu will definitely be completely abused. It is said that Yi Xiaoyu's punch directly stirred up a large amount of dust at the bottom of the lake, and Yi Xiaoyu's figure was directly obscured by the dust. Moment the dust disperses, Yi Xiaoyu's figure appeared in everyone's sight again. But at this moment, Yi Xiaoyu's face was a little more depressed and hesitant. Yi Xiaoyu was a little confused. The punch he just punched didn't punch through the ground, but it should be no problem to make a big crater. But there are currently no signs of damage to the surface, which also shows that there is indeed a strong prohibition protection underground. That also means that there are indeed artifacts buried underground. He lost. When Jiang Yin saw this scene, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Jiang Yin knew Yi Xiaoyu's strength best in his heart. As three people who often took action, he still had some idea of Yi Xiaoyu's strength. After this punch, the ground did not move at all, and nothing happened. This could only mean one thing. Jiang Yin jumped up, jumped dozens of meters away, and jumped in front of Yi Xiaoyu. Old boss! Yi Xiaoyu hesitated. Jiang Yin ignored Yi Xiaoyu. These were all his own fault. It was a bet he made, and he would not care. Anyway, he wasn't the one who lost his hand. He just wanted to find the artifact quickly and then go back and resume his life. Jiang Yin stepped forward, and Yi Xiaoyu made way for him, but his expression was still complicated. Under the spotlight, Jiang Yin took action. Lin Lung and others also concentrated their attention, preparing to see Jiang Yin's moves. After all, Jiang Yin was stronger than them and had better control of spiritual power and supernatural powers than them. You can still learn what you need to learn. Drink! Hearing Jiang Yin's soft drink, his whole body suddenly ignited with blazing flames. There was a ball of fire in his hair, clothes, fists, and even his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yin accumulated strength, his pupils dilated, and he punched out fiercely. Break it for me! Boom! The power of this punch was even greater than that of Yi Xiaoyu, who was worthy of being ranked 79th on the S-Class combat power list. Rumble, rumble. With Jiang Yin's punch, the ground began to shake violently. Unexpectedly, it was because of an earthquake. However, as strong as Jiang Yin, this punch only made a small hole as big as a steamed bun on the ground. At this time, Jiang Yin was completely confused. This restriction seems a bit too strong. Lin Lung was a little disappointed after seeing it, and Lu Yugong and others shook their heads repeatedly, although they were also unhappy with Jiang Yin and the others. But if even Jiang Yin, the strongest among them all, can't break the restriction, then I'm afraid it's really impossible to break the restriction. Just when several people were feeling disheartened, a brilliant golden light shot up into the sky, instantly attracting all the attention. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the light. To everyone's surprise, the light could not be seen at a glance and seemed to come from a very faraway place. How did this light come from such a long distance? Moreover, this golden light persisted for a long time, and it took about a quarter of an hour before it slowly dissipated. At this time, everyone's cell phones rang at the same time. I took out my mobile phone and saw that it was the announcement issued by the General Administration. An artifact that looks like a musical instrument was snatched away by an unknown force. After reading the news, Lin Lung was a little enlightened. This artifact that looks like a piano was very euphemistic and obvious. There is only one among the top 10 artifacts. That is Fu Shichin, Fuxican. Fushi's instrument, made of jade and tinsel, emits a gentle white light. Its sound can make people feel peaceful and peaceful. It is said to have the mysterious power to control the hearts of all things. Of course, this is also a legend, but the power of the top 10 artifacts is true. Unexpectedly, Fu Shiqin, one of the top 10 artifacts, was actually taken away by an unknown force. Just when Lin Lung guessed who took away Fu Shiqin, suddenly a voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward, which has been automatically distributed to your account. Lin Lung. He was a little confused at the moment. When did he complete the task? Isn't the artifact still at your feet? At this time, the system gave the answer. A close relative's acquisition of an artifact counts as the host completing the mission. A close relative? Hearing these words, Lin Lung subconsciously glanced at Su Liuxue beside him. In terms of close relatives, there were probably only two people. One is his lover, Su Liuxue, and the other is his sister, Lin Yu. Thinking of this, Lin Lung's pupils suddenly dilated several times. Could it be that Lin Yu really took the artifact? Somewhat unexpected. Although Lin Yu's strength is very high, close to level A, who are the people who want to seize the artifact? Judging from the Haotian Tower, the General Administration sent 3 S-class experts, and none of them were unknowns. They were all well-known experts on the S-class combat power list. Don't think too much, Fu Shiqin has a strong person on his side. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Yu and the others obtain the artifact? Could it be that Tianji Pavilion also sent S-class experts? Or did the master of Tianji Pavilion personally take the artifact? Lin Lung thought for a while, and it seemed that these were the only possibilities. Back to the present, several people already know the specific location of Haotian Tower. Now the top priority is to break the restriction and take out the artifact. Otherwise, something will change later, and someone will inevitably come to snatch the artifact. Obviously, Jiang Yin also thought of this and frowned. At present, if the restriction is not broken and the artifact cannot be taken out, it will be difficult for them to complete the mission, but Jiang Yin was well aware of the punch just now and did not hold back at all, but the restraint was only slightly affected. Jiang Yin looked at Lin Lung and others with a complicated expression. If they want to break the restriction, they must act together. Lin Lung also knew it. Lin Lung, how about we put aside your grudges for the time being and break the restriction first? Jiang Yin suggested. Hearing this, Lin Lung nodded. He also knew that now was not the time to dwell on personal grudges. As a result, everyone gathered together. Except for Fan Zishi, who had S-level water powers, everyone gathered at the entrance, preparing to break through the restriction together. Listen to my order. I'll count to 321, and we'll take action together. Jiang Yin spoke. Everyone nodded. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone took action together, and everyone's aura was raised to the highest level. Jiang Yan's whole body burst into flames, and the pressure of the S-class powerhouse was clearly revealed. Lin Lung didn't hide it. He directly summoned the Demon King halberd and held it in his hand. The moment Jiang Yin finished speaking, he raised the Demon King halberd high and struck it down hard. Everyone's attacks turned into different energy groups, gathered together, and hit the entrance barrier hard, making a loud roar. Boom! Boom! With a huge roar, the restrictions on the entrance to the artifact were shattered, and the ground beneath the feet of several people suddenly began to sink. Not good! Everyone was awakened and had keen reactions. They reacted immediately and flew dozens of meters away with a single leap, jumping directly to the riverbank. At this time, Fan Zishi on the riverbank was already a little exhausted, and his face was covered with big beads of sweat. Fan Zishi gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, can you hurry up? I can't hold it anymore." Hearing this, Jiang Yin nodded. Obviously, dividing the river consumed a lot of Fan Zishi's spiritual and physical energy. It seemed that he was reaching his limit and was obviously trying to hold on. From this point of view, they still have some professionalism. Without any dialogue, Jiang Yin jumped again and fell into the collapsed pit. There was no surprise. It was just as a few people thought. It was also a huge circular altar, and the artifact was placed in the center. Lin Lung and the others are familiar with each other, but that doesn't mean Jiang Yin is familiar with them. As an S-class strongman, Jiang Yin has seen many big things in the world, but now he has to admit that he has never seen such a scene. This place is like a huge circular altar. However, there was no room for Jiang Yin to think too much at the moment. He had not forgotten the mission assigned to them by the headquarters. Artifact. Looking at the gleaming artifact close at hand, Jiang Yin showed a smile. He could finally complete the task. But at this moment, the accident happened. Just when Jiang Yin was about to reach out to retrieve the artifact, a very sharp and almost unrivaled divine light suddenly struck Jiang Yin. Fortunately, Jiang Yin was not an idle person. He noticed it quickly and jumped over to avoid it, leaving a big hole in place. The embarrassed Jiang Yin raised his head and looked at the direction of the attack, his face a little ugly. He could feel the terrifying power carried by that attack. It was not something that ordinary strong men could produce. That is at least an S-level expert of the same level as himself, or even stronger. Seeing this scene, everyone looked up in shock, and Lin Lung's face had a few more black lines. It's actually Qiu Qinyan. It's Qiu Qinyan again. There were several black lines on Lin Lung's face. Not only his face, but Su Liuxue's and others' faces were also not pretty. Qiu Qinyan is here again. Several people remember the last experience vividly. Speaking of Qiu Qinyan, his strength can only be described as terrifying. Ranked 7th on the S-Class combat power list. That is an existence with terrifying combat power. If Xiaorou hadn't appeared in time last time, Lin Lung and the others would have been corpses long ago, and grass would have grown on their graves. After finally escaping, now they actually meet again. Qiu Qinyan also saw Lin Lung in the crowd at a glance, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the Donghuang bell on Lin Lung's chest. With just one glance, Qiu Qinyan looked away. He didn't want to offend Xiaorou, the plague god. He was here for the Haotian Tower right now. Qiu Qinyan was wearing a sharp black trench coat. He stood in the air, and the trench coat was blown by the wind. The next second, Qiu Qinyan released all the pressure from his body, and all the pressure from the top S-level powerhouse was released in an instant. The airwaves roar. The pressure of the S-Class strongmen was overwhelming and crushing everyone. At the same time, the strength of the S-Class strongmen was not hidden at all and was unleashed. Boom! Immediately afterwards, an extremely oppressive pressure came on everyone, and everyone was overwhelmed by this powerful pressure. Fan Zishi was holding on, but now that he was bearing this terrifying and powerful pressure, he half knelt on the ground. Blood began to ooze from his facial features, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. Well, the pressure of an S-level powerhouse is no joke, even if Lin Lung uses the sky-killing Demon King halberd to resist. However, because Lin Lung was unable to fully control the heaven-slaying Demon King halberd, he was unable to resist it. For a moment, everyone below S-level was suppressed by this terrifying pressure and fell to their knees, making it difficult to even breathe. At the scene, only Yi Xiaoyu and Jiang Yin, who were both S-Class, were still standing, but their faces were not very pretty. As expected of being one of the top 10 S-level warriors, Qiu Qinyan's strength was terrifying, and even though they were S-Class warriors, it was a bit weak to resist. Jiang Yan's face looked a little ugly. They were elites secretly trained by the General Administration, and now they met such a tough guy for their first major mission. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yin and Yi Xiaoyu simply looked at each other for a moment. Then both broke free from the shackles of the pressure and soared into the air. The opponent is no ordinary person. Their strength far exceeds theirs. If they want to win, they can only strike first. Jiang Yin was covered in blazing flames, setting off a terrifying heat wave, and punched Qiu Qinyan. Yi Xiaoyu did the same. One red and one gold. Two fists attacked Qiu Qinyan from the left and right respectively. Seeing this scene, a look of contempt flashed in Qiu Qinyan's cold eyes, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and his murderous intent was fully displayed. In just an instant, Qiu Qinyan disappeared without a trace like a bubble, so fast that even Jiang Yin couldn't see clearly. Their attacks were in vain. At this moment, Jiang Yin suddenly sensed a terrifying, murderous intention behind him, and quickly turned around to avoid it. But it was still a step too late. A terrifying power that destroyed the heaven and earth erupted from behind him, carrying Jiang Yan's entire body with unstoppable power, and knocked Jiang Yan heavily to the ground. Boom! Jiang Yan was like a falling meteor. He hit the ground and left a deep mark on the ground. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaoyu was so frightened that his body trembled. Even a strong man like Jiang Yan, ranked 79 in the S-class, was defeated. No, I should say beaten. Then his ending can be imagined. Sure enough, the next second Jiang Yan fell, a ghost-like figure appeared behind him. No! There was no surprise at all. His ending was exactly the same as Jiang Yan's. In the same way, Yi Xiaoyu was also blown away. Boom! Yi Xiaoyu's body hit the ground heavily and dragged on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. Seeing this scene, everyone was severely shocked, looking at Qiu Qinyan with fear in their eyes. Is this the terrifying existence that ranks 7th on the S-class combat power list? Qiu Qinyan did not delay, but leaned down and rushed straight towards Haotian Tower. The Haotian Tower was in front of him, and a trace of greed flashed in Qiu Qinyan's eyes. If he got the Haotian Tower and the help of the artifact, he would surely win the top spot on the S list. Just when Qiu Qinyan was about to succeed, a figure suddenly blocked Qiu Qinyan's eyes, and the flames soaring into the sky forced Qiu Qinyan back several meters. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be Jiang Yan. He stood up again. At this moment, Jiang Yan looked slightly embarrassed, with many scars on his body, bloodstains on the corners of his mouth. His whole body was dirty, his clothes were covered with mud, and he had long lost his previous appearance. Ha, interesting, Qiu Qinyan sneered, and his figure turned into a ghostly shadow again and disappeared from the place. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan also narrowed his eyes tightly, observing the situation around him at all times, looking like he was ready. Suddenly, Jiang Yan was keenly aware of a terrifying killing intent coming from behind him, and an overwhelming attack came towards him. Under this level of attack, there was no way to avoid it. Jiang Yan was so frightened that his pupils dilated and his face turned livid. He had to use his spiritual power to fuse his fire powers to temporarily create a flame shield to resist. Boom! The overwhelming attack hit the shield and instantly caused countless scratches on the shield. In less than half a second, the shield was breached. What? Jiang Yan's heart twitched violently. There was no way to avoid it at this moment. If he tried hard, he might not die or be disabled. Could this be my ending? Jiang Yan swallowed hard, forced to activate his special move, and charged up a huge fireball. The two attacks collided together, causing friction and a violent explosion. Seeing that something was wrong, Qiu Qinyan quickly dodged away from the battlefield to avoid being affected by the explosion. Jiang Yan closed his eyes quietly after doing everything. He knew that he could not hide. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose, and the battlefield between the two turned into a huge pit, and the surrounding area turned into ruins. He thought he had solved a troublesome guy, but with a casual glance, Qiu Qinyan suddenly noticed that Jiang Yan was actually alive and well, and he was being supported on Lin Lung's shoulders. Qiu Qinyan's eyes narrowed, and his cold eyes were full of murderous intent. At this moment, he really had murderous intentions towards Lin Lung, and his murderous intent was fully displayed. What a disgusting bedbug. Jiang Yan, are you okay? Everyone looked at Jiang Yan with concern. It can be said that Jiang Yan's situation was not optimistic at this time. His whole body was covered with wounds. If Lin Lung hadn't used his space powers to rescue him in time, Jiang Yan would have been blown to ashes. Lin Lung? Jiang Yan weakly opened his eyelids. He was very surprised to see Lin Lung. Shouldn't he be dead? Jiang Yan, what do you think? Lin Lung asked caringly. He admired Jiang Yan from the bottom of his heart. Although he was a little rude, he actually served the country. Even in the face of such a terrifying enemy as Qiu Qinyan, he did not back down even a step. Shouldn't I be dead? How could I? Hearing the other party's question, Lin Lung showed a smile. Just as he was about to explain, Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly widened and he shouted, "Careful! Careful!" Jiang Yan shouted loudly, and a force burst out from his weak body to support him up, protecting Lin Lung behind him. Boom! No one could have imagined that Xiao Qinyan would attack Lin Lung at this moment. In desperation, Jiang Yin had no choice but to make this move. There was a terrifying energy aftermath behind Jiang Yin, which made Jiang Yan's internal organs tremble a little. However, everything is just like that. The expected pain and death did not come, which made Jiang Yin a little confused. Turning around in a daze, Jiang Yin saw a figure standing in front of him, Yi Xiaoyu. Although he has an indestructible body, Yi Xiaoyu doesn't feel comfortable being attacked by someone who is much stronger than himself at the same level. "Boss, are you okay?" Before he finished speaking, Yi Xiaoyu could no longer support his weak and dilapidated body and fell heavily. "Xiaoyu!" Jiang Yin exclaimed, and hurriedly stepped forward to help Yi Xiaoyu up, lifted Yi Xiaoyu up, and put Yi Xiaoyu's head on his lap. "Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! How are you?" Jiang Yin was very excited. His eyes were filled with guilt, and all he had was a pair of hands with nowhere to put them. Jiang Yan's hands were trembling, and he wanted to reach out to smooth the wounds on Yi Xiaoyu's body and wipe away the blood on him. But Yi Xiaoyu was covered in cuts and bruises, with no intact skin anywhere on his body, and even bones were exposed in several places. He was still injured too badly. "Xiaoyu, I'm the captain. I order you, wake up, stand up." Even though he already knew that all this was a fact, Jiang Yin still didn't want to believe it and shouted to himself. The roar was hysterical and heartbreaking. At this time, Lin Lung slowly walked to Jiang Yan's side and looked at Yi Xiaoyu in Jiang Yan's arms with a complicated expression. He and Yi Xiaoyu didn't have any life-or-death feud. At most, they were just a little unhappy. Yi Xiaoyu's behavior just now has already made him completely forgive the other party. Maybe he is indeed impolite and a little arrogant, but he is also a good teammate worth trusting. "Hey, it seems like you can't eat my meat." Zhongzi sighed. Perhaps immersed in the grief of losing his teammates, Jiang Yin didn't seem to notice the strange behavior of Zhongzi and just cried silently without saying a word. At this time, Qiao Qinyan had already obtained the artifact. He was standing high in the sky, and the Haoyin Tower was being held in his hands. Snort! A mere low-level S-level awakened person actually tried to withstand the full blow of his top-level S-level awakened person? It's just wishful thinking. These so-called brotherhoods are really ridiculous. While Qiao Qian sneered with disdain, Jiang Yin stood up silently, his eyes scarlet and bloodshot. Jiang Yin? Lin Lung's expression was a little complicated. He knew what Jiang Yin wanted to do and wanted to stop him, but he didn't know what to say. "I'm afraid no one can stop him at this time. Xie Qinfeng, as the leader of the Special Operations Team of the General Administration, I order you to evacuate with everyone immediately." Jiang Yin? Xie Qinfeng wanted to say something, but was forcibly interrupted by Jiang Yin. "Executing an order!" Jiang Yin almost shouted these 4 words. "Order!" Executing orders is the bounden duty of soldiers. As soldiers, they must obey orders. Even if the country asks them to die, they will not blink an eyebrow. Xie Qinfeng took a deep look at Jiang Yin and finally had no choice but to order everyone to retreat. If some people were unwilling to leave, they would be dragged away by force. After watching a few people leave, Jiang Yin felt relieved and then turned to face Qiao Qinyan in the sky, his eyes full of determination. "Qiao Qinyan, I want you to pay for my teammates' lives." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan's whole body ignited with blazing flames. A terrifying heat wave surged around his body, and his whole body erupted with unprecedented terrifying power. "Suffer death!" Jiang Yin roared angrily, flew into the sky with a slight leap, and shot Qiao Qinyan like a bullet. Qiao Qinyan could see the clues at a glance, with a slight smile on his lips. Burning the origin. It's really ridiculous. Jiang Yan's strength, which burned the fire of his original life, had improved to a higher level. Although Jiang Yan's strength, which forced him to use his original life fire, was not on par with Qiao Qinyan, he had the power to fight Qiao Qinyan. Although burning the life source can greatly improve combat effectiveness in a short period of time, the damage is irreversible. Even if you are lucky, most of your strength will be lost, and your body will at least be disabled. Therefore, although this method is known to all awakened people, they will not use it. And what Jiang Yin did was the last resort. As a soldier, he received an order from the general administration to come to obtain the artifact. If he did not complete the task, with a personality like Jiang Yan's, he would definitely not go back. What's more, his teammates fell in front of him. How could Jiang Yin leave them and escape alone? Ever since, Jiang Yin adopted this stupidest method to defend the dignity of the National Superpower Bureau. The two fought fiercely in midair, and the entire void reverberated with a violent roar caused by the collision of energy. Boom! Boom! From a distance, it looks like two lights colliding in the air, but in reality, it is two living people fighting in the air. Jiang Yin burned his life source and was very powerful. In addition, Jiang Yin had already ignored life and death and did not defend at all, but attacked with all his strength. This also made Qiu Qimyan feel a little uncomfortable. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Qiu Qimyan was not like Jiang Yin. He cherished his life very much. Faced with Jiang Yan's desperate attack, it was suddenly difficult to cope with it. Hateful. Qiu Qimyan's face was gloomy. If he continued like this, he would probably die at the hands of his kids sooner or later. He had to find a way quickly. Just as Qiu Qimyan was thinking about a countermeasure, a lightning-like attack suddenly hit the two of them. Qiu Qimyan soon realized that Jiang Yin had also noticed it, but it was obvious that Jiang Yin was determined to die with Qiu Qimyan. Faced with such a terrifying and fierce attack, he actually did not dodge. He even took advantage of Qiu Qimyan's distraction to sneak behind Qiu Qimyan and hug Qiu Qimyan. Seeing that he was about to die soon, Qiu Qimyan finally had a look of fear on his face and wanted to break free, but Jiang Yan's hands were welded to his body. No! Boom! As a violent explosion sounded, a huge energy wave erupted in the air, making a thunderous roar directly in the void. Boom! Careful! Jiang Yin shouted loudly, and a force burst out from his weak body to support him up, protecting Lin Lung behind him. Boom! No one could have imagined that Qiu Qimyan would attack Lin Lung at this moment. In desperation, Jiang Yin had no choice but to make this move. There was a terrifying energy aftermath behind Jiang Yin, which made Jiang Yan's internal organs tremble a little. However, everything is just like that. The expected pain and death did not come, which made Jiang Yin a little confused. Turning around in a daze, Jiang Yin saw a figure standing in front of him, Yi Xiaoyu. Although he has an indestructible body, Yi Xiaoyu doesn't feel comfortable being attacked by someone who is much stronger than himself at the same level. Boss, are you okay? Before he finished speaking, Yi Xiaoyu could no longer support his weak and dilapidated body and fell heavily. Xiaoyu, Jiang Yin exclaimed, and hurriedly stepped forward to help Yi Xiaoyu up, lifted Yi Xiaoyu up, and put Yi Xiaoyu's head on his lap. Xiaoyu, how are you? Jiang Yin was very excited. His eyes were filled with guilt, and all he had was a pair of hands with nowhere to put them. Jiang Yan's hands were trembling, and he wanted to reach out to smooth the wounds on Yi Xiaoyu's body and wipe away the blood on him. But Yi Xiaoyu was covered in cuts and bruises, with no intact skin anywhere on his body, and even bones were exposed in several places. He was still injured too badly. Xiaoyu, I'm the captain. I order you. Wake up. Stand up. Even though he already knew that all this was a fact, Jiang Yin still didn't want to believe it and shouted to himself. The roar was hysterical and heartbreaking. At this time, Lin Lung slowly walked to Jiang Yan's side and looked at Yi Xiaoyu in Jiang Yan's arms with a complicated expression. He and Yi Xiaoyu didn't have any life-or-death feud. At most, they were just a little unhappy. Yi Xiaoyu's behavior just now has already made him completely forgive the other party. Maybe he is indeed impolite and a little arrogant, but he is also a good teammate. A good teammate worth trusting. Hey, it seems like he can't eat my meat. Zhongzi sighed. Perhaps immersed in the grief of losing his teammates, Jiang Yin didn't seem to notice the strange behavior of Zhongzi and just cried silently without saying a word. At this time, Qiu Qimyan had already obtained the artifact. He was standing high in the sky, and the Haotian Tower was being held in his hands. Snort! A mere low-level S-level awakened person actually tried to withstand the full blow of his top-level S-level awakened person? It's just wishful thinking. These so-called brotherhoods are really ridiculous. While Qiu Qian sneered with disdain, Jiang Yin stood up silently, his eyes scarlet and bloodshot. Jiang Yin? Lin Lung's expression was a little complicated. He knew what Jiang Yin wanted to do and wanted to stop him, but he didn't know what to say. I'm afraid no one can stop him at this time. Xie Qinfeng, as the leader of the Special Operations Team of the General Administration, I order you to evacuate with everyone immediately. Jiang Yin? Xie Qinfeng wanted to say something, but was forcibly interrupted by Jiang Yin. Executing an order? Jiang Yin almost shouted these 4 words. Order. Executing orders is the bounden duty of soldiers. As soldiers, they must obey orders. Even if the country asks them to die, they will not blink an eyebrow. Xie Qinfeng took a deep look at Jiang Yin and finally had no choice but to order everyone to retreat. If some people were unwilling to leave, they would be dragged away by force. After watching a few people leave, Jiang Yin felt relieved, and then turned to face Qiu Qinyan in the sky, his eyes full of determination and determination. Qiu Qinyan, I want you to pay for my teammates' lives. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan's whole body ignited with blazing flames. A terrifying heat wave surged around his body, and his whole body erupted with unprecedented terrifying power. Suffer death! Jiang Yin roared angrily, flew into the sky with a slight leap, and shot Qiu Qinyan like a bullet. Qiu Qinyan could see the clues at a glance, with a slight smile on his lips. Burning the origin. Ha! It's really ridiculous. Jiang Yan's strength, which burned the fire of his original life, had improved to a higher level. Although Jiang Yan's strength, which forced him to use his original life fire, was not on par with Qiu Qinyan, he had the power to fight Qiu Qinyan. Although burning the life source can greatly improve combat effectiveness in a short period of time, the damage is irreversible. Even if you are lucky, most of your strength will be lost, and your body will at least be disabled. Therefore, although this method is known to all awakened people, they will not use it. And what Jiang Yin did was the last resort. As a soldier, he received an order from the General Administration to come to obtain the artifact. If he did not complete the task, with a personality like Jiang Yan's, he would definitely not go back. What's more, his teammates fell in front of him. How could Jiang Yin leave them and escape alone? Ever since, Jiang Yin adopted this stupidest method to defend the dignity of the National Superpower Bureau. The two fought fiercely in midair, and the entire void reverberated with a violent roar caused by the collision of energy. Boom! Boom! From a distance, it looks like 2 lights colliding in the air, but in reality it is 2 living people fighting in the air. Jiang Yin burned his life source and was very powerful. In addition, Jiang Yin had already ignored life and death and did not defend at all, but attacked with all his strength. This also made Qiu Qinyan feel a little uncomfortable. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Qiu Qinyan was not like Jiang Yin. He cherished his life very much. Faced with Jiang Yan's desperate attack, it was suddenly difficult to cope with it. Hateful. Qiu Qinyan's face was gloomy. If he continued like this, he would probably die at the hands of this kid sooner or later. He had to find a way quickly. Just as Qiu Qinyan was thinking about a countermeasure, a lightning-like attack suddenly hit the 2 of them. Qiu Qinyan soon realized that Jiang Yin had also noticed it, but it was obvious that Jiang Yin was determined to die with Qiu Qinyan. Faced with such a terrifying and fierce attack, he actually did not dodge. He even took advantage of Qiu Qinyan's distraction to sneak behind Qiu Qinyan and hug Qiu Qinyan. Seeing that he was about to die soon, Qiu Qinyan finally had a look of fear on his face and wanted to break free, but Jiang Yan's hands were welded to his body. No! Boom! As a violent explosion sounded, a huge energy wave erupted in the air, making a thunderous roar directly in the void. Boom! A roaring explosion sounded. After a while, the sky returned to calm, and everything disappeared, as if what just happened had never happened. When the world fell into calm, a figure fell on the shore. It was Qiu Qimian. At this moment, Qiu Qimian looked slightly embarrassed with some scars on his body. His left arm was hanging down. It was unclear whether it was broken or injured. Qiu Qimian gasped heavily. If he hadn't cut off Jiang Yan's arm at the critical moment, he might have been blown to ashes along with Jiang Yan just now. However, even so, Qiu Qimian was not having an easy time. The situation was still not optimistic. Not only was his whole body severely damaged by the explosion, even his left arm was broken off. Fortunately, the artifact was not lost. Qiu Qian looked at the Haotian Tower in his hand and forced a smile on his face. Hard work paid off, and he finally got the artifact. At this time, a figure slowly descended from the sky. This man was tall, wearing a clean gray robe, and his angular face was full of cold handsomeness. As soon as he landed on the ground, Qiu Qimian quickly hid his body and tried his best to keep his voice quiet, so as not to be noticed by the other party. As long as the awakened person is at a slightly higher level, his perception is extremely sharp, and he can be easily discovered if he is not careful. The man fell to the ground and glanced around with his cold eyes, but found nothing. I escaped quite quickly." The man laughed contemptuously, and Qiu Qimian tensed up in fear when he heard the other person's voice. From the voice, Qiu Qimian could tell that the person coming was actually the leader of the Dark Saints sect. The Dark Holy Sect is a special sect with military management. It is full of top powerhouses, including S-level powerhouses and countless A-level powerhouses. It is second only to Tianji Pavilion. The leader of the Dark Saint cult himself is not like the master of the Tianji Pavilion, who usually stays out of sight and hides from the world. He likes to wander around the world very much. And because his own strength is so fearsome, even the National Superpower Bureau does not dare to easily offend him for fear of offending his brow. He himself is 5th on the S-Class Combat Power list. Although he is only 2 rankings higher than Qiu Qimian, the higher he ranks, the more terrifying the gap in strength becomes. If Qiu Qimian was not injured, he could fight with the opponent. But now Qiu Qimian was attacked by the opponent, and he lost too much spiritual power and blood in the battle with Jiang Yan and others. Now he can only choose to avoid the opponent. Fortunately, the other party didn't stay long. He just stayed there for a while and then chose to leave. Forget it, there are still many artifacts anyway. I'll look for them elsewhere. After saying that, he turned around and flew away from this place. Seeing the other party leaving, Qiu Qimian breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party refused to leave, the other party would be aware of his presence sooner or later. What a great fate, Qiu Qimian said with emotion. After waiting for a while, Qiu Qimian stuck out his head vigilantly, and after using his own senses to sense that no one was around, he supported his broken body and fled from here. Although he got the artifact in this battle, his losses were not small. Not only did he suffer injuries all over his body, but he also lost an arm. He really lost his wife. Not long after Qiu Qimian left, another group of people arrived here. The handsome young man in the lead rushed to the front, followed by 3 middle-aged men. Each of them had a terrifying aura, exuding a terrifying aura. The sound and color give people an intimidating feeling. Quick, right in front. Goods. Lin Lung ran forward crazily. He was leading the way for these 3 people. With their help, Jiang Yan would be saved. Wait for me, Jiang Yan. Lin Lung thought silently in his heart, but he didn't know that Jiang Yan had already turned into nothingness and became one with the world. By the time a few people arrived, the world had already returned to peace. Only the scars on the ground told everyone that a great battle had occurred here. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung's pupil shrank and he knelt down heavily on the ground, a look of regret and guilt on his face. The other 3 were not fools either. They quickly understood the situation, and everyone fell silent. After a while, Su Liuxue and others slowly followed up. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions were not very good. Su Liuxue came to Lin Lung's side, stretched out her white jade hand, and gently placed it on Lin Lung's shoulder without saying a word. How so? Lin Lung was a little regretful, but more angry at his own incompetence. If he was strong enough, no one would be sacrificed. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't need others to use their own lives to cover his departure. At this moment, Lin Lung felt very guilty. Why? Reborn again, but still so weak. Lin Lung's fists were clenched tightly, and he was full of anger with nowhere to release it. He hated his own cowardice, hated his own incompetence. If he was strong enough, how could he end up like this? Today is Jiang Yin. What happens next? Will he need others to protect him in the future? When the spiritual energy is completely revived and another world invades, does Su Liuxue need to protect him? What will happen to Su Liuxue? Lin Lung didn't even dare to think about it. The three middle-aged men who followed didn't say anything. Their faces looked a little sad and apologetic, and they felt like they were in trouble. Yes, they are not the ones who sacrificed today. But what about the future? Like Jiang Yin, they both work for the National Superpower Bureau and work hard. They are soldiers. Whenever the country assigns them a task, they will not blink an eye and will immediately fight on the front line. They're also afraid of death. Everyone has their own home. Who would be willing to sacrifice it? Seeing the team sacrificed and even the corpses destroyed, the three of them gritted their teeth with hatred, but they were helpless. They were also urgently transferred this time to help Jiang Yin and the others. Now that the three people have died, they cannot stay any longer. They must rush back to the front line and hand over the mission. There are other places where they are needed. Why? The captain of the three did not speak, just patted Lin Lung's shoulder and sighed softly, then said goodbye to everyone and left. Lin Lung, Su Liuxue looked at Lin Lung with a complicated expression. She wanted to offer words of comfort, but she didn't know where to start. At this moment, Xie Qinfeng walked over, signaling Su Liuxue and others to leave, and gave them a reassuring look. Why? Su Liuxue sighed. She didn't know how to comfort him, so she nodded and left with the others, leaving only Lin Lung and Xie Qinfeng. After the others left, Xie Qinfeng walked to Lin Lung's side and sat down next to Lin Lung. What? Are you sad? Xie Qinfeng asked. Yeah. Lin Leng replied calmly. Are you feeling a little guilty, feeling that you have harmed them, and a little angry, feeling that it is your own incompetence? And if you are strong enough, you can change this miserable ending? Xie Qinfeng asked again. Lin Lung was a little stunned. How could Xie Qinfeng be like a roundworm in his stomach? He knew everything he wanted. Are you thinking that I am just like the roundworm in your belly? I know everything you are thinking. Xie Qinfeng looked at Lin Lung and said with a chuckle. Lin Lung. Lin Lung was a little confused and looked at Xie Qinfeng with a confused expression. Could it be that he could read minds? Seeing Lin Lung's expression, Xie Qinfeng smiled softly, showing a row of white teeth, then turned his head, looked at the sky in the distance, and said quietly, I don't know how to read minds, but what you are going through right now is the same as what I was going through before. Under Lin Lung's doubtful gaze, Xie Qinfeng looked into the distance with his eyes full of memories and remembrance. Then Xie Qinfeng slowly explained the matter. It turned out that before meeting Lin Lung and the others, Xie Qinfeng was an ordinary member of a team in another city. At that time, he was young and vigorous, rebellious, arrogant, looking down on others. With full enthusiasm, Xie Qinfeng joined the National Superpower Bureau and became a member of the National Superpower Bureau, just like his grandfather. In his mind, joining the National Superpower Bureau means that he has the capital to brag and show off, but he doesn't know how much hardship and blood goes behind it. After joining the National Superpower Bureau, Xie Qinfeng was assigned to a fairly good team. There were originally 3 people in the team, plus 4 of him. Since he is a newcomer, he is the weakest among everyone, so it is inevitable that he will be bullied and looked down upon. Xie Qinfeng was young, and it was easy for him to get into conflicts with members of his team. They fought several times, but their captain stopped him every time. Fortunately, as time passed, Xie Qinfeng gradually integrated into the team, and the conflicts with other team members gradually resolved. This team finally feels like a whole. Just when everyone was training safely every day, they received a mission. Someone reported the case, and there were awakened people who used their special powers to kill people, and formed gangs to expand their power. Although the bounty for this mission is high, the danger level is also as high as 4 stars. At that time, the arrogant Xie Chenfeng thought that his strength was enough, so he encouraged everyone to take over the task. Others could not resist the temptation of the bounty and nodded. Only the captain frowned. As the captain, he has experienced more things than the others. He knew the hidden secrets, but when he saw that the task had been taken over, he didn't say anything. Talking too much will damage morale, so just be careful when the time comes. However, what happened later was far beyond their expectations. The opponent's power had expanded to an unstoppable level. The opponent has an absolute advantage in terms of combat strength and numbers. The 4 of them went there simply to die. By this time, it was too late for them to run away, and they could only fight hard. The captain was the strongest and was not defeated in a short period of time. The rest of the team members were not so lucky and were quickly subdued. Some had their limbs chopped off, and some had their hearts dug out on the spot. The death was a tragic one. Seeing the other party's cruel behavior and methods, Xie Chenfeng was so frightened that his limbs became weak, his legs became weak, and he collapsed on the ground helplessly. Originally, Xie Chenfeng should have suffered the same fate as his opponent, but at the critical moment, the captain stepped forward and tried his best to stop everyone. "Run, Xiaofeng! Run!" At this moment, Xie Chenfeng hesitated for a while, and tears couldn't stop flowing down. But soon, he stood up, took a deep look at everyone, remembered their faces, and then turned around and fled. On the way, he heard the captain's painful wails, and tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes. He clenched his fists and vowed that one day he would avenge them. In this way, Xie Chenfeng practiced hard with the hatred in his heart and was promoted to a B-level awakener. He was transferred to H City and became their team leader. After saying everything, Xie Chenfeng's eyes were already moistened unconsciously. At this moment, Xie Chenfeng was no longer as high-spirited as usual, but more lonely as an old man. Like an old man, he told Lin Lung the story of his youth. "Then, have you found out who those people are?" Lin Lung asked in a daze. "Yeah," Xie Chenfeng said lightly. "Who is it?" Lin Lung asked curiously. "Dark Holy Cult," Xie Chenfeng said lightly. Although his tone was calm, it faintly revealed the ultimate murderous intention. Dark Holy Cult? Lin Lung was a little confused. He had heard of the Dark Saints sect. When the alien world invaded, they were the second largest force after Tianji Pavilion. The Dark Holy Cult is full of strong people. There are countless S-level strong people and A-level strong people. He is actually a member of the Dark Holy Cult. Lin Lung secretly murmured in his heart. If he calculated the time for the Dark Holy Cult to awaken should be much longer than theirs, and it is not impossible for their strength to reach S-level. It seems that the S-class strong men in the Dark Holy Religion should be the highest group of people now. Lin Lung secretly sighed for Xie Chenfei. After so many years, Xie Chenfeng had only reached B-level. If he wanted to take revenge, he had to be S-level with little strength. Otherwise, forget about revenge at all and just kill people. I just want to tell you that there is no need to feel sorry for them, let alone feel guilty. These are not your fault. I know, as a soldier, sacrifice is normal. If I die in the future, you don't have to feel sorry for me. That is where I should end up. Team leader. At this moment, Lin Lung called Xie Chenfeng team leader for the first time. It seemed that Lin Lung got to know Xie Chenfeng for the first time in so long. It turns out that although Xie Chenfeng is unreliable on the surface, he is actually very delicate in his heart, with such hatred hidden deep in his heart. So don't feel guilty. Think about how to become stronger. Yeah. Lin Lung nodded heavily. At this moment, his fighting spirit rose again. When I become stronger, I will help you take revenge. Okay. At night, everyone returned to the H City Superpower Bureau. The door to the director's office opened, and Xie Chenfeng came out. He smiled lightly, indicating that the handover of the task had been completed, and told everyone that there should be no more tasks in a short period of time, and that everyone could go back and have a good rest, just like a holiday. Lin Lung and Su Liuxue returned home together. When they opened the door, they found that the house was empty. No one was there. It seems that Lin Yu is still in Tianji Pavilion and has not returned. With heavy thoughts in their arms, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue returned to the room. Lying on the bed, Lin Lung took out his mobile phone. The news on my hands is full of awakened people and artifacts. The first one is about the sacrifice of Jiang Yin, Yi Xiaoyu, and others today. The bottom of the news is full of comments about the hero doing well. After looking at it for a while, Lin Lung turned off his phone. It's okay if you don't look at him, but the more you look at him, the worse his mood becomes. Lin Lung lay down and looked at the white ceiling. His mind was in a mess. At this moment, a pair of soft hands gently pulled his head up and then gently put his head down. Lin Lung shook his head and found that it was a little soft. Looking up, Lin Lung met Su Liuxue's beautiful eyes. Liuxue. It turned out that Lin Lung was resting on Su Liuxue's legs, and Lin Lung could even feel Su Liuxue's temperature. Su Liuxue smiled softly and signaled Lin Lung not to speak. You're tired too. I'll give you a massage. You go to sleep first. I'll go to bed when you fall asleep, Su Liuxue said softly. Then Su Liuxue went about her business massaging Lin Lung, which relieved Lin Lung's tired and tense nerves and made her whole body and mind relax a lot. Gradually, Lin Lung fell into a deep sleep. In the dream, Lin Lung came to the world in his previous life. The place was devastated, filled with potholes and wars. The ground was filled with corpses of awakened warriors, civilians, and ghosts. In the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Lin Lung saw a familiar face. The face of that person was all too familiar to him. It's him. At this time, he was exposed as a corpse in the wilderness. His whole heart was hollowed out. His eyes were ferocious, and he could not rest in peace. Now that he saw this scene again, Lin Lung felt extremely uncomfortable. Can reviving one's life really change one's tragic fate? After closing his eyes on his body, Lin Lung did not stop, but continued to walk forward. Lin Lung moved his legs and kept walking forward in the blood sea of the mountain of corpses. The city here was already in ruins, and there was no intact boundary. Lin Lung stepped on the bones and walked forward slowly. On the way, familiar faces caught his eye. They were all people he knew, classmates, teachers, neighbors. Lin Lung stepped over the corpse coldly and sadly and walked forward slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Lung stopped and looked stunned. The three corpses in front of him were very familiar to him, and their faces were deeply engraved in his mind. Lin Lung walked to the corpse in a daze and knelt down in a daze. Yes, Lin Lung was very familiar with these three people. Apart from Su Liuxue, they were Xie Qinfeng, Lu Yugong, and Chu Moyin. The death of the three people was also very tragic, with injuries all over their bodies and traces of bites on their bodies. Thank you, Qinfeng. Big tears couldn't stop falling from the corners of Lin Lung's eyes. Even though he knew that none of this was true, his tears still couldn't stop flowing. One sentence echoed in his mind. If one day I die, don't feel sorry for me. That's the fate I deserve. Tears couldn't stop falling from Lin Lung's cheeks. If one day, when another world invades, will they really have the strength to resist? At some point, Lin Lung stood up from the ground and walked forward blankly. There was a petite corpse lying in front of her. Even if her face was covered in blood, it could not hide her peerless beauty. Seeing this face, Lin Lung could no longer hold back and cried loudly. Reakshu! Lin Lung collapsed. Why, what he was most afraid of seeing was this scene. Lin Lung held Su Liuxue's body and screamed loudly, accusing the world of injustice. No, Liuxue, none of this is true. None of this is true. At some point, Lin Lung woke up in the dark night and sat up suddenly from the bed. There was cold sweat on his forehead and tears in the corners of his eyes. Lin Lung looked around and patted his chest hard. Fortunately, everything was a dream and none of it was real. After taking a deep breath for a few seconds, Lin Lung finally calmed down. There was still a hint of shock in his eyes. Ah! Lin Lung looked at Su Liuxue beside the bed. Su Liuxue was sleeping soundly at this time. Originally, Lin Lung planned to lie down and sleep, But the dream just now made Lin Lung unable to sleep. Lin Lung, who was in a complicated mood, opened the system panel and began to wander aimlessly. Suddenly something caught Lin Lung's eyes. I saw an activity clearly written on the panel on the system mall. You only need one mall purchase point to purchase blind boxes, and you can get up to mythical products. Lin Lung was a little moved. Open a blind box? This is just like buying a lottery ticket. There's a certain amount of luck involved. If you are not lucky, you will get a lot of useless things. If you are lucky, you can get something worth far more than what you spent. Gamble. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Lin Lung spent the 2 mall purchase points he had finally obtained in one go and bought 2 blind boxes. Soon, a system message was detected. The transaction is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 blind boxes, which have been placed in the system backpack. Lin Lung's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the system backpack. He saw that there was indeed a box-like item in the system backpack. There was also a number 2 on it, indicating that there were 2 in number. Opens. After weighing the situation, Lin Lung decided to open them one by one. I'll open something good for me. Lin Lung wiped his palms and clicked on. The easygoing blind box was opened. An array of light came out. There's a show. Lin Lung was a little excited, but he didn't expect that he would get something good the first time he opened it. Unfortunately, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. After the light dissipated, nothing appeared, and the box was actually empty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the spiritual energy bonus. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is multiplied by 2. It turned out to be an attribute bonus. Lin Lung suddenly realized that although the spiritual power bonus seemed useless, it speeds up the absorption of spiritual energy, and the efficiency is directly doubled. It is still useful at critical moments. Lin Lung was not discouraged and directly opened the second blind box with a bang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the spiritual energy bonus. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is multiplied by 2. It turned out to be an attribute bonus. Lin Lung suddenly realized that although the spiritual power bonus seemed useless, it speeds up the absorption of spiritual energy, and the efficiency is directly doubled. It is still useful at critical moments. Lin Lung was not discouraged and directly opened the second blind box with a bang. Another light came on. He originally thought that the second blind box would be the same as the first blind box. When an ordinary thing was opened, the system gave Lin Lung a big surprise. As the blind box slowly opened, a golden light emitted, very dazzling, very shining. Lin Lung was so flashy that he couldn't even open his eyes. It wasn't until the blind box was completely opened and the light gradually faded that Lin Lung could see clearly. This was an incredible sight, and it really shocked Lin Lung. Wow! Golden Legend! Lin Lung was a little surprised and a little surprised at the same time. This time, I was extremely lucky and directly opened the Golden Legend. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Legendary Attribute Bonus and the Royal Attribute Bonus. Automatically equipped for the host. The moment the system sound fell, Lin Lung felt an invisible and wonderful power injected into his body. An unprecedented sense of comfort came over me. Although the bones and meridians of my body did not undergo any changes, my whole body felt stronger and more energetic than ever before. Is this the blessing of royal attributes? Lin Lung clenched his fists, and his aura increased several times. At the same time, a golden light flashed in his mind. Can the royal attribute be added to the battle? Lin Lung was a little surprised. He only had 1 Tianji/now, which was taught to him by Wu Qingquan. From the system analysis, no matter how you look at it, Tianji/ is a peerless legendary technique. If you add the blessing of this monarch, you might be able to develop new and stronger moves. Looking at his fists, Lin Lung was a little excited. He hurriedly sat up from the bed, found a good position, and sat down cross-legged. During this period, he also covered Su Liuxue with a quilt. Su Liuxue's sleeping posture was not honest, and she always liked to kick the quilt, so she couldn't cover her with the quilt. After covering Su Liuxue with the quilt, Lin Lung couldn't wait to sit down cross-legged closed his eyes, and started practicing calmly. His consciousness entered the divine sea, and Lin Lung came to a void space. This is the spiritual world in his mind, where he usually practices his various techniques and secrets without getting hurt. Coupled with a system built for it, it feels like a real world here, with birds singing, flowers fragrant, blue sky, and white clouds. Except for the color being black and white, everything else seems to be normal. Taking a deep breath, Lin Lung waved one hand, and a red-black halberd filled with overwhelming demonic energy appeared in his hand. With all the movements and details of Tianji Zhan flashing through his mind, these words gathered into a moving little man, waving in front of Lin Lung's eyes. Lin Lung, on the other hand, followed suit easily, doing whatever the villain did. With the addition of the Majesty attribute, when Lin Lung wielded the heaven-slaying Demon King halberd, in addition to the previous black magic light, there was also a hint of golden light in it. That golden light is the power of the king, and the black light is evil energy. Demonic energy and royal power merged together. Black and gold have actually reached a very harmonious situation, becoming black and gold. In the virtual world, Lin Lung kept waving the sky-killing halberd in his hand, and all the essence of martial arts flashed through Lin Lung's mind. Lin Lung kept practicing like this, and Lin Lung became more and more skillful in using the sky-killing euphorbia. I don't know since when the sky-killing euphorbia began to change. Every time Lin Lung waved the halberd, the energy erupted changed. Lin Lung's movements haven't stopped yet. The movement of his hand has not stopped yet, and he is still waving the sky-slaying Demon King halberd. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Lung jumped up so high that he was several meters high. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Looking closely, at that moment, Lin Lung's eyes burst into golden light. At the same time, the hand holding the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd also exerted force, gathering all the spiritual power in his body into his hand, and then swung it down hard, slashing it down. Boom! Although it is a virtual world, everything is helped by the system. The power erupted will be automatically detected by the system, and then the energy contained in it will be analyzed. This attack was Lin Lung's own creation skill, combined with the heavenly slash that Wu Qingquan had just received the blessing of Junwei attribute. Sovereign and powerful. Looking at the string of data given by the system, a smile appeared on Lin Lung's lips. The sovereign heavenly slash is really awesome. With the addition of the sovereign attribute, the energy he explodes and the energy he displays completely exceeds his level. Nowadays, Lin Lung's martial arts power has the highest level, which is C level, and the strength unleashed by this attack has truly reached the level of a B-level awakener. Lin Lung, who had practiced hard all night, sat down tiredly. However, in addition to physical and mental exhaustion, Lin Lung felt a full sense of accomplishment. After practicing hard all night, it was finally in vain. From now on, the majestic heavenly slash will be his ultimate trump card move. With this skill, Lin Lung can kill enemies by leapfrogging. When you are at level C, you can fight against level B awakeners. When you are at level B, you can fight against level A awakeners. When he reaches a level, he will have the capital to fight against S-level awakeners. Although he may not be able to defeat those monsters on the S-class combat power list, he believes he can still handle an ordinary S-class awakener. After adjusting for a while, Lin Lung became a little excited. The training just now gave him a great sense of accomplishment, and he instantly became motivated to practice. As long as he keeps practicing like this, with the blessing of spiritual energy, his strength will soon increase. Becoming stronger is just around the corner. Today, Lin Lung can be said to have found his goal all of a sudden. Once a man has a goal, he is full of motivation. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Lung finally stopped. After practicing all night, Lin Lung was full of fighting spirit as he looked at his powerful fists. However, he could easily go crazy if he practiced too much. There are some things that you should not be too persistent about. Besides, I've been practicing for a long time, and it's probably almost dawn. As a result, Lin Lung interrupted his training and withdrew from Shanghai.
Lin Lung opened his eyes. The sky was a little dark at this time. Lin Lung was a little lucky. It looks like it's not yet dawn. Lin Lung scratched his head. He thought it had been a long time, but he didn't expect it was still dawn. Just when Lin Lung was thinking about whether to train for a while, his stomach suddenly growled. It looks like it's not yet dawn? Lin Lung scratched his head. He thought it had been a long time, but he didn't expect it was still dawn. Just when Lin Lung was thinking about whether to train for a while, his stomach suddenly growled. Looking at his unsatisfactory belly, Lin Lung felt helpless. After all, we are also sea-level awakened people. Belly, can you give me some energy? It's only been one night, and you can't hold it anymore? Lin Lung was helpless. People are like iron, and rice is like steel. If you don't eat one meal, you'll feel hungry. Lin Lung had no choice but to get up from the bed gently. It was then that Lin Lung noticed something very strange. At night, Lin Lung remembered clearly that Su Liuxue slept next to him. But now, the bed was actually empty, with nothing on it. Where's Ryukido? Lin Lung scratched his head, feeling a little puzzled. Su Liuxue was clearly sleeping just now. Where would she be at this time? Did he go to the toilet? You should just go to the toilet, right? Lin Lung secretly guessed, so he sat down and waited. Lin Lung waited for a long time, but still didn't see Su Liuxue come back. At this time, Lin Lung began to doubt. Where was Su Liuxue going so late at night? It was so late for a young woman to suddenly go out. There were only two possibilities, either to use the toilet or to steal someone. Lin Lung knew Su Liuxue very well. She loved him very much, so how could she steal someone? But if this is the case, both possibilities have been denied, then where will Su Liuxue go? At this time, Lin Lung suddenly remembered that he was a modern person and could use a mobile phone. Just call Su Liuxue. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Lung came to the bedside in 3 or 2 steps, picked up the phone on the bedside, unlocked it, opened the phone's address book, found Su Liuxue's number in the first entry, and dialed it. Toot toot. The call was put through, but no one answered. At this time, Lin Lung's first thought was, something happened to Su Liuxue. Will something happen to Su Liuxue? Something happened to Su Liuxue? Something has definitely happened to Su Liuxue. Just when Lin Lung was anxiously preparing to go out, a cell phone rang at the door of the room, and then the door was opened. When Lin Lung saw the face of the visitor clearly, Lin Lung breathed a deep sigh of relief. I saw that the appearance of the visitor was exquisite and beautiful, with a peerless and alluring appearance. Who else could it be if it wasn't Su Liuxue? At this time, Su Liuxue had a faint smile on her lips. Su Liuxue moved her beautiful legs, came to Lin Lung's side, sat down next to Lin Lung, and asked with a smile, "Why are you calling me?" It was okay if Su Liuxue didn't ask, but Lin Lung got angry when she asked, so she asked, "Why are you calling me? If you're not at home to sleep well at night, where are you fooling around?" Su Liuxue was a little confused by Lin Lung's nameless fire. I want to train," Su Liuxue replied blankly. "Training? It's so late at night. Where are you training?" "What? It's just getting dark tomorrow." Su Liuxue curled her lips and said, "Just black what?" "Just black," Lin Lung asked doubtfully. "Yes, when I woke up and saw you sitting there like a piece of wood, I didn't bother you. I went to the bureau for training. I just came back." Listening to Su Liuxue's explanation, Lin Lung's brain was a little confused. What Su Liuxue means is that a day and a night have passed. No wonder Lin Lung felt that time pass so slowly. On the contrary, time passed very quickly. He actually trained all day and night. I am afraid that he was too involved in practicing and forgot about the time. In addition, it was dark outside, so Lin Lung had the wrong idea, thinking that it was not dawn yet. Realizing his mistake, Lin Lung softened without any hesitation and began to apologize and beg for mercy to Su Liuxue. I was wrong about that. Liuxue, I was wrong. Snort. Su Liuxue snorted, turned away, and muttered. She was obviously a little angry. She was scolded by Lin Lung without doing anything. She felt a little innocent. And the most important thing, Lin Lung actually hurt himself. This is something Su Liuxue can't bear. Liuxue, Xiao Shui. Xue. Baby. Wife. I was wrong. Hiss. Lin Lung had some skills in coquettishness. Just saying wife made Su Liuxue take a breath of cold air. Her whole body felt numb and softened instantly. Okay, then I'll spare you this time, but I have a request. Okay. As long as my wife is not angry, Lin Lung said in a flattering tone. Then all I ask is that you rub it for me. Su Liuxue leaned into Lin Lung's ear and spoke a request. After speaking, she retracted her body, her white neck and cheeks turning red. The same goes for Lin Lung. Did he hear it correctly? Su Liuxue actually asked him to rub it for her. Gudong. Lin Lung swallowed hard and couldn't stop looking up until he reached the tip of Su Liuxue and caught a glimpse of the towering mountain peaks and the alluring deep ravine. Seeing that Lin Lung didn't respond, Su Liuxue was a little reserved. As a girl, she took such initiative, but the other party didn't react at all. How could Lin Lung show any sign of saying that she was also a great beauty? This made Su Liuxue feel frustrated for the first time. You are unwilling? Su Liuxue asked with a blushing face. This? Lin Lung hesitated. Seeing Lin Lung's appearance, Su Liuxue thought it was because the other party was unwilling, and a disappointed expression appeared on her pretty face. Just when she was about to say that it was okay to comfort Lin Lung and herself, Lin Lung changed the subject. This? Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. After saying that, Lin Lung pounced on Su Liuxue like a hungry wolf and knocked Su Liuxue down, his eyes burning. Lin Lung, can you be gentle? Su Liuxue was a little scared. She was a girl after all, so she would be shy, okay? But Lin Lung didn't care about this. Since you came to the door yourself, don't blame him. Then Lin Lung's hands quickly reached out and climbed directly to the peak. His movements were as fast as lightning. This movement also made Su Liuxue's delicate body tense. Then Lin Lung began to display his unique mountain climbing skills. As Lin Lung's hands full of magic gradually climbed to the top of the mountain, Su Liuxue also felt a numbness coming over her. Lin Lung's hands seemed to have magical powers, making it difficult for her to resist. Unable to help herself, Su Liuxue made a sound that even made her feel ashamed. This? Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. After saying that, Lin Lung pounced on Su Liuxue like a hungry wolf and knocked Su Liuxue down, his eyes burning. Lin Lung, can you be gentle? Su Liuxue was a little scared. She was a girl after all, so she would be shy, okay? But Lin Lung didn't care about this. Since you came to the door yourself, don't blame him. Then Lin Lung's hands grabbed somewhere without mercy. This movement also made Su Liuxue's delicate body tense. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Yu was back, but she looked much more tired than before, and her condition was obviously not as energetic as before. Sister? To be honest, Lin Lung was quite happy to see Lin Yu back. Yeah, Lin Yu responded lightly. What's wrong? Are you worried? Lin Lung sat next to Lin Yu and asked with concern. No. Lin Yuqing shook her head. Seeing Lin Yu's behavior, Lin Lung frowned secretly. Lin Yu looked like nothing was wrong. At this time, Su Liuxue also sat next to Lin Yu and sat down with a smile. Sister, if you have anything on your mind, just tell us. We are not outsiders. We are your family. Hearing this, Lin Yu was startled and murmured softly, Family. Family. This is such a strange word to Lin Yu. She had never experienced the feeling of family since she was a child. Later she met Lin Lung and felt like home for the first time. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Yu realized that she had a family. Su Liuxue's words gave her an inexplicable sense of belonging. And it was precisely because of these words that Lin Yu felt even more guilty when she thought of her unfinished tasks. Brother? Looking at Lin Lung, Lin Yu wanted to tell him what was on her mind, but she couldn't make any sound when she opened her mouth. She didn't know what to say. Did he tell Lin Lung that his mission was to assassinate Su Liuxue? If she said that, it would be strange if Lin Lung didn't fall out with her. Lin Yu knew Lin Lung's feelings for Su Liuxue very well. It was precisely because of this consideration that Lin Yu was so entangled. If she was asked to kill someone she didn't know,
she wouldn't even blink. But if she wanted to kill Su Liuxue, she honestly couldn't do it. Seeing Lin Yu's hesitant expression, Lin Lung smiled faintly, reached out and patted Lin Yu's shoulder to comfort her. Okay, sister, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. We won't force you. Yes, Su Liuxue agreed. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded with tears in her eyes. By the way, sister, let me ask you something. Lin Lung suddenly remembered something and asked, What's up? Did you get the Fushichin? Well, Lin Yu nodded, but then thought about it and said, Well, it should have been obtained by the Pavilion Master. He personally led us to obtain the artifact. The Pavilion Master's strength. Lin Lung didn't listen to a word of what was said next. His attention stayed on Lin Yu's previous words. Did the Master of Tianji Pavilion get Fu Shichin? Can't. Lin Lung recalled what the system said. Wasn't it about the artifact obtained by a close relative? Lin Lung thought for a while, but still couldn't figure out the problem. Close relatives, should I say people who are related by blood? His parents have been dead since he was a child. If he were to say he was related by blood, it could only be Lin Yu. But Lin Yu clearly said that the artifact was not in his hands. So what is going on? Lin Lung held his chin and began to think. He understood Lin Yu's character, and the other party should not have lied to her. What's more, if the artifact was on her body, Xiaorou should have a reaction. Besides, with such an important artifact, how could the master of the Tianji Pavilion hand over the artifact to Lin Yu? Can. If this is the case, the two are contradictory again. If Lin Yu didn't lie, the system definitely didn't lie either. There was no need for it. Could it be that the master of Tianji Pavilion is his closest relative? At this moment, Lin Lung was confused. How could the master of Tianji Pavilion be his closest relative? Not to mention that his parents died when he was young. Even if his parents are still alive, how could they be like the master of Tianji Pavilion? Although Lin Lung is not very clear about the master of Tianji Pavilion, his strength is very terrifying. Even the National Superpower Bureau does not dare to attack Tianji Pavilion easily. On the one hand, there are many strong people in Tianji Pavilion, and on the other hand, the most important thing is because they are afraid of the powerful strength of the master of Tianji Pavilion. Is the master of Tianji Pavilion his closest relative? Lin Lung naturally didn't believe it. What a joke! Could it be that the master of Tianji Pavilion is his father? However, this was not a very important matter, and Lin Lung didn't take it to heart. He thought it was a system error. Anyway, it's normal for the system to have a bug. Besides, why not enjoy 2 shopping mall purchase points for free? Lin Lung didn't pay much attention to this matter and simply ignored it. Lin Lung then chatted with Lin Yu for a few more words, and then sent Su Liuxue to the Superpower Bureau for training. After bidding farewell to Su Liuxue, he went to the training place agreed with Wu Qingquan alone. Lin Lung walked slowly to the agreed place as usual. However, this time Wu Qingquan was different from usual. Usually Wu Qingquan would be waiting for him here early, but today Wu Qingquan was not there. Lin Lung was a little surprised. Could it be that Wu Qingquan wasn't coming? However, Lin Lung did not leave immediately. Instead, he waited silently on the spot. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Wu Qingquan to appear. Seeing Wu Qingquan appear, Lin Lung's eyes lit up and he shouted happily, "Master." Wu Qingquan responded with a faint and then guided Lin Lung in training as usual. Lin Lung also began to eagerly show the fruits of his labor to him. Looking at it, Wu Qingquan saw the clues about himself. Lin Lung's move looks similar to the Tianji slash he taught, but it also seems to be a little different invisibly. After looking at it for a while, Wu Qingquan's eyes flashed with light, and his eyes were filled with wonder. Lin Lung actually carried a faint regal power every time he waved, which was something he could not do. Moreover, this regal power actually ignored the level of cultivation, and even he was affected by it invisibly. Lin Lung didn't feel anything strange about Wu Qingquan at all. At this moment, Lin Lung was immersed in his own world. He felt an unprecedented feeling, which made him enjoy it very much. This feeling is as if the Demon King's halberd is not a weapon, but himself. He seemed to be fused with the sky-slaying Demon King halberd, becoming one with the weapon.
He was an excellent weapon in his own right. Waving, Lin Lung seemed to have entered a state of selflessness. After a moment, Lin Lung's eyes shot out golden light, and then he jumped up high with a backflip and slashed down with the sky-slaying Demon King halberd. Sovereign and powerful. At this moment, Lin Lung was immersed in his own world. He felt an unprecedented feeling, which made him enjoy it very much. This feeling is as if the Demon King's halberd is not a weapon, but himself. He seemed to be fused with the sky-slaying Demon King halberd, becoming one with the weapon. He was an excellent weapon in his own right. Waving, Lin Lung seemed to have entered a state of selflessness. After a moment, Lin Lung's eyes shot out golden light, and then he jumped up high with a backflip and slashed down with the sky-slaying Demon King halberd. Sovereign and powerful. Wu Qinquan's pupils suddenly dilated several times when he struck down the Majesty Heavenly Slash. It was not because of how powerful Lin Lung's attack was. It was because Lin Lung's blow actually hit him. K, you little brat. Wu Qinquan cursed angrily and jumped away in a beautiful move, jumping 10 meters away in one step. On the other hand, where Wu Qinquan was originally located, a huge ravine was cut out. Boom! Before Lin Lung could react, a skull hit him on the back of the head. The pain came, and Lin Lung woke up from his state of selflessness. Feeling a stinging pain on the back of his head, Lin Lung subconsciously rubbed the back of his head, then turned to look at his attacker. He saw Wu Qinquan blowing his beard and staring at him. Master, why did you hit me? Lin Lung rubbed the back of his head and asked a little aggrievedly. Why do you think I'm beating you? Look at it. Wu Qinquan pointed to where he was just now and then said, if it weren't for your master's quick reaction, I would have been killed by your blow just now. Lin Lung, well, this is indeed his fault. There is nothing he can do about it. The feeling just now was so mysterious that Lin Lung forgot about it as he practiced. Mistake, my fault. Master, I was wrong, Lin Lung said apologetically. I'm not a petty person, so I won't care about you. That's good. Lin Lung grinned. Lin Lung's shameless look made Wu Qinquan very helpless. Why did he accept such a disciple? He really wanted to slap him to death. Fortunately, Wu Qinquan restrained himself. Otherwise, Lin Lung might have had to play mahjong with Tathagata Buddha if he had slapped him. By the way, my master is asking you, who taught you this move? Wu Qinquan asked. When Wu Qinquan asked, Lin Lung didn't hide anything. He smiled and said that he created it himself. Not to mention how proud he looked, he seemed to be asking for credit from Wu Qinquan. Wu Qinquan, although he was speechless in his heart, Wu Qinquan still nodded. Lin Lung's ability to do this was enough to show that his vision was correct. Lin Lung is indeed a peerless genius who is unique in his own right. He possesses dual cultivation in one body and creates his own royal power, Tianji Slash. This is the demeanor of a king. But Lin Lung in front of him was still a little confused. A true king still needs to experience growth, and Lin Lung obviously still lacks some. This is indeed true. Although Lin Lung is a reborn person, Lin Lung's fate in his previous life was not like this. He was just an ordinary person. How could he go through so much without being destined to be a king? Disciple, you have to go on your own in the next time. Remember, if you want to improve your martial arts abilities, the most important thing is to fight. The god of war is what you become in battles one after another. You are still young now and have experienced few battles. If you experience more battles in the future, your god of war abilities will naturally improve. Yeah. Lin Lung nodded, tears welling up from his eyes at the same time. From Wu Qinquan's tone, he could tell that Wu Qinquan was saying goodbye to him and that he was leaving. Master, are you leaving? Lin Lung asked sadly. Wu Qinquan smiled and said, the world is big, and there are still many places that need me. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Xiaolong, I have nothing to leave you. I just hope that you can be upright and do the right thing in the future. Don't act like a teacher. After saying that, Wu Qinquan left without looking back. Looking at Wu Qinquan's leaving figure, Lin Lung somehow felt an uncomfortable feeling in his heart,
as if he would never be seen again after he left. Master, disciple, you have to go on your own in the next time. Remember, if you want to improve your martial arts abilities, the most important thing is to fight. The god of war is what you become in battles one after another. You are still young now and have experienced few battles. If you experience more battles in the future, your god of war abilities will naturally improve. Yeah. Lin Lung nodded, tears welling up from his eyes at the same time. From Wu Qingquan's tone, he could tell that Wu Qingquan was saying goodbye to him and that he was leaving. Master, are you leaving? Lin Lung asked sadly. Wu Qingquan smiled and said, the world is big, and there are still many places that need me. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Xiaolong, I have nothing to leave you. I just hope that you can be upright and do the right thing in the future. Don't act like a teacher. After saying that, Wu Qingquan left without looking back. Looking at Wu Qingquan's leaving figure, Lin Lung somehow felt an uncomfortable feeling in his heart, as if he would never be seen again after he left. Master! Lin Lung felt a little uncomfortable. He wanted to ask everything clearly, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. If possible, Wu Qingquan would definitely tell him. Master, we will meet again next time. Lin Lung also left, leaving this place. Maybe he will never come here to train again. Time flies, and soon it comes to the day before the spiritual energy is revived. All parts of the country are already in preparation. The Skynet quantum defense system has not yet been fully established, and residents have not been completely evacuated. 9 of the top 10 artifacts have been unsealed. Lin Lung also helped the general administration obtain 2 of the artifacts and obtain 4 shopping mall purchase points. However, he was not in a hurry to use them at the moment, so Lin Lung did not use them but saved them. This night, no one slept. Everyone has been informed by the general administration that tomorrow is the day when the spiritual energy will be completely revived. To be precise, it is 12 o'clock tonight, so no one can sleep. That night, the country officially dispatched all its armies of awakened people to all parts of the country. All major institutions such as the supernatural bureaus, police stations, and hospitals in cities and provinces received orders from the headquarters. Even all the people fled in an orderly manner under the command of state personnel. At present, only the vicinity of the Magic City is safe, and it is not absolutely safe. After all, the general administration does not know whether this can be prevented. But Lin Leng knew that the Skynet was effective, but only the area near the Magic City was absolutely safe. Others were slightly more remote, and ghosts would break in from time to time. That night, Lin Lung, Su Liuxue, and others naturally didn't sleep either. The entire team was assigned to the front line in order to send people away. The same goes for Lin Yu, who was urgently recalled by Tianji Pavilion. Lin Lung, will something happen to us? Su Liuxue looked at Lin Lung and asked. I don't know. Lin Lung shook his head. At this moment, he felt sad and confused about the future. He didn't know what would happen this time. As time passed bit by bit, everyone's hearts were lifted, and the atmosphere began to become tense at this moment. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As time passed by, Lin Lung's heartbeat became faster and faster. Although he knew what would happen next, he was still nervous. Damn it, Master, I'm scared too. Zhongzi also came to Lin Lung's feet with his tail between his legs. Lin Lung? Su Liuxue looked at Lin Lung, looking at Lin Lung longingly with a slightly pleading look. Lin Lung understood instantly and reached out to hold Su Liuxue's cold and soft little hand. Liuxue, after this war is over, we will get married. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 o'clock bell rang. It's 12 o'clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As time passed by, Lin Lung's heartbeat became faster and faster. Although he knew what would happen next, he was still nervous. Damn it, Master, I'm scared too. Zhongzi also came to Lin Lung's feet with his tail between his legs. Lin Lung? Su Liuxue looked at Lin Lung, looking at Lin Lung longingly with a slightly pleading look. Lin Lung understood instantly and reached out to hold Su Liuxue's cold and soft little hand. Liuxue, after this war is over, we will get married. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 o'clock bell rang. It's 12 o'clock. As the 12 o'clock bell rang, everyone became nervous instantly, holding their breath and preparing for the attack. Rumble, muffled thunder sounded, and bursts of roaring could be heard faintly in the void, constantly beating people's hearts. Boom! A golden light burst into the sky, and the last artifact was born. A huge golden axe is suspended in the air. It is the Pango axe, one of the 10 ancient artifacts. As soon as Pango axe was born, all forces immediately took action. For a time, the National Superpower Bureau, the Dark Holy Sect, Tianji Pavilion, and other major forces rushed to take action, and the strong ones all came out. They all have the same purpose, all for this Pango axe. Just as all the forces were fighting for it, Pango axe erupted with a terrifying power that knocked back the strong men from all sides. Boom! At the same time, the Dongwang bell on Lin Lung's neck also burst out with a dazzling light and flew away from Lin Lung uncontrollably into the air. Immediately afterwards, the Xinyuan sword in Su Liuxue's hand couldn't control it and flew out, bursting out with a dazzling light and flying high into the sky. Not only that, other artifacts also took off one after another, emitting dazzling light from other directions. Everyone looked up into the sky, watching this magical and illusory scene. But no one was fighting for the artifact again. Lin Lung's eyes were fixed in the sky. Now that the 10 artifacts have finally been gathered, the final moment for spiritual energy recovery has come. Boom! The 10 major artifacts began to react to each other, gathered together, condensed into a ring, and connected to each other. Immediately afterwards, the 10 artifacts buzzed, and the 10 rays of light gathered together, and then a reaction occurred. The 10 major artifacts condensed into a ring and began to rotate rapidly, and then a 10-colored ray of light shot out to the southwest. Boom! For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the southwest. Under everyone's attention, a hole-shaped opening slowly opened in that space, and then it slowly grew bigger and bigger. The hole is getting bigger and bigger. It gradually grew from the size of a fingertip at the beginning and finally expanded into a huge circular pit. Everyone prepare. Just when Lin Lung was in a daze, the voice of the leader of the general administration came from the earphones. This headset was issued by the leader today for the convenience of commanding everyone, and the source of the voice coming from the headset is the commander-in-chief of this operation. I heard that he was still an S-class awakened person. He was originally responsible for performing some special tasks. His fighting ability and combat effectiveness were terrible. However, he hesitated to retire because of his age and retreated behind the scenes to become a commander. Since the sound source is too far away, in addition to the commander-in-chief's voice, there are also some electromagnetic sounds that are not very clear in the headphones. With the command from the commander-in-chief, all the Putao guards and special forces members immediately adjusted their guns and aimed them at the dark hole. Not only guns, the officials also dispatched tanks, artillery, and hundreds of thousands of Boeing fighter jets. Although they didn't know whether they could cause harm to the alien invaders, they could only try it first. Since this battle concerns the lives of people around the world, other countries have also sent some military support, as well as some awakened troops. In this battle, the official chose to dispatch ordinary soldiers first and use firepower to try to destroy some of the invaders. The whole army is ready. All firepower was aimed at the entrance of the cave for a while, and everyone was ready to launch the strongest firepower as soon as the command was given. Under the gaze of everyone, the artifacts continued like this for about half a quarter of an hour. The ceremony seemed to be over. The light emitted by all the artifacts gradually dimmed, and finally returned to the hands of their respective owners. The Dongwang bell fell again and hung back on Lin Lung's neck, and the Xinyuan sword returned to Su Liuxue's hand. The other 8 artifacts also flew in different directions. Under the gaze of everyone, the artifacts continued like this for about half a quarter of an hour. The ceremony seemed to be over. The light emitted by all the artifacts gradually dimmed, and finally returned to the hands of their respective owners. The Dongwang bell fell again and hung back on Lin Lung's neck, and the Xinyuan sword returned to Su Liuxue's hand. The other 8 artifacts also flew in different directions. As the artifact returned to all parties, a terrifying roar instantly attracted everyone's attention. Although the roar was low, the sound was very loud. The roar shook the sky and was deafening, as if it was going to shatter the heavens. As soon as he heard this roar, Lin Lung's heart twitched violently. He had heard this roar in his last life, but it was not too close at that time, far from being as close as he is today. This roar made Lin Lung's heart tremble. The roar seemed to come from the nine nether hell. Roar! Another roar sounded. This time it seemed to be closer, and a huge black shadow was reflected in the dark hole, as if a huge thing was about to rush out from inside. Seeing this scene, the commander-in-chief no longer hesitated and immediately issued the order to attack. All soldiers obey the order. Use all the firepower at all costs, and beat me to death. Received. Marine Squadron 5, received. The 7th Wild Marines received it. The 7th Air Force Division received it. Boom! The first sound of artillery was heard. After all, the tank corps was one step faster. A cannon fired at the entrance of the cave, officially announcing the beginning of the war. Immediately afterwards, the Marines did not sit idle and began to pick up their machine guns and shoot wildly at the entrance of the cave. Boeing fighter jets flew in groups, lined up in a line in the air, and bombed the cave entrance in an orderly manner, firing artillery shells and bullets. Boom! The entire army's maximum firepower was blasted into the cave. No one knew what was on the other side of the cave. Roar! Another roar came, and the people's resistance seemed to make it feel angry. Although these attacks could not hurt it, they really did it off. Hearing this roar, Zhongzi was startled. The dog's eyes widened, and the dog murmured, "I'm sorry. Why did these plague gods come out? It's over, it's over." When Lin Lung heard that Zhongzi actually knew the other person, he quickly asked, "Zhongzi, tell me, who is this person?" As soon as Lin Lung asked the question, Zhongzi immediately hesitated. Before Zhongzi could answer, he answered with a thundering roar, and then, in everyone's shocked eyes, a huge body climbed out of the hole. Lin Lung looked up curiously, but at this glance, he froze in place. It turned out to be the nine-winged dragon, one of the 10 most ferocious beasts. Legend has it that the nine-winged dragon is the beast body of the East China Sea dragon god who bound Nancian. It is one of the 10 most ferocious beasts in the wilderness. It wreaks havoc in the wilderness and overthrows hundreds of cities. It is the most legendary emperor in the history of the Dragon Clan. He fought against 2 god emperors successively, including Shennong. It took 7 days and 3 nights to conquer the power of the Yellow River. Fu Nanqian's cultivation level is extremely high, but with Guang Chengxi's cultivation level, it is difficult to get favors from him. With one move, he defeated Yinglong, Wu Luo, and other top 4 masters of the 2 tribe. A beast's body appeared in Tiandi Mountain, making it difficult for the mop to stand still. The power of Jinqi and telekinesis is so high that it can be ranked among the top 10 in the world. The 10 most ferocious beasts in the wilderness have always been incompetent. Rival. One of the 10 most ferocious beasts of the great wilderness. The first of the 7 beasts of the cold wasteland. Its ice armor is stronger than black iron, and its single horn is quite magical. The ancestor of Shihai used the heaven-turning seal to cause floods among the 8 tribes. The ice-armored horned demon dragon punished him midway. Although the other 6 beasts of Han Huang were defeated, the ice armor was broken by the Shihai ancestor who was using the heaven-turning seal. Later, because he was so seriously injured that he ran out of gas and died. The power of this beast is acceptable, and its defensive power is slightly inferior to the beasts above, so it is ranked here. This was the explanation given by the system. Lin Lung froze on the spot, his eyes fixed on the giant horned beast in front of him. The first one to appear was actually the 9-winged heavenly dragon, one of the 10 most ferocious beasts. Hit me hard. Seeing this scene, the commander-in-chief immediately ordered him to be beaten to death. Boom! For a moment, the entire army's firepower focused on the 9-winged heavenly dragon, but the firepower of the mortal world seemed to have no effect on it. These bullets and shells that are lethal to humans seem to scratch it, and cannot even penetrate its hard scales. Roar! The nine-winged heavenly dragon raised its head and let out a thundering roar, then turned its attention to the crowd on the ground, its blood-red eyes full of greed. He stretched out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs and drooling. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung felt bad. From the look, Lin Lung knew that the other party was obviously hungry, and its food was naturally not ordinary. It seems to regard humans as food. This is really bad. Roar! The nine-winged heavenly dragon raised its head and let out a thundering roar, then turned its attention to the crowd on the ground, its blood-red eyes full of greed. He stretched out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs and drooling. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung felt bad. From the look, Lin Lung knew that the other party was obviously hungry, and its food was naturally not ordinary. It seems to regard humans as food. This is really bad. The nine-winged heavenly dragon roared, and in the next second it opened its pair of huge wings that covered the sky. Just by flapping its wings, countless fighter jets were unable to stabilize their direction. Roar! The nine-winged Tianlong roared, spread its wings, and attacked the fighter jets, destroying dozens of aircraft in just a moment. And all those pilots who parachuted were swallowed into their mouths and turned into food in their belly. Hateful! Seeing this scene, the commander-in-chief gnashed his teeth angrily, and his eyes were split open. Those who were carefully cultivated by the country were actually eaten by this beast in front of him. Hit me! Receives! Even though the remaining pilots knew that the frontier was an area, they still moved forward without hesitation. The country trained them just for today. Brothers, protect your home and country. Defend the home and the country. The young pilots shouted slogans, watching their comrades sacrifice in front of them, and continued to attack the nine-winged Tianlong with red eyes. However, these attacks failed to have any effect, and each of them inevitably ended tragically. Watching the soldiers die in front of him one by one, the commander-in-chief shed tears. These soldiers were the hope of the motherland. Watching them die one by one made him feel uncomfortable. However, even with such a sacrifice, nine-winged Tianlong was not affected at all, and was not even injured at all. Just when the commander-in-chief was at a loss what to do, an old and ethereal voice came from behind. All S-level awakened ones and above obey my orders and take action together to set up a confinement circle to imprison these beasts here and lower their own defense. At this critical moment of life and death, stop hiding it and take action together with me. Hearing this voice, the commander-in-chief was so excited that he almost cried. It's the Great Elder's voice. The Great Elder from the General Administration finally took action. Maybe it's because of the Great Elder's reputation, or maybe he thinks what the Great Elder said makes sense. All of a sudden, all the awakened ones of S-level and above took action, exerting their strongest energy. For a time, countless beams of light shot out from different places and converged in the sky, forming a huge circular light network, covering everything within a radius of thousands of miles. Roar! This action was indeed effective. Bullets no longer seemed so futile. All the beast defenses were lowered, and they were restrained. Although bullets are not fatal, they can still cause damage. Morale was greatly boosted for a moment. Seeing this scene, the commander-in-chief no longer hesitated and immediately ordered a counterattack and concentrated firepower. Roar! The nine-winged heavenly dragon, which originally ignored humans, was furious and let out loud roars from its mouth, which seemed to be angry. Avenge your dead brother! Avenge your dead brother! In an instant, all the soldiers were united in their hatred of the enemy, and all the armies began to fight back. The nine-winged heavenly dragon was unable to resist, and soon fell into a disadvantage. Roar! At this moment, another loud roar came from the entrance of the cave, which shocked everyone. Could it be that another ferocious beast was about to run out? The result is obvious. Under the gaze of everyone, a beast that looked like a lion with fangs on both sides of its mouth and looked extremely ferocious slowly walked out. The system prompt popped up again. It turns out that this ferocious beast that looks like a lion is called the Red Flame Golden Elephant Beast. The Red Flame Golden Beast was one of the 10 most ferocious beasts in the Great Wilderness 1,000 years ago. It ravaged the southern wilderness of the Fire Tribe, causing the Fire Tribe to suffer thousands of miles of scorched earth and a 10-year drought. In the 648th year of the war calendar, 36 top masters, including the Red Emperor of the Fire Tribe, fought fiercely with it for 9 days and 9 nights. They finally subdued it and sealed it into the red copper plate of the Fire Tribe's artifact, the Red Copper Fire Jade Plate, and kept it in the red copper plate. In the Burning Mountains, there was a big battle outside Qian City. Although Chidi, Songgu, Vulcan, and Fairy Qixia were all out of shape, their combined strength was extraordinary. In addition, Fairy Nanyang, Tuoba, and Lian, who had super strong true energy, were all out of shape. Coral Unicorn, etc. cannot be defeated. The Red Emperor used 2 injury magic to use the 7 rays of purple light, but his success failed. Finally, he used the body of burning flames to kill him with the Ether Fire True Slash, but he also paid a heavy price for becoming an immortal. This shows that his ferocious flames are blazing. As soon as the Red Flame Golden Beast appeared, everyone's attention was instantly attracted. After finally subduing one, another one came out. The Red Flame Golden Beast is also like the 9-winged dragon, with a pair of huge beast eyes shining with blood, staring at everyone. The next second, the Red Flame Golden Beast roared and jumped down. Its huge body fell to the ground, as tall as a mountain. Roar! As soon as the Red Flame Golden Beast appeared, everyone's attention was instantly attracted. After finally subduing one, another one came out. The Red Flame Golden Beast is also like the 9-winged dragon, with a pair of huge beast eyes shining with blood, staring at everyone. The next second, the Red Flame Golden Beast roared and jumped down. Its huge body fell to the ground, as tall as a mountain. Roar! The Red Flame Golden Beast was so ferocious that it tore apart several heavy tanks in just a moment, and all the soldiers and parts in the tanks fell into its huge mouth. Fortunately, with the restraint of the magic circle, the Red Flame Golden Beast was not absolutely invincible. Soon, under the absolute suppression of firepower, even the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times had to bow their heads. Roar! 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 However, another burst of roars came, and huge beasts crawled out of the hole again. Lin Lung was stunned. These ferocious beasts were actually among the top 10 existences among the ancient ferocious beasts. Ice-armored and horned demon dragon. It is rumored that in ancient times, the great god Han Huang returned to Mizhan, and his corpse turned into many monsters. Among them, the earliest and most violent one was the ice-armored and horned demon dragon. This demonic dragon is covered with ice. Armor, indestructible, with a single horn on the top of his head that is extremely magical and very harmful in the cold wilderness. The great god of the cold wilderness then reincarnated into an unknown woman. When the heroes of the western wilderness were hunting the demon dragon, he used a sewing bone needle to turn into an artifact to suppress the sky. Seal the demonic dragon on the mountain of beasts. 160 years ago, the top 10 ferocious beasts of the great wilderness devoured countless water tribe masters. The water tribe masters could not kill it after spending a long time, so Shin Nong simply passed by Beihai, which took him a day and a night. Seal it. The North Sea ice pearl is 9 miles long, moves quickly, and has poisonous spider silk and venom. Later, Kahan Huai and Dragon God worked together to kill it with the thundering firebird, but Long and Ku were also seriously injured. Compared with other ferocious beasts, this spider should have an overwhelming victory. The coral unicorn also looks like a rhinoceros, Toba's portable sacred beast, very handsome when it appears. In the midair, a huge monster stands proudly. Its whole body is red, like a rhinoceros and a croak. There is a crescent moon above its head. The coral-like horns stand proudly, and the blue eyes shine fiercely under the luminous stone. The monster raises its neck and roars, with white teeth, majestic, and has the power to dominate the world.
The sea thunder rhinoceros and the sea cows. The monster was immediately shocked, bowed his head on the ground, and whined endlessly. The proof of strength has already been mentioned in the analysis of Tianxi, and there is no need to repeat it. The coral unicorn has many scenes, and has fought against powerful enemies with Tuoba several times. But the performance is actually not very good. Personally, I think it is related to the lack of strong telepathy in missing the target. Conclusion: the coral unicorn is very powerful, basically on the same level as the red flame golden unicorn. C. The female rhinoceros is fierce enough to split the sky. The reason why I write about her first is because she is the first one to appear in So Shun, in the Book of the Past. The original text is, in the 308th year of the Great Wilderness, a mysterious young man named Shinong from the South China Sea killed one of the 3 ferocious beasts, split Tian Sea, with a wooden sword. There is also evidence of its power in the original text. The coral unicorn was born in 300 years. One of the 10 ferocious beasts that appeared in the wilderness before, it destroyed 18 cities when it appeared, the Yangtze River flooded, and the people were displaced. Situa Qingji killed it after 3 days and nights of battle, but it also consumed a lot of real energy. After that, he and the split Tianxi died of exhaustion in the duel with other ferocious beasts. With the power of the God Emperor, after fighting the coral unicorn and then fighting against the split Tianxi, he also tried his best to become an immortal. This shows that the coral unicorn and split Tianxi are both super powerful. Yes, otherwise there would be no need to wait for Shinong to be born before killing split Tianxi. The sea-splitting black dragon whale, the holy beast of the true god of the North Sea, the minor god-level prosperity union coral unicorn, although it was defeated, was seriously injured. After missing the target, the coral unicorn fought with it in the Yaoqi, and the coral unicorn, the horned beast, was invincible. But I personally think it was due to Missing's true energy and telepathy that the two-headed ancestor was far inferior to the two-headed ancestor at that time. It was not that the coral unicorn was incompetent, haha. Later, Missing awakened the consciousness of the previous life and solved it. In other words, Lao Gu can, if the dragon whale is defeated, then the dragon whale should be at about the same level as the ice bat dragon that was defeated by Lao Gu, or slightly stronger. The thunderbat dragon, one of the 10 most ferocious beasts in the Great Wilderness 800 years ago, Gu Yuancan, a hero of the Jin clan, lured it to appear with the fish baby in the West Sea. With Gu Yuancan's strength, it still took 3 days and 3 nights to kill it, and suffering from more than a dozen injuries, he was worthy of being one of the 10 most ferocious beasts of the wilderness. However, the descendants of this beast were much more unmarried than their ancestors, and were easily killed by the Qing emperor with a meow knife. Qiyu had a flash of inspiration. Could this beast actually be from 800 years ago? Is the thunderbat dragon the most vicious beast in the western wilderness? At that time, this monster roamed the Kunlun Mountains, appearing and disappearing, and the masters of the Jin tribe were unable to do anything. The strange hero Gu Yuancan used the Western Sea baby fish as bait, and in Tangmula he fought hard for 7 days and 7 nights in the ice and snow of the peak, and suffered dozens of serious injuries before he used a plan to kill him. How powerful Lao Gu was! He defeated the siege of the 4 gods in the West Sea. In order to kill this king, he actually suffered dozens of serious injuries. It can be seen that this king is so powerful. Although he was later defeated by Qingdi is also a very powerful person, so it does not mean that he is weak. 8-clawed fire Qi, 300 years ago, the 8-clawed fire Qi, one of the 10 most ferocious beasts of the Great Wilderness, wreaked havoc in the South China Sea, causing countless harms. The great god of the fire tribe, Lai Fashu, used his purple electric snake spear to fight the ferocious beast and finally killed and sealed it. But the purple lightning snake spear was also blunted due to this. Li Fashu took the backbone of the 8-clawed fire Qi and re-refined it with the snake spear to obtain this spear. Li Fashu was a master of the god level and killed the 8-clawed fire Qi. The fact that the Queen Qi is still able to escape unscathed not only shows her advanced cultivation, but also shows that the power of the 8-clawed fire Qi is still inferior to that of the red flame golden elephant beast, coral unicorn, etc. Kuei Nyo. Kuei Nyo is the god of thunder beasts and thunder, a strange beast with one leg. The classic of mountains and seas. Great Wilderness East Classic Records. It looks like an ox with a pale body and no horns. It has one leg. When it goes in and out of water, there will be wind and rain, and its light is like the sun and the moon. Its sound is like thunder, and its name is Kei. According to legend, there is a mountain in the East China Sea named Liuxue Mountain. This mountain is about 7,000 miles away from the coast. There is a beast on the mountain that looks like an ox. Its whole body is gray, and it has no horns. Has only one leg, and every time it appears, there will be violent storms. Its body shines with light, like sunlight and moonlight, and its roar is as deafening as thunder. This beast is named Kuei, and later Huangdi obtained this beast, used its skin to make a drum, and used the bones of thunder beasts to make drumsticks, beat the drum, and the sound of the drum can be heard 500 miles away, frightening the enemy soldiers and intimidating the world. Blue-winged sea dragon beast. It is the only one of the top 10 ferocious beasts living in contemporary times. In the battle in the East China Sea, it was killed by Xiao Yu. From the subsequent description, we know that Xiao Yu is just a real-life master. Xiao Yu, with his real-life strength, he killed one of the top 10 ferocious beasts, and he did not die immediately. This shows the poor strength of the blue-winged sea dragon beast. If it were those senior ferocious beasts that took action, a real-life master would have died countless times. Haha. In fact, I think it is a bug that the blue-winged sea dragon's strength is so poor. It happened because Fox had just started writing the God Search Chronicles at that time and had not yet set the strength of gods, immortals, and real people. Initially, it was not called the 10 gods of the wild at all. Instead, they're called the 10 great magicians of the wilderness. Maybe Xiao Yu's strength was not well thought out at the time, so he asked him to kill the blue-winged sea dragon. Later, because the plot required that Xiao Yu be set as a real person, it seemed that the blue-winged sea dragon was a bit weaker. All the above are information collected by the author. If there is any discrepancy, we hope that capable readers can add it confidently. After the blue-winged sea dragon beast came out, the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times were completely gathered. Looking at the 10 behemoths in front of him, Lin Lung was a little confused. The top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times have come out, so what will happen next? After the blue-winged sea dragon beast came out, the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times were completely gathered. Looking at the 10 behemoths in front of him, Lin Lung was a little confused. The top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times have come out, so what will happen next? Roar! 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 10 giant beasts roared in unison. These were the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times. The top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times. All of them ferocious and extremely cruel. Roar! The top 10 ferocious beasts of ancient times roared in unison. The roar was deafening and deafening, making people fearful. The crowd finally began to panic, and the originally orderly escape team began to become scattered. People began to scramble to escape, fearing that they would be eaten if they were too late and become a meal for these beasts. Seeing this scene, the commander-in-chief began to have a headache and ordered all rescue workers to maintain order. But his own attention was still on the battlefield. Now that the 10 ferocious beasts have appeared together, their combat power cannot be underestimated, and the army has suffered heavy losses. What's more, this is still under the restriction bonus of the strongest person. If this restriction is lost, the battle situation will become one-sided. Fortunately, although the ferocious beast was brutal, it was still restrained. Under the suppression of the army's firepower, the situation improved somewhat. However, even so, it is impossible to easily kill the 10 ancient ferocious beasts. After all, they are not ordinary strange beasts. At this time, the mysterious great elder of the Bureau of Supernatural Powers spoke up again. Attention all S-level strong men. When the beasts are exhausted, we can all attack together to kill these beasts. All trophies belong to the killer. As soon as these words came out, the strong men in the crowd no longer hid, and their eyes showed greed. Without this sentence, they definitely would not take action.
They finally reached S level with great difficulty. Only they knew the hardships in the process, so they decided not to do such a thankless thing. But after saying this, everything is different. All the loot belongs to them, so that they don't pay for it in vain. You know, the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times are all filled with treasures. Whether it is the blood, flesh, or other things of the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times, they are all rare treasures. Even if you risk your life, it's not bad to have such a gain. For a moment, all the S-class strong men were secretly preparing, waiting for the opportunity, and would take action as soon as the opportunity came, waiting for the opportunity to kill the 10 ancient beasts. After about an hour, the 10 ancient ferocious beasts were finally unable to withstand the suppression of firepower and fell into a disadvantage one after another, revealing their flaws. And this situation was also noticed by all the S-class experts. Good chance. It's now. For a time, countless figures jumped up and joined the battlefield, some holding dark swords, some holding axes. All weapons are different, and 18 kinds of weapons are used together. Kill! Without any hesitation, everyone rushed forward. After waiting for so long, what they were waiting for was now. The battle situation already had certain advantages, and with the addition of S-class awakeners, the battle situation quickly became better and even began to show a one-sided trend. The top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times roared in anger. They never imagined that they, as one of the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times, existed side by side with the great ancient gods. However, now he is being killed and bullied by a group of humans. Roar! 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 All the S-class strong men did not hold anything back and launched fatal attacks without leaving any room to bombard the huge body of the ferocious beast. In this case, an attack of this level is undoubtedly fatal to them. Boom! Soon, the first giant beast fell, and its huge body hit the ground like a hill. The killer also happily cleaned the battlefield and collected his trophies. Soon, the second giant beast also fell, then the third, the fourth. Kill! Without any hesitation, everyone rushed forward. After waiting for so long, what they were waiting for was now. The battle situation already had certain advantages, and with the addition of S-class awakeners, the battle situation quickly became better and even began to show a one-sided trend. The top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times roared in anger. They never imagined that they, as one of the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times, existed side by side with the great ancient gods. However, now he is being killed and bullied by a group of humans. Roar! 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 All the S-class strong men did not hold anything back and launched fatal attacks without leaving any room to bombard the huge body of the ferocious beast. In this case, an attack of this level is undoubtedly fatal to them. Boom! Soon, the first giant beast fell, and its huge body hit the ground like a hill. The killer also happily cleaned the battlefield and collected his trophies. Soon, the second giant beast also fell, then the third, the fourth. Just as everyone was rejoicing that the 10 ferocious beasts had been eliminated one by one, a roar from hell suddenly brought everyone back to reality. Roar! The roar shook the sky. In comparison, this roar was even worse than the top 10 ferocious beasts. Lin Lung was shocked after hearing this. Could the other party be more terrifying than the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times? Immediately afterwards, a roar that seemed to roar through the sky resounded, and a huge beast claw first came into everyone's sight. Lin Lung was shocked when he saw it. How big a claw it was? Just one claw was so huge. How big must it be? Just when Lin Lung was at a loss what to do, the owner behind the claw finally showed its true face in Lushan. Roar! As a deafening roar came, a huge body appeared in everyone's sight. I saw an extremely huge monster struggling to come out of another world. Its head is ferocious, its eyes are bright and impressive, the bridge of its nose is protruding, and there is a pair of curved horns or feet on its head. The direction of its curvature seems to be random, or it may be curved inward like a sheep's horn, or outwardly curved like an ox's horn. It has a huge mouth, open, with sharp teeth like a saw, The mouth is slightly curved and hooked, or the mouth is tightly locked. It is in a squatting shape from the front, with the body arched, the head touching the ground or water and clouds, and a pair of sharp claws on both sides, like dog claws or tiger claws. There are a pair of fleshy wings on both sides, shaped like ears. What kind of monster is this? Lin Lung was shocked by the huge monster in front of him. It was twice as big as the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times. Compared with it, the top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times are simply inferior. It's just that Lin Lung didn't seem to have any impression of this weird creature, and he didn't actually identify where it came from. Of course, it's not Lin Lung's fault. After all, the other person looks so weird. He looks more dissimilar than anything else. He looks like a cow, a horse, and a sheep. It's like a combination of multiple organisms. Fortunately, Lin Lung was not fighting alone. The system quickly told Lin Lung all the information about the creature. A large pile of words were neatly arranged in Lin Lung's mind. Therefore, the benefits of the system are still infinite. It turns out that this monster is called Taotai, and it has an origin, and it is quite old. It is actually one of the great ferocious beasts in ancient times. There are records in ancient books. Taotai is one of the great ferocious beasts that looks like a sheep body with a human face. Its eyes are under the armpits, tiger teeth, and human claws, and its voice is like a baby. The opponent turned out to be Taotai, one of the 4 ferocious beasts in ancient times. Although the 4 ancient ferocious beasts and the 10 ancient ferocious beasts are both ferocious beasts, the reputation of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts is far greater than that of the 10 ferocious beasts. The reason behind this is that the destructive power and cruelty of the 4 ferocious beasts cannot be compared to the 10 ferocious beasts of ancient times. And the huge beast standing in front of me is clearly the 4 ancient ferocious beasts that existed in mythology, Taotai. Lin Lung was stunned for a while, and soon some knowledgeable people recognized Taotai. F***CK. Isn't this Taotai a Taotai? The person who recognized him subconsciously exclaimed. The person next to him was stunned for a moment, and then followed the other person's line of sight and looked over. It didn't matter. When he saw Taotai, especially when he saw Tao Ye's huge bloody pupils and fangs, he was almost so frightened that he lost his balance and almost fell down. I'll choke you. You're really a glutton for riding a horse. Isn't that something legendary? How could it be? F***K. At the same time, voices similar to this could be heard endlessly, and everyone subconsciously exclaimed. You must know that the strength of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts cannot be compared with the level of human awakeners. First of all, they have gained an advantage by relying on their naturally huge body. In addition, God has given it extremely terrifying abilities, which makes it a myth as a whole, making its strength even higher. Taotai is worthy of being one of the 4 ancient evils. With only one of its own, even if countless S-class awakeners join forces and are restrained by the magic circle, it still shows extremely strong combat effectiveness. In a short period of time, even if countless S-class awakened people went into battle together, they would be intentional but powerless. Roar! Taotai roared, stretched out his huge claws, and struck the crowd hard. If he was injured by it, his blood and bones would definitely be wiped out. Fortunately, the government had already evacuated the crowd in advance, and almost all ordinary people had been evacuated. The only people on the scene were S-class awakened warriors. Although the Taotai was powerful, under the suppression of the magic circle, the S-class strong men were not unable to avoid its attacks. Everyone used their own magical powers and fled one after another. Roar! The failure again and again seemed to make Taotai very angry, and he kept making an angry roar from his mouth. Despite this, even though Tao Ye's attacks fell like raindrops, they were still dodged by the awakened ones present. This made Taotai extremely angry, and the morale of the human race was greatly boosted. Ha ha ha! Taotai, one of the 4 legendary ferocious beasts, is actually nothing more than that. He is treated like a dog by us. One of them laughed disdainfully. That's it, just these 4 ferocious beasts? 4 useless dogs are almost the same. Ha ha! Another companion also echoed. Seeing how arrogant the 2 of them were, An older S-class awakened person on the side wanted to say something, but was stopped in advance. The other party seemed to know what he was going to say, so he interrupted him in advance and waved his hand impatiently with a look of disgust on his face. Okay, old man, please stop talking. It's making my head spin. It's really nagging. No. The old man wanted to defend something, but as soon as he raised his head, his expression changed. His old eyes widened, and then he retreated backwards at an extremely fast speed. The other party was also puzzled by the old man's move. The old man's escape was still as fast as before. It seemed that he had seen something extremely terrifying. Etc. Could it be that? The young man suddenly looked at the frightened expression of the old man who had just escaped, as if he had seen something very scary, and that thing seemed to be behind him. Roar! Tao Tai roared, stretched out his huge claws, and struck the crowd hard. If he was injured by it, his blood and bones would definitely be wiped out. Fortunately, the government had already evacuated the crowd in advance, and almost all ordinary people had been evacuated. The only people on the scene were S-class awakened warriors. Although the Tao Tai was powerful, under the suppression of the magic circle, the S-class strong men were not unable to avoid its attacks. Everyone used their own magical powers and fled one after another. Roar! The failure again and again seemed to make Tao Tai very angry, and he kept making an angry roar from his mouth. Despite this, even though Tao Tai's attacks fell like raindrops, they were still dodged by the awakened ones present. This made Tao Tai extremely angry, and the morale of the human race was greatly boosted. Haha! Tao Tai, one of the 4 legendary ferocious beasts, is actually nothing more than that. He is treated like a dog by us. One of them laughed disdainfully. That's it. Just these 4 ferocious beasts? 4 useless dogs are almost the same? Ha ha ha. Another companion also echoed. Seeing how arrogant the 2 of them were, an older S-class awakened person on the side wanted to say something, but was stopped in advance. The other party seemed to know what he was going to say, so he interrupted him in advance and waved his hand impatiently with a look of disgust on his face. Okay, old man, please stop talking. It's making my head spin. It's really nagging. No. The old man wanted to defend something, but as soon as he raised his head, his expression changed. His old eyes widened, and then he retreated backwards at an extremely fast speed. The other party was also puzzled by the old man's move. The old man's escape was still as fast as before. It seemed that he had seen something extremely terrifying. Etc. Could it be that? The young man suddenly looked at the frightened expression of the old man who had just escaped, as if he had seen something very scary, and that thing seemed to be behind him. The young man raised his head tremblingly and mustered up the courage to look back. What comes into view is a bloody mouth. This is clearly an abyss. Where is the mouth of an animal? If you don't see it with your own eyes, who can believe that this is actually the mouth of a giant beast? No. The young man's body trembled violently, and he was so exhausted that he didn't even have the strength to escape. The next second, the bloody abyss-like mouth bit at him and swallowed him into his stomach. Gudong! With a swallowing sound, the young man completely burped. Perhaps because he had been so cautious in the past, he didn't even notice that such a huge monster was coming behind him. Seeing this bloody scene, Lin Lung felt a little chill in his heart. The monster in front of me has just come out of another world. It looks like a tiger, but has dog hair on its body. It is 2 feet long, has a human face, tiger feet, pig mouth teeth, and a tail that is 1 foot and 8 feet long. This is one of the 4 evils in ancient times, Yao Zhu. After swallowing the young man, Yao Zhu seemed not to be satisfied yet. He licked his bloody lips and fangs, and stared at everyone present with a pair of huge blood-stained pupils. In its eyes, these people are all rare delicacies. Ho-ho! There were 2 more roars, and 2 more giant beasts ran out. One of them, Qiongqi, looks like a tiger with a pair of wings. He likes to eat people and will eat from the tail of people. He is a ferocious beast. Qiongqi is very interesting. When it sees someone fighting, it will eat the upright and reasonable person. When it hears that someone is loyal and honest, it will bite off that person's nose. When it hears that someone has done many evil things, it will kill wild animals and give them as gifts. It can be seen from this that it should be a ferocious beast, and it is also a ferocious beast that punishes good and promotes evil. However, some books say that it is not so bad. On the day before Laba in ancient times, a ceremony called the Banishment of Epidemics was held in the palace. Feng Xiangshi led a procession of 12 exotic beasts. Qiongqi and another the strange beast named Tung Jin shared the task of eating the poison that harmed people, so it made people feel that it was still somewhat beneficial to people. After that, the myth was historicalized, the gods and ghosts were personified, and Qiongqi gradually evolved into four. One of the evil ones was finally killed by Emperor Shun. The other one is naturally chaos. It looks like a dog with long hair for legs, like a bear but without claws, and has eyes but cannot see. It cannot move. It has 2 ears but cannot hear. There is intelligence. It has an abdomen but no internal organs. It has intestines, but it is straight and not crooked. The food eaten goes straight through. When a noble person goes to it, it will resist him. The wicked will obey his command. God made it like this, which is called chaos. Therefore, later generations will refer to this as chaos that does not distinguish between right and wrong. As a result, all 4 ferocious beasts came out, different from the previous ones. After the 4 ferocious beasts came out, countless little ghosts swarmed out from the entrance to the other world and began to march into human territory. If you look closely, you will see that these ghost figures have human facial features, but they have fangs like evil ghosts, green-faced fangs, and a pair of blood pupils. If you look closely, they look a bit like the zombies on TV. The only difference is that zombies are fictional creations of humans, while this ghost really appears in everyone's sight. The size of these ghosts is indeed much smaller than the ancient ferocious beasts, but compared with humans, they are still much larger, about twice the size of humans. Roar! Under the call of the 4 ferocious beasts, countless ghosts and monsters rushed out from the other world and poured into the human area. For a time, the wails of humans resounded throughout the world. Start Project Skynet. The commander-in-chief did not hesitate and immediately ordered the launch of the Skynet project. In an instant, a super-large optical network spanning several major provinces appeared in everyone's sight. And those ghosts and monsters that want to invade and eat the human race are instantly turned into ashes as soon as they touch this defensive net. Seeing this scene, the commander-in-chief breathed a sigh of relief, and a proud smile appeared on his lips. Fortunately, their great elder was busy with everything and had long expected this scene. Now it seems that the great elder's words were indeed correct. This time, the commander-in-chief's admiration for the great elder deepened. However, the commander-in-chief had not been proud for long, and the scene that happened next made him frown deeply. I saw countless ghosts and monsters gathered at one point, as if they had a leader, and kept attacking that area. The first one touches the Skynet and turns into flying ash, and the next one will hit it. Even he was a little embarrassed by this tragic scene. It seemed that these ghosts were just puppets sent by the boss behind it. And if these ghosts and monsters are allowed to continue their attack, the net will definitely be breached. The human race is in danger. As a result, all 4 ferocious beasts came out, different from the previous ones. After the 4 ferocious beasts came out, countless little ghosts swarmed out from the entrance to the other world and began to march into human territory. If you look closely, you will see that these ghost figures have human facial features, but they have fangs like evil ghosts, green-faced fangs, and a pair of blood pupils. If you look closely, they look a bit like the zombies on TV. The only difference is that zombies are fictional creations of humans, while this ghost really appears in everyone's sight. The size of these ghosts is indeed much smaller than the ancient ferocious beasts, but compared with humans, they are still much larger, about twice the size of humans. Roar! Under the call of the 4 ferocious beasts, countless ghosts and monsters rushed out from the other world and poured into the human area. For a time, the wails of humans resounded throughout the world. Start Project Skynet. The commander-in-chief did not hesitate and immediately ordered the launch of the Skynet project. In an instant, A super-large optical network spanning several major provinces appeared in everyone's sight. And those ghosts and monsters that want to invade and eat the human race are instantly turned into ashes as soon as they touch this defensive net. Seeing this scene, the commander-in-chief breathed a sigh of relief, and a proud smile appeared on his lips. Fortunately, their great elder was busy with everything and had long expected this scene. Now it seems that the great elder's words were indeed correct. This time, the commander-in-chief's admiration for the great elder deepened. However, the commander-in-chief had not been proud for long, and the scene that happened next made him frown deeply. I saw countless ghosts and monsters gathered at one point, as if they had a leader, and kept attacking that area. The first one touches the Skynet and turns into flying ash, and the next one will hit it. Even he was a little embarrassed by this tragic scene. It seemed that these ghosts were just puppets sent by the boss behind it. And if these ghosts and monsters are allowed to continue their attack, the net will definitely be breached. The human race is in danger. Seeing this scene, the commander-in-chief frowned. If this continues, Skynet will be broken through sooner or later. By then, the civilians in Skynet will be finished. Just imagine, when these tall, fanged ghosts break into the helpless crowd, what can the civilians do to resist? Obviously, these people can only become food in the mouths of ghosts and monsters. At that time, the entire demonic city will be in a bloody storm, and the entire world will fall into a state of eternal disaster. Roar! 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 The four ferocious beasts roared in unison, roaring again and again, as if they were giving some kind of instructions. After hearing their roars, these ghosts became even crazier and more brutal, and kept attacking with their fangs and claws. With Skynet, even if their attacks cannot destroy Skynet at all, these ghosts will not leave any room to spare and attack Skynet crazily. This made the commander-in-chief frown. It would definitely not work if it continued like this. So the commander-in-chief gave the order, and all the soldiers in the army began to protect Skynet. All soldiers obey the order. The armed forces are divided into two teams. The first team cooperates with the S-class strong men to fight against the ferocious beasts. The second team cooperates with the awakened troops to block the ghosts in 3 ways. We must do our best to stop these beasts. Received. Wild Marines received. Received. As a result, the soldiers who originally cooperated with the S-class awakened ones to bombard them instantly split into 2 groups and followed the S-class awakened ones to continue fighting at the entrance to the other world. On the other hand, the other group of people left the original army and turned towards the ghosts. Lin Lung, Su Liuxue, you two come to the center of the square to gather immediately. Receive! Xie Qinfeng's anxious shouts came from the headset, mixed with the sound of electricity. Hearing Xie Qinfeng's voice, the two of them did not hesitate and quickly responded. Then they looked at each other. Su Liuxue's beautiful eyes were mixed with a little worry, and her expression was a little complicated. Lin Lung saw Su Liuxue's inner thoughts at a glance, stepped forward, took Su Liuxue's warm and soft little hand, and held it tightly. Fool, don't worry, your man is here. Lin Lung rubbed Su Liuxue's little head and teased with a chuckle. Hearing this, Su Liuxue's frown instantly dispersed, and she couldn't help laughing. Gee, I'm not worried. Besides, we're not married yet, so you're not my man. Su Liuxue curled her lips and said. Lin sneered. His wife was really cute, and I have to say that Su Liuxue's arrogant look was really cute. Okay. As long as we survive tonight, we will get married, okay? Okay. Su Liuxue responded immediately, and took Lin Lung's hand and said, Then let's hook up. You promised me that we will get married tomorrow. You are not allowed to go back on your word. Whoever goes back on your word is a puppy. Ahem. Zhongzi coughed. Okay. The two people joked affectionately and hurried to the center of the square. They also knew that this matter was of great importance, and if they were delayed, the consequences would be disastrous. So, the two of them held hands and ran quickly towards the center of the square. As for why Lin Lung didn't use space powers to teleport directly, does this need any more reason? The war is coming, and even a trace of spiritual power will be the capital of the war.
If the spiritual power is consumed in this way, the spiritual power will be insufficient when the war comes. Even if Lin Lung had double the speed of spiritual power recovery, Lin Lung would not dare to use his spiritual power easily. The battle was about to begin, and he must conserve his physical strength. He still clearly remembers what happened at that time in his mind, and he doesn't want something like that to happen again. Liuxue, I must change our destiny this time. Looking at the sweet Su Liuxue beside him, Lin Lung secretly made up his mind that this time he would stop the tragedy from happening no matter what. Unconsciously, Lin Lung held Su Liuxue's hand slightly tighter. Su Liuxue felt this change, looked at Lin Lung, and tightened her little hand. Not long after, the two of them ran to the center of the square. At this time, Lu Yugong and others had arrived, and Xie Chenfeng stood at the front, pacing anxiously. Seeing the two people arriving, Xie Chenfeng looked at everyone with a worried look and said, "This battle is about the life and death of the human race. Listen, this battle is no better than the previous missions. You must be careful, and be careful no matter how careful you are. Do you understand?" "No." By the way, there are many unknowns in this operation. The strength levels of these ghosts are different. When you encounter high-level ghosts, you must not show off your strength. You know? Know it? Lin Leng nodded. He still knew this. Ghosts are also divided into many levels. Lin Lung was killed by a high-level king-level ghost before. By the way, and the war is coming, and even a trace of spiritual power will be the capital of the war. If the spiritual power is consumed in this way, the spiritual power will be insufficient when the war comes. Even if Lin Lung had double the speed of spiritual power recovery, Lin Lung would not dare to use his spiritual power easily. The battle was about to begin, and he must conserve his physical strength. He still clearly remembers what happened at that time in his mind, and he doesn't want something like that to happen again. Liuxue, I must change our destiny this time. Looking at the sweet Su Liuxue beside him, Lin Lung secretly made up his mind that this time he would stop the tragedy from happening no matter what. Unconsciously, Lin Lung held Su Liuxue's hand slightly tighter. Su Liuxue felt this change, looked at Lin Lung, and tightened her little hand. Not long after, the two of them ran to the center of the square. At this time, Lu Yugong and others had arrived, and Xie Chenfeng stood at the front, pacing anxiously. Seeing the two people arriving, Xie Chenfeng looked at everyone with a worried look and said, "This battle is about the life and death of the human race. Listen, this battle is no better than the previous missions. You must be careful, and be careful no matter how careful you are. Do you understand?" "No." By the way, there are many unknowns in this operation. The strength levels of these ghosts are different. When you encounter high-level ghosts, you must not show off your strength. You know? Know it? Lin Leng nodded. He still knew this. Ghosts are also divided into many levels. Lin Lung was killed by a high-level king-level ghost before. By the way, and at this time, Xie Chenfeng was like a nagging old man, constantly telling a few people what to pay attention to and what to worry about. It was fine at the beginning. He could tolerate it for a while and could get used to it. But Xie Chenfeng seemed to have endless words and kept talking. Everyone else had set off, and they were the only ones left. On the square, thinking of the way those awakened people who left looked at them, Lin Lung and others wanted to bury their heads in their clothes. Everyone else had already gone to the front line to fight, but they had to listen to Xie Chenfeng here. Finally, after I don't know how long it took, someone finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Team leader, everyone else has already set off. If we don't set off yet, we will be punished by our superiors. At the critical moment, we have to look at Lu Yugong. Everyone is suffering in silence. He is the only one who stands out. He raises his hand and speaks what is in his heart." Hearing this, Xie Chenfeng broke away from his own world. He seemed to realize that he had been talking for a long time, and said apologetically that he was sorry, and then led everyone to set off. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung and others also silently gave Lu Yugong a thumbs up in their hearts. Sure enough, we have to look at you at the critical moment. With Xie Chenfeng leading the team, the five-man group quickly withstood the battlefield. At this time,
The awakened people were already fighting with the ghosts, and no one was holding back. After all, this battle was directly related to the life and death of the human race, and their opponents were walking zombies who had no emotions and only knew how to kill. If they were not careful, they would be killed, die, and become the others' food. By the time Lin Lung and others arrived, the place had turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The situation was so tragic that it could only be described as tragic. There are corpses everywhere here. Blood is flowing all over the ground, and corpses are piled up all over the mountain. No one can imagine how tragic a battle happened here. The overwhelming smell of corpses emitted a strong smell of blood. The corpses of the awakened, the corpses of ordinary soldiers, the corpses of ghosts, and countless corpses were piled together. As you can imagine, many people have died in this battle. Several vultures were hovering over several corpses that were not completely buried by sand and gravel. Several arrowheads were still on the corpses, but the broken spear was still in the hands of the corpses. In the distance, cries of killing can be heard endlessly. Maybe there will be tens of thousands more corpses tomorrow morning. The dark wind began to howl, seeming to awaken the dead souls. The living people are still fighting, and many of them have wounds of various sizes on their bodies. These injuries do not stop them from continuing to fight. Perhaps it was the blood that ignited their patriotism. At this moment, there was no life or death in their eyes, but the ambition to regard death as home. Kill! At some point, someone shouted loudly together, as if they were roaring, venting their passion. In response to him, other soldiers shouted in unison. Lin Lung was inspired by this atmosphere. They looked at each other and quickly trotted to join the battle group. While running, Lin Lung took the lead in eyeing a soldier-level ghost. Soldier-level ghosts were one level higher than ordinary ghosts. This level of ghosts was equivalent to the C-level or D-level strength of human awakeners. Now that Lin Lung's martial arts power has been upgraded to level B, it can be said that it is easy to deal with ghosts of this level. Having killing Demon King Halberd, with a wave of his hand, Lin Lung summoned the heaven-slaying Demon King Halberd and held it in his hand. Roar! As if it felt threatened, the soldier-level ghost turned to look at Lin Lung, a pair of bloody eyes staring at Lin Lung closely. What surprised Lin Lung was that instead of retreating, the ghost roared and rushed towards him. Roar! The ghost roared, rushed forward, and clawed at Lin Lung. If he was struck by his claw, the consequences would probably be disastrous. It's just a pity that the person he met was Lin Lung. If it were in the past, that is, in the last life, Lin Lung might have avoided seeing this ghost, but now, Sinai. Lin Lung just waved the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd lightly, and the ghost was instantly cut in half. However, as the ghost roared, the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd actually emitted a strange light, absorbing the flesh and blood of the ghost in an instant. And after absorbing it, Lin Lung could clearly feel that the sky-slaying Demon King halberd seemed to have become more powerful. How so? Seeing this scene, Lin Lung was a little surprised and was confused. Could it be that the sky-slaying Demon King halberd had hidden attributes? Feeling it carefully again, Lin Lung was now sure that the sky-slaying Demon King halberd seemed to be able to absorb the energy from the body of dead ghosts, and after absorbing it, the sky-slaying Demon King halberd would still have energy to feed back to the host. With just a soldier-level ghost, Lin Lung felt that his power was much stronger, which made Lin Lung full of motivation. This also made him feel again that this sky-slaying Demon King halberd is indeed a rare and good weapon. If he keeps using it to kill ghosts, if he kills downgraded ghosts, king-level ghosts, or even emperor-level ghosts, then wouldn't he be able to reach S-level easily? Roar! As if it felt threatened, the soldier-level ghost turned to look at Lin Lung, a pair of bloody eyes staring at Lin Lung closely. What surprised Lin Lung was that instead of retreating, the ghost roared and rushed towards him. Roar! The ghost roared, rushed forward, and clawed at Lin Lung. If he was struck by his claw, the consequences would probably be disastrous. It's just a pity that the person he met was Lin Lung. If it were in the past, that is, in the last life, Lin Lung might have avoided seeing this ghost, but now, Sinai.
Lin Lung just waved the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd lightly, and the ghost was instantly cut in half. However, as the ghost roared, the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd actually emitted a strange light, absorbing the flesh and blood of the ghost in an instant. And after absorbing it, Lin Lung could clearly feel that the sky-slaying Demon King halberd seemed to have become more powerful. How so? Seeing this scene, Lin Lung was a little surprised and was confused. Could it be that the sky-slaying Demon King halberd had hidden attributes? Feeling it carefully again, Lin Lung was now sure that the sky-slaying Demon King halberd seemed to be able to absorb the energy from the body of dead ghosts, and after absorbing it, the sky-slaying Demon King halberd would still have energy to feed back to the host. With just a soldier-level ghost, Lin Lung felt that his power was much stronger, which made Lin Lung full of motivation. This also made him feel again that this sky-slaying Demon King halberd is indeed a rare and good weapon. If he keeps using it to kill ghosts, if he kills downgraded ghosts, king-level ghosts, or even emperor-level ghosts, then wouldn't he be able to reach S-level easily? Lin Lung was a little excited. He never thought that the heaven-slaying Demon King halberd he bought casually had such hidden properties that defied the heavens. If things continued like this, reaching S-level would be just around the corner. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Lung picked up the 40-meter-long sword in his hand and rushed into the battle circle. Sure enough, with this huge motivation, Lin Lung became more courageous as he fought. His strength doubled, his attacks became smoother and smoother, and his moves became smoother. 3 words quick: allow. Ruthless. Lin Lung seemed to have transformed into a god of death, rushing into the group of ghosts and monsters, slashing one at a time. And each time he killed a ghost, the sky-slaying Demon King halberd would absorb and feed back the energy stored in the body of the killed ghost. Part of it is given to the host. In this way, while Lin Lung was killing the ghosts, streams of pure energy gathered into his body. Slowly, Lin Lung seemed to have entered a certain state, and he was a little selfless in the killing. On the other hand, Xie Qinfeng and others. Xie Qinfeng is a light awakener. After a period of time, Xie Qinfeng's light power has successfully awakened to the level of an A-level awakener. After being promoted to A-level awakener, Xie Qinfeng's strength has been greatly improved, and his speed and various attributes have been greatly improved. Xie Qinfeng is different from Lin Lung and others. Since Xie Qinfeng himself has a relatively high level, he naturally cannot fight ordinary ghosts. His enemies are far more powerful than those faced by Lin Lung and others. And now, in front of Xie Qinfeng stood a king-level ghost with a bloody aura. This ghost had a bloody aura all over its body, and there was bright red blood at the corner of its mouth. It was obvious that many people had been killed and eaten by it. If the strength of a king-level ghost is divided according to the strength of a human awakener, it is probably about the same level as a human A-level awakener. Therefore, Xie Qinfeng is evenly matched against this king-level ghost. Roar! The king-level ghost roared and rushed towards Xie Qinfeng with a roar, as fast as lightning. Seeing this scene, Xie Qinfeng's eyes widened instantly. The speed of this king-level ghost far exceeds that of an A-level awakener. It seems that its strength has completely exceeded that of an average A-level. Helpless, Xie Qinfeng had to retreat quickly to avoid the fatal blow. After escaping the fatal blow, Xie Qinfeng looked embarrassed, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. This king-level ghost is more powerful than he imagined. If he is allowed to continue like this, it will be over sooner or later. It seems that this king-level ghost has increased in strength after devouring a lot of flesh and blood. It seems that it is about to reach the level of the terrifying Emperor-level ghost, which is the S-class awakened person of the human race. That is an existence that is completely comparable to an S-class awakened person. This is going to be difficult. As for Su Liuxue, she is worthy of being the ruthless empress of the future. Even when she faced a ghost for the first time, Su Liuxue showed no fear at all. For her, no matter what happened, Lin Lung's departure did not make her more afraid. As long as Lin Lung was still by her side, she had nothing to fear. Su Liuxue's beautiful figure shuttled among the group of ghosts and monsters. When she raised her sword and fell, one ghost's body and head were separated. In a moment, countless ghosts and monsters had their heads separated. With the help of Xinyuan Divine Sword, Su Liuxue's combat power soared rapidly. What's more, Su Liuxue awakened her talent for swordsmanship. In the battle, it can hone Su Liuxue's character, deepen Su Liuxue's understanding of the sword, and also achieve the effect of improving her level. Therefore, it is true that the best training is actual combat. In such high-intensity battles, Su Liuxue became more and more skilled in her moves, and her understanding of the way of the sword gradually deepened. Finally, Su Liuxue broke through the shackles of the C-level awakened person in one fell swoop and rushed directly to the B-level awakened person, stepping into the ranks of the B-level awakened person. Everyone in the crowd was fighting hard. Roar! 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 The four ferocious beasts roared in unison, seemingly giving orders. The ghosts have become more brutal, but on the human side. After all, human beings' spiritual power reserves are limited, but the number of ghosts is only much greater. They are constantly running out of the entrance to other worlds, and they can't be killed all. Countless awakened people and soldiers were buried in the mouths of ghosts. On the other hand, the ghosts seemed to be multiplying infinitely, unable to kill anything, and they kept running out from the entrance to the other world. Roar! Roar! Just like that, the night passed and the sun finally rose. Roar! 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 What is surprising is that these ferocious beasts and ghosts seem to be afraid of the sun. When the sun rises and dawn appears, at the call of the ferocious beasts, the ghosts and monsters begin to withdraw. Seeing this scene, everyone finally felt relieved, and Lin Lung also collapsed on the ground helplessly. Not only Lin Lung, but also countless awakened people and ordinary soldiers were all grateful that they survived tonight. It is finally over. Although Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief, he did not take it lightly. Now that the first wave was over, Lin Lung knew very well that these ghosts and beasts would come back at night. What to do tonight? Everyone in the crowd was fighting hard. Roar! 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 The four ferocious beasts roared in unison, seemingly giving orders. The ghosts have become more brutal, but on the human side. After all, human beings' spiritual power reserves are limited, but the number of ghosts is only much greater. They are constantly running out of the entrance to other worlds, and they can't be killed all. Countless awakened people and soldiers were buried in the mouths of ghosts. On the other hand, the ghosts seemed to be multiplying infinitely, unable to kill anything, and they kept running out from the entrance to the other world. Roar! Roar! Just like that, the night passed and the sun finally rose. Roar! 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 What is surprising is that these ferocious beasts and ghosts seem to be afraid of the sun. When the sun rises and dawn appears, at the call of the ferocious beasts, the ghosts and monsters begin to withdraw. Seeing this scene, everyone finally felt relieved, and Lin Lung also collapsed on the ground helplessly. Not only Lin Lung, but also countless awakened people and ordinary soldiers were all grateful that they survived tonight. It is finally over. Although Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief, he did not take it lightly. Now that the first wave was over, Lin Lung knew very well that these ghosts and beasts would come back at night. What to do tonight? The long night was finally over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even the commander-in-chief breathed a sigh of relief. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. The next step was to do a good job in the aftermath. The commander-in-chief immediately ordered professionals to strengthen the Skynet quantum defense system. What happened tonight made the commander-in-chief very worried. Their original guess was wrong. After all, they underestimated the enemy's strength and brutality. These ghosts and monsters are all things that are not afraid of death. They are clearly risking their lives to break through the Skynet. Although they barely survived tonight, these are countless soldiers. The awakened warriors used their own blood and lives to fight against those ghosts and monsters, earned by hard work. And tonight, after the above sorting and investigation, the data showed that hundreds of thousands of soldiers died in this night alone. Hearing the news, the commander-in-chief seemed very painful.
and he was even more heartbroken. Hundreds of thousands of young soldiers had sacrificed their lives. You must know that behind every soldier is a family, and their sacrifice is tantamount to bringing disaster to this family. At this time, even the commander-in-chief, a tough guy with a strong character, couldn't help but shed tears. The commander-in-chief choked and said, "Record the information of all the soldiers, store them in files, send relevant personnel to deliver their bones to their families, and give each person a pension." "Yes." The officer changed hands after hearing the commander-in-chief's words. But the commander-in-chief also knew that it would undoubtedly be difficult to send back the bones of all the soldiers. Most of the soldiers had become food for ferocious beasts and ghosts. The human race suffered heavy losses that night, losing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The number of ghosts and monsters was not important at all, because there was a steady stream of opponents and they could not be killed at all. As for the ferocious beasts, even if the S-level strong ones take action, only 6 of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts have died, leaving 4 remaining. Not to mention the 4 ferocious beasts. The 4 ferocious beasts are legendary ferocious beasts. Even with the restrictions of the magic circle, these S-level strong men cannot restrain them at all. Unless those strong men hiding in the dark take action, or the strong men on the S-class combat power list take action. How can these people take action easily? The commander-in-chief knows that the top S-class combat powerhouses will not take action easily, and even in their superpower bureau, there are only those 4 top bosses. But this is not the time for them to take action. The commander-in-chief rubbed his temples. These things made him breathless. Although the war was over, he couldn't rest yet. He still needed to discuss it with the chief elder of the General Bureau, Lin Lung. As for the end of the war, everyone was downcast and some had died down, but there was one person who was different from the others, and that person was Su Liuxue. After the battle, everyone looked very tired, with tired faces on their faces. Even if Lin Lung had double the speed of spiritual power recovery, he was still very tired after a night of fighting. However, Lin Lung gained the most from this battle. With the blessing of the Demon King's halberd, Lin Lung's martial arts powers were promoted from C level to B level in just one battle, and there was also a faint breakthrough in his space powers. Signs. Baby Lin Lung. Ah, it's been a long time. Fool, it's okay. Just wait. Lin Lung comforted with a light smile. Kiss. Time passed bit by bit, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Now, there were only 3 couples left in front of them. Soon it would be the turn of 2 people. Seeing this scene, Su Liuxue hurriedly sat up and straightened her hair. She also took out her treasured small mirror and looked at it. On such an important day as getting the certificate, you can't be so sloppy. You must take a beautiful wedding photo. The fairy must be beautiful at all times. Lin Leng opened his phone and took a look. The first thing that popped up was a message from his sister Lin Yu. There were only a few words on it. Happy birthday, brother. There is also a very cute expression behind it. In addition to the messages sent by Lin Yu, Du Yin, and others, they all wished Lin Lung a happy birthday. Of course, Xie Qinfeng and others also sent messages, but they were shorter, with only 4 words, happy birthday, and nothing else. However, Lin Lung is not someone who cares about these details. He is already very happy if the other party remembers his birthday. Although there were only a few words, it made Lin Lung feel warm in his heart. Then Lin Lung replied to the messages one by one. The contents of the messages were all the same, asking the other party to come to his home for dinner. Note that the home here is not Lin Yu's home, but Lin Lung's own home. It is his and Su Liuxue's small home. That's right, this time, Lin Lung plans to marry Su Liuxue tonight. Although there won't be a grand wedding or a beautiful wedding dress. But this is what Lin Lung can give to the other party. He knows that Su Liuxue doesn't ask for much. It's just a wedding, just a status. And this is exactly what Lin Lung can give, and this is all he can do. He is very touched. Being able to meet Su Liuxue is the best blessing in his life. Su Liuxue is a good woman. He didn't know how much virtue he had accumulated in his previous life before he could meet Su Liuxue. Liuxue, thank you, Lin Lung said silently in his heart. At this moment, the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau suddenly shouted,
Next couple. Hearing this, Su Liuxue immediately waved her hand and replied, "Here, here, here," and then took Lin Lung's little hand and walked in. Su Liuxue pulled Lin Lung in excitedly, but the first words the staff said struck Su Liuxue like thunder. "Have you brought your ID card and household registration book?" Boom! At this moment, Su Liuxue was stunned on the spot. She came in such a hurry and forgot to bring her. This is how to do. Su Liuxue was a little anxious. If she went back to get it now, it would definitely take a long time. Even if the speed was faster, it would probably take half an hour or about 10 minutes. I have to continue queuing when I come back. There are so many people behind me. If this is the case, I will definitely not be able to take pictures today or get my marriage certificate. Thinking of all this, Su Liuxue was a little anxious. She had been planning for so long, but she didn't expect that she would make such a big mistake because of her carelessness. Thinking of this, Su Liuxue's nose couldn't help but feel a little sore, and her eyes couldn't help but become moist. She was about to shed tears when an ID card suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Taking a closer look, she saw that it was her ID card, with her own photo and name on it. Su Liuxue looked up in surprise. Lin Lung was seen holding their ID cards and household registers in his hands, looking at her with a smile. "Ah, you. How could you? Hey, how are you? Am I great? Do you love me or not?" Lin Lung replied with a chuckle. "Love you. Love you so much." Su Liuxue burst into tears with excitement and threw herself into Lin Lung's arms. Lin Lung also rubbed Su Liuxue's little head lovingly. To be honest, Lin Lung also forgot his ID card and household registration book at home. If the staff hadn't just said it, he might not have been able to remember. As for the ID card and household registration book, Lin Lung used space powers to teleport it to his home, and then teleported it back again. This process was so short that it only took 3 seconds, and no one else was even aware of it, including Su Liuxue. Seeing that the ID cards and household registration books were all in place, the staff began to urge the two to take wedding photos. After all, she did not come to see the two show their affection. What's more, there are so many people queuing up to take pictures. How can other people have so much thought? Soon, the two took wedding photos. In the wedding photos, both of them looked very good-looking, especially Su Liuxue, who had a sweet smile on her face and leaned gently on Lin Lung's shoulder, looking quite happy. It was already very late by the time the two of them finished taking photos of their marriage certificate. Due to special reasons, the marriage certificate of the two of them was very simple. It just had their marriage certificates affixed and a stamp. There was no way special treatment was given in special times. Although the marriage certificate was simple, the two finally got it and officially became husband and wife. I'm finally married. Oh, today really scared me to death. Baby, do you know? I thought I couldn't get the certificate today. Looking at the lovely and chattering beauty on the side, Lin Lung somehow lowered his head and kissed Su Liuxue's chattering little mouth like a ghost. Then, when the other party opened her mouth slightly, in surprise, he penetrated into her mouth and attacked her. Well, the sudden movement made Su Liuxue's delicate body tense, but Su Liuxue did not resist, but allowed Lin Lung to move. The two of them have been waiting for this moment for too long. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have merged into one, and it seemed like there were only two people left in the whole world. The kiss between the two was very selfless. The hardships of the past are in the past. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. Maybe Lin Lung is also afraid. He didn't know what would happen tomorrow. Even if he died once, he was still afraid of death. Sometimes death seemed so terrifying at this moment. Lin Lung still couldn't let go of Su Liuxue. If he died, Su Liuxue would be so broken. That's why Lin Lung wanted to love and care for her while he was alive and now. After all, she is just a woman. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted, and the two looked at each other affectionately. Each other's faces were slightly red, and Su Liuxue's pretty face was even redder. "Let's go home." There was no way special treatment was given in special times. Although the marriage certificate was simple, the two finally got it and officially became husband and wife. I'm finally married. Oh, today really scared me to death. Baby, do you know?
I thought I couldn't get the certificate today. Looking at the lovely and chattering beauty on the side, Lin Lung somehow lowered his head and kissed Su Liuxue's chattering little mouth like a ghost. Then, when the other party opened her mouth slightly in surprise, he penetrated in her mouth and attacked her. Well, the sudden movement made Su Liuxue's delicate body tense, but Su Liuxue did not resist, but allowed Lin Lung to move. The two of them have been waiting for this moment for too long. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have merged into one, and it seemed like there were only two people left in the whole world. The kiss between the two was very selfless. The hardships of the past are in the past. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. Maybe Lin Lung is also afraid. He didn't know what would happen tomorrow. Even if he died once, he was still afraid of death. Sometimes death seemed so terrifying at this moment. Lin Lung still couldn't let go of Su Liuxue. If he died, Su Liuxue would be so broken. That's why Lin Lung wanted to love and care for her while he was alive and now. After all, she's just a woman. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted, and the two looked at each other affectionately. Each other's faces were slightly red, and Su Liuxue's pretty face was even redder. Let's go home. Just like that, under the setting sun, Lin Lung took Su Liuxue's little hand and returned home. Under the shining of the evening sun, the two of them looked very happy. No one can associate this scene with the end of the world, and who can imagine that this is actually the day of the end of the world? Maybe happiness is so simple and unpretentious. Soon, the two of them returned to their familiar home. Lin Lung skillfully took out the key, inserted it into the keyhole, and gently turned the door handle. What comes into view is the familiar scene, the familiar sofa, the familiar small dining table, the familiar kitchen. Everything is so familiar. This is the place where Lin Lung and Su Liuxue grew up and lived together. Everything here carries precious memories of him and Su Liuxue. For example, the simple sofa in front of you holds many memories of Lin Lung and Su Liuxue. The two often played and fought on the sofa. Thinking of all this, Lin Lung looked at Su Liuxue beside him. Su Liuxue seemed to be lost in memories, her beautiful eyes full of nostalgia. Lin Lung? Unknowingly, Su Liuxue held Lin Lung's little hand tightly. Fool, let's go in, they will be here soon. Lin Lung responded, gently tightened his hand, and pulled Su Liuxue in with a smile. Then, the two of them began to divide the work and cooperate. Lin Lung had already bought the ingredients on the way. Today, the two of them would cook and treat everyone to a simple dinner. Lin Lung has decided to announce his marriage to Su Liuxue to everyone today. He has thought about it and discussed it with Su Liuxue. There is no need to hold a wedding for two people. Just treat everyone to a dinner. After all, this period is a special time, so it is not good to make such a big fanfare. If he is lucky enough to survive, Lin Lung will compensate Su Liuxue and find a good time to make up for the wedding debt owed to Su Liuxue. Husband, help me wash the dishes, Su Liuxue said sweetly. Hearing this, Lin Lung was stunned for a moment, and then responded with a smile. Okay, here we go. Then he ran over, took the dishes in Su Liuxue's hands, walked aside, and started washing. To be honest, Su Liuxue's words of husband made Lin Lung feel numb all over. Although the two of them had received the certificate and had indeed become husband and wife, Su Liuxue suddenly changed her name to husband, and it was really difficult for Lin Lung to adapt to it for a while. What's more, who could withstand such a peerless beauty like Su Liuxue calling her husband in such a cooing tone? The two figures were busy in the kitchen like this, and they really looked like a couple. In this way, time passed bit by bit, and soon people came one after another. The first one to come was naturally Lin Yu. Lin Yu carried some vegetables in her hand, which seemed to be the vegetables she bought separately. There were 3 men following behind her. One of them was extremely tall and strong, as impressive as a bear. It's the wild bear, and the other 2 are naturally one-eyed and viper. Different from Lin Yu was carrying vegetables, while Du Yin and others were carrying boxes of wine, which seemed to be good wine. Seeing several people arriving, Lin Lung quickly put down the dishes in his hands, stood up, and went out to greet them.
Sister, eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. Come on, the food will be ready soon. Please sit down first. Lin greeted with a sneer. Hey brother, what's going on today? You suddenly called us over. Is there something good you want to announce? Lin Yu asked as if she already knew something, looking at Su Liuxue from time to time as she spoke, causing Su Liuxue's face to turn red, and she turned around embarrassedly and continued cooking. Lin Lung was a little embarrassed by the question. He just had something to announce, but he didn't tell anyone. Su Liuxue was even less likely to leak the news. Could it be that Lin Yu read the script in advance? Realizing Lin Lung's predicament, Lin Yu covered her mouth and laughed mercilessly. Instead of revealing it, she took the dishes, moved her legs, and walked into the kitchen to help, and began to talk to Su Liuxue word by word. The words were spoken. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung said nothing more. Women should communicate better with each other. Lin Lung turned around and began to receive the one-eyed trio. Husband, help me wash the dishes, Su Liuxue said sweetly. Hearing this, Lin Lung was stunned for a moment, and then responded with a smile. Okay, here we go. Then he ran over, took the dishes in Su Liuxue's hands, walked aside, and started washing. To be honest, Su Liuxue's words of husband made Lin Lung feel numb all over. Although the two of them had received the certificate and had indeed become husband and wife, Su Liuxue suddenly changed her name to husband, and it was really difficult for Lin Lung to adapt to it for a while. What's more, who could withstand such a peerless beauty like Su Liuxue calling her husband in such a cooing tone? The two figures were busy in the kitchen like this, and they really looked like a couple. In this way, time passed bit by bit, and soon people came one after another. The first one to come was naturally Lin Yu. Lin Yu carried some vegetables in her hand, which seemed to be the vegetables she bought separately. There were 3 men following behind her. One of them was extremely tall and strong, as impressive as a bear. It's the wild bear, and the other 2 are naturally one-eyed and viper. Different from Lin Yu was carrying vegetables, while Du Yin and others were carrying boxes of wine, which seemed to be good wine. Seeing several people arriving, Lin Lung quickly put down the dishes in his hands, stood up, and went out to greet them. Sister, eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. Come on, the food will be ready soon. Please sit down first. Lin greeted with a sneer. Hey brother, what's going on today? You suddenly called us over. Is there something good you want to announce? Lin Yu asked as if she already knew something, looking at Su Liuxue from time to time as she spoke, causing Su Liuxue's face to turn red, and she turned around embarrassedly and continued cooking. Lin Lung was a little embarrassed by the question. He just had something to announce, but he didn't tell anyone. Su Liuxue was even less likely to leak the news. Could it be that Lin Yu read the script in advance? Realizing Lin Lung's predicament, Lin Yu covered her mouth and laughed mercilessly. Instead of revealing it, she took the dishes, moved her legs, and walked into the kitchen to help, and began to talk to Su Liuxue word by word. The words were spoken. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung said nothing more. Women should communicate better with each other. Lin Lung turned around and began to receive the one-eyed trio. Big brother, second brother, and third brother, you guys sit down first. The food will be ready soon, and everyone hasn't arrived yet, Lin said with a sneer. Yeah, One Eye was still the same as before, silent and taciturn. He just gave a faint hum, then stopped talking and found a place to sit by himself. Viper, on the other hand, chuckled softly, exchanged some polite words with Lin Lung, and then sat next to Du Yin. Just when Lin Lung thought everything was over, it was obvious that he had forgotten the most important person. Brother, I miss you so much. A sudden bear hug almost made Lin Lung leave this beautiful world. Lin Lung was so strangled that he couldn't breathe. Third brother, if you don't let go, you will lose me. But the bear seemed too excited, and Lin Lung was smothered and couldn't breathe, so the bear didn't hear what Lin Lung said, and kept hugging Lin Lung excitedly. Nina, I'm going to die. At this critical moment, fortunately, Viper and One Eye saw each other. One Eye did not say anything, but Viper understood and immediately shouted loudly to stop the bear's behavior. Silly bear, stop it. Your fourth brother will be strangled to death in no time, the poisonous snake scolded. Hearing this scolding,
Barbarian Bear realized his mistake. However, just when Barbarian Bear was about to let go, the figure in his arms had disappeared. Looking up, Lin Lung had appeared at the door of the kitchen, with sweat on his face and looking out of breath. It turned out that Lin Lung had used his spatial powers to break away from the bear's hug in an instant. Just kidding, if he didn't leave, his life would probably be decided there. Call. Lin Lung took a deep breath. He almost died there just now. Good guy, he didn't die in the Doomsday Battle. He almost died in the hands of his own people. It's embarrassing to think about it, but it's going to make people laugh out loud when told about it. After experiencing the apocalyptic life and death battle, I didn't die, but I survived with tenacity. But what happened? Having dinner with a good friend and being strangled to death by his brother. Thinking about that scene is extremely embarrassing. Ahem. What's that? I'm sorry, little brother. I was so excited that I forgot to control my strength. I'll pay attention next time. I'll pay attention next time. Barbarian Bear scratched his head honestly and said with an apologetic look. Lin Lung was speechless after hearing this. Next time? Do you want a next time? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible for you to touch me again. It seemed that there was a bit of movement, and two little heads popped out of the kitchen. What's wrong? Su Liuxue poked her little head out curiously, and when she saw the panting Lin Lung, her pretty face changed instantly, and her face became nervous. Husband, what's wrong with you? Su Liuxue screamed, hurriedly ran to Lin Lung's side, helped Lin Lung up, and asked with concern on her face. It's okay, I just almost got strangled to death by this guy. Lin Lung chuckled and pointed at the bear in front of him. Almost strangled to death? Su Liuxue was startled after hearing this, then looked at the bear in front of her with dissatisfaction and asked, Why do you want to strangle my husband to death? Upon hearing this, Barbarian Bear quickly explained, No, I'm just too excited. Seeing Man Xiong's nervous look, Lin Lung couldn't help laughing. He said that this guy was really stupid, and he took such a joke seriously. Okay, silly wife. I'm just kidding, go ahead and cook. Lin sneered and waved his hand to explain. Then are you okay? Su Liuxue asked with concern, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Fool, it's really okay. Go and do your work. Lin sneered, rubbed Su Liuxue's head and said, Is everything okay? Su Liuxue asked again. It's really okay. Lin Lung replied firmly. However, Su Liuxue still didn't believe it, shook her head, and insisted on dragging Lin Lung into the room to check. About a quarter of an hour later, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue came out of the room. Seeing the two people coming out, Man Xiong looked puzzled and asked quickly, What are you checking for? It's been so long. Are you done checking? Is the little brother okay? As soon as she mentioned examination, Su Liuxue's little face turned red instantly. She didn't say anything and ran to the kitchen with shame. Lin Lung, on the other hand, was more relaxed, waving her hand and saying that she was fine. But you have been checking for so long? Barbarian Bear wanted to ask again, but Viper cleverly interrupted him. Okay, you idiot, if you really feel sorry for yourself, just have a few more drinks with your fourth brother later, Viper said to smooth things over. Oh, okay. Hearing this, the bear grinned, scratched his head, and sat down next to the Viper. Originally, although the sofa in Lin Lung's house was not big, it was not too small either. It would be no problem for 3 people to sit on it. However, as soon as Man Xiong, a big man like him, sat down, it instantly seemed a little crowded. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung felt a little funny and warm inexplicably. At this moment, the doorbell rang again. Lin Lung hurriedly opened the door. When he opened the door, he saw 3 people standing outside the door. Naturally, it was Xie Qinfeng, Lu Yugong, and Chu Moyin. The clothes of the few people have not changed at all as before. Xie Qinfeng and Lu Yugong are still very simple in their clothes, which can be regarded as casual clothes. However, Chu Moyin does not know whether he is born with an aristocratic temperament or something. No matter what he wears, he always looks good. The kind of clothes he wears that you will never be able to wear in your lifetime. Okay, silly wife, I'm just kidding, go ahead and cook. Lin sneered and waved his hand as he explained. Then are you okay? Su Liuxue asked with concern, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Fool, it's really okay. Go and do your work. Lin sneered, rubbed Su Liuxue's head, and said, Is everything okay? Su Liuxue asked again. It's really okay. Lin Lung replied firmly. However, Su Liuxue still didn't believe it, shook her head, and insisted on dragging Lin Lung into the room to check. About a quarter of an hour later, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue came out of the room. Seeing the two people coming out, Man Xiong looked puzzled and asked quickly, What are you checking for? It's been so long. Are you done checking? Is the little brother okay? As soon as she mentioned examination, Su Liuxue's little face turned red instantly. She didn't say anything and ran to the kitchen with shame. Lin Lung, on the other hand, was more relaxed, waving her hand and saying that she was fine. But you have been checking for so long. Barbarian Bear wanted to ask again, but Viper cleverly interrupted him. Okay, you idiot, if you really feel sorry for yourself, just have a few more drinks with your fourth brother later, Viper said to smooth things over. Okay. Hearing this, the bear grinned, scratched his head, and sat down next to the Viper. Originally, although the sofa in Lin Lung's house was not big, it was not too small either. It would be no problem for 3 people to sit on it. However, as soon as Man Xiong, a big man like him, sat down, it instantly seemed a little crowded. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung felt a little funny and warm inexplicably. At this moment, the doorbell rang again. Lin Lung hurriedly opened the door. When he opened the door, he saw 3 people standing outside the door. Naturally, it was Xie Qinfeng, Lu Yugong, and Chu Moyin. The clothes of the few people have not changed at all as before. Xie Qinfeng and Lu Yugong are still dressed very simply, which can be regarded as casual clothes. On the other hand, Chu Moyin didn't know whether he was born with aristocratic temperament or something. No matter what he wore, he always gave people a look that you would never be able to wear the clothes he wore. Hey, we pooled our money to buy it for you. Today is your birthday, so don't dress so shabbily. Chu Moyin reached out and handed over a shopping bag. No need to look at the clothes inside, which were also bought for Lin Lung. Lin Lung was not polite, took the shopping bag and said thank you. Looking at the brand of the clothes, he knew that the price of this set of clothes was definitely not low. After all, this is a global limited edition brand, and a piece of clothing is estimated to cost tens or even millions. The gifts given by the 3 of them can be said to be very expensive. How embarrassing is it to give such an expensive gift? TCH, it's just a small amount of money. Besides, the 3 of us scraped it together, and the average is not much. You can quickly change into it. Chu Moyin replied nonchalantly, and then found a seat to sit down on his own. Hearing Chu Moyin's words, Lin Lung didn't say anything. He picked up his clothes and went into the room to change. However, Xie Qinfeng and Lu Yugong looked a little embarrassed. Although others don't know it, they both know very well that the 3 of them did buy this dress together. As for the price of this dress, it can only be described as a sky-high price. They said they paid for it together. In fact, the 2 of them just gave Chu Moyin a small sum. Most of the money was actually paid by Chu Moyin alone. Soon, the meal was ready, and Lin Lung also changed his clothes. When Lin Lung changed clothes and came in front of everyone, he really gave people a feeling of light up, especially Su Liuxue. Her eyes were shining brightly, like light bulbs. Lin Lung usually wears simple clothes, but when he puts on the clothes Chu Moyin and the others bought, he looks even more handsome. This set of clothes, from design to fabric to workmanship, are among the best in the country. This just shows the wonderful vision of Chu Moyin and others. This dress is good. It looks good and looks like a human being, Xie Qinfeng and others commented. It's really good. The 4th brother is very handsome in his clothes. My brother is quite handsome. My sister likes you, Lin Yu said with a smile. Wow, my husband is so handsome. Su Liuxue couldn't hold back her excitement. She rushed forward and hugged Lin Lung, watching him closely. After a while, Lin Lung interrupted her, pushed Su Liuxue away, took Su Liuxue's little hand, and sat in front of the table. At this time, everyone was sitting around the table. Lin Lung looked around. Since everyone was here, it was natural that he would announce his marriage to Su Liuxue at this time. Everyone be quiet for a moment. I have something to tell everyone. Lin Lung waved his hand. After hearing this, everyone became serious instantly, while Lin Yu looked at the two of them playfully, as if she knew something in advance. Su Liuxue even hugged Lin Lung's arm, shrinking a little shyly. He entered Lin Lung's arms and hid behind Lin Lung. Ahem, today is my birthday, so I want to invite everyone here, not only to celebrate my birthday, but also, just as Lin Lung was about to announce, the doorbell suddenly rang. Everyone was a little surprised. Lin Lung was even more confused, and Su Liuxue was a little angry. Who would come at this time? It ruined the atmosphere. Snort. Helpless. Lin Lung had no choice but to stand up and go out to open the door to see who was coming. When he opened the door, he saw two people standing outside. One of them was wearing a black robe and a mask on his face. Only his eyes were exposed. This person was clearly the master of Tianji Pavilion, and behind him was a woman wearing a veil. For some reason, Lin Lung had a strange feeling when he saw this woman for the first time. This made Lin Lung very surprised. He actually had a feeling of déjà vu. This feeling is like, as if he has met the other person before, and the other person is still a very important person to him. Lin Lung was a little confused. The master of the Tianji Pavilion was not familiar with him. Why did he come to visit him for no reason on his birthday? Could it be that they came to find Lin Yu and Duyan? But as if the other party knew what Lin Lung was going to say in advance, he spoke first. I'm not here to see them. I'm here to celebrate your birthday. Lin Lung. Hearing this, Lin Lung was even more puzzled. I'm not familiar with you. So what kind of birthday did you come to attend for no reason? In response, the master of Tianji Pavilion just smiled faintly and said softly, as for other things, I will naturally explain them to you after I enter. But do you want a guest to stand outside the door all the time? Lin Lung? Guest is nothing. I'm not familiar with you. I'm sorry you didn't come in person, but for the sake of face, Lin Lung still bravely welcomed him in. After all, the other party is the master of Tianji Pavilion. He is not only an S-level super strong man, but also has countless strong men under his command. Although Lin Yu has such a relationship, it is inevitable that the other party will not lose his temper and kill them all with his hands. Okay, please come in. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw the visitor. Xie Chinfeng and others were a little surprised, while Lin Yu and others subconsciously stood up, thinking that the master of Tianji Pavilion was here to find them. Don't worry, I'm not here to see you. I'm here to attend Xiao Lung's birthday and wedding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and others were even more confused. Xiao Lung? Are you familiar with Lin Lung? Also attending his wedding and birthday? For some reason, Lin Lung had a strange feeling when he saw this woman for the first time. This made Lin Lung very surprised. He actually had a feeling of déjà vu. This feeling is like, as if he has met the other person before, and the other person is still a very important person to him. Lin Lung was a little confused. The master of the Tianji Pavilion was not familiar with him. Why did he come to visit him for no reason on his birthday? Could it be that they came to find Lin Yu and Duyan? But as if the other party knew what Lin Lung was going to say in advance, he spoke first. I'm not here to see them. I'm here to celebrate your birthday. Lin Lung? Hearing this, Lin Lung was even more puzzled. I'm not familiar with you. So what kind of birthday did you come to attend for no reason? In response, the master of Tianji Pavilion just smiled faintly and said softly, as for other things, I will naturally explain them to you after I enter. But do you want the guest to stand outside the door all the time? Lin Lung? Guest is nothing. I'm not familiar with you. I'm sorry you didn't come in person, but for the sake of face, Lin Lung still bravely welcomed him in. After all, the other party is the master of Tianji Pavilion. He is not only an S-level super strong man, but also has countless strong men under his command. Although Lin Yu has such a relationship, it is inevitable that the other party will not lose his temper and kill them all with his hands. Okay, please come in. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw the visitor. Xie Chinfeng and others were a little surprised, while Lin Yu and others subconsciously stood up, thinking that the master of Tianji Pavilion was here to find them. Don't worry. I'm not here to see you. I'm here to attend Xiao Lung's birthday and wedding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and others were even more confused. Xiao Lung? Are you familiar with Lin Lung? Also attending his wedding and birthday? In this regard, the master of Tianji Pavilion was not in a hurry to explain. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and took the woman behind him to find a seat and sit down. Although the woman behind him was wearing a veil, Lin Lung could still see from her eyes that her emotions were fluctuating violently. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung became even more confused. What is the identity of the other party? Who is she? Why does it give him this wonderful feeling? The sudden addition of the master of Tianji Pavilion made the atmosphere a little weird. Everyone who was originally active became a little taciturn at this time. Even the usually lively and talkative barbarian bear actually began to restrain himself. Ahem. Forehead. Not to mention how awkward the atmosphere was, but the master of the Tianji Pavilion and the woman he brought seemed to have no feeling at all, looking left and right. Just when everyone was in a stalemate, the master of Tianji Pavilion actually took the initiative to speak. I saw the master of Tianji Pavilion muttering to himself. Why is it so slow? Calculating that the time should be almost. After saying that, he turned to look at today's heroine Su Liuxue and said, 2 people will be coming in a while. I believe these 2 people are the people you want to see the most, except of course Xiao Lung. Hearing this, Su Liuxue was a little strange. What did this mean? What is the person she most wants to see? The only person she wanted to see most was Lin Lung. If Lin Lung had to be excluded, it would probably be her parents. However, is this possible? Her parents disappeared long ago when she was young, and it would be an exaggeration to say that her life or death was uncertain. However, the master of the Tianji Pavilion did not explain much about this. He just smiled mysteriously, and then the few people didn't know what to say. Just when Lin Lung was about to greet everyone to continue eating, there was another knock on the door, which made Lin Lung very confused. Who was coming again? He didn't invite so many people at all? At this time, Lin Lung seemed a little impatient, but Su Liuxue was very gentle and considerate. She saw Lin Lung's thoughts, stood up on her own initiative, walked to Lin Lung's side, and skillfully held Lin Lung's hand. A smile. Husband, it's okay. I'll stay with you. Okay. Su Liuxue's considerate behavior also made Lin Lung's originally impatient heart calm down in an instant, and he suddenly turned from gloomy to sunny and started laughing. The 2 of them walked to the door together and opened the door. The 2 gathered themselves up and opened the door. However, when the door opened and they saw the face of the person outside the door, they were stunned, especially Su Liuxue's expression changed instantly. At this time, there were 2 middle-aged people standing outside the door, a man and a woman. When they saw Lin Lung and Su Liuxue, they both smiled kindly. Daughter Xiao Lung, long time no see. Forehead. Lin Lung was at a loss and even speechless. How could they appear at this time? Obviously, the 2 people standing outside the door were Su Liuxue's parents. They had not seen each other for many years, and their appearance had not changed much, but they had become a little older and vicissitudes of life. As if a little surprised, Lin Lung didn't expect that the people who came would be Su Liuxue's parents. Lin Lung turned to look at Su Liuxue beside him. At this time, Su Liuxue could no longer control her inner emotions, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. If she hadn't held them back forcefully, she would have burst into tears. However, despite this, tears could not stop pouring out of Su Liuxue's eyes and sliding down Su Liuxue's cheeks. Seeing this scene, Su Liuxue's father smiled kindly. Although his eyes were already red, he held it back and stretched out his rough hands to wipe the tears from the corners of Su Liuxue's eyes. Silly girl, you are such a big person. Today is your most important day. How can you cry? Dad, Mom, Liuxue misses you so much. Hearing these words, Su Liuxue couldn't bear it anymore, threw herself into Su Tiancheng's arms, and cried loudly. At this moment, the emotions that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time were finally released. Just because of all this with Lin Lung, Su Liuxue did not show it. Lin Lung also knew that Su Liuxue didn't like to show her weak side. If she did, she would just show it to him.
At this moment, Su Liuxue finally could no longer pretend and revealed her tender side. Mom and Dad, Liuxue misses you so much. I miss you so much. Where have you gone? I've been looking for you for a long time, but I can't find you. Su Liuxue cried in Su Tianqing's arms, crying about the grievances she had suffered over the years. In the final analysis, she was just a child after all. I know everything. In this regard, Su Tianqing also took the trouble to comfort him. He also knew that he owed Su Liuxue a lot. After an unknown amount of time, Su Liuxue finally calmed down, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, smiled, and pulled the two of them into the house. Lin Lung was at a loss and even speechless. How could they appear at this time? Obviously, the two people standing outside the door were Su Liuxue's parents. They had not seen each other for many years, and their appearance had not changed much, but they had become a little older and vicissitudes of life. As if a little surprised, Lin Lung didn't expect that the people who came would be Su Liuxue's parents. Lin Lung turned to look at Su Liuxue beside him. At this time, Su Liuxue could no longer control her inner emotions, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. If she hadn't held them back forcefully, she would have burst into tears. However, despite this, tears could not stop pouring out of Su Liuxue's eyes and sliding down Su Liuxue's cheeks. Seeing this scene, Su Liuxue's father smiled kindly. Although his eyes were already red, he held it back and stretched out his rough hands to wipe the tears from the corners of Su Liuxue's eyes. Silly girl, you are such a big person. Today is your most important day. How can you cry? Dad, Mom, Liuxue misses you so much. Hearing these words, Su Liuxue couldn't bear it anymore, threw herself into Su Tianqing's arms, and cried loudly. At this moment, the emotions that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time were finally released. Just because of all this with Lin Lung, Su Liuxue did not show it. Lin Lung also knew that Su Liuxue didn't like to show her weak side. If she did, she would just show it to him. At this moment, Su Liuxue finally could no longer pretend and revealed her tender side. Mom and Dad, Liuxue misses you so much. I miss you so much. Where have you gone? I've been looking for you for a long time, but I can't find you. Su Liuxue cried in Su Tianqing's arms, crying about the grievances she had suffered over the years. In the final analysis, she was just a child after all. I know everything. In this regard, Su Tianqing also took the trouble to comfort him. He also knew that he owed Su Liuxue a lot. After an unknown amount of time, Su Liuxue finally calmed down, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, smiled, and pulled the two of them into the house. As soon as she entered the room, Su Liuxue happily introduced to everyone. This is my dad, Su Tianqing, and this is my mom, Zhao Yixio. Hello, uncle, hello, Annie. Lu Yugong and others greeted politely. But at this time, the master of Tianji Pavilion suddenly spoke. You two came a little late. It's been a long time since we both came. Hearing this, Su Liuxue was a little dissatisfied at first and looked displeased. It's okay for a stranger to come to our house uninvited. Now that her parents have finally come back, his tone is still so rude. For a moment, Su Liuxue labeled the other party as rude. However, the next second Su Liuxue was slapped in the face. Su Tianqing smiled and responded, Yes, I was delayed due to some things on the way. Su Liuxue. Lin Lung. Everyone? No. Do you know each other? Su Tianqing noticed everyone's doubts, looked at the master of Tianji Pavilion, and asked, What? You haven't told them your identity yet. No, isn't this just about to be announced? Amid everyone's doubtful gazes, the master of the Tianji Pavilion focused on Lin Lung. Obviously, he meant that his identity had a subtle or crucial relationship with Lin Lung. Xiao Lung, haven't you guessed my identity yet? The master of Tianji Pavilion said calmly. In fact, Lin Lung was very confused at first. The master of Tianji Pavilion was so mysterious. How could he possibly guess his identity? But judging from all the signs today, the identity of the master of Tianji Pavilion is very close to someone he knows. But Lin Lung wasn't very sure. After all,
There was a huge gap between the other person and the person he thought about, not to mention that he didn't know much about it either. So Lin Lung did not answer directly, but chose to shake his head. Seeing this scene, the master of Tianji Pavilion didn't say much. He just smiled and shook his head, and then slowly took off his mask in front of everyone's shocked eyes. The mask of the master of the Tianji Pavilion was slowly removed, and the identity of the master of the Tianji Pavilion was revealed in front of everyone. From then on, the mysterious veil of the master of the Tianji Pavilion was officially unveiled. Underneath the mask was a stern, angular face. Even though he was middle-aged, his face was full of vicissitudes of life, but it still couldn't stop his unique handsomeness. However, the most shocking thing is not this, but that he and Lin Lung look very similar, with striking similarities between their eyebrows and facial features. Have you guessed it now? Xiao Lung, the master of Tianji Pavilion, said calmly. What? The moment the master of the Tianji Pavilion took off his mask, Lin Lung stood there blankly, and the other party turned out to be. Lin Lung's memory was a little blurry. He could no longer remember his father's appearance, but the man in front of him clearly gave him a very familiar feeling. You are my father? Lin Lung hesitated. Hearing this, the other party smiled knowingly and said jokingly, "Fortunately, he's not too stupid." What? It's really hard to say anything shocking. As soon as the Tianji Pavilion master's words came out, it directly aroused turmoil in everyone's hearts. And Su Liuxue was even more surprised. What day was it today? Not only did her long-lost parents suddenly come back, but Lin Lung's parents, who were obviously dead, suddenly appeared. Hearing the news, Lin Lung couldn't accept it for a while and stood there blankly. The people who had this reaction naturally didn't know whether it was Lin Lung or Lin Yu. Lin Yu heard all the conversation between the two just now. The master of Tianji Pavilion was actually Lin Lung's father? If you put it this way, isn't he also his father? His immediate boss, is actually his father? Lin Yu was a little confused, and even more difficult to accept. If her father had such an identity, why would he abandon her and Lin Lung? After learning the identity of the master of Tianji Pavilion, Lin Yu also had a lot of guesses in her heart. Could it be that her father was behind the scenes when she was assigned to Tianji Pavilion? Xiaolong? What? Don't you plan to come over to meet your mother? She has talked about you several times in the past few years. The master of Tianji Pavilion said calmly. Lin Lung stood there in a daze. To be honest, although the master of the Tianji Pavilion looked exactly the same as his father, it was still difficult for him to associate him with his father, Lin Wuyo. In his impression, his father was just an ordinary person. How could he be the aloof and mysterious master of Tianji Pavilion? Seemingly embarrassed, Lin Wuyo didn't say much. He just said to the woman beside him, "Wan Jun, go and bring Xiaolong over." Then, the woman named Wan Jun stood up, lifted the veil, and revealed her gentle face. Although she had suffered the ravages of time, her beauty and grace when she was young could still be seen. And when Lin Lung saw the other party's face, he froze in place. Lin Lung's memory of that face was very deep. Although it had changed a lot after more than 10 years, Lin Lung still recognized it at once. This is his mother, Wan Jun. Hearing this, the other party smiled knowingly and said jokingly, "Fortunately, he's not too stupid." What? It's really hard to say anything shocking. As soon as the Tianji Pavilion master's words came out, it directly aroused turmoil in everyone's hearts. And Su Liuxue was even more surprised. What day was it today? Not only did her long-lost parents suddenly come back, but Lin Lung's parents, who were obviously dead, suddenly appeared. Hearing the news, Lin Lung couldn't accept it for a while and stood there blankly. The people who had this reaction naturally didn't know whether it was Lin Lung or Lin Yu. Lin Yu heard all the conversation between the two just now. The master of Tianji Pavilion was actually Lin Lung's father? If you put it this way, isn't he also his father? His immediate boss, is actually his father? Lin Yu was a little confused and even more difficult to accept. If her father had such an identity, why would he abandon her and Lin Lung? After learning the identity of the master of Tianji Pavilion, Lin Yu also had a lot of guesses in her heart. Could it be that her father was behind the scenes when she was assigned to Tianji Pavilion? Xiaolong? What? Don't you plan to come over to meet your mother? She has talked about you several times in the past few years. The master of Tianji Pavilion said calmly. Lin Lung stood there in a daze. To be honest, although the master of the Tianji Pavilion looked exactly the same as his father, it was still difficult for him to associate him with his father, Lin Wuyo. In his impression, his father was just an ordinary person. How could he be the aloof and mysterious master of Tianji Pavilion? Seemingly embarrassed, Lin Wuyo didn't say much. He just said to the woman beside him, Wanjun, go and bring Xiaolong over. Then, the woman named Wanjun stood up, lifted the veil, and revealed her gentle face. Although she had suffered the ravages of time, her beauty and grace when she was young could still be seen. And when Lin Lung saw the other party's face, he froze in place. Lin Lung's memory of that face was very deep. Although it had changed a lot after more than 10 years, Lin Lung still recognized it at once. This is his mother, Wang Wanjun. How can this be? Lin Lung stood there in a daze, as if in a dreamland. What happened today? First, Su Liuxue's long-lost parents came to her door, and even her own parents showed up at this time. Lin Lung was like a wooden man. It wasn't until Wang Wanjun walked in front of him, stretched out his hand, and touched her gently that Lin Lung realized what he was doing. Mother! Hey, Wang Wanjun's eyes were red and tears were already welling up in her eyes. She responded with a choked voice and said, My child, you have suffered a lot these years. At this moment, Lin Lung couldn't hold back, but he still shook his head firmly and said, No, it's not bitter. At this time, Lin Yu could no longer control her inner feelings and stood up. It was at this moment that Lin Lung suddenly remembered that if the other party was his parents, wouldn't they also be Lin Yu's parents? What's more, Lin Yu has stayed in Tianji Pavilion for so long, but she has never discovered the identity of the other party. Lin Yu was obviously a little excited at this time. Even a strong woman like her could not control her inner emotions at this time. You! As if he could read Lin Yu's thoughts, Lin Wuyo sighed softly and began to explain. Lin Lung also pricked up his ears and listened. He also wanted to know why his parents disappeared and abandoned them for no reason. After all, they still have some resentment in their hearts. Hey! Then Lin Wuyo began to explain slowly. It turned out that a long time ago, Lin Wuyo's identity was extraordinary. He and the great elder of the general administration were actually brothers in the same sect, and both were disciples of the Tianji Pavilion. Moreover, the two of them both awakened the power of calculation when their spiritual energy revived. After that, their master passed away. Lin Wuyo inherited the title of master of the Tianji Pavilion and became the mysterious master of the Tianji Pavilion. His senior brother, Yi Zhongtian, entered the country and established the National Superpower Bureau, and now he has become the most powerful official in the General Bureau. Elder. After Lin Wuyo became the master of the Tianji Pavilion, he did not wear a mask until he later met Lin Lung's mother, Wang Wanjun. The two fell in love at first sight and soon became engaged for life. Later, their love soon took shape. Later, everyone knew that Lin Yu was born, and both of them were very happy. At that time, the family of three was still very happy, but a result that the two of them never expected would happen. In the following days, Lin Yu didn't know what happened. She kept having a fever that couldn't be cured no matter what method she used. Helpless, Lin Wuyo had no choice but to use his divination power to calculate Lin Yu's fate, hoping to change Lin Yu's destiny. However, no matter how Lin Wuyo tried his best to calculate, the results showed that Lin Yu had a special fate since birth. If she continued to stay with the two of them, Lin Yu would definitely die. After learning this result, both of them were very sad, especially Wang Wanjun, who was very reluctant to let go. This was his own flesh and blood. The couple hesitated for a long time. Seeing the child in pain, Lin Wuyo finally gritted his teeth and cruelly found a place to place Lin Yu. If she continues to stay with them, Lin Yu will definitely die. If she does this, Lin Yu still has a chance of survival. At first, the couple was worried. They secretly looked at Xiao Lin Yu every day. Seeing Lin Yu shivering in the cold winter,
They were also very sad. But suddenly one day, when the two came to visit Lin Yu again, Lin Yu suddenly disappeared. Lin Yu suddenly disappeared, which made both of them very nervous and began to search around. Lin Wuyo even used calculations again to calculate Lin Yu's location. Later, the two discovered that by chance, Lin Yu was actually adopted by one of his subordinates in Tianji Pavilion. After learning this result, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wuyo understood the other person's personality, and they felt relieved as he took care of Lin Yu. Later, Lin Wuyo promoted the other party, and by the way, he trained and cultivated Lin Yu in the name of Tianji Pavilion, and Lin Yu became what he is today. As for Lin Lung, when Lin Lung was born, everything was fine. However, later on, the spiritual energy gradually recovered, and various powerful awakened people appeared. Lin Wuyo and the others were also targeted. In order to avoid harming Lin Lung, they had to fake their own death, leaving young Lin Lung and Su Liuxue behind. Since then, both Su Liuxue's parents have disappeared, and Lin Lung's parents have also passed away in fake deaths. Since then, the master of Tianji Pavilion has also put on a mask and put on a mysterious veil. And all this was not released until the spiritual energy was completely revived last night. The other world was opened, and everything was released, so they found this place. As for the news about Lin Lung and Su Liuxue's wedding, Lin Wuyo had awakened the power of calculation, so calculating this was a piece of cake. So that's it. After listening to Lin Wuyo's story, everything finally came to light, and the layer of fog in Lin Lung's heart was also lifted. The couple hesitated for a long time. Seeing the child in pain, Lin Wuyo finally gritted his teeth and cruelly found a place to place Lin Yu. If she continues to stay with him, Lin Yu will definitely die. If she does this, Lin Yu still has a chance of survival. At first, the couple was worried. They secretly looked at Xiao Lin Yu every day. Seeing Lin Yu shivering in the cold winter, they were also very sad. But suddenly one day, when the two came to visit Lin Yu again, Lin Yu suddenly disappeared. Lin Yu suddenly disappeared, which made both of them very nervous and began to search around. Lin Wuyo even used calculations again to calculate Lin Yu's location. Later, the two discovered that by chance, Lin Yu was actually adopted by one of his subordinates in Tianji Pavilion. After learning this result, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wuyo understood the other person's personality, and they felt relieved as he took care of Lin Yu. Later, Lin Wuyo promoted the other party, and by the way, he trained and cultivated Lin Yu in the name of Tianji Pavilion, and Lin Yu became what he is today. As for Lin Lung, when Lin Lung was born, everything was fine. However, later on, the spiritual energy gradually recovered, and various powerful awakened people appeared. Lin Wuyo and the others were also targeted. In order to avoid harming Lin Lung, they had to fake their own death, leaving young Lin Lung and Su Liuxue behind. Since then, both Su Liuxue's parents have disappeared, and Lin Lung's parents have also passed away in fake deaths. Since then, the master of Tianji Pavilion has also put on a mask and put on a mysterious veil. And all this was not released until the spiritual energy was completely revived last night. The other world was opened, and everything was released, so they found this place. As for the news about Lin Lung and Su Liuxue's wedding, Lin Wuyo had awakened the power of calculation, so calculating this was a piece of cake. So that's it. After listening to Lin Wuyo's story, everything finally came to light, and the layer of fog in Lin Lung's heart was also lifted. After telling everything, Lin Wuyo looked at the two of them, as if he wanted to know what they were thinking. To be honest, Lin Lung had no idea at all. He always thought his parents were dead. Now that his parents have resurrected, he will definitely be happy to come back. Only, Lin Lung looked at Lin Yu, who was aside. She had the most say in all this. She was the one who was abandoned. Although there was a reason for the incident, and although they were thinking about Lin Yu in the final analysis, Lin Yu was abandoned. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu no longer looked like the strong woman she used to be. Without the elegance of the past, tears fell from the corners of her eyes unsatisfactorily. Sister, Lin Lung wanted to say something to comfort Lin Yu, but when the words came to her lips,
she didn't know what to say. Only she knew Lin Yu's suffering. Yuer. In the end, Wang Wanjun took Lin Yu into her arms. Under Wang Wanjun's persuasion, Lin Yu finally thought about it. At this time, the family that had been separated for more than 10 years finally gathered together. Finally, everything is fine and everyone is happy. At this moment, everyone was immersed in beautiful happiness. Even if this happiness was short-lived, everyone still forgot the pain caused by yesterday's war. Silly daughter, when you marry Xiaolong, you must be virtuous and not bully him all the time, Zhao Yixue said. Ah? Hearing this, Su Liuxue was a little surprised and said in amazement, How did you know? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yixue smiled softly, scratched Su Liuxue's nose, and said jokingly, What? Is it because Mom doesn't know, so you don't plan to tell me? How can I just... Seeing Su Liuxue's cute look, Zhao Yixue couldn't help laughing, rubbed Su Liuxue's head, and said with a smile, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. In fact, it's your Uncle Lin who told us all this of... Uncle Lin? Su Liuxue turned around and looked over in surprise. Tisk! At this moment, Su Tianqing planned on Zhao Yixue and corrected him. What Uncle Lin? Call me Dad. From now on, we will be a real family. At this time, Zhao Yixue suddenly reacted, patted her head and said, Yes, call me Dad. Look at my brain, I forgot. No. Su Liuxue blushed with embarrassment. Why did she say it so directly? People can be shy too. Su Liuxue's shy look even made Su's father and mother laugh. Kiki, look at our daughter, she's still shy. Hey Mom. The shy Su Liuxue didn't know what to say for a moment, so she had to bury her head in Lin Lung's arms and hide. As if she didn't think it was enough, she leaned into Lin Lung's arms again. Su Liuxue's behavior also made Lin Lung a little embarrassed, but Lin Lung was a man after all. He stretched out his hand and gently put his arm around Su Liuxue's shoulders, holding Su Liuxue tightly in his arms. Then he looked at Lin Wuyo and asked, If my guess is correct, you also used the calculation ability today, and you also calculated these things, right? Lin Wuyo nodded after hearing this. It was obvious that Lin Lung had guessed correctly, and the fact was just as Lin Lung said. In fact, Lin Wuyo had already planned all of this as early as more than 10 years ago. However, there was one thing that Lin Wuyo could not figure out. What's the matter? Lin Lung asked curiously. Hearing this, the others also pricked up their ears and looked at Lin Wuyo curiously one by one. You know, Lin Wuyo is the master of the Tianji Pavilion. He knows that the world is in the future, but there are things in the world that Lin Wuyo doesn't know about. Well, that's about you. I've always been curious. I've already calculated your life before. In fact, your life should be ordinary, or you should say that you have done nothing. However, for some reason, when I saw you again one day, I found that your life trajectory seemed to have been changed. Your life went straight to the top. It is not an exaggeration to say that you were the 3rd or 5th emperor. And this is exactly the case. If my guess is correct, the power you awakened should be a one-of-a-kind mythical power, right? Yeah. Lin Lung didn't hide anything about this and nodded gently. What? As if her interest was aroused, Su Liuxue didn't care about being shy and poked her little head out of Lin Lung's arms. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Wuyo curiously, her little face pressed against her. Lin Lung's chest. That's right, according to my calculations, there was no such possibility for you. I calculated more than 10 years ago that you should be just an ordinary awakener. The ability to awaken supernatural powers is already incredible. However, you have awakened the rarest space power. What is going on? I am very curious. The shy Su Liuxue didn't know what to say for a moment, so she had to bury her head in Lin Lung's arms and hide. As if she didn't think it was enough, she leaned into Lin Lung's arms again. Su Liuxue's behavior also made Lin Lung a little embarrassed, but Lin Lung was a man after all. He stretched out his hand and gently put his arm around Su Liuxue's shoulders, holding Su Liuxue tightly in his arms. Then he looked at Lin Wuyo and asked, If my guess is correct, you also used the calculation ability today, and you also calculated these things, right? Lin Wuyo nodded after hearing this. It was obvious that Lin Lung had guessed correctly, and the fact was just as Lin Lung said. In fact, Lin Lung had already planned all of this as early as more than 10 years ago. However, there was one thing that Lin Lung could not figure out. "What's the matter?" Lin Lung asked curiously. Hearing this, the others also pricked up their ears and looked at Lin Lung curiously one by one. You know, Lin Lung is the master of the Tianji Pavilion. He knows that the world is in the future, but there are things in the world that Lin Lung doesn't know about. Well, that's about you. I've always been curious. I've already calculated your life before. In fact, your life should be ordinary, or you should say that you have done nothing. However, for some reason, when I saw you again one day, I found that your life trajectory seemed to have been changed. Your life went straight to the top. It is not an exaggeration to say that you were the third or fifth emperor. And this is exactly the case. If my guess is correct, the power you awaken should be a one-of-a-kind mythical power, right? Yeah. Lin Lung didn't hide anything about this and nodded gently. What? As if her interest was aroused, Su Liuxue didn't care about being shy and poked her little head out of Lin Lung's arms. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Lung curiously, her little face pressed against her. Lin Lung's chest. That's right, according to my calculations, there was no such possibility for you. I calculated more than 10 years ago that you should be just an ordinary awakener. The ability to awaken supernatural powers is already incredible. However, you have awakened the rarest space power. What is going on? I'm very curious. After saying that, Lin Lung looked at Lin Lung, as if he wanted Lin Lung to give an answer, and then everyone also turned their attention to Lin Lung. Even Su Liuxue in her arms raised her head curiously, blinked her big eyes, and stared at Lin Lung with a cute look on her face. Hearing this, Lin Lung didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Could it be that he was reborn and became like this with the help of the system? Just kidding if they say that they must think themselves fools. What's more, Lin Leng couldn't help but feel inside his body. The system had disappeared for a long time. For some reason, when the spiritual energy was about to be completely revived, the system was a little strange. Today, Lin Lung can no longer feel the existence of the system at all. In the past, Lin Lung could clearly feel the existence of the system in his body. However, until today, this feeling suddenly disappeared completely. This feeling made Lin Lung very scared, but he had to recognize the reality. The system had disappeared. To be honest, Lin Lung was very puzzled as to why the system disappeared inexplicably. What was its purpose in coming to him? Why did you choose yourself as the host? Why would I be reborn? Everything behind this is a huge mystery. However, Lin Lung originally planned to find out all of this today, but the disappearance of the system made Lin Lung instantly lose his clue. Maybe all of this will become an eternal mystery. Hey, Xiaolong? Just as Lin Lung was thinking about it, a voice suddenly pulled him into reality. The person who spoke was Lin Lung. At this time, Lin Lung was looking at Lin Lung in confusion. However, Lin Lung was not the only one who looked confused. Everyone looked confused. Good guy, everyone is waiting for your answer. Why are you still in a daze? Ahem. Lin Lung pretended to cough as if aware of the embarrassing situation in front of him, then paused before saying seriously, "If I say that I have actually died once, will you think I am crazy?" After hearing this, everyone nodded instantly. Lin Lung. At this moment, someone suddenly raised his hand in agreement, and that person was naturally Su Liuxue, who was being held like a kitten in Lin Lung's arms. "Husband, I believe you. I believe whatever you say." Lin Lung was very touched that Su Liuxue still believed in him, but only Su Liuxue believed in him, which made Lin Lung strengthen his inner thoughts. As if he realized that Lin Lung was not joking, Lin Lung's expression changed a little and finally became serious. "Xiaolong, what you said is true. Of course, what I'm talking about is..." Ding dong. Just when Lin Lung was about to reply, the doorbell rang again. This time, everyone was stunned. Everyone who is supposed to be there is here, so why is the doorbell still ringing? At this time, Lin Lung closed his eyes habitually and counted a few times. After a moment, he opened his eyes.
He frowned slightly, as if he was a little confused, but he still said, "Go and open the door. There are people you know standing outside the door, and they seem to be here specifically for you this time. Come to see me specifically?" Lin Lung was a little curious. Who would come to see him specifically at this time? Helpless, Lin Lung had to get up and open the door. When Lin Lung opened the door, there were two gray-haired old men standing outside the door. Moreover, Lin Lung knew these two people. One was the mysterious old man from Tianzi No. 3, and one of them is his master whom he has not contacted for a long time, Wu Qingquan. Lin Lung was a little surprised. "Master, you guys?" Seeing Lin Lung opening the door, the mysterious old man smiled knowingly. "Hey, I just said I won't be wrong." Wu Qingquan did not respond. He just glanced at the other party coldly, then looked at Lin Lung and said with a smile, "What? Don't you welcome me, your master? Do you dislike me as a little old man?" Hearing this, Lin Lung hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. How could that be? Please come in, please come in. That's pretty much it." After hearing this, Wu Qingquan nodded with satisfaction. Then, Lin Lung invited the two people in, and everyone raised their heads to look at the two people curiously. Seeing the situation, Lin Lung introduced, "This is my master, Wu Qingquan, and this one. Lin Lung was about to introduce him, but suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to know the old man's name at all. Just when Lin Lung was embarrassed, Lin Wuyo suddenly stood up with a look of surprise on his face, and at this moment, the doorbell rang again. At this time, Lin Lung was really speechless. He just wanted to hold a simple wedding and birthday dinner. He didn't invite so many people. Why did so many people come? If a few more people come, I'm not sure whether my small family can accommodate it. Just when Lin Lung was about to reply, the doorbell rang again. This time, everyone was stunned. Everyone who is supposed to be there is here, so why is the doorbell still ringing? At this time, Lin Wuyo closed his eyes habitually and counted a few times. After a moment, he opened his eyes. He frowned slightly, as if he was a little confused, but he still said, "Go and open the door. There are people you know standing outside the door, and they seem to be here specifically for you this time. Come to see me specifically?" Lin Lung was a little curious. Who would come to see him specifically at this time? Helpless, Lin Lung had to get up and open the door. When Lin Lung opened the door, there were two gray-haired old men standing outside the door. Moreover, Lin Lung knew these two people. One was the mysterious old man from Tianzi No. 3, and one of them is his master whom he has not contacted for a long time, Wu Qingquan. Lin Lung was a little surprised. "Master, you guys?" Seeing Lin Lung opening the door, the mysterious old man smiled knowingly. "Hey, I just said I won't be wrong." Wu Qingquan did not respond. He just glanced at the other party coldly, then looked at Lin Lung and said with a smile, "What? Don't you welcome me, your master? Do you dislike me as a little old man?" Hearing this, Lin Lung hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. How could that be? Please come in, please come in. That's pretty much it." After hearing this, Wu Qingquan nodded with satisfaction. Then, Lin Lung invited the two people in, and everyone raised their heads to look at the two people curiously. Seeing the situation, Lin Lung introduced, "This is my master, Wu Qingquan, and this one. Lin Lung was about to introduce him, but suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to know the old man's name at all. Just when Lin Lung was embarrassed, Lin Wuyo suddenly stood up with a look of surprise on his face, and at this moment, the doorbell rang again. At this time, Lin Lung was really speechless. He just wanted to hold a simple wedding and birthday dinner. He didn't invite so many people. Why did so many people come? If a few more people come, I'm not sure whether my small family can accommodate it. It was at this time that the mysterious old man smiled softly and explained, "Don't explain, it was one of my juniors who came after me." Junior? Everyone was suddenly confused. What is the identity of this mysterious old man? Who are his descendants? Moreover, why did Lin Wuyo have such a big reaction when he saw the other party? Hearing the doorbell ringing, Lin Lung immediately ran to open the door. Standing outside the door was a little old man he had never met before, with gray hair and a dusty face. Lin Lung felt strange at first glance. He felt like he was just an ordinary little old man. But the other party was also easygoing, smiled very kindly,
and asked politely, can I come in? Without the mysterious old man, Lin Lung would not have let him in. But since the mysterious old man started to speak, Lin Lung naturally wanted to give him face, so he nodded politely and said, "Come in." "Thanks." The white-haired old man nodded politely and then walked in. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came in, the white-haired old man bumped into Lin Wuyo, who had just stood up. "It's you," the two said in unison. When he saw the coming face, Xie Qinfeng stood up from his position in shock. Obviously, it can be seen from Xie Qinfeng's reaction that this person's identity must be extraordinary. Xie Qinfeng was a little frightened and hemmed and hawed in surprise. The great elder. Great elder? Hearing this, everyone was confused again. This person who came turned out to be the pillar of the National Superpower Bureau, the mysterious elder. And he came here after a long journey, actually, because of that mysterious old man? What's the secret behind everything that they don't know? In response to Xie Qinfeng's polite greeting, the great elder did not put on airs, but responded lightly and nodded gently. In response to everyone's surprise, the great elder simply chose to ignore it. Then, the two of them knelt down in front of the mysterious old man in perfect sync with everyone's shocked eyes, and said in unison, "Unfilial to my descendants, Lin Wuyo. Unfilial to my descendants, Zhong Tian. Meet the patriarch, Nanny." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. "Grandmaster?" They all doubted their ears, especially Lin Lung, whose eyes widened. His father is the master of the Tianji Pavilion, and the other one is the great elder of the National Superpower Bureau. Any one of these two men would be a powerful presence, but now they actually call the old man in front of them Grandmaster. Who is he? Seeing the two people's actions, the mysterious old man did not feel the slightest surprise. Instead, he smiled softly and reached out to help the two people up. Okay, what a big gift, really. Although he said this, there was a rather proud look on his face, while Wu Qinquan beside him rolled his eyes and ignored him. Master Patriarch. At this time, Lin Wuyo and Yi Zhongtian were still immersed in an atmosphere of joy, while Wu Qinquan snorted coldly, pulled Lin Lung over and asked, "Apprentice, I'm hungry. Help me find a place to sit." After hearing this, Lin Lung nodded quickly and took Wang Qinquan to find a seat to sit down. He sat back in his own seat. When Su Liuxue saw Lin Lung coming back, she got back into Lin Lung's arms again. Husband hugged. With such a clingy wife, Lin Lung was helpless and rubbed Su Liuxue's little head lovingly. At this time, Lin Wuyo and Yi Zhongtian were also helped up by the mysterious old man. Surrounded by Lin Wuyo and Yi Zhongtian, the three sat down. At this time, Lin Leng asked, "Master, why are you here this time?" When Wu Qinquan heard this, he put down the chopsticks in his hands and said calmly, "This silly old man said there was a lot of excitement here, so he brought me here." Lin Lung, what the hell is this horse riding? However, Wu Qinquan didn't say anything, but the mysterious old man spoke first. He smiled mysteriously. "Boy, do you want to know who I am? How can he be your father's ancestor?" This question was on point. Lin Lung really wanted to know. So Lin Lung nodded, and then the mysterious old man straightened his clothes, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "I will tell you now, old man, I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. I have existed as early as the era of the ancient gods. I was the first to create the Tianji Pavilion, and I also wrote the Tianji Pavilion. You think who is it? What?" Lin Lung was shocked. Not just Lin Lung, but everyone was shocked. Lin Wuyo and Yi Zhongtian seemed to have known about it for a long time, but there was admiration in their eyes. Among all the people, only Wu Qinquan looked disdainful. "TCH, who is he? He is just a small messenger of the ancient gods. He is pretending to be here." Wu Qinquan disdains the fact that he has his support. You know, his identity is many times more powerful than the other party. It's just that Wu Qinquan doesn't plan to announce it now. He will let this old guy pretend to be enough, and then he will slap the other person in the face hard to let you know who is the most awesome. After hearing this, Lin Lung nodded quickly and took Wang Qinquan to find a seat to sit down. He sat back in his own seat. When Su Liuxue saw Lin Lung coming back, she got back into Lin Lung's arms again. Husband hug. With such a clingy wife, Lin Lung was helpless and rubbed Su Liuxue's little head lovingly. At this time, Lin Wuyo and Yi Zhongtian were also helped up by the mysterious old man. Surrounded by Lin Wuyo and Yi Zhongtian, the three sat down. At this time, Lin Lung asked, "Master, why are you here this time?" When Wu Qinquan heard this, he put down the chopsticks in his hands and said calmly, "This silly old man said there was a lot of excitement here, so he brought me here." Lin Lung, what the hell is this horse riding? However, Wu Qinquan didn't say anything, but the mysterious old man spoke first. He smiled mysteriously. "Boy, do you want to know who I am? How can he be your father's ancestor?" This question was on point. Lin Lung really wanted to know. So Lin Lung nodded. And then the mysterious old man straightened his clothes, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "I will tell you now, old man, I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. I have existed as early as the era of the ancient gods. I was the first to create the Tianji Pavilion, and I also wrote the Tianji Pavilion. You think who is it? What?" Lin Lung was shocked. Not just Lin Lung, but everyone was shocked. Lin Wuyo and Yi Zhongtian seemed to have known about it for a long time, but there was admiration and admiration in their eyes. Among all the people, only Wu Qinquan looked disdainful. "TCH, who is he? He is just a small messenger of the ancient gods. He is pretending to be here." Wu Qinquan disdains the fact that he has his support. You know, his identity is many times more powerful than the other party. It's just that Wu Qinquan doesn't plan to announce it now. He will let this old guy pretend to be enough, and then he will slap the other person in the face hard to let you know who is the most awesome. "What? Senior, I heard you right. You said you have lived for tens of thousands of years?" For some reason, Lin Lung was a little shocked when he heard the other party say this, but for some reason, he seemed to have been mentally prepared. How should I put it? Lin Lung had a strange feeling, as if he had expected all this in his heart. So there is a strange feeling. Is it unexpected? Unexpected, but it doesn't seem very surprising or shocking, right? Shocking, but not particularly shocking. When Lin Lung asked, Yi Tianxing did not keep a low profile at all, but nodded straightly and said, "Yes, it's precisely because I founded Tianji Pavilion that your father and the great elder call me Grandmaster, isn't that right? If you don't believe me, you can ask your father." Hearing this, Lin Lung looked at Lin Wuyo. At this time, Lin Wuyo had completely transformed into Yi Tianxing's little fanboy, looking at Yi Tianxing with eyes full of admiration and adoration. Feeling Lin Leng's gaze, Lin Wuyo also nodded. They in this industry have an instinctive feeling for everything. So he was very sure that the Yi Tianxing in front of him was their ancestor, and he looked exactly like the portrait. After hearing Lin Wuyo's reply, Lin Leng nodded. He had felt that the other party's identity was unusual a long time ago. Otherwise, how could he be so high up in Tianzi room number 3? But Lin Leng was a little curious. Even a person of Yi Tianxing's level was only ranked Tianzi number 3. Wouldn't the status of people with number 3 and number 1 be? When he thought of this, Lin Lung was not a person who could tolerate anything. If he had anything to say, he asked directly. So, Lin Lung asked, "If even a person of your status is only ranked Tianzi number 3, people with Tianzi number 1 and Tianzi number 2, hearing this, Lin Wuyo shook his head and said helplessly that these rankings had existed since he took over. He had also wanted to go and investigate, but Tianji Pavilion had ancestral teachings and could not investigate, so Lin Wuyo then gave up. Lin Leng nodded. If he had known, he would have recognized Yi Tianxing long ago. Thus, everyone focused their attention on Yi Tianxing. Everyone was more curious about this matter. And Wu Qinquan urged impatiently, hurry up, tell them quickly. What are you pretending to be?" Yi Tianxing also had no temper. Everyone was respectful when they saw him. But this old man was the only one who was fierce all day long. Ahem, that ranking was naturally made by me. My ranking was based on my identity and status at the time. I ranked myself number 3. As for Tianzi number 2 and Tianzi number 1, they were of course the ones at that time. The second master and the great emperor Nuwa. Lin Leng nodded after hearing this.
Their era was naturally the era of the ancient gods. The resurrection of the gods was naturally led by God Nuwa, but this second master. Lin Lung was a little curious. Second master? Could it be Erling Shinjun of Guangjiankou? But these two eras are different, right? As expected of the founder of Tianji Pavilion, Yi Tianqing seemed to have the ability to read minds. He read the confusion in Lin Lung's heart, nodded, and said, "That's right, the so-called second master is naturally not Erlang Shin, but the founder of Han Kuan, Emperor Han Kuan, who was second only to Emperor Nuwa at that time. Patriarch Han Kuan and Emperor Nuwa were contemporaries, and both were disciples of the creation Yuanling. Legend has it that the founding Yuanling had 4 disciples in total: Ancestor Hongjun, Ancestor Hunkin, Empress Nuwa, and Lord Luya. Legend has it that at the beginning of the birth of the universe, there was an innate Han Yuan spirit whose spiritual orifices first opened and gradually became sane. This Yuan Ling accidentally obtained the artifact from the beginning of the universe in West Kunlun. After countless lifetimes of practice, the Yuan Ling's merits and virtues were perfected and Taoism was achieved. In the long and unbearable chaotic universe, the founding Yuan Ling became the only awake person in the universe, enduring unimaginable loneliness. It seems that in order to complete some agreed and mysterious mission, the founding Yuan Ling used the supreme spiritual power of the artifact to teach the 4 disciples a method of practice. The eldest brother, Hongjun, cultivated Xianqing Qi. The second child, Han Kuan, cultivated Xianling Qi. The third child, Nuwa, cultivated Xuanqi Qi. And the fourth child, Luya, cultivated Xianming Qi, the combination of which is Qingqing. The spirit is empty and bright. Later generations respected them as Patriarch Hongjun, Patriarch Hunkin, Empress Nuwa, and Lord Luya respectively. Both Emperor Nuwa and Patriarch Han Kuan were disciples of the founding Yuan Ling. And Wu Qingkuan urged impatiently, hurry up, tell them quickly. What are you pretending to be?" Yi Tianqing also had no temper. Everyone was respectful when they saw him. But this old man was the only one who was fierce all day long. Ahem, that ranking was naturally made by me. My ranking was based on my identity and status at the time. I rank myself number 3. As for Tianzi number 2 and Tianzi number 1, they were of course the ones at that time. The second master and the great Emperor Nuwa. Lin Leng nodded after hearing this. Their era was naturally the era of the ancient gods. The resurrection of the gods was naturally led by God Nuwa, but this second master. Lin Lung was a little curious. Second master? Could it be Erling Shinjun of Guangjiankou? But these two eras are different, right? As expected of the founder of Tianji Pavilion, Yi Tianqing seemed to have the ability to read minds. He read the confusion in Lin Lung's heart, nodded and said, "That's right, the so-called second master is naturally not Erlang Shun, but the founder of Han Kuan, Emperor Han Kuan, who was second only to Emperor Nuwa at that time. Patriarch Han Kuan and Emperor Nuwa were contemporaries, and both were disciples of the creation Yuanling. Legend has it that the founding Yuanling had 4 disciples in total: Ancestor Hongjun, Ancestor Hunkin, Empress Nuwa, and Lord Luya. Legend has it that at the beginning of the birth of the universe, there was an innate Han Yuan spirit whose spiritual orifices first opened and gradually became sane. This Yuan Ling accidentally obtained the artifact from the beginning of the universe in West Kunlun. After countless lifetimes of practice, the Yuan Ling's merits and virtues were perfected and Taoism was achieved. In the long and unbearable chaotic universe, the founding Yuan Ling became the only awake person in the universe, enduring unimaginable loneliness. It seems that in order to complete some agreed and mysterious mission, the founding Yuan Ling used the supreme spiritual power of the artifact to teach the 4 disciples a method of practice. The eldest brother, Hongjun, cultivates Xianqing Qi. The second child, Han Kuan, cultivates Xianling Qi. The third child, Nuwa, cultivates Xianqing Qi. And the fourth child, Luya, cultivates Xianming Qi. And the combination is Qingqing. The spirit is empty and bright. Later generations respected them as Patriarch Hongjun, Patriarch Hunkin, Empress Nuwa, and Lord Luya respectively. Both Emperor Nuwa and Patriarch Han Kuan were disciples of the founding Yuan Ling. Tianzi No. 1 is the third disciple of the founding Yuan Ling, Emperor Nuwa. The reason why she can live in Tianzi No. 1 is because she was the one with the highest status when she participated in Tianji Pavilion at that time. At this time, Lin Lung also raised a question. Shouldn't the founding Yuan Ling and Hongjun ancestors be ranked before Emperor Nuwa? Why is Emperor Nuwa the number 1? Yi Tianqing seemed a little embarrassed after hearing this, hesitating and not answering directly, but Wu Qinkuan snorted disdainfully and explained. What's the need to say? Of course, the founder Yuan Ling and Hongjun ancestor were not present, so there is no place for them. As soon as Wu Qinkuan said this, Yi Tianqing immediately became unhappy and angrily said, "Hey, damn old man, you will die if you don't tear me down, right? What's the matter? I just think you're unhappy," Wu Qinkuan said angrily with disdain. Lin Lung was not confused by the quarrel between the two. Lin Lung was only thinking about one thing at this time. Why did his master Wu Qinkuan know everything so clearly? Moreover, Lin Lung also noticed something. When he came, Wu Qinkuan came with Yi Tianqing. Not only that, the two of them looked very familiar. It seemed that they had known each other for a long time. Watching the two bickering, they looked like a pair of enemies. However, Lin Lung was not in a hurry to ask. He thought that since Wu Qinkuan was here today, he would naturally tell himself. It would be better to wait for him to explain himself than to ask himself. After a while, since everything had been revealed by Wu Qinkuan, Yi Tianqing reluctantly bowed his head and admitted, "That's right, when I established Tianji Pavilion's creation Yuanling, they did not come in person. Instead, they sent Emperor Nuwa and Patriarch Han Kuan. At that time, Emperor Nuwa and Patriarch Han Kuan were both disciples of the creation Yuanling. Originally, Patriarch Han Kuan was ranked in front of Emperor Nuwa, but at that time, the strength and reputation of Emperor Nuwa was slightly higher than that of Patriarch Hunkin at that time. Moreover, they were both brothers and sisters. I told them at the time that they did not care about the ranking at all. Therefore, I ranked Emperor Nuwa at the top. I was placed in room number 1 of Tianzi, while Patriarch Han Kuan was placed in room number 2 of Tianzi by me." Lin Lung nodded at this point. I am afraid that people of their level and status would not care about this. Lin Lung still knew something about Nuwa. Legend has it that Emperor Nuwa was the third disciple of the founding Yuan Ling. She practiced Xuanqi. This Nuwa had the head of a human and the body of a snake. She was withdrawn by nature and didn't talk much. However, she had a broad mind and was known to be compassionate and compassionate. Ambition. Empress Nuwa felt pity for the creation of the universe, so she made countless clay figures of both men and women with water and mud, imitating the appearance of her younger brother Luya, and then breathed on them and put them on the ground, and they all came to life. Later, people appreciated Nuwa's merits in creating humans and respected her as the Empress Nuwa. After his nephew Yuanshi Tianzuan carved out a world with an axe, mankind fell into an unprecedented desperate situation. Therefore, the compassionate Emperor Nuwa refined red, yellow, blue, white, and black 5-color spiritual stones, used the supreme Taoist method to mend the sky, and cut off 4 legs from a deep-sea giant turtle that had existed for thousands of years to support the heaven and earth. The 4 pillars finally returned to peace. But when Nuwa was patching up the sky, a stubborn stone sneaked out. It seemed that it was unwilling to be a mediocre patching stone, and it was Sun Wukong, the natural stone monkey of later generations. This is the legend about Emperor Nuwa. There are many other legends about Emperor Nuwa, but this one is the most feasible. As for the rest, readers can search and browse online by themselves. As for the Patriarch Han Kuan, there are many legends in the world. Like Emperor Nuwa, he is a legendary figure, almost very mysterious. Patriarch Han Kuan is said to be the second disciple of the founding Yuan Ling. He cultivates Xianling Qi and has countless disciples. He never has any requirements for accepting disciples such as pythons, cows, snakes, beasts, dragons, rocks, lions, and monkeys.
all kinds of creatures with different shapes. No one will be turned away. What I am most proud of is that I have two major disciples. The eldest disciple is called Taoist Jiaying, and the second disciple is called Taoist Juandi. They also have extraordinary immortality and profound Taoist skills. The two of them single-handedly founded a sect called the Western Sect, with major and minor leaders. The eldest disciple guided the Taoist to learn the method of the supreme Lao Jun. The soul was incarnated in the prince Gautama Siddhartha of Kapilavastu Kingdom and did the reincarnation ascetic practice. This little prince Gautama Siddhartha was also an immortal, a man with an overflowing heart and a gift of genius. Later, when the prince sat quietly under a Bodhi tree, he suddenly realized that his kung fu had become perfect and he had attained enlightenment. Everyone called him Buddha and respected him as Lord Sakyamuni. From then on, Sakyamuni's mind was full of immortality, and he actually founded a sect called Buddhism. The second disciple, Taoist Juandi, is also known as Bodhi, the patriarch of the Western wonderful Dharma mentioned in the book. During this time, unknown changes occurred in the world with Taoist Jiaying, but he mysteriously disappeared and has never been seen again. Many years later, one day a stone monkey was born and was taught an amazing Taoist teaching by the mysterious patriarch Bodhi. Remarks: Taoist Jiaying is actually the Tathagata Buddha, and Taoist Juandi is even more sweaty. He is the master of Sun Wukong, and Taoist Juandi is actually the junior disciple of Tathagata Buddha. As for its authenticity, Lin Lung didn't know. After all, these things were so far away that it was almost impossible to track them down. As for the patriarch Han Kuan, there are many legends in the world. Like Emperor Nuwa, he is a legendary figure, almost very mysterious. Patriarch Han Kuan is said to be the second disciple of the founding Yuan Ling. He cultivates Xian Ling Qi and has countless disciples. He never has any requirements for accepting disciples, such as pythons, cows, snakes, beasts, dragons, rocks, lions, and monkeys, all kinds of creatures with different shapes. No one will be turned away. What I am most proud of is that I have two major disciples. The eldest disciple is called Taoist Jiaying, and the second disciple is called Taoist Juandi. They also have extraordinary immortality and profound Taoist skills. The two of them single-handedly founded a sect called the Western Sect, with major and minor leaders. The eldest disciple guided the Taoist to learn the method of the supreme Lao Jun. The soul was incarnated in the prince Gautama Siddhartha of Kapilavastu Kingdom and did the reincarnation ascetic practice. This little prince Gautama Siddhartha was also an immortal, a man with an overflowing heart and a gift of genius. Later, when the prince sat quietly under a Bodhi tree, he suddenly realized that his kung fu had become perfect and he had attained enlightenment. Everyone called him Buddha and respected him as Lord Sakyamuni. From then on, Sakyamuni's mind was full of immortality, and he actually founded a sect called Buddhism. The second disciple, Taoist Juandi, is also known as Bodhi, the patriarch of the Western wonderful Dharma mentioned in the book. During this time, unknown changes occurred in the world with Taoist Jiaying, but he mysteriously disappeared and has never been seen again. Many years later, one day a stone monkey was born and was taught an amazing Taoist teaching by the mysterious patriarch Bodhi. Remarks: Taoist Jiaying is actually the Tathagata Buddha, and Taoist Juandi is even more sweaty. He is the master of Sun Wukong, and Taoist Juandi is actually the junior disciple of Tathagata Buddha. As for its authenticity, Lin Lung didn't know. After all, these things were so far away that it was almost impossible to track them down. However, Lin Lung did not delve into these matters, but one thing is certain, that is, these characters mysteriously disappeared during Ragnarok, and since then the age of gods has ceased to exist. Those who were the person known as God also disappeared inexplicably. As for the reason, there is no news, and the characters of that era disappeared mysteriously. Lin Lung nodded as he listened, having a basic understanding of these rankings. After listening to Yi Tianxing tell everything, Su Liuxue suddenly raised her little hand and expressed her question. Well, old man, when you called me over alone, what did you mean by calling me Zhao? Is there such a thing? Lin Lung was a little surprised. Yi Tianxing called Su Liuxue over to talk about something alone. Lin Lung knew about it, but he had never heard Su Liuxue talk about it. Ahem. Su Liuxue couldn't help asking. She never thought, but forgot that she had hidden this matter from Lin Lung. She immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, not daring to raise her head to look at Lin Lung, as if she had done something wrong. Child. Fortunately, Lin Lung was not a narrow-minded man. He just smiled and rubbed Su Liuxue's head to forgive her. When Su Liuxue asked, Yi Tianxing explained, "Yes, when I saw you, I felt like I had returned to that era, and you look exactly the same as the person I met a long, long time ago." "You mean Jiaoa?" Su Liuxue was also very smart. She quickly reacted and understood the meaning of the other party's words. "Yes." Yi Tianxing nodded and said, "Yes, Jiaoa does look exactly like you. At that time, I thought I was wrong. It wasn't until I calculated it later that I realized that I was not wrong. Although you are not Jiaoa, you are the reincarnation of Jiaoa." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Only Lin Wuyo, Su Tianxing, and others acted very calmly. It was obvious that several people already knew about Su Liuxue's life experience. "That's right, Liuxue. I asked Uncle Lin to settle the matter for you as soon as you were born. What he said to me at that time was exactly the same as what Mr. Yi Tianxing said now." Hearing this, Lin Wuyo also nodded and said calmly, "That's right. When you were born, Brother Su suddenly came to me and asked me to help calculate your fate. I calculated your fate with just one calculation. The origin is not simple. You were born with strange phenomena on the day you were born, and there was a looming shadow of a fire phoenix on your body. At that time, my skills were not deep, so I could only figure out that your origin was related to the phoenix." "Yes." Yi Tianxing nodded with some appreciation, and then said, "Yes, you are indeed the reincarnation of a phoenix, and your previous life was Jiaoa." At this time, Lin Leng asked again, "Excuse me, who is Jiaoa?" Hearing Lin Leng's question, Yi Tianxing explained in retrospect. The Phoenix clan was one of the top divine beast clans at that time. Their identity and status were on par with the true Dragon Shielan, and even higher. At that time, the Phoenix clan was extremely prosperous. What happened next? Lin Lung asked, because he had already guessed that what Yi Tianxing was going to say next might be the same as what he was thinking. "Hey," Yi Tianxing sighed, which made Lin Lung's heart twitch and confirmed his inner thoughts. I'm afraid what Yi Tianxing said next was exactly the same as what he thought. As expected, Yi Tianxing sighed and then changed the topic and suddenly said, "Originally, the Phoenix clan should have been so prosperous, but one day, someone suddenly spread the news that the blood of the Phoenix clan has immortality, can cure all injuries, and even has miraculous effects on cultivation." Yi Tianxing was a little sentimental. When the news came out, he could tell that it was false. Although the Phoenix clan was a divine beast, there was no difference between their blood and ordinary human blood, not to mention the practice test. How could it be possible that it would have a miraculous effect on cultivation if it was just our own diligence? However, it was such a ridiculous piece of news that brought disaster to the Phoenix clan. At that time, human beings began to gather strong men to massacre the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan also fell from its temporary glory to the abyss. The number of Phoenix began to drop sharply due to the large number of killings by the human race. In the end, the leader of the Phoenix clan, Zhen Yanhuafeng, also shot by Terrans. Suddenly, Yi Tianxing looked at Su Liuxue with a serious face. "And you are the true flame phoenix that was shot and killed, Zhao?" Hearing Lin Lung's question, Yi Tianxing explained in retrospect. The Phoenix clan was one of the top divine beast clans at that time. Their identity and status were on par with the true Dragon Shielan, and even higher. At that time, the Phoenix clan was extremely prosperous. What happened next? Lin Lung asked, because he had already guessed that what Yi Tianxing was going to say next might be the same as what he was thinking. "Hey," Yi Tianxing sighed, which made Lin Lung's heart twitch and confirmed his inner thoughts. I'm afraid what Yi Tianxing said next was exactly the same as what he thought. As expected, Yi Tianxing sighed and then changed the topic and suddenly said, "Originally, the Phoenix clan should have been so prosperous, but one day, someone suddenly spread the news that the blood of the Phoenix clan has immortality, can cure all injuries, and even has miraculous effects on cultivation. Yi Tianqing was a little sentimental. When the news came out, he could tell that it was false. Although the Phoenix clan was a divine beast, there was no difference between their blood and ordinary human blood, not to mention the practice test. How could it be possible that it would have a miraculous effect on cultivation if it was just our own diligence? However, it was such a ridiculous piece of news that brought disaster to the Phoenix clan. At that time, human beings began to gather strong men to massacre the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan also fell from its temporary glory to the abyss. The number of Phoenix began to drop sharply due to the large number of killings by the human race. In the end, the leader of the Phoenix clan, Jinyan Huafeng, also shot by Terrence. Suddenly, Yi Tianqing looked at Su Liuxue with a serious face. "And you are the true flame phoenix that was shot and killed, Zhao." After listening to Yi Tianqing's story, Su Liuxue felt a little enlightened. She had a wonderful feeling that everything Yi Tianqing said was true, because she always vaguely felt that there was a big red bird in her body. And that big red bird was none other than her previous life, the true body of Zhao, the true flaming phoenix. After learning the truth, Su Liuxue couldn't believe it. She only felt that her legs were a little weak. She couldn't stand for a moment and almost stumbled. Fortunately, Lin Lung quickly caught Su Liuxue and held her in her arms. Su Liuxue seemed unable to accept such a truth. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock and sadness, and she kept asking, "Why? Why is this happening?" In this regard, Lin Lung, Yi Tianqing, and others didn't know how to comfort them for a while. They were the only ones lucky enough to survive the catastrophe of the entire clan. Who can understand this feeling? You have already guessed it. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Yi Tianqing looked at Lin Lung and said. Hearing this, Lin Lung did not hide anything and nodded gently. He had indeed guessed all this. Then, Lin Lung slowly revealed what had happened. It turned out that Lin Lung had already anticipated something when they went to Tianji Pavilion to auction the Phoenix fragments. In addition, the content of the remaining Phoenix score. The description on that page, if Lin Lung guessed correctly, should be the scene where Jinyan Huafeng Jiao was shot and killed, but there was one thing that Lin Lung was very confused about. The man in the picture is... It's you, Yi Tianqing said calmly. What? Lin Lung was shocked, his face full of disbelief. That is you, but it is not you. To be precise, he is you in the previous life. Yi Tianqing continued. Me in the previous life? Lin Lung asked curiously. Yi Tianqing nodded. Yes, that person is you in the previous life. Speaking of which, Lin Lung suddenly realized something. He held his head and said, Oh, I remembered that you called me second master before. Yi Tianqing nodded, his eyes full of admiration for Lin Lung, looking like a teachable child. Unexpectedly, Lin Lung's next words almost made him spit out blood. So, I was Erlang Shen in my previous life? Of course you are not Erlang Shen. Who is that? Lin Lung asked curiously. Apart from Erlang Shen, he couldn't think of anything else that could be related to the word too. Yi Tianqing. Just when he thought the boy was teachable, the next second Lin Lung used his strength to prove to him that mud could not hold up a wall. Do you still remember the time we just met? When I first met you, I thought of you as the second master, and you were his reincarnation. The second master in my mouth was the founder of Yuanling Emperor at that time. The second disciple, Patriarch Han Kuan. You mean in my previous life, I was the Patriarch Han Kuan? Lin Lung asked with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on his face. Well, not bad. Yi Tianqing nodded. Lin Lung was a little surprised that his previous life had such a big background. His previous life was actually the Patriarch Han Kuan, one of the four ancient gods. The so-called four refer to the four disciples of the founding Yuanling. Ancestor Hongjun, Patriarch Hunkin, Empress Nuwa, and Daojun Luya. All four of them are disciples of the founding Yuanling and are respected by the ancestors of the human race. For statues. In his previous life, Patriarch Hunkin was respectfully called the second master because he was ranked second. You must know that the four brothers are more powerful than the last. In addition to the previously introduced Emperor Nuwa and Patriarch Hunkin,
The eldest ancestor Hong Jun and the fourth eldest brother Liu Daojun are also legendary existences. The eldest brother, Hong Jun, cultivates Xianqing Qi. The second child, Hun Kuan, cultivates Xianling Qi. The third child, Niua, cultivates Xianqing Qi. And the fourth child, Luya, cultivates Xianming Qi. And the combination is Qingqing. The spirit is empty and bright. The four of them are unparalleled legendary existences in history and mythology, and Yi Tianqing actually told him. Lin Lung was shocked and found it difficult to accept that his previous life had such a big background. In addition to Patriarch Han Kuan and Emperor Niua introduced earlier, Patriarch Hongjun and Daojun Luyo also have their own legends, or legends are better. Yi Tianqing nodded, his eyes full of admiration for Lin Lung, looking like a teachable child. Unexpectedly, Lin Lung's next words almost made him spit out blood. So, I was Erlang Shun in my previous life? Of course you were not Erlang Shin. Who is that? Lin Lung asked curiously. Apart from Erlang Shin, he couldn't think of anything else that could be related to the word too. Yi Tianqing. Just when he thought the boy was teachable, the next second Lin Lung used his strength to prove to him that mud could not hold up a wall. Do you still remember the time we just met? When I first met you, I thought of you as the second master, and you were his reincarnation. The second master in my mouth was the founder of Yuanling Emperor at that time. The second disciple, Patriarch Han Kuan. You mean in my previous life, I was the Patriarch Han Kuan? Lin Lung asked with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on his face. Well, not bad. Yi Tianqing nodded. Lin Lung was a little surprised that his previous life had such a big background. His previous life was actually the Patriarch Han Kuan, one of the four ancient gods. The so-called four refer to the four disciples of the founding Yuanling: Ancestor Hongjun, Patriarch Hunkin, Empress Niua, and Daojun Luya. All four of them are disciples of the founding Yuanling and are respected by the ancestors of the human race. For statues. In his previous life, Patriarch Hunkin was respectfully called the second master because he was ranked second. You must know that the four brothers are more powerful than the last. In addition to the previously introduced Emperor Niua and Patriarch Hunkin, the eldest ancestor Hongjun and the fourth eldest brother Liu Daojun are also legendary existences. The eldest brother, Hongjun, cultivates Xianqing Qi. The second child, Han Kuan, cultivates Xianling Qi. The third child, Niua, cultivates Xianqing Qi. And the fourth child, Luya, cultivates Xianming Qi. And the combination is Qingqing. The spirit is empty and bright. The four of them are unparalleled legendary existences in history and mythology, and Yi Tianqing actually told him. Lin Lung was shocked and found it difficult to accept that his previous life had such a big background. In addition to Patriarch Han Kuan and Emperor Niua introduced earlier, Patriarch Hongjun and Daojun Lu you also have their own legends, or legends are better. It is said that Patriarch Hongjun has three major disciples: Taishang Laojun, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tong Tian Cultmaster. There are very few legends about Ancestor Hongjun in the world because his realm is too high, his travels are too mysterious, and he usually disguises himself when he is born, so it is difficult for the world to identify Ancestor Hongjun. There are more legends about his three disciples. Three major disciples. Disciple, Dao Tianzuan. Dao Tianzuan, the great disciple of Ancestor Hongjun, created a method of practice, which is to choose a suitable person in the world, incarnate him with his own soul, experience the sufferings in the world, and do the practice of reincarnation. One day, there was a reincarnated mortal named Lao Tzu, a disciple of a great disciple. He was a genius, and his immortal mind was overflowing, just like the endless flow of the river. And like the overflowing of the Yellow River, he was able to transform the three pure things in one breath, and he was able to practice cultivation in one breath. The method of transforming the three pure states is to cultivate three different realms of Tai Xianqing Qi, Yu Xianqing Qi, and Shang Xianqing Qi from the true body of the Yuan Xin. Xianqing Qi brings forth the new from the old and carries it forward. He even created a sect called Taoism, which was really brilliant. Later generations admired him for his supreme morality,
And as his first disciple had no name or surname, they regarded me as their first disciple and respected him as a moral god. Some people also respected him as Taishang Laojun, second disciple, Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Legend has it that the second disciple was named Pangu. That day, Pangu was playing and having fun with a group of masters, uncles, and disciples. He didn't know what the wind was about. Suddenly, he felt that the world was in chaos, blurred, and indistinguishable. He felt uncomfortable. He just hit an axe at his fingertips. A world was opened up. This man is really a fierce man. And the magic was transformed into the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Pangu was not only good at using axes, he also cultivated the realm of Jade Xianqing Qi in the Xianqing Qi passed down by his ancestor Hongjun, and single-handedly founded a sect called Chan Chan Jiao, and recruited many disciples. There are countless of them, among which the 12 sects of Yushu are the ones who practice the most perfect way. Which 12 sects do you know? They are Guangchengzi, Qi Jingzhen, Tai Jinren, Manjusri Guangfa Tianzuan, Samantabhadra, and Sihong Taoist. Huanglong Jinren, Taoist Heavenly Lord, Qingshu Deidezhenjin, afraid to leave his grandson, Yuding Jinren and Yun Zhongzi. Highly powerful and uncanny. Later generations of mortals felt his contribution to the creation of the world and respected Pangu as the first heavenly lord of the Yuan dynasty. Third disciple, Master Tong Tian. The third disciple, Tong Tian, once cultivated the realm of Shang Xianqing Qi in the Xianqing Qi. The end is also tactful and extraordinary. He also founded a sect called Jiejiao, with countless capable disciples. Later, almost all the 24 constellations, Thunder God, Lightning Mother, and universal stars under the Jade Emperor were his disciples. Later generations respected him as Lingbao Tianzuan, and some people respected him as the leader of Tong Tian cult. There are many legends about the ancestor of Hongjun, and one legend says that God Haotian was originally a book boy next to Hongjun and was reincarnated as the prince of Guangyan Miul Kingdom. He was smart since he was a child, and when he grew up, he assisted the king, worked diligently, and loved the people. Do good and help the poor. The king died, but the prince became a minister and fled to the mountains to practice Taoism. After 800 calamities, he sacrificed his body to save all sentient beings, and finally cultivated the true way, soared to the 9 heavens, and won the support of gods from all over the world. So he ruled the 3 realms and became the Jade Emperor. These are all legends. Many things are unknown. Lin Lung is not sure whether they are true. After all, there are tens of thousands of years between him and that era. The age difference is really too long. Even if I was a person of that era, it has been so long that I might not be able to remember it. As for the 4th disciple, Daojun Luya, the legends are even rarer. The youngest disciple of the creation Yuan Ling, Lord Luya. As the saying goes, ancestor Hongjun is the first immortal, and his disciple Pangu first opened the sky. First Hongjun, then heaven, Lord Luya is still in front. That said, even the appearance of later people are all from Luya Daojun. The 4 founding disciples of Yuan Ling, ancestor Hongjun, patriarch Hunkin, empress Nuwa, and Taoist Luya. The first 3 were profound in Taoism, and their merits in founding a sect were truly unprecedented. However, it was the youngest junior disciple, Taoist Luya, was a fool by nature, never serious one day, but had no reputation left. His nephews, Taishang Laojun, Tathagata, etc., still respect him as their junior uncle, and those who know him also respect him as Luya Taoist Lord. Among the younger generation of immortals, few people have heard of him. Taoist Luya is the essence of Lihua. Flying outside the 3 realms is not among the 5 elements. He ignored the 3 holy emperors of Huiyun, and ignored Yao Qi and the Emperor of Heaven. It seemed that the heaven was not in charge of the Jade Emperor at that time. Not in the 3 religions, not in the land of bliss. If you don't submit to the management of human kings, you won't submit to the underworld. Xiao Xiao is free to let me swim, and free to disperse the saints and immortals. There are no other legends about Daojun Luya anymore. Daojun Luya has never accepted any disciples. He is really very mysterious. It is worth mentioning that Daojun Liuxue lives on Yudao Island in the North Sea. He is a loose immortal with a very high seniority, but he does not have much credit in the list of immortals, so there are not many records. However, even so, he is supreme. In the legend, he is the Tao. He will not participate in worldly affairs, let alone favor anyone. Everything in the world is just an insignificant goose feather to him. He can truly be smooth. Let nature take its course. As long as there is not a battle between saints that will destroy the world, he will not appear. He will only appear to save the world when a disaster that destroys the world occurs. As for the fourth disciple, Daojun Liuxue, the legends are even rarer. The youngest disciple of the creation Yuan Ling, Lord Liuxue, as the saying goes, ancestor Hongjun is the first immortal, and his disciple Pangu first opened the sky. First Hongjun, then heaven, Lord Liuxue is still in front. That said, even the appearance of later people are all from Liuxue Daojun. The four founding disciples of Yuan Ling, ancestor Hongjun, patriarch Hunkin, empress Nuwa, and Taoist Liuxue. The first three were profound in Taoism, and their merits in founding a sect were truly unprecedented. However, it was the youngest junior disciple, Taoist Liuxue, was a fool by nature, never serious one day, but had no reputation left. His nephews, Taishang Laojun, Tathagata, etc., still respect him as their junior uncle, and those who know him also respect him as Liuxue Taoist Lord. Among the younger generation of immortals, few people have heard of him. Taoist Liuxue is the essence of Lihua. Flying outside the three realms is not among the five elements. He ignored the three holy emperors of Huiyun, and ignored Yaoqi and the Emperor of Heaven. It seemed that the heaven was not in charge of the Jade Emperor at that time. Not in the three religions, not in the land of bliss. If you don't submit to the management of human kings, you won't submit to the underworld. Xiao Xiao is free to let me swim, and free to disperse the saints and immortals. There are no other legends about Daojun Liuxue anymore. Daojun Liuxue has never accepted any disciples. He is really very mysterious. It is worth mentioning that Daojun Liuxue lives on Yudao Island in the North Sea. He is a loose immortal with a very high seniority, but he does not have much credit in the list of immortals, so there are not many records. However, even so, he is supreme. In the legend, he is the Tao. He will not participate in worldly affairs, let alone favor anyone. Everything in the world is just an insignificant goose feather to him. He can truly be smooth. Let nature take its course. As long as there is not a battle between saints that will destroy the world, he will not appear. He will only appear to save the world when a disaster that destroys the world occurs. Lin Lung was a little curious about this. It stands to reason that the spiritual energy recovery and alien invasion would be a devastating disaster to the human race and the world. Will Dao Lord Liuxue appear at that time? After learning about his life experience, Yi Tianxing then went on to tell the whole story about the incident. It turned out that Jialuo was unfortunately shot and killed while escaping that day, and eventually died tragically. This scene was also seen by Master Hunkin, who happened to be passing by. By the time Grandmaster Hun Kun arrived, it was already too late. The murderer who shot Jiao Luo fled because he was afraid of Grandmaster Hun Kun's strength. Grandmaster Hun Kun wanted to pursue him, but due to Jiao Luo's injuries, he did not pursue him. Gave up this idea. Patriarch Hun Kun took Jiao Luo back to his home for treatment, but even though Patriarch Hun Kun was extremely powerful, at this time, there was no way to save her, and Jiao Luo could not escape her death in the end. Maybe others don't know that Patriarch Hun Kun has countless disciples and has countless disciples. As the leader of the True Flame Fire Phoenix clan, Jiao Luo is one of Patriarch Hun Kun's most beloved disciples. Other than that, others knew casually, but in fact many people knew that Patriarch Hun Kun and Jiao Luo actually loved each other and had feelings for each other for a long time. However, due to the relationship between master and apprentice, no one exposed it. After Jialuo died, it was Patriarch Hun Kun who personally buried her. After Jialuo died, Patriarch Hun Kun disappeared. From then on, Yi Tianxing and others never saw Master Kun again. And all this lasted until the day when Yi Tianxing
and Lin Lung met. After telling everything, everyone finally understood the cause and effect of everything. After hearing about the relationship between her past life and Lin Lung's past life, Su Liuxue held Lin Lung's hand tighter. It was also at this time that the two realized that they had an indissoluble bond with each other in their previous lives. Unfortunately, the bond in the previous life was finally broken. Fortunately, the unfinished bond in the previous life could only be repaid in this life. Looking at the shy and cute Su Liuxue in his arms, Lin Lung caressed Su Liuxue subconsciously and squeezed Su Liuxue's small hand tightly with his big hand. And when Yi Tianqing finished all this, Lin Lung also understood the cause and effect of everything. Su Liuxue's nightmares in those few days were completely dreams of his previous life. As for the word tribulation, it represents the indissoluble bond between Jialuo's previous life and her own, and Jialuo's death corresponds to the word tribulation. As for Xinyao Mountain, no, it should be said that the scene seen at Phoenix Mountain confirmed one thing. The entire mountain is actually Jialuo's mausoleum. As for the text that Lin Lung saw, it should also be his own. In his previous life, Patriarch Han Kun wrote what he wrote in memory of his disciple, who was also his beloved. As for what the villagers said about meeting the phoenix coming out of the mountain that day, calculating the time, Su Liuxue happened to be born at that time, so it should be the reincarnation of the real phoenix, who was reincarnated into the current Su Liuxue. As for his ancestor Han Kun in his previous life, even people like Yi Tianqing didn't know about it, and Lin Lung didn't even know about it. After Zhao Luo's death, Lin Lung didn't know what he did and where he went. He only knew that Patriarch Han Kun might have encountered an accident later, but with his strength, there was a possibility of encountering an accident. It's not high. It's most likely that it happened on his own. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to be where I am now. After saying everything, Yi Tianqing stopped talking and then looked at Wu Qingquan aside. I'm done, it's your turn, go ahead and talk. Huh. After hearing Yi Tianqing's words, everyone turned their attention to Wu Qingquan again. They all stared at Wu Qingquan like curious babies discovering a new world. In fact, Lin Lung was also very curious. What amazing identity did Wu Qingquan have? Based on the previous clues, Lin Lung could basically tell that Wu Qingquan was from the age of the ancient gods, just like Yi Tianqing. But Lin Leng couldn't guess Wu Qingquan's specific identity. After all, there were many strong men in that era. Or was Wu Qingquan just an ordinary person? Unfortunately, this possibility is not high. If Wu Qingquan was an ordinary person, how could he have lived safely from that time to now? Furthermore, if Wu Qingquan was just an ordinary person, how could he have been imprisoned in Su Liuxue prison? How could he have shown amazing strength that day? And what virtues could he have taught him? So, under the curious eyes of everyone and Lin Lung, Wu Qingquan looked at Lin Lung with a serious face and slowly revealed his identity. As for Xinyao Mountain, no, it should be said that the scene seen at Phoenix Mountain confirmed one thing. The entire mountain is actually Jialuo's mausoleum. As for the text that Lin Lung saw, it should also be his own. In his previous life, Patriarch Han Kun wrote what he wrote in memory of his disciple, who was also his beloved. As for what the villagers said about meeting the phoenix coming out of the mountain that day, calculating the time, Su Liuxue happened to be born at that time, so it should be the reincarnation of the real phoenix, who was reincarnated into the current Su Liuxue. As for his ancestor Han Kun in his previous life, even people like Yi Tianqing didn't know about it, and Lin Lung didn't even know about it. After Zhao Luo's death, Lin Lung didn't know what he did and where he went. He only knew that Patriarch Han Kun might have encountered an accident later, but with his strength, there was a possibility of encountering an accident. It's not high. It's most likely that it happened on his own. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to be where I am now. After saying everything, Yi Tianqing stopped talking and then looked at Wu Qingquan aside. I'm done, it's your turn, go ahead and talk. Huh. After hearing Yi Tianqing's words, everyone turned their attention to Wu Qingquan again. They all stared at Wu Qingquan like curious babies discovering a new world. In fact, Lin Lung was also very curious. What amazing identity did Wu Qingquan have? Based on the previous clues,
Lin Lung could basically tell that Wu Qingquan was from the age of the ancient gods, just like Yi Tianxing. But Lin Liang couldn't guess Wu Qingquan's specific identity. After all, there were many strong men in that era. Or was Wu Qingquan just an ordinary person? Unfortunately, this possibility is not high. If Wu Qingquan was an ordinary person, how could he have lived safely from that time to now? Furthermore, if Wu Qingquan was just an ordinary person, how could he have been imprisoned in Su Liuxue prison? How could he have shown amazing strength that day? And what virtues could he have taught him? So, under the curious eyes of everyone and Lin Lung, Wu Qingquan looked at Lin Lung with a serious face and slowly revealed his identity. After hearing Wu Qingquan's identity, for a moment, Lin Lung almost wanted to kneel down to Wu Qingquan. I don't have a very impressive identity. I'm just an unknown wanderer. Others call me God of War. Everyone. Lin Lung. Yi Tianxing. Oh, just show off. You'll be struck by lightning if you show off. I'll beat you to death sooner or later. You old guy. God of War? Everyone was stunned for a second. Then the air was quiet for a while. And then everyone exploded. Lu Yugong and others jumped up. Oh my God! God of War! Wu Qingquan is actually the God of War. After learning the news, Lin Lung staggered and almost fell to the ground. Wu Qingquan turned out to be the legendary God of War. You know, the martial god is the first person to awaken the martial god's powers. And that person's name is naturally dubbed the martial god. And now, he had also thought about Wu Qingquan's special identity, but who knew that Wu Qingquan's identity was actually more awesome than he imagined? He is actually the legendary God of War. No wonder. Lin Lung nodded after hearing this. No wonder his martial arts abilities improved so quickly. With Wu Qingquan at his side, how could he not improve so quickly? You know, Wu Qingquan is the originator of martial arts powers. His understanding of the God of War is naturally several levels higher than his own, and his insights are naturally deeper than his own. Moreover, Lin Lung can probably estimate Wu Qingquan's strength. As a legendary figure from the ancient god era and the first awakener of the martial god's powers, his strength is unquestionable. Although it may not be possible to reach the SSS level, his strength is also above SS level. Lin Lung was really shocked that there was such a top boss lurking next to him. And such an amazing person was actually his master. Such a person actually accepted me as his disciple. It's really amazing. However, Lin Lung also knew that the other party might have accepted him as his disciple because he was the ancestor of Han Kuan in his previous life. Lin Lung did not believe that Wu Qingquan did not know about his previous life. I am afraid that Wu Qingquan recognized his identity from the first meeting, otherwise he would not have offered to help him, let alone accepted him as his disciple so actively. But despite this, Lin Lung still dared not forget the gratitude, and Wu Qingquan still remembered Lin Lung's kindness to him. Without him, Lin Lung's strength might not have improved so fast. After knowing the two outstanding identities, Lin Lung quickly wanted to invite the two of them to sit at the main seat. Unexpectedly, the two of them waved their hands and said, "It's okay. Today is your wedding day. So it should be. You two sit in the main seat, and we can sit wherever we want." Then, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue sat in the main seats, and the two bosses were surrounded by everyone and sat in the seats next to them, while the others sat in turn. Then the topic returned to what Lin Lung just said. What topic? Yi Tianxing asked, confused. As a result, Lin Lung recounted his rebirth again. This time he told it more clearly and in detail. He even told the whole story of the system. After listening to Lin Lung's narration, Lin Wuyo frowned. Obviously, this incident exceeded his expectations. He never thought that his son had died once and was reborn. What's even more incredible is Su Liuxue. Her husband actually died once. Not only that, but he also obtained the system after being reborn. Isn't this the plot in the novel? This shocked Su Liuxue, and thinking of this, Su Liuxue was even reminded of the scene in the first chapter. At that time, Lin Lung had just been reborn and didn't know what had happened. When she didn't know about it before, Su Liuxue didn't feel anything strange. But after learning about it, the more Su Liuxue thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong with Lin Lung. No wonder Lin Lung's various behaviors at that time were so strange. The angry Su Liuxue also gave her a pink punch. Such an important matter had been hidden from her for so long. She was so angry that she told Lin Lung everything. Lin Lung was stunned by the sudden punch. He rubbed his aching chest aggrievely and said with a resentful look, "You don't blame me at all." At that time, the relationship between us was not as strong as it is now. Deep. Besides, I don't dare to tell you without the right time. I told you, you must not treat me as mentally ill and send me to the hospital. After listening to Lin Lung's words, Su Liuxue touched her head in embarrassment, thinking that if Lin Lung suddenly said this to her at that time, she might have sent Lin Lung to the hospital. To be honest, Su Liuxue changed her face really quickly. One second she was angry, and the next second she was rubbing her smile with Lin Lung. As a result, Lin Lung recounted his rebirth again. This time he told it more clearly and in detail. He even told the whole story of the system. After listening to Lin Lung's narration, Lin Wuyo frowned. Obviously, this incident exceeded his expectations. He never thought that his son had died once and was reborn. What's even more incredible is Su Liuxue. Her husband actually died once. Not only that, but he also obtained the system after being reborn. Isn't this the plot in the novel? This shocked Su Liuxue. And thinking of this, Su Liuxue was even reminded of the scene in the first chapter. At that time, Lin Lung had just been reborn and didn't know what had happened. When she didn't know about it before, Su Liuxue didn't feel anything strange. But after learning about it, the more Su Liuxue thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong with Lin Lung. No wonder Lin Lung's various behaviors at that time were so strange. The angry Su Liuxue also gave her a pink punch. Such an important matter had been hidden from her for so long. She was so angry that she told Lin Lung everything. Lin Lung was stunned by the sudden punch. He rubbed his aching chest aggrievedly and said with a resentful look, "You don't blame me at all." At that time, the relationship between us was not as strong as it is now. Deep. Besides, I don't dare to tell you without the right time. I told you, you must not treat me as mentally ill and send me to the hospital. After listening to Lin Lung's words, Su Liuxue touched her head in embarrassment, thinking that if Lin Lung suddenly said this to her at that time, she might have sent Lin Lung to the hospital. To be honest, Su Liuxue changed her face really quickly. One second she was angry, and the next second she was rubbing her smile with Lin Lung. After listening to Lin Lung's story, everyone expressed their guesses. Lu Yugong guessed that all this was just a nightmare Lin Lung had. In fact, Lin Lung did not die, nor was he reborn. It was just that this dream was too real, causing Lin Lung to always think that it was a fact. However, the reality is that he was not reborn. Everything is just a dream, an unnecessary dream of Lin Lung. As for the system, it is Lin Lung's imagination. In fact, there is nothing. Chu Moyun's guess was roughly the same as Lu Yugong's, except that Lu Yugong was simple-minded and thought Lin Lung had simply had a dream, while Chu Moyun felt that Lin Lung might have fallen into a dream. You must know that dreams are generally relatively real, and Lin Lung fell into just such a dream, and what happened in the dream was exactly what Lin Lung said: the resurgence of spiritual energy, the invasion of other worlds, and his own death. Although the spiritual energy recovery did occur, it does not completely mean that what Lin Lung said is true. In response, Xie Chenfeng nodded, thinking that it was very likely, but then Lin Wuyo stood up and retorted, "I have calculated for Xiao Lung before. His talent is not high, and it is impossible to awaken such a powerful talent. Not to mention, there will be a life and death disaster in the future. Calculating the time is also the stage of spiritual energy, recovery, and alien invasion." After hearing Lin Wuyo's words, several people fell silent for a moment. If Lin Wuyo said it, then Lin Lung was not dreaming. Although it cannot be explained accurately, if it was just a dream, Lin Lung would not have such a big concern. Variety? This can be regarded as a change of fate. How can this kind of thing be solved with just a dream? As a result, Everyone fell into silence again. The previous conjecture was overturned. It is impossible to come up with the answer in a short time. It takes time, and it was only after an unknown amount of time that Yi Tianqing raised his head and looked at Wu Qingquan in tacit understanding, and then said slowly, "It may be the founding Yuan Ling." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and asked Yi Tianqing why he said this, and Yi Tianqing also gave his own explanation. First of all, after Patriarch Han Kuan disappeared, the founding ancestors Yuan Ling and Hong Jun also retired inexplicably, gradually disappearing and fading from people's sight. With the disappearance of the founding Yuan Ling and others, the gods officially ushered in Ragnarok, and it is precisely because of this that the gods will end the era and a new era will begin. And no one knows where the founding Yuan Ling has gone. Originally, Yi Tianqing guessed that the founding Yuan Ling had disappeared, or that he had created a small world to hide in, and went away alone to be pure and never care about the world again. However, the founding Yuan Ling did have this ability. But after hearing Lin Lung's story, Yi Tianqing suddenly had a bold idea. Lin Lung was shocked when he heard Yi Tianqing's analysis, and then Yi Tianqing continued, "You mean?" "Yeah." Yi Tianqing nodded. Seeing Yi Tianqing nodding, Lin Lung's eyes widened even more. Yes, Yi Tianqing made a bold guess. Could this founding spirit be the system, and the system be the creation spirit? After listening to Yi Tianqing's analysis, Lin Lung had to admit that Yi Tianqing was a bit too bold, but he had to say that Yi Tianqing's analysis was indeed reasonable. At this time, Su Liuxue scratched her head with some confusion, blinked her big eyes, and asked curiously, "Who is it?" Lin Lung was really angry and funny. He touched Su Liuxue's head and said, "You're not stupid usually, but you are smart. Why can't you turn your head suddenly at this time?" So, Lin Lung conveyed Yi Tianqing's guess to Su Liuxue, and after hearing this, Su Liuxue covered her head and looked like she suddenly understood. Seeing this, Lin Lung also looked helpless. After the interlude, Lin Lung continued to look at Yi Tianqing to hear what Yi Tianqing would say next, and Yi Tianqing continued. He believes that the possibility of the founding Yuan Ling incarnation system is very high. After all, the founding Yuan Ling has unimaginable terrifying abilities. You must know that even terrifying figures like Emperor Nuwa and Patriarch Hongjun are just his disciples. What they have learned is only part of his ability. No one knows his own ability. No one knows how strong it is. As Yi Tianqing guessed, the founding Yuan Ling should have known that his disciple, Patriarch Han Kuan, had left and might have been unwilling to do so. So he hid in his own little world. And all this changed the situation until Lin Lung appeared. According to what Lin Wuyo said, Lin Lung was originally born as a normal, ordinary person. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a cripple, because Lin Lung was originally born without any memory, without even awakening any talents, and without any gifted operations. He was just an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. And that is exactly what happened. Lin Lung was originally just an ordinary person, and all of this was naturally known to the founding Yuan Ling who was hiding in the dark. Lin Lung was really angry and funny. He touched Su Liuxue's head and said, "You're not stupid usually, but you are smart. Why can't you turn your head suddenly at this time?" So, Lin Lung conveyed Yi Tianqing's guess to Su Liuxue, and after hearing this, Su Liuxue covered her head and looked like she suddenly understood. Seeing this, Lin Lung also looked helpless. After the interlude, Lin Lung continued to look at Yi Tianqing to hear what Yi Tianqing would say next, and Yi Tianqing continued. He believes that the possibility of the founding Yuan Ling incarnation system is very high. After all, the founding Yuan Ling has unimaginable terrifying abilities. You must know that even terrifying figures like Emperor Nuwa and Patriarch Hongjun are just his disciples. What they have learned is only part of his ability. No one knows his own ability. No one knows how strong it is. As Yi Tianqing guessed, the founding Yuan Ling should have known that his disciple, Patriarch Han Kuan, had left and might have been unwilling to do so. So he hid in his own little world. And all this changed the situation until Lin Lung appeared. According to what Lin Wuyo said, Lin Lung was originally born as a normal, ordinary person. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a cripple, because Lin Lung was originally born without any memory, without even awakening any talents, and without any gifted operations. He was just an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. And that is exactly what happened. Lin Lung was originally just an ordinary person, and all of this was naturally known to the founding Yuanling who was hiding in the dark. Originally, Lin Lung was born without any memory, which aroused the founding Yuanling's doubts. In addition, he was born without any abnormality and talent, which made the founding Yuanling very strange. However, these alone did not make the founding Yuanling take action. He still needed to investigate for a while. After a period of observation, just over 10 years passed. He witnessed Lin Lung's growth with his own eyes. However, this growth path was full of hardships. He was bullied by classmates and reprimanded by teachers. Lin Lung behaved extremely cowardly. All of this made the founder Yuan Ling very puzzled. You must know that his personality in his previous life was not like this. Founder Yuan Ling thought that Lin Lung might just be tired of that kind of life and wanted to live a more ordinary life. However, all this only lasted until the spiritual energy was completely revived. At that time, the spiritual energy was completely revived, and at that time, the spiritual energy is completely revived, aliens invade, and the human race is facing annihilation. At this time, the founding Yuanling is ready to stand up and prevent all these tragedies from happening. When the founding Yuanling was struggling with how to save mankind, Lin Lung stepped forward. That's right. When the founder Yuanling was struggling, he happened to see Lin Lung being killed by a ghost. Seeing Lin Lung die under the claws of the ghost, the founder Yuanling suddenly had a bright idea and had a great idea. That's right. It's Lin Lung. The founding Yuanling quickly came up with a good idea. The moment the ghost killed Lin Lung, the founding Yuanling used his magical power to pause time. Then he used the time power to turn back time, moving everything back to before the spiritual energy was revived, overturning Lin Lung's death. I went back to a year before everything happened, and I also consumed too much time and space due to my use of time and space powers. Fortunately, I lived in Lin Lung's body and turned into a system to guide Lin Lung to slowly become stronger. Then, when the founding Yuan Ling felt that Lin Lung had enough potential and ability to reverse the world, he quietly left and lived his own happy life. Having said that, Yi Tianqing still felt that the founding Yuan Ling might be hiding in the dark and secretly observing him. After listening to Yi Tianqing's narration, there was silence and everyone was speechless. Everyone, including Lin Lung and Lin Wuyo, were shocked by Yi Tianqing's analysis. To be honest, Yi Tianqing's analysis is not unreasonable, but it is a bit far-fetched. But there is another problem. What is the reason why the creation Yuanling did this? Why did he do this? What is the reason? Lin Lung was very curious about this. After hearing this, Yi Tianqing also vowed, he naturally hopes that you will be the savior. As for the reason behind it, I am not the founding Yuanling. How do I know? It could be said that what Yi Tianqing said was justified, but Lin Lung couldn't even think of a word to refute it. But in the final analysis, Yi Tianqing's analysis makes sense. So Lin Lung was thinking, who is the system? Is he really the founding Yuanling? However, Lin Lung didn't think much about all this. Just because he doesn't know now doesn't mean he won't know in the future. These things will naturally come to light in the future. But now his parents are back. He and Lin Yu, his parents and family, are reunited, and Su Liuxue's family is also reunited. Everything finally started to develop in a good direction. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tianqing's words once again brought everyone's emotions to the bottom. Yi Tianqing changed his tone and said seriously, I have another thing to do this time. Under Yi Tianqing's narration, everyone also learned that the revival of spiritual energy was not actually caused by the Earth star itself. It all started with Ragnarok. That is, the gods gradually disappeared one after another. No one knew where they went, but Yi Tianqing knew. Gods will never die, let alone disappear.
The reason why they disappear is because they hide in another world, live their own lives, and wait for the arrival of a new era. And this incident also brought an opportunity for those with evil intentions. For some reason, the Eye of Death disappeared inexplicably, and the Earth star began to inexplicably leak out a strange aura. Those breaths become the power of darkness, and no matter what race is eroded by this dark power, it will bring devastating damage to the Earth and star. No one knows who took away the Eye of Death. After all, the Eye of Death has only been heard of, but no one has ever seen it, so this matter is difficult to inspect. At that time, the 10 capable men used the weapons in their hands as the 10 seals to seal the entire planet, and sealed the 10 artifacts underground, hoping to block the erosion of the dark power. It could be said that what Yi Tianqing said was justified, but Lin Lung couldn't even think of a word to refute it. But in the final analysis, Yi Tianqing's analysis makes sense. So Lin Lung was thinking, who is the system? Is he really the founding Yuanling? However, Lin Lung didn't think much about all this. Just because he doesn't know now doesn't mean he won't know in the future. These things will naturally come to light in the future. But now his parents are back. He and Lin Yu, his parents and family, are reunited, and Su Liuxue's family is also reunited. Everything finally started to develop in a good direction. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tianqing's words once again brought everyone's emotions to the bottom. Yi Tianqing changed his tone and said seriously, I have another thing to do this time. Under Yi Tianqing's narration, everyone also learned that the revival of spiritual energy was not actually caused by the Earth star itself. It all started with Ragnarok. At that time, the gods gradually disappeared, one after another. No one knew where they went, but Yi Tianqing knew. Gods will never die, let alone disappear. The reason why they disappear is because they hide in another world, live their own lives, and wait for the arrival of a new era. And this incident also brought an opportunity for those with evil intentions. For some reason, the Eye of Death disappeared inexplicably, and the Earth star began to inexplicably leak out a strange aura. Those breaths become the power of darkness, and no matter what race is eroded by this dark power, it will bring devastating damage to the Earth and star. No one knows who took away the Eye of Death. After all, the Eye of Death has only been heard of, but no one has ever seen it, so this matter is difficult to inspect. At that time, the 10 capable men used the weapons in their hands as the 10 seals to seal the entire planet, and sealed the 10 artifacts underground, hoping to block the erosion of the dark power. And the top 10 capable people are naturally the top 10 artifacts: Dongwang Bell, Xinyuan Sword, Pango Axe, Demon Refining Pot, Haotian Tower, Fushi Qin, Shenong Ding Kontong Seal, Kunlun Mirror, and the owner of Nuwa Stone, Dong Emperor Huang, Emperor Xinyuan, Emperor Pangu, Emperor Qiyu, Emperor Haotian, Emperor Fushi, Emperor Shenong, Taishang Laoju, Queen Mother of the West, and Emperor Nuwa. They each possess amazing and unique, unparalleled powers. The 10 great emperors used their 10 weapons to seal the dark power, but this effect can only be in vain. After all, the 10 great artifacts cannot be permanently sealed, but will be loosened bit by the erosion of the dark power. What's more, they all know that the top 10 artifacts are infinitely powerful and can easily arouse the greed of the human race. So they set up powerful restrictions to try to prevent this, and then they went to find other sealing methods. And everything that happened after that was just as the 10 great emperors thought. Mankind was driven by the greed in their hearts, and began to frantically search for and compete for artifacts in every corner. However, the 10 great emperors were missing, and no one knew. Where did they go? After listening, everyone fell into deep thought. It was obvious that Yi Tianqing's words directly revealed a past event that no one had heard of. The attentive Lin Lung noticed that when Yi Tianqing mentioned the Eye of Death, Wu Qingquan's expression obviously changed a lot. However, this subtle change was hidden by Wu Qingquan, but he was still noticed. The attentive Lin Lung caught it. Lin Lung was a little curious. His master was the god of war. What direct relationship did he have with the Eye of Death? Judging from the other party's reaction, it is obvious that he knows the existence of the Eye of Death, but why Wu Qinquan did not express any words, but chose to stand alone silently. What secret is hidden in his heart? Woolen cloth? Lin Lung thought about it and smiled with relief. Maybe Wu Qinquan also had a secret of his own. Lin Lung would not reveal this to his face. Maybe one day he would not need to ask because Wu Qinquan would just tell it himself. What happened later confirmed Lin Lung's thoughts. But what Lin Lung didn't expect was that Wu Qinquan paid the price with his life to save the entire human race. Of course, this is all a story for later. And when Yi Tianqing finished all this, everyone frowned. Obviously, few people here are stupid. The meaning of Yi Tianqing's words is obvious. The reason behind the revival of spiritual energy leading to the invasion of other worlds. The root cause is the theft of the eye of death and the erosion of the dark breath. Although we don't know where these dark forces come from, as long as we find out the root cause behind it and contain it from the source, all the problems will appear. Much simpler. Yes, Yi Tianqing and others nodded. This was also the purpose of their trip. They came here this time to discuss a solution to everything with Lin Lung and others, and they also believed that since the founding Yuanling chose Lin Lung to be the savior, there must be his reasons. After saying all this, the great elder immediately said that he would actively contact Xie Chenfeng, Lin Lung, and others next. With the support of the National Superpower Bureau, this operation will be much more convenient. Then Yi Tianqing also said that in the following time, Lin Lung and others, of course, the most important key figures are Lin Lung and Su Liuxue. The two of them must upgrade their abilities to S level in the shortest possible time so that they can fight side by side with them. It is obviously impossible to achieve such a big improvement in such a short period of time. At this time, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue raised doubts at the same time and retorted. No, I think I leveled up pretty fast, they said in unison. Everyone was stunned when they heard what the two said, and then everyone was dumbfounded after Su Liuxue and Lin Lung each showed their level and strength. Worry, you two are simply monsters. That's right, and it has to be a monster among monsters. It's so weird. It's so evil. Are you two still human? Flying up 2 stairs in just one night. Xie Chenfeng is extremely envious. It took him so long to reach the level of a B-level awakener, and it took him so long to finally advance to A level. You told me that you were promoted to B after fighting monsters all night. Level? Isn't this a joke on him? No. Lin Yu didn't say anything. Anyway, they were all her own. One was his biological brother, and the other was now his biological sister-in-law. No matter who was stronger, the same. The one-eyed viper and others also thought the same way. They were all brothers anyway, so it didn't matter. The root cause is the theft of the eye of death and the erosion of the dark breath. Although we don't know where these dark forces come from, as long as we find out the root cause behind it and contain it from the source, all the problems will appear. Much simpler. Yes, Yi Tianqing and others nodded. This was also the purpose of their trip. They came here this time to discuss a solution to everything with Lin Lung and others, and they also believed that since the founding Yuanling chose Lin Lung to be the savior, there must be his reasons. After saying all this, the great elder immediately said that he would actively contact Xie Chenfeng, Lin Lung, and others next. With the support of the National Superpower Bureau, this operation will be much more convenient. Then Yi Tianqing also said that in the following time, Lin Lung and others, of course, the most important key figures are Lin Lung and Su Liuxue. The two of them must upgrade their abilities to S level in the shortest possible time so that they can fight side by side with them. It is obviously impossible to achieve such a big improvement in such a short period of time. At this time, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue raised doubts at the same time and retorted. No, I think I leveled up pretty fast, they said in unison. Everyone was stunned when they heard what the two said, and then everyone was dumbfounded after Su Liuxue and Lin Lung each showed their level and strength. Worry, you two are simply monsters. That's right, and it has to be a monster among monsters. It's so weird. It's so evil. Are you two still human? Flying up 2 stairs in just one night. Xie Chenfeng is extremely envious. It took him so long to reach the level of a B-level awakener,
and it took him so long to finally advance to A level. You told me that you were promoted to B after fighting monsters all night. Level? Isn't this a joke on him? No. Lin Yu didn't say anything. Anyway, they were all her own. One was his biological brother, and the other was now his biological sister-in-law. No matter who was stronger, the same. The one-eyed viper and others also thought the same way. They were all brothers anyway, so it didn't matter. Only Lu Yugong and Chu Moyun were gnashing their teeth with hatred. Why? Why don't I have such a monster talent? And hearing the replies from Lin Lung and Su Liuxue, Yi Tianxing was also happy. Since the two of them had such evil cheats, it was a God-given opportunity. Just let Lin Lung and Su Liuxue fight more monsters. At this time, they lack everything except mobs. As much as you want. That's enough. Since Lin Lung and Su Liuxue have such a hidden attribute that defies heaven, the next thing can be said to be simple or complicated. In short, in the next time, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue need to do their best to improve themselves and help resist the invasion of other worlds. Lin Wuyo and others also had their own tasks. Yi Tianxing handed over the important task of retrieving the artifact to Lin Wuyo and Su Tianxing. Although the seal of these 10 artifacts has been released, the 10 artifacts were eventually taken away by others. Although the 10 great emperors are missing now, they must have put some spell on the artifact. If these 10 artifacts are collected again, Yi Tianxing guesses that there may be the whereabouts of these people, and even help them find the hidden secret. Maybe the entrance to the world. Furthermore, these artifacts were taken away by that group of people. It would be hard to tell if they were used by the other party to do bad things, so I sent a few people to retrieve the artifacts. Of course, he went to get it as the General Directorate of the State Superpower Administration. This matter was naturally handed over to Yi Zhongtian. After returning, the Great Elder would tell the whole country that Tianji Pavilion would serve the State General Administration. If some people are more sensible, they will hand over the top 10 artifacts. Then, what if the other party knows but still doesn't cooperate? Lin Lung asked. Humph. Upon hearing Lin Lung's words, Yi Tianxing's eyes flashed coldly. If the other party is still stubborn and refuses to cooperate, then we can only use coercive measures. Hearing this, Lin Lung nodded. Living in troubled times now, if there is no other way, this is the worst way. At this time, the law is not so strong on such people. Besides, Lin Wuyo and the others were doing things in the name of the National Superpower Bureau, so it wasn't illegal. Lin Lung is not worried about Lin Wuyo. Lin Wuyo is the master of Tianji Pavilion. If his father had no ability at all, he would not be able to do what he is now. But Lin Lung has always been curious about how powerful his father is. Father. Hearing Lin Lung's voice, Lin Wuyo turned around and looked over. Before Lin Lung could say anything, Lin Wuyo guessed what Lin Lung wanted to ask and smiled mysteriously. My strength may be a little stronger than the Great Elder beside you. Damn! Why do you keep mentioning me? I'm your senior brother, the Great Elder said, dissatisfied. Ah! Everyone who heard this burst into laughter. Lin Lung also laughed, but at the same time, he also understood that Lin Wuyo had revealed his strength to him by saying this. Although the Great Elder has never taken action, he has absolute say and reputation. His strength is at least one of the top S-class experts. His father said that he is stronger than the Great Elder. Isn't that? Lin Lung stared at Lin Wuyo's position with wide eyes in surprise. Feeling Lin Lung's eyes, Lin Wuyo smiled softly and raised his hand to make a shushing gesture. Obviously, Lin Wuyo didn't want too many people to know about his strength. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung forcefully swallowed the words that came to his lips, but the shock in his heart could not subside for a long time. His father is actually number 1 on the S-Class top combat power list. No wonder Yi Tianxing and others are so relieved to let him go. With this kind of strength, as long as you are not unlucky enough to meet that kind of hidden super boss or some strong person, you can basically walk around in this world, okay? Now, Lin Lung was not worried anymore. Recalling what happened before, he understood a little bit. No wonder his father dared to be so crazy and come to H City to ask for people. He probably knew that even everyone was no match for him. It makes sense when you think about it. If you also have such terrifying strength, you may be even more domineering than the other party. Now that all the tasks have been understood, the matter is probably over. You must know that the main thing today is to hold the birthday and wedding banquet for Lin Lung and Su Liuxue. At this moment, the great elder slapped his forehead and immediately prepared to leave in a panic. Although the defense of the Skynet system was effective, there were still some loopholes. He needed to go back quickly to find someone to repair it and arrange it. Tomorrow's tactics. So the great elder said goodbye to everyone in a panic. My strength may be a little stronger than the great elder beside you. Damn, why do you keep mentioning me? I'm your senior brother, the great elder said, dissatisfied. Ha ha! Everyone who heard this burst into laughter. Lin Lung also laughed, but at the same time he also understood that Lin Wuyo had revealed his strength to him by saying this. Although the great elder has never taken action, he has absolute say and reputation. His strength is at least one of the top S-class experts. His father said that he is stronger than the great elder. Isn't that? Lin Lung stared at Lin Wuyo's position with wide eyes in surprise. Feeling Lin Lung's eyes, Lin Wuyo smiled softly and raised his hand to make a shushing gesture. Obviously, Lin Wuyo didn't want too many people to know about his strength. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung forcefully swallowed the words that came to his lips, but the shock in his heart could not subside for a long time. His father is actually number 1 on the S-class top combat power list. No wonder Yi Tianxing and others are so relieved to let him go. With this kind of strength, as long as you are not unlucky enough to meet that kind of hidden super boss or some strong person, you can basically walk around in this world, okay? Now Lin Lung was not worried anymore. Recalling what happened before, he understood a little bit. No wonder his father dared to be so crazy and come to H City to ask for people. He probably knew that even everyone was no match for him. It makes sense when you think about it. If you also have such terrifying strength, you may be even more domineering than the other party. Now that all the tasks have been understood, the matter is probably over. You must know that the main thing today is to hold the birthday and wedding banquet for Lin Lung and Su Liuxue. At this moment, the great elder slapped his forehead and immediately prepared to leave in a panic. Although the defense of the Skynet system was effective, there were still some loopholes. He needed to go back quickly to find someone to repair it and arrange it. Tomorrow's tactics. So the great elder said goodbye to everyone in a panic and hurriedly left alone. It seemed that he was planning to rush back to the headquarters. Seeing the great elder leaving, the others did not stop him. They just said a few polite words and allowed the great elder to leave. After the great elder left, everyone returned to the topic. After all, today is Lin Lung and Su Liuxue's big day. After the great elder left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Tianxing and Wu Qingquan also sat down one after another. Since the task had been handed over, the matter was half solved. Let's think about things tomorrow. Since today is Lin Lung and Su Liuxue's big day, everyone will stop discussing work matters. If you have wine today, you will get drunk today. Let's talk about tomorrow's things tomorrow. Then everyone sat down again and drank and chatted, as if nothing had happened just now. After a while, everyone was chatting and drinking. Everyone sat around and toasted each other. Under the stimulation of alcohol, everyone forgot the pain caused by the war. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue also smiled slightly. There was nothing wrong with letting alcohol numb their nerves. At least there was nothing to worry about. At this time, the two looked at each other and smiled. It was obvious that they wanted to go together. Husband? Just by looking at each other, Su Liuxue began to act coquettishly. Her little head bulging and fell straight into Lin Lung's arms, and her delicate body also began to fall towards Lin Lung's body. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung did not refuse. He stretched out his hand to wrap around Su Liuxue's delicate waist and pulled Su Liuxue into his arms. Looking at the shy Su Liuxue in his arms, Lin Lung felt a little emotional. Once upon a time, his simplest dream was not to become a savior. All he wanted was to live with Su Liuxue, get married and have children together, and live a simple life. But this simple life became extremely difficult for him. Things that are clearly within reach in the eyes of ordinary people have become a luxury for him. Now looking at his family reunited, his relatives, friends, and loved ones are all so harmonious in his own home. Lin Lung is actually a little dazed. For some reason, he always feels that these are so illusory to him, as if he will be captured at any time. People break the rules. Lin Lung shook his heavy head and took a deep breath. He could no longer think like this. After all, who can know what will happen in the future? Maybe his nerves are too sensitive. Lin Lung comforted himself. Putting their arms around Su Liuxue's slim waist, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue leaned on each other's heads. Today they officially became husband and wife. In the last life, Su Liuxue had always been protecting Lin Lung. In this life, Lin Lung not only had certain abilities to protect Su Liuxue, but also successfully gave Su Liuxue the marriage certificate and status he owed in his previous life. Everything finally, he didn't go against Lin Lung's wishes. After 3 rounds of drinking, time gradually passed, and it was late at night in a flash. Everyone became vigilant, but Yi Tianqing waved his hand to indicate that no intruders from other worlds would invade today, and they also needed to rest. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Wuyo. It was obvious that Lin Wuyo had figured out all this and nodded gently, indicating that everyone could rest assured. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued drinking and chatting. However, at this time, Yi Tianqing was a little unhappy. Good guy, these people don't believe me. Could it be that my calculations are not as accurate as Lin Wuyo's? You know, he is Lin Wuyo's ancestor. Depend on. Just when Yi Tianqing was a little dissatisfied, Wu Qinquan patted the other party's shoulder and signaled that the other party was okay. After all, today was Lin Lung's great day. They had worked hard for tens of thousands of years, and it was time to relax. Seeing this, Yi Tianqing nodded and compromised. Yes, it's time for us 2 old guys to relax. Speaking of which, we haven't had a drink together for a long time. Honestly, I doubt you can drink me. Wu Qinquan blew his beard and said with great disdain. Damn, are you looking down on me? Okay, today I have to drink you down. Today, either you will fall or I will fall. Yi Tianqing said instantly with dissatisfaction. Just like that, the 2 most prestigious old guys also joined the drinking team, and they started talking to each other bottle after bottle. At this moment, Lin Lung's parents and Su Liuxue's parents slowly walked to Lin Lung's side. For some reason, Lin Lung had a very bad feeling when he saw his parents and Su Liuxue's parents coming over at the same time. He didn't know if it was his imagination. However, the reality is that everything is not Lin Lung's illusion, because Su Liuxue in her arms also tightened her body and shrank into Lin Lung's arms with some fear. Seeing the elders coming to him, Lin Lung was naturally embarrassed and asked, "What's wrong? Mom, Dad, Aunt, and Uncle, what's the matter?" After 3 rounds of drinking, time gradually passed, and it was late at night in a flash. Everyone became vigilant, but Yi Tianqing waved his hand to indicate that no intruders from other worlds would invade today, and they also needed to rest. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Wuyo. It was obvious that Lin Wuyo had figured out all this and nodded gently, indicating that everyone could rest assured. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued drinking and chatting. However, at this time, Yi Tianqing was a little unhappy. Good guy, these people don't believe me. Could it be that my calculations are not as accurate as Lin Wuyo's? You know, he is Lin Wuyo's ancestor. Depend on. Just when Yi Tianqing was a little dissatisfied, Wu Qinquan patted the other party's shoulder and signaled that the other party was okay. After all, today was Lin Lung's great day. They had worked hard for tens of thousands of years, and it was time to relax. Seeing this, Yi Tianqing nodded and compromised. Yes, it's time for us 2 old guys to relax. Speaking of which, we haven't had a drink together for a long time. Honestly, I doubt you can drink me. Wu Qinquan blew his beard and said with great disdain. Damn, are you looking down on me? Okay, today I have to drink you down. Today, either you will fall or I will fall. Yi Tianqing said instantly with dissatisfaction. Just like that, the 2 most prestigious old guys also joined the drinking team, and they started talking to each other bottle after bottle. At this moment, Lin Lung's parents and Su Liuxue's parents slowly walked to Lin Lung's side. For some reason, Lin Lung had a very bad feeling when he saw his parents and Su Liuxue's parents coming over at the same time. He didn't know if it was his imagination. However, the reality is that everything is not Lin Lung's illusion, because Su Liuxue in her arms also tightened her body and shrank into Lin Lung's arms with some fear. Seeing the elders coming to him, Lin Lung was naturally embarrassed and asked, "What's wrong? Mom, Dad, Aunt, and Uncle, what's the matter?" "Son, my parents have nothing to do with you. It's just that today is your and Xiaoxue's wedding. Your mother and aunt don't blame you for being so casual. It's just that it's so late and you guys haven't gone back to your room. Isn't something inappropriate?" Lin Lung's eyes widened when he heard this. Su Liuxue in her arms was also embarrassed after hearing this, and actually urged her openly like this. "It's so embarrassing." Su Liuxue's little face turned red instantly, and she simply buried her face into Lin Lung's arms. "Out of sight, out of mind. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything." Su Liuxue's behavior is definitely an act of selling her husband. Lin Lung protested inwardly, actually leaving himself to face his parents alone. But Su Liuxue said that it was none of my business. That was your problem. "Damn it," Lin Lung cried. Therefore, Lin Lung had to respond awkwardly. "Ahem. What, don't be in a hurry, the guests haven't left yet. Su Liuxue and I have lived together since we were young, so we are not in a hurry. After all, the guests haven't left yet. If we leave first, will we?" But obviously, ginger is still spicy when old. How could Lin Lung's parents not expect how Lin Lung would answer? So they interrupted Lin Lung directly and said, "It's okay. We are the guests here. Your task now is to go back to your room and have a good sleep. Don't worry about anything. Who would disturb you? That's right, Wanjun and I are here. You and Xiaoxue should go back and rest as soon as possible, and try to give birth to a big fat boy as soon as possible. Then your father and I can have a grandson, a granddaughter too." Lin Lung, are you all being so above board now? Helpless, Lin Lung had no choice but to turn his attention to Su Tianqing and Zhao Yixiu. After all, Su Liuxue was their biological daughter, and they probably didn't want their daughter to die so soon. But it was obvious that Lin Lung's wishful thinking was in vain, because when he turned his head and looked over, he happened to face the two of them with harmless smiles on their faces. "Okay, no need to say anything, I get it." Finally, Lin Lung had no choice but to compromise. "Okay, as long as the guests leave, we will go back to rest." "Really?" Wang Wanjun said doubtfully. "Pearls are not even so real." That's okay." After hearing this, Wang Wanjun, Lin Wuyo, and others showed a smile as if they were succeeding. For some reason, when Lin Lung saw several people showing such smiles, Lin Lung had a feeling that something was wrong. Sure enough, when Lin Lung finished saying this, Lin Wuyo turned around and announced to everyone, "Okay, everyone, today is my son and Xiaoxue's big day. For the rest of the time, I will stay here. Give it to the two of them. Please come with me to Tianji Pavilion, where there will be fine wine and delicious food waiting for you." It's over. After hearing this, Lin Lung's subconscious thought that he was finished. If his father said this, no one would be able to refuse. Sure enough, when Lin Wuyo finished saying this, everyone was stunned for a moment and looked at each other in confusion. After a while, they all stood up one by one and started to walk out. After all, it's not about drinking anywhere, not to mention it's not bad to drink the good wine from Tianji Pavilion. After all, for them, it's not possible to go to Tianji Pavilion to drink every time. Lin Yu also stood up, moved her beautiful legs, and started to walk out. During the process, she gave Lin Lung a sister's optimistic look, which made Lin Lung feel ashamed. After a while, the guests were almost gone. Lin Wuyo and others also walked out and helped Lin Lung close the door. During this period, Lin Wuyo even gave Lin Lung a "I'm optimistic about you" look. "Good guys, the family needs to be in order." After everyone had left, Su Liuxue tentatively stuck her head out, looked around, and asked, "Are they all gone?" "Yes, everyone has left, and now there are only two of us left."
Lin Lung responded helplessly. At this time, Lin Lung didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. After all he was thinking about now was his parents urging for marriage. Wasn't that right? It's no longer called urging marriage. After all, he and Su Liuxue are already married. It should be called Zue's son. That's right, urge grandson. Lin Lung was ashamed. As expected, parents began to worry about having grandchildren as they got older. Lin Lung was speechless. At this moment, Lin Lung also noticed something strange about Su Liuxue. At this time, Su Liuxue had broken away from the shy state just now and was looking at him with big eyes blinking. But for some reason, Lin Lung always felt that something was wrong with Su Liuxue's eyes. It was like the way a big bad wolf looks at a little lamb. That look is like, it's like I want to eat him. Ahem, Liuxue, what's wrong with you? Hubby, didn't you listen to what Annie said? They want to have a grandchild soon. Hearing this, Lin Lung was horrified. Liuxue, don't mess around. It's over. After hearing this, Lin Lung's subconscious thought that he was finished. If his father said this, no one would be able to refuse. Sure enough, when Lin Lung finished saying this, everyone was stunned for a moment and looked at each other in confusion. After a while, they all stood up one by one and started to walk out. After all, it's not about drinking anywhere. Not to mention it's not bad to drink the good wine from Tianji Pavilion. After all, for them, it's not possible to go to Tianji Pavilion to drink every time. Lin Yu also stood up, moved her beautiful legs and started to walk out. During the process, she gave Lin Lung a sister's optimistic look, which made Lin Lung feel ashamed. After a while, the guests were almost gone. Lin Wuyo and others also walked out and helped Lin Lung close the door. During this period, Lin Wuyo even gave Lin Lung "I'm optimistic about you" look. Good guys, the family needs to be in order. After everyone had left, Su Liuxue tentatively stuck her head out, looked around, and asked, "Are they all gone?" "Yes, everyone has left, and now there are only 2 of us left." Lin Lung responded helplessly. At this time, Lin Lung didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. After all he was thinking about now was his parents urging for marriage. Wasn't that right? It's no longer called urging marriage. After all, he and Su Liuxue are already married. It should be called Zue's son. That's right, urge grandson. Lin Lung was ashamed. As expected, parents began to worry about having grandchildren as they got older. Lin Lung was speechless. At this moment, Lin Lung also noticed something strange about Su Liuxue. At this time, Su Liuxue had broken away from the shy state just now and was looking at him with big eyes blinking. But for some reason, Lin Lung always felt that something was wrong with Su Liuxue's eyes. It was like the way a big bad wolf looks at a little lamb. That look is like, it's like I want to eat him. Ahem, Liuxue, what's wrong with you? Hubby, didn't you listen to what Annie said? They want to have a grandchild soon. Hearing this, Lin Lung was horrified. Liuxue, don't mess around. Lin Lung was shocked. He didn't expect that Su Liuxue would break through the disguise so quickly. At this moment, Su Liuxue's true colors could be said to be revealed. Lin Lung also didn't expect that just now Su Liuxue was shy in front of her parents. But now she would show her true colors, transforming into a wild beast, staring at Lin Lung eagerly. At this moment, Lin Lung seemed to be food in the eyes of the other party. Liuxue, should we go back to the room? Lin Lung reluctantly persuaded. Yeah. After hearing this, Su Liuxue suddenly realized that this is the living room, and if you want, you have to go back to the room. Seeing this, Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Liuxue had not completely lost her mind. As long as she stayed in the living room, she couldn't do anything to him. However, not long after Lin Lung breathed a sigh of relief, Su Liuxue suddenly grabbed his hand and dragged him to his room. Boom! As soon as Lin Lung was dragged back to the room by Su Liuxue, the door was closed by Su Liuxue with lightning speed. Bang! No, Liuxue, you? Just as Lin Lung was about to speak, his lips were blocked by Su Liuxue's lips, and a faint fragrance came. Somehow, Su Liuxue's actions made it difficult for Lin Lung to resist.
After all, he was a man and the other party was his wife. Soon, Lin Lung lost his resistance. I don't know how long it took. Lips parted. At this time, Su Liuxue's face was flushed, and so was Lin Lung. Su Liuxue's eyes were like water, charming and charming. Husband. With a cry, Su Liuxue shyly called her husband and buried herself in Lin Lung's arms. At this moment, Lin Lung no longer resisted. After all, the other party was his wife, not to mention that today was their wedding day. If Su Liuxue, a girl, took such initiative, how could he continue like this? So, Lin Lung reached out and slowly took off Su Liuxue's clothes. Su Liuxue also cooperated very much. After a while, Su Liuxue was naked, and so was Lin Lung. The two of them were honest with each other. Soon, both of them fell backwards. I don't know how long it took, but after a fight, Lin Leng hugged Su Liuxue and stared at the ceiling blankly. At this moment, Su Liuxue had already fallen asleep soundly. Lin Lung did not wake the other party. Su Liuxue also slept very sweetly. Maybe she was too tired, so she leaned on Lin Lung's chest and fell asleep sweetly, making bursts of sounds. A slight gasp. Lin Lung stared at the ceiling blankly. After the battle, his mind was a little blank. Everything was similar to the previous life, except that in this life, everything had unknown factors. He didn't know whether he could resist the invasion of other worlds in the future, and he didn't know whether he could protect Su Liuxue in the future. Lin Lung thought more and more, and his mind became more and more confused. There were too many uncertain factors in the future, and he didn't want to think about it so much. But now that he and Su Liuxue were married, and he even met Su Liuxue in the future, Su Liuxue may even be pregnant with her own flesh and blood in the future. Do we have to think about these things until then? Just when Lin Lung was thinking, a white and slender arm suddenly placed on Lin Lung's chest. It was Su Liuxue. Su Liuxue's sleeping posture was not very good. She always liked to put her hands and feet on Lin Lung's body. Now, naturally, Su Liuxue put her hands and feet on Lin Lung's body again when she was asleep. Lin Lung smiled softly. His only spiritual comfort was Su Liuxue. Starting from tomorrow, he will work hard to upgrade. Now that he knows that his previous life was the ancestor of Hunkin, he naturally cannot lose the face of his previous life. After all, he is also the top powerhouse in the world. Naturally, he has to work harder and strive to be promoted to S level or SS level as soon as possible, so that he can have the power to fight against those powerful people behind the scenes. Forget it, don't think about this anymore. Lin Lung shook his head. Those things will happen in the future. Now, for some reason, Lin Lung suddenly looked at Su Liuxue, who was sleeping beside him. He originally didn't intend to wake up Su Liuxue, but Su Liuxue's sleep was really dishonest. She always likes to put her hands and feet on him when sleeping, but just now, Su Liuxue's hand inadvertently touched Lin Lung while turning over. This made Lin Lung, who was originally calm, become restless again, and had no choice but to extend his claws towards the sleeping Su Liuxue. Wife! Lin Lung stretched out his hand and rubbed it on Su Liuxue's smooth body. At this time, Su Liuxue was also awakened by Lin Lung's movements. She opened her eyes sleepily and murmured in a sullen voice, "What's wrong, husband?" Everything was similar to the previous life, except that in this life, everything had unknown factors. He didn't know whether he could resist the invasion of other worlds in the future, and he didn't know whether he could protect Su Liuxue in the future. Lin Lung thought more and more, and his mind became more and more confused. There were too many uncertain factors in the future, and he didn't want to think about it so much. But now that he and Su Liuxue were married, and he even met Su Liuxue in the future, Su Liuxue may even be pregnant with her own flesh and blood in the future. Do we have to think about these things until then? Just when Lin Lung was thinking, a white and slender arm suddenly placed on Lin Lung's chest. It was Su Liuxue. Su Liuxue's sleeping posture was not very good. She always liked to put her hands and feet on Lin Lung's body. Now, naturally, Su Liuxue put her hands and feet on Lin Lung's body again when she was asleep. Lin Lung smiled softly. His only spiritual comfort was Su Liuxue. Starting from tomorrow, he will work hard to upgrade. Now that he knows that his previous life was the ancestor of Hunkin, he naturally cannot lose the face of his previous life. After all, he is also the top powerhouse in the world. Naturally, he has to work harder and strive to be promoted to S level or SS level as soon as possible, so that he can have the power to fight against those powerful people behind the scenes. Forget it, don't think about this anymore. Lin Lung shook his head. Those things will happen in the future. Now, for some reason, Lin Lung suddenly looked at Su Liuxue, who was sleeping beside him. He originally didn't intend to wake up Su Liuxue, but Su Liuxue's sleep was really dishonest. She always likes to put her hands and feet on him when sleeping, but just now, Su Liuxue's hand inadvertently touched Lin Lung while turning over. This made Lin Lung's already calm heart become restless again, and he had no choice but to extend his claws towards the sleeping Su Liuxue. Wife. Lin Lung stretched out his hand and rubbed it on Su Liuxue's smooth body. At this time, Su Liuxue was also awakened by Lin Lung's movements. She opened her eyes sleepily and murmured in a sullen voice, "What's wrong, husband?" Although Lin Lung did not respond to the other party, the movements of his hands said everything. Seeing this, Su Liuxue just showed a charming smile and murmured, "I really can't do anything with you. Omit 500,000 words here." The next day, everyone gathered again at Lin Lung's home. At this moment, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue seemed to have changed a lot after a night, and Su Liuxue's change was particularly obvious. After one night, Su Liuxue lost her girlish aura and became much more mature. Seeing the two standing together, both parents were extremely satisfied. "Look at this couple. They're a perfect match. Yes, I have to call you my mother-in-law from now on. Ha ha ha, my mother-in-law. Brother Lin, we have finally become a real family." "Ah, yes." Seeing her parents making fun of her, Lin Lung was really helpless, but Su Liuxue behaved much more maturely, standing next to Lin Lung like a good wife and leaning on Lin Lung's shoulder. Soon, Yi Tianqing and others arrived. At this time, Yi Tianqing had already used his spiritual power to resolve the smell of alcohol. Otherwise, he would have blamed a few people for drinking so much wine yesterday. It would be the limit for him to wake up today. At this time, Yi Tianqing had a serious look on his face. He walked in and announced straight to the point, "Tonight, the alien world will invade. You should hurry up and get ready. By the way, Wio, go look for the top 10 artifacts now. Don't do it. If anything goes wrong, do you know? Disciple knows." In front of Yi Tianqing, Lin Wio also looked serious and showed no airs in front of him. He immediately agreed, turned around, and left with Su Tianqing to find the top 10 artifacts. As for where the top 10 artifacts are, and in whose hands, there is no need for Yi Tianqing to say much. They are all awakened calculation abilities. He does not need to tell Lin Wio these things. He can figure them out by himself. After Lin Wio and Su Tianqing left, Yi Tianqing issued orders to a few others. They still didn't know the scale of the other party's invasion and how powerful it was. But they must hold on. The Great Elder has sent word that all residents have now evacuated to Skynet, but Yi Tianqing is still a little worried. Although the Skynet system has strong defense, it is not perfect, nor is it unbreakable. After all, as long as a ruthless character breaks through Skynet, all the residents in the Skynet will be killed instantly. And their mission is to stop all ghosts and monsters that want to get close to Skynet and try their best to strangle them in front of Skynet. As for those powerful and terrifying beasts, naturally it is not Lin Lung's turn to worry about. Naturally, these things are left to Yi Tianqing and Wu Qingquan. With these two people around, no matter how powerful those ferocious beasts are, they can't make any big waves in front of them. But having said that, no one knows whether there will be any accidents at that time. No matter how powerful Yi Tianqing's calculation ability is, he still can't calculate how many terrifying troops the opponent will send. Therefore, they still cannot relax their vigilance. They should still do everything they can to avoid it, so they must make all preparations before the war. In terms of firepower, the Great Elder has notified the Commander-in-Chief to start notifying the three armies of sea, land, and air to prepare.
They have also begun to purchase firepower and united with overseas coalition forces to jointly attack the invaders from other worlds. And now what they have to do is to practice, absorb spiritual energy, and reserve as much spiritual energy as possible. After all, tonight's battle is very tiring. If there is not enough spiritual energy, there is no guarantee that something unexpected will happen. Therefore, their first priority now is to make all preparations before the battle and adjust their condition to the best to face tonight's battle. After explaining everything, Yi Tianxing and Wu Qingquan turned around and went out. After the two left, everyone began to sit down and practice. As Yi Tianxing said, what happened tonight was not the usual petty fight. If they are not careful, their lives may be in danger, so they must take all precautions to avoid any accidents. Everyone began to sit down and frantically absorb the spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy was completely revived, Earth Star's spiritual energy became abundant several times, and the absorption became much easier. Lin Lung has double the speed of absorbing spiritual power. The reserve speed of spiritual power was several times faster than others, but Lin Lung did not relax at all. He knows that the real war is coming soon, and he must take advantage of this period to strengthen his spiritual power reserves and improve himself, so that he can quickly improve his strength and be qualified to fight against the big guys behind him. Only in this way can you protect the one you love. But having said that, no one knows whether there will be any accidents at that time. No matter how powerful Yi Tianxing's calculation ability is, he still can't calculate how many terrifying troops the opponent will send. Therefore, they still cannot relax their vigilance. They should still do everything they can to avoid it, so they must make all preparations before the war. In terms of firepower, the Great Elder has notified the Commander-in-Chief to start notifying the three armies of sea, land, and air to prepare. They have also begun to purchase firepower and united with overseas coalition forces to jointly attack the invaders from other worlds. And now what they have to do is to practice, absorb spiritual energy, and reserve as much spiritual energy as possible. After all, tonight's battle is very tiring. If there is not enough spiritual energy, there is no guarantee that something unexpected will happen. Therefore, their first priority now is to make all preparations before the battle and adjust their condition to the best to face tonight's battle. After explaining everything, Yi Tianxing and Wu Qingquan turned around and went out. After the two left, everyone began to sit down and practice. As Yi Tianxing said, what happened tonight was not the usual petty fight. If they are not careful, their lives may be in danger, so they must take all precautions to avoid any accidents. Everyone began to sit down and frantically absorb the spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy was completely revived, Earth Star's spiritual energy became abundant several times, and the absorption became much easier. Lin Lung has double the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. The reserve speed of spiritual power was several times faster than others, but Lin Lung did not relax at all. He knows that the real war is coming soon, and he must take advantage of this period to strengthen his spiritual power reserves and improve himself, so that he can quickly improve his strength and be qualified to fight against the big guys behind him. Only in this way can you protect the one you love. And soon, it was night time, and everyone started to pack their bags after dinner. It was destined to be a fierce battle tonight, and they had to be fully prepared before that. In a flash, it was 11 o'clock in the night, and there was still an hour before the second invasion of the alien world. Everyone had gathered together after dinner. At this time, everyone had arrived, except Lin Lung and Su Tianxing. The two of them were asked by Yi Tianxing to collect the top 10 ancient artifacts. Everything is ready. Everyone has packed up and prepared to go to the entrance to another world. Note, the first entrance to another world will be opened after the top 10 artifacts are collected. When everyone arrived at the entrance to the other world, they looked at the time. It was now 11:45 p.m., and there was still a quarter of an hour before the second invasion. Tick-tock-tick. As time passed by, everyone's hearts were gradually lifted, and the Commander-in-Chief's eyes were fixed on the entrance. The three armies of sea, land, and air have arrived, and everyone is ready. The commander-in-chief has an even more serious look on his face, staring at the entrance without blinking. After returning, he went to see the legendary mysterious elder and discussed new tactics. This time, they can no longer sit back and just focus on defense as before. Instead, they must choose to take the initiative to attack. As soon as the entrance is opened, they will gather all their firepower to carry out a devastating bombing at the entrance. Of course, he also knew in his heart that it was obviously impossible to destroy all the invaders just like this, but it could indeed kill most of the ghosts and weaker beasts. The remaining ghosts and powerful beasts will be handed over to the remaining awakened warriors. The Great Elder has already told them, and has also posted news on all platforms. Every powerful beast all have corresponding bounties. As long as you kill the ferocious beasts on the list, you can go to the Superpower Bureau to receive the corresponding bounty. And more than that, the Great Elder also revealed to him that in addition to those S-Class strong men who would take action tonight, for top S-Class strong men who had been carefully cultivated by the National Superpower Bureau would also be dispatched. To be honest, the Commander-in-Chief was looking forward to it. The 4 top S-Class experts were actually going to take action. Those are the top 4 in the S-Class combat power list. The 4 masters took action together. To be honest, the Commander-in-Chief was less worried. If they took action, those ferocious beasts would not be able to cause any big storms. What the Commander-in-Chief didn't know was whether these 4 strong men would take action. If the situation was wrong or the enemy was too strong, even Yi Tianxing and Wu Qingquan would take action. Although Lin Lung is not sure about the strength of the 2 of them now, based on the strength of the ancient gods, they are conservatively SS level. In addition, the 2 of them are not ordinary ancient gods. Wu Qingquan is the martial god himself, and his strength is even close to the SSS level. But now many of them are just speculations, and the specific strength will have to be determined after the fight. Soon, the time began to approach midnight, and everyone began to become nervous. After Su Liuxue asked for a comforting hug from Lin Lung, she also held the Xinyuan sword in her hand and was ready to fight at any time. Lin Lung looked at Su Liuxue feeling a little guilty. To be honest, yesterday was their wedding day, and the next day his bride would accompany him to the battlefield. No matter what, Lin Lung will always feel a little sorry in his heart. Boom! Finally, the 12 o'clock bell rang. Hearing the sound, everyone began to become nervous. Although he was fully prepared before the war, at this moment, the Commander-in-Chief was still nervous, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and his big, weathered hands held the transmitter tightly. Put it on your lips and be ready to order at any time. The same is true for all the soldiers. Everyone is holding the guns in their hands tightly, ready to fire at any time. The same is true for all the other awakened ones, each holding their own weapons tightly, ready for a bloody battle at any time. Lin Lung no longer thought about it and took out the heaven-slaying Demon King halberd with a flip of his hand, ready for a fight at any time. As for the civilians under the protection of Skynet, it was impossible to sleep peacefully. They all looked out the window nervously, and some even made praying gestures with their hands, praying that these people, these soldiers, and these heroes could return safely. Boom! Under everyone's attention, the entrance to the alien world was opened again, and the hole began to slowly expand. As soon as the black hole opened, a familiar roar came out. Roar! It's a ferocious beast. Hearing this roar, the Commander-in-Chief immediately gave the order and roared, "Fire! Receive!" In just an instant, all the soldiers were dispatched. The land, sea, and air forces gathered all their firepower and fired wildly at the entrance. They bombarded the dark entrance indiscriminately. Boom! Boom! The roar and explosion of explosives resounded from the entrance of the cave. Listen closely. The explosion was also mixed with the roars of ferocious beasts and the unwilling whispers of ghosts. The bombing continues. In this way, after bombing for almost a quarter of an hour, the firepower of the world could not withstand those ferocious beasts. A huge claw appeared first in everyone's sight and instantly shot down a fighter jet. The first ferocious beast ran out. It was Qiongqi. It's Qiongqi. Qiongqi had come out before,
and his cruelty and bloodthirsty were obvious to all. There were also S-class strongmen who tried to kill him, but it was all in vain, and he eventually became its food. This shows how terrifying its strength is. After Qiongqi came out, it was basically impossible to suppress the opponent by relying on firepower alone. The commander-in-chief also knew this very well. If he wanted to defeat the four evil beasts by relying on firepower, it would be basically unintentional. Therefore, the commander-in-chief immediately ordered all armies to start retreating and separate the battlefield. The speed of the three armies was very fast, and they retreated dozens of miles in just a moment. After the first ferocious beast Qiongqi came out, another black thing rushed out from the entrance of the cave. It was so dark that if you didn't look carefully, you would just think it was black clouds. But little did you know that these black clouds were actually composed of countless bloodthirsty ghosts. The army of ghosts and monsters is attacking overwhelmingly. This time it is the turn of all the awakened soldiers to take action. Kill! Xie Qinfeng was the first to rush forward. He yelled kill and then rushed forward with a roar. He still used the familiar light attack. From a distance, he looked as good as the salty Superman fighting monsters on TV. This time everyone was together. Lin Yu Duyin and others were also present. Before the battle, Viper gave everyone the potion he carefully prepared, which can make the human body's spiritual energy consumption slower and increase combat effectiveness in a short period of time. After everyone thanked them, they joined the battle group one after another. Su Liuxue's swordsmanship talent is becoming more and more demonic, and the surging sword intent has begun to appear around her. Just these terrifying sword intent can instantly kill the ghosts around her. And Lin Lung was not inferior at all. He swung the sky-slaying Demon King halberd very freely and wiped out a large number of ghosts in one stroke, and the sky-slaying Demon King halberd also gave him a lot of power. Looking back at the battlefield, after Qiongqi came out, just like before, all the S-class took action together and once again set up a huge magic circle nearby to restrict all intruders from other worlds. Not only the ferocious beasts, but also the ghost strength has been greatly restricted. All the S-level awakened beings present also started to kill the beasts, but they were all killing the 10 ancient beasts. No one dared to attack the 4 evil beasts. After all, last time someone overestimated their capabilities and tried to kill the 4 evil beasts, but the result was that they were swallowed by the opponent and turned into their excrement. With the lessons learned from the past, how could they still risk their lives? Without S-level top combat power or SS-level combat power, it would be impossible for them to go up. Seeing that no one dared to come forward, Qiongqi became even more aggressive. With a roar, he was ready to attack the crowd. But at this moment, a bright light cut through the night and pierced Qiongqi's body. From a distance, this scene looks like a meteor hitting Qiongqi's body. However, upon closer inspection, it turns out to be a large blue sword. But when they saw this big blue guy, everyone seemed to understand, and everyone looked surprised. Is it him? The commander-in-chief was even more delighted. It's him! It's him who's here! Under the gaze of everyone, a tall figure jumped up high, grabbed the big knife that was slashing on Qiongqi's body, and then kicked Qiongqi violently, and the big knife was instantly pulled out of Qiongqi's body. Then the young man also landed on the ground with a blue sword, his eyes full of indifference. Looking closely, this young man looks very handsome, but his face is very cold and expressionless. He is wearing a blue robe with the logo of the National Superpower Bureau on it, which is similar to the logo of Lin Lung and others, but he is several levels higher than Lin Lung and others. There is a dragon pattern painted on the blue robe, and he is one of the 4 elites carefully cultivated by the National Superpower Bureau, the top S-class combat power list, Qinglong. Everyone's eyes were full of surprise. The National Superpower Bureau would send such a powerful person to fight Qiongqi, but thinking about it, there seemed to be no one except them. But they didn't expect that Qinglong, who was at the top of the S-class combat power list, would be the first to take action. If it weren't for the current war, they would have wanted to go up and ask Qinglong for an autograph. You must know that these 4 masters will never show their faces. Seeing this scene, even Lin Lung was inexplicably jealous. If he had this kind of strength, he would definitely be more showy than him. This is definitely full of power. Qinglong didn't care about the eyes of the others. At this moment, he only had eyes for the enemy in front of him, Qiongqi. Qinglong picked up the knife again, jumped up, and then slashed in front of him with the knife. Then a scene that stunned everyone appeared. I saw that Qinglong's sword actually split the entire void in half, and the night was directly divided into two pieces. Even Qiongqi, one of the four evil beasts, was frightened when he saw the momentum of Qinglong's move. You have to be unable to move. This is the unique skill of Qinglong, the four top experts, my god. No one expected that the power of Qinglong's attack would be so terrifying. Under this blow, even Qiongqi could only fight hard, raising his extremely hard and huge claws to fight, but he was still knocked away by the power of the knife, and his huge body fell to the ground, causing the whole earth began to tremble and make a huge roar. This is the top move among the four powerful men. So far, no one has been able to catch Qinglong's move. This move alone is enough to dwarf all mankind. This time, Qinglong took on this mission in order to find an opponent who could compete with him. Of course, he also wanted to save the human crisis. It's just that the general administration also knows that although Qinglong is powerful, he is still too arrogant, because they know that there will always be heaven outside the world, and there will always be people outside the world. Although Qinglong's strength is unparalleled among S-level awakeners, it is still not enough in front of his S-level powerhouses. Although Qinglong is very strong, if the opponent is SS level or higher, then Qinglong will become vulnerable and pay the price for his arrogance. It was precisely with this intention that the general administration let him take action. Back on the battlefield, after being knocked down by Qinglong's blow, Qiongqi was not in a hurry to attack the opponent, and Qinglong was not in a hurry to take action either. Instead, he slowly wiped the green sword in his hand. Qiongqi was in a defensive state, staring at his huge blood-colored pupils, and began to approach Qinglong. And Qinglong also walked towards Qiongqi with his blue sword. One person and one beast were approaching slowly like this, but if you look closely, Qinglong was defenseless and just kept approaching Qiongqi. The people from the general administration were a little angry after seeing this scene, and angrily accused Qinglong of being too arrogant. You must know that it is easy to suffer a loss if you don't defend at all during the battle. Even if they are overwhelmingly suppressed, they don't dare to be so slack. After all, no one will capsize in the gutter one day. No matter how overwhelming the battle is, you should not fail to defend yourself. Otherwise, you will easily suffer losses during the battle. Even the Great Elder could not help but sigh after seeing this scene. This boy was too arrogant. And this scene was also seen by Wu Qingquan on the side. As a god of war, how could he not see that Qinglong didn't make any defense, but was just a little funny? Even he didn't dare to be so arrogant, but this kid was so arrogant. Regardless, young people have never suffered a loss after all. As long as they suffer a loss once, their memory will be long. B2, G plus G. Looking back at the battlefield, Qinglong and Qiongqi kept getting closer to each other, shortening the distance between them. Although Qiongqi and Lu Bu are from different races and stand in different positions, they both have one thing in common. They both have absolutely terrifying strength. I don't know how much time passed, but the distance between one person and one animal became a little subtle. The corners of Qinglong's mouth raised slightly, thinking that now was the best time to take action. So he decided to strike first. No, strike first to control the beast. The green broadsword waved and took the lead to attack. Unexpectedly, Qiongqi was already on guard. He had just suffered a loss from Qinglong, so how could Qiongqi suffer a second loss? What's more, Qiongqi had already prepared a defensive posture, obviously trying to induce Qinglong to attack. Qinglong also didn't expect that his attack was easily blocked by Qiongqi. Fortunately, Qinglong's reaction was relatively quick. Seeing this scene, Qinglong's brain was working rapidly, and he quickly made a countermeasure. Then Qinglong started to exert his strength and slashed out again, directly knocking Qiongqi back several meters. While Qiongqi was pushed back, Qinglong pursued the victory, jumped up with the green sword high, and then charged down with another blow. However, Qiongqi had already anticipated it and easily blocked the move, and waved his claws in the gap. Because Qing Long was unprepared, he was sent flying dozens of meters away by Qiongqi's claw, and his body made a big hole on the ground. Although Qing Long quickly stood up, his figure was still slightly embarrassed. At this time, Qing Long began to regret. If he had not underestimated the opponent, underestimated the enemy, and took it lightly, he might not have ended up like this. When Qiongqi saw this scene, he took advantage of the situation and pursued him. Qing Long had to hurriedly parry and resist. Qiongqi's blow was very terrifying. Even if Qing Long resisted, the surrounding ground still exploded and dented in an instant. Facing Qiongqi's terrifying blow, Qing Long fought hard. One man and one beast were evenly matched. Even so, many people still think that Qing Long may not necessarily win. You must know that Qiongqi, one of the 4 evil beasts, is not a vegetarian, and this is still under the restrictions of the magic circle. Qiongqi still shows such terrifying power. The strength is enough to illustrate its terror. After all, Qiongqi's power goes far beyond that. At this time, Qiongqi's huge body trembled, and a strange red energy began to condense in his body. This energy gradually began to move upward from the abdomen and passed into Qiongqi's mouth, faintly emitting bursts of explosions. Voice. Everyone saw a burst of red light or blood light. Such a huge energy fluctuation was really frightening. And then Qiongqi suddenly opened his bloody mouth, and a terrifying blood-colored energy instantly bombarded Qing Long. Such a terrifying blow shocked everyone present. Many people thought that Qing Long was going to die, but how could the top powerhouse Qing Long be defeated so easily? When the red light dissipated and the dust cleared, a tall figure was revealed again. It was Qing Long. Everyone looked shocked. Even the chief elder of the general administration had a look of shock on his face. But Wu Qinquan seemed to have seen something. He slightly curled his lips and smiled. Good guy. He is a talented person. At this moment, Qiongqi was suddenly knocked away, and a huge crack was opened in his chest, and countless blood spurted out. Not only was Qing Long not defeated by the opponent, but he injured Qiongqi. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, because logically speaking, the skin of the 4 evil beasts can be said to be indestructible, and human weapons can be said to be indestructible. To them, however, Qing Long used his blue sword to make a huge gash in Qiongqi's chest. What on earth is going on? Lin Lung was a little surprised. Could it be that the knife in Qing Long's hand was also a magical weapon? In this regard, the great elder was not surprised at all, and just snorted. You must know that the general administration took great pains to train the 4 of them, and their weapons are also made of the rarest scarce metals in the world by specialized people. Although they are not as good as the top 10 ancient artifacts, they are not comparable to ordinary weapons. Roar! Qiongqi, who was injured, became angry and roared, while Qing Long also looked gloomy. In fact, Qing Long had indeed suffered a big loss. I didn't make any defense before because I underestimated the enemy, but I didn't expect to be fooled by this beast. If I had even defended, I would have almost fallen into the hands of this beast. Kill. Qing Long whispered the word kill and rushed forward with a green sword. Qiongqi also roared and rushed towards Qing Long. Roar! It was the same move again. Qiongqi gathered energy again and prepared to launch an energy attack. Qing Long was also ready to wave his hand. The green sword swung again and struck out with one strike. This is Qing Long's ultimate move, God. Boom! As the 2 terrifying attacks collided together, the 2 sides just reached a tie. The 2 attacks just canceled each other out and turned into nothing. They just stirred up a cloud of dust in the air. However, in the dust, a figure suddenly jumped up high. It was Qing Long. At this time, Qing Long once again held up his blue sword and jumped high into the air. He struck again with the sword. Roar! Qiongqi was not stupid. He blocked the attack with one claw, and the man and the beast were beaten back and forth, evenly matched. It seems that it will be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. At the same time that Qiongqi and Qing Long were fighting, the other 3 evil beasts were also killed from the other world. Each of them roared, and when they saw Qiongqi and Qing Long fighting, they were ready to step forward to help. At this moment, 3 more rays of light flashed, and 3 figures appeared in people's sight one after another. Without thinking too much, it is naturally the other 3 of the 4 top experts in the general administration, Baihu Suzaku and Xuanwu. Of course, these are not the original names of the 4 of them, but the corresponding code names given to them by the general administration based on the 4 divine beasts. Now that the 4 evil beasts and the 4 divine beasts have gathered, when the 4 evil beasts faced off against the 4 divine beasts, who could win? Everyone was very curious. 4 evil beasts versus 4 divine beasts, which one is better? Are they the 4 evil beasts that have dominated one side in ancient times, or the elites that the general administration has cultivated for many years? Are the 4 top experts stronger? Returning to the battlefield, 3 figures appeared in everyone's field of vision, one after another. Among the 3 people, a young man was wearing a white robe with a pattern of a white tiger painted on it. It seemed that this person was the white tiger. Next to him stood a woman wearing a red robe with a pattern of a red bird. This person was naturally the white tiger, and the other one is Xuanwu. Among the 3, White Tiger will fight against Tao Tai, Suzaku will fight against Chaos, and Xuanwu will fight against Tao Tai. White tigers are more impatient, or more belligerent. They don't talk much, but just do it. When he saw Tao Tai, one of the 4 evil beasts, he was already gearing up and ready to go forward and fight. Without waiting for the others, Baihu took the lead and jumped up high, killing Tao Tai. In midair, the white tiger revealed his weapon, which was a pair of silver claws that looked just like Uncle Wolf's claws in the movie. It can be seen that the white tiger's claws are also made of special weapons. In just a few rounds, the white tiger used its sharp claws to make large and small scars on Tao Tai's body. Tao Tai was also extremely angry. He didn't expect that one day he would be injured by the claws of the human race. Seeing the white tiger on board, the other 2 people showed off their own special skills. After all, this time they were not fighting ordinary enemies, but the 4 evil beasts from ancient times. If you are not careful, you will be shattered into pieces, or even dead without a whole body, becoming the opponent's food. Suzaku flew high, yes it flew. Suzaku's weapon was actually a pair of fiery red metal wings. Not only could these wings fly, but they could also launch various terrifying attacks. They could also use the strong wind to launch attacks. Wouldn't it be perfect if combined with Chu Moyin's superpower? Xuanwu's weapon is the pair of armors on his body. The reason why Xuanwu is called Xuanwu is naturally because of its amazing defensive power. No matter how he attacks, hitting Xuanwu is like scratching an itch. Regardless of Xuanwu's amazing defensive power, his attack power is also very terrifying, and he is not as bulky as he looks. He jumped into the air with just a slight jump, punched Yongchu, and actually knocked Yongchu into the air. The whole thing was knocked down. Boom! Yongchu's huge body was knocked to the ground by Xuanwu's punch, which directly dented the ground and made a big hole in the ground. From this, we can see how huge Yongchu's body is. Xuanwu actually knocked down the opponent with one punch. His strength must have been tens of thousands of kilograms. If we look at Liu Yugong's king of strength ability, Xuanwu is at least in the ranks of awakened ones above level A. For evil beasts fight against 4 divine beasts on the field. With the 4 top experts from the general administration sitting in charge, the commander-in-chief did not intend to let the rest of the soldiers rush in to help. This would most likely be a disservice. So the commander-in-chief ordered to concentrate firepower on dealing with the ghosts. With the 4 masters supporting the 4 evil beasts, they finally had the remaining strength to fight against the ghosts. With the suppression of armed forces, although the number of ghosts and monsters is endless, they are not irresistible. After all, they only need to resist until the sun rises. Lin Lung had the blessing of the heaven-slaying Demon King halberd. Lin Lung was like a demon king, holding the heaven-slaying Demon King halberd and fighting crazily in the tide of ghosts. As countless ghosts and monsters were killed by Lin Lung, the energy was fed back to Lin Lung. There were more and more, and Lin Lung jumped to the peak of a level. Now at the peak level of both the God of War and Space Power, Lin Lung's combat effectiveness is close to that of the mid-S level. At this moment, Lin Lung can be said to have the combat effectiveness of the mid-S level. Space rotation. In an instant, countless ghosts and ghosts were gathered together by Lin Lung using his space powers. All the ghosts and ghosts were compressed into a small space. Space compression. The space became smaller and smaller, and some ghosts began to be crushed into pulp. Space cutting. When the space power awakens in the later stages, it can be said to be very terrifying, and it deals damage within a range. A space cut. Countless ghosts and monsters were cut into pieces, and these ghosts and ghosts were undoubtedly absorbed by Lin Lung with the sky-slaying Demon King halberd. As his strength increases, the ghosts Lin Lung can deal with are no longer limited to the previous soldier-level ghosts and general-level ghosts. On the other hand, with Su Liuxue's blessing from the true flame fire phoenix in her previous life, and the double blessing from the Xinyuan sword, Su Liuxue's kendo abilities are gradually heading towards A level or even S level. And the limelight is all on the two of them, and the others are not doing so well either. Xie Qinfeng and others were exhausted from killing monsters, and their strength showed no tendency to advance at all. On the contrary, all their spiritual power was consumed. Seeing the strength of the two couples improving so fast, they felt nothing but sadness. And Liu Yugong was even more irritated. His Strength King power is still at C level, but Lin Lung is actually close to S level, and his strength is at the mid-S level. Is this gap too big? Moreover, the opponent's monster-killing ability is too great. You may not be able to kill a ghost with just one punch. You can directly attack in a range of groups without using your hands. You only need to control the space with your fingers. But when it comes to jealousy, Xie Qinfeng is the first, and I'm afraid no one is the second. You know, these people were all recruited by Xie Qinfeng. Before that, Xie Qinfeng was already a B-level awakener. But now, Xie Qinfeng also struggled to advance to the A level, while Lin Lung and Su Liuxue had already started to reach the S level. Doesn't it mean that the higher the level, the slower and more difficult it is to improve? Why do you feel that upgrading these two products is like drinking water? In comparison, my own upgrade speed is simply too slow, which is too annoying. But Lin Lung had no idea about this. At this time, Lin Lung was concentrating on killing monsters and upgrading. If he felt it carefully, he could feel that there were several eyes that wanted to peel Lin Lung's skin. If looks could kill, Xie Qinfeng could not wait to cut Lin Lung into pieces. But Lin Lung was still concentrating on killing monsters. Space rotation, space aggregation, space compression, space cutting. As the saying goes, if time is limited, space is king. When the system was still there, Lin Lung planned to buy a time power together. In this way, the time power plus the space power and the two mythical powers could be combined to form a new super mythical power. Time and space. With the power of time and space, Lin Lung can travel through time and space, freely traveling between the future and the past. Unfortunately, the system disappeared before it could be realized. This made Lin Lung somewhat disappointed. Space cutting, and Liu Yugong was even more irritated. His Strength King power is still at C level, but Lin Lung is actually close to S level, and his strength is at the mid-S level. Is this gap too big? Moreover, the opponent's monster-killing ability is too great. You may not be able to kill a ghost with just one punch. You can directly attack in a range of groups without using your hands. You only need to control the space with your fingers. But when it comes to jealousy, Xie Qinfeng is the first, and I'm afraid no one is the second. You know, these people were all recruited by Xie Qinfeng. Before that, Xie Qinfeng was already a B-level awakener. But now, Xie Qinfeng also struggled to advance to the A level, while Lin Lung and Su Liuxue had already started to reach the S level. Doesn't it mean that the higher the level, the slower and more difficult it is to improve? Why do you feel that upgrading these two products is like drinking water? In comparison, my own upgrade speed is simply too slow, which is too annoying. But Lin Lung had no idea about this. At this time, Lin Lung was concentrating on killing monsters and upgrading. If he felt it carefully, he could feel that there were several eyes that wanted to peel Lin Lung's skin. If looks could kill, Xie Qinfeng could not wait to cut Lin Lung into pieces. But Lin Lung was still concentrating on killing monsters. Space rotation, space aggregation, space compression, space cutting. As the saying goes, if time is limited, space is king. When the system was still there, Lin Lung planned to buy a time power together. In this way, the time power plus the space power and the two mythical powers could be combined to form a new super mythical power, time and space. With the power of time and space, Lin Lung can travel through time and space, freely traveling between the future and the past. Unfortunately, the system disappeared before it could be realized. This made Lin Lung somewhat disappointed. Space cutting. Space cutting. As countless ghosts and monsters continued to be squeezed by Lin Lung's space powers and martial arts powers jumped to the top of A level, and he was only a little short of reaching S level. But what happened next made Lin Lung extremely confused. No matter how many ghosts Lin Lung slaughtered, Lin Lung's strength never increased at all and seemed to have stagnated. At first, Lin Lung thought it was because the energy he absorbed was not enough, but later he discovered that this was not the case. An invisible barrier seemed to have formed in the body, hindering Lin Lung's advancement. No matter how many ghosts Lin Lung killed or how much energy he absorbed, this barrier seemed to be unable to be broken. Although Lin Lung was a little puzzled, but now that the war was going on, even though he had many doubts in his heart, Lin Lung did not stop. After all, the trend of ghost attacks was still very fierce. Facing such a fierce offensive, if Lin Lung stopped, the pressure on others would be much greater. Helpless, Lin Lung had no choice but to continue fighting. At this time, Wu Qingquan, who was watching the battle, seemed to have seen something fishy. A subtle light flashed through his shrewd old eyes, and he turned around and said to Yi Tianxing, "Hey, old guy, did you see it?" Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Yi Tianxing responded very calmly, "I have seen it a long time ago. Are you seeing it now?" Facing Yi Tianxing's disdainful eyes, Wu Qingquan was a little angry. As a martial god, how could he not see it? He just searched for a long time and found nothing, so he was ready to ask Yi Tianxing, As a martial god, of course I can see it, but there is one thing that I am confused about," Wu Qingquan muttered. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing became interested. "Oh, is there anything else in this world that makes you confused?" Faced with Yi Tianxing's knowing question, Wu Qingquan rarely got angry with the other party, but said with a serious face, "Yes, I believe you can also see that Lin Lung's cultivation level has stagnated. He can clearly break through the realm, but has been unable to do so. Being imprisoned by an invisible barrier cannot continue like this. I can't see what's wrong with Lin Lung. You've always been called a wise man who knows everything about the world. Can you see what's wrong with Lin Lung? Well, since it's rare for you to beg me once, let me help you take a look." After saying that, Yi Tianxing opened his eyes and started to look at Lin Lung, observing Lin Lung's condition. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Tianxing finally retracted his eyes and frowned. "How is it?" Wu Qingquan asked anxiously. "I can't tell specifically based on my strength." Yi Tianxing frowned. "What?" Wu Qingquan was a little shocked. Although he and Yi Tianxing had many minor conflicts, he still knew Yi Tianxing's strength relatively well. Although Yi Tianxing's actual combat ability was not as strong as his. But you must know that Yi Tianxing himself did not awaken a power suitable for combat. What he awakened was a legendary level calculation power, and his strength was even upgraded to SS level. It can be said that there are few things in the world that can be hidden. As for Yi Tianxing, there is nothing he doesn't know as long as he wants to know. But now, Yi Tianxing said this to him. "What? Old guy, are you sure you see clearly? How about you try again?" Wu Qingquan said, without giving up. "No." Yi Tianxing shook his head. "I have indeed tried my best to see. I really can't see anything wrong with Lin Lung. You must know that Lin Lung was the founder of Han Kuan in his previous life. Not to mention Lin Lung's physique is quite special. I didn't see it very clearly, but I just felt that there was an invisible force that seemed to be deliberately hindering Lin Lung and preventing him from advancing." "Who?" Wu Qingquan asked quickly. After all, this matter is not a trivial matter. If he cannot advance, and Lin Lung is currently the appointed savior, without him, will the world only suffer destruction? Yi Tianxing also frowned. He didn't see many things,
It wasn't that he couldn't see it, but that he didn't dare to look. Just now he just tried to look, but he saw a very terrifying image. He could feel how terrifying the master behind his power was. He understood that what had just happened was just a warning. If he insisted on seeing it regardless of the consequences, he and Lin Lung would probably suffer a devastating blow. Although I don't know who the master behind this power is, there is no doubt that the other party belongs to another world. But what Yi Tianqing is a little afraid of is, who is the other party? He actually has such terrifying means and energy. You must know that few people have been able to achieve this energy since ancient times. Not even he and Wu Qingquan, the god of war, can do it. So far, the only people he knows who have this kind of magical power are... Suddenly, Yi Tianqing woke up from his deep thoughts. When he came back to his senses, Yi Tianqing was already covered in cold sweat. He had just thought of a candidate, but there was an incredible look in his eyes. Why? Why is it him? What? Old guy, are you sure you see clearly? How about you try again? Wu Qingquan said, without giving up. No. Yi Tianqing shook his head. I have indeed tried my best to see. I really can't see anything wrong with Lin Lung. You must know that Lin Lung was the founder of Hun Kuan in his previous life. Not to mention Lin Lung's physique is quite special. I didn't see it very clearly, but I just felt that there was an invisible force that seemed to be deliberately hindering Lin Lung and preventing him from advancing. Who? Wu Qingquan asked quickly. After all, this matter is not a trivial matter. If he cannot advance, and Lin Lung is currently the appointed savior, without him, will the world only suffer destruction? Yi Tianqing also frowned. He didn't see many things. It wasn't that he couldn't see it, but that he didn't dare to look. Just now he just tried to look, but he saw a very terrifying image. He could feel how terrifying the master behind this power was. He understood that what had just happened was just a warning. If he insisted on seeing it regardless of the consequences, he and Lin Lung would probably suffer a devastating blow. Although I don't know who the master behind this power is, there is no doubt that the other party belongs to another world. But what Yi Tianqing is a little afraid of is, who is the other party? He actually has such terrifying means and energy. You must know that few people have been able to achieve this energy since ancient times. Not even he and Wu Qingquan, the god of war, can do it. So far, the only people he knows who have this kind of magical power are... Suddenly, Yi Tianqing woke up from his deep thoughts. When he came back to his senses, Yi Tianqing was already covered in cold sweat. He had just thought of a candidate, but there was an incredible look in his eyes. Why? Why is it him? Just when Yi Tianqing and Wu Qingquan were thinking hard, things began to turn around on the battlefield. I saw that the 4 evil beasts and the 4 divine beasts, who were still in a stalemate, had now reversed their situation, and it all started with the Qinglong, the head of the 4 divine beasts. I saw Qinglong suddenly retreating, falling to the ground, charging up his strength, and then sprinting forward. Finally, he made a handsome leap, and then slashed with a cyan sword. This blow accumulated most of Qinglong's spiritual energy, and the whole cyan sword burst out with cyan light. The terrifying power erupted from the blade caused terrifying friction with the air, emitting electric sparks. In the midst of lightning and flint, Qinglong swung his sword and struck out with a shocking sword light. Look carefully. This time, even the heaven and the earth were split in half. This knife actually divided the heaven and the earth into 2 halves. This is Qinglong's ultimate move Tianmie, and Xiongqi also frantically accumulated energy, spraying out a terrifying energy beam from his bloody mouth. When Qinglong launched his ultimate move, Xiongqi also launched his most powerful energy. Boom! Rumble! The 2 terrifying attacks collided with each other. If you look closely, Qinglong's power was actually slightly stronger. It directly cut the terrifying energy beam shot by Xiongqi in half. Then this blow hit Xiongqi like crazy with an unstoppable momentum. Roar! In response, Xiongqi let out a roar and faced the blow with a claw. Boom! Qinglong's blow hit Xiongqi hard, erupting with shocking energy fluctuations. The surrounding area instantly erupted with terrifying energy, violently bombarding everything around him. Even Qinglong was also affected by this energy. The wave was violently shaken and flew away. Boom! After everything calmed down, Qiongqi had disappeared, obviously beaten to pieces. And except for Qiongqi, all the buildings, trees, rivers, or everything in that area of the world where Qiongqi was located. Everything is reduced to ashes. This shows how terrifying Qinglong's attack was. However, it is obvious that this move consumes a lot of money for Qinglong. Qinglong himself was also bounced away by the energy fluctuation caused by this move, and he could no longer get up due to exhaustion of spiritual power. The Great Elder had quick eyesight and quick hands, so he immediately ordered Qinglong to be brought back. After Qinglong ended the battle, the other three began to exert their strength one after another. The white tiger showed off its sharp claws, leaned over, and slid under Taoyu's body. He stretched out his claws and scratched countless marks on Taoyu's body. Then he stopped and flew high into the air. Looking closely, the white tiger actually jumped directly into the void, side by side with the moon. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the white tiger's sharp claws looked particularly clear and cold. As if it had finished accumulating power, the white tiger also waved its sharp claws, crossing them in two scimitar-like arcs and hitting Tao Dai. Seeing this, Tao Dai also unleashed his ultimate move and opened his bloody mouth, intending to swallow the white tiger's blow directly. You know, Tao Dai is known as swallowing the sky and the earth, and can eat anything. Unexpectedly, it was actually preparing to swallow the white tiger's most powerful blow with its mouth. It's a pity that Tao Dai obviously hit the wrong will this time. Seeing that the opponent swallowed his move, Bai Hu not only didn't worry at all, but actually showed a sneer. I saw the white tiger landing gently, confidently making a gesture that he thought was handsome, and then an incredible scene appeared. After swallowing this blow, Taoyu's belly began to emit bursts of silver light, and those silver rays became more and more dazzling. Then, with an unwilling roar from Tao Dai fell apart on the spot and fell into pieces. Of pieces. After Taoyu's death, Bai Hu's battle came to an end. Bai Hu clapped his hands easily before leaving gracefully. White Tiger's battle was over, and then Suzaku and Xuanwu also began to exert their strength. They no longer held back and directly launched their most powerful blows. I saw the Suzaku flying high, and the whole body was actually ignited with flames. Then the Suzaku spread its wings and started to spin crazily, and then countless flaming feathers flew out and blasted straight towards the chaos. Xuanwu was a little bulkier and not as light as the others. He just stamped his feet violently and made a big hole in the ground. Then Xuanwu charged up his fists and punched forward fiercely. Suzaku and Xuanwu both launched their ultimate moves. They thought they would kill the two evil beasts as easily as before, but something happened suddenly. The two attacks came from nowhere and easily blocked Xuanwu and Suzaku's ultimate moves. Not only that, the attacks were still heading towards Suzaku and Xuanwu. No one expected this scene, and Suzaku and Xuanwu could only dodge hastily. However, the opponent's blow was so fast that it was too late to dodge at this time. It's a pity that Tao Dai obviously hit the wrong will this time. Seeing that the opponent swallowed his move, Bai Hu not only didn't have the slightest worry, but instead showed a sneer. I saw the white tiger landing gently, confidently making a gesture that he thought was handsome, and then an incredible scene appeared. After swallowing this blow, Taoyu's belly began to emit bursts of silver light, and those silver rays became more and more dazzling. Then, with an unwilling roar from Tao Dai fell apart on the spot and fell into pieces. Of pieces. After Tao Dai died, Bai Hu's battle came to an end. Bai Hu clapped his hands in a relaxed manner before leaving gracefully. White Tiger's battle was over, and then Suzaku and Xuanwu also began to exert their strength. They no longer held back and directly launched their most powerful blows. I saw the Suzaku flying high, and the whole body was actually ignited with flames. Then the Suzaku spread its wings and started to spin crazily, and then countless flaming feathers flew out and blasted straight towards the chaos. Xuanwu was a little bulkier and not as light as the others. He just stamped his feet violently and made a big hole in the ground.
Then Xuanwu charged up his fists and punched forward fiercely. Suzaku and Xuanwu both launched their ultimate moves. They thought they would kill the two evil beasts as easily as before, but something happened suddenly. The two attacks came from nowhere and easily blocked Xuanwu and Suzaku's ultimate moves. Not only that, the attacks were still heading towards Suzaku and Xuanwu. No one expected this scene, and Suzaku and Xuanwu could only dodge hastily. However, the opponent's blow was so fast that it was too late to dodge at this time. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, with light steps and extremely fast speed. It blocked these two terrifying attacks with a single move of its palm, and the person in the dark snorted and became silent. Suzaku and Xuanwu just wanted to say thank you. After all, this senior was much stronger than them at first glance. However, the other party ignored the two of them. Instead, he lightly jumped up and rushed towards Chaos and Yaozhu. Roar! Suzaku and Xuanwu were shocked. This senior actually planned to fight two evil beasts alone. You must know that the strength of each opponent is the same as theirs. The strength can be imagined. This scene was seen by everyone present. At first, everyone was still thinking that this mysterious man was so powerful, but at this moment, everyone's eyes changed again. No matter how strong one is, fighting two evil beasts alone is tantamount to death in their eyes. You must know that these evil beasts are not vegetarians. However, the next scene hit them hard in the face, and they were all dumbfounded, while Suzaku and Xuanwu looked in disbelief and froze on the spot. I saw the mysterious man lightly leaping up, his steps changing mysteriously, and he actually kicked out, and Chaos was directly kicked away by him, fell to the ground hard, and made a big hole in the ground. Didn't get up either. This mysterious man actually kicked Chaos to death. This scene shocked everyone to the core. Many people's jaws dropped in shock. Suzaku, who had been fighting with Chaos for a long time, was even more stunned by this scene. At this moment, she began to wonder if her eyes were wrong, if she saw something wrong. Did this scene really exist? He is ranked 3rd on the S-Class Top Combat Power list no matter what. He has been fighting Chaos for so long, but has not been able to solve it, and the other party actually kicked the other party to death with just a light kick. Not to mention how dreamy this scene is. Even if I fight Chaos and consume the opponent's strength, I won't be reduced to the level of being kicked to death. At this moment, the way Suzaku looked at the mysterious man became a little strange. Suzaku was a little curious as to who this mysterious man he had never seen before actually had such terrifying strength. Suzaku guessed that the opponent was at least SS level or above, otherwise how could he have been able to kick S-level Chaos to death? And the way the mysterious man killed him next was even more ridiculous. He actually slapped him to death with a single palm. Xuanwu was okay. After all, he had witnessed this big boss kicking Chaos to death before. After the shock, now that he saw this scene again, he suddenly felt that it was not so nonsense. At this moment, such a nonsense scene actually became somewhat normal. After dealing with the two evil beasts, the mysterious man did not linger at all. He clapped his hands and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Even with the strength of Suzaku Xuanwu, he was unable to capture any clues about the other party. Helpless, the two of them had no choice but to return to the Great Elder dejectedly. Unexpectedly, the Great Elder looked indifferent. At this time, Suzaku and the two did not know what happened. It was the Great Elder who was the first to speak to comfort him. Okay, you don't need to be downcast. It's natural that that person is stronger than you. Upon hearing this, several people raised their heads in surprise and asked, Great Elder, do you know that senior? Hearing this, the Great Elder smiled lightly. That's natural. That person is a figure from ancient times. In ancient times, the four of them were speechless. Isn't the Great Elder talking nonsense? Can characters from ancient times still live today? How old is that? Tens of thousands of years old, right? It's pretty good to live to this day at such an old age and still have such good skills. Faced with the doubts of several people, the Great Elder did not give any explanation. He just smiled lightly and said, Don't underestimate him. He is the god of war. God of war! The four of them were dumbfounded for a moment. They knew that the Great Elder would never joke with them. which meant that what the Great Elder said was true. The other party was actually the god of war. That was a figure who was called a legend in ancient times. The four of them were a little excited. They actually met the legendary idol. Moreover, they knew the Great Elder, and several of them had already planned to let the Great Elder take them to meet their idol next time. Now that I know the identity of the other party and look at the previous scene, I suddenly feel that it is not particularly shocking. You must know that he is the god of war. In the same era, it is not normal to beat up a few small beasts. During the conversation, the mysterious man returned to Yi Tianqing at some point and took off his veil. It was Wu Qingquan. Seeing Wu Qingquan coming back, Yi Tianqing chuckled and said, "What? Your strength is still pretty good after all this time? TCH, they're just a few little beasts. They were originally intended to be kept for young people to practice with. When I see them taking action, I, as an elder, will naturally take action," Wu Qingquan said disdainfully. As they said that, the two of them instantly became serious because the person who had just secretly made a move had taken action. Upon hearing this, several people raised their heads in surprise and asked, "Great Elder, do you know that senior?" Hearing this, the Great Elder smiled lightly. "That's natural. That person is a figure from ancient times." In ancient times, the four of them were speechless. Isn't the Great Elder talking nonsense? Can characters from ancient times still live today? How old is that? Tens of thousands of years old, right? It's pretty good to live to this day at such an old age and still have such good skills. Faced with the doubts of several people, the Great Elder did not give any explanation. He just smiled lightly and said, "Don't underestimate him. He is the god of war." God of war? The four of them were dumbfounded for a moment. They knew that the Great Elder would never joke with them, which meant that what the Great Elder said was true. The other party was actually the god of war. That was a figure who was called a legend in ancient times. The four of them were a little excited. They actually met the legendary idol. Moreover, they knew the Great Elder, and several of them had already planned to let the Great Elder take them to meet their idol next time. Now that I know the identity of the other party and look at the previous scene, I suddenly feel that it is not particularly shocking. You must know that he is the god of war. In the same era, it is not normal to beat up a few small beasts. During the conversation, the mysterious man returned to Yi Tianqing at some point and took off his veil. It was Wu Qingquan. Seeing Wu Qingquan coming back, Yi Tianqing chuckled and said, "What? Your strength is still pretty good after all this time. TCH, they're just a few little beasts. They were originally intended to be kept for young people to practice with. When I see them taking action, I, as an elder, will naturally take action," Wu Qingquan said disdainfully. As they said that, the two of them instantly became serious because the person who had just secretly made a move had taken action. What is strange is that after the four evil beasts were eliminated, the other party did not continue to send powerful enemies, and the number of ghosts gradually decreased. It seemed that the other party was planning to retreat. After a while, after the last wave of ghosts were dealt with, all the ghosts stopped attacking, and the entrance to the other world slowly closed. At this time, the sun gradually rose, and dawn finally arrived. When the sun rose, everyone finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. Countless soldiers collapsed on the ground with exhaustion and kept breathing heavily. Lin Yu, Xie Qinfeng, and others also stood there and kept breathing. This battle was still too long. Without the medicine prepared by Viper in advance, they would not have been able to persist until now. But all this was thanks to Lin Lung. Without this kid's space power, they wouldn't even have time to breathe, let alone rest. Not to mention that Lin Lung's spatial abilities have become much stronger after being upgraded. With dual powerful abilities, his current strength is comparable to that of a mid-level S-level fighter. If Lin Lung is promoted to S-level, he will be directly comparable to the four top masters or the higher SS level, and Lin Lung will also be qualified for one stop. Husband, as soon as the battle ended, Su Liuxue ran over happily, threw herself into Lin Lung's arms, and fell into Lin Lung's arms. After a while, Su Liuxue seemed to feel something strange. She raised her head and looked at Lin Lung. She saw something was wrong with Lin Lung's expression at the moment. His brows were tightly knitted and his eyes were dull. He didn't know what he was thinking. Su Liuxue saw something fishy. Husband, what are you thinking about? Hearing what Su Liuxue said, Lin Lung opened his mouth, but was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. At this time, everyone who noticed something unusual also came towards the two of them. Seeing that something was wrong, Lin Yu took the lead and asked, Brother, what's wrong? What happened? Were you injured in the battle just now? Yes, if you are injured, you need to take it seriously. Who knows if these ghosts have viruses or other things on them? Xie Qinfeng agreed. Lin Lung shook his head and frowned. No, I was not injured. I just suddenly found that my cultivation level was no longer advanced. My strength seemed to have been blocked invisibly. A level, no matter how much I absorb, I can't break through to S level. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. First, he was surprised at Lin Lung's upgrade speed. Not long after he was promoted to a level, he was about to be upgraded to S level. If there was no such barrier, wouldn't he have been upgraded to S level or SS level long ago? But the more important point is that Lin Lung's strength is actually blocked by a barrier. What's going on? Could it be that you are too tired, or that you have been improving too quickly recently, so your body has a bottleneck? Xie Qinfeng asked. After hearing Xie Qinfeng's words, everyone nodded in agreement. What Xie Qinfeng said is not impossible. After all, they have encountered this situation before. Upgrading will encounter bottlenecks, and advancement will be stuck for a few days. They just need to get through this period of time. However, Lin Leng shook his head at this. He was not unaware of the situation Xie Qinfeng was talking about, but he clearly knew the condition of his body. The feelings of the two were different. This one was as if someone else had imposed it on him. This is obviously someone secretly doing something to prevent him from getting promoted. Seeing Lin Lung shaking his head with such certainty, everyone was helpless. How about asking Senior Yi Tianxing? He is well informed and he might know. Su Liuxue suggested. Said Cao has arrived. Just when Su Liuxue proposed to find Yi Tianxing and Wu Qingquan came to find them themselves. Lin Lung, I have already understood your situation. I can't find any other solution in a short period of time. Now I can only ask Emperor Nuwa for help. Yi Tianxing said. Upon hearing Yi Tianxing's words, Lin Lung's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, Didn't you say that Emperor Nuwa has mysteriously disappeared? Yes. Yi Tianxing nodded. That's true, but she didn't disappear completely. Instead, she went to the Tao realm, which is another world created by the joint efforts of the gods. Everyone nodded after hearing this. It turns out that as long as we find Emperor Nuwa, we can find a solution. So Lin Lung hurriedly urged, Why don't you go quickly? Seeing Lin Lung's anxious look, Yi Tianxing was helpless. He waved his hand and said, It's useless to be anxious now. If you don't have the key to enter, you won't be able to get in. Where's the key? Lin Lung was really anxious to death. Why did Yi Tianxing always speak half sentences? How could he die after speaking in one breath? He was really anxious to death. Unexpectedly, seeing Lin Lung's anxious look, Yi Tianxing still said calmly, As for the key, you can't come in a hurry now. It's useless even if you are anxious. After all, I'm not sure. Everyone. He was not unaware of the situation Xie Qinfeng was talking about, but he clearly knew the condition of his body. The feelings of the two were different. This one was as if someone else had imposed it on him. This is obviously someone secretly doing something to prevent him from getting promoted. Seeing Lin Lung shaking his head with such certainty, everyone was helpless. How about asking Senior Yi Tianxing? He is well informed, and he might know. Su Liuxue suggested. Said Cao has arrived. Just when Su Liuxue proposed to find Yi Tianxing and Wu Qingquan came to find them themselves. Lin Lung, I have already understood your situation. I can't find any other solution in a short period of time. Now I can only ask Emperor Nuwa for help. Yi Tianxing said. Upon hearing Yi Tianxing's words, Lin Lung's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, Didn't you say that Emperor Nuwa has mysteriously disappeared? Yes. Yi Tianxing nodded. That's true, but she didn't disappear completely. Instead, she went to the Tao realm, which is another world created by the joint efforts of the gods. Everyone nodded after hearing this. It turns out that as long as we find Emperor Nuwa,
we can find a solution. So Lin Lung hurriedly urged, "Why don't you go quickly?" Seeing Lin Lung's anxious look, Yi Tianqing was helpless. He waved his hand and said, "It's useless to be anxious now. If you don't have the key to enter, you won't be able to get in. Where's the key?" Lin Lung was really anxious to death. Why did Yi Tianqing always speak half sentences? How could he die after speaking in one breath? He was really anxious to death. Unexpectedly, seeing Lin Lung's anxious look, Yi Tianqing still said calmly, "As for the key, you can't come in a hurry now. It's useless even if you are anxious. After all, I'm not sure." Everyone. Feeling the disdainful eyes of everyone, Yi Tianqing waved his hands helplessly. "No, I just tried it rashly. After all, this is the first time I've seen this method, and I've only heard of it in the Taoist world. And I guess the 10 artifacts left behind by the 10 ancient emperors might be keys. So I thought of giving it a try." In the doubtful eyes of everyone, Yi Tianqing expressed his opinion. It was rumored that the 10 ancient emperors left behind the 10 artifacts under the orders of Emperor Nuwa. After they disappeared, Yi Tianqing also guessed that they had entered the Taoist world. Then Yi Tianqing made a rash guess that the 10 ancient artifacts might be the key to the entrance to the Taoist world. Apart from this possibility, he couldn't think of anything else that could be the key to the Tao realm. After all, no one knew where the entrance to the Tao realm was. He could only rely on the 10 artifacts to find it. After all, the top 10 artifacts are the keys to the entrance to another world, so they may also be the keys to the entrance to the Tao world. However, all of this is just Yi Tianqing's personal speculation. As for whether the specific situation is as Yi Tianqing said, it can only be determined after Lin Lung and others collect all the artifacts. All we can do now is to wait and see. Then when will another world invade again? At this time, Xie Qinfeng raised a key question. Hearing this, Yi Tianqing pondered for a while before replying. This time Wu Qing'an took action and severely hit the opponent's arrogance. It is estimated that it can have a certain effect. It serves as a warning. It is estimated that the opponent will not attack again in a short period of time. You can also take advantage of this period to take a rest. Hearing this, everyone breathed a deep sigh of relief. If the other party launched attacks continuously, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. After all, the battle was too taxing on the body. For ordinary people, a war takes a huge toll on the human body. After fighting all night, the spiritual energy in their bodies has been exhausted. Now, they can be said to be almost exhausted and need to rest urgently. They're just ordinary awakened ones who cannot be more ordinary. They're not monsters like Lin Lung. They can absorb energy and upgrade during battle. They still need to rest. Now that the war was over, they all breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Yi Tianqing's words. They said goodbye to each other and left one after another. "Xiaolong, you should go back and rest. Don't think about so many things these days. Take a good rest and have fun. After all, you're tired too. Maybe you are too nervous. Just rest for a few days and you will be fine." Wu Qingquan consoled him. "Yeah." Lin Lung nodded lightly. Although he knew that Wu Qingquan was trying to comfort him, Lin Lung didn't say anything, but nodded lightly and left one after another. Looking at Lin Lung's leaving figure, Wu Qingquan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He knew Lin Lung's thoughts, but he couldn't do much to help. He had only a body of force, but he couldn't do anything to help. At this time, Yi Tianqing patted Wu Qingquan on the shoulder and chuckled. "Old guy, why are you sad? Who said you can't help?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qingquan's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked, What? What can I do?" "That's natural. Don't forget, my disciples are just going to collect the top 10 artifacts. You must know that their strength is much weaker than yours. If you help, wouldn't it be possible to collect the top 10 artifacts as fast as you can? Several times faster? Wouldn't that help Lin Lung?" "Yes." Hearing this, Wu Qingquan suddenly realized and slapped his head. He was so anxious that he never thought of it. Fortunately, Yi Tianqing reminded him. So Wu Qingquan prepared to leave immediately. Of course, he also grabbed Yi Tianqing before leaving. He was joking that although his strength was high, how could he find the location of the artifact without Yi Tianqing's living map? So the two of them set off in a hurry and joined the team looking for the artifact. Crunch. Came back. Yeah. Lin Lung nodded. Seeing Lin Lung coming back with Su Liuxue, Wang Wanjun, and Zhao Yixio quickly prepared to leave. After a night of fighting, they decided that they were hungry. Xiao Lung and Xiao Shui, please sit down for a while. Mom will prepare delicious food for you. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since you have eaten the food cooked by Mom, right? Yeah. Lin Lung nodded. It had been a long time, or basically he hadn't eaten a few times. It seemed that his parents left not long after he was weaned, but he ate more food cooked by Su Liuxue's mother. At that time, Lin Lung basically spent every day at Su Liuxue's house. Seeing Lin Lung nodding, Wang Wanjun put on an apron and Zhao Yixio entered the kitchen and started busy. Lin Lung and Su Liuxue also sat on the sofa and waited boredly. Husband, don't worry, okay. Su Liuxue threw herself into Lin Lung's arms and comforted her. At this time, Yi Tianqing patted Wu Qinquan on the shoulder and chuckled. Old guy, why are you sad? Who said you can't help? Upon hearing this, Wu Qinquan's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked, What? What can I do? That's natural. Don't forget, my disciples are just going to collect the top 10 artifacts. You must know that their strength is much weaker than yours. If you help, wouldn't it be possible to collect the top 10 artifacts as fast as you can? Several times faster? Wouldn't that help Lin Lung? Yes. Hearing this, Wu Qinquan suddenly realized and slapped his head. He was so anxious that he never thought of it. Fortunately, Yi Tianqing reminded him. So Wu Qinquan prepared to leave immediately. Of course, he also grabbed Yi Tianqing before leaving. He was joking that although his strength was high, how could he find the location of the artifact without Yi Tianqing's living map? So the two of them set off in a hurry and joined the team looking for the artifact. Crunch. Came back. Yeah. Lin Lung nodded. Seeing Lin Lung coming back with Su Liuxue, Wang Wanjun, and Zhao Yixio quickly prepared to leave. After a night of fighting, they decided that they were hungry. Xiao Lung and Xiao Shui, please sit down for a while. Mom will prepare delicious food for you. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since you have eaten the food cooked by Mom, right? Yeah. Lin Lung nodded. It had been a long time, or basically, he hadn't eaten a few times. It seemed that his parents left not long after he was weaned, but he ate more food cooked by Su Liuxue's mother. At that time, Lin Lung basically spent every day at Su Liuxue's house. Seeing Lin Lung nodding, Wang Wanjun put on an apron, and Zhao Yixio entered the kitchen and started busy. Lin Lung and Su Liuxue also sat on the sofa and waited boredly. Husband, don't worry, okay. Su Liuxue threw herself into Lin Lung's arms and comforted her. Seeing Su Liuxue comforting him, Lin Lung forced out a smile and rubbed Su Liuxue's little head. If you touch my head, I will touch yours too. At this time, Su Liuxue suddenly started to scream, and as she spoke, she rubbed her body against Lin Lung's body, stretched out her white and slender arms to touch Lin Lung's head, but was caught by Lin Lung's big hand. Let me go. The two of them started playing and quarreling on the sofa. For a while, Lin Lung decided not to think about those messy troubles. The war was over, so he might as well take advantage of these few days to have a good rest and accompany Su Liuxue. Speaking of which, it seems that he and Su Liuxue have never really gone out to play together for so long. Lin Lung has silently decided in his heart that after taking a break after dinner, he decided to go shopping with Su Liuxue. Have a good day with Su Liuxue. The time of playing around passed quickly, and soon the smell of food came from the kitchen. This smell directly attracted the two greedy cats playing on the sofa. Smelling the aroma, both of their noses twitched uncontrollably at the same time, sniffing and greedily inhaling the aroma in the air. The food is here. At this moment, Wang Wanjun and Zhao Yixio slowly came out with their food. Seeing this, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue also stopped playing, sat up from the sofa, and rushed to the dining table. Gudong! Looking at the delicious food in front of them, their eyes seemed to be shining. Seeing the two of them looking so greedy, Wang Wanjun and Zhao Yixio also showed kind smiles. After all, in their eyes,
No matter how old they are, they will always be children who will never grow up in their eyes. Then they brought bowls and chopsticks to Lin Lung and Su Liuxue, and Lin Lung and Su Liuxue were not polite. They picked up their rice bowls and started to devour them. "Honey, this is delicious. Eat this." As he said that, Lin Lung put vegetables into Su Liuxue's bowl, while not forgetting to take 2 bites of rice into his own mouth. "It's delicious. My husband's is delicious too. After a while, the food on the dinner table was swept away by Lin Lung and Su Liuxue, and they ate everything. Naturally, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue couldn't hold it anymore, and they started fighting while holding their bulging bellies. Burp! Seeing this scene, Wang Wanjun and Zhao Yixio also laughed from ear to ear. "Okay, you two go and rest." With that said, Wang Wanjun and Zhao Yixio pushed the 2 of them into the room. After closing the door, they even put their ears against the door, blatantly eavesdropping. Unfortunately, after eavesdropping for a long time, I didn't hear anything, so I had no choice but to walk away. At this time, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue in the room didn't know what was going on outside the door. It wasn't that they didn't want to exercise, but they just finished eating and didn't have that thought at all. The 2 of them just lay on the bed contentedly, and finally sleepiness came over them. They also took off their clothes and lay on the bed and fell asleep. They slept for a long time, and when the 2 of them woke up, it was already early the next morning. Originally, Su Liuxue didn't want to get up. Lin Lung also knew this. After being with Su Liuxue for so long, Lin Lung had already figured out all of Su Liuxue's habits. Seeing that Su Liuxue was tired of being in his arms and unwilling to get up, Lin Lung had no choice but to use his own secret and grab the pair of white rabbits with his big hands. However, after he and Su Liuxue got married, the trick that had always worked well failed to work at this time. After all methods failed, Lin Lung had no choice but to say, "Honey, I originally planned to take you shopping today, but I didn't expect you to be unwilling to get up. In this case, I won't go and go to bed." With that said, Lin Lung lay down and pretended to rest. But this trick was indeed effective. After hearing this, Su Liuxue's ears stood up instantly. Her sleepiness suddenly disappeared, and she became very energetic. She blinked her big eyes and asked, "Everything you said is true. Really? Do you want to go shopping with me?" Seeing this, Lin Lung secretly rejoiced. This trick was indeed effective. However, Lin Lung did not show any abnormality. Instead, he said lightly, "Yes, that was the original plan, but you don't want to get up. It just so happens that I'm a little sleepy too, so forget it and won't go." No, I'm not going to sleep anymore. Let's go shopping." Hearing this, Lin Lung did not agree immediately, but said hypocritically, "Hey, goodbye, goodbye. I just wanted to go, but I don't want to go now. I'd better sleep. Come on, wife. Lie down, be good, sleep well, don't went shopping." No, I don't care. I want to go shopping." Seeing Su Liuxue's cute, coquettish look, Lin Lung finally couldn't help it anymore, stood up and hugged Su Liuxue from behind, put it close to Su Liuxue's ear, and said softly, Okay, let's go." They slept for a long time, and when the 2 of them woke up, it was already early the next morning. Originally, Su Liuxue didn't want to get up. Lin Lung also knew this. After being with Su Liuxue for so long, Lin Lung had already figured out all of Su Liuxue's habits. Seeing that Su Liuxue was tired of being in his arms and unwilling to get up, Lin Lung had no choice but to use his own secret and grab the pair of white rabbits with his big hands. However, after he and Su Liuxue got married, the trick that had always worked well failed to work at this time. After all methods failed, Lin Lung had no choice but to say, "Honey, I originally planned to take you shopping today, but I didn't expect you to be unwilling to get up. In this case, I won't go and go to bed." With that said, Lin Lung lay down and pretended to rest. But this trick was indeed effective. After hearing this, Su Liuxue's ears stood up instantly. Her sleepiness suddenly disappeared, and she became very energetic. She blinked her big eyes and asked, "Everything you said is true. Really? Do you want to go shopping with me?" Seeing this, Lin Lung secretly rejoiced. This trick was indeed effective. However, Lin Lung did not show any abnormality. Instead, he said lightly, "Yes, that was the original plan, but you don't want to get up. It just so happens that I'm a little sleepy too, so forget it and won't go." "Ah, no, I'm not going to sleep anymore. Let's go shopping." Hearing this, Lin Lung did not agree immediately but said hypocritically, "Hey, goodbye, goodbye. I just wanted to go, but I don't want to go now. I'd better sleep. Come on, wife, lie down. Be good, sleep well, don't went shopping." "Ah, no, I don't care. I want to go shopping." Seeing Su Liuxue's cute, coquettish look, Lin Lung finally couldn't help it anymore. He stood up and hugged Su Liuxue from behind. He put it close to Su Liuxue's ear and said softly, Okay, let's go. Let's go." Lin Lung rubbed Su Liuxue's little head, but the two of them fell down again because they were so hot-headed. After a while, after the storm, the two of them got dressed and came out of the room. They both put on new clothes. The previous clothes were stained with the blood of ghosts due to the battle. After putting on new clothes, Lin Lung looked more handsome and attractive, while Su Liuxue looked more youthful, energetic, and beautiful. After explaining to Wang Wanjun and Zhao Yixio, Lin Lung took Su Liuxue's little hand and set off. Today is the second day after the second invasion. Since all the refugees have moved to Tianwang, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue had to take a car to go shopping. It happened that the weather today was pretty good, the sun was shining brightly, and Su Liuxue wanted to go shopping in the pedestrian street. So Lin Lung had to take Su Liuxue to take the subway. Because he was going shopping with Su Liuxue today, Lin Lung didn't want to use his space powers wantonly. After all, Lin Lung's space powers have now reached the top level of a level. It is a piece of cake to use space to travel to the pedestrian street. However, after all, they were going shopping with Su Liuxue, and the process was the most important. The two of them still wanted to be simple like ordinary people. Soon the subway arrived at the station, and the two of them walked out of the subway entrance and went directly to the entrance of the pedestrian street. This pedestrian street is located in the center of a certain city and is relatively well known. Su Liuxue has been clamoring to come here before, but has been delayed due to various reasons, so she has postponed it until now. As soon as they arrived at the pedestrian street, Su Liuxue became very excited and pulled Lin Lung around happily. Anyway, the two of them were relatively rich now. Whatever Su Liuxue wanted to buy, Lin Lung would buy it for her. The pedestrian street is very long. It is mainly a snack street with a lot of snacks and all kinds of food. Various street snacks, wontons, shrimps, stinky tofu, and other delicacies are attracting Su Liuxue. The two of them were walking along the south side of the street when they saw a group of people dancing in front of a store, canvassing votes for an iced chestnut store. You can tell from the name that this store sells chestnuts, and the chestnuts are very cold, really like ice cubes. Seeing this, Su Liuxue expressed her curiosity and wanted to try it out of curiosity. Seeing that Su Liuxue wanted to eat, Lin Lung went to queue, bought a bag for Su Liuxue, and then handed it to Su Liuxue. Su Liuxue took the bag, took out a chestnut, broke one open, and put it in her mouth to taste. After putting it in her mouth for a while, Su Liuxue's eyes suddenly seemed to light up, and she kept saying it was delicious. As she said this, she put the chestnut into Lin Lung's mouth. Lin Lung took it and took a bite curiously. When he bit down, his teeth almost couldn't bear it. The first bite of this chestnut was okay, but the second bite felt like my teeth were as hard as ice cubes, but the chestnut tasted very good, especially sweet. But after eating too much, I get a little tired. There was a long queue at the entrance of the store. There were about 20 people blocking the street. Passers-by had to pass through the queue. The scene was very spectacular. The two of them continued walking and saw two adults carrying backpacks and travel bags on the street. In front of one of the middle-aged uncles, there was a bunch of large and small toys placed in front of them. They were all made of soft plastic, inflated with air, and embedded with a small luminous ball. When you pinch it, it becomes soft. When you pat it, the ball will shine. Another middle-aged lady has finger spinners of different colors and textures placed in front of her. At noon, the two entered the snack street, which is a street dedicated to selling snacks. I saw a dazzling array of snacks placed on both sides, including grilled skewers, crispy bananas, smooth tenderloin, cumin mutton skewers, changsha, stinky tofu, sugar-oiled papa. Su Liuxue's mouth watered at the sight. Seeing this, Lin Lung was also very helpless. His wife was really a greedy little cat. In this way, Lin Lung was led on a rampage by Su Liuxue. During this period, Su Liuxue bought an unknown amount of snacks, most of which only took a few bites, while Lin Lung eliminated the rest. After shopping for a while, Su was a little tired. The two of them came to sit on a leisure chair on the roadside and began to taste the food seriously. It was at this time that an acquaintance broke the beautiful mood between the two. Atmosphere of, "Hey, the little beauty looks pretty good. Why did you find such a boyfriend? Why don't you go back with me? I have some good stuff there." A very discordant word came into her ears. Su Liuxue frowned when she heard this. Lin Lung also subconsciously looked a little ugly. At the same time, Lin Lung felt a little confused. Why did the voice feel so familiar? "Little beauty, you are so good-looking. It's a pity to follow him. Be good and go home with me. As long as you take good care of me, I will ensure that you enjoy the food and drink well." The two of them continued walking and saw two adults carrying backpacks and travel bags on the street. In front of one of the middle-aged uncles, there was a bunch of large and small toys placed in front of them. They were all made of soft plastic, inflated with air, and embedded with a small luminous ball. When you pinch it, it becomes soft. When you pat it, the ball will shine. Another middle-aged lady has finger spinners of different colors and textures placed in front of her. At noon, the two entered the snack street, which is a street dedicated to selling snacks. I saw a dazzling array of snacks placed on both sides, including grilled skewers, crispy bananas, smooth tenderloin, cumin mutton skewers, changsha, stinky tofu, sugar-oiled papa. Su Liuxue's mouth watered at the sight. Seeing this, Lin Lung was also very helpless. His wife was really a greedy little cat. In this way, Lin Lung was led on a rampage by Su Liuxue. During this period, Su Liuxue bought an unknown amount of snacks, most of which only took a few bites, while Lin Lung eliminated the rest. After shopping for a while, Su was a little tired. The two of them came to sit on a leisure chair on the roadside and began to taste the food seriously. It was at this time that an acquaintance broke the beautiful mood between the two. Atmosphere of, "Hey, the little beauty looks pretty good. Why did you find such a boyfriend? Why don't you go back with me? I have some good stuff there." A very discordant word came into her ears. Su Liuxue frowned when she heard this. Lin Lung also subconsciously looked a little ugly. At the same time, Lin Lung felt a little confused. Why did the voice feel so familiar? "Little beauty, you are so good-looking. It's a pity to follow him. Be good and go home with me. As long as you take good care of me, I will ensure that you enjoy the food and drink well." Lin Lung and Su Liuxue originally planned to ignore the unbearable sounds. After all, it was rare for them to go out for a walk today, so they did not want to take action. After all, the other party could also call the police. But somehow, the other party seemed to be afraid of being a gangster, so he only cried and didn't choose to call the police. Finally, after a period of persistence, Su Liuxue couldn't hold on any longer and tugged on Lin Lung's clothes. At this time, Lin Lung instantly understood what Su Liuxue meant. What's more, even if Su Liuxue didn't say anything, he was still planning to take action. He was molesting a decent woman in broad daylight in front of the two of them. So Lin Lung and Su Liuxue stood up and walked towards the place where the sound came from. Parting through the crowd, a young man with an unruly face suddenly stood among them, and his hand suddenly pulled the clothes of a girl. At this time, the girl was already kneeling on the ground sobbing. When Lin Lung saw the young man's face clearly, he was stunned for a moment. This face was too familiar to Lin Lung. It was actually Li Chong who bullied him in the past. I still remember that when Lin Lung had just been reborn and was not as powerful as he is now, Li Chong used his father's connections to send him to Sinluo prison. If he hadn't met Wu Qingquan and the others, Lin Lung would have died in it. After coming out, there was no news about Li Chong, probably because he was afraid of their revenge. Unexpectedly, Lin Lung could not imagine that he would meet Li Chong here, or on such an occasion. Lin Lung's mouth showed a sneer. He didn't expect that Li Chong really couldn't change his attitude towards eating shit. He was still so shameless and obscene in his actions. It's a pity that he caught him today. In the past, Li Chong relied on his father's connections and background to dare to do some bad things on the street. What's funny is that the current situation is shockingly different from that at that time. Countless passers-by watched this scene with their own eyes, but they all looked indifferent and turned a blind eye. No one dared to stop it. Things that he dared to do before without any background or strength, he is naturally more capable of doing now, not to mention delivering justice, which is exactly what Lin Lung likes to do. So, Lin Lung immediately shouted to stop without thinking. "You piece of shit, stop it!" Lin Lung's shout was very loud, and everyone was instantly attracted by Lin Lung's shout. Li Chong also heard the sound, and some of them were so frightened that they avoided Lin Lung like a god of plague, for fear that Lin Lung would drag him away. Get into the water. Faced with this scene, Lin Lung simply chose to ignore it. Hearing Lin Lung's voice, Li Chong turned around and looked over, his face full of displeasure. When he saw Lin Lung's face clearly, he was stunned for a moment, and his face was full of doubts, wondering why Lin Lung is still alive. However, this expression only stayed on Li Chong's face for a few seconds. In an instant, Li Chong's face returned to its previous look. The difference was that his face was a little more unhappy. "It's you again who is not afraid of death." As he spoke, Li Chong suddenly noticed Su Liuxue, who was following Lin Lung. The moment he saw Su Liuxue, Li Chong was quickly attracted by Su Liuxue's beautiful appearance. She was deeply attracted by her graceful figure, and her face was full of lustful looks. "Hey, I let you run away before, but I didn't expect you to come to the door yourself this time. Little beauty, I must get you today." With that said, Li Chong could no longer hold back his inner desire, let go of the girl before, and rushed towards Su Liuxue with a lustful look on his face. And the girl did not linger at all after escaping from the clutches. She straightened her clothes and ran away. Seeing Li Chong rushing towards him, Lin Lung did not panic at all. Instead, he looked at Li Chong as if he were a clown, with a disdainful sneer on his lips. Li Chong was the scum of society, and living was a waste. Nowadays, new grudges are compounded by old grudges. Lin Lung just took this opportunity to repair this guy. Boom! Lin Lung just waved his hand gently, and a terrifying energy burst out from Lin Lung's palm, knocking Li Chong away. He fell to the ground like a dog, eating shit. After getting up, Li Chong was furious and immediately gave orders to the bodyguards around him. Only then did Lin Lung notice that Li Chong was actually bringing 2 bodyguards. What surprised Lin Lung was that he actually felt the fluctuations of spiritual power in these 2 people. He didn't expect that the other person was an awakened person. As an awakened person, he did not go to participate in the war to protect his family and country. Instead, he helped the evildoers and helped others. Li Chong did some evil things, which made Lin Lung hate the 2 of them to the extreme. Seeing 2 bodyguards rushing towards her, Su Liuxue's eyes narrowed, and she was about to take action, but was stopped by Lin Lung. "What a joke! Do you still need your wife to take action to deal with this kind of trash fish?" I saw Lin Lung wave his big hand. Space confinement. The 2 bodyguards ran as if they had hit a wall of air. They bumped into it solidly, and their bodies were instantly locked in place, unable to move any further. "Hey, I let you run away before, but I didn't expect you to come to my door this time. Little beauty, I must get you today." With that said, Li Chong could no longer hold back his inner desire, let go of the girl before, and rushed towards Su Liuxue with a lustful look on his face. And the girl did not linger at all after escaping from the clutches. She straightened her clothes and ran away. Seeing Li Chong rushing towards him, Lin Lung did not panic at all. Instead, he looked at Li Chong as if he were a clown, with a disdainful sneer on his lips. Li Chong was the scum of society, and living was a waste. Nowadays, new grudges are compounded by old grudges. Lin Lung just took this opportunity to repair this guy. Boom! Lin Lung just waved his hand gently, and a terrifying energy burst out from Lin Lung's palm, knocking Li Chong away. He fell to the ground like a dog, eating shit. After getting up, Li Chong was furious and immediately gave orders to the bodyguards around him. Only then did Lin Lung notice that Li Chong was actually bringing 2 bodyguards. What surprised Lin Lung was that he actually felt the fluctuations of spiritual power in these 2 people. He didn't expect that the other person was an awakened person. As an awakened person, he did not go to participate in the war to protect his family and country. Instead, he helped the evildoers and helped others. Li Chong did some evil things, which made Lin Lung hate the 2 of them to the extreme. Seeing 2 bodyguards rushing towards her, Su Liuxue's eyes narrowed, and she was about to take action, but was stopped by Lin Lung. What a joke! Do you still need your wife to take action to deal with this kind of trash fish? I saw Lin Lung wave his big hand. Space confinement. The 2 bodyguards ran as if they had hit a wall of air. They bumped into it solidly, and their bodies were instantly locked in place, unable to move any further. The 2 bodyguards had never seen such a scene before, and they did not expect that someone would have such terrifying power. How could 2 bronze-level awakeners imagine that Lin Lung had mythical-level space powers? Perhaps they never dreamed that they would bump into a mythical awakener on such an ordinary pedestrian street. Li Chong was even more stunned by this scene. He did not expect that Lin Lung would become so powerful and gain such strange abilities. You know, Lin Lung could only jump around a little before, but he didn't expect that he could directly control space now. This really made Li Chong stunned. Li Chong is really good at sizing up situations. When he sees something is wrong, he gets up and prepares to run away. However, he may have forgotten that Lin Lung has the ability to control space. After being promoted to a level, Lin Lung's space control has expanded to a range of millions of meters, even if it is given to Li Chong for a few days and nights. Li Chong will never be able to run away from time. Just as Li Chong ran away, Lin Lung also noticed it, but Lin Lung did not stop him immediately. Instead, he locked onto Li Chong's aura and let Li Chong run away like a clown. After an unknown amount of time, Su felt that he was almost done running. Li Chong finally stopped out of breath, still cursing Lin Lung in his mouth. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred, and a mysterious force suddenly imprisoned his whole body, and then his eyes became blank. The next second, Li Chong's eyes widened in fright, and he looked around with a look of horror. What was going on? He had obviously run away, so why did he suddenly come back here? At this moment, the way Li Chong looked at Lin Lung had completely changed. The previous unruliness and disdain had completely disappeared, replaced by endless fear. He never expected that Lin Lung would become so powerful, and his abilities would be so weird. Thinking of his situation, Li Chong began to become more and more frightened, and his body trembled unsatisfactorily. You must know that he had brought Lin Lung to death before, and almost caused Lin Lung to die without a burial place. Now Lin Lung returned, destined to take revenge. Thinking of all these things, Li Chong finally started to get scared. In the face of life and death, everything became worthless. Even Li Chong had to lower his head and began to beg for mercy. Brother, no, uncle, I beg you, let me go. I was wrong before. You can do whatever you want. I can compensate you. I can give you anything. As long as you let me go, my dad is... Enough! Just when Li Chong was begging for mercy, Lin Lung finally couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted him by yelling. This guy is really shameless. Does he really think that his little money is everything? And his father, Li Gang, is so protective of his son and commits many evil deeds. Do you really think that just because he has some connections, he can be lawless and ignore the law? Just when Lin Lung was thinking about countermeasures, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the distance and walked slowly towards Lin Lung. Suddenly, a slender white hand placed on Lin Lung's shoulder. Su Liuxue frowned immediately, and Lin Lung was also a little surprised. They both looked back at the same time. What? Are my siblings jealous? I saw that the person coming was Lin Lung's sister, Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu was looking at the two of them with a smile. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Liuxue blushed even more with embarrassment, lowered her head in embarrassment, and said silently, "Hello, sister." However, Lin Yu didn't care at all. She just looked at Li Chang and said, "Oh, this beast again." Lin Lung nodded. Before he and Li Chang fought, it was Lin Yu who saved him, so he and Lin Yu recognized each other as brother and sister. Speaking of which, I have to thank Li Chang. When he saw Lin Yu arriving, Li Chang's expression changed even more. You must know that Lin Yu and he also had conflicts, not to mention that he still knew Lin Yu's character. A proper brother-protecting madman. Now that everyone who had been angered by him was present, Li Chang began to gradually become a little panicked, especially when he noticed the extremely cold eyes of Lin Lung and Lin Yu. He was so frightened that his body became weak. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Lung and Lin Yu stopped chatting. Instead, both of them focused on Li Chang, which made Li Chang feel very bad. Seeing Lin Lung walking towards him, Li Chang began to panic and began to beg for mercy. However, no matter how much he begged for mercy or how tempting the conditions were, the other person's face still did not change at all. In the end, Li Chang chose to break the pot and threatened, If you dare to do anything to me, even if I lose a hair, my father will never let you go." Just when Lin Lung was thinking about countermeasures, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the distance and walked slowly towards Lin Lung. Suddenly, a slender white hand placed on Lin Lung's shoulder. Su Liuxue frowned immediately, and Lin Lung was also a little surprised. They both looked back at the same time. "What? Are my siblings jealous?" I saw that the person coming was Lin Lung's sister, Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu was looking at the two of them with a smile. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Liuxue blushed even more with embarrassment, lowered her head in embarrassment, and said silently, "Hello, sister." However, Lin Yu didn't care at all. She just looked at Li Chang and said, "Oh, this beast again." Lin Leng nodded. Before he and Li Chang fought, it was Lin Yu who saved him, so he and Lin Yu recognized each other as brother and sister. Speaking of which, I have to thank Li Chang. When he saw Lin Yu arriving, Li Chang's expression changed even more. You must know that Lin Yu and he also had conflicts, not to mention that he still knew Lin Yu's character. A proper brother-protecting madman. Now that everyone who had been angered by him was present, Li Chang began to gradually become a little panicked, especially when he noticed the extremely cold eyes of Lin Lung and Lin Yu. He was so frightened that his body became weak. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Lung and Lin Yu stopped chatting. Instead, both of them focused on Li Chang, which made Li Chang feel very bad. Seeing Lin Lung walking towards him, Li Chang began to panic and began to beg for mercy. However, no matter how much he begged for mercy or how tempting the conditions were, the other person's face still did not change at all. In the end, Li Chang chose to break the pot and threatened, If you dare to do anything to me, even if I lose a hair, my father will never let you go." Hearing this, Lin Lung's lips sneered again and again. He was joking. He didn't really think that just because his father was a minor official, he wouldn't take everyone seriously, right? Suddenly, Lin Lung's eyes rolled. Maybe he could take this opportunity to punish Li Chang and Li Gang and his son thoroughly and send them to prison. So, Lin Lung stopped and turned back towards Su Liuxue and Lin Yu. He wanted to discuss his plan with them. Seeing Lin Lung leave, Li Chang became even more arrogant. He thought that Lin Lung had finally succumbed to his father's power and was afraid of the power of his family, but he didn't know that he was about to be in disaster. Seeing Lin Lung turn around and leave, Li Chang started shouting arrogantly, completely unaware that he was about to be in disaster. Now, even the two bodyguards who were following him couldn't stand listening anymore. If he was imprisoned by Lin Lung, he would now want to rush up and beat his grandson severely, and then beg Lin Lung for mercy. Maybe the other party can let me go. However, now that everything is over, I can only regret that I followed the wrong master in the first place. The two of them are really crying now. Seeing Lin Lung coming back, Lin Yu and Su Liuxue were still a little confused. Did Lin Lung not plan to take revenge? Want to retaliate with kindness and let Li Chang go? But when Lin Lung revealed his plan, the two of them understood Lin Lung's true intention. It turns out that Lin Lung is farther and longer than they thought. After Lin Lung revealed his plan, the two women immediately nodded in support. Then Su Liuxue walked aside and called Xiechen phone, and Lin Yu also picked up her phone, not knowing who to call. Passed. As for Lin Lung, he then walked up to Li Chong. At this time, Li Chong was still shouting and did not realize the seriousness of the matter. When Lin Lung was discussing with the two women just now, Li Chong also thought about whether the other party had any plans. However, Li Chong is Li Chong after all. After all, he, or his father, thinks that he is too powerful. Not everyone will be afraid of his power. You must know that Lin Lung even knows the chief elder of the general administration. How could he be obsessed with such a trivial matter? Seeing Lin Lung coming, Li Chong yelled at Lin Lung to let him go. Unexpectedly, Lin Lung waved his hand and said, "It's impossible to let you go. I can ask you to call your dad." Hearing this, Li Chong was happy. He had to wonder if he had heard wrongly. The other party actually asked him to make a call? This really amused Li Chong, because in his opinion, there is no difference between the two. In his eyes, as long as he calls his father, the other party will have to let him go, and he will pay the price for it. At this moment, Li Chong even wondered whether Lin Lung's head was broken. Who knew that Lin Lung had actually restored part of his imprisonment? Seeing this scene, Li Chong did not hesitate, but immediately took out his mobile phone and called his father Li Gang. After a while, Li Chong hung up the phone and put down the phone. At this moment, Li Chong no longer concealed his inner feelings, and the look of panic on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by a villain's triumphant smile. He had just called his father to inform him about the changes and explain the situation here. Thinking about it, his father should have arrived here with a large group of people by now. When the time comes, no matter how powerful Lin Lung is, he will still have to kneel down and apologize to himself. Thinking of all this, Li Chong had an unvarnished sneer on his lips. In his eyes, Lin Lung was too young after all to dare to fight with him. But Lin Leng ignored him at all. In his eyes, Li Chong was just a second-generation official with no brains and a beast, nothing more. After doing all this, Lin Lung turned around and returned to Su Liuxue and Lin Yu. "How about it?" "Well, I've already contacted you." Su Liuxue nodded. "It's almost done here." Lin Yu chuckled and made an okay gesture. Just like that, the three of them stood there and waited. About half an hour later, police cars came one after another, and the sound of sirens reached everyone's ears. Li Gang was finally here. Li Gang arrived with a large team of police officers. Soon, the car stopped, and Li Gang got out of the car still greasy and disgusting. As soon as Li got out of the car, he signaled to the surrounding police officers, and then all the police officers took action, forming a circle around the area and driving away the onlookers. Then Li Gang looked at Li Chong. At the same time, Li Gang also frowned. His son was bullied by the other party. Could it be that he was not taken seriously? So Li Gang looked at Lin Lung and the others and directly threatened, "I don't know who you are and why you want to hurt my son. I'm giving you a chance now. It's too late for you to stop, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." He had just called his father to inform him about the changes and explain the situation here. Thinking about it, his father should have arrived here with a large group of people by now. When the time comes, no matter how powerful Lin Lung is, he will still have to kneel down and apologize to himself. Thinking of all this, Li Chong had an unvarnished sneer on his lips. In his eyes, Lin Lung was too young after all to dare to fight with him. But Lin Leng ignored him at all. In his eyes, Li Chong was just a second-generation official with no brains and a beast, nothing more. After doing all this, Lin Lung turned around and returned to Su Liuxue and Lin Yu. "How about it?" "Well, I've already contacted you." Su Liuxue nodded. "It's almost done here." Lin Yu chuckled and made an okay gesture. Just like that, the three of them stood there and waited. About half an hour later, police cars came one after another, and the sound of sirens reached everyone's ears. Li Gang was finally here. Li Gang arrived with a large team of police officers. Soon, the car stopped, and Li Gang got out of the car, still greasy and disgusting. As soon as Li got out of the car, he signaled to the surrounding police officers, and then all the police officers took action, forming a circle around the area and driving away the onlookers. Then Li Gang looked at Li Chong. At the same time, Li Gang also frowned. His son was bullied by the other party. Could it be that he was not taken seriously? So Li Gang looked at Lin Lung and the others and directly threatened, I don't know who you are and why you want to hurt my son. I'm giving you a chance now. It's too late for you to stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing what the other party said, Lin Lung sneered again and again. What a joke! I really thought he was Lin Leng booching from before. Today he just wanted to bring him to justice. The other party not only ignored the law, but also framed himself and tried to have himself killed in Su Liuxue prison. Lin Lung must avenge this crime. Then Lin Lung said sarcastically, What? You still want to use your power for personal gain and use your authority to bully me, an ordinary citizen? You bully my son in the street? I am doing it for the people. Li Gang said righteously. Haha, Lin Lung sneered, and then glanced at Su Liuxue, and Su Liuxue understood instantly, picked up the phone and said, Okay now. Then a figure suddenly appeared in the crowd. It was Xie Qinfeng. And Xie Qinfeng actually appeared with a large team of people. If you look closely, the police officers behind Xie Qinfeng who were following him all had special badges on their shoulders. That represents the highest police force in the country, and this was obviously arranged by Lin Lung long ago. Soon, Xie Qinfeng arranged for people to surround Li Gang and others in the outer circle. Even Li Gang's men were a little confused by this scene. At this time, Li Gang was still pretending to be calm and asked, What do you mean? However, Xie Qinfeng completely ignored Li Gang's intention and said bluntly, Li Gang, we have received a report that you abuse your private power and sought wealth. We will arrest you in accordance with the law and arrest you immediately. Otherwise, I will take coercive measures. What? As soon as he heard this, a trace of panic flashed in Li Gang's eyes. But the next second, he seemed to have thought of something. I don't know what I did wrong. I wonder if you have any evidence for saying that. Hearing this, Xie Qinfeng sneered at the corner of his mouth. The evidence is right. I will give you the evidence now. Then Xie Qinfeng turned to look at Lin Lung. Then just in the blink of an eye, Lin Lung disappeared on the spot and returned to the same place the next second. All this happened in the blink of an eye, and no one realized anything. Only Xie Qinfeng, Lin Yu, and others could see this scene clearly. When Lin Lung came back again, he had a bag in his hand. Lin Lung turned around and handed the bag to Xie Qinfeng, and Xie Qinfeng nodded after taking the bag. Then Xie Qinfeng showed the content of the bag to Li Gang and said domineeringly, This is the evidence of your crime. Do you need me to show it to you one by one? The moment he saw the contents in the bag, Li Gang's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. How is this going? That's right. What Lin Lung handed over to Xie Qinfeng was the evidence of Li Gang's crimes over the years, and these were all hidden by Li Gang in a secret safe. You know, only he knows the location and secret of this safe. Even his son Li Chang himself has never said where they got it. How could Li Gang have thought that he would be deceived by his good son this time? That's right. Just after Lin Lung told Lin Yu and Su Liuxue's plan, the three of them started taking action. As soon as Li Chang called Li Gang, Su Liuxue called Xie Qinfeng and explained the specific situation to Xie Qinfeng. Xie Qinfeng also rushed here as soon as he received the news. For this reason, Lin Lung also specifically asked the other party to arrive a little later than Li Gang, so as to achieve a perfect outflank. As for Lin Yu, she called her father Lin Wuyo. You must know that your father is the master of Tianji Pavilion. Although he is not as good as Yi Tianxing in calculating supernatural powers, calculating such things is still a piece of cake for him. So what Lin Lung asked Lin Yu to do was to call his father Lin Wuyo to ask where the other party's criminal evidence was hidden. Knowing the location of the item, it is now a piece of cake for Lin Lung to get it. You must know that Lin Lung possesses spatial powers, so it is not easy for him to find the item. Now in front of the irrefutable evidence, Li Gang finally gave in and fell to his knees in despair. Xie Qinfeng also gestured to his men, and the relevant people were taken away in an instant. Thank you so much this time, Lin Lung said. TCH, it's not a big deal, but you guys can still help us solve the case when you go shopping, Xie Qinfeng said with a smile. Haha, you think I do? Okay, then I'll go back and deal with this matter first, and I'll contact you later. Lin Lung nodded,
and then Xie Chenfeng hurriedly got on the bus. After all the vehicles left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Looking at the leaving figures of Xie Chenfeng and others, Lin Lung thought about it. This time, Li Gang and Li Chang's father and son should be punished accordingly, but the matter must be more than what it seems, and many high-ranking officials behind it will also step down. That's right. Just after Lin Lung told Lin Yu and Su Liuxue's plan, the three of them started taking action. As soon as Li Chang called Li Gang, Su Liuxue called Xie Chenfeng and explained the specific situation to Xie Chenfeng. Xie Chenfeng also rushed here as soon as he received the news. For this reason, Lin Lung also specifically asked the other party to arrive a little later than Li Gang, so as to achieve a perfect outflank. As for Lin Yu, she called her father Lin Wuyo. You must know that your father is the master of Tianji Pavilion. Although he is not as good as Yi Tianxing in calculating supernatural powers, calculating such things is still a piece of cake for him. So what Lin Lung asked Lin Yu to do was to call his father Lin Wuyo to ask where the other party's criminal evidence was hidden. Knowing the location of the item, it is now a piece of cake for Lin Lung to get it. You must know that Lin Lung possesses spatial powers, so it is not easy for him to find the item. Now in front of the irrefutable evidence, Li Gang finally gave in and fell to his knees in despair. Xie Chenfeng also gestured to his men, and the relevant people were taken away in an instant. Thank you so much this time, Lin Lung said. TCH, it's not a big deal, but you guys can still help us solve the case when you go shopping, Xie Chenfeng said with a smile. Ha ha, you think I do? Okay, then I'll go back and deal with this matter first, and I'll contact you later. Lin Lung nodded, and then Xie Chenfeng hurriedly got on the bus. After all the vehicles left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Looking at the leaving figures of Xie Chenfeng and others, Lin Lung thought about it. This time, Li Gang and Li Chang's father and son should be punished accordingly, but the matter must be more than what it seems, and many high-ranking officials behind it will also step down. Now that all the matters have been dealt with, Lin Lung and Su Liuxue planned to continue shopping, but at this time Lin Yu had no intention of leaving. Sister Liuxue and I are going to go shopping for a while, then you. Hearing this, Lin Yu replied, What? My sister helped you a lot just now. What? You want to burn down the bridge? Now that you have a wife, you plan to drive your sister away, right? Hearing this, Lin Lung quickly waved his hand. How is that possible? I didn't mean that. Seeing Lin Lung's embarrassed look, Su Liuxue quickly smoothed things over and said, It's okay, sister, we can go shopping together. Look, the younger siblings can still talk. Lin Lung? What he said seemed to make Lin Lung very heartless. However, before the absolute blood suppression, Lin Lung still curled his lips and said nothing. So, the three of them started walking on the pedestrian street together. They say, 3 women in 1 drama. However, just 2 women, Lin Yu and Su Liuxue, almost exhausted Lin Lung to death. Originally, before Lin Yu came, when Lin Lung and Su Liuxue were the only 2 people shopping together, the 2 of them were fine, hanging out casually, and Su Liuxue just took a look and bought some snacks. However, with the addition of Lin Yu, Su Liuxue seemed to have been opened up to Run and Du's second line. Lin Yu and Su Liuxue rushed directly into major shopping malls to buy expensive clothes, shoes, and beautiful bags. Oh, whatever, buy it all at once. Anyway, Lin Yu had plenty of money and didn't care at all. However, the 2 of them bought a lot of things, and the heavy responsibility of carrying the things was given to Lin Lung, which made Lin Lung want to cry. As time passed slowly, the 2 girls were finally ready to go back after shopping for a few hours. They still felt a little unfinished and agreed to come back next time. This really shocked Lin Lung, so he decided to say goodbye. He couldn't survive while shopping. Wouldn't that mean he was going to die? No matter what, I will never go shopping with a woman again in the future. I have never been so tired from fighting on the battlefield. The next second, the 3 of them returned home in an instant. This was naturally because Lin Lung used his space power. Although he didn't feel tired physically, he felt mentally and physically exhausted. In one word, I feel tired. If he had to carry these big and small bags to take the subway, he wouldn't have to live anymore. When he saw the home, Lin Lung directly put all the things on the table and slumped down on the sofa, with a look of despair on his face. At this moment, a faint fragrance rushed towards Lin Lung. Lin Lung didn't even raise his head. He was very familiar with this fragrance. It was the smell of the brand of perfume that Lin Yu took Su Liuxue to buy today. And the only person who dared to be so close to him at home was Su Liuxue. "Husband, thank you for your hard work today," Seeing Su Liuxue acting coquettishly, Lin Lung didn't say much, showed a faint smile, held Su Liuxue in his arms, closed his eyes, and rested quietly. But at this time, Lin Yu coughed inappropriately. "Ahem, it's so sweet. I wonder when I can become an aunt?" "Ha! Cough. Lin Lung almost choked at Lin Yu's words. He mentioned that he and Su Liuxue had just gotten married not long ago, and they had children not long after they got married. Even hens can't lay eggs so fast. However, Lin Lung also knew that Lin Yu was obviously making fun of him and ignored the other party. Lin Yu didn't take it to heart and walked to the side to sit down and play with her mobile phone. Time passes minute by minute. Soon night fell, and everyone came back again. This time, even Lin Wuyo and Su Tiancheng, who had been away for many days, came back. It was Lin Lung and Su Liuxue's mother who cooked, and everyone sat around the dining table again. At the dinner table, Yi Tianqing was the first to speak. Yi Tianqing asked, "Wuyu, how are your collection of the top 10 ancient artifacts?" Seeing that the patriarch had spoken, Lin Wuyo immediately put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and replied seriously, "Well, I have collected 3 of the top 10 artifacts." "Well," Yi Tianqing nodded. It is very rare for Lin Wuyo to collect 3 artifacts in such a short period of time. All told, among the top 10 artifacts, the Dongwang bell is in Lin Lung's possession, while the Xinyuan sword is in Su Liuxue's hands. Fu Shiqin was originally in Tianji Pavilion. Now Lin Wuyo has collected 3 more artifacts. In the past few days, he and Wu Qingquan have obtained 2 more artifacts. In other words, they now have a total of 8 artifacts. They already have 8 of the 10 ancient artifacts, and there are still 2 major artifacts left. After sorting it out, they found that there was still no movement in the Haotian Tower and the Demon Refining Pot. As long as the remaining 2 artifacts are retrieved, they can try to use these 10 ancient artifacts to open up the Tao realm. But at this time, Lin Yu coughed inappropriately. "Ahem, it's so sweet. I wonder when I can become an aunt?" "Ha! Cough. Lin Lung almost choked at Lin Yu's words. He mentioned that he and Su Liuxue had just gotten married not long ago, and they had children not long after they got married. Even hens can't lay eggs so fast. However, Lin Lung also knew that Lin Yu was obviously making fun of him and ignored the other party. Lin Yu didn't take it to heart and walked to the side to sit down and play with her mobile phone. Time passes minute by minute. Soon night fell, and everyone came back again. This time, even Lin Wuyo and Su Tiancheng, who had been away for many days, came back. It was Lin Lung and Su Liuxue's mother who cooked, and everyone sat around the dining table again. At the dinner table, Yi Tianqing was the first to speak. Yi Tianqing asked, "Wuyu, how are your collection of the top 10 ancient artifacts?" Seeing that the patriarch had spoken, Lin Wuyo immediately put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and replied seriously, "Well, I have collected 3 of the top 10 artifacts." "Well," Yi Tianqing nodded. It is very rare for Lin Wuyo to collect 3 artifacts in such a short period of time. All told, among the top 10 artifacts, the Dongwang bell is in Lin Lung's possession, while the Xinyuan sword is in Su Liuxue's hands. Fu Shiqin was originally in Tianji Pavilion. Now Lin Wuyo has collected 3 more artifacts. In the past few days, he and Wu Qingquan have obtained 2 more artifacts. In other words, they now have a total of 8 artifacts. They already have 8 of the 10 ancient artifacts, and there are still 2 major artifacts left. After sorting it out, they found that there was still no movement in the Haotian Tower and the Demon Refining Pot. As long as the remaining 2 artifacts are retrieved, they can try to use these 10 ancient artifacts to open up the Tao realm. Then all the questions focused on the remaining 2 artifacts. Everyone was a little excited. If they collected the 10 artifacts, and those 10 artifacts were really the keys to the legendary Taoist world and could open the entrance to the Taoist world, wouldn't they be able to meet the legendary Emperor Nuwa? That is the legendary Nuwa Empress. Thinking about it, everyone was full of fighting spirit, so the next task was very simple. Yi Tianqing also made a simple division of labor. Lin Lung and Su Tianqing continued to divide into groups to find the remaining 2 big ones. The demon refining pot among the artifacts. Wu Qinquan went directly to get the Haotian pagoda, while the others took advantage of this time to continue practicing. Yi Tianqing's division of labor was very reasonable. After listening to Yi Tianqing's division of labor, everyone nodded unanimously. At this moment, Lin Leng suggested, "Anyway, there is no use for me to practice during this time. Otherwise, I will go find the artifact with the master. Anyway, I will be fine as long as the master is here." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing raised his head. Originally, Lin Lung should not go out, but now Lin Lung's cultivation is indeed meaningless, as he said. After thinking about it, Yi Tianqing nodded. Anyway, it seems that no one can hurt Lin Lung under Wu Qinquan's nose. There is no problem in taking him out to see him. In this way, the team looking for the artifact was divided into 2 groups. Lin Lung and Su Tianqing were responsible for retrieving the demon refining pot, while Wu Qinquan and Lin Lung were responsible for retrieving the Haotian tower. After explaining everything, everyone began to eat dinner with peace of mind. After dinner, Wang Wanjun and Zhao Yixiu finished washing, while Lin Yu was helping. As for the young couple Lin Lung and Su Liuxue, they were rushed into the room early. In Wang Wanjun's words, Lin Lung's current task, in addition to cultivating and strengthening himself, is to quickly give birth to a fat boy with Su Liuxue. This also made Lin Lung speechless for a while, making him seem like an emotionless fertility machine. Of course, what needs to be done still needs to be done. After a night of fighting, the next day soon came. Since Lin Lung was going out to search for artifacts with Wu Qinquan today, Lin Lung did not stay in bed anymore, but got up early and was very careful when getting up for fear of waking up Su Liuxue. After coming out of the room, Lin Lung also saw Wu Qinquan sitting on the sofa. It seemed that the other party had been waiting for him for a long time. This made Lin Lung very ashamed. He actually asked his master to wait for him early. After coughing a few times and stuffing his stomach randomly, Lin Lung set off with Wu Qinquan. This time, Lin Lung's speed has completely caught up with Wu Qinquan. Even though there is a huge gap in realm, Lin Lung's spatial ability gives Lin Lung a unique advantage. Although he was several levels behind, Lin Lung's speed was comparable to that of Wu Qinquan, or even better than that of Wu Qinquan. Soon, under the leadership of Wu Qinquan, the 2 rushed to the location given by Yi Tianqing. Logically speaking, this was the address of the Haotian Tower owner. What surprised Lin Lung was that he thought that the people who owned the artifact were all tycoons or something, but he didn't expect that the other party just lived in a small thatched hut. This is not common. As the saying goes, be polite before fighting. Before they decided to use force, the 2 of them still planned to obtain the artifact through peaceful methods. So Lin Lung stepped forward politely, knocked gently and asked, "Is there anyone there? We are from the National Superpower Bureau, and we have something to do with you. We hope you will cooperate." However, after Lin Lung said this, there was no movement in the house, and Wu Qinquan and Lin Lung could clearly feel the fluctuations of spiritual power in the house. In other words, there is indeed someone in the house, but the other person does not intend to pay attention to it. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung and Wu Qinquan looked at each other, and each had an idea in mind. Since the other party was so unwilling to give face, there was no need to give them face. In this troubled world, nothing is of use as long as your fist is strong. So Lin Lung immediately used his space power to block this area of space to prevent the other party from escaping. As long as the other party was not an SS-level awakened person, he would not be able to escape. You know Wu Qinquan is still there. After Lin Lung sealed the space, Wu Qinquan was also unceremonious. He walked forward gently and gave a palm with a flip of his hand. Then a terrifying spiritual power burst out, and the house was instantly hit with a slap. Collapse. After the house collapsed, the two of them saw the scene inside the house. I saw a man in a black robe sitting calmly on a stool and drinking tea from a teacup. In front of him was a table that was shattered by Wu Qingquan's palm. Until this moment, the other party did not pay any attention to the two people's intentions. It was at this time that Lin Lung also saw the other party's face clearly. Lin Lung was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet acquaintances here. What surprised Lin Lung was that he thought that those who owned the artifact were some tycoons or something, but he didn't expect that the other party just lived in a small thatched hut. This is not common. As the saying goes, be polite before fighting. Before they decided to use force, the two of them still planned to obtain the artifact through peaceful methods. So Lin Lung stepped forward politely, knocked gently and asked, "Is there anyone there? We are from the National Superpower Bureau, and we have something to do with you. We hope you will cooperate." However, after Lin Lung said this, there was no movement in the house, and Wu Qingquan and Lin Lung could clearly feel the fluctuations of spiritual power in the house. In other words, there is indeed someone in the house, but the other person does not intend to pay attention to it. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung and Wu Qingquan looked at each other, and each had an idea in mind. Since the other party was so unwilling to give face, there was no need for them to give them face. In this troubled world, nothing is of use, as long as your fist is strong. So Lin Lung immediately used his space power to block this area of space to prevent the other party from escaping. As long as the other party was not an SS-level awakened person, he would not be able to escape. You know Wu Qingquan is still there. After Lin Lung sealed the space, Wu Qingquan was also unceremonious. He walked forward gently and gave a palm with a flip of his hand. Then a terrifying spiritual power burst out, and the house was instantly hit with a slap. Collapse. After the house collapsed, the two of them saw the scene inside the house. I saw a man in a black robe sitting calmly on a stool and drinking tea from a teacup. In front of him was a table that was shattered by Wu Qingquan's palm. Until this moment, the other party did not pay any attention to the two people's intentions. It was at this time that Lin Lung also saw the other party's face clearly. Lin Lung was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet acquaintances here. I still remember the first time Lin Lung went to find the location of the Dongwang Bell. At that time, an uninvited guest appeared. If Xiao Rou had not appeared in time, they would have perished long ago. How could they survive until now? And the person in front of him was the Qiu Qimian who had appeared before, Qiu Qimian, who ranked 7th on the S-Class combat power list. Lin Lung never dreamed that he would meet Qiu Qimian here. Should he say it was a coincidence or not? Qiu Qimian seemed to notice Lin Lung, but his eyelids twitched slightly, then stopped looking and continued to sit and drink tea with an indifferent expression. Just when Wu Qingquan was about to speak, Lin Lung grabbed Wu Qingquan, leaned into Wu Qingquan's ear, and told Wu Qingquan what he had experienced. "Master, he is Qiu Qimian." "Oh." Wu Qingquan nodded. He originally planned to snatch the artifact and leave, but he didn't expect that there would be something like this. In this case, Wu Qingquan would naturally not let the other party leave. Lin Lung was a little disappointed. If there hadn't been a bottleneck in his realm and he was promoted to S level, he could have taken revenge on his own. But now his cultivation level was imprisoned and stagnant. Although he had the combat power of mid-S level, he wanted to fight with a showdown between masters like Qiu Qimian is still a bit uninteresting. After all, Qiu Qimian is not an ordinary S-level awakener. He is at least on the S-level top combat power list, and he is not something that Lin Lung can challenge now. But even though Qiu Qimian has top S-level combat power, he can only admit that he is unlucky when facing Wu Qingquan. Even the 4 masters on the S-level combat power list, Qinglong and others, are not Wu Qingquan's opponents, so how can he count? What's going on? "Ha! Your Excellency, should you do it yourself? Or should I go there by myself?" Wu Qingquan asked domineeringly. Originally, I wanted to be gentle, since the other party had bullied his apprentice and wanted to kill his beloved apprentice. It goes without saying that he would not be polite to the other party. Hearing this, Qiu Qimian raised his head, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead,
There was a trace of expectation. This made Lin Lung feel very suspicious. Could it be that the other party had some backup plan? Umph. Pretending to be a ghost. Wu Qingqin didn't think so much at all. He snorted coldly and was about to step forward. Unexpectedly, Qiu Qimian suddenly interrupted him at this moment. Don't worry, I'll give the artifact to you right now. As he said that, Qiu Qimian actually took out the artifact. But didn't Qiu Qimian know that if he took out the artifact, he would only die? At this moment, Qiu Qimian's eyes suddenly changed, and he suddenly slapped the Haotian Tower with his palm, and a stream of spiritual power also entered the Haotian Tower. Trap them. Then, as if it had received an order, the Haotian Tower flew into the sky above the two of them. In the next second, the Haotian Tower suddenly grew in size and crashed down like a hill. The two of them were unable to dodge and were instantly trapped. Inside the Haotian Tower. Depend on, neither of them expected this scene. They didn't expect Qiu Qimian to be able to figure out how to control the artifact. Now that they are trapped in the Haotian Tower, what should they do? Huh? Didn't you expect that? You thought you could control my life and death easily? But you didn't know that I had already learned to control the artifact, and today is your day of death. Humph! Dreaming. Lin Lung replied. A mere Haotian Tower can't trap them. You must know that Lin Lung awakened the space power. It is not easy to use the space power to jump out of this Haotian Tower. However, just when Lin Lung used his space powers, he found that he could not use his spiritual power at all, which made Lin Lung a little confused. What happened? Wu Qingqin wanted to know something and said, this Haotian Tower should be able to imprison the spiritual power in our bodies, preventing us from using our powers. What? Lin Lung was shocked. If they didn't have spiritual power, then they were almost like ordinary people. How could they escape? Qiu Qimian from the outside world looked like a villain and sneered again and again. It was not that he had not heard of their deeds. In fact, he had heard before that someone was secretly collecting artifacts, so Qiu Qimian had long expected this day, and he had already made preparations for today. And all this is the same as what Qiu Qian Fabric thought of. Hey! Wu Qingqin sighed. He didn't expect that his reputation as a martial god would be ruined today. It's really a joke to tell people. At this time, Lin Lung suddenly remembered something. He remembered that Xiao Rou had the ability to communicate with other artifacts. If he woke up Xiao Rou, he might have a chance to get out. So Lin Lung quickly took out the Dongwang bell from his neck and held it in his hand, shouting, Xiao Rou, wake up, come out quickly. If you don't come out, I will die. However, shouting for a long time was of no use. At this moment, Lin Lung's eyes lit up, and a great idea came into his mind. Huh? Didn't you expect that? You thought you could control my life and death easily? But you didn't know that I had already learned to control the artifact, and today is your day of death. Humph! Dreaming. Lin Lung replied. A mere Haotian Tower can't trap them. You must know that Lin Lung awakened the space power. It is not easy to use the space power to jump out of this Haotian Tower. However, just when Lin Lung used his space powers, he found that he could not use his spiritual power at all, which made Lin Lung a little confused. What happened? Wu Qingqin wanted to know something and said, this Haotian Tower should be able to imprison the spiritual power in our bodies, preventing us from using our powers. What? Lin Lung was shocked. If they didn't have spiritual power, then they were almost like ordinary people. How could they escape? Qiu Qimian from the outside world looked like a villain and sneered again and again. It was not that he had not heard of their deeds. In fact, he had heard before that someone was secretly collecting artifacts, so Qiu Qimian had long expected this day, and he had already made preparations for today. And all this is the same as what Qiu Qian Fabric thought of. Hey! Wu Qingqin sighed. He didn't expect that his reputation as a martial god would be ruined today. It's really a joke to tell people. At this time, Lin Lung suddenly remembered something. He remembered that Xiao Rou had the ability to communicate with other artifacts. If he woke up Xiao Rou, he might have a chance to get out. So Lin Lung quickly took out the Dongwang bell from his neck and held it in his hand, shouting, Xiao Rou, wake up, come out quickly. If you don't come out, I will die. However, shouting for a long time was of no use. At this moment, Lin Lung's eyes lit up, and a great idea came into his mind. Then, under Wu Qingquan's shocked eyes, Lin Lung actually lifted up Donghuang Zhong and kissed it. At this time, a golden light also burst out from the Donghuang bell. Then the golden light dissipated, and a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Lung. It was Xiao Rou. At this time, Xiao Rou's lips were being kissed by Lin Lung. Snapped! A loud slap hit Lin Lung's face. Rogue! He didn't even let go of the clock. Lin Lung? Rubbing his hot cheeks, Lin Lung looked innocent. If he hadn't used this method, how would he have woken up Xiao Rou? Fortunately, Xiao Rou didn't care about Lin Lung's impoliteness and quickly noticed the situation at this moment. Are you trapped again? Xiao Rou asked casually. Lin Lung. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, Lin Lung still nodded bravely. Seeing this scene, Xiao Rou rolled her eyes cutely and complained, still so weak. Lin Lung was really on the verge of tears when he heard this. Although his heart was full of resentment, he couldn't find any words to refute for a while. Fortunately, Xiao Rou only teased Lin Lung. Seeing Lin Lung's cute look, Xiao Rou also laughed out loud. Pfft, I'm kidding you, okay? Let me try and see if I can communicate with the little tower. After speaking, Lin Lung nodded. Then, Xiao Rou sat down cross-legged with her hands together. After a while, Xiao Rou began to recite an ancient and mysterious spell, and then Xiao Rou flew up directly. The whole body floats in the air, suspended in mid-air. At the same time, Xiao Rou's body also burst out with a dazzling and intense golden light. Xiao Rou stayed in this state for a long time. Lin Lung didn't know what Xiao Rou was doing. In short, he could only place all his hopes on Xiao Rou. Not daring to disturb Xiao Rou easily, Lin Lung and Wu Qingquan came to the side and sat down, quietly waiting for the result. Qiu Qinyan from the outside world kept putting his ears to the Haotian Tower to try to hear what was going on inside, but he couldn't hear the slightest sound. This made Qiu Qinyan even more puzzled. To be honest, Qiu Qinyan has not yet thoroughly studied the Haotian Tower. He knows that the Haotian Tower can be used by his master to subdue all enemies. But what is the specific method of surrender? Qiu Qinyan doesn't know anything about it. He is very lucky to be able to figure out how to control the Haotian Tower. There's a lot of luck in it. Only, hearing that there was no movement at all in Haotian Tower, Qiu Qinyan was a little worried. If Wu Qingquan and Lin Lung escaped, his life would definitely be in danger. And if he left like this, then he would be reluctant to leave the artifact behind like this. You must know that in order to obtain this artifact, he went through a lot of effort and even almost died. If he was asked to give up an artifact that he had worked so hard for, then he would definitely be unwilling to do so. Rather than do this, it would be better to perish together with the artifact. The artifact is there. The people are there. The artifact is gone. The people are gone. Just as Qiu Qinyan was thinking a lot, there was movement in the Haotian Tower. Xiao Rou's body began to fall slowly, and the golden light on her body slowly dimmed, eventually disappearing. After Xiao Rou landed on the ground, she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Xiao Rou wake up, Lin Lung hurried to Xiao Rou's side and asked excitedly, How is it? How is it? Is there any result? Xiao Rou rolled her eyes, curled her lips, and said, You're lucky, the communication was successful, but the other party is the current owner of Haotian Tower after all. If you want to get out, it's up to you. How to get out? Lin Lung scratched his head. Now, have you seen the bell on the top of the tower? As long as you jump up and take off the bell, you can control the Haotian Tower. As she said that, Xiao Rou pointed to the top of the tower. Lin Lung looked in the direction Xiao Rou pointed and saw a shining golden bell on the top of the tower. Only, the distance from the ground to the top of the tower is at least 10 meters. If Lin Lung could use his spiritual power, it would be easy to remove it. He could just control the space with his space powers, but now that the spiritual power is blocked and there is nothing nearby to draw strength from, how do we get up there? Seeing Lin Lung's stupidity, Xiao Rou had no choice but to wonder how she could have such a stupid master. She had no choice but to give Lin Lung an idea. Of course you can't do it alone, but if you are with the god of war, Just let him throw you up. After hearing Xiao Rou's attention, Lin Lung thought thoughtfully. In this case, this is not an idea, but why can't I throw you up? You're a little lighter. I'm a girl. Are you polite? Xiao Rou retorted. The artifact is there, the people are there, the artifact is gone, the people are gone. Just as Qiu Qimian was thinking a lot, there was movement in the Haotian Tower. Xiao Rou's body began to fall slowly, and the golden light on her body slowly dimmed, eventually disappearing. After Xiao Rou landed on the ground, she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Xiao Rou wake up, Lin Lung hurried to Xiao Rou's side and asked excitedly, "How is it? How is it? Is there any result?" Xiao Rou rolled her eyes, curled her lips, and said, "Teach, you're lucky. The communication was successful, but the other party is the current owner of Haotian Tower after all. If you want to get out, it's up to you." "Ah? How to get out?" Lin Lung scratched his head. "Now, have you seen the bell on the top of the tower? As long as you jump up and take off the bell, you can control the Haotian Tower." As she said that, Xiao Rou pointed to the top of the tower. Lin Lung looked in the direction Xiao Rou pointed and saw a shining golden bell on the top of the tower. Only, the distance from the ground to the top of the tower is at least 10 meters. If Lin Lung could use his spiritual power, it would be easy to remove it. He could just control the space with his space powers, but now that the spiritual power is blocked and there is nothing nearby to draw strength from, how do we get up there? Seeing Lin Lung's stupidity, Xiao Rou had no choice but to wonder how she could have such a stupid master. She had no choice but to give Lin Lung an idea. Of course you can't do it alone, but if you are with the god of war, just let him throw you up. After hearing Xiao Rou's attention, Lin Lung thought thoughtfully. In this case, this is not an idea, but why can't I throw you up? You're a little lighter. I'm a girl. Are you polite? Xiao Rou retorted. No, you are obviously just a clock, not a person at all. Lin Lung retorted again. I don't care. I've already thought of a way for you, and you still want me to help? I'm tired. I want to rest. After saying that, Xiao Rou didn't care whether Lin Lung was willing or not, and she changed back to Dongwang Bell. A golden light flashed, and the Dongwang Bell returned to Lin Lung's neck again. Lin Lung, although he was speechless in his heart, Lin Lung was still very grateful to Xiao Rou. After all, she was also sincerely good to him, but she expressed it in a different way. After Xiao Rou transformed back, Lin Lung found Wu Qingquan directly without any ink marks, explained the situation to him, and told Wu Qingquan the plan in an instant. Wu Qingquan was a little confused at first, but finally nodded. Then, the two came to the foot of the tower and got ready. Lin Lung planned to take a running start, then jump onto Wu Qingquan's hands, and use the power of Wu Qingquan's hands to send him up. Are you ready? Lin Lung asked. Yeah, come on. Wu Qingquan nodded. Seeing Wu Qingquan nodding, Lin Lung started sprinting for a while without saying a word, and then jumped into Wu Qingquan's hand. Wu Qingquan gritted his teeth and threw Lin Lung high into the air with all his strength. Success! Seeing the bell getting closer and closer to him, Lin Lung was a little excited, but he didn't expect it to be quite easy. Result! Flying, just a short distance away from the bell, Lin Lung actually began to fall vertically, which made Lin Lung a little annoyed. Fortunately, with Wu Qingquan taking over, Lin Lung couldn't bear any injuries. Then, the two began to try again. Fail. Come again. Fail. Come again. After repeating this for countless times, Lin Lung finally succeeded in getting the bell hanging on the top of the tower. The next second, Lin Lung directly shook the golden bell and began to control the Haotian Tower. At this time, Qiu Qimian in the outside world didn't know what was going on. Just when Qiu Qimian lost his patience and was about to mobilize the Haotian Tower to check the situation inside the tower, the Haotian Tower started to move on its own. Rumble. Qiu Qimian was a little confused. Why did the Haotian Tower start to move on its own before he gave the order? Little did he know that he was about to be in disaster. Boom! Just like this, the Haotian Tower gradually flew upwards, and Lin Lung and Wu Qingquan in the Haotian Tower also rushed out of the Haotian Tower immediately. As soon as he came out, Lin Lung used his space power to seal off the entire space to prevent Xiao Qinyan from escaping. And seeing Lin Lung and Wu Qingquan coming out of Haotian Tower intact, Xiao Qinyan finally had a look of fear on his face. He never expected that Lin Lung and Wu Qingquan were unscathed. What is surprising is that after Haotian Tower released the two people, they slowly returned to normal size, and then they fell into Lin Lung's hands. This situation clearly shows that Haotian Tower has been subdued by Lin Lung. No, impossible. I don't believe it. Xiao Qinyan was like a madman, chanting mantras frantically, trying to regain control of the Haotian Tower. Unexpectedly, the Haotian Tower did not respond at all, and Lin Lung and Wu Qingquan also lost any patience. Give up. If you have this time to struggle, you might as well leave a few last words. Wu Qingquan said disdainfully, with a hint of anger in his tone. To be honest, Wu Qingquan was already a little angry. His reputation as a god of war was almost destroyed in the hands of the man in front of him. Impossible! Impossible! Xiao Qinyan was completely crazy at this time, and he kept roaring. At this time, Wu Qingquan was completely out of patience. He stepped forward like lightning and slapped Xiao Qinyan with his palm. Xiao Qinyan was not the kind of person who would be willing to surrender. Immediately use ghosts and shadows to escape. Unfortunately, there is Lin Lung's space blockade nearby. His range of action is very narrow. Moreover, Lin Lung is still catching Xiao Qinyan's aura and blocking the space where he is. This makes Xiao Qian even more frustrated, teeth itching with anger. Umph! You're a turtle in an urn. Where can you run? Wu Qingquan snorted coldly, then dodged forward and punched Xiao Qinyan hard in the chest. Puff! You must know that Wu Qingquan also killed Chaos, one of the four ferocious beasts, with one palm. The power contained in this punch can be imagined, and because his own space was blocked, even though Xiao Qinyan had the ability to reach the sky, he could only be trapped in place, watching helplessly as Wu Qingquan's fatal punch hit his chest. Puff! Being hit firmly in the chest by Wu Qingquan's punch, Xiao Qinyan's body instantly flew upside down like a kite with its string broken, and hit the ground hard, creating a big hole in the ground and making no sound at all. No! Impossible! I don't believe it! Xiao Qinyan was like a madman, chanting mantras frantically, trying to regain control of the Haotian Tower. Unexpectedly, the Haotian Tower did not respond at all, and Lin Lung and Wu Qingquan also lost any patience. Give up. If you have this time to struggle, you might as well leave a few last words. Wu Qingquan said disdainfully, with a hint of anger in his tone. To be honest, Wu Qingquan was already a little angry. His reputation as a god of war was almost destroyed in the hands of the man in front of him. Impossible! Impossible! Xiao Qinyan was completely crazy at this time, and he kept roaring. At this time, Wu Qingquan was completely out of patience. He stepped forward like lightning and slapped Xiao Qinyan with his palm. Xiao Qinyan was not the kind of person who would be willing to surrender. Immediately use ghosts and shadows to escape. Unfortunately, there is Lin Lung's space blockade nearby. His range of action is very narrow. Moreover, Lin Lung is still catching Xiao Qinyan's aura and blocking the space where he is. This makes Xiao Qian even more frustrated, teeth itching with anger. Umph! You're a turtle in an urn. Where can you run? Wu Qingquan snorted coldly, then dodged forward and punched Xiao Qinyan hard in the chest. Puff! You must know that Wu Qingquan also killed Chaos, one of the four ferocious beasts, with one palm. The power contained in this punch can be imagined, and because his own space was blocked, even though Xiao Qinyan had the ability to reach the sky, he could only be trapped in place, watching helplessly as Wu Qingquan's fatal punch hit his chest. Puff! Being hit firmly in the chest by Wu Qingquan's punch, Xiao Qinyan's body instantly flew upside down like a kite with its string broken, and hit the ground hard, creating a big hole in the ground and making no sound at all. Xiao Qinyan is dead. Qinyan had already lost his voice, and there was no mercy in Lin Lung's eyes. The law of this world is like this: the weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. Then the two got the artifact and turned around and went back. All in all, Lin Wuyo and the others should have almost obtained the artifact. So the two of them turned around and went home. Sure enough, after the two returned home, Lin Wuyo and Su Tiansheng had been waiting at home for a long time. When they saw the two returning, Yi Tianxing immediately called everyone together. I don't know how long this trip will last, so it's best to bring all the things you need to bring, just in case, and make complete preparations. This is Yi Tianxing's style of doing things. When they heard that they were going to the legendary Taoist world, everyone was very excited. Even Lin Wuyo couldn't hold back his excitement. After all, although he was the master of the Tianji Pavilion and claimed to know everything about the world, but he had never heard of the Taoist realm, let alone been there. So after a period of organizing, everyone finally packed up their clothes and luggage and started to set off. It was Yi Tianxing who led the way, and with Lin Lung's spatial powers, everyone's travel was much more convenient. Even taking a car was saved. After Yi Tianxing informed Lin Lung of the location coordinates, in just less than a second, everyone just felt their eyes flicker. The next second, everyone came to a very strange place. Without thinking, this is the entrance to the hidden Taoist realm, and then the Taoist realm will be opened. So, Yi Tianxing asked everyone to take out the artifacts. Then, everyone slowly took out the artifacts and handed them to Yi Tianxing one by one. I saw Yi Tianxing taking the artifact, arranging all the artifacts in a circle on the ground, and then began to recite an obscure formula. However, after a while, there was still no movement. Perhaps a little embarrassed, Yi Tianxing scratched his head in confusion and murmured in a low voice, "Impossible. Don't I have the qualifications? What's wrong?" Seeing Yi Tianxing's appearance, everyone asked curiously, and Yi Tianxing did not hide anything. It seems that to enter the Taoist world, you not only need to collect the top 10 artifacts, but also need another thing that proves you are qualified to enter the Taoist world. But I don't know what it is. I tried to instill my spiritual power into it, but it didn't work. Let me try. Upon hearing this, Wu Qinquan immediately stepped forward and input his spiritual power into it. After all, he was also a martial god, so he should be qualified to enter, right? Unexpectedly, after a long time, the artifact still showed no response. Then everyone stepped forward and tried it again, but there was still no half-cent effect. Now, it was Yi Tianxing's turn to be dumbfounded. Could it be that the top 10 artifacts were not the key to entering the Taoist world at all? Did he guess wrong? At this moment, Lin Lung held his chin and began to think thoughtfully, still recalling all the past events in his mind. Logically speaking, if the system is really the founding Yuan Ling, then I should be the candidate arranged by the other party, which means that the other party will definitely leave certain clues to me. Then Lin Lung recalled the first time he met the Dongwang Bell. Lin Lung still remembered the situation very clearly. At that time, he seemed to have dropped a drop of blood on the Dongwang Bell, and then the Dongwang Bell exploded. There was a burst of golden light, obviously reacting to Lin Lung's blood. Then the Dongwang Bell automatically recognized its owner and hung it around Lin Lung's neck. I remember that Lin Lung asked Xia Rou before why she considered herself the master. I also remember that Xia Rou seemed to say that there was a feeling in her blood that was very familiar to her. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Lin Lung seemed to understand something. He patted his head and suddenly realized he understood everything. Lin Lung's move also attracted everyone's doubtful eyes. Want to understand? Under everyone's doubtful gazes, Lin Lung stepped forward confidently, cut his finger, and then squeezed a drop of blood from his finger and dropped it on each of the 10 artifacts. Then the top 10 artifacts turned out to be exactly what Lin Lung thought. They reacted and began to emit light of various colors. Then each of the 10 artifacts began to shine and fly into the air. After spinning around a few people for a while, they suddenly flew into the air and then began to spin rapidly. Rumble. The 10 artifacts began to rotate rapidly, and then a ray of light shot into the void in the distance, opening a hole directly in the void. Seeing the entrance of the cave, Lin Lung immediately understood that the world inside the cave should be the legendary Taoist world. Just when Lin Lung was about to use his space powers to enter the Taoist world, A mysterious energy actually took a step ahead of him. Then he felt his feet were empty, and a mysterious energy swept everyone up and directly into the Taoist world. After that, the 10 major artifacts also entered the Tao realm, and the entrance slowly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Then Lin Lung recalled the first time he met the Dongwang Bell. Lin Lung still remembered the situation very clearly. At that time, he seemed to have dropped a drop of blood on the Dongwang Bell, and then the Dongwang Bell exploded. There was a burst of golden light, obviously reacting to Lin Lung's blood. Then the Dongwang Bell automatically recognized its owner and hung it around Lin Lung's neck. I remember that Lin Lung asked Xia Rou before why she considered herself the master. I also remember that Xia Rou seemed to say that there was a feeling in her blood that was very familiar to her. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Lin Lung seemed to understand something. He patted his head and suddenly realized he understood everything. Lin Lung's move also attracted everyone's doubtful eyes. Want to understand? Under everyone's doubtful gazes, Lin Lung stepped forward confidently, cut his finger, and then squeezed a drop of blood from his finger and dropped it on each of the 10 artifacts. Then, the top 10 artifacts turned out to be exactly what Lin Lung thought. They reacted and began to emit light of various colors. Then each of the 10 artifacts began to shine and fly into the air. After spinning around a few people for a while, they suddenly flew into the air and then began to spin rapidly. Rumble! The 10 artifacts began to rotate rapidly, and then a ray of light shot into the void in the distance, opening a hole directly in the void. Seeing the entrance of the cave, Lin Lung immediately understood that the world inside the cave should be the legendary Taoist world. Just when Lin Lung was about to use his space powers to enter the Taoist world, a mysterious energy actually took a step ahead of him. Then he felt his feet were empty, and a mysterious energy swept everyone up and directly into the Taoist world. After that, the 10 major artifacts also entered the Tao realm, and the entrance slowly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. I don't know how long it took, but when everyone could see things clearly again, they suddenly found that everything in front of them was so dreamy. Mountains can be seen everywhere here. The green mountains overlap one another, like the undulating waves of the sea, turbulent and majestic. The hazy, distant mountains are covered with a layer of veil, shadowy, far and near in the misty clouds and smoke, almost as if they are far away. The pen is light and ink is smeared on the blue sky. On the top of the mountains, the wind returns and the clouds disperse. The light, golden sunshine casts down from the lingering clouds, and the purple sky is close to the world, as if it is within reach. That ancient tree, like a coiled dragon and a crouching dragon, stood quietly between the sky and the earth, holding up a huge umbrella canopy from eternity. The wind gently swayed the swing, accompanied by the slight rustling of fallen leaves. The old creaking sound echoed in this vast time, swaying gently and indifferently. Light blue mist lingers around you, and beneath your feet is a sea of reed flowers. The snow-white and fine flowers exuding fragrance whisper to each other, and the reeds spread out like velvet. As the sight gradually goes away, the deep blue crystal river winds into the endless distance, with the sound of gurgling water and the clear water reaching the sky. The tall and lush trees stand peacefully on both sides of the riverbank. The green crowns of the trees are lush, and it is effortless to lift the soft pink clouds in the sky. Everything here is as dreamy as a dream. Flowers, trees, blue sky, and white clouds, poetic and dreamy, poetic and picturesque. Everything here is very primitive, without any modern buildings. Farmland can be seen everywhere, with idle clouds and wild cranes, and those who live in thatched houses. People can be seen everywhere in the farmland working hard in the fields. Not only that, Lin Lung felt it carefully. The people here, whether they are adults, children, or old people, all have a very powerful spiritual power fluctuation in their bodies, and any one of them will not be weaker than him. In other words, everyone here is an awakened person of S level or above, and the weakest one is also S level. The spiritual energy around him was very strong. Just smelling it made him feel much more relaxed. Even after smelling it, Lin Lung instantly felt that the barrier in his body was loosening. Even Lin Lung had this benefit. Needless to say, the other people's spiritual power was also running rapidly, and they all soon felt the feeling of promotion. Lin Lung felt that as long as they lived here for a while, they would soon be promoted to S level or even SS level, maybe even SSS level. But just when everyone was looking forward to the good times, a group of farmers appeared in front of them. They looked at Lin Lung and the foreigners warily one by one. "Who are you? Why are you here? Get out quickly." Everyone didn't expect that the other party was so xenophobic and wanted to drive them out as soon as they arrived. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianqing also hurriedly stood up to smooth things over and said, "Well, I am also a contemporary of you. I don't know if you recognize me. I am Yi Tianqing." Hearing Yi Tianqing's words, the villagers were stunned for a moment, and then they all shook their heads. "I don't know you. You are not welcome here. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, we will not blame us for taking coercive measures." Yi Tianqing. At this moment, everyone suddenly saw Lin Lung standing in the crowd, and their expressions changed instantly. They suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Lung and said respectfully, "See the second master." At this time, Lin Lung had a question mark on his face, while Yi Tianqing suddenly realized, although the other party did not recognize him. How many people could Grandmaster Han Kuan not recognize? They decided that Lin Lung should be regarded as his ancestor Han Kuan in his previous life. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianqing quickly winked at Lin Lung crazily, and Lin Lung also understood instantly and nodded. "Ahem, it's rare that you still know me. Second Master's name is so famous. How could we not know about him?" Seeing this scene, Lin Lung quickly followed the words and stated his purpose. "Ahem, I came here to visit my junior sister. I wonder where she is now." The junior sister Lin Lung talks about is naturally the third disciple of the founding Yuan Ling, Niuhua. He is the second disciple, so it should be normal to call him junior sister Niuhua. Sure enough, after hearing this, several people immediately said respectfully, "Emperor Niuhua is now in the hall. Please allow me to lead a few of you over." To be honest, Lin Lung was a little confused. Sure enough, the title of Patriarch Han Kuan was very useful. Just now, the other party wanted to drive him away, but when he saw him again, his attitude changed completely. Then, several villagers led the way, while Lin Lung and others followed behind them. Villagers kept coming out of the village. When they saw Lin Lung, they would bow to Lin Lung respectfully. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. Hearing Yi Tianqing's words, the villagers were stunned for a moment, and then they all shook their heads. "I don't know you. You are not welcome here. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, we will not blame us for taking coercive measures." Yi Tianqing. At this moment, everyone suddenly saw Lin Lung standing in the crowd, and their expressions changed instantly. They suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Lung and said respectfully, "See the second master." At this time, Lin Lung had a question mark on his face, while Yi Tianqing suddenly realized, although the other party did not recognize him. How many people could Grandmaster Han Kuan not recognize? They decided that Lin Lung should be regarded as his ancestor Han Kuan in his previous life. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianqing quickly winked at Lin Lung crazily, and Lin Lung also understood instantly and nodded. "Ahem, it's rare that you still know me. Second Master's name is so famous. How could we not know about him?" Seeing this scene, Lin Lung quickly followed the words and stated his purpose. "Ahem, I came here to visit my junior sister. I wonder where she is now." The junior sister Lin Lung talks about is naturally the third disciple of the founding Yuan Ling, Niuhua. He is the second disciple, so it should be normal to call him junior sister Niuhua. Sure enough, after hearing this, several people immediately said respectfully, "Emperor Niuhua is now in the hall. Please allow me to lead a few of you over." To be honest, Lin Lung was a little confused. Sure enough, the title of Patriarch Han Kuan was very useful. Just now, the other party wanted to drive him away, but when he saw him again, his attitude changed completely. Then, several villagers led the way, while Lin Lung and others followed behind them. Villagers kept coming out of the village. When they saw Lin Lung, they would bow to Lin Lung respectfully. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. "Second Master, this is it, we won't go in," the villagers said respectfully when they arrived at the destination. "Well, then you should step back first." Seeing this, Lin Lung was about to walk in, but when he turned around, everyone else stood still and didn't move. Seeing this, Lin Lung was a little puzzled and asked curiously, "Why don't you come over?" "Lin Lung, it's up to you to do the next thing by yourself. Some answers need to be explored by yourself. Emperor Nuwa will tell you. You can go by yourself. We are waiting for you here," Yi Tianqing said with a smile. "Go, disciple. Go ahead, son. Come on, hubby." Seeing this scene, Lin Lung no longer hesitated, turned around and walked in. All the way to the main hall, Lin Lung finally saw a figure at the end of the main hall. Judging from the figure, Lin Lung could tell that the figure was a woman. She should be the legendary Emperor Nuwa. Thinking of all this, Lin Lung's heart couldn't help but accelerate. If the other party recognized that he was not the founder of Kuan Kuan, wouldn't he be doomed? What surprised Lin Lung was that, in his impression, Nuwa had always been a kind middle-aged woman. Unexpectedly, when he saw Nuwa with his own eyes, he realized that what he had thought before was wrong. The woman in front of her was dressed in pink, and her dignified appearance revealed an indescribable sense of seduction. 3,000 black hairs were draped down, tied only with a pink hairband, and the woman's skin was tinged with pink color. The faint pink color is really beautiful. The twinkling phoenix eyes can capture the soul and captivate the mind, and the lips are like cherry blossoms, attracting endless reveries. Nuwa turned out to be just an 18-year-old girl. Although Lin Lung knew that the other party must be older than that, she looked like an 18-year-old girl. Seeing Lin Lung coming over, Nuwa's lips showed a faint smile. "I just heard Nuwa say softly, 'Are you here?'" Lin Lung didn't know if the other party recognized him, so he had no choice but to nod his head and hum. Then, Nuwa still had a smile on her lips and spoke very gently. "I know the purpose of your coming. You want to cure the disease in your body. It's obvious that those guys have done this. Then can you help me?" Lin Lung asked hopefully. "It's okay, but before that I have to let you know who you are." "Who am I?" Lin Lung was a little confused. Isn't he himself? At most, he was the Patriarch Hunkin in his previous life. Who else could it be? Lin Lung once asked Yi Tianqing and Wu Qingkuan this question, but the other party only revealed a few words and did not go into details. He only said that he was the ancestor of Kuan Kuan. "Then who am I?" Lin Lung asked hurriedly. "Well," Nuwa paused, then shook her head with a wry smile and said, "Actually, I'm not sure about your identity, because I don't even know who you are. I once observed I have passed you, but I don't even know where you came from, which means that you are dead by theory or should not appear in this world. It is clearly recorded on the stage of reincarnation that you should have long ago dead. You should have died a year ago." Lin Lung. Lin Lung had heard this sentence countless times. Yi Tianqing and his father Lin Wuyo had said similar words before. Lin Lung had wondered about it before, but he had attributed it all to the system or the creation spirit. "Then who am I?" Lin Lung asked. Nuwa frowned slightly. "You are Lin Lung, but you are not Lin Lung. This is what makes me confused. You are different from the Lin Lung who should appear in fate. I can feel that you are being added. A very strange destiny. Everything about you on the cycle of life and death is blank, and I can't even feel your existence. Lin Lung, am I not the Patriarch Han Kuan?" Lin Lung was confused. "I once mistakenly thought you were him, but then I discovered that you seemed not to be him. I know my senior brother very well, but you are definitely not him. But..." As she spoke, Nuwa suddenly stopped and stopped talking. Instead, she smiled faintly. This made Lin Lung even more anxious. "Keep talking, who am I?" Lin Lung asked anxiously. He almost collapsed. Unexpectedly, Nuwa shook her head. "I don't know. You need to find the answer to this matter yourself. I can only tell you that an inexplicable luck has been added to you, and this means that he will take up the heavy responsibility of humanity,
save all mankind, and resist those guys. Speaking of which, Lin Lung asked again, "Who are those guys? Why do they want to destroy the human race?" After hearing this, Niwa sighed slightly. This all starts from the age of the gods. Lin Lung. Lin Lung had heard this sentence countless times. Yi Tianxing and his father Lin Wuyo had said similar words before. Lin Lung had wondered about it before, but he had attributed it all to the system or the creation spirit. "Then who am I?" Lin Lung asked. Niwa frowned slightly. "You are Lin Lung, but you are not Lin Lung. This is what makes me confused. You are different from the Lin Lung who should appear in fate. I can feel that you are being added. A very strange destiny. Everything about you on the cycle of life and death is blank, and I can't even feel your existence. Lin Lung, am I not the patriarch Han Kuan?" Lin Lung was confused. "I once mistakenly thought you were him, but then I discovered that you seemed not to be him. I know my senior brother very well, but you are definitely not him, but—" As she spoke, Niwa suddenly stopped and stopped talking. Instead, she smiled faintly. This made Lin Lung even more anxious. "Keep talking. Who am I?" Lin Lung asked anxiously. He almost collapsed. Unexpectedly, Niwa shook her head. "I don't know. You need to find the answer to this matter yourself. I can only tell you that an inexplicable luck has been added to you. And this means that he will take up the heavy responsibility of humanity, save all mankind, and resist those guys." Speaking of which, Lin Lung asked again, "Who are those guys? Why do they want to destroy the human race?" After hearing this, Niwa sighed slightly. This all starts from the age of the gods. The age of gods. Lin Lung thought thoughtfully. The logic of the actions of those guys from the other world has always been very weird. Even if they intend to invade human territory and occupy half of the planet, the motives behind it are not so clear. There is no doubt that the strength of the other world is understandable. It can be said that the strength of the other world has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. So far, the strength shown by the other side is only a small part of it. Ghosts cannot be counted. The other party just sent out a few ferocious beasts. However, just like this, it is difficult for humans to fight against them. Without Wu Qingquan's intervention, it would not be so easy to get rid of those evil beasts. Niwa looked at Lin Lung and said, "Actually, the age of gods is real, and the heaven is also real." Hearing this, Lin Lung was shocked and moved. The legendary heaven actually existed. To be honest, Lin Lung had only seen it in movies. And isn't the master of heaven made up of those gods? Why is it a product of the age of gods? Seeing Lin Lung's reaction, Niwa continued, "Heaven represents the will of heaven and earth, and is beyond the world. The original establishment of heaven was also to act on behalf of heaven and earth, to do things for heaven and earth. After entering heaven, you will not grow old, die, be injured, or be destroyed. Live as long as heaven and earth. Isn't that just becoming a god?" Lin Lung blurted out instinctively. "Didn't he say it was the age of the gods? How come you still become a god despite all the detours?" No, it's not a fairy. There is no word for fairy, it's a god. We created the era of gods and established the heaven. But once the heaven collapses, everything will be in vain. Even gods will die." Niwa explained. "Can God also die? Why?" Lin Lung couldn't help but wonder. God is such an awesome existence. How could he die? "Because of the devil," Niwa explained. Lin Lung was shocked by this sentence. Magic. Are there really demons in the world? The answer is yes. Niwa nodded. If there are gods, there will be demons. Where did the demons come from? How did they appear? Demon originates from demonic energy and darkness. And all of this originates from the resentful energy between heaven and earth. You know the 10 artifacts? The existence of these 10 artifacts is to seal this evil and dark power. The devil is transformed from this power. Transformed by dark power? Lin Lung muttered. After all, what Niwa said was too mysterious. To put it simply, what Niwa means is that the invading ghosts are not monsters, but monsters corrupted by the power of darkness. To put it bluntly, the dark power is like a zombie virus, and humans will become demons after being infected.
What happened next? Lin Lung asked. After the demons appear, no matter what our purpose is, we must do everything we can to kill these demons. If we succeed, the world will still be prosperous. If we fail, everything in the world will be destroyed, Nuwa said. Lin Lung felt a chill running down his back and said, Then you succeeded? After all, Nuwa said that if they failed, the world would be destroyed, so obviously they should have succeeded. No, it was not completely successful. The abilities of these monsters should have become very powerful. There is no way to eliminate them, but we have no choice but to seal them into another world. Once these monsters break through the seal, they will inevitably come back. By then, the world, all living things will be destroyed. Nuwa shook her head and said, Then, is there any way to eliminate them now? Lin Lung was a little helpless. If the other party could not be eliminated, wouldn't the world be destined to be destroyed? No, this world always has your destination. You need to find yourself. And when you find yourself, you can save mankind and yourself, and your barrier will be broken down. Nuwa said. Then, not allowing Lin Lung to say anything more, Nuwa stopped talking and waved her hand, and then Lin Lung was sent to a mysterious little world. Here it is. Outside the main hall, everyone looked very anxious, and the waiting time was very long. They didn't know how long Lin Lung would be leaving, but every minute and second that Lin Lung left seemed a little longer. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the hall. Everyone looked up, thinking that Lin Lung had come out, but who knew that it was actually a beautiful girl who came out. Soon, Yi Tianxing and Wu Qinquan were the first to react and knelt on the ground. See Emperor Nuwa. Then everyone knelt down and saluted along with Yi Tianxing, and Nuwa also smiled softly and motioned for everyone to get up. Then Nuwa said to everyone, Lin Lung has been sent to a world by me. He will only come out when he finds himself and finds the answer. You can stay here for the time being. After saying that, no one could help but say something, and Nuwa left alone. No, it was not completely successful. The abilities of these monsters should have become very powerful. There is no way to eliminate them, but we have no choice but to seal them into another world. Once these monsters break through the seal, they will inevitably come back. By then, the world, all living things will be destroyed. Nuwa shook her head and said, Then, is there any way to eliminate them now? Lin Lung was a little helpless. If the other party could not be eliminated, wouldn't the world be destined to be destroyed? No, this world always has your destination. You need to find yourself. And when you find yourself, you can save mankind and yourself, and your barrier will be broken down. Nuwa said. Then, not allowing Lin Lung to say anything more, Nuwa stopped talking and waved her hand, and then Lin Lung was sent to a mysterious little world. Here it is. Outside the main hall, everyone looked very anxious, and the waiting time was very long. They didn't know how long Lin Lung would be leaving, but every minute and second that Lin Lung left seemed a little longer. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the hall. Everyone looked up, thinking that Lin Lung had come out, but who knew that it was actually a beautiful girl who came out. Soon, Yi Tianxing and Wu Qinquan were the first to react and knelt on the ground. See Emperor Nuwa. Then, everyone knelt down and saluted along with Yi Tianxing, and Nuwa also smiled softly and motioned for everyone to get up. Then Nuwa said to everyone, Lin Lung has been sent to a world by me. He will only come out when he finds himself and finds the answer. You can stay here for the time being. After saying that, no one could help but say something, and Nuwa left alone. After hearing what Nuwa said, everyone didn't know what to say. After all, Nuwa was helping Lin Lung. As long as Lin Lung found himself and found the answer, he would naturally come back. So everyone left silently without saying much, and Su Liuxue also silently prayed for Lin Lung in her heart. Lin Lung, who was teleported to the small world by Nuwa, looked confused at everything in front of him. He actually returned to the Earth Star? Looking at everything around him, Lin Lung firmly believed that this place was clearly the Earth Star. Everything was exactly the same as where he lived. How could he not be able to tell the difference after living on the Earth Star for decades? But after observing for a while, Lin Leng found that this place was a little different from Earthstar. It was full of spiritual energy, and the flowers, birds, and trees were all very natural, but there was only one thing. There are no humans here except him. Looking at the endless new world, Lin Lung felt a little dazed, and his mood began to slowly change. At the end of the world, everything will be reshuffled, and all living things will be destroyed. Behind this is not only the shadow of another world, but also the intervention of the gods. In other words, all this is like someone playing a big game of chess behind his back, and this game uses heaven and earth as the chessboard, and they are the chess pieces. If they win, the world will still exist, and if they lose, the world will be destroyed. He didn't know who was playing chess behind him, or who was playing with whom, but he knew that the chess game was now divided into two sides, black and white. The other side had black chess, and they had white chess. As for Lin Lung is its most critical chess piece. To be honest, Lin Lung doesn't want to be a chess piece, but the manipulator of the chessboard. To become like this, he must have strong strength and the terrifying strength that can reverse the chessboard. Before that, he must find himself, find his own position, and what role he plays in the chess game. Lin Lung recalled what Nuwa had said. He had to know who he was, and then everything would be solved. Later, Nuwa sent him here. In other words, the mystery of his life experience can be solved here. Seeing this, Lin Lung no longer thought about it, but put aside these distracting thoughts, cleared his mind, and began to re-understand the world he knew in his mind. After that, Lin Lung went to many places in the world. Instead of using his spatial powers, he walked on foot, using his own feet to feel the world's land and nature. While walking, he realized during the journey, Lin Lung also climbed many mountains, including Kunlun Mountains, Himalayas, Altai Mountains, Chilean Mountains, Qinling Mountains, Nianchen Tengla Mountains, Tianshan Mountains, Hinduan Mountains, Greater Caucasus Mountains, Ural Mountains, Hindu Kush Mountains, and Greater Shingan Range. Changbai Mountain, Taiying Mountain, almost all the mountain ranges have Lin Lung's footprints. Feeling personally, this vast world can make Lin Lung feel how big the world is. In the vast universe, people are like tiny sand, like a grain of dust. It seems that in this vast universe, humans seem very small and insignificant. The Himalayas, known as the hometown of snow, followed by the Kunlun Mountains, the ancestor of mountains. The Andes, the highest extinct volcano in the world. The Alps, the largest mountain range in Europe. The Rocky Mountains, a museum of natural beauty. And inland water systems in the Ganges Mountains, the watershed of the Indian Ocean system. Lin Lung measured the world step by step along the backbone of the world, comprehending every inch of the world, comprehending the ways of the world, and comprehending the laws of the world. Every time he walked through a land, Lin Lung's understanding became deeper and his strength became stronger. It is also slowly improving, perhaps because he was too focused. Lin Lung even lost track of time and did not realize that the barrier that had troubled him for a long time had already loosened and was slowly breaking. In Nuwa's words, Lin Lung has gradually begun to find himself again, and now he is about to return to a new life. The heart and the Tao are becoming closer and closer. At some point, looking at Lin Lung in this world, a delicate 18-year-old girl showed a happy smile on her face. And this person was Nuwa. She could see that Lin Lung had gradually begun to understand what she said, and the final moment would eventually come. As if expecting something, Nuwa turned and left. Looking back at Lin Lung in the world, during this period of time, Lin Lung traveled almost all over the world, went to deep mountains, and swam across the sea. In the end, Lin Lung returned to the starting point and stood where he first reached. When Lin Lung came to his senses again, he was suddenly surprised to find that the barrier that hindered his advancement had long been broken, and there was a terrifying, powerful, and profound force hidden in his body. His Kong Jian and martial god powers have already reached the top of the legendary SS level, and now he is already the top combat power in the world. And now he is fully qualified to fight against SSS level powerhouses. Today, Lin Lung is completely at the top of the world. Looking at himself again, Lin Lung walked to a lake and looked at himself through the clear lake surface.
Now Lin Lung is already a dirty, unshaven man. His hair and beard have been dragged to the ground because he hasn't shaved for a long time. His body is covered with mud, and his clothes have become tattered. He looks like he hasn't taken a shower in several years. Looks like a beggar. Lin Lung didn't know how much time had passed, but he understood the true meaning of all this. And now, it's time to go out and end it all. Boom! At this moment, a huge gap suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Lin sneered. It was time to come. As expected, figures slowly appeared in the distance, and each one's face looked familiar to Lin Lung. Su Liuxue, Xie Chenfeng, Lin Wuyo, Yi Tianxing Wu Qingquan, and even Yuhua came. Everyone is here. Lin Lung stood up slowly. Then everyone slowly fell to the ground. Su Liuxue immediately threw herself into Lin Lung's arms. Her tears couldn't stop falling. Lin Lung tenderly stretched out her hand and softly comforted Su Liuxue. He didn't know that this farewell had taken so long. I think you will definitely come back, so I have told your friends a long time ago that I think you may need it. Then Yuhua chuckled and handed a set of clean clothes to Lin Lung. Thanks. Lin Lung thanked her softly, took the clothes from Yuhua's hand, turned around, and jumped into the lake behind her. After about a while, Lin Lung returned to the crowd again. Now his powerful body was dust-free and his soul became much lighter. Seeing Lin Lung coming out, Wu Qingquan chuckled. With SS-level top combat power, even I can't be your opponent in this world. It's time. Yi Tianxing looked like before and said with a smile. Su Liuxue smiled sweetly at Lin Lung, blooming like a flower, and said, it's time. Lin Lung nodded, and then he was about to go out with a few people, but Yuhua stopped Lin Lung at this moment. You are indeed very strong, but if you want to fight with that person, this strength is not enough. After saying that, Yuhua waved her hand and sent an ancient box shining with golden light in front of Lin Lung. There are your things here. Open it. Yuhua handed the box to Lin Lung and said. Lin Lung did not refuse and nodded. In fact, he had already understood his identity during this period. After taking it, Lin Lung poured his spiritual power into it. The ancient box shook slightly. In an instant, a powerful, terrifying force burst out from the box, and the lines on the ancient box began to shine brightly, and then something like flames erupted, burning the entire spirit box into nothingness. Finally, a hazy white shadow appeared in the void. If you look closely, you can see that this shadow is as tall as Lin Lung. Even the body shape is very similar. After seeing clearly, this phantom slowly walked towards Lin Lung, and the last ray of light flashed and completely disappeared into Lin Lung's body. At the same time, a wave of memories poured into Lin Lung's mind, which was about Lin Lung's identity. Lin Lung had already understood that he had always made a mistake. My previous life was not Patriarch Han Kuan. Even though I looked very similar to Patriarch Han Kuan in my previous life, I was not him. In Yuhua's words, I am Lin Lung, but I am no longer Lin Lung. He almost does not belong to this world at all. No one knows where he comes from, but Lin Lung knows that there is only one person who brought him to this world, and that is the system. And there is only one person with this ability, founding Yuan Ling. In other words, it was the founding Yuan Ling who sent him to this world. As for who he was, Lin Lung had already predicted it. He is actually the incarnation of the founding spirit. The founding Yuan Ling created himself and integrated his soul into Lin Lung's body. Yuhua had said before that Lin Lung's body was injected with an inexplicable power and energy, and this power was actually the founding Yuan Ling. Lin Lung didn't know why the founding Yuan Ling chose him, but it was the actions of the founding Yuan Ling that brought him here. The founding Yuan Ling injected all his power into Lin Lung's body and saved Lin Lung, and he also became a part of Lin Lung's body. As for the system, Lin Lung is not particularly clear. It may be a part of the consciousness left by the founding Yuan Ling. Whether it was eventually absorbed by Lin Lung or where it went, Lin Lung did not know. But Lin Lung knew everything. He was who he was. He didn't represent anyone, and no one represented him. He was himself. After understanding all this,
Lin Lung's strength and realm skyrocketed in an instant, and he was instantly promoted to the top of the terrifying SSS level. During all this, the whole world became different in Lin Lung's eyes. Ichiko, one world, one leaf, and one Bodhi. The whole world became extremely clear and delicate in Lin Lung's eyes. It turns out that what is stored in this box is the golden source energy of the founding Yuanling. That's it. Yi Tianxing nodded with sigh. Did you guess it? Lin Lung asked incredulously. Everything happened too fast, and this sudden power also made Lin Lung a little strange. Amazing. Yi Tianxing shook his head. I also had a guess before. Although you and Patriarch Han Kuan look similar, they are not him. It turns out that you are the founding Yuanling. Lin Lung instinctively looked at Nuwa. All of this was inspired by Nuwa. She must know everything behind it. Even if she doesn't know, it's almost the same. At least she knows a general idea. Nuwa did not hide anything, with memories in her eyes. Master acted mysteriously and was unpredictable. After Ragnarok, Master disappeared, and this box was given to me in advance by him. I never knew the function of this box, but now it seems that Master has thought of all this early and made arrangements. Lin Leng nodded. Founder Yuan Ling, a figure like him, was almost omnipotent, so he must have foreseen today's situation and made such an arrangement. Then Lin Lung did not hesitate and immediately decided to leave with everyone. Now that my strength has been reached, it's time to fight the person behind it. Lin Lung understood that he was both a chess piece and the manipulator behind the scenes. It turned out that the founding Yuan Ling had pinned everything on himself. Now, I will replace the founding Yuan Ling in a final battle with the enemy behind him. Then Lin Lung said goodbye to Nuwa, left the Taoist world, and returned to Earthstar. Originally, Lin Lung wanted to persuade Nuwa and others to join the battle. With their participation, their strength would definitely increase a lot, and it would be easier to solve the problem. But Nuwa refused. After the twilight of the gods no longer intervened in the world's disputes. This is why the founding Yuan Ling did not directly take action himself, but saved the world in this way. Since the other party refused, Lin Lung was not embarrassed. After bidding farewell to Nuwa and others, he took everyone back to Earthstar directly. When Lin Lung returned to Earthstar again, Lin Lung felt as if he had become the core of the entire world. Every plant and tree in the world, every breath and every breath was under Lin Lung's control. The entire world, all living beings are in Lin Lung's eyes. Reaching the top of the SSS realm, Lin Lung has long been immortal, invincible to all laws, follows the law when he speaks, transcends time and space, unites the avenues, has one thought for eternity, ignores cause and effect, and is already the most supreme existence in the entire universe. It belongs to a special existence that even the way of heaven cannot completely control, and has reached the absolute end of the cultivation of all living beings. At this moment, countless beasts in the world seem to have sensed Lin Lung, and they all bowed their heads in Lin Lung's direction, roared. This time, everyone no longer passively defended, but chose to take the initiative to attack. Lin Lung led everyone to the General Command Center of the General Bureau. Seeing Lin Lung and others suddenly appear, the elder who was still discussing tactics with the commander was startled. When he felt the spiritual power fluctuations in Lin Lung's body, his eyes widened in shock. Lin Lung smiled softly and said, "Great Elder, long time no see. The time for the final decisive battle has arrived." Under the shocked gaze of the Great Elder, Lin Lung did not say much, but closed his eyes and carefully sensed the existence of all S-level and above awakened beings on the planet. Now for him, the whole world is under Lin Lung's applause. Everything is only in Lin Lung's one thought. One thought can decide anyone's life or death. Everything in the world is displayed in Lin Lung's eyes with incomparable clarity. In front of you, the next second, all the S-level awakeners and above were brought to the front by Lin Lung using his space powers. Even the four divine beasts Green Dragon, White Tiger, Su Liuxue were brought here by Lin Lung, and these people all had question marks on their faces. Damn it, wasn't I sleeping just now? F***K. Everyone was talking, and it seemed a little noisy for a while, but Lin Lung also instantly silenced everyone. Lin Lung only showed a little bit of his chi, and his terrifying chi made everyone breathless. One by one was pressed to the ground, unable to breathe. F***K. This powerful pressure is... This power is not even comparable to that of an SS-level expert. He is actually a terrifying SSS-level strongman, the king of this world. Who is he? Lin Lung didn't care to listen to these people's words and signaled everyone to be quiet. When everyone nodded, Lin Lung withdrew his pressure, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Lung then told everyone what he knew about the situation. Now that the ultimate moment has arrived, I decided to lead everyone to take the initiative to attack. If we succeed, the world will remain the same. If we fail, the world will be destroyed. Our battle is not only related to the life and death of the human race, but also determines the survival of everything in the world. After listening to what Lin Lung said, many people were silent for a while, with hesitation on their faces. Regarding this, Lin Lung had already known that it was human nature to be greedy for life and afraid of death. At his level, he understood many things. However, Lin Lung did not rush them, but waited closely for them to do it. Psychological struggle. Yes, there will definitely be many casualties in this battle, and even everyone will not be able to come back. If not, everyone will die there. Therefore, Lin Lung must respect their decision. I don't know how long it took, but someone finally spoke, an old man. Life, separation, and death are the laws of nature. There is nothing worth worrying about. When fate is gone, we will be separated. However, life is full of separation. Death is inevitable for everyone. It may be heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. I have grown old. I am willing to follow you. Your Excellency, let's fight. After listening to the old man's words, Lin Lung nodded. The old man's words seemed to wake up the others. After listening to the old man's words, the others also expressed their willingness to join. In the end, more and more people joined, and finally almost everyone joined the battle. This also made Lin Lung very satisfied. It seemed that the human race was not cowardly and afraid of death. When the human race faced danger, some people would still stand up. Seeing that everyone was willing, Lin Lung immediately prepared to leave. Senior brother, don't you plan to come together? Lin Lung asked. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhongtian immediately stood up and said, Of course I want to go. Speaking of which, my old bones have not been active for a long time, and it is time to exercise. Then, Yi Zhongtian called the commander-in-chief aside and gave him some instructions on the affairs of the General Bureau. There is a high probability that my profession will never come back. If I don't come back, then you will be the chief elder of the General Bureau, and everything will be left to you. Great Elder. Looking at the Great Elder, tears flashed in the commander-in-chief's eyes. Hey, a man bleeds but doesn't shed tears. I'm just going to fight, and there's no guarantee that I won't be able to come back. Why are you crying so hard? You're so unlucky. Give me a smile. But the commander-in-chief still couldn't laugh, and the tears couldn't stop flowing. The Great Elder stopped paying attention to him and turned his back. Unknown to him, his own eyes were already wet. Hey, it turns out that people are more susceptible to infection as they get older. When Lin Lung saw that everyone had arrived, he did not hesitate. In a flash, everyone arrived at the entrance to the other world. At this moment, Lin Lung no longer waited for the entrance to the other world to open, but chose to attack proactively. In the blink of an eye, the 10 ancient artifacts appeared in Lin Lung's hands. As soon as Lin Lung had a thought, the 10 artifacts reacted, hovering and flying into the air, and then began to spin out quickly. A ray of light shot towards the entrance to the other world, and then the entrance to the other world slowly opened. Lin Lung did not wait for the cave entrance to be completely opened. Instead, after a small gap was opened in the other world, he reversed the space and led everyone into the other world. When everyone entered the other world, everyone's eyes changed. This is simply a dark world, surrounded by demonic energy. The demonic energy soars into the sky. Even the sky, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars are obscured by this overwhelming demonic energy. The universe is bright, and the demonic energy soars into the sky. This is where the devil lives. Lin Lung was strong enough to see into the distance. He could clearly see a person waiting for him in the distance where the demonic aura was strongest, and he was the initiator of everything behind this. The demon, rumble, set off. Lin Lung immediately gave the order, and a large group of people gathered together, all the S-Class Awaken army, and their combat power was not inferior. The crowd followed Lin Lung in a mighty manner, and the crowd gathered into a long dragon. Following Lin Lung, he walked towards the direction of the demon. At this moment, Lin Lung was the general leading the troops, and they were the soldiers. Lin Lung stood at the front and led the way, while Su Liuxue was by Lin Lung's side. During this time, Su Liuxue was also promoted to SS level. Although her strength was not as good as Lin Lung's, she could help Lin Lung. Among the remaining S-Class Awakened ones, most of them did not wear any armor, but they were all holding their own weapons, and their faces were serious and upright. In this battle, they were already prepared to die. Each of them has experienced many life and death battles, and it has not been easy along the way. Naturally, there are many former hidden powerhouses among them, and their strength is very good, no less than the four great beasts. After walking for a while, Lin Lung finally saw the other party. At this moment, the demon did not show his true form, but looked like a stern man, but the blood in his eyes revealed his bloodthirsty nature. The demon had obviously anticipated Lin Lung's arrival and had already gathered all his troops here for the ultimate decisive battle with Lin Lung. That's right, when you reach Lin Lung's level, everything in the world will be in your hands. Naturally, you can't hide these things from the other party. Lin Lung also thought of this, and the opponent's strength is also extremely impressive. There are countless black monsters under his command. Each of them is very tall as several stories high, with different shapes and very weird. And there are many monsters among them. Some of them have turned into human forms, and some still have the heads of beasts. Only their bodies have turned into human forms, but this does not prevent the other party from displaying their strength. Suddenly the monsters roared in unison, and thunder sounded in the sky. Countless magical beasts roared in unison. Some of them were ancient magical beasts that had transformed into humans, and some had transformed into human forms. Although the number was not very large, the strength of each of them was terrifying. Lin Lung's eyes were as bright as fire. He knew that the world was still prosperous and the world was still full of red dust, which determined the vitality of mankind. He hoped that a decisive battle for the fate of the world in the future had begun. Pay attention to protecting Su Liuxue, Lin Lung told Wu Qingquan and others, and Wu Qingquan nodded slightly after hearing this. Time passed bit by bit, and the fighter plane finally arrived. In the sky, a blood moon rose, filling the entire battlefield with an indescribable sense of blood. After that, Lin Lung also understood that the time had come. Kill! Lin Lung gave an order, then waved his hand, and a silver halberd appeared in Lin Lung's hand. It was the sky-slaying Demon King's halberd. The demon recognized the weapon in Lin Lung's hand at a glance, with a slight surprise in his eyes. The heaven-slaying Demon King halberd, a super artifact that had killed countless monsters in the previous life, actually appeared in Lin Lung's hands. Lin Lung ignored him and waved his hand. His spiritual power was slightly shaken and poured into the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd. The next second, the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd began to emit flames. It was the fire of justice, and it was also fire of hope. Lin Lung took a step forward and headed straight for the demon. Then Su Liuxue, Wu Qingquan, Yi Tianqing, Great Elder Xie Chenfeng, Lin Wuyo, and other big guys followed Lin Lung. Seeing Lin Lung step forward, the demon did not sit still and waited for death. He also moved the moment Lin Lung moved. He held a demon sword and stared at Lin Lung closely, with bloody red dots on his eyes. The battle begins immediately. Behind the demon,
The huge phantom of the demon looked up to the sky and roared, almost covering half of the sky. The demonic energy was billowing with terrifying momentum, as if it was going to wipe out the entire world. Lin Lung knew that it was the real body of the demon. Lin Lung's eyelids twitched slightly, and spiritual power poured into the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd. A divine light suddenly appeared, covering Lin Lung's entire body. At this moment, Lin Lung truly looked like a god. The battle between gods and demons begins. Come. Two immortal legendary weapons collided together, making a clanging sound. The Demon King's halberd was extremely bright, and the charm it emitted seemed to be able to penetrate the endless demonic energy and darkness and illuminate the entire darkness, while the Demon King's sword was also extremely sharp. Seems to be able to split the world with one sword. In an instant, terrifying spiritual power burst out, spreading backwards like a terrifying and violent shock wave. The waves are rolling, destroying the world. Su Liuxue, Wu Qingquan, and all the S-class awakened ones who followed were stunned by this terrifying power and took several steps back. Naturally, the demon clan was also blown away by this powerful force. Soon, Wu Qingquan and others continued to collide with the monsters. The battle of top forces broke out instantly and quickly reached a climax in a short period of time. There was no way to test the power of the group, let alone this one. The war is related to the survival of the world, and no one has any reservations. Everyone is playing with their lives and working hard. This time, what they are fighting for is not themselves, but the whole world and hope. Lin Lung and Tian Mo looked at each other, and terrifying energy erupted in their eyes. At the level of Lin Lung and Tian Mo, just one look was enough to kill any S-level awakened person and wipe out their souls. Ah, you are much stronger than I thought. The demon's blood-stained eyes stared at Lin Lung. His demonic hair was dancing wildly, and demonic lines began to erupt on his pale face, which looked terrifying. You're not weak either, Lin Lung replied, his eyes flashing. Although the two sides didn't move, they were secretly engaged in an unprecedented battle. The two sides were fiercely fighting. Divine light suddenly appeared, and demonic energy roared. Just the impact of momentum can destroy the world and shake the heaven and earth. The next moment, both sides started to attack at the same time. The devil's palm turned into a fist and punched towards Lin Lung like lightning. Lin Lung also moved and punched him. Boom! The two sides exchanged fists, and there was an explosion, and a monstrous energy surged out instantly. Both sides took a few steps back, and the surrounding battlefield turned into nothingness. The devil's energy was gnashing his teeth, the devil's energy was rolling in, and the devil's power became stronger and stronger. Lin Lung also hurriedly mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and wisps of spiritual power surged out. Boom! The two finally collided and exploded, but Lin Lung seemed to have noticed it and retreated like lightning. Lin Lung was well prepared and retreated as fast as lightning. But the devil had obviously expected it. When he saw Lin Lung retreating, a trace of cruelty flashed in his blood pupils, and the devil's pupils radiated blood. The devil's sword struck Lin Lung fiercely, and the terrifying edge of the devil's sword surged. There was a terrifying aura. If Lin Lung avoided it, Su Liuxue and others behind him would be severely injured. Seeing this scene, Lin Lung gritted his teeth, and the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd glowed brightly. He raised the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd and went forward. Rumble! The two collided again, and they collided fiercely. The devil's cold eyes were filled with murderous intent. The devil's sword buzzed, and a huge and terrifying power suddenly surged towards Lin Lung. This force was so powerful that Lin Lung couldn't resist it for a moment and was sent flying out. The speed became faster and faster, and finally turned into a red light and hit the ground hard. Boom! If you only have this ability, then everything can be over. The demon sneered, his bloody eyes full of coldness and bloodthirsty, and the next second he was killing Lin Lung like lightning. Ah! At the critical moment, Lin Lung's body once again erupted with terrifying power, and his momentum increased steadily. Lin Lung's strength was actually still rising. Seeing this, the demon marks on the face of the demon began to twist slowly, as if it was completely alive. The demon's phantom blood pupils were even worse, and his momentum was also rising. Just now they were just testing each other, but now the two of them have truly shown their true strength and are ready to launch an unprecedented battle. The next moment, the demon god's broadsword collided heavily with the heaven-killing demon king's halberd again, and an even more terrifying battle broke out. The edge of the demon's sword and the fierce demon energy seemed to split the whole world in half. The charm of the demon king's halberd showed its charm, and the divine light suddenly appeared as if it wanted to break all the darkness. The ultimate darkness and the eternal light collide, and the power explodes to destroy the world. At the same time, the battle between the Warcraft and the S-Class Awaken army cannot be underestimated. The S-Class army and the Warcraft army moved at the same time. The two rolling torrents were overwhelming, and the terrifying momentum shook the heaven and the earth. The army of Warcraft is headed by a huge Warcraft, which is several feet tall and as tall as several stories. It has an extremely fierce momentum. The human army is led by Wu Qingquan, Su Liuxue, and Yi Tianxing. Now that Su Liuxue has SS-level strength, she can stand alone. This also makes Lin Lung very happy. The former Heartless Empress is back. Got it? Although the human army is not as tall as the monsters, its momentum is not inferior to that of the opponent. Each one holds a weapon and looks like he is ready to die. The two terrifying armies collided fiercely. Boom! Roar! The two terrifying forces collided together, and the scene was extremely tragic for a moment. Countless blood wolves flew out with broken arms mixed with tragic words. People and monsters roared, and waves of death bloomed. This is the feast of death. Su Liuxue gave a sweet shout and jumped up high with the Xin Yuan sword in hand. With one sweep of the sword, a large area of monsters was swept away in an instant. Countless monsters were cut into pieces, and even the leading monster was killed instantly. Kill! 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 The two sides fought with all their strength, wailing, roaring, and shouting angrily. Their orders were connected together, and the sound shook the sky. The war between the top masters began to become more intense. From time to time, monsters were killed, and at the same time, awakened human beings fell from midair and died unexpectedly. Wu Qingquan's momentum surged, and he flew out into the wind. He took action instantly with the God of War gun, killing the huge monster in front of him with one shot. His huge body instantly collapsed to the ground, and then countless monsters stepped on his body and continued to climb. Fort, this is war. Back to Lin Lung, the demon god's magic sword hummed, not covering up its edge at all. The blade seemed to be able to split Lin Lung's soul into pieces with just a glance. The next second, the magic knife was good at facing the wind. It grew several times in size in an instant and slashed hard at Lin Lung. Lin Lung was not afraid at all, and waved the heaven-slaying Demon King halberd in his big hand to directly greet him. Boom! The terrifying power shook, and the ground could not withstand the strong suppressive force at all. It actually sank directly, and Lin Lung also fell into the soil. Lin Lung was shaken by this force, and his head was in confusion. But he didn't have any time to breathe, because the demon's attack became more and more fierce. And this battle was about the survival of the world. Even the people behind him, the life and death of this group of awakened people, is also decided in his hands. So Lin Lung took a deep breath and tried his best to keep his brain awake. Lin Lung stood up from the ground again and faced him again. Lin Lung began to attack vigorously. Lin Lung had already adopted a style of fighting that was not afraid of death. If he had been passively defending, then only death would be waiting for him. As time passed, the battle became more intense. All demons are destroyed. The demon god shouted loudly and struck out with a powerful sword. Lin Lung did not flinch. He waved the sky-slaying Demon King halberd and struck the strongest blow with a single wave of his hand.
A terrifying charm erupted from the body of the Demon King's halberd, and beneath the charm there was a faint, terrifying power. This was Lin Lung's unique power, royal power. At this moment, the Demon King halberd not only has the blessing of charm, but also has the bonus of royal power. With double blessing and the righteousness of heaven and earth, it is bound to wipe out all the darkness and evil in the world. Sovereign and powerful. A terrifying blow, one blow down. At this moment, the demon god's expression finally changed, and there was a bit more panic in the blood eyes. He found that Lin Lung was getting braver and stronger as he fought. He let out a low roar. The demonic patterns were even more ferocious, and the demonic sword was also he struck at Lin Lung again. Boom! This blow was so powerful that even Lin Lung felt a bit reluctant after that. Even the hand holding the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd was numb from the shock. Lin Lung was shocked. This demon is so powerful. Is this power too powerful? Lin Lung touched the corner of his mouth, and some blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But Lin Lung didn't care at all. This injury was nothing to him, and it would only take a moment to recover. In this way, even if the demon god could destroy the world and injured Lin Lung again and again, it could never threaten Lin Lung's life, and Lin Lung naturally could not easily hurt the demon god. Lin Lung's fighting style became more and more courageous, and he even began to adopt extreme methods of exchanging injuries for injuries. During this period, he did not dodge the demon's attacks and directly injured the demon. The demon god was gnashing his teeth angrily at all this. Although he launched his ultimate moves one after another, he was blocked by Lin Lung. He was unable to seriously injure Lin Lung, but he was stuck in a stalemate every time he tried his moves. Failure again and again made the devil a little angry. The demon stared at Lin Lung closely, not hiding the murderous intent in his eyes at all. His murderous intent was like a knife, and his murderous intent was everywhere. You are very strong, but this alone is not enough. The words fell. Boom! A terrifying blade slashed out, and this blow was naturally dodged by Lin Lung. After all, Lin Lung was a space awakener. Although the opponent was fast, he was still a piece of cake for him who had space powers. Dish. Space rotation. Lin Lung has decided that since he has the advantage of space, he can naturally use this to fight. Although it is not of much use, it can disgust the opponent. Then Lin Lung actually controlled the space. The next second, the attack originally aimed at Lin Lung disappeared instantly and appeared behind the demon god. The demon god quickly realized this and reacted quickly, dodging this attack as fast as lightning. Hit! Boom! Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Lin Lung was a little disappointed. He thought he could hit the demon god, but he didn't expect the other party's reaction to be so fast. The face of the demon god who escaped the blow became increasingly gloomy, so gloomy that he almost dripped water. He looked at Lin Lung gloomily once again. He did not expect that Lin Lung actually had dual powers, one body and two cultivations, which was unprecedented. This time, the demon god finally looked at Lin Lung without the previous contempt and became serious. You must know that the strength of the two of them is at the same level after all. If you are not careful, you will still die. The next second, the demon god pointed his magic knife at Lin Lung again and roared. All demons are destroyed. Rummel. In an instant, a shocking strike of blood-colored sword slashed towards Lin Lung, as fast as lightning, almost unavoidable. Then the next second, this attack still appeared behind the demon god. Fortunately, the demon god was already on guard and dodged again. This time, the demon god was completely angry. He gritted his teeth angrily and raised his knife to kill in front of Lin Lung. Since long-range attacks are useless, I will get close. Seeing this, Lin Lung also jumped in space to avoid the blow and instantly appeared in the distance, and then used space confinement to try to imprison the demon. However, in just a moment, the demon god broke through the confinement, and the demonic energy around him was overwhelming. Lin Lung also knew that this was impossible to deal with, so he simply stopped wasting time and rushed forward with the sky-slaying Demon King halberd. Sonorous. The two most powerful weapons in the world collided together, and the two of them both retreated. The next second, the demon god directly charged towards Lin Lung with unrivaled momentum. But Lin Lung didn't dodge at all and went straight towards the demon god. Boom! Eternal destruction. All demons will be destroyed. Then the demon god roared in his mouth and fired countless bloody thunderbolts towards Lin Lung. Each thunderbolt was packed with terrifying power. Lin Lung roared angrily, mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body, and raised the heaven-slaying demon king's halberd high in an attempt to resist. However, the opponent's power was too strong, and even Lin Lung was severely bombarded to the ground. In an instant, countless blood-colored thunderbolts all struck Lin Lung's body. Lin Lung felt that every part of his skin and every inch of flesh and blood were wiped away and turned into nothingness. Boom! The bloody thunder continued to fall, completely penetrating the ground. The entire area near Lin Lung was completely destroyed and turned into ruins, and the ground became a piece of scorched earth. Seeing this scene, Su Liuxue burst into tears and said with a sob, "Husband." The other people who were still fighting also changed their expressions. Lin Lung was still defeated. Lin Lung's defeat meant that there was almost no room for reversal in this battle. All of a sudden, everyone's faces lost the confidence they had before and began to become a little depressed. Yes, Lin Lung was their spiritual support. If Lin Lung was defeated, how could they defeat such a powerful person? Where are the enemies? At this moment, Lin Lung's eyes were blood red, and his body was already riddled with holes. There was no intact skin left, and almost his entire body was almost gone. Many white bones were vaguely visible. Charming. The demon smiled. His smile was extremely evil. He seemed to be very satisfied with his killing move, and his voice was a little bit weird. At this moment, Lin Lung was in despair. He could hardly move, his body was almost destroyed, and he could no longer face off against the demon god. Will this duel end in failure? But at this moment, colorful rays of light bloomed from the distant void. The colorful divine light seemed to have some special effect. It penetrated into Lin Lung's body one by one. This energy seemed to be able to warm and nourish Lin Lung. With an ordinary body and indescribable vitality and mana. The next second, Lin Lung's broken and lost flesh and blood began to grow again, and it grew 100 times as if he had taken a peerless medicine. His muscles, tissues, and meridians began to grow again. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief again, but the devil's smile froze. His eyes stared at the void in the distance and screamed, "Ah, it's you, it's you. Die." The demon god seemed to have thought of something. He picked up the demon god's sword and charged at Lin Lung fiercely. Lin Lung was shocked. Although he didn't understand what happened, his body had not fully recovered yet, and he could not dodge at all, so he had to wait for death. And at this critical moment, buzz buzz! Suddenly, a long sword suddenly appeared, with a shining light, as if it came from the Taoist world, with incomparable vast charm and mighty righteousness. Sonorous. The demon's sword was blocked, and the demon god was shocked and staggered back. The long sword also regretted it, and was caught in the hands of a slender, white-robed scholar. When Lin Lung saw the other person's face clearly, his face was shocked. The demon seemed to recognize the other person and screamed, "Ah, Luya, you're still here. It's you again." Lin Lung was shocked when he heard this name. Luya, Mr. Luya Dao. Mr. Luya Dao is the essence of Lihua. Flying out of the three realms is not in the 5 elements, not in the 3 religions, and not in the land of bliss. If you don't submit to the management of human kings, you won't submit to the underworld. I can roam freely, and I can wander freely and freely among the saints and immortals. Legend has it that Lord Luya went off to find his own leisure, and would only appear when the world was in danger. Originally, Lin Lung thought that Lord Luya would not appear. I never thought that Mr. Luya Dao would actually appear. The sword in Luya Daojuan's hand is naturally the flying sword of immortal killing, which is 7 inches long and can kill all monsters in the world. Legend has it that Luya Daojun is elusive and unpredictable, but now he has finally appeared. After Lu Yaojun, the divine light spread out in all directions, dispersing the surrounding darkness, and under the divine light, figures gradually emerged. Immediately afterwards, amidst the roar of a bull, an old man in linen clothes slowly appeared, chanting, Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. Man follows the earth, and the earth follows the sky. Heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Lin Lung was surprised, this is me, and it is rumored that I am the true form of Taishang Laojun. Taishang Laojun is a disciple of Patriarch Hongjun, and he is here too. At this time, Lin Lung's body had begun to gradually recover, and his head could already be twisted. So Lin Lung hurriedly turned his head and looked in the direction from which the divine light came, and saw figures gradually walking out of the divine light. In addition to Laozi, I am also Taishang Laojun, who is revered as Taiqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan, also slowly walked out from behind the divine light. Sanqing, everyone is here. Then there are individual figures, Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzhen, Tai Jinren, Manjusri Guangfa Tianzuan, Samanabhadra, and Xihang Taoist. Huanglong Jinren, Taoxing Tianzuan, Qingshu Daidezhenjin, Wei Lu Sun, Yuding Jinren, and Yun Zhongzi. Countless legendary figures have appeared. Although Lin Lung did not recognize most of them, he knew that these were figures from the same era as Daojun Luya and others. In other words, these were figures from the age of the gods, just like Nuwa. He is a hero among men. Among the crowd, Lin Lung saw an unexpected person, Nuwa, and the colorful divine light suddenly emanated from Nuwa's hands. If you look closely, you can see that Nuwa is holding a colorful stone in her hand. It turns out to be the Nuwa stone. This made Lin Lung a little confused, and even more confused. Didn't Nuwa say that gods would not interfere with everything in the world? Why now? Just when Lin Lung was confused, Nuwa slowly fell to Lin Lung's side, placed the Nuwa stone on Lin Lung's body, and whispered, I understand, I finally understand the master's intention back then. God does not mean not to interfere in worldly affairs, nor does it ignore the sufferings of the world, but advocates joining the world. Master is testing us. A few remnants of the age of gods can't hide in your realm, but they insist on coming to me to die. Facing Nuwa and others, the demon god was not afraid at all, and the next moment, the demon god's whole body erupted with terrifying demonic energy and blood energy, completely surrounding the demon god. The next second, the demon god disappeared as if, but the demon god's true body appeared. The huge demon god's true body walked out of the magic mist. It was actually bigger than those monsters, and the energy erupted from the demon god's true body was not weaker than a few. People are actually very scary. Lin Lung was shocked by this scene. The demon god actually had such a terrifying trump card. The demon god at this moment was enough to destroy the world. But even in the face of such a terrifying demon, the gods are not afraid at all. As gods who have protected the earth for tens of thousands of years, there is no fear in their eyes, and they are all upright and awe-inspiring. This is God. The two sides only had a stalemate for a while, and the battle started in an instant. The gods and demons were fighting together. The demon's strength was truly terrifying. He could fight powerful gods such as Lord Luya and Emperor Nuwa on his own without losing any strength. During this period of time, Lin Lung recovered very quickly, and his flesh and blood quickly recovered. Soon the ruptured tendons on Lin Lung's body began to grow again, and his body gradually began to recover, and wisps of colorful divine light were still slowing down, slowly injected into Lin Lung's body. Miraculously, these rays of light integrated into Lin Lung's body and turned into extremely pure mana and life force. Soon Lin Lung completely recovered, which can be called a medical miracle. Not only that, Lin Lung also felt that he seemed to have become stronger and his body became more powerful. Finally, the Nuwa stone turned into the last energy and integrated into Lin Lung's body, and Lin Lung also completely recovered. A powerful force began to fill Lin Lung's limbs, making Lin Lung couldn't help shouting to the sky, letting out waves of comfortable roars. At this moment, Lin Lung almost sublimated, and his whole person's perception of spiritual power were completely different. It's doubled. It turns out that spiritual power is the power of nature, the law of all things in the world, and the original force of the world. Space is the force of space originating from the world, and all things in the world have its power, but this kind of power is divided into strong and weak. What the demon god possesses is very strange and powerful dark power and magic. Although this power can transform people to be very powerful, it can also make humans lose themselves and mutate into monsters and monsters. At this moment, Lin Lung's soul was completely sublimated, and his whole body was filled with golden light. All this was witnessed by the demon god, who gritted his teeth and tried to rush to Lin Lung's side to stop Lin Lung, but was forced back by Daojun Luya with a sword, and Yuhua and others followed suit. Boom! The next second, Lin Lung finally opened his eyes. He had an epiphany. His SSS level had actually reached another level, rising directly to the SSS level. This was unprecedented. Even the founding Yuanling had never reached this level. Kind of height. Rumble? Muffled sounds began to emit in the sky, as if to hint at something. The demonic energy and divine light intertwined, and one black and one white actually turned into the shape of a huge yin-yang fish hovering in the sky, and then the demonic energy was gradually absorbed, transformed into the purest charm, and the golden light from Lin Lung's body burst out, and the entire world's demonic energy turned into nothingness in an instant, replaced by endless charm. For a moment, the dark clouds dispersed and the evil spirit dissipated, replaced by the dazzling dawn and light. The next second, Lin Lung opened his eyes and looked carefully. Lin Lung's eyes were already golden. They were divine eyes. It was at this time that Wu Qingquan dug out one of his own eyes and threw it to Lin Lung. Lin Lung took the gesture and nodded, and Wu Qingquan also nodded. Then Lin Lung placed the eyeball directly in his other eye. It turned out that the other lost eye of death was taken away by Wu Qingquan. Now, Lin Lung has finally awakened. He has truly transcended the world. Nothing in the world is Lin Lung's opponent. The life and death of all matters are just a matter of Lin Lung's thoughts. This includes everything, including these monsters, and even the devil. Rumble. The next moment, the sky-slaying Demon King's halberd appeared in Lin Lung's hand. The demon seemed to know his end, but he still gritted his teeth and rushed towards Lin Lung. At this moment, no one stepped forward to stop him. Everyone knew the fate of the devil. Lin Lung had risen to the SSS level, which defied the heavens. In other words, Lin Lung already existed side by side with heaven and earth. Death! The demon god roared with a ferocious face. The next moment, the demonic sword and the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd collided fiercely. Without any accident, the demonic sword shattered directly, and the demonic god was also blown away by this terrifying force. Rumble. Thunder suddenly appeared in the void. It was the thunder that represented the will of heaven and earth. This was the real thunder, pure justice, which represented the will of heaven and earth. The demon god's eyes no longer looked as ferocious as before, replaced by endless fear. This kind of thunder was enough to destroy him. Die! Looking at the demon god, Lin Lung's face was indifferent, without the slightest hint of pity. The two words coming out of Lin Lung's mouth were like giving some kind of order. The next second, buzz! The heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd made a buzzing sound, and the heaven-slaying Demon King's halberd turned into a world-destroying light and slashed hard at the demon god. The demon god was in despair, and his figure was suddenly annihilated. Even the broken demonic sword was completely shattered and turned into powder. The terrifying power also carried the will of heaven and earth and penetrated the demon god's body. At this moment, the world became completely quiet. The demon god completely turned into ashes and disappeared between heaven and earth. Then Lin Lung looked at the monsters that were still alive and said lightly, "Put down your weapons if you want to live." Lin Lung's voice seemed to be filled with magic power, and those mindless monsters seemed to understand. They put down their weapons and knelt down one after another. Then Yuhua and others began to kneel down to Lin Lung, as did Wu Qingquan and others. At this moment, all the creatures in the world knelt in front of Lin Lung and saluted respectfully, as if to express their gratitude to him for saving the living beings in the world. Facing these participating monsters, Lin Lung waved his hand, and then a pure power swept towards them. In the next second, these dark monsters full of demonic aura actually changed. The demonic aura disappeared completely, and their bodies began to exude pure spiritual power. Their faces no longer looked ferocious, but became very docile, and the ghosts and monsters also turned back. Of humanity, this is the power of the will of heaven and earth, the power to purify the world. All the demonic energy and darkness were cleansed by this pure power of purification. At this moment, the world returned to peace, and the war was over. "Husband," Su Liuxue choked, dropped the sword in her hand, and threw it into Lin Lung's arms. At this moment, a long-lost sense of relaxation came to his heart. Lin Lung instinctively hugged Su Liuxue tightly. A feeling of sleepiness gradually came over him, and Lin Lung fell into a deep sleep. Husband, what's wrong with you?" Su Liuxue didn't understand the situation yet, and thought something had happened to Lin Lung, so she shouted anxiously, but at this moment, Wu Qingquan on the side stopped Su Liuxue. "He's just too tired. Let him rest for a while." After hearing this, Su Liuxue breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, no one in the world can hurt Lin Lung anymore. Lin Lung slept for a long time. In his dream, he dreamed of a shadowy figure. From the back, he looked very similar to himself. Seeing Lin Lung arriving, the other party spoke. "You came?" "Yes." Lin Lung nodded slightly. At this moment, with Lin Lung's state, everything could no longer escape his eyes, even in dreams. The person in front of him was naturally the founding Yuanling. "Hey, I didn't expect you to become stronger than I thought, but being strong is not necessarily a good thing. Why are you doing this?" Lin Lung asked the doubts in his heart. "Hey, I used to think that when I ordered the gods to establish heaven, I could act on behalf of the will of heaven and earth. But later I found that heaven and earth have their own rules. No one can replace them, and no one can change them. The appearance of demons is just the will of heaven and earth. Performance, the gods can't change anything. It's better to let nature take its course than to change." After hearing what the other party said, Lin Lung nodded. As for why the other party did this, Lin Lung didn't ask any more questions. He naturally had his own reasons for doing this. Now that everything is over, there is no point in asking so many questions. You have to remember that now you truly represent the world. Your existence is the highest in the world. The greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. You still have a lot to do. Now you are the only god in the world. Lin Lung shook his head and said, "No, I do not represent heaven and earth, nor am I a god. I am just me. I do not represent anyone, and no one can represent me." After hearing Lin Lung's words, the founding Yuanling smiled slightly. "You have grown up." Then the founding spirit slowly disappeared in front of Lin Lung, and Lin Lung no longer hesitated and came out of the dream. The next second, Lin Lung opened his eyes. "Honey, are you awake?" Su Liuxue came into view. Seeing Lin Lung wake up, Su Liuxue asked in surprise. "Yeah." Lin Lung nodded and looked around. Wu Qingquan, Yi Tianxing, Lin Wuyo, Xie Chenfeng, and others were all surrounding him. "Disciple, everything is over," Wu Qingquan said. "Yes, Nuwa and the others said that you are enough in the world now. They will stay in the Tao world again. This world does not need too many gods. You are enough," Yi Tianxing said. Hearing this, Lin Lung nodded slightly, then lay down again. "Hey, I'm exhausted. I can finally have a good rest." But at this moment, Su Liuxue delicately moved closer to Lin Lung's chest and asked in a coquettish voice, "Then you promise to compensate for my wedding?" Lin Lung Many days passed in a flash. An extremely grand wedding was held in the National Superpower Bureau in City H. The reason why we chose this place was because everything starts here and naturally ends here. The reason why it is said to be grand is naturally because there are so many people who came to congratulate them. Some of these people are just ordinary relatives and friends, while others are powerful awakeners. Even the great elders and the four divine beasts are also present. Not only that, even Nuwa, Liu Daojin, and others who had been hiding from the world also came to attend the wedding in disguise. Of course, all this could not hide from Lin Lung's eyes. After some polite greetings, Nuwa and others went to find a place to sit down. Then the flowery bride Su Liuxue slowly appeared on the red carpet in a pure white wedding dress and walked towards Lin Lung. Following her was the bridesmaid Lin Yu, and Xie Feng and others were the best men. Lin Wuyo, Wang Wanjun, and others, as the parents of both parties, sat in high positions. After the two had a drink, Lin Lung unveiled Su Liuxue's veil in front of everyone. Under the veil was Su Liuxue's exquisite and impeccable face. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Lin Lung felt a little moved, hugged Su Liuxue, and kissed her deeply. A year later, in a hospital in H City, countless relatives outside the delivery room were anxiously waiting for the mother to come out. But one family was very surprised. Instead of being anxious or worried, this family's faces were filled with expressions of worry and concern. Calm. Son, do you think Liu Shui is giving birth to a boy or a girl? I won't tell you to keep you a little bit mysterious. Lin Lung said softly. What's the boy's name? It's best to be a girl. If it's a daughter, she'll be called Lin Jiaojiao. During the conversation, a baby cried, and Lin Lung also showed a smile. It was his daughter,